Yichio traversed into the vast wilderness, acquiring a system of 10,000-fold returns. By bestowing or gifting a disciple with an item, he could receive a high multiple of critical returns. Ding! You have gifted a cleansing pill to your disciple, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, thus obtaining a divine essence pill. Ding! You have imparted 10 years of your cultivation to your disciple, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, thus gaining a millennium of cultivation. Ding! You have conferred upon your disciple the exquisite treasure, the purple cloud sword, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, thus obtaining the celestial sword, the cloud piercer. The disciples exclaimed, "Master is truly generous, never holding back anything from us." Chapter 1. The Soul Commander. In the Eastern Wilderness, within the Celestial Repair Sect, on the Purple Cloud Peak, in a dilapidated wooden cabin, Yichio sat quietly on his bed, lost in thought. It's over, I'm doomed. It seems I have traversed. He opened the nearby window and gazed at the sky, adorned with a purple glow. In the distance, figures occasionally soared through the air, presenting a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. After half a day of contemplation, Yichio finally accepted this reality. Indeed, he had traversed and had arrived in a vast wilderness world. At this moment, his identity was that of one of the 7 foremost seats of the Celestial Repair Sect, the 18th leader of the Purple Cloud Peak. Though my status appears quite noble, alas, I am merely a solitary commander. He shook his head, murmuring to himself. His master, Shintian Jinren, had dedicated his life to cultivation, fervently pursuing the path to immortality. Exhausting his life's efforts, he ultimately failed to attain immortality, and before he passed, unable to bear the thought of the Purple Cloud Peak's lineage being severed, he accepted Yichio as a disciple. Yichio understood in his heart that his aptitude was merely average. His master had taken him in out of necessity, not choice. In the end, his master did not teach him for long before passing away, leaving behind the legacy of the Purple Cloud Peak in a position of leadership. Although Yichio successfully ascended to the position and held a prestigious rank, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. While his master was alive, everyone respected him, but after his master's passing, no one regarded him highly. Strength is indeed a glaring deficiency. I must devise a means to compensate. Having realized this, Yichio suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Ding! The 10,000-fold return system is binding. A system. Yichio's eyes lit up as he calmed himself and examined it closely. 10,000-fold return system. The host can impart or gift disciples with elixirs, cultivation techniques, or spiritual energy, and receive high multiples of critical returns, with rates being random, up to a maximum of 10,000-fold. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yichio suddenly beamed with delight. Ah, how intriguing. 10,000-fold returns, how considerate. Does this mean that if I take on a disciple and impart decades of my cultivation, I could gain hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation in return? With this thought, Yichio's worries dissipated. System detection. Host, Yichio. Cultivation, second tier, mystical finger. A lowly cultivator, the sort one could hardly find in a crowd. Divine skills, none. Aptitude, average, with dull potential, difficult to achieve greatness. Charisma rating, 99, which is acceptable, quite passable. Yichio. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to confront the system. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Let's open it. Gift pack opened successfully. You have received a superior cleansing pill and gained 10 years of cultivation. As the system's cold voice echoed, a miraculous force surged into Yichio's body. Oh, delightful. This force quickly merged with his spiritual reservoir, elevating his cultivation to the 3rd tier of mystical finger. Only 3rd tier? System, are you mistaken? 10 years for merely 3rd tier. Replying to the host, there is no mistake. Any cultivation return based on years is not calculated by the time you have spent, but rather by the standard of an ordinary person's 10 years of cultivation. For an ordinary person, 10 years of cultivation yields such results. Yichio, to gain just 1 tier in 10 years, how utterly wasteful. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. As one ascends, the time required for each breakthrough increases. This is quite normal in the vast wilderness. Time is abundant, and it is common for one to meditate for several months or even years. Please, host, quickly take on a disciple to complete the task and gain high critical returns. Holding the cleansing pill in his hand, Yichio did not intend to consume it, as it might prove useful later. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. Uncle Yi, are you inside? A knocking sound came from outside, causing Yi Qiu to pause momentarily. "Please come in." The rickety wooden door creaked open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of elegance. Yi Qiu recognized him. This was Lu Qingfeng, the chief disciple of the Jade Clarity Hall. Possessing a third-tier heavenly aspect, he was a full realm above Yi Qiu, and among this generation of disciples, he was truly exceptional. He was quite amiable and approachable, without any airs. Perhaps it was because he was the future inheritor of the sect's leadership. His relationships with various sect leaders, elders, and fellow disciples were remarkably good. As Yi Qiu put it, he was a person of great social acumen, establishing connections before assuming his position. "Uncle Yi, the sect master sent me to inform you to rise immediately and attend a meeting at the Jade Clarity Hall." Due to Yi Qiu's master holding a higher status, his rank was actually on par with the sect master and numerous leaders. Thus, Lu Qingfeng addressing him as uncle was entirely appropriate. "Did the sect master say what the matter is?" Yi Qiu inquired, puzzled. In this desolate place, where even a soul was scarce, why suddenly summon him for a meeting? Lu Qingfeng hesitated a moment before replying, "It is regarding the beast rampage that occurred in the village below yesterday. The surviving orphans have awakened, and the sect master is convening a meeting at the Jade Clarity Hall to discuss the origins of this beast rampage and the matter of the orphans' placement." "Ah, I see." Yi Qiu nodded, recalling the tumult from the previous day, albeit vaguely. As for their mention of placing the unfortunate orphans, it was merely a simple disciple-gathering ceremony. "Excellent. I shall go see if I can conveniently take in a cheap disciple as an experiment." With the 10,000-fold return system in play, Yi Qiu was eager to take on a disciple. Fortuitously, an opportunity had presented itself. "All right, I understand. You may return now." "Uncle." Qingfeng takes his leave. Lu Qingfeng bowed respectfully and quietly exited the wooden cabin, glancing back at the small wooden houses on Purple Cloud Peak with a shake of his head. Moments later, Yi Qiu waved his folding fan and strolled leisurely out of the cabin. Gone was his previous languor now. An air of grace surrounded him, exuding extraordinary poise. To the unknowing observer, he might be mistaken for a transcendent sage, yet in truth, he was merely a third-tier mystical finger cultivator. Summoning the Purple Cloud Sword, Yi Qiu employed the sword control technique he had learned days prior, soaring toward the Jade Clarity Hall. The Purple Cloud Sword, a supreme treasure passed down to him after the demise of his master, is an exceptionally rare artifact. This may well be the only valuable possession that Yi Qiu possesses. Hard-earned, indeed. Before long, Yi Qiu arrived at the Jade Purity Hall. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he noticed a gathering of individuals below. These individuals were likely the surviving orphans of this incident. "Yi Junior Brother, what a grand spectacle you create, making us all wait for you." The head of Hidden Sword Peak, Chi Wuhui, a law elder of the Patching Heaven sect, remarked sarcastically before Yi Qiu could even reach his rightful seat. Casting a glance at him, Yi Qiu immediately sensed that this old man was not to be trusted. He understood that among the heads of the various peaks, none held him in esteem. Their waiting for his arrival was merely out of respect for tradition. Among the 7 peak heads, apart from the sardonic Chi Wuhui and the sect leader, the others turned their gazes skyward, too indifferent to even acknowledge him. Yi Qiu chose to disregard them and addressed the sect leader, Meng Tianzheng. "Esteemed sect leader, I sincerely apologize for the delay. The journey from Purple Cloud Peak was quite lengthy. Please forgive me." "It is of no consequence." Meng Tianzheng waved his hand dismissively. Although he held Yi Qiu in low regard, as the leader of the Patching Heaven sect, he acknowledged him for the sake of harmony within the sect. Chi Wuhui, feeling slighted by Yi Qiu's indifference, seethed with indignation. Merely a second-tier practitioner of the mystic finger, lacking in cultivation, yet brimming with arrogance. If it weren't for the stroke of fortune that saw you accepted as a disciple by Uncle Xintian, and thus inheriting Purple Cloud Peak, you wouldn't even have the right to speak before me." The other peak heads in attendance were all too aware of how Yi Qiu had come to hold his position, and they regarded him with thinly veiled disdain. Chapter 2. Will you accept me as your disciple? All the peak heads had taken their seats, observing the various heads of the sect above. The young individuals below brimmed with anticipation. As denizens of the great wasteland, aspiring to cultivate immortality was a lifelong dream, with hopes of one day entering the realm of the celestial. "Esteemed immortal, please take charge of our plight." A young man stepped forward from the throng, kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Inspired by his lead, others followed suit, beseeching Meng Tianzhong to address their situation. Having recently endured the devastation of losing their families, their hearts were heavy with sorrow. Amidst the boy's anguished cries, an unexpected flicker of divine aura escaped him, hidden at the center of his brow, unnoticed unless one paid close attention. The heads of the sect, witnessing this spectacle, were suddenly invigorated, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden gem, brimming with potential. Alas, poor children, please rise, sighed the benevolent Meng Tianzhong. He had spent the entire day searching for clues regarding the recent beastly upheaval at the foot of the mountain, but had found naught. Summoning the peak heads was merely to discuss the fate of these orphans. I am aware of your plight. Rest assured, since this incident occurred at the foot of my Patching Heaven sect, we will thoroughly investigate. He then glanced back at the various heads, continuing, however, do not be hasty. Uncovering the truth will require some time. You may remain on the mountain to cultivate, and should there be any developments, we will inform you. As the crowd absorbed Meng Tiansheng's eloquent words, Lin Qingzhu felt her heart sink, tears flowing like rain, despair consuming her. The memories of her parents' final moments haunted her with sorrow and rage. She yearned for strength and revenge, yet she knew that few among the heads above would genuinely assist her. To seek vengeance, she would have to rely solely on herself. The only path before her was to find a master, learn the arts, and grow strong enough to exact her revenge. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Meng Tianzhong inquired, directing his gaze toward the other peak heads. It was well understood that the next phase would involve the selection of disciples. Those with exceptional talent would be chosen first, while those deemed less capable faced near certain rejection, relegated to the status of menial disciples, starting from the very bottom. Prior to this gathering, Lu Qingfeng had briefed them on the process, and they were eager to see if they would be selected. Haha, since you have spoken, sect leader, I shall not be polite, Qi Wuhui declared, stepping forward and immediately zeroing in on the first boy who had emerged from the crowd. Seeing Qi Wuhui approach the lad, Yang Wudi, the head of the Sword Trial Peak, could no longer remain seated. He lumbered forward, his corpulent form moving with urgency, and interjected, esteemed sect leader, I believe this child and I share a connection allow him to join my sect. The onlookers rolled their eyes at this familiar ploy, having seen it employed countless times before. Yang junior brother, I spotted him first. Qi Wuhui retorted, vexed. Does spotting him first grant you exclusive rights? What kind of logic is that? You, what? Care to step outside for a private match? I'm ready if you are. Qi Wuhui, known for his fiery temper, feared no one in the mountain gates, save for the sect leader and the late Xintianjunren. The two nearly came to blows over the dispute for a single youth, while the other peak heads, recognizing they could not compete, reluctantly sought out other candidates of slightly lesser talent. As time passed, those not chosen remained helplessly standing in the hall, including Lin Qingzhu. She couldn't comprehend her shortcomings. Why was she overlooked? A sense of humiliation welled up within her, and she clenched her fists tightly. The harsh reality struck her like a slap in the face. Her dreams of strength had been shattered. Now that no one had chosen her, her only option lay in starting as a menial disciple. However, being unselected also implied her lack of talent, making it exceedingly difficult to rise from such a lowly position. In her moment of despair, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before her, like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness of hopelessness. Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of joy and looked up to find it was the young peak head who had sat in the corner. Will you accept me as your master? Yi Qiu inquired, his tone unassuming. I am willing. Disciple Lin Qingzhu pays respects to master. In that moment, Lin Qingzhu dared not hesitate. She knelt to perform the rite of apprenticeship. Amidst such an excruciating situation, it was Yi Qiu who offered her the last shred of dignity and a glimmer of hope. As long as she could become a disciple, she would have a chance at vengeance. Though he appeared youthful and his strength was uncertain, he was still a peak head. If not now, then when would she seize this opportunity? Very well, come with me, Yi Qiu said, his voice calm as he turned to leave the grand hall. Lin Qingzhu hurriedly followed, but just before she exited, she heard a mocking voice. It was Qi Wuhui's derisive tone. Ha! A worthless master taking on a worthless disciple, truly a match made in mediocrity. There's a saying, birds of a feather flock together, and it seems to hold true, he continued scornfully. What a pity for the millennia-old heritage of Purple Cloud Peak. It appears destined to falter in the hands of these two incompetents. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingzhu felt a mix of confusion and indignation. Yi Qiu walked ahead, and she sensed his awareness of her turmoil. After walking for a while, he suddenly halted. Master? Lin Qingzhu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Ichio glanced back at her and asked, You heard what was said earlier, what are your thoughts? Lin Qingzhu hesitated, her heart a tempest of confusion and fury. Why would Qi Wuhui speak ill of their master-disciple bond? Despite having just taken her master, she had already embraced this mentor in her heart. Regardless of the master's prowess, they were her mentor, who bestowed upon her the last vestige of dignity during her most humiliating moments. While others may speak ill of her, they shall not utter a word against her master without facing her ire. Master, I may not comprehend the profound principles of the universe, yet I grasp one truth. Once a master, forever a guardian. When all others shunned Qingzhu as a disciple, it was you, Master, who offered her a glimmer of hope. I shall dedicate my life to upholding your reputation, ensuring that you are not shamed, even should I face insurmountable trials. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive diligently, and one day I shall prove to them that you are not a mediocre individual, nor am I worthless. Lin Qingzhu declared, her fists clenched resolutely. Upon hearing these words, Yichio felt a profound sense of gratification. Indeed, this apprentice was worth having. She was truly exceptional. Earlier, within the Grand Hall, he had quietly observed, refraining from competing with others for disciples. Knowing well he would not succeed thus, he chose from those who remained unselected. At such moments, those overlooked are often engulfed by profound disappointment, and yet, he had chosen her. For any individual of sound mind, there would be immense gratitude, verging on the point of offering oneself in return. Excellent. Let us proceed. Yichio offered no further explanation, summoning the Zixia sword with a casual gesture, grasping Lin Qingzhu's hand, and soaring towards Zixia Peak. Chapter 2. Will you be my disciple? All the esteemed masters had taken their seats, gazing down at the various heads of sections. Below, a multitude of youths, filled with anticipation, looked up. As the denizens of the great wasteland, the pursuit of immortality was a lifelong aspiration for everyone, yearning for the day they could truly enter the realm of the immortals. Master, please, grant us your favor. In the quiet hall, a young boy emerged from the crowd, kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely. With him leading the way, others followed suit, beseeching Meng Tianzhong to take charge of their fates. Having just endured a calamity that left them orphaned, the anguish within them was palpable. As the boy wept in despair, his emotions spiraled out of control, unintentionally revealing a hint of divine aura concealed at his brow, an aspect often unnoticed by the unobservant. The masters above took note of this scene, their eyes brightening as if they had discovered a precious gem, filled with envy. Alas, poor child, you may rise, sighed the compassionate Meng Tianzhong. He had spent the entire day searching for clues regarding the recent beastly upheaval at the mountain and Oppos' foot, yet had found nothing. Calling upon the various sect leaders was merely to discuss the fate of these orphans. I am aware of your plight. Rest assured. As this incident occurred at the foot of my Bution sect, we shall investigate thoroughly. He glanced back at the assembled masters and continued, however, do not be hasty. Unearthing the truth will require some time. You may remain on the mountain to cultivate, and should we receive any news, we will inform you. Upon hearing Meng Tianjing's eloquent words, Lin Qingzhu's heart sank, tears cascading down her face as despair enveloped her. The memories of her parents' final moments ignited a fury within her. She longed for strength and vengeance, yet she was acutely aware that few among the masters above would genuinely assist her. To seek retribution, she could only rely on herself. The solitary path remaining before her was to become a disciple, to learn and grow stronger, then exact her vengeance. Brothers, what do you see? At this juncture, Meng Tianjing turned his gaze towards the other masters. It was evident to all that the next phase was the selection of disciples, where those with exceptional talents would be chosen, and others would be left behind, relegated to the status of menial disciples, starting from the very bottom. Before arriving, Lu Qingfeng had already briefed them, and they were keenly aware of the stakes, eagerly anticipating whether they would be chosen. Haha, Master, since you have spoken, I shall not hold back. Qi Wuhui was the first to step forward, his eyes fixated on the boy who had emerged first. Observing Qi Wuhui approach the lad, the head of the trial sword peak, Yang Wudi, could no longer remain seated. He lumbered forward, taking advantage of Qi Wuhui's silence to interject, Master, I believe this child is destined to be with me. Let him join my sect. The crowd rolled their eyes at this. Fully aware that he had employed this tactic countless times before, who would still fall for it? Brother Yang, I laid claim to him first. Qi Wuhui retorted, clearly displeased. Just because you saw him first does not mean he belongs to you. What logic is that? What in Oppos' the matter? Shall we step outside for a duel? Fine. Let us settle it outside. I fear you not. Chi Wuhui's temper flared. He feared no one in the sect except for the master and the now-deceased Xian Tian real person. The two nearly came to blows over the dispute for the boy, while the other masters, knowing they could not compete, reluctantly settled for selecting others of lesser quality. Unbeknownst to them, those left unchosen stood helplessly within the hall, including Lin Qingzhu. She was at a loss as to why she had been overlooked. Her heart brimming with resentment, fists clenched in frustration. The harsh reality struck her like a slap, shattering her dreams of strength. Being unselected meant her talent was deemed insufficient, and rising from the ranks of menial disciples would be a daunting task. In her moment of despair, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before her. Like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness of hopelessness, Lin Qizhu felt a surge of joy. She looked up to find it was the young master who had been seated in the corner. "Will you be my disciple?" Yi Qiu asked in a calm tone. "I am willing. I am Lin Qingzhu, and I pay my respects to my master." At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. She immediately knelt to perform the formal bow of acceptance. In this most humiliating of circumstances, it was Yi Qiu who restored her final shred of dignity and hope. As long as she could become a disciple, she would have the opportunity for vengeance. Though he appeared young and his strength was uncertain, he was still a master. If not now, when would she have the chance? "Come, follow me," Yi Qiu said indifferently, stepping out of the hall. Lin Qingzhu hurriedly followed, but just before she exited, she caught a mocking voice. It was Chi Wuhui and Amp, Oppos, Ha. A master of the useless has taken on a useless disciple, truly a match made in mediocrity. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. How fitting. What a pity for the 1,000-year legacy of Zixia Peak, destined to be squandered by these two incompetents. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qizhu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Yi Qiu, walking ahead, sensed her turmoil. After a brief walk, he suddenly halted. "Master?" Lin Qingzhu said, momentarily taken aback. Yi Qiu turned to look at her and asked, "Did you hear what was just said? What are your thoughts?" Lin Qingzhu hesitated. Her heart filled with confusion and anger. Why had Chi Wuhui chosen to disparage them? Despite having just become a disciple, she had already accepted him as her master. Regardless of his strength, he was her master, the one who had granted her a final shred of dignity in her moment of utter humiliation. She could endure any slander aimed at herself, but she would not tolerate insults directed at her master. "Master, I do not comprehend the intricate philosophies. But I do know one thing. Once a disciple, forever a parent." While others had refused to accept Qingzhu, it was her master who had given her hope. She vowed to uphold her master's reputation with her life, to bring him no shame, even if it meant facing insurmountable challenges. "Master, do not worry. I shall strive diligently. And one day I will prove to them that you are not a mediocre master, nor am I a worthless disciple." She clenched her fists and declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this disciple was worth having. In the hall earlier, he had observed quietly, refraining from competing with the others because he knew he would not prevail. Instead, he chose from those who had not been selected. At such moments, the unchosen individuals were often in extreme despair, and selecting one of them would elicit immense gratitude, as if they would give anything in return. "Very well, let us depart." Yi Qiu offered no further explanation, casually summoning the Zixia sword, taking Lin Qingzhu and Oppos' hand, and soaring towards Zixia Peak. Chapter 3. The infinite nesting dolls on the road to Zixia Peak. Lin Qingzhu felt a profound sense of anxiety and anticipation. As the path to immortality approached, it was only natural for everyone to harbor a degree of expectation. Before her stood her young and handsome master, wielding his sword with grace. And an inexplicable warmth enveloped her heart. This master was not only strikingly attractive, but also gentle, unlike other sect leaders who perpetually wore stern expressions, as if bearing the weight of a debt of millions. Moreover, he genuinely cared about his disciples' mental well-being, often offering her words of comfort. What astonished her even more was his remarkable composure. Despite the scorn and exclusion he faced from other leaders, he maintained an air of tranquility and indifference. Lin Qingzhu deeply admired his mindset and silently vowed to herself, "I must strive diligently and not bring disgrace to my master." Minutes later, a flash of purple light darted past Zixia Peak, and the two of them gently descended before a cluster of quaint wooden cottages. They had arrived. Approaching the cottages, Yi Qiu, with a steady demeanor and unflinching heart, proclaimed, "As cultivators, we value spontaneity. Our attire and sustenance may be chosen at will, though the conditions may be humble." They served to temper one's character, allowing for a more grounded journey on the path of cultivation. After uttering these words, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his thick skin allowed him to maintain a composed expression. Zixia Peak was impoverished. largely due to its association with the reclusive master Xiantian, who, as the saying goes, could feed the entire peak with his own sustenance. Master, I understand. Lin Qingzhu replied resolutely. You may choose any of these cottages, except for the central one, as your residence. From this day forth, you shall be the 19th generation disciple of Zixia Peak, the future heir to its legacy. As the chief disciple, you must work diligently and practice earnestly, setting an example for your junior brothers and sisters. Yi Qiu echoed the very words Master Xiantian had spoken to him upon his own initiation. Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated such fortune, to be groomed as an heir from the moment she became a disciple. Rest assured, Master, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort. Excellent. Yi Qiu exhaled with relief. He feared nothing more than her abandoning her training. After all, when he first arrived at Zixia Peak, he too had felt disheartened upon witnessing its surroundings. Now then, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall not withhold my knowledge. Take this essence cleansing pill. Though it is a mere mortal concoction, its effects are remarkable. It will purge the impurities from your body, allowing you to swiftly perceive the flow of qi. As he spoke, Yi Qiu slowly produced the essence cleansing pill, a reward from the system, and handed it to Lin Qingzhu. She received it with astonishment. Master, you have just accepted me as your disciple, and yet you bestow upon me such a valuable treasure. Previously, Lu Qingfeng had informed them that in the pursuit of immortality, aside from personal talent and aptitude, another crucial element was the acquisition of rare materials and miraculous medicines. Most of these treasures were tightly held by the sect leaders, who were notoriously stingy and reluctant to part with their precious resources. This was precisely why they fiercely competed for disciples of higher talent. Lin Qingzhu was unprepared for her master's generosity, awarding her a high-quality pill upon her entrance into the sect. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she nearly offered herself in return. Thank you, Master. I shall not let you down. Without hesitation, Lin Qingzhu consumed the essence cleansing pill. A wave of warmth enveloped her, as a miraculous force surged within, expelling the impurities from her body. Feeling the unpleasant residue on her skin, she blushed, somewhat embarrassed. Go wash yourself. There is a hot spring at the back mountain for you to cleanse away the remnants, Yi Qiu chuckled, understanding her desire for beauty. After all, Lin Qingzhu was exceptionally beautiful, embodying the archetype of a cold and alluring goddess, with fair skin and a statuesque height of approximately 1.75 meters. Especially after consuming the essence cleansing pill, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now, Lin Qingzhu said, almost fleeing the scene. Once she had departed, Yi Qiu's expression shifted, a smile playing on his lips. System, come forth, come forth. Where is my reward? He was eager to verify the results. Ding! The host has gifted a disciple an essence cleansing pill, meeting the criteria. Activating 10,000-fold return. Critical hit randomization begin. Activate. Activation successful. Congratulations, host. Triggered 1,000-fold critical hit. Obtaining a supreme spirit pill, the divine essence pill. Wow! Yi Qiu exclaimed, leaping from his chair in astonishment. The first attempt had triggered 1,000-fold critical hit, yielding a supreme spirit pill, the divine essence pill. This item was 1,000 times more effective than the essence cleansing pill, perfectly addressing his ordinary aptitude. Not bad, not bad. Truly a commendable disciple. A star of fortune, triggering 1,000-fold critical hit right off the bat. Holding the returned divine essence pill, Yi Qiu was nearly grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qingzhu returned, her hair damp and cascading naturally, evoking the image of a pristine lotus emerging from the water. Yi Qiu was momentarily entranced. Goodness, is this girl truly so captivating? He admonished himself. No, I am her master. I cannot entertain such thoughts. Where are the principles of propriety? Shaking his head, he dispelled the earlier impure thoughts and regained his composure. Disciple, I am back. Lin Qingzhu approached with a hint of shyness, and Yi Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier, I reflected upon the matter. While the essence cleansing pill can aid you in sensing qi sooner, it may not suffice to surpass your peers. Here, I possess another divine essence pill. Consume it, and in no time, your aptitude shall undergo a remarkable transformation. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. Her master was exceedingly generous. Moreover, he possessed such a precious pill, choosing to reserve it for her instead of consuming it himself. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu felt deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps her master, wishing to shield her from the scorn of her peers and to empower her to avenge her parents, was willing to expend such resources. Recalling her earlier humiliation in the Yuqing Hall, Lin Qingzhu's heart turned cold, her fist clenching. Just wait. This day of shame shall not go unpunished. I vow to repay my master 100-fold in the future. Silently swearing, Lin Qingzhu bowed deeply. The grace of my master is engraved in my heart. Please accept my humble bow. Rise, Yi Qiu replied. Now, consume this pill. Whatever she thought, Yi Qiu was indifferent. His primary concern was whether he could still receive a return. This was a wildly ambitious notion. If so, could he not achieve infinite nesting? Receiving the divine essence pill, Lin Qingzhu swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of even greater power coursed through her. As her previous impurities had been cleansed, the divine essence pill would not purify, but rather transform her internal meridians. Within moments, she felt a divine bone begin to manifest within her. Gasp! A natural Xianbing bone. Yi Qiu was taken aback, recognizing it as a top-tier divine bone, superior even to the one possessed by the young man in the main hall. The effects of the divine essence pill were truly astonishing. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded the divine essence pill for your disciple, triggering a critical return. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. Successfully activated, triggering a 100-fold critical return. You have obtained a celestial essence pill. Note: the system has detected the host and Opos as intent to exploit loopholes, attempting to use the returned item again to trigger a return. This time, the system shall consider it as if nothing has occurred. A warning has been issued. For the record, items returned by the system will not trigger critical returns when given again. Upon hearing the warning, Yi Qiu felt a pang of anxiety. However, upon realizing it was merely a warning, he quickly relaxed. Phew, I'm glad I didn't gamble wrongly. Although I can no longer exploit this infinitely, at least I succeeded once. A gamble here turns a bicycle into a motorcycle. The exquisite divine essence pill transforms directly into a celestial pill. And not just any celestial pill, but the celestial essence pill. This is the pinnacle of elixirs. Haha, I've struck it rich. Yi Qiu nearly burst into a frenzied laugh, but in front of his disciples, he knew better than to lose composure, promptly regaining his demeanor. Ahem. Calm. This mere celestial medicine is just the beginning. Chapter 4. The Master's forthcoming seclusion when Lin Qingzhu awoke once more. She was profoundly shaken by the transformation within her. Before their arrival, Lu Qingfeng had elucidated the distinction between nobility and commoners among ordinary people. Similarly, among cultivators, there existed a divide between geniuses and those less gifted. The most telling indicator of one's aptitude for cultivation was the divine bone. In the millennia since the founding of the Batian sect, only a few dozen geniuses with innate divine bones had emerged. These individuals were invariably the most celebrated figures of their time, while divine bones could be acquired postnatally through rare and precious treasures. The exorbitant cost rendered it unfeasible for most sections. She was astonished that upon her entry, Yi Qiu had willingly expended a divine marrow pill to awaken a divine bone within her. How could she ever repay such kindness? Thank you, Master, for bestowing this elixir. No amount of gratitude could fully express her admiration. In her eyes, Yi Qiu now stood as an imposing deity, towering above the 9 heavens. With such a master, how could she not avenge her grievances and traverse the path to immortality? Rise, Yi Qiu said serenely, observing Lin Qingzhu kneeling before him. In 3 months, the Batian sect will hold its once-in-60-year 7 Peaks martial meet. As the chief disciple of my Zixia Peak, I trust you will secure a respectable position and bring honor to our peak. A day prior, he would not have dared to entertain such hopes for the 7 Peaks martial meet. But now, he chuckled inwardly. With the myriad-fold return system, nothing was impossible. Just you wait. 3 months will suffice. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disgrace Zixia Peak, Lin Qingzhu avowed resolutely. Her master placed such importance on the 7 Peaks martial meet, she could not bear to disappoint him. At any cost, she would strive to claim the first position and bring glory to Zixia Peak. Previously, she might have felt some pressure, but now, with the Xianbing bone within her constantly replenishing her strength, her confidence had soared. She had not forgotten the humiliation that Qi Wuwei had inflicted upon them, master and disciple. In the Jade Purity Hall, this time, she would prove to them that Zixia Peak was not without merit. Excellent. Yi Qiu cast a satisfied glance at her and continued. Now that you have awakened your divine bone, you have naturally entered the first grade of Qi training and need not concern yourself with sensing Qi. This, he said, producing a book from behind him, is the Zixia Treasure Tome, the core cultivation method of Zixia Peak. Simply follow its instructions on circulating Qi through the body. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek my guidance. Disciple understands. Lin Qingzhu accepted the Zixia Treasure Tome as if it were a priceless artifact, marking her true first step on the path to immortality. Yi Qiu then imparted some fundamental knowledge and specialized terminology to aid her comprehension of the manual. Very well. You may return to rest. Starting tomorrow, at dawn, You shall cultivate on the cliff of yearning. 3 daily exercises are to be completed without idleness or neglect. Once your cultivation reaches the Xuanji realm, I shall impart the Zixia swordplay to you. Disciples shall remember. Yichio waved his hand dismissively and continued. I am to enter seclusion for a few days. Should you encounter any perplexing issues during your cultivation, do not proceed rashly. Await my return, and I shall provide you with answers. Master, please proceed with your seclusion. Qingzhu will not neglect her studies and will cultivate diligently. Very well, be gone. With a wave of his hand, Lin Qizhu departed from the training grounds and returned to her humble wooden hut. She eagerly opened the Zixia treasure tome, eager to behold the wonders of the immortal techniques within. Within mere minutes, she was able to manipulate the qi within her body, marveling at the efficacy of the divine bone. Incredible! The divine bone possesses such miraculous effects, she exclaimed in astonishment. I never imagined that Master would expend such resources to awaken a divine bone within me. Regardless, I must not fail his expectations. I shall cultivate diligently and strive to achieve a respectable position in the 7 Peaks martial meet 3 months hence. With newfound resolve, Lin Qingzhu immediately entered a state of cultivation, foregoing any delay. Her greatest desire was to break through to the Xuanji realm as soon as possible and surprise her master upon his return. Meanwhile, Yichio had already left the training grounds and entered the mountain cave behind the peak. This cave served as Zixia Peak and Appo's designated seclusion chamber. In Yichio and Appo's memory, his master had spent the majority of his life within this cave. Now, he too would seek refuge here, drawn by its tranquility and seclusion, ideal for solitary cultivation. Upon entering the cave and sealing the entrance, Yichio could scarcely contain his excitement. System, activate the return. Ding. You have imparted the Zixia divine art to your disciple, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Congratulations, host. For triggering a myriad-fold critical return, you have obtained the divine grade cultivation method, the original true unraveling. Hiss. Divine grade. Yichio exclaimed. I've truly struck gold. Almost instantly, a torrent of ancient glyphs, anatomical diagrams, and abstruse scriptures flooded his mind. Would you like to learn it? Learn. In short order. Yichio had mastered the arcane scriptures, and now he needed only to gradually comprehend their profound mysteries to fully grasp them. Just in time. Combined with the immortal marrow pill, I might be able to break through to the Xuanji realm and directly reach the celestial appearance realm. Extracting the immortal marrow pill returned by the system from his bosom, Yichio unleashed a maniacal laugh. Hee, I'm about to devour you. Don't worry, brother will be gentle. He swallowed it whole, and a surge of immense power instantly coursed through his body. In moments, his body was inundated with fierce immortal energy, threatening to burst him asunder. Crap, the power of this immortal pill is so intense. I was careless. Indeed, progress must be made step by step. Attempting to ascend to the heavens in a single bound comes at a heavy price. Yichio was now enduring that price. The power of the immortal pill reverberated through his limbs and bones, quickly staining his clothes crimson with blood. Yichio's expression was contorted in agony. After cleansing his body of all impurities, the immortal energy surged into his sea of consciousness, where a lotus flower bloomed deep within. Upon witnessing this, Yichio was astonished. Unlike the naive Lin Qingzhu, he was well versed in the lore of cultivation. He immediately recognized the significance of this lotus flower, a flower of the great Tao, an innate Tao body. If divine bones were rare, then innate Tao bodies were virtually unheard of. This constitution was among the most formidable in the human race. Yichio had never imagined that a single immortal marrow pill could directly unlock his Tao body. Even the ancient clans would be hard-pressed to achieve such a feat, even with all their resources. With the presence of the flower of the great Tao, Yichio could innately draw closer to the great Tao. Any profound immortal technique could be instantly comprehended by him. Moreover, this Tao flower, nourished by heaven and earth, would, in turn, nourish Yichio, enabling him to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Such abilities far surpassed those of divine bones. I and Appo's VE struck it rich. I and Appo's VE truly struck it rich this time. At this moment, Yichio could no longer maintain his composure. The power of the immortal marrow pill had yet to fully dissipate, and after the formation of the Tao flower, Yichio immediately entered a state of cultivation. Based on his initial expectations, he had anticipated that he could only break through to the celestial appearance realm. But upon witnessing the residual immortal energy within his body, Yichio fell into contemplation. Charged to the boundless realm. Chapter 5. The shock of Qi Wuhui. In recent days, Lin Qizhu had gradually acclimatized to the tranquility of Zixia Peak. This desolate place, devoid of any human presence, left her with little to do but cultivate. As a result, Her progress in cultivation had surged remarkably, achieving a breakthrough to the third level of Qi training in just under 3 days, advancing nearly a level each day. On this particular morning, at the break of dawn before the sun had risen, Lin Qingzhu, clad in white, appeared atop the Wangduan cliff, ready to embark on the 3 tasks assigned to her by Yi Qiu: understanding the Tao, cultivating Qi, and introspection. Having shed the burdens of the mundane world and truly entered the realm of cultivation, the originally captivating woman emanated an even more ethereal aura. Her extraordinary beauty radiated a chilling air, an icy demeanor that made her seem almost untouchable, especially after the devastation of her family. Her gaze appeared hollow, devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a celestial being, only to be admired from afar. Upon reaching Wangduan Cliff, Lin Qingzhu glanced back towards the direction of the rear mountain and murmured, "I wonder when Master will emerge. It has been several days since I last saw him, and I find myself missing him." With a sigh, she decided to focus on her tasks, thinking it best to complete them promptly. Noting the stillness of the rear mountain, she seated herself upon a stone and gazed down at the peaks below, entering a meditative state. As the noon hour approached, she gradually opened her eyes. 4th level of Qi training, she exclaimed. In just 4 days, she had almost achieved a breakthrough each day. At this rate, within 3 months, she was certain she would reach the realm of Xuanji. Lin Qingzhu brimmed with confidence, fully aware that the path ahead would become increasingly arduous. Yet, her innate talent and aptitude had already surpassed those of the gifted disciples from various sects within the Putian sect. Naturally, she recognized that all of this was a result of Yi Qiu's guidance. At that moment, a cloud drifted across the sky, and a figure with an air of celestial elegance appeared atop Wangduan Cliff. Upon seeing the elderly man, Lin Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat, and she promptly bowed, saying, "Disciple Lin Qingzhu pays respects to the esteemed master." The visitor was none other than Ming Tianzhong, accompanied by Qi Wuhui. Ming Tianzhong, now frail and elderly, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities." Qi Wuhui, however, inquired with a hint of accusation, "Where is your master? Why is he absent during the visit of the esteemed master?" Lin Qingzhu met his gaze, unyielding, for she had not forgotten the scene from days prior at the Yuqing Hall. With a calm tone, she replied, in response to Uncle Qi, "My master is currently in seclusion." "Seclusion? Haha." Qi Wuhui erupted in laughter upon hearing of Yi Qiu's seclusion, as if he had just heard the greatest joke of the day, as if he could possibly enter seclusion. With his aptitude, even a decade of seclusion would hardly yield an advancement in rank. It was not an insult aimed at Yi Qiu alone. The entire Putian sect was aware of the so-called worthless sect leader residing atop Zixia Peak. After a decade of cultivation, he had barely reached the 2nd level of Xuanji. 10 years. Even a pig should be at the 9th rank by now. Lin Qingzhu felt a weight in her heart at Qi Wuhui's blatant disrespect towards her master. Her divine bone stirred silently within her, emanating an inexplicable coldness. This was an involuntary reaction, not a deliberate action. Meng Tianzhong, sensing the sudden chill in the air, turned to Lin Qingzhu with astonishment. "Heavenly Icebone." "What?" Qi Wuhui exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he looked between Meng Tianzhong and Lin Qingzhu. He noticed the mark between her brows, unmistakably indicating the presence of a divine bone. "Impossible. We examined her thoroughly in the hall. She possessed no divine bone." Qi Wuhui immediately dismissed the notion, unwilling to accept the truth. After all, he had clearly observed that among all the disciples present, the only one with a divine bone had been taken under his wing, while Lin Qingzhu was deemed unworthy of even the lowest rank. Unable to contain his disbelief, Qi Wuhui rose to investigate further, but Meng Tianzhong swiftly intervened. "It is indeed a divine bone, and a remarkably pure one at that, with the potential to develop into a celestial bone." Haha, how fortunate for the Putian sect to gain another prodigy. Yet, he lamented, why must she be a disciple of Zixia Peak? It pained him to see such talent wasted under Yi Qiu's tutelage. Qi Wuhui, meanwhile, wore a face as grim as if he had tasted something foul. He could not fathom how he had misjudged this situation. "Child, would you be willing to return with me to the Yuqing Hall and join my sect? Rest assured, with your talents, I will provide you with the finest resources and treatment, and your future accomplishments will be beyond imagination." Lin Qingzhu, hearing this, stifled a cold laugh within. Though she maintained an exterior of composure, initially no one had been willing to accept her, save for Yi Qiu, who had taken her in. Now, with her awakening of the divine bone, their sudden change of heart and shameless attempts to poach her from her master were all too clear. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your kind offer, but my master is alone on Zixia Peak and cannot be left unattended. Thus, I cannot agree." Lin Qingzhu firmly declined. Meng Tianzhong, realizing the underlying message in her words, retracted his hand, fully aware that Yi Qiu was quite capable of managing himself, having spent a decade on Zixia Peak without issue. Very well. Since your bond with your master runs deep, I shall not impose. By the way, did your master provide you with any cultivation methods before entering seclusion? Cultivators may be in seclusion for months, even half a year. You must not neglect your training and waste your divine bone. Meng Tianjing inquired, expressing his willingness to impart teachings if Yi Qiu had not done so. After all, she was a disciple of the Putinan sect, and he could not bear to see her potential squandered under Yi Qiu's guidance. In response to the esteemed master, my master has indeed taught me the methods of cultivation. Humph. Qi Wuhui scoffed derisively. What sort of celestial techniques could he possibly teach? Such a divine bone wasted on a mediocre individual. Meng Tianjing shot him a glare before turning back to Lin Qingzhu. Child, may I observe your current cultivation progress? Without resistance, Lin Qingzhu nodded, extending her hand. As Meng Tianjing checked her pulse, his expression shifted dramatically. What is it, master? Qi Wuhui asked, perplexed. 4th level of Qi training. How is this possible? In just 4 days, she has ascended from a novice to the 4th level? Meng Tianjing was astounded. While Qi Wuhui and Appo's face darkened. Just days prior, he had fought fiercely with Yang Wudi to claim this prodigious disciple with a divine bone. And now Lin Qingzhu, previously overlooked, had achieved the 4th level of Qi training. Impossible. Let me see for myself. Qi Wuhui, unable to accept the reality, checked her progress, only to find his expression turning ashen. No, this cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Qi Wuhui glared at Lin Qingzhu, his heart seething with anger. For the past few days, buoyed by his acquisition of the divine bone disciple, he had strutted proudly before the other sect leaders, reveling in his triumph. However, he truly did not anticipate that today's visit to Zixia Peak would result in a stinging rebuke from Yi Qiu. The very individual he once looked down upon had, in turn, produced a disciple who surpassed him in prowess. This was a reality he found most difficult to accept. Chapter 6. I hear you are to teach my disciple. Master Qi, do you have any objections? Lin Qingzhu inquired, her expression impassive, yet her gaze held a contemplative intensity directed at Qi Wuhui. For reasons unknown, witnessing his expression, akin to one who had tasted something foul, stirred a sense of vindication within her. A wave of satisfaction washed over her heart. Little did you know what my master has done for me. It is fortunate that you did not choose me back then. Otherwise, how could I have been accepted as a disciple by my master and obtained the coveted elixirs that many yearn for? The prowess of my master is far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Now, I finally understand why, when leaving the Grand Hall, my master could maintain such composure amidst the taunts of so many. This is the demeanor a true sage should possess. She was acutely aware that her rapid progress in cultivation was entirely attributed to the effects of the divine essence pill. After awakening her divine bone, the effects had not been fully absorbed. After all, it was a premium spiritual pill, rivaled only by celestial-grade elixirs. Even a formidable figure like Qi Wuhui, the primary disciple of his lineage, could not produce a single one, let alone bestow it upon his own disciple. Yet Yi Qiu had not only procured one, but was also willing to share it with her. This underscored the disparity between them. At that moment, Qi Wuhui was seething with rage, yet the presence of Meng Tianjing restrained him from lashing out. He cast a frigid glance at Lin Qingzhu, his expression seemingly conveying, "You will pay for this. You and your useless master, even if you stumbled upon a stroke of luck, cannot alter your standing in the Buitian sect." In stark contrast to Qi Wuhui and Appo's ire, Meng Tianjing was more astonished. What was happening? Could it be that junior brother Yu was not the mediocre talent the world had painted him to be? This matter required further consideration. Beyond his confusion, Meng Tianjing felt a surge of joy. He glanced back at Qi Wuhui, aware that she harbored significant grievances against Zixia Peak. The enmity between Songjin Peak and Zixia Peak had persisted since the last generation. When Xiantian Jinren was alive, Qi Wuhui had not dared to openly confront Zixia Peak. However, after Xiantian's passing, Qi Wuhui had gradually begun to reveal his hostility towards Zixia Peak, consistently targeting Yi Qiu. Fortunately, Yi Qiu had refrained from any response, leaving Qi no opportunity to act. Now, witnessing Lin Qingzhu unleash such astonishing talent, Meng Tianjing knew that the rivalry between Zixia Peak and Songjin Peak was about to reignite. After all, Lin Qingzhu was the eldest disciple of Zixia Peak. If all went as expected, she would undoubtedly be the future heir of Zixia Peak. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, how could Qi Wuhui remain composed? If Zixia Peak were to produce another powerhouse akin to Xiantian Jinren, how could Songjin Peak hope to suppress them? Meng Tianjing perceived the implications clearly. However, He welcomed the ensuing turmoil, for only through conflict could there be growth. The disciples of both factions would showcase their talents, ultimately benefiting the sect. Child, how long has your master been in seclusion? Did he mention when he would emerge? Meng Tianzheng inquired. His visit to Zixia Peak was not solely to observe Lin Qingzhu and Amp, Oppos, as cultivation. Lin Qingzhu hesitated before responding, my master did not specify. If the sect leader has something to convey, please inform me, and I shall relay it to my master. There is nothing of particular urgency. It is merely regarding the upcoming 7-faction martial assembly in 3 months. I wish to know if Zixia Peak intends to participate. Currently, Zixia Peak had only 1 disciple. Yet there were 7 available spots, which was indeed insufficient. However, as a branch of the Buitian sect, they had to inquire if they wished to participate, a responsibility that could not be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu and Oppos' eyes brightened. Yiqiu had mentioned this matter before his seclusion. She promptly replied, Sect leader, my master has informed me that Zixia Peak will indeed participate. Excellent. Meng Tianzheng nodded in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the progress Lin Qingzhu would achieve in 3 months. Meanwhile, Qi Wuhui scoffed. It seems your master is quite confident regarding this martial assembly. Master Qi, do not worry. Should I encounter disciples from Sanjin Peak, I will certainly show them mercy. Lin Qingzhu replied with a calm smile. Qi Wuhui and Oppos' fury ignited instantly. You presumptuous girl. Such arrogance clearly reflects the nature of your master. Do you truly believe that by following your worthless master, you can attain any skill? Lin Qingzhu furrowed her brows and retorted, you need not concern yourself with that, Master Qi. Worry about your own disciples instead. If your students were to lose to a disciple trained by my so-called and Oppos, worthless and Oppos, master, that would be a significant embarrassment for you. You. Qi Wuhui nearly spat blood in anger. This girl, seemingly demure, possessed a tongue that could cut like a knife, almost sending him into a fit. She mirrored her master in this regard. You insolent girl, disrespecting your elders. I shall take it upon myself to teach you the meaning of respecting your masters. Qi Wuhui seethed, ready to strike when a tremendous noise erupted from the back mountain. What is this? Meng Tianzheng exclaimed, sensing a powerful aura emanating from the rear mountain. The force was astonishing. Could it be that there were other elders of Zixia Peak who had not yet passed away? Both Meng Tianzheng and Qi Wuhui were taken aback, their expressions darkening. Master has emerged from seclusion. In stark contrast to their surprise, Lin Qingzhu was elated. She had been startled moments ago, not realizing that her words had provoked Qi Wuhui into a frenzy. Now, she was no match for Qi Wuhui. To her astonishment, at this crucial moment, Yiqiu had indeed chosen to emerge from his seclusion. She recognized that powerful aura all too well. It belonged to her master, who had been in seclusion for quite some time. What? Yiqiu? The 2 men furrowed their brows in shock upon hearing Lin Qingzhu and Amp, Oppos' joyous exclamation. This was impossible. That aura could only belong to a formidable expert of the Wujijing realm. Was Yiqiu not merely at the 2nd tier of Xianji? As they pondered, a fleeting figure appeared in the sky, a white silhouette materializing beside them in an instant. Clad in flowing white garments, he strolled leisurely, exuding an ethereal aura that rendered him inscrutable. Meng Tianzheng gasped in astonishment. The figure was none other than Yiqiu. If they were not mistaken, he had just teleported. Such a skill could only be possessed by those of the Wujijing realm. The distance from the rear mountain to this spot was at least 10,000 meters. Yet he had traversed it in a single bound. This indicated that his cultivation level was far beyond mere Wujijing. In stark contrast to Meng Tianzheng's astonishment, Qi Wuhui's face turned ashen. He could scarcely believe that Yiqiu had indeed broken through to the Wujijing realm, and judging by the distance he had teleported, it appeared that he was nearing the realm of Shenzhen. No, he refused to accept this as reality. Just 4 days ago, Yiqiu had been nothing more than a lowly cultivator at the 2nd tier of Xianji. How could he have achieved such a breakthrough in just 4 days? Was he concealing his true strength all along? As this realization dawned upon him, Qi Wuhui's complexion paled further. He must have been hiding his abilities. If he were truly the worthless talent the rumors suggested, how could a powerhouse like Xian Tianjinren have taken him as a disciple? The disciple respectfully welcomes the master from seclusion. At this moment, upon seeing Yiqiu once more, Lin Qingzhu felt as though she had found her anchor and promptly bowed in respectful greeting. Rise, Yiqiu said with a faint smile, assisting her to her feet. He was already aware of the events that had transpired here, and as he glanced back at Qi Wuhui, a knowing smile graced his lips. Senior brother Qi, I hear you intend to impart some guidance to my disciple? Chapter 7. My disciple, it and Oppos. It's not your place to interfere faced with Yiqiu and Oppos' interrogation. Qi Wu Hui felt a momentary unease, but he quickly regained his composure. Junior brother Yi, this disciple of yours is haughty and disrespectful. If she is not properly disciplined, it will surely lead to disaster in the future. Your senior brother noticed you were in seclusion and lacked the time for guidance, so I acted out of goodwill. I hope you won't take offense. Oh, is that so? Yi Qiu smiled and said, even if my disciple is at fault, it is merely a domestic matter of my Zixia Peak. I will naturally take care of it. It and amp. Oppos. It's not your place, senior brother, to interfere, is it? The people of my Zixia Peak are not all dead yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura instantly emanated. The three individuals present immediately changed countenance. Heavens! Is Master actually this strong? Lin Qingzhu was inwardly astonished. Initially, she genuinely believed her master was as weak as the rumors suggested, possessing only the second grade of the profound finger realm. Now, upon sensing this terrifying aura, she was deeply shaken. Even more touching was the fact that Yi Qiu was directly confronting Qi Wu Hui to support her. It should be known that this old fellow was the strongest individual in the entire Baidian sect, second only to Ming Tianzhong. Master, Lin Qizhu was deeply moved. Looking at the figure in white robes before her, she felt an immeasurable sense of security. She never expected that after experiencing the destruction of her family, she would encounter someone willing to protect her and stand up for her. Lin Qingzhu opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Yi Qiu. The grievances she had suffered earlier were insignificant and did not warrant offending Qi Wu Hui. However, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. At that moment, as Yi Qiu unleashed his aura, Meng Tianzhong cast a look of surprise. This aura, it faintly contains a trace of celestial energy. What is his cultivation level at this moment? He found it hard to believe that his strength was not as pathetic as the rumors suggested. Yet he had endured 10 years of humiliation without ever explaining himself. This man and amp, Oppos, as temperament is truly terrifying. If it were an and amp, Oppos, T for his disciple, he would likely continue to conceal himself. After casting a deep glance at Yi Qiu, Meng Tianzhong remained silent. This was a generational conflict between Songjin Peak and Zixia Peak. As the sect leader, he was caught in the middle, and favoring either side was not an option. Qi Wu Hui and Oppos' expression was grim as he stared at Yi Qiu, his face devoid of emotion. He now understood that Yi Qiu's strength was not merely at the second grade of the profound finger realm, as rumored. Judging from the aura he was currently exuding, his strength was at least above the no-distance realm. However, this did not mean he would be afraid. Humph. Junior brother Yi, this disciple of yours is disrespectful and disregards the sect and Oppos' rules. As the law enforcement elder, am I not allowed to intervene? Qi Wu Hui coldly retorted, his own aura gradually erupting, offsetting the power emanating from Yi Qiu. Sect rules. Yi Qiu dissipated his aura and leisurely strolled to the edge of the cliff, gazing in the direction of Songjin Peak. Since senior brother Qi brings up sect rules, let's discuss them. What do you mean? Qi Wu Hui's expression darkened. He had no idea what Yi Qiu was up to. Senior brother Qi, as the law enforcement elder, you must be well versed in the sect and Oppos' regulations. I wonder, how should a disciple of our sect be punished for oppressing the common people, forcibly taking women, and murdering innocent civilians, according to the sect rules? Without hesitation, Qi Wu Hui replied, according to the rules, their cultivation should be abolished, and they should be expelled from the sect. Upon hearing these words, the corners of Yi Qiu and Oppos' mouth subtly curved upward, revealing a meaningful smile. Seeing this, Qi Wu Hui suddenly had a premonition of misfortune. As expected, after hearing his words, Yi Qiu smiled faintly and said, it seems senior brother Qi is well aware of the sect's rules. If I remember correctly, there is a disciple under your Songjin Peak who relies on his strength to oppress the common people and has repeatedly seized women from the mountains to torture to death. Truly ruthless. According to the sect rules, shouldn't his cultivation be abolished, and shouldn't he be expelled from the sect? Oh, I remember now. This disciple seems to be senior brother Qi's son, isn't he? No wonder this brat is still able to roam freely on the mountain. Yi Qiu wore an expression of sudden realization. Lin Qingzhu's eyes flickered, and she looked at Yi Qiu with surprise. She did not expect her master to possess such a cunning side. He was clearly setting Qi Wu Hui up, allowing him to dig a pit for himself and then jump into it. Upon hearing these words, Qi Wu Hui realized that Yi Qiu was deliberately setting him up. However, he could not refute the fact that every word Yi Qiu spoke was true. He had his only son late in life and doted on him greatly, always indulging him. Qi Hao, relying on the fact that his father was the law enforcement elder and that he was the heir to Songjin Peak, became increasingly depraved under Qi Wu Hui's indulgence. In just a few months, he had already seized several young ladies from the foot of the mountain and tortured them to death on the mountain. In this world where the strong are revered, such things were all too common. Usually, everyone would turn a blind eye. After all, his father was Qi Wuhui, and no one dared to say anything about him. This indirectly fueled his arrogance, and his psychology became increasingly twisted. Seeing that the fuse had led to his most beloved son, Qi Wuhui was immediately thrown into disarray. Junior brother Yi, one must speak with evidence. Although our two lineages have always been at odds. You don't need to frame me, do you? Evidence. Looking at the other party's sinister face, Yi Qiu sneered. Then, what if I were to find evidence? As the law enforcement elder, senior brother Qi wouldn't be protecting him, would he? As soon as he said this, Qi Wuhui was immediately drenched in cold sweat and looked at Meng Tianzhong as if seeking help. Seeing him in such disarray, Meng Tianzhong shook his head in disappointment. He did not expect Qi Wuhui, as the law enforcement elder, to be outmaneuvered by a young man in terms of scheming. He could not help but admire Yi Qiu, who appeared so honest on the surface but was actually so cunning. Meng Tianzhong was clearly aware of Qi Hao and Appo's actions. But due to his special status, Meng Tianzhong also turned a blind eye. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, the death of a mortal was of no consequence to them. This was a world where myriad races competed for supremacy, and only the strong had the right to speak. His gaze shifted to the purple clouds in the sky, and Meng Tianzhong suddenly said, Junior brother Yi, your Zixia Peak has beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. There must be a spiritual vein beneath your feet, right? No wonder Marshal Uncle Xiantian has never left Zixia Peak all these years, so that and Appo's. That's the reason. Yi Qiu cast a deep glance at him, knowing that he was deliberately changing the subject to suppress the matter. He sneered inwardly, feeling that it was about time. Enraging Qi Wuhui at this moment would not benefit him. After all, the other party was also a sect leader-level expert, and he was not yet his opponent if they were to fight. It was better to go along with the situation and give Meng Tianjing some face. Moreover, as long as this handle was still in his grasp, Yi Qiu could control Qi Wuhui and Appo's lifeline. As expected of senior brother sect leader, he saw through the secrets of my Zixia Peak at a glance. I admire you, junior brother. Yi Qiu chuckled and followed his words. Meng Tianjing looked at him with satisfaction and continued, It and Appo's getting late. Let and Appo's get back to the main topic. Junior brother Yi, we have come here for the Seven Peaks tournament 3 months from now. I wonder if your Zixia Peak will participate in this tournament? Chapter 8. The truth revealed after 3 months indeed. Yi Qiu had surmised from the outset that their visit was related to the Seven Sects Martial Assembly. After all, this event was of paramount importance to the Buitian sect. As he recalled, Zixia Peak had not participated in the assembly for nearly 2 sessions due to the circumstances surrounding Xiantian Jinren, resulting in no disciples from Zixia Peak attending the competitions. This time, however, Yi Qiu had ascended to the esteemed position of the chief disciple, and naturally, he would not participate. The only one eligible would be Lin Qizhu. Casting a glance back at the disciples behind him, Yi Qiu spoke with a calm demeanor, Senior brother Zhang, Zixia Peak will participate. A scoff escaped Qi Wuhui and Appo's lips, laced with disdain. Among the 7 sects, Zixia Peak was sparsely populated, while the other sects had meticulously selected their most talented disciples through rigorous elimination rounds. Their prowess was undoubtedly formidable, a true gathering of geniuses. In stark contrast, Zixia Peak had but a single disciple, leaving no room for selection. Furthermore, this disciple was merely a novice. Even if she participated, what commendable rank could she hope to achieve? In Qi Wuhui's estimation, the weakest disciple in attendance would at least be at the Xuanji stage, while those with higher potential would likely have reached the Tianxiang stage. What level of cultivation did Lin Qingzhu possess now? Merely the 4th tier of Qi refinement. He could not fathom that Lin Qingzhu would manage to break through to the Xuanji stage within the upcoming 3 months. Even if she did, she would merely occupy the lowest ranks. Should Zixia Peak dare to participate, he would ensure they faced humiliation. At this moment, Qi Wuhui reveled in his secret delight, eagerly anticipating the martial assembly in 3 months. By then, he would orchestrate events to ensure Lin Qingzhu's elimination at the hands of his own disciple, allowing him to mock Yi Qiu and avenge his earlier grievances. Upon hearing the disdainful scoff, Yi Qiu glanced at him, his expression laden with meaning. It seems, Senior brother Qi, that you hold little faith in Zixia Peak? Shall we wager? What wager? Qi Wuhui's interest piqued at Yi Qiu's apparent willingness to entangle himself further. Let us wager on which of our disciples will achieve a higher ranking in this assembly. A supreme-grade treasure shall be the stake, with senior brother Zhang as the witness. How does that sound? At these words, Qi Wuhui's heart surged with elation. Was this youth truly mad? It was as if he were gifting him a treasure. Fearing Yi Qiu might retract his offer, Qi Wuhui readily agreed. Very well, since my junior brother is so inclined, how could I refuse? Senior brother Zhang, I beg you to bear witness, lest some individuals renege later. As he spoke, he turned to Meng Tianzhong, who, witnessing this exchange, shook his head but ultimately acquiesced. He was uncertain of Yi Qiu and Appo's confidence in challenging Qi Wuhui, knowing full well that the old fox would undoubtedly send forth his own son to compete. Qi Hao was a formidable force at the Tianxiang stage, the strongest disciple in the entire Butian sect, second only to Lu Qifeng, who would not be participating this year. Thus, Qi Hao was virtually assured victory. Junior brother Yi, I fear you may be disappointed. Our Cangjin Peak is determined to claim the championship of this assembly with his scheme bearing fruit. Qi Wuhui revealed his true self, exuding smug satisfaction. Yi Qiu shot him a sidelong glance before turning back to Lin Qingzhu, saying, Qingzhu, it appears your senior uncle Qi has little confidence in you. You must train diligently. Do not let senior uncle Qi down. Suddenly called upon by her master, Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of anxiety. She understood that Yi Qiu had placed all his hopes upon her. The pressure intensified. Should she falter, her master would surely lose face. Rest assured, master. I will strive with all my might to ensure I do not disappoint senior uncle Qi, Lin Qingzhu asserted firmly. This time, Yi Qiu had stood against Qi Wuhui for her sake, and she could not allow herself to bring disgrace to him at such a pivotal moment. The honor of her master was her own honor, and she would do whatever it took to reclaim Zixia Peak and Appo's prestige. Very well, then. Shall we meet again in 3 months to test our mettle? Qi Wuhui paid little heed to the exchange, steadfast in his belief that Lin Qingzhu would not place in the assembly. Agreed. We shall see what unfolds in 3 months, Yi Qiu replied with unwavering confidence. Meng Tianzhong said nothing further, having finished his business, and departed with Qi Wuhui to other peaks. Once they had left, Lin Qingzhu could no longer contain herself and approached Yi Qiu. At that moment, she was deeply touched, realizing that he had dared to offend Qi Wuhui and stake a wager for her sake. A twinge of regret washed over her. Why had she previously antagonized Qi Wuhui? Forcing her master to stand up for her? Master, it is my fault. I caused you to confront senior uncle Qi and risk losing a treasure. Lin Qingzhu vowed never to let such a situation arise again. Turning to the tearful beauty behind him, Yi Qiu chuckled, Silly girl, who is standing up for you? Do not delude yourself. Lin Qingzhu was left bewildered. Wasn't Appo's this for me? She had felt so moved earlier, only to realize it was misplaced sentiment. Yet, upon reflecting, a knowing smile crept across her face. No, master must have said that to spare my feelings. Yes, surely that must be it. A man with a hard exterior but a soft heart. Lin Qingzhu mused internally, unconvinced by Yi Qiu and Appo's protestations, knowing full well he had stood up for her against Qi Wuhui. However, she soon felt warmth blossom in her heart. Was this the sensation of being cherished? In truth, having such a young, handsome, and capable master was a delightful circumstance. The monotony of cultivation could be brightened by gazing at her striking master during idle moments. Master, I understand that with your character, you would never stoop to the level of someone like senior uncle Qi. Your actions were solely for my sake. I acknowledge my mistake this time, causing you to intervene on my behalf. The kindness bestowed upon her by her master was etched in her heart. Do not worry, master. I will exert myself to achieve a commendable rank, ensuring you do not suffer undue humiliation. Hearing this, Yi Qiu and Appo's expression darkened. Has this girl lost her mind? I risked my dignity for you, and you speak of losing before the battle has even begun? Enough of this. Remember, the tradition of Zixia Peak is to acknowledge one and Appo's mistakes, rectify them, but never admit to being wrong. Even if one were to perish, their resolve must remain unyielding. Lin Qingzhu, is there such a tradition at Zixia Peak? To stubbornly maintain a facade. Yet, she found this tradition rather appealing. Gazing at the bewildered Lin Qingzhu, Yi Qiu felt amusement bubbling within him. This tradition had indeed originated from Xiantian Jinren, a man known for his unreasonable demeanor. What wisdom could he possibly impart? Now, do not burden yourself with worries. Simply do your utmost. It matters not if I lose some face. I have little left to lose. Recalling the past decade, Yi Qiu and Appo's lips twitched. In the Buitian sect, he had little dignity remaining. Who did not know of the useless chief disciple of Zixia Peak, merely coasting through life? But there was still a glimmer of hope. With 3 months remaining until the assembly, he had ample time to devise a plan. Chapter 9. Oh, the transmission of power, the Seven Veins martial arts gathering. How intriguing. This time, I shall astonish everyone. Standing atop the precipice, Yi Qiu's lips curved upward in a confident smile. The figure clad in flowing white, exuding an ethereal aura, captivated Lin Qingzhu, leaving her spellbound. Such a handsome man exists in the mortal realm, and he is her master. Her heart swelled with delight at the thought. Suddenly, a wild idea crossed her mind. What would happen if she were to win over her master? Turning back, she noticed Lin Qingzhu staring blankly at her, wearing an expression akin to infatuation. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback and asked with concern, "Disciple, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Lin Qingzhu quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing at the memory of her earlier thought. No, master. It's quite windy here. Let us return," she suggested. "Very well, let us go. We shall find a place to assess whether you have neglected your studies these past few days," Yi Qiu replied, oblivious to any oddity. He stepped away from the cliff's edge and headed towards the dojo, with Lin Qingzhu following closely behind. Soon, they arrived back at the dojo. In the center of the dojo, Lin Qingzhu stood anxiously, awaiting Yi Qiu and Apos' evaluation of her progress. She was uncertain whether her recent efforts would meet his expectations. Extending her hand, she approached with a racing heart, feeling an electric jolt as Yi Qiu gently placed his hand atop hers. He remained unaware of the change in her complexion as he assessed her cultivation progress, his brow furrowing. Level 4 Qi training? How did she reach that level in just 4 days? Upon reflection, he attributed it to the effects of the divine essence pill, which had altered her constitution and whose potency she had yet to fully absorb. Yi Qiu himself had consumed the immortal essence pill, dedicating 4 days to its absorption, finally attaining the 4th level of no distance. Although it was a mere 4th level, its purity was remarkable, under the purification of the celestial medicine. His 4th level prowess could rival that of the 9th level, or even the 1st level of divine storage. Moreover, his aura was complex, lang of spiritual and celestial energy, leaving others perplexed. This was precisely why Yi Qiu had felt emboldened to confront Qi Wuhui earlier, because Qi Wuhui could not discern his true level. "Master, I am dull-witted and have failed to meet your expectations, possessing only the strength of level 4 Qi training." Seeing Yi Qiu's calm demeanor, Lin Qingzhu felt a twinge of disappointment, believing she had fallen short of his ideals. To her surprise, Yi Qiu shot her a disapproving glance. "You broke through to level 4 Qi training in just 4 days. What more do you desire? Such remarks are only permissible before me. Do not utter them elsewhere, lest others take offense. It's infuriating. A disciple with innate talent from Sanjin Peak has yet to reach level 1 Qi training even now. Yet here you are, dissatisfied, claiming to be dull-witted." Dull-witted, indeed. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback by Yi Qiu's sudden shift in demeanor. It was the first time she had witnessed such an expression from him, akin to discovering a new world. So, her master was not as stern as she had believed. A sense of amusement filled her heart as she realized that perhaps her master was more enjoyable than she had thought. Level 4 Qi training. To achieve the realm of mysterious finger, several months of dedication are required, and time is of the essence. Yi Qiu murmured to himself before a thought struck him. Of course, I can transmit power. He was suddenly awakened to the fact that he possessed a 10,000-fold return system. Unlike others who hesitated to impart their skills for fear of diminishing their own cultivation. "Master, what is wrong?" Lin Qingzhu inquired curiously upon seeing Yi Qiu lost in thought. Yi Qiu quickly regained his composure, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he scrutinized Lin Qingzhu intently. Her heart raced, and her body tensed at his gaze. Could it be that her master harbored feelings for her? What should she do? If he desired something, should she comply or not? If she agreed, would he perceive her as too easy? Yet, refusing him felt impossible. He had treated her so well, and how could she deny someone so handsome? In that fleeting second, countless thoughts raced through Lin Qingzhu's mind. Yi Qiu noticed her dazed expression and couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Disciple, I have been contemplating. You bear the honor of Zixia Peak. This martial arts gathering demands a championship victory. However, 3 months is a short span, and given your current progress, time is of the essence. After careful consideration, I have decided to transmit power to you." "Huh? Oh." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of disappointment, her tone reluctant. What a letdown. She had anticipated something extraordinary, only to find it was merely a power transmission. Observing her crestfallen expression, Yi Qiu felt a sense of frustration. What was this expression? He was offering her a rare opportunity, yet she appeared ungrateful. After a moment, Lin Qingzhu suddenly came to her senses. "Wait, master, are you saying you wish to transmit power to me?" She had been lost in thought and failed to grasp the significance of his words. Now, the realization struck her with shock. Yi Qiu intended to impart power to her. She could hardly believe it. For cultivators, their mastery was held in higher regard than life itself. Such a gesture could only come from someone deeply trusted. Lin Qingzhu was overwhelmed by the thought that in Yi Qiu and Apos' heart, she was among his closest companions. The realization filled her with joy and excitement. She had never imagined her master cared for her so deeply. It was incredibly moving. His repeated references to Zixia Peak's honor were mere pretexts. Indeed, Yi Qiu replied nonchalantly. After much contemplation, I have concluded that the only path to expedite your growth is through the transmission of power. This martial arts gathering concerns the dignity of Zixia Peak, and I do not wish for you to suffer defeat. Do you understand? Lin Qingzhu nodded solemnly, fully aware that this was not merely about Zixia Peak's reputation. Yi Qiu was genuinely concerned for her well-being in the competition. What a man of hard exterior and soft heart he was. While he feigned concern for the peak's honor, it was clear he was worried about her. Very well. Come here and sit before me, entering a meditative state. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Qingzhu obediently approached. As she drew near, Yi Qiu sensed the chill emanating from her, accompanied by a faint fragrance. He couldn't and amp, oppose, help but inhaled deeply, internally admiring her youthful beauty. Despite her tender age, she had blossomed into a graceful figure, embodying all that was desirable. He mused. He could only wonder which foolish protagonist would eventually win her heart. Chapter 10. Triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Gaining a millennium of power after Lin Qingzhu fully entered her state of focus. Yi Qiu inquired within his heart, system. What is the maximum amount of power that can be transmitted in a single transfer? This being his inaugural attempt at transmission, he felt somewhat inexperienced and apprehensive about potential errors, prompting him to hastily consult the system. Detecting the host and Oppo's current cultivation level, it is only at the no-distance realm. The maximum power that can be transmitted is 10 years' worth of cultivation. The duration of the transmitted power may increase as one's cultivation level rises. The higher the cultivation, the greater the power that can be imparted. Note, each transmission of power will enter a cooldown period, during which any further transmission will not trigger a return. 10 years? That is adequate. After hearing the system and Oppo's explanation, Yi Qiu nodded, finding it within his realm of acceptance. Initially, he had intended to transmit a century and amp, Oppo's worth of power. However, considering Lin Qingzhu and amp, Oppo's current physical state, she might not be able to withstand such overwhelming strength. 10 years was already the upper limit. Having assessed the situation, Yi Qiu gently spoke, disciple. Relax and do not be anxious. Transmitting power is a serious matter that leaves no room for error. Today, I shall impart to you 10 years of power. All you need to do is absorb it into your dantian when it reaches your body. Remember, do not resist. Power cannot be transmitted carelessly. The process involves several trials, and even the slightest misstep can affect both parties. Prior to the transmission, Yi Qiu felt compelled to remind Lin Qingzhu to prevent any mishaps. Master, I understand. With a subtle lift of his hands, Yi Qiu pressed firmly against Lin Qingzhu's back, channeling his entire strength into her. Utilizing the method of transmission, he imparted his power into her body. As Lin Qingzhu felt the continuous flow of energy emanating from Yi Qiu and amp, Oppo's hands coursing through her, she experienced a jolt within her heart, recalling his earlier instructions, and immediately relaxed. Following Yi Qiu's guidance, she directed this power into her dantian. At this moment, her cultivation was still stuck at the 4th stage of qi refinement. She awaited the influx of power into her dantian. Lin Qingzhu began to absorb it, merging it with herself, and in mere moments, her cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Gasping in astonishment, Lin Qingzhu was taken aback as she leaped from the 4th stage of qi refinement to the 9th stage in an instant. Master and Oppo's 10 years of power is astonishing. Indeed, the energy gained through transmission is not the same as that obtained through regular cultivation. One might spend 10 years striving to reach the mystic finger realm. Yet if someone transmits 10 years of power to them, it does not guarantee a breakthrough to the mystic finger realm. This is due to energy loss during the transmission process and the influence of one and Oppo's innate aptitude, which can further diminish the absorption, indirectly reducing the efficacy. This is why many are reluctant to impart their powers. It is simply too wasteful to expend such vast amounts of energy for another's elevation. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Qingzhu felt deeply moved. Yi Qiu was willing to sacrifice so many years of his power for her benefit. Little did she know, Yi Qiu possessed a return system, allowing him to reclaim what he imparted and profit immensely in the process. As he often stated, you may gain a small profit, but I will never suffer a loss. Furthermore, the method of transmission employed by Yi Qiu, with assistance from the system, resulted in minimal energy loss. Suddenly, a tremor surged through her dantian, and Lin Qingzhu sensed a transformation within her body, realizing she had broken through to the mystic finger realm. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu felt an exhilarating rush. In just 4 days since entering the sect, she had already attained the mystic finger realm. It is worth noting that many of her peers, who had joined the sect alongside her, were still floundering at the 1st stage of qi refinement. With the 10 years of power successfully transmitted, Yichio slowly withdrew his hands and cautioned, "Do not be dazed. Quickly solidify your foundation to prevent instability, which could adversely affect your future cultivation." "I understand," Lin Qingzhu replied hurriedly. Immediately employing the Zixia scripture to circulate the energy within her, commencing a series of rotations. After cycling through several rounds, she had assimilated a significant portion, and her mental state gradually stabilized. Observing her as she consolidated her cultivation, Yichio chose not to intrude, quietly returning to his seat. "System. Ding. You have transmitted 10 years of power to your disciple, triggering a critical return. Would you like to initiate the critical return?" "Yes." "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 100-fold critical strike, gaining a millennium of power." "A millennium?" Yichio gasped in astonishment. 10 years had transformed into a millennium. Where could one find such a lucrative deal? "Ah, splendid. With a millennium of power coursing through me, I should be able to breach the fifth realm and enter the divine repository, right?" Delighted, Yichio reflected on the system's earlier calculations. This millennium of power should indeed suffice for him to surpass the no-distance realm and attain the divine repository. "Here I go, I am prepared." Gently closing his eyes, Yichio immersed himself in a meditative state. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged into his body. Within moments, his limbs and meridians began to undergo a dramatic reversal, and his cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. Gritting his teeth through the searing pain, Yichio assimilated this power into his dantian, allowing it to undergo refinement within the flower of the Great Path. After a while, the flower of the Great Path began to shower him with pure energy. His cultivation ascended rapidly. No distance 5th stage, 6th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage. Almost there. On the brink of breaking through to the 5th realm, his cultivation approached the divine repository, and the spiritual springs within his dantian began to unravel. The force within him threatened to spiral out of control. Yichio bore the agony, determined to maintain his composure. After a considerable duration, a life source emerged from 5 critical points within his body, channeling all the energy into this source. Boom! A cataclysmic transformation erupted within him. With a thunderous roar, it was as if he had emerged from a chrysalis, successfully entering the divine repository realm. From this moment forth, the 5 critical points within his body would serve as the wellspring of his power. With his aura now contained, his divine essence concealed within its source, Yichio exhaled deeply, relieved. At this instant, he was no longer the powerless sect leader of the Zixia Peak, but rather a formidable practitioner of the divine repository realm. Now, he stood just a step away from becoming the sect leader. In complete alignment with Yichio and Appo's prior expectations, the millennium of power was precisely sufficient for him to breach the 5th realm and enter the divine repository. Though he had not catapulted directly to the position of sect leader, Yichio felt immense satisfaction. After all, one must consume their meal one bite at a time. Overeating could lead to discomfort. Upon awakening once more, Yichio was rejuvenated, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. If he had previously radiated an air of arrogance, he now embodied a humble presence, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Yet, what set him apart was a subtle, ethereal aura that enveloped him, akin to a celestial being wandering the earthly realm. According to the effects of the divine repository, such an aura was not inherently present. It was entirely a gift from the elixir of celestial essence. Chapter 11. A display of skill for the master upon breaking through to the divine repository. A palpable change enveloped Yichio. Awakening once more, he savored the continuous surge of power coursing through him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All confidence emanated from the formidable strength he now possessed. With such might, even the act of walking felt as if he floated, his entire being immersed in comfort. Before long, Lin Qizhu also stirred from her slumber, extending her arms to feel the vigor within her, elation radiating from her being. Was this the power bestowed by the first tier of the mystical finger? Truly formidable. After a brief moment of excitement, a thought crossed Lin Qingzhu's mind. Hadn't Appo's her master mentioned that upon her advancement to the mystical finger realm, he would impart upon her the art of swordsmanship? Did this mean she could learn powerful sword techniques as early as tomorrow? As this realization dawned upon her, a fresh wave of joy surged within her. She promptly rose, turning to gaze at Yichio, only to find herself momentarily taken aback. How was it that her master seemed transformed, exuding an ethereal aura? In such a short span, how could such a significant change occur? Lin Qizhu pondered, yet dismissed the thought. Regardless of any transformation, he remained her master. Thank you, master, for bestowing your teachings upon me. I have successfully broken through to the mystical finger realm. Lin Qingzhu approached, kneeling before Yi Qiu in deep gratitude. She felt fortunate that during her time at the Yuqing Hall, she had not been chosen by the other esteemed elders. Otherwise, she would not have had the privilege of such an extraordinary master. In the mere 4 days since her initiation, Yi Qiu had provided her with so much, from elixirs to teachings. Where in this world could one find a master as benevolent as he? She cherished this bond deeply, recognizing that choosing Yi Qiu as her mentor was the wisest decision of her life. Rise, Yi Qiu replied softly. As master and disciple, there is no need for excessive gratitude. Simply remember the kindness I have shown you in the future. Lin Qizhu solemnly responded, Rest assured, master. I shall never forget your kindness. Her aspirations were modest. Her heart was consumed with a singular desire for vengeance against those who wronged her parents. Once she avenged them, she would return to Zixia Peak, remaining by her master's side forever. Observing the dimness in her eyes as she spoke of her parents, Lin Qingzhu's demeanor shifted to one of sorrow, prompting a tender reaction from Yi Qiu. The incidents involving the ferocious beasts below the mountain remained shrouded in mystery, and initially, Yi Qiu had refrained from intervening due to his limited strength. However, now that he possessed greater power, perhaps he could assist her in uncovering the truth behind her parents' and Appo's demise. Very well, Yi Qiu mused. After the 7 Meridians Martial Arts Conference, I shall take you down the mountain for training and help you uncover the identity of those responsible for your parents' deaths. At this, Lin Qingzhu's heart trembled, tears welling in her eyes, but she remained silent. She understood that in this world, only Yi Qiu truly cared for her, bestowing upon her medicine, imparting skills, and now offering to aid her in avenging her losses. Master, overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Qingzhu collapsed into Yi Qiu's embrace, weeping like a child. Despite her fierce determination, she had never wept so openly since ascending the mountain, aware that no one else would heed her feelings. Only her beloved master was her sole refuge. Enough now, do not cry. You risk ruining your complexion, Yi Qiu consoled her. After a lengthy moment, she gradually regained her composure, realizing her boldness in seeking comfort in her master's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly distanced herself from Yi Qiu. I won tea. You are just trying to scare me, Lin Qingzhu replied while wiping her tears, her face still burning with shame as she recalled her previous emotional outburst. Yi Qiu watched her with a sense of relief. He wished for his disciple to embrace her emotions rather than remain aloof and detached from the world, devoid of spirit. His actions were intended to awaken the fiery heart within Lin Qizhu, breathing life back into her soul. Yet, it appeared she only exhibited such warmth towards him, maintaining her icy demeanor with others. This might be linked to the frost bone within her, her companion bone, which played a significant role in her cultivation. As her powers grew, it could become increasingly chilling. However, this mattered little. As long as she harbored no thoughts of despair, existing within her anguish was acceptable. In fact, this chill lent her an air of elegance, akin to a celestial maiden whose serene countenance inspired a sense of reverence. Gazing at Lin Qizhu, Yi Qiu said, Enough of this. Let us return to the matter at hand. You have now broken through to the mystical finger realm. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the Zixia sword technique. It is getting late. Return and rest. Remember to balance work with relaxation. While cultivation is vital, one must not neglect rest. For health is the foundation of cultivation. Do you understand? Lin Qingzhu nodded earnestly. Master, I understand. Whatever Yi Qiu instructed, she felt was right, and she would follow his guidance without question. Master, would you like something to eat? I can prepare something for you. As Lin Qingzhu noted the waning daylight and her own hunger, she inquired. Yi Qiu paused momentarily. It seems I have forgotten something. This girl, being in the mystical finger realm, has not completely abandoned eating. Alas, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of embarrassment in his fervor to cultivate. He had entirely overlooked the needs of his disciple. He wondered how she had fared these past few days. Unlike other mountains, Zixia Peak was sparsely populated, with only 2 disciples. Their daily sustenance relied solely on their own efforts. Yi Qiu had managed alone for years, cooking for himself. The sudden arrival of a disciple had caught him off guard, and he had neglected to provide her with guidance. Fortunately, she was resourceful enough to seek out food. Otherwise, she might have starved. Occasionally, provisions were delivered to the mountain gate and stored in the kitchen. Perhaps her hunger had driven her to discover this stash. Very well. Prepare something simple. Yi Qiu chuckled, curious about his disciple's culinary skills. In truth, he no longer required food. Once his cultivation reached the celestial aspect, he could minimally abstain from eating. Upon entering the boundless realm, he would no longer need sustenance. Yet, if he felt a craving, he could indulge without consequence. All right, master. Just a moment. I shall prepare it at once. With excitement, Lin Qingzhu dashed to the kitchen, eager to showcase her culinary prowess and repay her master's kindness. Watching her enthusiastic departure, Yi Qiu felt an ominous premonition. Could this girl truly cook? Would she not poison him? A hint of regret crept into his thoughts. Chapter 12. The headmaster of Tianshui Peak. Mingyue seated in the grand hall. Yi Qiu increasingly felt a sense of unease. Time slipped away, and before long, Lin Qizhu began to serve a table of dishes, one by one. The culinary presentation was visually appealing, and the aroma wafted through the air. Yi Qiu pondered, well, it looks appetizing. It should be acceptable, right? Hesitant. Master, the dishes are ready. Please give them a try, Lin Qingzhu urged eagerly. Resting her chin on her hands, her anticipation palpable, Yi Qiu, feeling guilty, thought that if he didn't taste them, it would be a disservice to his disciple's heartfelt effort. Thus, steeling himself, he picked up a piece of meat and, with his eyes closed, swallowed it in one bite. Oh, as he took a bite, Yi Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. The meat was succulent, juicy, and bursting with flavor. Far from the dark culinary concoctions he had imagined, it was exceptionally delicious. He was genuinely astonished. This little girl possessed such culinary skills? Could it be that from now on, he could indulge in her cooking? Master, how is it? Is it tasty? Lin Qingzhu asked eagerly. This was her sole culinary pride. Indeed, your skills are commendable. The dishes, both in presentation and flavor, are quite impressive. I had no idea you had such talent. I must admit, I am rather impressed. Yi Qiu evaluated sincerely. Lin Qingzhu and Appo's face lit up with joy, and she boasted, I learned for a long time from my mother at home. My skills surely speak for themselves. My mother always said that to capture a man and Appo's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She encouraged me to hone my culinary skills to cook for my beloved in the future. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. It seems your mother has imparted quite a few useful lessons. However, do not grow complacent. As they say, one must revisit the past to gain new insights. From today onward, you shall be responsible for the 3 daily meals at Xixia Peak. We shall reinforce your skills daily and see if there is further improvement. He chuckled inwardly, amused at the unexpected advantage of acquiring a top-notch chef alongside taking on a disciple. Lin Qingzhu, hearing this, felt no unease. After all, her master acknowledged her culinary prowess, filling her with happiness. Clearly, her mother was right. As long as master enjoyed her cooking, she would prepare delicious meals for him every day, and she still had many signature dishes to showcase. Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction, curious to discover what other specialties she possessed. Now, let us eat. Finish quickly so we may rest. Tomorrow we must train. All right. Lin Qizhu took up her chopsticks, her hunger intensified after a day of training. The two began to devour their meal with fervor. After finishing, Lin Qingzhu tidied the tableware and then retired to her room for the night. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Qingzhu stretched lazily and gently pushed open her door, stepping outside. After a restful night, her cultivation had fully stabilized. She had not trained the previous day, yet her cultivation remained at the first level of Xianji. Glancing at Yi Qiu's room, she noted that the door remained tightly shut. It seemed her master had yet to rise. Without further thought, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Yi Qiu. As the sun rose completely, Lin Qingzhu had finished preparing breakfast and was about to wake Yi Qiu when suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Lin Qingzhu paused, bewildered. Who could be visiting Xixia Peak at such an early hour? Could it be Qi Wuhui again? As the light drew closer, she finally discerned the identity of the visitor. A stunningly beautiful woman, clad in red, descended gracefully, her gaze lingering on her ample bosom. Lin Qingzhu instinctively felt a twinge of inferiority, muttering to herself. What kind of elixir does this person consume to possess such attributes? Surely, she isn't here to seduce master? This woman seemed dangerous, and Lin Qingzhu feared her master might be captivated by her charm. She could not allow her to see master. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu noticed a young girl trailing behind the enchanting woman. Yaya. Lin Qingzhu recognized her childhood friend from the same village, Suya. Since their last encounter at Yuqing Hall, she had not seen Suya again. Qingqing, I've come to see you, Suya exclaimed, dashing towards Lin Qingzhu and throwing herself into her embrace. Lin Qingzhu welcomed the reunion, her heart swelling with excitement as they held each other. Yaya, what brings you here? Lin Qingzhu asked after their brief reminiscence. It was I who asked master to bring me here. Suya pointed to the mesmerizing woman behind her, beaming with joy. Lin Qingzhu, taken aback, turned a glance at the alluring figure. She seemed somewhat familiar. It was she who had selected Suya during their time at Yuqing Hall. According to Lu Qifeng, this woman was the headmaster of Tianshui Peak, known for accepting only female disciples. Mingyue, an exceptionally graceful and sophisticated beauty. I have met the esteemed Master Mingyue. Lin Qizhu quickly approached to pay her respects, mindful of her position as a junior disciple. Especially as the senior disciple of Zixia Peak. Mingyue smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. As she regarded Lin Qingzhu, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, she had intended to select Lin Qingzhu as well. However, upon realizing Lin Qingzhu's average aptitude and being pressed for time, she could only take one disciple, ultimately choosing Suya. Later, seeing Lin Qingzhu standing there alone, she felt a pang of regret, reminiscent of her own past, and had intended to include her. Yet, Yi Qiu had acted first, and she had decided against pursuing it further. As long as Lin Qingzhu did not end up as a menial disciple, that was sufficient. Though joining Yi Qiu and Appo's sect was not much different from being a menial disciple, at least she was a direct disciple of the headmaster, which afforded her a more dignified status. Now, seeing Lin Qingzhu again, Mingyue felt a bit awkward, as she had ultimately chosen not to select her. Sighing softly, Mingyue said, "No need for formalities. I have come to Zixia Peak because Yaya has been incessantly talking about you, utterly distracted from her training. Today, since I have no pressing matters, I decided to bring her here so that you two can catch up." Lin Qingzhu was somewhat surprised. She hadn't anticipated Suya would go to such lengths. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After experiencing the devastation of losing their families, they were likely the most familiar companions in this world. So it was natural for her to seek comfort. At that moment, Suya stepped forward and said, "Master, didn't you say you would take Qingqing back with us?" In recent days, Suya had heard various stories about Yi Qiu. The thought of her dear friend being under his tutelage filled her with concern for her future. Thus, she had pleaded with Mingyue for days until she agreed to accompany her to see if Lin Qingzhu would be willing to return with them. Mingyue smiled gently. "You may inquire if she is willing." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu's expression shifted. "Yaya, what do you mean, take me back?" Suya leaned in close to Lin Qingzhu's ear and whispered, "I begged Master for several days before she agreed to come with me. Please come back with us. My master is a powerful cultivator at the 5th level of Xunsong and can teach you many things. I've heard that the headmaster of Zixia Peak is merely a junior cultivator at the 2nd level of Xianji. He cannot impart any real skills to you. Staying here will only hinder your progress." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu and Appo's expression immediately turned cold. While she recognized that Suya and Appo's intentions were well-meaning, she could not help but feel pained by the disparagement of her master. "Yaya, I appreciate your sentiments, but I have already taken a master and cannot possibly switch my allegiance. My mentor treats me exceptionally well, and I have a deep fondness for Zixia Peak. It truly feels like my second home," Lin Qizhu stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, Mingyue's expression turned icy. Chapter 13. Take this purple cloud sword and play with it today. She was willing to lower herself and accompany Suya, solely to grant Lin Qingzhu an opportunity. It is worth noting how many sought to be her disciple. Yet she had remained indifferent. And Lin Qingzhu, audacious enough to refuse her? Mingyue felt a surge of anger, but considering her status as a junior, she chose to overlook it. More than anything, she was astonished. What kind of enchantment had Yi Qiu cast upon her to make her forfeit such a rare chance? Mingyue and Appo's expression soured, prompting Suya beside her to grow anxious. "Qingqing, what are you doing? I've pleaded with my master for a long time before she agreed to come with me. You, who are usually so astute, how can you not grasp this simple truth? If you do not return with us today, you will surely regret it one day." Lin Qizhu gazed calmly at Suya. In their eyes, her master had always been a figure of ridicule within the Butian sect. Little did they know, this so-called mockery was the best master one could ever have. Which master could compare to Yi Qiu, who was both a miraculous remedy and a profound teacher? Could Mingyue? Though she understood this implicitly, Lin Qizhu had no intention of explaining herself. She coldly replied, "I will not regret it. Thank you for your kind intentions. Alas, it seems I am destined to lack the bond of master and disciple with you." Sighing, Suya stamped her foot in frustration. Knowing that once Lin Qizhu made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Just as she was about to counsel Mingyue, the latter interrupted with a wave of her hand. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press you. By the way, where is your master?" "Master has yet to awaken," Lin Qizhu replied, feeling somewhat troubled. At that moment, a large door opened gently, and Yi Qiu emerged, holding a sword, the purple cloud sword. "Master." Upon seeing Yi Qiu, Lin Qingzhu hurriedly approached to pay her respects. Yi Qiu merely nodded in acknowledgement. A glance to the side revealed Mingyue standing at a distance. Momentarily taken aback. "Oh, why has this woman come to my purple cloud peak?" Yi Qiu, perplexed, was still lost in thought when Mingyue approached, her face adorned with a knowing smile. "Junior brother Yi, it has been a few days since we last met, and I must say, you have been missed." Yi Qiu's mouth twitched. As the head of Purple Cloud Peak and having worked alongside Mingyue for many years, he was acutely aware of her cunning. Despite her seemingly innocent faade, this woman harbored a dark heart, and even Chi Wuhui would give her a measure of respect in matters of scheming. I wondered why a magpie was chirping at my window all morning. It turns out a distinguished guest has arrived. Qi Zhu, serve the tea. Yi Qiu replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Yes, master. Lin Qingzhu responded promptly and hurried to prepare the tea. Yi Qiu felt somewhat bewildered by Mingyue and Amp Appo's visit. They had little interaction over their decade of collaboration, exchanging only the briefest of greetings. As Lin Qingzhu arrived with the tea, Suya felt a wave of discomfort at the sight of her close friend serving tea at Purple Cloud Peak. Shouldn't and Amp Appo's tea such tasks be relegated to the lower-ranked disciples? Master, esteemed one, please enjoy the tea. Lin Qingzhu presented the tea respectfully, with no hint of impropriety, prompting Mingyue to nod in approval. At that moment, Yi Qiu unexpectedly handed the Purple Cloud sword to her, stating, I intended to teach you swordsmanship today, but it seems this is not the right time. Since your friend has come to visit, I grant you the day off to catch up. This sword is yours to keep from this day forth. Its name is Purple Cloud, wielded by the heads of Purple Cloud Peak throughout the ages. I trust you will not tarnish its legacy. With these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The Purple Cloud Sword. Mingyue and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as she glanced between Yi Qiu and Lin Qingzhu, stunned. She was well aware of the sword and Amp Appo's significance, an heirloom of Purple Cloud Peak, a rare treasure, and an exceptional artifact only the headmaster could wield. Yi Qiu was truly handing it over to a disciple. Could he be mad? Mingyue was taken aback, questioning whether this was a display meant for her or a genuine act of mentorship. Suya, too, was bewildered. Hadn't it been said that Purple Cloud Peak was impoverished, bringing misfortune to anyone who ascended its heights? Yet, the reality appeared starkly different from her expectations. Jealousy and resentment surged within her as she realized Lin Qingzhu now possessed an exceptional artifact, while she herself owned nothing even remotely comparable. Master, this. Lin Qingzhu stammered, trembling as she accepted the Purple Cloud Sword. She knew her master never jested about such matters. If he offered it, he meant it. Compared to the miraculous medicines and a decade of cultivation, this sword was of little consequence. Thank you for bestowing this sword upon me. I shall ensure that the legacy of this blade is upheld, and I will use it to restore the prestige of Purple Cloud Peak. After coming to terms with the reality, Lin Qingzhu gracefully accepted the sword, executing a flourish that showcased her skill with effortless elegance, revealing her innate energy in the process. In that moment, Mingyue was utterly astonished. The Xianji realm. How could this be possible? She had only been a disciple for 5 days. How could her cultivation have ascended to the Xianji realm? Mingyue was dumbfounded. At that instant, she began to re-evaluate Lin Qingzhu. Upon a closer inspection, she noticed a divine bone within her, a shocking revelation. The innate ice divine bone. How could this be? Mingyue was utterly perplexed. Her mouth agape as she stood from her seat. Confusion enveloped her. They had all examined Lin Qingzhu previously and found no trace of such a divine bone. How could it have suddenly manifested? Was it a hidden divine bone activated by Yi Qiu, or had he somehow aided her through miraculous means? Mingyue leaned toward the former theory, given Purple Cloud Peak and Appo's notorious poverty, which rendered the existence of miraculous elixirs unlikely. No, this individual was merely playing the fool to ensnare the unwary. Chapter 14. Enduring the natural icebone He, junior brother Yi. You truly have stumbled upon a treasure, Mingyue remarked with a smile, her heart already tinged with regret. If she had been a bit more resolute back then and chosen Lin Qingzhu, this prodigious apprentice would have belonged to her. Alas, this divine bone has now fallen into Yi Qiu and Appo's hands. Mingyue was dissatisfied. She was well aware of Yi Qiu and Appo's capabilities, and keeping such a divine bone with him would be nothing short of wasteful. However, Lin Qingzhu seemed to be under some enchantment, unwilling to part from Zixia Peak. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. It was infuriating that among so many people present at the time, not a single one noticed the hidden divine bone within her. Listening to Mingyue, Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, offering no explanations. He had never deemed it necessary to clarify these matters. However, I am perplexed. How is it that she has reached the Xianji realm in just 5 days? Mingyue inquired curiously. Though the divine bone was powerful, it surely could not elevate someone to the Xianji realm in such a short span. There had to be some intrigue behind it, prompting her to ask further. Xianji. Suya gasped in astonishment. She had merely managed to reach the first level of qi training in 5 days and had intended to boast about it to Lin Qingzhu. Now, she felt utterly humiliated. How could she flaunt anything when she was so completely outclassed? Her expression darkened as she realized that she had been the fool all along. She had thought that finally she could surpass Lin Qingzhu this time, and even hoped to bring her back, but instead, she had suffered a complete defeat. Qingqing, have you truly broken through to the Xinji realm? Xia rushed over, grabbing Lin Qingzhu's hand, her shock palpable. Observing the astonishment on her face, Lin Qingzhu couldn't and oppose, help but secretly chuckle. Everyone believed that joining Zixia Peak would ruin her life. Little did they know there was a selfless master dedicated to his disciples. Nodding slightly, Lin Qingzhu replied calmly, "My master treats me exceptionally well. Yesterday, he imparted 10 years of his cultivation to me, allowing me to break through to the first level of Xianji. How is that possible?" Suya struggled to accept the reality, her face filled with disbelief. What? He imparted his cultivation? Upon hearing this, Mingyue furrowed her brow and glanced back at the composed Yi Qiu, utterly astonished. He had actually been willing to impart his skills to a disciple? Wait a moment. Wazn and oppose. He had said that he only had the cultivation of the second level of Xianji. If he passed on 10 years of his effort, wouldn't that mean he had wasted a decade of training? Regaining her composure, Mingyue focused her keen gaze on Yi Qiu, intending to discern his actual level of cultivation. Just as she prepared to investigate, she was suddenly rebuffed by an astonishing force, causing her to gasp in shock. This power was not inferior to her own. In that moment, even she, who was usually oblivious, understood the situation. Junior brother Yi, you truly are a hidden gem, she thought, almost deceived by him. She had believed he was merely at the second level of Xianji, but he had played her for a fool. Yi Qiu smiled faintly. I never claimed to be at the second level of Xianji. That was your own assumption, unrelated to me. Mingyue's lips twitched. She realized the truth in his words. Thus, her visit today had been entirely unnecessary. Was Lin Qingzhu's future something she needed to fret over? No wonder Lin Qingzhu looked down on her. With such a powerful master willing to invest in his disciple, it would be madness for her to think she was worthy of attention. The more she thought, the angrier she became, casting a resentful glance at Suya. It was all this wretched girl's fault for summoning her to Zixia Peak. A complete humiliation. Did Lin Qingzhu need her pity? Clearly not. She was fortunate to have a master who would impart his cultivation, something she could never dream of. After a long while, Mingyue finally calmed herself. Suddenly, a knowing smile crossed her face as she leaned closer. From Yi Qiu's perspective, the view before him was quite revealing, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Fortunately, Yi Qiu was shameless enough to maintain his calm demeanor after indulging in the view. Quite splendid indeed, he thought with amusement, appreciating the sight while remaining poised. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingzhu felt a pang of anxiety. From the very beginning, she had sensed that this woman was dangerous. And now it was confirmed. Master, you must not be swayed by her charm. If you desire, I can be accommodating. Internally anxious yet powerless, she gazed intently at Yi Qiu as Mingyue's lips curled into an enticing smile. Junior brother Yi, what is your current level of cultivation? Do share with your elder sister. There are benefits in doing so. She sought to extract information, even willing to sacrifice her allure, as most men found it difficult to resist her charm. In her original expectation, she thought Yi Qiu would be flustered and involuntarily reveal his level. To her surprise, Yi Qiu exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He remained composed, unperturbed, even wearing a hint of mockery on his face. Seeing this, Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. She realized that her beauty held no allure for him. Damn, when did this fellow cultivate such an imperturbable mind? How can he remain unmoved by such temptation? Is he even a man? Cursing inwardly, Mingyue and Oppo's composure began to crack. Was this truly the Zixia Peak's first seat she was familiar with? He seemed so different from the rumors. No, he was brazenly taking advantage of the situation, indulging openly while saying nothing afterward. It felt akin to a patron who, having enjoyed the company, refused to pay, insisting it was all voluntary. As she found herself unable to extract any information, Mingyue's face hardened, and she returned to her seat in frustration. At that moment, Yi Qiu observed her with a knowing smile. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion seems off. I happen to know a bit of medicine. Perhaps I could assist you with an examination? Mingyue's lips twitched. He wanted to examine her? No way. Anger surged within her. No need. She replied coldly, experiencing a sense of defeat she had never felt before. For the first time, she questioned her own beauty. Her gaze shifted to Lin Qingzhu, still in shock. How could this man have been so generous as to impart 10 years of his cultivation to a disciple? Such a thing had never occurred within the sect of Buitian. After all, the rivalry among the 7 branches was intense, with each branch leader engaged in both overt and covert struggles, valuing their own cultivation above all else. For Yi Qiu to willingly share his cultivation with a disciple was unprecedented. Seeing Yi Qiu withstand the onslaught of temptation, Lin Qingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I knew it. My master is not that kind of person. If he desired to look, I wouldn't and oppose, to deny him. This woman was too cunning, attempting to ensnare her master in such a manner. Fortunately, her master was a man of integrity, not swayed by beauty. With a long sigh of relief, Lin Qingzhu successfully inherited the Zixia sword, her heart brimming with joy. After receiving the cleansing marrow pill, the divine marrow pill, and the impartation of skills, her master gifted her yet another exquisite treasure. No words of gratitude could adequately express her admiration for Yi Qiu. Chapter 15. Me? I'm fine with anything. Yet, she felt a twinge of worry. Yi Qiu had bestowed the Zixia sword upon her, leaving him with what? This Zixia sword could be considered the only treasure worthy of mention from Zixia Peak. Now that Yi Qiu had given it to her, it implied that he was left without a sword. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Qingzhu stepped forward and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master, for granting me the sword. It feels quite comfortable to wield. However, if you have given me the Zixia sword, what will you use in the future?" Upon hearing this, Mingyue looked over with intrigue. The Zixia sword was already the most formidable treasure of Zixia Peak, which Master Xiantian had once valued above his life. How could Yi Qiu give it to a disciple? What would he use? Without a sword, how could he compete with other sect leaders in the future? Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Me? At that moment, a notification chimed. You have gifted your disciple an exceptional treasure, the Zixia sword, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Yi Qiu smiled faintly. It had finally arrived. Activate. The notification sounded again. Congratulations on triggering the highest multiplier. 10,000 times return and receiving the immortal sword you shall. Yi Qiu was momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the return sword within the system. 10,000 times. An immortal sword. How could it be that he had directly received an immortal sword? This was a treasure of the highest order. Everyone was watching Yi Qiu, awaiting his response. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure, looked at the gathered individuals, and with a slight smile said, "Me? Well, I'm fine with anything." As he spoke, he drew forth the immortal sword from the system, instantly radiating an ethereal aura, filling the entire dojo with an overwhelming sword intent. The sheer power left everyone breathless, unable to draw in air. In that instant, Mingyue rose from her seat, her face a picture of shock. An immortal sword? How could this be? Why did he possess an immortal sword? Furthermore, judging by its grade, it was an exceptional one. Good heavens! Mingyue was utterly bewildered. The Zixia Peak leader she had always looked down upon held such a precious treasure. Moreover, his cultivation was not as lacking as she had imagined. Was he even human? Over the past decade, he had endured various rumors and humiliations without bothering to refute them, silently bearing it all. What was he truly thinking? Mingyue suddenly felt a surge of admiration. Yi Qiu's fortitude was indeed formidable. Perhaps this was the mentality a cultivator ought to possess, overlooking the trivialities of the world, embracing all beings, and remaining indifferent to the slander that surrounded him. This was a manifestation of tolerance toward the mundane, a disregard for their opinions. Even more astonishing was the fact that he possessed an immortal sword, yet spoke so nonchalantly about it. I'm fine with anything. When would he ever be so casual with her? This was an immortal sword. Even those ancient sacred sites and illustrious clans could not present such a treasure. How could he claim to be so indifferent? Mingyue felt her composure fracturing, ready to burst into expletives. In contrast to Mingyue's restraint, Lin Qingzhu and Suya expressed their astonishment more directly. Especially when they heard Mingyue declare it an immortal sword, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Heavens! Is this the legendary sword that can slay emperors with a single strike? How could this be? Why does he have an immortal sword? Suya exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu was elated because no matter what treasures Yi Qiu possessed, they were, after all, her masteress. She felt proud and happy for her master. However, recalling Yi Qiu's earlier statement, I'm fine with anything, a smirk crossed her lips, realizing her master had a mischievous side. Master, may I take a look at this immortal sword? Lin Qingzhu approached curiously. Yi Qiu handed her the sword, allowing her to enjoy it to her heart and oppose as content. After all, she was his disciple, deserving of affection, and merely examining it wouldn't diminish its brilliance. As she carefully stroked the sharp sword intent emanating from the Yunxiao, Lin Qingzhu was profoundly astonished. This single immortal sword possessed enough power to crush any sect master. After playing with it for a moment, she returned the sword to Yi Qiu. It was her masteress, and even though it had been gifted to her, she would not claim it. Yi Qiu had already given her the Zixia sword, which left her feeling immensely satisfied. How could she dare to ask for more? Returning the Yunxiao, Yi Qiu remained unfazed. garnering even more respect from Mingwei. The current news was rife with fabrications. Anyone who dared call the Zixia Peak leader a waste in her presence would receive a swift reprimand. Given his current strength, she doubted she could last even 10 rounds against him. She had previously heard that Zixia Peak was a land blessed with talent and treasures, and it was evidently true. Junior brother Yi, allow me to congratulate you on acquiring an immortal sword. With this sword, your strength will surely render you unmatched within the entire sect. Mingwei remarked with a hint of flirtation. Yi Qiu replied with a calm smile. Senior sister is too modest. With your prowess, you hardly require my protection. Even Master Zhang respects you greatly. How could I dare to show off in your presence? Mingyue's gaze dimmed slightly. It was the second time she questioned her own appearance. Yi Qiu remained indifferent to her advances, causing her to doubt whether this man had any attraction to women at all. Disciple, your friend has traveled a long way to see you. You should entertain her properly. Take her out to enjoy the scenic beauty of Zixia Peak and reminisce. We can discuss cultivation tomorrow. There is no rush. Yi Qiu said, returning to the matter at hand. Lin Qingzhu nodded, saying, understood, master. Come along, Suya. I'll show you around. Suya, still in a state of disbelief, only regained her composure once Lin Qingzhu pulled her out of the dojo. After they had gone some distance, she could no longer remain calm, gripping Lin Qingzhu and demanding, Qingqing, tell me honestly. Did you already know your master possessed extraordinary skills and was hiding his strength, which is why you chose him as your teacher? No. Lin Qingzhu shook her head. Then how did you? Suya was perplexed. Earlier, Lu Qifeng had introduced them to the leaders of the 7 sections. Knowing Yi Qiu's poor reputation, why would she still choose to ascend the mountain? Lin Qingzhu expressed her heartfelt thoughts, continuing, at that time, everyone else had found their place, while I was left with nowhere to go, feeling utterly desolate. Only Master provided me with hope. Perhaps he took pity on me and took me in. You have no idea how desperate I felt back then. If it weren't for Master bringing me back to the mountain, I might have become a mere servant disciple by now. On the way back to Zixia Peak, I thought to myself, my master gave me hope in my darkest hour, and for the rest of my life, I must repay him. After arriving at the mountain, Master saw my lack of talent and offered me precious elixirs he was reluctant to consume himself, transforming my constitution. Not only that, he transmitted 10 years of his cultivation to me, and now, he has even granted me the Zixia sword. Until now, I still feel as though I am dreaming. I am incredibly fortunate to have encountered a master who genuinely cares for me. Suya and Appo's expression darkened. Though she felt happiness for her friend's fortunate circumstances, she couldn't shake a sense of emptiness. Despite Mingwei's kindness towards her, it paled in comparison to Yi Qiu's generosity. She even gave birth to a fleeting thought, pondering why it was not herself who was chosen to be left behind, but rather Lin Qingzhu. Chapter 16. Undercurrents. A day swiftly passed. Mingwei returned to Tianshu Peak with Suya. Master, you are back. The stream sparkled under the clear sky, and a group of elegantly dressed young women frolicked in the water. Upon seeing Mingwei and Suya, they hurriedly stood to pay their respects. Such scenes were commonplace at Tianshu Peak, yet after her recent visit to Zixia Peak, Mingwei felt a gradual shift in her mindset. Particularly alarming was the news that Lin Qingzhu had made a breakthrough to the first rank of Xianji, which intensified her sense of pressure. A newly initiated disciple had already reached such heights, while her beloved pupils, with the exception of a few older ones, had yet to show any promise. Have you all completed your assignments? Mingwei inquired sternly. Her eldest disciple, Lu Ruyan, trembled slightly, confused. Haven and Appo's, we always done so? And master, we have finished. Lu Ruyan stammered, a hint of fear in her voice, as she seldom witnessed Mingwei and Appo's severity. Realizing that her master might be feeling discouraged, she sensed a somber mood. All you do is play. In 3 months, the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly will take place. Do you believe you are secure enough to cease your training? While disciples from other peaks prepare diligently, you squander your time in leisure. Do you all think yourselves so exceptionally gifted that you need not practice? Arrogant and oblivious. You fail to recognize that there are always those more talented beyond the horizon. At the first peak, there is Lu Qifeng, and at the Songfeng Peak, one Qihao. Who among you can compare? Even the least promising of Zixia Peak has seen a disciple, merely 5 days into their training, achieve the first rank of Xianji. And what of you? Do you still wish to play? Her frustration grew, and a sense of grievance welled within her. When had Mingwei ever endured such indignity? In her own era, every disciple of her cohort had been beneath her. Now, her own disciples were lacking, and her pride struggled to accept this reality. Master, we realize our mistakes. We will begin training immediately. Lu Ruyan responded, feeling aggrieved. Ruyan, as the eldest disciple, I expect you to awaken to your responsibilities. to set an example for the junior sisters. I do not demand that you secure first place, simply do not bring me shame. With that, Mingwei departed quietly, leaving Suya standing alone. As she walked away, the senior sisters quickly surrounded Suya. Junior sister, what happened? Why did Master suddenly become so furious? In all my time here, I have never seen Master so enraged. What could have provoked this? Watching Mingwei and Appo's lonely figure fade, Suya expressed her dismay. Today, Master took me to Zhixiao Peak for introductions. To my surprise, the head of Zhixiao Peak was not as feeble as rumored. His strength was formidable. Moreover, his disciple, after merely 5 days of training, has already reached the first rank of Xianji. What? At her revelation, shock rippled through the group. Xianji first rank? In just 5 days? What does that even mean? A senior sister who had been training for 3 years and was still struggling with qi cultivation began to question her own path. How is this possible? The incredulity was palpable. In their understanding, Zhixiao Peak had always been the weakest among the 7 peaks, and its head was regarded as inept. Who would have thought they would hear such astonishing news that shattered their previous perceptions? Lu Rian pondered deeply. If even the bottom-ranked Zhixiao Peak has subtly surpassed us, it is no wonder Master is so incensed. Sisters, we must strive harder. We cannot allow Master to lose face before the other elders. From tomorrow, everyone must commit to serious training. We have 3 months until the martial assembly. During these 3 months, each of you must advance at least 1 rank. The group felt dispirited. The target seemed daunting. However, upon seeing Lu Rian's icy demeanor, they swallowed their dissatisfaction. The eldest sister commanded respect in Tianshu Peak, aside from Mingwei. She held the most authority, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere at Tianshu Peak, at Sanjin Peak. Qi Wuhui had begun contemplating how to humiliate Yichio 3 months hence. The ignorant fool. To dare wager with me is to invite disgrace, he declared darkly within the dojo. At that moment, a handsome and distinguished young man entered. Father, you summoned me? What is it? This was Qi Hao, the eldest disciple of Sanjin Peak and the cherished son of Qi Wuhui. Qi Wuhui adored this son, for he was exceptionally talented. Had he devoted himself to training, he should not have been inferior to Lu Qifeng. However, the boy and Appo's thoughts were consumed by pursuits of romance, leaving Qi Wuhui perplexed about how such a virtuous lineage could produce a son so enamored with frivolity. As he gazed at Qi Hao, Qi Wuhui recalled how Yichio had previously made a mockery of him, igniting his ire. You need to rein in your tendencies. Focus your energies on the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. I have made a wager with Yichio. If you lose to Zhixiao Peak in 3 months, you will face my wrath. Qi Hao dismissed the warning with a scoff. Yichio, that inept head of Zhixiao Peak? You worry too much, father. That fool couldn't even best me, much less his disciples. Relax. The championship is already in my grasp. Qi Hao brimmed with confidence, even arrogance. Within the entire Buitian sect, aside from Lu Qingfeng, he feared no one. Despite his daily indulgence in pleasures, his own strength was formidable. Otherwise, countless women would not be drawn to him. This seemingly charming and refined young man harbored a multitude of mischief within. Over the years, he had caused untold distress to many virtuous women. Generally, Qi Wuhui chose to overlook his son's transgressions. Yet he feared that Qi Hao's actions might give Yichio leverage against him. Do not let a moment's success inflate your pride. Do you believe Yichio is as simple as the rumors suggest? His strength is beyond my comprehension. You must temper your recklessness. Sanjin Peak and Zhixiao Peak have always been at odds. If he finds a weakness, I cannot protect you. Qi Hao and Appo's smile vanished, replaced by a dark expression. What do you mean? Does he dare to exploit my vulnerabilities? An air of menace began to swirl around him. Qi Hao could not fathom where the head of Zhixiao Peak, once regarded as inept, found the audacity. His father was Qi Wuhui, the law enforcer of the Buitian sect and the head of Sanjin Peak. In the sect, he was second only to the leader, wielding significant power. How could Yichio dare challenge him? If it weren't for my visit to Zhixiao Peak with the sect leader yesterday, I would never have realized how deeply this fool had concealed his abilities. For 10 years, he has endured humiliation, quietly growing into a force beyond our control. Nonetheless, regardless of how he masks his talents, it will be futile. I intend to humiliate him thoroughly before all the disciples at the assembly, stripping him of all dignity. With 3 months until the martial assembly begins, you are to remain here and train diligently. Qi Hao nodded. No matter how reckless he might be, this was a family matter. Now, there are outsiders seeking to exploit him, and the individual in question is someone he holds in the utmost disdain. Naturally, he would never grant them such an opportunity. Father, rest assured, victory is assured. Chapter 17. The Purple Mist Sword Technique. All right. You may leave now. Qi Wuhui waved his hand, signaling Qi Hao to exit. After Chi Hao departed, an exuberant youth entered, immediately bowing in greeting. Master, I have broken through to the second level of Qi training, the boy exclaimed, eager to share his joy with his master. However, Qi Wuhui cast him a disdainful glance, recalling Lin Qizhu, his expression growing increasingly contemptuous. This boy was none other than Li Kaisher. The disciple Qi Wuhui had contended fiercely for against Yang Wudi. Initially, he believed he had acquired a treasure, but now, in comparison, he felt as though he had consumed something foul. 5 days to reach the second level of Qi training, while Lin Qingzhu had already attained the 4th level. What was there to be proud of? How coldly you boast, Qi Wuhui remarked, causing Li Kaisher to feel an immediate void within. He could not comprehend why his master's attitude had taken such a dramatic turn in merely a day, becoming so unfamiliar. Had his performance truly disappointed his master? To take pride in such minor achievements. How can one aspire to greatness with such a disposition? Qi Wuhui continued, both gifted with innate divine bones. Why is it that one disciple ascends to the 4th level in 5 days, while my disciple barely manages the 2nd? Am I to believe he is inferior to Yiqiu? Impossible. I would sooner accept that I have taken on a wastrel than concede that Yiqiu possesses greater teaching ability. Li Kaisher felt utterly dejected. He had assumed that sharing his breakthrough would please his master. Instead, Qi Wuhui seemed not only displeased but genuinely angry. Master, I understand my faults. I shall strive doubly hard to reach the heights you desire. You may go, Qi Wuhui replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He had long lost hope in this disciple and could only wish for Qi Hao to show some promise, as he was his biological son and the future heir. The following day, as dawn broke, the sun began its gentle ascent within the purple mist peak. A day begins with the morning, and the early hours, bursting with vitality, are the most suitable for cultivation. Disciple, you must understand. In this vast wilderness, your only reliance must be the sword in your hand. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful will your words command attention. In the bamboo grove, Yiqiu spoke earnestly, and Lin Qingzhu listened intently. Today, I shall impart to you the purple mist sword technique. This technique is a legacy of my purple mist peak, derived from the comprehensive teachings of the heavens, and later refined by your grandmaster to unleash its maximum potential. The intricacies of this sword technique are profound. Mastery cannot be achieved in a single day. You must practice diligently each day and not squander your time. Lin Qingzhu listened with utmost seriousness, nodding gravely. Master, I understand. I will train diligently and strive to master our sect's ultimate skill as soon as possible. Excellent. The purple mist sword technique emphasizes an ethereal quality and fluid grace. It may appear as mere swordplay, but in truth, it resembles a slow dance among the clouds. It seems delicate, yet wields tremendous power. Often, a single stroke can leave opponents disarmed and fleeing in terror. With that, Yiqiu picked up a bamboo stick, saying, I shall demonstrate it for you. Shortly, I will pass on the sword manual to you. You may practice according to it. If you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me directly. Yiqiu refrained from using the Yunxiao sword, primarily because its power was too formidable, risking destruction of their surroundings. With his current strength in the divine concealment realm, even a leader-level opponent would not stand a chance against him. Yiqiu possessed this confidence due to the divine heart technique he cultivated, whose spiritual energy was pure and formidable. Coupled with the enhancement of the celestial sword, failing to defeat even a leader would be an embarrassment. Lin Qingzhu watched intently. Her expression taut. Master, I am ready. Yiqiu nodded and began to wield the sword. With a swift motion, the bamboo transformed in his hands, blooming into a magnificent sword flower, its petals forming a lotus design beneath his feet. In an instant, Yiqiu leaped gracefully into the air, dancing as if he were a celestial swordsman. The sword aura swept across the grove, causing the bamboo to bend and sway. Lin Qingzhu was entranced. The ethereal nature of the sword technique, combined with Yiqiu and Appo's celestial demeanor, rendered her utterly captivated. Soon, she found herself lost in the moment, gradually grasping some of the technique's nuances as Yiqiu continued his performance. Suddenly, the previously unassuming sword technique became intensely fierce, emanating a murderous aura. The bamboo in Yiqiu and Appo's hand danced with terrifying sword intent, unleashing an instantaneous strike that cleaved the air. Abruptly, the ground beneath them fissured. What? Lin Qingzhu gasped in shock, completely unprepared for the sheer ferocity hidden within what appeared to be a delicate swordplay. Soon, Yiqiu completed his demonstration, descending gracefully, the bamboo resting on his shoulder, embodying the essence of a celestial swordsman. Did you see clearly, my disciple? Yiqiu asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. He had only learned this technique himself a few days prior, and was still navigating its intricacies. To his surprise, Lin Qingzhu smiled gently. Yes, I saw everything clearly. Though Master demonstrated only once, I and Oppos, VE memorized it all. Yi Qiu was taken aback. Could it be that this girl possessed a photographic memory? You truly remembered everything? He asked incredulously. Lin Qingzhu smiled proudly. What is difficult about that? Not only these few sword techniques, but even a thick tome of scriptures. I could grasp the essence with just a glance. Yi Qiu's eyes sparkled. Indeed, this girl possessed a remarkable gift. He had underestimated her all along, not realizing it over the days. Excellent. Since you have comprehended it, take this sword manual and practice according to it and what I just demonstrated. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to ask me at any time. Yi Qiu smiled approvingly, continuing, while your memory is impressive, in swordsmanship, what truly matters is insight. There are countless sword techniques in this world, yet regardless of their form, they ultimately converge upon a singular truth, the essence of sword intent. Only by grasping sword intent can one unleash the true might of the sword technique. Understanding sword intent is no simple task. Even prodigies with exceptional insight may require a year or several to comprehend it fully. Those with lesser faculties might not grasp sword intent even in a lifetime. Lin Qingzhu listened attentively, her heart ignited with determination as her master elucidated the challenges of understanding sword intent. Rest assured, Master. I will train diligently to attain sword intent as soon as possible. Very well, go. I have great faith in you. Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of joy, clutching the sword manual as she departed. Her master's confidence in her signified his satisfaction, and she felt she had not disappointed him. Chapter 18. The Grass Character Sword Technique. Upon imparting the sword technique, Yi Qiu returned to the dojo. System alert. Ding. You have taught your disciple the purple mist sword technique, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical return, acquiring the divine sword technique, the Grass Character Sword Technique. The Grass Character Sword Technique? Yi Qiu paused for a moment. The name seemed rather unimpressive. Would you like to learn it? Learn. As the command to learn echoed in his mind. A golden scripture surged into Yi Qiu's consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, he gasped in astonishment. Winds howled and foliage danced with lethal intent. This initial impression of weakness was swiftly dispelled as he grasped the true, terrifying power of this technique. In this world, the sharpest blades are mere grass and trees. Each year brings decay and renewal, transcending time and space, capable of annihilation. The overwhelming killing intent sent chills down Yi Qiu and Oppos' spine. The Grass Character Sword Technique comprises 3 strokes, each possessing unfathomable might. First stroke, chaotic slaughter in the grass. Second stroke, whirling dance strikes the sky. Third stroke, 1 year, 1 withering and flourishing. Each stroke is a lethal weapon, astonishingly powerful and overwhelmingly dominant, rendering resistance nearly impossible. Among these, the third stroke, 1 year, 1 withering and flourishing, is a true marvel. It can transcend time, space, and even disparities in strength, achieving a near-perfect exchange. Even celestial beings would tremble before this strike. This stroke could be considered Yi Qiu and Oppos' ultimate trump card. Regardless of the opponent and Oppos' strength, should they force him to employ this technique, it would invariably lead to mutual destruction. What an astonishing discovery. Yi Qiu was utterly exhilarated. 3 divine techniques had suddenly manifested before him. Except for the third stroke, which should be reserved for dire circumstances, the other 2 strokes would suffice to ensure his standing within the entire Butian sect, even across the eastern wilderness. Such a fearsome sword technique was virtually unparalleled. He had struck a remarkable fortune this time. In the subsequent days, the Purple Mist Peak returned to its former tranquility. Lin Qingzhu diligently practiced the Purple Mist sword technique, growing increasingly adept and gradually strengthening her prowess. Her cultivation swiftly ascended to the 2nd tier of Mysterious Finger. Initially, Yi Qiu was taken aback by her rapid advancement. However, upon reflection, he soon understood. With the enhancement from the Divine Bone and her inherent diligence, it was scarcely surprising that she would break through. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu remained immersed in the study of the Grass Character Sword Technique, continuously deconstructing and analyzing its moves. With the assistance of the Flower of the Great Way, he quickly grasped the subtleties of the Grass Character Sword Technique, mastering it to perfection. Armed with this technique as his foundation, Yi Qiu now walked with a buoyant lightness. At present, with the Grass Character Sword Technique and the Celestial Sword Yun Xiao at his disposal, the number of potential challengers had dwindled significantly. Given this, it was remarkable that he remained grounded. One day, Yi Qiu set off early from Purple Mist Peak towards the Jade Clear Palace. Inside, Meng Tianzheng was delivering unsettling news regarding the recent beast rampage. This incident had profoundly impacted the eastern wilderness, affecting nearly all the celestial sanctuaries within its borders. Currently, the rampaging beasts were yet to be quelled, roaming wildly across the plains, leaving the populace in dire straits. In response, the Liang dynasty, the Flame dynasty, and the Oceanic dynasty extended invitations to the various sanctuaries, requesting their disciples to descend and restore order. As one of the most renowned celestial sanctuaries within the Liang dynasty, the Butian sect naturally received an invitation. Consequently, Meng Tianzheng convened an emergency meeting of the 7 lineage leaders to gauge their opinions. Everyone expressed their willingness to descend and quell the chaos. Yuchio had no objections either. Originally, he had intended to wait until after the 7 lineage martial conference to descend. However, it seemed unnecessary to delay any longer. This descent would not only provide valuable training for his disciple, but also allow him to investigate the cause of the beast rampage. In the Jade Clear Palace, Meng Tianzheng decisively concluded, well, since everyone has no objections, return and prepare. Each lineage will act independently, the sect will not interfere. With just over 2 months until the 7 lineage martial conference begins, do not delve too deeply, and aim to return before it starts. Now disperse. With no dissent, the assembly broke up, and everyone returned to make their preparations. Yichio hastily returned to Purple Mist Peak, where Lin Qingzhu awaited him. Master, the headmaster urgently summoned you to the Jade Clear Palace for a meeting. Have any leads emerged? Lin Qingzhu asked, her concern for her parents' vengeance evident. Yichio took a calm sip of tea upon settling back into his seat, and shook his head. No, do not fret. I will inform you as soon as there is news. Lin Qingzhu felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped the urgency behind Meng Tianzheng's summons meant valuable information had come to light. However, she quickly regained her composure. The immediate priority was to continue her cultivation. Even if news were to surface now, she could not seek revenge. It was better to remain on the mountain and train with her master. Once she grew strong enough, she could investigate the matter herself. Noticing her dejection, Yichio smiled. All right, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall personally take you down the mountain to investigate the beast rampage. It will also serve as a practical exercise for you. You have reached the 2nd tier of Mysterious Finger and have learned nearly all the sword techniques. It is time for some real combat. Given the significant impact of this beast rampage on the eastern wilderness, many talented disciples from various major sects had already descended ahead of them. This opportunity would allow her to witness the prowess of those from other sanctuaries, to gauge her own shortcomings, and to reflect upon her experiences upon her return. Lin Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Master, you aren't deceiving me, are you? When have I ever deceived you? Yichio shot her an amused glance, making Lin Qingzhu feel deeply touched. All right, I'll go prepare. Yes, go ahead. Lin Qingzhu was elated. She was finally going down the mountain, and with her master no less. Though her days on the mountain were fulfilling, and her master treated her well, a lingering knot in her heart remained regarding her parents' vengeance and the fate of their home, destroyed by the beasts. The prospect of descending with Yichio to train and seek out the culprits responsible for her parents' demise filled her with profound gratitude. Upon returning to her room, Lin Qingzhu promptly began to gather her belongings, preparing for their descent the following morning. In truth, she had little to pack, just herself and her sword would suffice. Chapter 19. The Xiao family of Liang. The following morning, upon the clearing before the wooden cabin on Violet Dawn Peak, Lin Qingzhu awaited, greeting Yichio upon his emergence. Master, good morrow. Yichio, clad in pristine white robes, a jade pendant adorning his waist, and a fan in hand, exuded an air of refined elegance and immortal grace. Removing the jade pendant, Yichio stated, this is a storage jade, possessing a vast interior space for storing items. Cultivators often traverse the great wilderness, and carrying numerous belongings can be cumbersome. Thus, most possess such storage treasures. This is your first sojourn down the mountain. And as I have no other magical artifacts to bestow, I present this jade pendant to you. Handing the jade pendant to Lin Qingzhu, Yichio then instructed her on its usage. Lin Qingzhu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for this treasure. I am most pleased to receive it. Another magical artifact offered so early in the day. Her master was indeed generous, bestowing treasures daily and never withholding from his disciples. Yichio smiled, inwardly exclaiming to the system, Ding, you have gifted a disciple a superior storage treasure, triggering a critical return. Activate? Activate. Congratulations. You have triggered a 100-fold critical return, obtaining an exquisite Xianling jade. With a flick of his right hand, a new jade pendant materialized. Upon closer inspection, this pendant possessed a significantly larger storage space than the one he had just given Lin Qingzhu. along with an even more wondrous ability, the capacity to store living beings. A valuable treasure indeed, Yi Qiu mused with a mischievous grin. While not a tenfold or thousandfold critical return, he was content with the hundredfold increase. One could not always expect such fortune, and a hundredfold was already quite substantial. Master, when shall we depart? Lin Qingzhu inquired. Carefully hanging the jade pendant Yi Qiu had given her around her waist after admiring it. Yi Qiu did not respond, instead gazing towards the other mountain peaks. Suddenly, numerous rays of light shot forth from each peak, forming a dense and expansive array. Yi Qiu smiled faintly, stating, "Let us go." This time, nearly all 7 peaks dispatched a large number of disciples down the mountain, led by their respective chief disciples. Violet Dawn Peak mobilized all its members, though numbering only 2. The use of all conveyed a sense of considerable presence. This operation to exterminate the ferocious beasts resembled a grand confluence of sacred grounds. Summoning a sword with a casual gesture, Yi Qiu softly spoke, "Let Apos s go." He refrained from using the cloud firmament sword, as its celestial aura felt overly ostentatious and did not align with his desire for a more understated demeanor. Lin Qingzhu responded, summoning her Violet Dawn sword and following Yi Qiu's example, soaring through the air. In recent days, Yi Qiu had taught her the art of swordsmanship, which she quickly mastered due to her high aptitude, unlike Yi Qiu, who had spent a year learning it. After more than 10 minutes, 2 figures descended slowly from the sky onto the desolate plains. Surveying the debris and ruins, the once thriving town had been razed to the ground by the ferocious beasts, leaving behind a landscape of devastation. The smoke from the ruins still lingered, and the ground was strewn with mountains of corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qingzhu felt a wave of nausea and nearly vomited. It seems the impact of this ferocious beast rampage is indeed significant. An entire town has been destroyed. Was this the result of deliberate manipulation, or is there another cause? Yi Qiu pondered inwardly. This was the eastern wilderness, the domain of humans. How could such an event occur under the rule of the great sacred grounds and dynasties? It was truly perplexing. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from behind. Lin Qingzhu turned to see a group of people emerging from the ruins. A young man in azure robes, radiating arrogance, led the group. "TSK, TSK, a tragedy. A real tragedy," he exclaimed. "All dead, alas. What a pity that this flower-like beauty did not receive my favor before perishing beneath the claws of the ferocious beasts." Approaching a female corpse, Xiao Yi playfully used a stick to lift the corpse's garments, expressing his regret. "Young master, look. Isn't there another beauty over there?" A lackey behind Xiao Yi suddenly pointed towards Lin Qingzhu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi looked up and was immediately captivated by Lin Qingzhu's ethereal figure in white robes. As a direct descendant of the esteemed Xiao family of Liyang, he had seen his fair share of beauties. However, he had never encountered such an elegant and aloof goddess as Lin Qingzhu, and his interest was piqued. Intriguing. To think I would encounter such a peerless beauty in this small, desolate town. It seems my fortune is about to change, Xiao Yi remarked with a playful tone. A slight upturn at the corners of his lips as he sauntered over. "Greetings, fair maiden. I am Xiao Yi of the Xiao family of Liyang. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Would you be interested in making my acquaintance?" Lin Qingzhu frowned, feeling repulsed. She had witnessed his earlier behavior and had initially believed that all handsome men should emulate her master, modest, humble, kind, and upright. Now, she realized that was not the case at all. His actions filled her with disgust and revulsion. With a cold voice, Lin Qingzhu retorted, "Get lost." Xiao Yi and Amp, Apos, S brow furrowed at Lin Qingzhu and Amp, Apos, S curt dismissal, his expression turning icy. She was the first person in years to dare speak to him in such a manner. However, he suddenly found himself admiring her defiance. He relished the feeling of rejection, as it fueled his desire for conquest. "Insolent girl, do you know who you are speaking to? How dare you address my young master in such a manner? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Yi's lackey exclaimed, ready to strike. "Hold," Xiao Yi interjected with a smile, waving his hand to stop them. "It would be a pity to harm such an intriguing beauty. My apologies, young master. I was inconsiderate." The lackey replied with a fawning grin. They completely disregarded Yi Qiu, who stood before them, as if Lin Qingzhu was already within their grasp. Lin Qingzhu and Apos' anger flared, but upon hearing the mention of the Xiao family of Liyang, she suppressed her murderous intent. She possessed no powerful backing, relying solely on her master. She did not wish to cause trouble for him and could only endure in silence. At that moment, Yi Qiu, who had been examining the situation, turned around. "The Xiao family of Liyang?" Xiao Yi paused, finally noticing Yi Qiu. Seeing Lin Qingzhu obediently standing behind him, he felt a pang of jealousy. How could he let someone else steal the woman he had set his sights on? He scrutinized Yichio, noting his youth and assuming he was not powerful. Moreover, he did not recognize him, suggesting he was not from a prominent family. A simple intimidation should suffice to make him leave, as not everyone could afford to offend the Xiao family. Furthermore, he was accompanied by several skilled guards. With a playful tone, Xiao Yi inquired, "Oh, you have heard of the Xiao family and Apos, S renown?" Yichio pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, I Don and Apos, T recognize it. Xiao Yi and Apos, S expression instantly changed. Was this young man provoking him? Or, worse, was he provoking the Xiao family? Chapter 20. Yihei Impudence. The lackeys behind Xiao Yi were instantly enraged, drawing their swords with the intent to strike. Yet again, Xiao Yi intervened, scrutinizing Yichio once more, attempting to discern the true nature of this individual. Within the eastern wilderness, numerous powerful families and factions existed. Despite his debauched demeanor, he was not foolish. After a careful observation, he was certain he did not recognize Yichio, nor had he ever laid eyes upon him before. May I inquire, esteemed sir, to which family do you belong? Yichio replied with a faint smile, I hail from humble beginnings, unworthy of comparison with young Master Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Very well. Prepare to face my wrath, boy. Let him learn a lesson. With a grand gesture, he commanded his skilled companions to spring into action. The two formidable guardians, both at the celestial realm, were the first to advance. Xiao Yi had unwavering confidence in these protectors, as they were assigned to him by his father, having assisted him in many unscrupulous deeds over the years. Celestial realm? Yichio felt a pang of embarrassment. Having anticipated a more formidable opponent, he remained unperturbed, simply standing with a cold smile. Lin Qingzhu stood resolutely behind him, her expression devoid of any emotion. She too sensed the aura of the guardians and inwardly chuckled, realizing they were about to encounter a formidable obstacle. In an instant, the two guardians lunged forward, but suddenly, their blades halted a mere 5 centimeters from Yichio. What are you doing? Strike! Xiao Yi bellowed in anger. Assuming his guardians had developed a sense of compassion, at that moment, an astonishing force erupted from Yichio. In a flash, the two guardians were sent flying, enveloped by a whirlwind of sword energy, leaving them perforated in mere moments. Silence. The atmosphere grew ominously still as Xiao Yi gaped in disbelief at the lifeless forms of his guardians, then turned to the unmoving Yichio, a 5th-stage divine concealment expert. An elderly figure in black exclaimed in terror, having sensed the overwhelming power exuding from Yichio. Su Lao, what are you saying? 5th-stage divine concealment? Xiao Yi and Apos, S face drained of color, unable to fathom that Yichio was indeed such a formidable figure. Even their Xiao family, a vast clan, possessed only 2 experts of that caliber. How could someone so young, who claimed to come from a modest background, possibly be a 5th-stage divine concealment expert? Young master, we may have stirred a grave calamity, Su Lao said, his face ashen. Although his own cultivation was formidable within the Xiao family, facing an opponent of such terror was beyond even the clan leader and Apos' capacity for recklessness. He could not comprehend how a 5th-stage divine concealment expert could exist in this desolate town, let alone the destructive sword intent that even the clan leader would struggle to withstand. Too powerful. Upon hearing Su Lao's words, Xiao Yi's complexion turned pale. Despite his earlier assessments, he had unwittingly provoked an existence he should have avoided. Young Master Xiao, what troubles you? Yichio inquired, a hint of amusement gracing his features. What did you say earlier? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Xiao Yi's face turned ghostly pale, cursing inwardly. What the hell? You're feigning ignorance. Aren't you? And now you want me to repeat myself? Do you take me for a fool? Damn it. Are all the experts nowadays so fond of this charade? Regret gnawed at Xiao Yi and Apos' insides. Before embarking on this venture, his father had warned him about the unrest caused by the beasts and the many formidable figures from the sacred mountains who had emerged. He had been advised to tread carefully, lest he offend those high-level individuals, as his family could not bear such consequences. Initially dismissing his father and Apos' caution as an exaggeration, he now realized the truth upon arriving at this ancient town. As he gazed at Yichio, who regarded him with amusement, despair filled Xiao Yi and Apos' heart. He had initially perceived Yichio as a mere pawn, only to discover he was the true jester in this scenario. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, he lamented his inability to change his lecherous tendencies, questioning whether such an ethereal beauty could ever be his. As Yichio drew closer, Xiao Yi made a rapid 180. Kneeling before him, Senior, I was blind to your stature and have offended you. I humbly ask for your mercy, considering my youth and my aging parents who require my care. The abrupt reversal elicited laughter from Lin Qingzhu, who found the situation amusing. Is this the pressure exerted by a true expert? My master is quite mischievous, but I like it. How comforting. Observing Xiaoyi prostrate before him, Yiqiu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected a more defiant response, perhaps even a threat involving his family's ancestors. The contrast was stark. This generation of young scions truly lacks resilience, he mused. Yet, it seems young Master Xiao is quite filial. Very well, I shall overlook this matter. Upon hearing Yiqiu and Appo's words, relief flooded Xiao Yi and Appo's heart, and he exhaled deeply, grateful to have escaped this calamity. However, Yiqiu suddenly added, when I find the time, I shall personally visit the Xiao family to see how young Master Xiao honors his parents. What? Xiao Yi collapsed to the ground, utterly shocked. Please, young master, do not deceive me. If I find that your words are untrue upon visiting the Xiao family, then you would be deceiving me. I detest deceit above all else. Typically, I deal with such individuals in a manner that ensures they suffer until death. These words sent a chill through Xiao Yi and Appo's heart. It was over. He was truly done for. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu could no longer contain her laughter. Having discovered yet another facet of her master and Appo's cunning nature, these few sentences could haunt Xiaoyi for the rest of his days. For he could never know when Yiqiu might choose to visit the Xiao family. He could only maintain the facade of a dutiful son until then. Very well. Young Master Xiao, if there and Appo's nothing further, I suggest you return home to honor your parents, Yiqiu remarked playfully, prompting Xiao Yi to flee in a panic. His face ashen. Only after running a considerable distance did he regain his composure. Damn it, he cursed. Beside him, Su Lao observed Xiao Yi and Appo's regretful expression and advised, young master, I believe you should heed his words. I distinctly sense that his aura surpassed even that of the clan leader, and that astonishing sword intent. It could belong to an expert of the highest caliber. You have truly provoked someone beyond your reach. Hearing these words, despair engulfed Xiaoyi. Su Lao never lied. If he claimed the opponent was powerful, then he truly was formidable. Chapter 21. The Fury of the Bright Moon in the Small Town. Observing Xiao Ilua fleeing in panic, Lin Qizhu couldn't help but chuckle. Master, you are too wicked. How could you frighten someone so much? Yiqiu's lips twitched as he replied, you little rascal. What are you saying? I was merely helping you vent your frustrations. Why are you defending him? Yes, master is the best, Qizhu exclaimed. Knowing that her master would never allow anyone to bully her, she clung to Yiqiu and Appo's arm, feeling immensely joyful. Deep down, she understood that Yiqiu's actions were solely to stand up for her. Initially, she had thought that given the formidable background of the other party, she should endure any grievances without troubling her master. However, she had overestimated the situation. Her master was fiercely protective of his disciples and would never let her suffer. That's good to know, Yiqiu said with a comforting smile. All right, let us go. You wanted to see your home, right? Lead the way. This return journey was uncertain. Who knew when she would be back again? Lin Qizhu nodded obediently. Let's go. She gracefully walked ahead, leading them deeper into the town. Soon, they arrived at the ruins of an ancient site. Lin Qingzhu stood in a corner, staring vacantly at a wall that had been covered in dark graffiti. It was evident that this had been her childhood masterpiece. Yiqiu chose not to disturb her, instead observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the air, and several figures descended from behind. Yiqiu paused, recognizing the newcomers as Mingwei, Suya, and a few female disciples from Tianshui Peak. Ya, is this your home? Lu Rian curiously inquired, looking at the disheveled ruins. With tears glistening in her eyes, Suya searched through the remnants of her family's past. At that moment, Mingwei noticed Yiqiu not far away in the ruins and approached him with curiosity. You shitty, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Qizhu, her understanding dawned. Lu Ruyan, who had been following Mingwei, stole curious glances at Yiqiu. Is this the esteemed Shushu from Zixia Peak, the youngest of Buttian sect? He truly is as handsome as the rumors suggest. Since Mingwei had previously scolded them, they had managed to extract some information about Yiqiu from Suya, and their curiosity about this previously unfamiliar Shushu grew. Yiqiu glanced at them casually and remarked, I brought my disciple down the mountain for some training and thought I would visit her home. Disciple Lu Ruyan, greetings to you, Shushu. Lu Ruyan stepped forward to salute. Yiqiu's eyes brightened suddenly. Goodness, are all the female disciples from Tianshui Peak so enchanting? He thought in astonishment. Lu Ruyan was exceptionally graceful, exuding the charm of a cultured lady. Dressed in red robes, with a gentle demeanor and an alluring figure, she even rivaled Mingwei in beauty. No wonder the disciples from other peaks often visited Tianshui Peak. It seemed to be a haven of beauty. Internally astonished yet maintaining an exterior of calm, Yiqiu commented, You must be the chief disciple of Tianshui Peak. I have heard much of you. Among the younger generation of the 7 peaks, you Qifeng and Shihao from Songjian Peak are the most remarkable. Seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved. Achieving Tianxiang level at such a young age was a testament to her exceptional talent. Upon hearing Yichio's praise, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of happiness and humbly replied, Shu overpraises me. Ruyan is unworthy to be compared to my brother. Yichio was momentarily taken aback until Mingwei explained, Qingfeng Shizi is Ruyan's elder brother. Oh, now I understand, Yichio said. Just then, Mingwei revealed a knowing smile. Ruyan, it seems your Shu has high hopes for you. He is truly kind-hearted, so you should converse with him more about your cultivation. If you perform well, perhaps he might generously impart a unique sword technique or reward you with a treasured artifact. Yichio and Apos' heart trembled. What does this mean? Did this woman intend to ensnare me? Lu Ruyan seemed to grasp the underlying meaning and exclaimed, Master, I understand. Hiki, I will surely visit Zhixiao Peak more often to discuss cultivation insights with Shu. He wouldn't mind, would he? Yichio and Apos' lips twitched. No worries, Zhixiao Peak is sparsely populated and rather tranquil. Having an extra person would only liven things up. If you wish to come, it wouldn't be out of the question for you to join my tutelage. At Zhixiao Peak, we never withhold knowledge from our disciples. Rare techniques and treasured artifacts are not beyond consideration. Lu Ruyan and Apos' eyes lit up at this. She had heard from Suya that her good friend Lin Qingzhu had just joined Zhixiao Peak, and Yichio had bestowed her with elixirs and artifacts, even imparting techniques. It seemed he truly had no reservations about sharing with his disciples. Such a wonderful master, where could one find another like him? Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, Mingyue's heart sank. Goodness. She had merely mentioned it casually, hoping to extract some benefits for her own disciple. How had it almost led to losing her precious pupil? This simply wouldn't do. Lu Ruyan was her treasured apprentice, her only hope. If she were swayed by Yichio's words, it would be a loss indeed. Damn it, this guy turned the tables on me. Noticing Lu Ruyan's expression, Mingyue felt increasingly uneasy and quickly added, Ahem. Ruyan, the martial arts competition is approaching and time is short. It's best if you refrain from wandering to Zhixiao Peak and focus on your training here. Lu Ruyan, slightly disappointed, pouted, I will remember Master's teachings. Though she thought this, she wouldn't abide by it. While others masters were selflessly devoted to their disciples, Mingwei had been the one guiding her since she entered the sect. How could she betray her master and turn to another? What a pity. If only she had been at Zhixiao Peak from the start, such troubles could have been avoided. Seeing Lu Ruyan finally calming down, Mingyue sighed in relief and shot Yichio a glare. You are quite something. From now on, do not entertain any thoughts about my precious disciple. Aside from her, feel free to pursue anyone else. Otherwise, I will fight you. Yichio chuckled silently, gazing at the subtly threatening Mingyue, inwardly thinking, what S1 disciple? Sooner or later, I will claim all of Tianshui Peak, including you. Still contemplating his amusement, Yichio feigned innocence. Sister, did you not bring her right to my doorstep? Why does it sound as if I am trying to forcibly take your disciple? That seems a bit unreasonable. Mingwei retorted, I don't care. Just know you cannot touch Ruyan. Yichio chuckled inwardly. Did she think I would refrain simply because she asked? That would be quite embarrassing for me. With this thought, Yichio smiled mischievously and slowly produced a lotus flower pendant. Ruyan, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have no grand gifts to offer, so please accept this lotus flower pendant as a token of our introduction. This was indeed a fine quality artifact, beneficial for cultivation. As his words fell, Mingyue shot him a murderous glare. This guy was no longer merely attempting to stealthily win her disciple over. He was blatantly trying to ensnare her right in front of her. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was utterly bewildered, accepting the lotus flower pendant that Yichio handed over in a daze. Upon closer inspection, she realized, as Yichio had claimed, that this artifact greatly aided her cultivation. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruyan, whose thoughts were not so intricate, joyfully accepted the pendant. Gazing at Yichio's handsome visage, she felt an overwhelming desire to plant a kiss upon his lips as a token of her gratitude. How remarkably generous, presenting such a precious gift upon their first meeting. He truly embodied the selfless dedication spoken of in legends regarding mentors and their disciples. I am utterly enamored. I too wish for a master like him. Chapter 22. Is this possible? Senior sister, what's wrong? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Yichio inquired knowingly, finding immense satisfaction in seeing Mingwei flustered. It must be said that although Xiantian Jinren was quite the trickster, having only taught Yichio for 3 days before departing, the treasures he left behind proved to be quite useful. This pendant, for instance, had brought an immense amount of joy to Lu Ruyan. While this trinket held little practical value for Yi Qiu, it seemed an excellent gift for flirting or for his disciples. Mingyue shot him a fierce glare before storming off in a huff. Lu Ruyan, elated, watched her master leave and reluctantly said, "Uncle Master, I'll take my leave. When I have time, I'll come visit Zixia Peak." With a playful wink, she looked utterly adorable. "Very well, feel free to visit whenever you wish." Yi Qiu replied calmly, nodding. Lu Ruyan finally sighed in relief, saying, "Then I'll take my leave now. Farewell, Uncle Master." With a wave, she hurriedly caught up to Mingyue's retreating figure. At that moment, ding. "You have gifted your disciple a high-quality treasure, the lotus pendant, triggering a 10,000-fold return." Is that possible? Yi Qiu chuckled. After all, Lu Ruyan was not even his disciple. "System, are you mistaken?" Response to the host: "The system is not mistaken. Lu Ruyan is a disciple under the sect of Buitian, which is also the sect to which you are bound. Any disciple of Buitian can trigger the 10,000-fold return." Oh, so that is how it works. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Qiu finally understood. So, it can be played this way. Does that mean he could seek disciples from other mountains? Regardless of success, he would trigger a return, ensuring profit without loss. However, Yi Qiu wasn't inclined to accept just any disciple. At the very least, they needed to possess good character. He had no desire to take in a thankless wretch, only to have to expel them later, a tedious endeavor. Would you like to activate the return? Yes, activate it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 100-fold critical hit, obtaining a piece of primordial spirit jade. Oh, primordial spirit jade? Curious. Yi Qiu took the jade from the system, feeling its essence. It contained a formidable spiritual energy. Carrying this jade would significantly enhance his cultivation speed and also possessed detoxifying properties. How intriguing. In the time it took to flirt, he could also acquire such a fine piece of jade. Quite satisfactory content. Yi Qiu hung the jade around his neck and stretched lazily. Meanwhile, Lin Qizhu had been rummaging through the ruins of her home for quite some time, finally uncovering some items. While they weren't particularly valuable, they held significant sentimental value, preserving her memories of her parents. Having found what she needed, Lin Qizhu turned back to Yi Qiu, saying, "Master, let us go." Yi Qiu, unhurried, asked, "Aren't you going to look around a bit more? Once we leave, who knows when we'll return?" Lin Qizhu glanced back at the ruins of her home, her tone resolute. "No more. Father and mother are gone. This home is lost. No matter how much I look, they will never return. It would only serve to increase my sorrow." "Very well, let us go." Yi Qiu offered no further words. The path of cultivation meant distancing oneself from worldly matters. Over a prolonged journey, time would dull all emotions. In the distance, Mingyue's party was also preparing to depart. Yi Qiu wished to inquire about their next destination when suddenly, a group of refugees came fleeing from the ancient town of the wasteland. Yi Qiu instinctively grabbed an old man, asking, "What happened?" "Don't ask, just run. There's a ferocious beast behind us." The old man's face was pale, terror etched across his features. From his expression, it was evident that the beast pursuing them was fearsome, as he would not be so frightened otherwise. Releasing him, the old man fled the scene with astonishing speed, utterly unlike that of an elderly man. Indeed, when faced with life and death, one often unleashed incredible potential. Turning his gaze backward, Yi Qiu could vaguely see clouds of dust rising and the ground trembling. Frowning, he calmed his mind, sensing the presence, and suddenly opened his eyes. A divine concealment, fifth realm. From the aura, it seemed to be an ancient bloodline. What? Upon hearing this, Mingyue, who had just approached to inquire about the situation, was immediately taken aback. The others, puzzled, asked, "Master, what is an ancient bloodline?" Mingyue explained, "In the Great Wasteland, countless races exist. We reside in the Eastern Wasteland, merely a tip of the iceberg. Within the vast depths of the wasteland, many bloodlines and descendants from ancient ferocious beasts remain hidden. These ancient bloodlines possess immense power, and due to their robust lineage, our human cultivators have no advantage when facing them at the same level." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a profound shock, and the atmosphere turned tense. Yi Qiu regained his focus and looked skyward. Several beams of light had already soared toward the ancient bloodline. "Let us go." Without hesitation, Yi Qiu grasped Lin Qingzhu's hand and swiftly flew in that direction. Mingyue, unwilling to lag behind, called back to Lu Ruyan, "You all, hurry up. We must not miss this opportunity to encounter an ancient bloodline." With that, she led Suya away, and Lu Ruyan and the others followed suit. At that moment, across the vast wasteland, a sea of flames blazed as a colossal ape fiercely beat its chest, roaring toward the sky. Above it gathered hundreds of individuals, all powerful beings from various sects and disciples out for training. "Haha, an ancient bloodline. At last, I've caught one," Xiaoyi declared viciously. turning to Wang Lao and Su Lao, when the giant ape is weakened, seized the opportunity to grab the precious bones. Glaring down at the giant ape, Xiaoyi spoke with malice, still feeling the sting of his recent humiliation at Yi Chio's hands. For safety, he had summoned Wang Hai, the only other divine concealment fifth realm expert aside from his father. With Wang Hai's arrival, Xiaoyi felt emboldened and resumed his usual arrogant demeanor. Well, I'll do my best. As a divine concealment fifth realm expert, Wang Hai remained relatively composed, glancing around and acknowledging the significant number of powerful beings present. Feeling a slight pressure. Oh, if at ISNT young Master Xiao. Not seen for a few days, and you're looking quite disheveled. A sarcastic voice reached Xiaoyi's ears, causing him to frown immediately. Casting a cold glance, he recognized the face he most despised. It was Lin Feng from the Li Yonglin family, his arch-rival. It was no wonder Lin Feng mocked him upon their meeting. Xiaoyi's current appearance was indeed unkempt. Having been frightened by Yi Chio earlier, he looked disheveled, his clothes torn by Yi Chio's sword energy, rendering him quite a sight. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyi noted the two old men beside Lin Feng and suppressed his rising anger. Patience is key in grand schemes. I must remain composed and not stoop to the level of such a spoiled brat. Comforting himself, Xiaoyi chose to ignore Lin Feng. Chapter 23. The Celestial Repair Sect. As Yi Chio observed Xiaoyi's indifference towards him, Lin Feng, feeling disgruntled, continued to speak in a sarcastic tone. What is the matter? Who dares to disrespect our young Master Xiao, leaving him in such a disheveled state? Young Master Xiao, tell me who it is, and I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. Xiaoyi cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Just as he was about to retort, two figures cloaked in white descended gracefully beside them. Xiaoyi, somewhat disinterested, glanced back, only to feel a sudden tightening in his chest. Oh no, it's him again. Elder Su, standing nearby, also noticed and whispered an explanation to Wang Hai. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai turned to look at Yi Chio, his demeanor shifting as he sought to discern Yi Chio's true capabilities. Suddenly, a silent sword aura surged forth, nearly shattering Wang Hai's spirit in an instant. Hiss! What astonishing sword energy! This person and Appo's swordsmanship has indeed reached an extraordinary level. Wang Hai was utterly astounded. At this moment, he had become one with the sword, appearing placid, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, should one dare to attack, they would undoubtedly face a retaliatory strike from the sword energy, which was autonomously unleashed without the need for control. Ancient relic, the infernal giant ape. Yi Chio murmured to himself, gazing at the colossal beast below. The primal texts contained records of such ancient beings, detailing their inherited skills, advantages, and shortcomings in exquisite illustrations. This giant ape had lost all semblance of reason, as if tainted by some malevolent source, transforming into a savage beast that wreaked havoc across the wasteland. Young Master Xiao, where are you headed? A voice interrupted, drawing Yi Chio's curiosity. He turned to see two elderly men and a striking young man, stealthily attempting to slip away a few meters from him. Instantly recognizing them, Yi Chio thought, ISNT that young Master Xiao? At this moment, Xiaoyi and Appo's expression was as grim as if he had bitten into something foul. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared at Lin Feng. Why should I explain where I'm going to you? Do I know you well enough? Ah, this is a disaster. Yi Chio realized that he could no longer escape, as he had already been spotted. Senior. What a coincidence, we meet again. With no other option, Xiaoyi turned boldly to greet Yi Chio, a smug grin plastered across his face. Ah, is this not the filial young Master Xiao? Indeed. What a coincidence that we cross paths again. Yi Chio replied with a playful smile, astonished at the smallness of the world that had brought them together once more. Where is young Master Xiao off to? Why do you hasten to leave upon seeing me? Am I truly so terrifying? Not at all. Senior, you are as graceful as a jade tree, charming and extraordinary. Even at my peak, I would have to take a step back in your presence, enchanting countless beauties. How could you possibly be frightening? Xiaoyi showered Yi Chio with flattery, prioritizing his life and dignity above all else. Yi Chio found amusement in his words, yet maintained an air of calmness that emanated an unintentional authority, leaving Xiaoyi feeling a chill in his heart. He wondered if Wang Hai could truly contend with Yi Chio. It seemed he was fated to encounter this individual at every turn, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Just then, a sarcastic voice reached Xiaoyi's ears. Lin Feng had arrived, sneering, what a pitiful sight. The illustrious heir of the Xiao family is reduced to flattering others. Lin Feng stepped forward, his demeanor arrogant as he faced Yi Chio, unyielding despite the presence of two formidable warriors at his back. He had noticed Xiaoyi's trepidation towards Yi Chio and sought to assert his superiority over the young master. Yi Chio cast an indifferent glance at Lin Feng, raising an eyebrow. Oh, So you consider yourself quite brave? Indeed, I am exceedingly brave, Lin Feng declared with arrogance. Witnessing this, Xiaoyi chuckled inwardly, relishing the unfolding drama. Yes, provoke him further. Let us see how you fare, he thought. At that moment, another aura shifted, and a striking figure appeared beside Yu Qiu, instantly drawing the lustful gazes of Lin Feng and Xiaoyi. Oh my, another stunning beauty has arrived. Such a pity. It seems I am fated to be left wanting. Xiaoyi lamented internally, fully aware that this woman was not someone he could afford to offend. However, he was more than willing to let Lin Feng take the risk, hoping they would both end up snubbing each other, leading to the downfall of the Lin family. Lin Feng, now devoid of rationality, was eager to impress the newly arrived beauty. He turned to Yi Qiu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You don't seem that impressive yourself. Just a pretty boy. I bet you don't even know who I am. I am Lin Feng, the heir of the Li Yonglin family. If you're wise, you'll come over and bow before me. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll take you under my wing. Lin Feng exuded confidence, believing that just because Xiaoyi feared Yi Qiu did not mean he had to. To him, Yi Qiu appeared to be just another ordinary disciple from some celestial mountain, lacking any reason for fear. Join me as a subordinate? Yi Qiu chuckled, amused by the audacity of these so-called young masters. He had heard tales of such arrogant science from web novels, but witnessing it firsthand was a different experience entirely. Growing up in such an environment, they had never faced the harsh realities of life, believing their family's power would shield them from any repercussions. What if I refuse? Yi Qiu's tone turned cold, his attention still on the movements of the giant ape. Yet, the incessant buzzing of Lin Feng was becoming quite irksome. Mingwei took a step back, opting not to intervene, instead seizing the opportunity to observe Yi Qiu and Appo's capabilities. If he faltered, she could always come to his aid later. Refuse. Lin Feng and Appo's expression darkened. He could not afford to lose face in front of the beauty. At that moment, Mingwei exacerbated the situation with her comment, "Oh, how frightening. This handsome young man isn't going to back down, is he?" At her words, Yi Qiu's lips twitched in annoyance. This woman truly has a knack for stirring the pot. Indeed, her comment ignited Lin Feng and Appo's fury like a spark on dry tinder. Back down. Ridiculous. It seems I must showcase my true abilities today, Lin Feng said, his face clouded with determination. I am eager to see who you are that has instilled such fear in Xiaoyi. Fear not. I am not one to back down from a challenge. State your name. I? Yi Qiu pondered for a moment before replying, Celestial Repair Sect. Yi Qiu. The mention of the Celestial Repair Sect drew sharp intakes of breath from Lin Feng and the others, their expression shifting to one of shock. The Celestial Repair Sect was a colossal entity in the eastern wilderness, a force that even the mighty Liang dynasty would think twice before provoking. What now? They found themselves in a precarious position. To confront Yi Qiu would be unwise, yet to retreat would mean losing face, especially with two beautiful women present. Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret, still hoping against hope that Yi Qiu was merely an ordinary disciple. After all, eliminating him would not provoke the sect. Humph. Do you think your connection to the Celestial Repair Sect intimidates me? You are but a mere ordinary disciple. Once deceased, one remains indifferent to the matter. For the Buitian sect holds no concern. At that moment, a voice filled with mischief reached my ears, belonging to Mingwei. Oh no, my charming young man. He is no ordinary disciple. He is one of the esteemed leaders of our Buitian sect, the master of Zixia Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly realized. It was over. Chapter 24. A Sword to Repel 2. Seizing the giant ape's precious bone sai, the head of the seven veins, Xiaoyi inhaled sharply, a wave of delight washing over him. It was fortunate that the individual in this position was not him. He chuckled inwardly. This time, Lin Feng, your demise is inevitable. How dare you flaunt your bravado before me? The head of the seven veins holds a prestigious status within the Buitian sect, second only to the sect leader. To provoke him is akin to inciting the wrath of the entire Buitian sect. A mere Lin family member is insignificant in comparison to someone of his stature. Although Xiaoyi felt a surge of satisfaction, he was equally troubled. The more formidable the opponent and Appo's background, the more secure his image as a dutiful son became. Disobedience was not an option. Otherwise, if one day, the head of the seven veins decided to visit the Xiao family, his fate would be sealed. He still vividly recalled the words spoken by Yi Qiu, which filled him with dread. Young master. Upon hearing that Yi Qiu was the head of the seven veins, two elderly figures behind Lin Feng immediately stepped forward, pulling him back. One elder, with a grave expression and an apologetic tone, said, My friend, my young master is young and reckless. He has offended you. I implore you to overlook this minor transgression and forgive him. Yi Qiu responded with an amused tone. That does not seem right. Should not this sentiment be expressed by me? I was contemplating how to seek forgiveness from the esteemed Lin Gongzi, and yet now the tables have turned? The elder and Apos' expression darkened, revealing his discontent with Yi Qiu and Apos' insinuation. At that moment, the other elder interjected with irritation, "Do not overstep. We have already apologized. The Lin family is not without temper. Do not push your luck." Yi Qiu chuckled, spreading his hands in a gesture that signaled Lin Qingzhu to retreat. "So, there is nothing to discuss, then? Excellent. I appreciate your spiritedness." As his words fell, his aura surged dramatically, the formidable presence of a fifth-level god concealment expert bursting forth. The two elders' faces changed instantly, and they hurriedly pushed Lin Feng back while stepping forward to shield him. Battle was imminent as Yi Qiu stood alone in the air, his right hand gently pointing, causing the surrounding trees and grasses to stir as a tempest arose. Sigh. Such astonishing sword energy. Mingwei marveled inwardly, although she had anticipated Yi Qiu and Apos' prowess. She was taken aback by the elevation of his swordsmanship. As the sharp sword energy flowed around them, her astonishment grew. As this aura was unleashed, it drew the attention of all nearby. Many were perplexed, whispering among themselves, who was engaged in combat. It appears to be those two powerful figures from the Lin family confronting a young man. Who was that young man? They felt the terrifying sword energy emanating from him. The surrounding flora moved in sync with his sword intent, becoming razor-sharp, posing a danger to those nearby. The revelation of this sword energy agitated the giant ape below, which let out a furious roar, launching a rampage against the surrounding cultivators. In the air, Yi Qiu kept his gaze fixed on the giant ape, noting its intent to break free from its encirclement to avoid entanglement with the two elders. "My time is limited. I shall see if I can fell you with a single sword. If not, so be it." With that, Yi Qiu pointed horizontally, and an illusory giant sword descended from above like a torrential storm, causing the vegetation of the vast wilderness to sway. The two elders, sensing the imminent threat, turned pale but dared not retreat, knowing that if they did, Lin Feng would be doomed. Together, the two exchanged glances, deciding to withstand the strike. They had been promised that only one sword would be used. If they could endure it, their lives would be spared. In an instant, their formidable powers erupted as the two elders braced against the might of the giant sword, unleashing their protective artifacts, one of which was a massive disc that met the attack head-on. Boom! The sky seemed to rain down swords, and under the overwhelming force, the two fifth-level god concealment experts were sent flying. Cough! A mouthful of blood was spat out. They had been severely wounded by a single strike. How is this possible? We cannot withstand even a single sword. Lin Feng and Apos' heart raced with terror, his face pale as he realized how close he had come to death. "Oh, it seems I am still not quite adept." Seeing that they had not perished, Yi Qiu shook his head in disappointment and refrained from further attacks. He had merely employed the technique grass-killing chaos to easily injure the two fifth-level god concealment experts. While he had not killed them, he was nonetheless satisfied with the technique's effectiveness. After all, they had used protective artifacts. Otherwise, they would have surely perished. Moreover, he had not even called upon the Yushao sword. Witnessing Yi Qiu's display of power, Lin Qizhu, Mingwei, and the recently arrived disciples from Tianshui Peak were left in a state of shock. "Master Yi, is he truly that formidable?" Lu Rian spoke with a trembling voice. In their minds, their usually gentle master had revealed such a domineering side, leaving them utterly astounded. It seems the rumors were entirely fabricated. "Our master is not the useless figure as claimed, but a bona fide powerhouse." How tyrannical. This sword technique possesses such incredible might. When did Zixiao Peak acquire such a fearsome sword technique? The crowd's curiosity grew, and Mingyue furrowed her brow, her mind rife with questions. However, there was no time for such thoughts. The giant ape was on the verge of breaking free from its encirclement. Without hesitation, Mingyue unleashed a palm strike from above. "Where do you think you're going?" The aura of a fifth-level god concealment expert erupted, once again shocking everyone present. Who could have imagined that this seemingly weak and delicate woman was also a fifth-level god concealment expert? "Master." Chaos ensued as two elders, previously wounded by Yi Qiu, seized the opportunity to whisk Lin Feng away amidst the tumult. Yi Qiu did not pursue them. Instead, he turned to Lin Qingzhu, instructing, "Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." "All right." Lin Qingzhu dared not act recklessly and could only follow behind Lu Rian, as the scene was far too chaotic. A moment's inattention could lead to an attack, and they, as small cultivators, could only band together. Diving down, Yi Qiu made a beeline for the giant ape. Roar! Enraged by the assault, the giant ape unleashed a powerful surge of bone energy. "This precious bone shall be mine," cackled an elder clad in gray robes, brandishing a blood-stained blade as he charged toward the giant ape. This individual was an elder from the Undying Mountain Sacred Land, also a 5th-level god concealment expert familiar with Mingwe. Mingwe retreated unscathed, realizing that the giant ape's defenses were too formidable to inflict a fatal blow. Damn it! We must not allow this old man to seize the bone. Mingwe felt a surge of urgency as she turned to see Yi Qiu approaching. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Qiu had already advanced. This precious bone is not for you to take. Yi Qiu sneered, his right hand subtly moving, gathering sword energy that surged forth towards the giant ape. Not good. Stop him, Li Changkong exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, the giant ape was being restrained by several 5th-level god concealment experts, and Yi Qiu seized the opportunity to strike, preparing to claim the precious bone. In an instant, someone lunged from the side, attempting to thwart Yi Qiu, but he deftly dodged the attack, delivering a precise strike with his sword against the giant ape. Roar! Inflicted with pain, the giant ape bellowed, its strength waning as blood poured forth. Seeing the giant ape injured, the onlookers could no longer remain idle and immediately acted to claim the precious bone. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yi Qiu had quietly pierced the giant ape's body, extracting the precious bone. Damn it, Li Changkong cursed, his expression shifting as he intended to ambush Yi Qiu while his attention was diverted. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly realized that the presence of the bright moon had already locked onto him. These two are in cahoots. Li Changkong instantly comprehended that a surprise attack was no longer feasible. Moreover, judging from the terrifying aura that Yi Qiu had unleashed moments ago, it was evident that his strength surpassed his own. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly suffer losses, leaving him with no choice but to withdraw. Chapter 25. The renowned princess of Liang. Who is this person? Gazing up into the sky, a solitary white figure elicited profound inquiries from all present. Under the oppressive aura of his swordsmanship, none dared to approach and seize the precious bone. The crowd was engulfed in confusion. What was the origin of this individual? Despite his youth, he had already attained the formidable realm of the 5th stage of divine concealment. If given a few more years, could he not ascend to the position of sect leader? A sect leader, indeed, is a figure of supreme dominance. Even colossal entities such as dynasties might think twice before provoking such a presence. I recognize him. He is the youngest elder of our Buitian sect, the master of Zixia Peak, Yi Qiu, someone remarked. This individual, also a disciple of the Buitian sect, immediately identified Yi Qiu. What? The master of Zixia Peak? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Upon learning that Yi Qiu hailed from the Buitian sect, their surprise diminished. It was only from an ancient lineage such as the Buitian sect that such extraordinary talent could emerge. Truly remarkable. With a single strike, he grievously injured 2 5th-stage masters and then forcefully claimed the precious bone. Such combat prowess is indeed unparalleled at the 5th stage. The spectators marveled. Yi Qiu and Appo's earlier display was simply too dazzling to ignore. Buitian sect. Li Changkong pondered momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Ah, I wondered who possessed such formidable abilities. It turns out to be a comrade from the Buitian sect. What a pleasure to meet you. Having secured the precious bone within his Xinling jade, Yi Qiu turned to regard Li Changkong. Who are you? I am Li Changkong, hailing from the everlasting mountain. I share a long-standing friendship with your comrade, Qi Wuhui. Today, witnessing your prowess has genuinely astonished me. If you would not mind, shall we become friends? Li Changkong offered, seeking camaraderie since he could not seize the precious bone. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had made a grave mistake by mentioning Qi Wuhui. Otherwise, Yi Qiu might have considered forming a friendship. Qi Wuhui, I see no need for that. Yi Qiu replied coolly, turning away. With the giant ape now deceased, the matter at hand had concluded, and remaining here served no purpose. Perplexed by Yi Qiu and Appo's sudden shift in demeanor, Li Changkong could not comprehend why Yi Qiu, who had been jovial just moments ago, had now changed his countenance. Could it be that there was some enmity between him and Qi Wuhui? Li Changkong mused, feeling regret for bringing it up. Returning to the group, Mingyue beamed at Yi Qiu, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother Yi, on obtaining the precious bone of the giant ape. This bone is a remnant of a 5th-stage master. With it, you shall soon break through to the position of sect leader, I presume?" Mingyue felt a twinge of envy. Yet she resigned herself to the fact that it was Yi Qiu who had claimed the bone, attributing her misfortune to her own insufficient strength. Yi Qiu noticed the disappointment in Mingyue and Appo's eyes, yet he could not bestow the precious bone upon her, for he required it to enhance his own power. Oh, merely a stroke of luck. Were it not for senior sister's substantial assistance, I would not have been able to secure the bone so easily. Yi Qiu replied graciously, nodding to Lin Qingzhu, senior sister. Our business here is concluded. I must continue to guide the disciples in their training, so I shall take my leave. Very well. Mingyue did not attempt to keep him, watching as Yi Qiu and Lin Qingzhu gradually faded from view, feeling a sense of neglect. The junior brother, whom she had once looked down upon, had now surpassed her in cultivation and strength. She sensed that he might soon become someone she could only admire from afar. Behind Mingyue, several disciples remarked, "Our elder is incredibly strong. That fierce sword technique exudes an air of unrivaled independence, and he is so handsome, truly the ideal perfect man. Moreover, did you notice? He never even used a precious weapon. With just a flick of his finger, he subdued everyone present. That is simply astounding. Wow, how charming." Lu Rian remarked, her lips twitching. Were the young maidens of today so unabashed? Yet she understood their sentiments, having lived in seclusion for so long at Tianshui Peak, rarely encountering men, let alone someone as exceptional as their elder. Even she felt a flutter of affection in that moment. Soon, Mingyue led her disciples away. Following this battle, Yi Qiu's name resounded throughout the wilderness. Many were surprised to learn that beyond Meng Tianzheng and Qi Wuhui, the Bui Tian sect had such a formidable master. At this moment, within a tavern situated along the ancient road of the wilderness, a multitude of patrons congregated. Have you heard? The Bui Tian sect has produced yet another peerless powerhouse. His strength is unfathomable. With a single strike, he grievously wounded 2 fifth-stage masters from the Lin family, who are among the most formidable figures in Liang. The discussions within the tavern grew increasingly animated. This master of Zixia Peak, Yi Qiu, appeared quite young, donned in white garments, accompanied by an exquisite beauty. His attire bore a piece of spiritual jade, a distinctive pendant, making him easily recognizable. If any of you encounter him, remember to tread carefully, do not provoke him, lest you risk your life. In an elegant corner on the second floor, a stunning woman clad in a red robe, her face partially veiled, leisurely examined the cup in her hand. She murmured, "Bui Tian sect, Yi Qiu. Your Highness, what are you pondering?" Zhao Wanner, lost in thought, was interrupted by her curious maid. A subtle smile graced Zhao Wanner's exquisite face, her graceful demeanor evident as her fair fingers glided over the teapot. Were it not for the screen shielding her, surely every man in the tavern would be captivated by her charm. She was the embodiment of elegance, an elegance ingrained in her very being. Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much. I am merely curious whether this Yi Qiu is truly as formidable as they claim." Xiaoling tilted her head thoughtfully and responded, "The 2 masters from the Lin family we encountered were indeed quite powerful. If he could injure them with a single strike, he must possess considerable skill. Your Highness, have you not been troubled by the prospect of which immortal mountain to pursue for cultivation?" "I believe the Bui Tian sect would be a splendid choice," Xiaoling suggested. Zhao Wan and Oppos, eyes brightened. "Indeed, that is a commendable idea." Her recent escape from the palace was driven by her father's insistence on her marriage to the crown prince of the Hanhai kingdom, a union she vehemently opposed. Thus, she sought refuge in an immortal mountain for cultivation to evade this fate. As a princess of the dynasty, the prospect of marriage was an unavoidable destiny for all. Yet, she was unwilling to succumb to such a fate. Over the past month, she had visited several immortal mountains, but none had met her satisfaction. Now, upon hearing the name of the Bui Tian sect, her interest was piqued, particularly regarding the master of Zixia Peak, Yi Qiu. "I believe I shall observe further." Zhao Wan and Oppos, blinked, setting down her cup and adjusting her red robe. "Let us depart." The 2 then exited the tavern. Chapter 26. Do you wish to be my disciple? Having escaped, she was accompanied solely by her maid, Xiaoling, with no guards in sight. To avert unnecessary troubles, she donned a veil to conceal her face. Otherwise, her stunning beauty would likely prevent them from leaving the tavern unscathed. An hour later, on an expansive plain, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, carriage halted by the roadside. Xiaoling, pale with fear, gazed at the barren wilderness ahead. "Your Highness, it seems we are in trouble." Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, leaned out to peer into the depths of the wilderness, where a pair of blood-red eyes were fixated upon them. How could there be a ferocious beast here? Zhao Wanner pondered, perplexed. The major sects in the 3 great dynasties had mobilized their elite to sweep through the eastern wilderness, so it was illogical that any beast should remain. They had encountered no such occurrences on their journey thus far, and panic began to set in. This time, she had not brought any guards, only Xiaoling, whose cultivation was but at the 9th tier of qi refinement. As for Zhao Wanner, she had yet to begin her training. From the outset, she had been treated merely as a pawn in a marriage alliance, deprived of any opportunity to cultivate, unlike her brothers. This was precisely why she sought to apprentice herself at a sect. A red-patterned snake, the Qi Lian snake, emerged, flicking its tongue as it coldly regarded them. Zhao Wan and Appos felt a tremor of dread deep within her. "Your Highness, run. I will hold it off," Xiao Ling declared resolutely. Fully aware that she stood no chance against the Qi Lian snake, yet determined to protect the princess. Since her family had sent her to the palace, she had always regarded Zhao Wan and Appos as a sister, and now was the time to repay that kindness. "Your Highness, go." Xiao Ling unsheathed her sword and leaped from the carriage, turning back to urge Zhao Waner. However, Zhao Waner made no move, merely smiling softly. It seemed she had come to terms with their fate, her tone calm as she stated, "There is no escape. The Qi Lian snake is highly venomous and extraordinarily swift. How could its prey possibly escape its grasp?" She felt no regret. Returning to that cold palace to submit to a fate of marriage was a fate she would rather evade. Even death could offer a form of liberation. "Xiaoling, you must go. Do not concern yourself with me." With Xiaoling's 9th-tier cultivation, she might have a chance if she ran with all her might, but for Zhao Waner, such a possibility was nearly non-existent. Thus, she resolved to distract the beast, allowing Xiaoling to escape, a small repayment for her loyalty. "No, Your Highness. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not abandon you." Xiaoling's voice trembled, her sword shaking in her grip, fear evident, yet she stood defiantly in front. Suddenly, a rustle in the grass signaled the Qi Lian snake launching towards them at remarkable speed. Xiaoling and Appos' expression grew grave, just as she prepared to strike. A flash of white light surged from the distance, aimed precisely at the snake. Zhao Wan and Appos, bracing herself for death, was astonished to see a graceful figure racing towards them. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was an enchanting beauty, her allure rivaling Zhao Wan and Appos' own. The woman stood poised, her demeanor reminiscent of a celestial sword master. "Perhaps we shall not perish today," Zhao Waner thought with a hint of relief. It seemed that a number of disciples from the celestial sects had sensed the presence of this ferocious beast and arrived to assist. As the sword energy struck the Qi Lian snake, it hissed angrily, turning its fury towards Lin Qizhu, who stood unperturbed. With a deft movement of her Zixia sword, she conjured a lotus blossom seal to deflect the flames emitted by the snake. Seeing its ambush thwarted, the Qi Lian snake attempted to retreat into the underbrush. But Lin Qizhu would not allow it to escape. This was her first opponent since beginning her training, a test from her master. "Where do you think you're going?" she called out coldly, charging forward to engage the snake in combat. At that moment, another figure appeared, swiftly approaching the carriage, intrigued by the unfolding battle. Zhao Waner cast a curious glance at him, suddenly struck by a realization. Clad in white, accompanied by a stunning beauty and adorned with a jade pendant. Could it be? Is this truly him? She marveled at the serendipity of the encounter. Just moments ago, they had been discussing Yi Qiu, and now fate had brought them together. Might this gentleman be Yi Qiu, the esteemed leader of the Butian sect's Zixia? Zhao Waner elegantly removed her veil, smiling curiously as she posed her question. Yi Qiu turned to her, his brow furrowed in confusion. Have you heard of my tale?" Indeed, it was he. Zhao Wan and Appos, as heart swelled with delight. Her earlier guesses had proven true. As she scrutinized him closely, she found herself increasingly astounded. He was every bit as remarkable as the legends depicted, handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura, akin to a celestial being, unparalleled and solitary. Zhao Wan and Appos smiled knowingly, tossing her hair back. It is said that the leader of the Butian sect's Zixia is extraordinarily young, with an unparalleled appearance and demeanor. He once defeated two formidable opponents in the 5th realm of divine concealment with a single sword strike and slayed a giant ape to claim its precious bones. Truly, his reputation resonates far and wide within the eastern wilderness. I have long admired him and yearned to witness his prowess in person. Yi Qiu paused, taken aback. Is news spreading so swiftly these days? Just a few days have passed, and this tale has already reached here? Now that you have met me, what are your thoughts? Yi Qiu and Appos' tone remained unperturbed, betraying no hint of pride. Zhao Wan and Appos was taken aback, impressed by his composure. Most would feel a sense of gratification when praised, yet Yi Qiu displayed none. Clearly, his temperament was remarkably steady, embodying the essence of tranquility. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Wan and Appos. Could he be the master she sought? She had encountered many strong individuals within the palace, but she valued character above mere strength, which was why she had hesitated to take a disciple. Now, upon meeting Yi Qiu, the desire to become his disciple blossomed within her. With a gentle blink, she mused aloud, "As for my thoughts, you are indeed as astonishing as the legends describe." She hesitated before asking, "May I inquire if you have any intention of accepting a disciple?" Yi Qiu regarded her thoughtfully, locking eyes with her. You wish to be my disciple? Indeed, Zhao Wan and Apos, replied with a warm smile. She had visited nearly all the renowned celestial sects, but had yet to find one that truly satisfied her. She had intended to visit the Butian sect last, and if she found no suitable master, she would settle for anyone. But fate had presented her with a more than adequate option, and it would be a pity to let it slip away. Yichio scrutinized her carefully. This girl possessed innate beauty, her demeanor graceful and refined, with a charm that could rival even Lin Qizhu in certain aspects. Her aptitude is decent, he mused. With a little guidance, she could be of use. After a moment, he replied nonchalantly, yes, you may join. Though your potential is average, I see no reason not to teach you. Zhao Wanner felt a thrill of joy at his words and, curious, inquired, aren't you interested in my background? She was perplexed. It was unusual for a master to accept a disciple without inquiring about their origins, especially since he seemed unconcerned with her aptitude. Ichio simply stated, when I take on a disciple, I do not consider their lineage, only the bond of fate. Even if one hails from humble beginnings, possessing a heart eager to learn, I shall impart my knowledge. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wan and Apos felt a surge of admiration within her. Throughout her journey, she had encountered numerous masters, each revealing their true nature. Some placed great emphasis on lineage, while others prioritized innate talent. Yet, Yichio disregarded both. At that moment, Zhao Wanner resolved that this was a person she must revere as her mentor. Disciple Zhao Wanner pays her respects to the esteemed master. Without delay, she performed the customary bow of apprenticeship, fearing Yichio might have a change of heart. Little Ling was taken aback. She knew her princess well. Every action she took was meticulously considered, and witnessing such an impulsive decision to become a disciple was a first. All right, rise, Ichio said, concealing his inner delight while maintaining an outward calm. He had long desired to take on another disciple. For relying solely on Lin Qizhu to reap the rewards felt somewhat wasteful given the 10,000-fold return system at his disposal. Who would have thought that a simple stroll today would yield such a fortuitous blessing? Indeed, what splendid luck. Chapter 27. My heart wavers from this day forth. You shall be my second disciple. The one in front is your senior sister, whom I will introduce to you shortly. Please rise. The formalities of apprenticeship can wait until we return to the mountain gate. Thank you, master. Zhao Wanner slowly rose, her demeanor exuding elegance, perpetually revealing an air of nobility. Princess, congratulations on finally finding a master you admire. Xiaoling approached to offer her heartfelt congratulations. Yichio was momentarily taken aback. Princess? This second disciple seems quite extraordinary. Although puzzled, he refrained from asking. As he had stated, he did not judge his disciples by their backgrounds. The previous battle was nearing its conclusion. Despite the swift speed of the Crimson Serpent, it ultimately met its demise at the hands of Lin Qingzhu, who swiftly returned after claiming its precious bones. Master, how did I perform just now? Lin Qingzhu approached with a bow, her eyes full of anticipation, hopeful that her impressive display would please her master. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet your battle experience is lacking. You missed several opportunities. Nonetheless, it is not a significant issue. With more practice against ferocious beasts, you will gradually hone your skills. Yichio offered a sincere critique. Lin Qingzhu felt a flicker of disappointment, yet she became acutely aware of her shortcomings thanks to Yichio's words. Now, allow me to introduce you. This is my newly accepted disciple, who will henceforth be your junior sister. At this point, Yichio suddenly paused, turning to Zhao Wan and Apos, and asking, what was your name again? She had mentioned it earlier, but he had not paid attention and had forgotten. Zhao Wanner stifled a laugh, managing to explain, Senior sister, my name is Zhao Wanner. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Lin Qingzhu cast a surprised glance at Zhao Wanner, internally praising her beauty. This girl is simply too stunning. Suddenly feeling immense pressure, she pondered that perhaps it was not so surprising after all. With the lack of peers on Zixia Peak, and Yichio preoccupied with his cultivation, she had longed for someone to converse with. Feeling a surge of joy at having a junior sister, Lin Qizhu exclaimed, I finally have a junior sister. Hello. Junior sister. I am Lin Qizhu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The two young women instantly felt a sense of familiarity upon meeting. Engaging in cheerful conversation, Yichio raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat neglected. After a lengthy chat, the two gradually remembered that Yichio had been left out in the cold. Both felt a bit embarrassed. Zhao Wanner was still unfamiliar with Yichio and feared displeasing her master. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Qingzhu reassured her, do not worry, junior sister. The master is exceptionally kind to his disciples and never loses his temper. You will understand this better with time. Master is the most caring person I have ever encountered. In my days on the mountain, he has treated me with utmost care, providing me with precious pills and passing down the legacy of Zixia Peak, the Zixia sword. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er was astounded. She became even more convinced that she had chosen the right master. Is there truly such a wonderful master in this world? All right, let us converse on the way. Observing the sky, he noted that night was approaching, indicating that they would need to camp again this evening. Very well, master, please get in the carriage. The wind is quite strong outside. Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, gestured towards the luxurious red carriage behind her, indicating for Yi Qiu to board. Yi Qiu accepted without hesitation. It must be said, this princess's carriage is indeed extravagant, far more comfortable than the humble wooden cabin at Zixia Peak. The three of them settled inside, without feeling crowded in the slightest. Xiao Ling drove the carriage as they resumed their journey. Until the night fully descended, the group halted by a lakeside. They set up camp smoothly, and after settling in, Yi Qiu called Zhao Wan and Oppos, over. Disciple, your senior sister has gone out to hunt. While we have this time, allow me to teach you the ways of cultivation. All right. Zhao Wan sat gracefully opposite Yi Qiu, her gaze fixed on his handsome face, cheeks flushing slightly with a hint of nervousness. Yet, the thought of soon being able to cultivate filled her heart with joy. Yi Qiu began, your aptitude is average, so I shall assist you in enhancing it. This bone, obtained recently, is from the infernal giant ape and possesses fire attributes. Today, I will grant it to you for absorption. What? Zhao Wan and Oppos, gasped, astonished as she gazed at the bone in Yi Qiu and Oppos' hand. Isn't this the remnant of a legendary creature from a while back? Yi Qiu had exerted considerable effort to acquire it. How could he possibly part with it for her use? Previously, when Lin Qingzhu mentioned how generous her master was, Zhao Wan'er had been somewhat skeptical. But now she believed wholeheartedly. How incredibly generous. He simply offers such treasures without hesitation? Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qiu had intended to give the bone to Lin Qingzhu for absorption. However, due to her possessing a piece of ice bone that conflicted with it, she could not absorb it. If she forced it, it would hinder the effect of the divine bone. Thus, he had kept it with him, uncertain of how to proceed until Zhao Wan'er became his disciple. Absorb it? Such a waste. Not absorbing it would leave it unused. Now that he had just accepted Zhao Wan'er as a disciple, he finally discerned how to handle the situation. Master, you are not joking with me, are you? This is the remnant of a legendary creature. You truly mean to give it to me? Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, questioned, filled with disbelief, feeling as though Yi Qiu was testing her. Yi Qiu replied calmly, a treasure's worth lies in its potential value. Without value, it is merely a useless bone. Absorb it without concern for my feelings. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I will not hold back anything from you. Zhao Wan'er felt deeply moved, her resolve strengthened. She had indeed made the right choice in her master. Thank you, master. Without hesitation, she accepted the bone and began the absorption process as Yi Qiu instructed. In mere moments, a blazing fire ignited within her body becoming unbearably hot, prompting her to tug at her red robe and remove it. The stunning form beneath was suddenly revealed to Yi Qiu, causing him to shudder. Sweat glistened on her fair skin, emanating a faint fragrance that sent Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' hormones soaring. Goodness, teaching a disciple nearly unsettled my heart. Yi Qiu internally chastised himself, hastily averting his gaze, yet unable to resist stealing glances. At that moment, Zhao Wan'er was engulfed in an inferno, shedding her garments one after another, feeling increasingly overheated. Just as she was about to remove her final piece, she suddenly recalled that her master was still nearby, and she quickly restrained herself. This left Yi Qiu feeling disappointed. Alas, so close yet so far. Regaining her composure, Zhao Wan and Oppos began absorbing the divine bone, and before long, deep within her, a fiery divine bone slowly took form. This was the result of absorbing the ancient remnant, combined with her own noble bloodline, resulting in a newly evolved divine bone. Being of royal lineage, her bloodline was inherently noble, and after absorbing the divine bone, it was as though she had integrated it into her very being. The fusion of these two elements birthed a new divine bone, which, in terms of quality, was no less impressive than Lin Qingzhu and Amp, Oppos' ice bone. As the divine bone manifested, a smile appeared on Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' face, clearly pleased. Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, let out a soft moan. Her expression contorted with pain as the divine bone sprouted from her body, an intense itch overwhelming her, forcing her to scratch incessantly. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently revealed herself. Oh, it appears I have stumbled upon something I should not have seen. My resolve has wavered. Chapter 28. I suspect this disciple is acting like me after an indeterminate amount of time. Zhao Wan'er gradually awakened. At this moment, her cultivation had successfully reached the first level of Xianji. Moreover, she had fused the infernal flame of the hellish giant ape, successfully evolving her own divine bone. The power of the divine bone had yet to be fully absorbed for a time to come. She only needed to transform the strength of the divine bone into her own power, and her cultivation would surge upward swiftly. This is the formidable nature of the divine bone, especially one that is a remnant of a treasure bone from the fifth realm of divine abode, which contains enough power for one to cultivate to the fifth realm of divine abode. Hence, in the vast wilderness, divine bones are akin to elixirs, exceedingly precious. This explains why so many sought to snatch the divine bone earlier. After a while, Zhao Wan'er slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she could hardly conceal the joy bubbling within her. Upon seeing Yi Qiu seated before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, only to be suddenly hit by a cold breeze that made her shiver uncontrollably. Looking down, she realized, after a moment, that her face had turned crimson. In haste, she grabbed the red robe on the ground and draped it around herself, concealing her fair, jade-like skin. Ah, how mortifying. I wonder if Master saw anything just now. Oh dear, I could just die. In this moment of embarrassment, Zhao Wan'er wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. And Master? She called out shyly. I didn't see anything, Yi Qiu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er's face flushed even deeper. If he hadn't seen anything, he wouldn't have emphasized it. Woe is me. How will I ever face anyone again? Zhao Wan'er felt utterly despondent. As a princess of the dynasty, she had always conducted herself with poise and grace, a noble demeanor ingrained in her very being. Never did she expect to behave in such a manner before her master today. Surely, her impression in his eyes had plummeted to the depths. The main issue was that the infernal flame was far too intense. She had unknowingly shed her garments until only an undergarment remained. Coupled with the beads of sweat that drenched her, her attire clung to her form, rendering it nearly transparent. Whatever her master had seen would remain etched in his memory, and how could she face him again after this? Yi Qiu turned away, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of her long, pale legs exposed before him, and he swallowed hard. Disciple, you have absorbed the treasure bone of the hellish giant ape and fused it, evolving your own divine bone. From this day forth, you have officially embarked on the path of immortality. As you are new to this path, you may lack some knowledge of cultivation. Coincidentally, your senior sister has yet to return from her haunt. I shall take this opportunity to explain some things to you. Zhao Wan and Apos, her eyes sparkling, lifted her gaze to Yi Qiu, noting his demeanor was entirely composed, devoid of any unusual reaction. A strange sense of disappointment washed over her, coupled with an odd curiosity. What could it be? Did Master not favor women? After all that had just transpired, his lack of response was perplexing. Or perhaps, was her beauty insufficient to captivate him? Oh, what am I thinking? He is my master. Shaking her head, Zhao Wan and Apos, her endeavored to suppress her insidious thoughts and finally calmed herself. All right, Master, please proceed. Wan and Apos, is listening. Gracefully, she adjusted her red robe to envelop her form, yet her long, fair legs remained tantalizingly exposed, perhaps intentionally so. Yi Qiu found his composure wavering. This girl, her intentions seemed less than pure, as if she sought to ensnare him. After a silent deep breath, he continued, as cultivators, we begin with qi training. Entering the Xianji realm signifies the initial understanding. Only upon reaching this state can one learn some powerful celestial techniques. Your current level is the first of Xianji. The Xianji realm consists of 9 levels, progressing to the Tianxiang realm. Tianxiang, also known as Tongxian, signifies that one's mastery over their own aura has reached a profound level. One can distinctly sense fluctuations in aura within a radius of several miles. The 5 senses become acutely aware, perceiving all around. This realm is also divided into 9 minor stages. Zhao Wan and Apos, listened attentively. Though she hailed from royalty, she had been treated as a mere tool for political alliances since childhood, offering her no opportunity to acquire such knowledge. Most of her understanding came from hearsay, vague and incomplete. Beyond Tianxiang lies the Wuju realm. Wuju, as the name suggests, implies the absence of distance. This distance can entail instantaneous movement across vast expanses or transcending time and space for remote strikes. It embodies a principle of order. Once you attain this realm, you will comprehend it, but discussing it at this juncture is premature. Like the previous 3 realms, this one also contains 9 subdivisions. The subsequent realm, Shunsong, differs significantly. It comprises only 5 levels, hence its designation as the 5 realms of divine abode. This realm is characterized by 5 vital points. The essence of life hidden within the body, thus named Shunsong. Upon reaching this level, one can master the art of concealing their aura, returning to their primal state. The sharp edge of the sword is hidden within the heart, not revealing its form. The Shun Tsang is reclusive, nurturing the spirit. At this moment, I reside within this realm. After absorbing Yi Qiu's explanation, Zhao Wan'er was utterly captivated, her luminous eyes fixed intently upon him, causing Yi Qiu to feel a twinge of embarrassment. He harbored grave doubts that this disciple was intentionally trying to provoke him. Displaying her long, fair legs and adopting a demure expression, she was irresistibly alluring. "Master, what lies beyond the 5 realms?" Zhao Wan and Apos inquired softly, resting her chin in her hands. Yi Qiu inhaled deeply, feigning composure as he responded with tranquility. "Beyond the 5 realms lies the realm of the sect leader, also known as the Honored One. Generally, those who reach this level are the rulers of significant sections. Our Butian sect boasts 2 leaders. The first, the sect master, Meng Tianzhong, and the second, the head of the sword-hiding peak and concurrently the enforcement elder of the Butian sect, Qi Wuhui. At this echelon, one can simplify the path to the great Tao. Even a seemingly simple strike contains boundless profundity. To embody the Tao, one integrates with it, creating an entire system. I am the Tao." Zhao Wan and Apos, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master, is there a realm beyond the sect leader?" Observing her inquisitive expression, Yi Qiu gradually elucidated, "Indeed. There exists a realm beyond the sect leader, known as the Supreme Being. Among humanity, the Supreme Being stands unparalleled. This state can be considered the pinnacle of existence. Naturally, above the Supreme Being lies the King of Kings, and above that, the Emperor realm. However, such realms are exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, nearly non-existent. Our human race has not seen an emperor in millennia. The tribulations and hardships one must endure to attain the emperor title are beyond your imagination. Thus, the path of cultivation is not as simple as you envision. Every renowned powerhouse has endured unimaginable hardships and trials before their rise to fame. Disciple, remember this. Regardless of the challenges you encounter in the future, the only way forward is to press on with unwavering resolve. Even when battered and bruised, retreat is not an option. The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate. Taking a single step back leads to a bottomless abyss. Do you understand?" Yi Qiu spoke with a grave tone, and Zhao Wan and Apos felt a tremor in her heart. She replied resolutely, "Master, I understand." Chapter 29. Remnants of the True Dragon. She was not a naive and innocent girl, having emerged from the depths of the palace. She was acutely aware of the treacheries of the world. Compared to the intricate schemes of the court, she preferred to embark on the path of immortality, fully experiencing the myriad hardships of cultivation. She longed to live for herself rather than be a mere tool for a political marriage to a man she had never even met. This sense of resentment lingered within her, fueling her discontent. "Ah, splendid." Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his second disciple. "Well, these common-sense matters are sufficient to grasp. There is no need to dwell excessively on them." Glancing at the sky, he noted that night had fully descended, and Lin Qingzhu and Xiao Ling had yet to return from their hunt. Yi Qiu pondered whether he should teach her the ways of immortality at this moment. After some contemplation, he decided against it. She had just broken through to the first rank of mystical finger, and her state of mind was not yet stable. To teach her now would be somewhat precipitate. This precious bone has perfectly merged with you. From today onward, you shall absorb it in accordance with the methods I have just imparted. As for the immortality techniques, we shall discuss them once your state of mind has stabilized. There is no need for haste. This precious bone, a remnant of the ancient species from the 5 realms of the divine repository, possessed a uniquely rich essence of heaven and earth, which would significantly aid her in enhancing her cultivation. "Understood, Master," Zhao Wan'er replied earnestly, nodding her head. She could sense the formidable power of the bone resonating within her. If she could absorb this power, surely she would soon break through to the celestial aspect, wouldn't she? With this thought, a sense of exhilaration bubbled within Zhao Wan and Apos. She felt incredibly fortunate. To have such an excellent master who presented her with a precious bone right from the start was a rare stroke of luck indeed. Even her father, the emperor, would not dare to casually offer one for their absorption. Such a master was remarkably generous. As Lin Qingzhu had previously mentioned, he never withheld anything from his disciples. The more she contemplated this, the more her heart swelled with joy, her gaze lingering on Yi Qiu with a hint of infatuation. Her master was not only composed and handsome but also extraordinarily capable. Moreover, he was unreserved with his disciples, truly the finest master one could hope for. Zhao Wan'er felt immensely relieved that she had not hastily pledged allegiance to another teacher. Otherwise, she would have missed the opportunity to study under such a remarkable master. Now, take this time to consolidate your cultivation and stabilize your mind. Your senior sisters should be returning soon. With a graceful flick of her long, dark hair, Zhao Wan'er adjusted her crimson robe, enveloping herself in its fabric, and entered a state of meditation. Following Yi Qiu's instructions, she focused on solidifying her cultivation while absorbing the power of the precious bone. Seeing her enter a meditative state, Yi Qiu finally exhaled in relief. Phew, this girl is too alluring. If this continues, I fear I shall eventually lose my resolve. He silently chastised himself, steeling his heart. System notification, ding. You have bestowed a piece of the ancient species bone from the divine repository's 5 realms upon your disciple, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Ding, congratulations. You have received a 10,000-fold return, acquiring a remnant of the true dragon bone. What? A true dragon bone? Yi Qiu gasped, astonished. Wait, system, are you certain? This is indeed a remnant of the true dragon bone? Host. This bone is a remnant of the true dragon. It is incomplete and not a whole bone. The system emphasized this point, yet even as a remnant, Yi Qiu was still filled with excitement. Good heavens, a true dragon. Even a droplet of its essence could be lethally potent. And a mere remnant is akin to a supreme treasure. Huh, what a windfall. This disciple was worth taking in. The more I observe her, the more I appreciate her. Truly, she is a delightful gift to her master. Unable to contain his joy, Yi Qiu retrieved the remnant of the true dragon bone from the system. An astonishing aura enveloped him, and without hesitation, he began the absorption process to prevent any unforeseen delays. As the power of the true dragon surged into him, golden runes erupted across his body, coursing over his skin. Ouch, ouch, ouch. In an instant, it felt as though his body had been violently struck, nearly shattering his limbs. This true dragon bone was no mere trinket. In a fleeting moment, it almost overwhelmed him. As the influx of runes continued, Yi Qiu's body seemed to expand, as if on the verge of bursting. Not daring to lose focus, he swiftly enacted the primitive true resolution. Attempting to refine this newfound power, he infused the true dragon and Appos' essence into the 5 divine repositories, and in no time at all, Yi Qiu and Appos' cultivation began to soar rapidly. He leapt to the 5th rank of the divine repository, on the brink of entering the position of the sect master. Moreover, under the transformative refining of the true dragon's essence, his physical form underwent a qualitative change, manifesting golden runes upon his skin, rendering it incredibly resilient. The true dragon and Appos' golden body? Yi Qiu gasped in awe. After absorbing the runes from the true dragon bone, his physical form gradually became fortified. Beneath this newfound resilience, his strength surged swiftly. Furthermore, a particularly unique ability experienced significant enhancement, continuously refining the spiritual energy within him to achieve an absolute level of purity. As he carefully assessed the changes within his body, Yi Qiu was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This sensation was unlike any he had ever experienced. If he were to face the 2 formidable figures from the Lin family at this moment, he would not even need to wield a sword technique. His raw physical strength alone would suffice to utterly crush them. The ferocious power coursed through the 5 divine repositories as Yi Qiu infused it into the Dao flower. Merging his essence with the Tao and yielding fruitful results, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm, just a step away from ascending to the position of sect master. After a lengthy wait, Lin Qingzhu and Xiao Ling returned, carrying with them a wild deer from the plains. As they prepared to report back to Yi Qiu, they suddenly noticed a Dao flower blooming above his head. The power of the cosmos began to coalesce, and amidst the swirling winds, the 2 struggled to maintain their footing. What is happening to our master? Lin Qingzhu and Appos' face turned pale as she gazed at the figure amidst the tempest, feeling utterly lost. At that moment, Zhao Wan and Appos' was also awakened by the unexpected commotion. Her eyes widened in confusion as she took in the scene. Is he entering the Tao? This situation mirrored what Yi Qiu had just described to her. Sister, what is going on? Lin Qingzhu asked anxiously, helping Zhao Wan'er to her feet. Zhao Wan'er, though equally shocked, managed to maintain her composure. Master seems to be breaking through. Breaking through? Lin Qingzhu was bewildered, contemplating the implications. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon her. Could it be? Our master is ascending to the position of sect master? How is that possible? Our master is so young, yet he is already becoming sect master? This notion was beyond her comprehension. She had never heard of such a young sect master before. It was utterly astounding. One must understand that throughout the entirety of the Butian sect, other mountain peaks and Appos' leaders had not achieved the rank of sect master, even after hundreds of years. Since Yuchio inherited Zixia Peak, it had barely been a decade, and he was already on the verge of becoming sect master. Such talent was undoubtedly unparalleled. This was the true embodiment of a born supreme being. Compared to him, any so-called royal bloodline or ancient lineage was simply incomparable. Chapter 30. Ascension to the position of master. Do not mention how bewildered Lin Qingzhu was. Zhao Wan and Appos was even more confounded. Just moments ago, everything was proceeding smoothly as her master was imparting lessons. Yet suddenly, he had achieved a breakthrough himself. Although taken aback, Zhao Wan swiftly regained her composure. With a hint of joy, she remarked, "Sister, it seems we now have a master to support us. I wonder who would dare to bully us in the future." Lin Qingzhu also felt a surge of happiness. She was acutely aware of Yi Qiu's protective nature as a master. If he witnessed them being wronged, regardless of the perpetrator, he would undoubtedly intervene. Earlier, she had harbored concerns that the Lin family might retaliate against Yi Qiu, especially since he had previously brought them disgrace. As a prominent family of Liang, the Lin family would certainly not let such an affront go unpunished. However, seeing Yi Qiu ascend to the position of master, it was likely that any plans for revenge would be thwarted. After all, he was now a master, with a certain authority in the esteemed ranks. Even the emperor would have to treat him with respect within the palace. The Lin family was hardly worth mentioning in comparison. Lin Qingzhu could think of little else, while Zhao Wan pondered even more. Having taken a master of such stature, she mused that even if her father discovered her affiliation with the Butian sect, he would likely refrain from sending anyone to retrieve her. The anxiety she had harbored was finally alleviated. Now, she could devote herself to cultivating under Yi Qiu's guidance, living for herself and pursuing her own desires. Time passed, and eventually, Yi Qiu gradually withdrew his energy, allowing it to coalesce around him. Condensing above his head into a flower of Tao, its brilliance now restrained. Within him, two identical Tao flowers emerged, resonating with the previous one. However, these two flowers had only taken on a nascent form and had yet to bloom. 3 flowers at the crown? Upon attaining the position of master, Yi Qiu had successfully comprehended his own system. Most individuals and Appos systems were determined by their innate qualities. Since Yi Qiu already possessed a Tao flower within him, he followed the path of 3 flowers at the crown. The 2 flowers corresponded to 2 realms, supreme and royal, and upon reaching 3 flowers at the crown, he could strive for the great emperor realm. Could it be that I possessed the potential to become a great emperor? After grasping these concepts, Yi Qiu felt exhilarated. Could he possibly shatter the age-old legend of humanity being devoid of a great emperor for millennia? Currently, it appeared that such an opportunity existed, especially with the assistance of the 10,000-fold return system. However, it was still too early to draw conclusions. This was a lengthy journey, not one that could be accomplished in a day or two. Having absorbed the remnants of the true dragon, he had successfully entered the realm of master. The realms beyond that of master differed significantly from the previous stages, being divided into 3 subrealms: early, mid, and late. Presently, Yi Qiu was at the onset of the master stage, having advanced too swiftly for his cultivation to stabilize completely. Although he had not fully absorbed the power of the true dragon and Appos' remnants, Yi Qiu was already content. In the time to come, he planned to solidify his mental state, lest any issues arise from it that could jeopardize his cultivation. Such a loss would be untenable. Though his heart was filled with joy, Yi Qiu trained himself to mask it beneath a calm exterior. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find 3 enchanting maidens gazing at him with blinking eyes. Ah, how pleasant! As the golden runes dissipated from his body, the oppressive aura of the master returned within him. Zhao Wan and Appos and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The prior pressure had been nearly unbearable. With the tension lifted, they promptly collapsed onto the ground, landing unceremoniously and wincing in discomfort. Ouch, that hurts. Zhao Wan and Appos pouted, casting a reproachful glance at Yi Qiu. However, she quickly rose to her feet and approached Yi Qiu, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master." On successfully attaining the position of master, Lin Qingzhu was also quick to react, rushing forward to offer her congratulations. Xiao Ling stood by, her eyes filled with admiration, and followed suit. "Congratulations, senior, on becoming a master." Yi Qiu smiled and replied, "All right, rise. This minor achievement is not worthy of such celebration. Focus on your cultivation. Attaining the rank of master will come in due time." The hearts of the 2 women soared with delight. Did this mean they too had a chance to ascend to the rank of master? This was a realm coveted by countless cultivators. In the arduous path of cultivation, the likelihood of being eliminated by the celestial path was exceedingly high, with many individuals spending their entire lives trapped at a bottleneck, unable to break through. Zhao Wan and Appos, a cautiously inquired master. Do you believe we have hope of surpassing the rank of master? Should you both exert diligence and maintain a thirst for knowledge, the rank of master is hardly formidable. He replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan and Apos felt a surge of elation and promptly declared, Thank you, master. We will certainly commit ourselves to serious cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough to the rank of master. As she gazed into Yi Qiu and Apos' eyes, she seemed to recall something, causing her cheeks to flush. She likely recalled the earlier incident, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Yi Qiu discerned her thoughts but chose not to address them, wishing to avoid any awkwardness for both of them. Lin Qingzhu cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Wan and Apos, inquiring, Sister, what troubles you? Your face is quite red. Coughing lightly, Zhao Wan and Apos glanced at Yi Qiu, relieved to find him not looking her way. She quickly regained her composure and responded gracefully, Oh, I and Apos am simply delighted for Master's breakthrough. You are overthinking it, sister. Is that so? Lin Qingzhu observed her carefully, then turned her gaze to Yi Qiu. Sensing a hidden connection between the two, could it be that something unspeakable had transpired during her absence? That was unlikely. Master was such an upright individual. How could he indulge in such behavior? Surely, I am overthinking this. I cannot doubt Master's character. Shaking off her unwelcome thoughts, Lin Qingzhu regained her focus and said, Master, Xiaoling and I managed to hunt down a wild deer nearby. Would you like us to roast it now? Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu stood and surveyed the surroundings, noting the devastation wrought by his breakthrough. A wry smile crept upon his lips as a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Would he be penalized for damaging the ecological environment? Very well, go ahead. The sun is setting. Make haste in preparing the meal so we can rest early. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture deeper into the wilderness. Lin Qingzhu nodded and replied, Understood. I will attend to it right away. Sister, let me assist you, Zhao Wan suggested, but Lin Qingzhu declined. I can manage this alone. You have spent so long in the palace. How would you know how to do such things? You are just beginning your journey, and there is much you still need to learn. This is an excellent opportunity for Master to provide you with guidance. Zhao Wan did not argue. She indeed lacked the skills, but she felt averse to facing Yi Qiu, thus wished to help. The thought of the earlier incident made her blush. How mortifying. On my very first day, I was seen by my master. How shall we coexist moving forward? Nonetheless, Zhao Wan was, after all, a princess with considerable emotional resilience. As Lin Qingzhu and Xiao Ling departed to prepare the deer meat, Zhao Wan sat restlessly before Yi Qiu. Unconsciously, her long legs once again became visible. Yi Qiu and Apos' lips twitched. He harbored serious doubts about whether this disciple was deliberately teasing him. The first instance may have been accidental, but the second surely seemed intentional. Zhao Wan's delicate face broke into a subtle smile, her expression imbued with significance as she gazed at Yi Qiu. Just as Yi Qiu had suspected, it was indeed intentional. She was keen to ascertain whether her master could maintain his composure amid such a lure. To her disappointment, however, Yi Qiu remained utterly unfazed. Chapter 31. Princess Liang and the Tianbo Mansion see no evil, hear no evil. This disciple is far too mischievous. Regardless of the circumstances, I must not reveal even the slightest weakness. Otherwise, my future will be at their mercy. Looking at her legs? No, that and Apos, it's not to my taste. Despite Zhao Wan's numerous attempts to gauge his reaction, Yi Qiu remained utterly impassive. A twinge of disappointment flickered within Zhao Wan. Yet a sense of secret delight accompanied it. At least her esteemed mentor, whom she envisioned as gentle and refined, was not a lecherous man. However, she also felt a profound sense of frustration, or perhaps conflict. Her mentor showed her no interest, prompting her to ponder, Am I truly so devoid of allure? Disciple, do you have something on your mind? Observing the sorrowful glimmer in Zhao Wan's eyes, Yi Qiu inquired with genuine curiosity. Something on my mind? Zhao Wan lowered her gaze, recalling her plight, and felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Born into the royal court and treated as a mere pawn for political alliances, she had lost her mother at a tender age. Before meeting Yi Qiu, no one had ever shown her true sincerity. The only person she could truly call a friend was Xiao Ling. In the warmth of Yi Qiu's earnest gaze, Zhao Wan and Apos felt a tender affection, a comforting warmth that enveloped her heart. Perched upon a stone, her raven-black hair danced gently in the breeze, exuding an elegance befitting her noble lineage. She was indeed a flawless maiden, yet her heart yearned for a genuine expression of care. Master, there is a truth I have concealed from you. I fear that if I disclose it, you may no longer accept me as your disciple. After wrestling with her thoughts for some time, Zhao Wan and Apos felt a pang of guilt. Her mentor had been so kind, guiding her along the path to immortality and imparting precious teachings. It was wrong to keep secrets from him. especially when he was unknowingly entangled in the machinations of the royal court. Master, I was wrong. I am sorry. At that moment, Yi Qiu merely smiled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. He had long suspected that Zhao Wan and Apos was hiding something, yet he never pried into her affairs. If she wished to confide in him, she would do so in her own time. Seeing Yi Qiu and Apos' calm demeanor, Zhao Wan and Apos asked, Master, are you not angry? She could not comprehend why Yi Qiu remained unperturbed despite her confession. Why should I be angry? Yi Qiu countered, continuing, I do not intrude upon your personal matters. If you wish to speak, you will do so willingly. When I take on disciples, I do not consider their backgrounds or pasts. It is solely based on fate. If destiny has brought us together, it matters not if the world stands against you. All I know is that you are my disciple, and regardless of your actions, you remain under my guidance. Others may judge, but they shall not interfere. Such assertive words left Zhao Wan and Apos in awe, igniting a warmth within her heart. How could one not develop feelings for a mentor like this? A profound sense of security enveloped her, warming her spirit. Zhao Wan and Apos' heart raced. Those few words were irresistibly charming. After a moment of contemplation, her guilt resurfaced, and she lowered her gaze, saying, Master, I understand my mistakes. I promise I will no longer conceal anything from you. Yi Qiu observed her as she bowed her head in contrition, responding not with comfort, but with a calm demeanor. When your senior sister joined, I imparted to her a cherished tradition of the Zixiao lineage, to acknowledge one's mistakes and rectify them, but never to admit to them. This tradition had been passed down from her ancestors, and it was expected that they would continue to uphold it. I do not wish to hear any of you confessing your faults in the future, even if you have indeed erred. Deny it to the end. Zhao Wan and Apos stifled a laugh, initially moved by his earlier words, but nearly amused by the latter. Acknowledging one and Apos' mistakes only to deny them? Was that not a sign of stubbornness? She suddenly grew curious about the ancestor she had never met, who had once uttered such profound wisdom. Yes, Master, I will remember. Zhao Wan and Apos nodded, tugging at her crimson robe. With such tender treatment from her mentor, she could no longer keep her secrets. Master, I must confess, I am a princess of the Liyang royal family. My mother passed away early, and my father has always regarded me as a pawn for political alliances, betrothed to a prince of the Hanhai dynasty. I was raised with this mindset. Yet I refused to become a mere instrument of others and Apos' ambitions, marrying a man devoid of affection. So, I fled. Her heart swelled with gratitude for Yi Qiu and Apos' kindness. Yet she lamented, I fear that now, the people from Tianbo Mansion are searching for me far and wide. If they catch up, I may have to bid farewell to you. As she spoke, Zhao Wan's expression grew despondent. She did not wish to return, nor did she want to part from Yi Qiu. After finally finding a sense of belonging, losing it would leave her with a lifetime of regret. Yi Qiu gently wiped away her tears, reassuring her, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall take you back. Zhao Wan looked up in astonishment, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. She smiled, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, enchanting in its beauty and inviting one to embrace her. From now on, I shall heed your every word, Master. Whatever you command, I shall follow, Zhao Wan replied softly, her gaze brimming with affection for Yi Qiu. She felt deeply moved by this youthful and handsome mentor, who provided her with an unparalleled sense of security. Even if she were ultimately taken back by the people of Tianbo Mansion, she would harbor no regrets. Enough. Do not weep. As long as I am alive, no one will force you to do anything against your will. I shall always be your strongest support, Yi Qiu said gently. He gazed into the distance, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him. Tianbo Mansion? Yi Qiu had a rudimentary understanding of it. It was a formidable organization within the Liyang dynasty, tasked with handling matters that the dynasty could not address openly. It wielded immense influence in the eastern wilderness, yet such influence meant little in comparison to Yi Qiu. Not only could the Tianbo Mansion not provoke the likes of the Batian sect, but even Yi Qiu himself was not someone they could easily challenge. He was now the sect leader, a formidable presence in the early stages of transcendence. With the Tao flower blossoming within him and the immortal sword in hand, he commanded the grass character's sword technique. Beneath the Supreme, he could dispatch any challenger with ease. Yi Qiu brimmed with confidence. Zhao Wan and Apos, moved by his words, could not help but ask, Master, may I embrace you? The request surprised her, as she felt a twinge of bashfulness. As a young woman, should she not maintain a modicum of decorum? Yet, the desire to hold her mentor was overwhelming. She craved the warmth he exuded, a sensation she had never experienced before. Upon hearing her request, Yichou's lips twitched in surprise, his expression darkening. What an unusual request. Clearing his throat, he relented. Well, if you wish. He opened his arms, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos. Her's heart leapt with joy as she rushed forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace, her soft and heated form nestled against him. It felt so warm. So strangely delightful, she wished to remain in her mentor's embrace forever. Zhao Wan amused, her body instinctively shifting, inadvertently brushing against Yichou, almost unsettling his composure. This girl must be doing this on purpose. Just as he had steadied his thoughts, she had once again thrown him off balance. Yet, as he felt the gentle beauty nestled within his arms, Yichou could not help but smile in delight. What a marvelous sensation. Such a perfect figure, soft and warm. Captivating to the core. Having lived 2 lives, Yichou had never even touched a girl's hand. Yet today, he found himself embracing such an exquisite beauty. It was indeed worthwhile. What? You claim that I am being hypocritical, unable to act properly even with my own disciple? I advise you all to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Chapter 32. The Fiery Lotus of Retribution. A few days later. In the vast expanse of the desolate Gobi Desert, bones lay scattered, forming mountains of remains. The atmosphere was filled with an eerie silence, heavy with resentment. Concealed beneath the arid ground, a crimson fire lizard slowly emerged, yearning for fresh air, only to have its head severed by a descending sword. The lizard met its untimely demise without understanding the circumstances, having no chance to react. In its final moments, it beheld the true culprit, a woman clad in white, wielding a long sword, exuding an ethereal grace. The sound of footsteps crunching on the sand echoed, and a minute later, 3 figures appeared before the lifeless body of the lizard. Master, just as you surmised, this crimson fire lizard possesses that mysterious and uncanny source. Zhao Wan and Oppos. Crouched down to examine the creature before standing and explaining. Since that fateful day, she had transformed, shedding her previous burdens. In the presence of her beloved master and her sister-like senior, a smile graced her face. Lin Qingzhu descended gracefully from the air, approaching Yichou in silence. After more than a month of training, she had successfully broken through to the first rank of the celestial realm. Yichou was astonished by her rapid advancement. However, reflecting on his own seemingly extraordinary growth, he found solace in their shared journey. It appears that this recent upheaval is closely tied to that enigmatic source. This signals a foreboding omen, he mused, having spent the past month alongside Lin Qingzhu investigating the cause of the beastly turmoil. From the outset, he discerned that the beasts had succumbed to madness due to a dark essence within them. After slaying hundreds of beasts, his suspicions were confirmed. What could be the origin of this dark energy? Yichou pondered for a long time, unable to unravel its source. It seemed that uncovering the truth and avenging Lin Qingzhu would not be an easy task. At least, for now, it appeared increasingly improbable. Nevertheless, with only a month remaining until the 7 factions martial gathering, Lin Qingzhu had risen to the occasion, breaking through to the first rank of the celestial realm with Yichou and Amp, Oppos' guidance. Her mastery of the purple mist sword technique had reached an exceptional level, and her combat experience was more than sufficient. Yichou recalled his wager with Qi Wuhui, considering that with Lin Qingzhu's current prowess, she should be capable of defeating Qi Hao, the feeble man. Upon returning to the mountain, he imagined their astonishment at Lin Qingzhu and Oppos' meteoric rise in strength. They would likely regret not having recognized her potential earlier. As for the second disciple, Zhao Wan and Oppos, having just begun her journey, she had yet to practice any celestial arts, making it somewhat challenging for her to achieve impressive results. However, in recent days, she had been absorbing the power of precious bones, and her cultivation had improved to the 3rd rank of the mystic finger. It was time to impart some celestial techniques to her. Master, what shall we do next? Lin Qingzhu, understanding the futility of revenge, felt a twinge of disappointment but recognized her master's diligent efforts. Yichou contemplated for a moment. As nightfall approaches, you shall set up camp here to rest. Tomorrow, we shall commence a new training regimen. Wanner, today I will teach you the fiery heaven technique. This celestial art was comprehended by several generations of the previous masters of Purple Mist Peak. Given the infernal fire within you, this technique is most suitable for your cultivation. All right, Zhao Wan and Oppos, exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. For days, she had watched Lin Qingzhu and Oppos' impressive feats with envy, yearning for a chance to shine. Her master had refrained from teaching her earlier due to her unstable mindset. Now, hearing that her master was finally willing to impart knowledge, she could hardly contain her joy. Please, take a seat. Lin Qingzhu and the others stood back, observing as Yichou began to instruct Zhao Wanner in the art. Before long, He had imparted the fiery heaven technique to her. Though she lacked Lin Qingzhu's extraordinary photographic memory, her high comprehension allowed her to grasp the celestial art swiftly. In no time, she was able to manipulate the infernal fire within her, which filled her with elation. Ding! You have taught your disciple the mystic level technique. Fiery heaven technique, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Ah, the long-awaited sound. Yi Qiu and Apos' lips curled into a smile. Activate. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold critical return, obtaining the heavenly level technique, Fiery Lotus of Retribution. Fiery Lotus of Retribution? Would you like to learn it? Learn. In an instant, a surge of runes flooded Yi Qiu's mind. After comprehending the manipulation method of the Fiery Lotus of Retribution and its specific effects, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He already possessed the divine level technique, Grass Character Sword Art. In comparison, the Fiery Lotus of Retribution seemed somewhat redundant. Moreover, he lacked the flames within his body, which would hinder his cultivation of this technique. However, the significance of this secret art changed entirely when considered for Zhao Wan and Apos. She already possessed her own fire seed, the formidable infernal fire from hell. Coupled with the cultivation of the Fiery Lotus of Retribution, her strength would see a tremendous enhancement, enabling her to contend even against those of higher cultivation. Well, Yi Qiu thought carefully, turning to Zhao Waner. Come here, Waner. I have decided to teach you another secret technique. Zhao Waner was taken aback for a moment, her heart leaping with joy as she rushed over. Master, what technique will you teach me? Her curiosity piqued. She wondered if Yi Qiu would impart an even more powerful art than the Fiery Heaven technique. With a gentle smile, Yi Qiu replied, I shall teach you the Fiery Lotus of Retribution. What? The Fiery Lotus of Retribution? Zhao Wano had heard of this secret art from an old general in the palace. It was an exceedingly terrifying technique, at least of heavenly grade. Master, you are truly willing to teach me such a powerful technique. Thank you, Master. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Waner felt an urge to embrace Yi Qiu in gratitude. Deeply moved by his generosity. Observing her elation, Yi Qiu smiled contentedly. All right, please sit down. This technique is immensely powerful if you can cultivate it to its highest realm. It rivals divine existence. Yes, I will certainly strive to cultivate it. Zhao Wan and Apos obediently seated herself across from Yi Qiu as he began imparting the Fiery Lotus of Retribution to her. As the scriptures flowed into her mind, she could no longer conceal her delight. This secret art was indeed a heavenly level technique. However, its profound complexity posed a significant challenge. Otherwise, everyone would be able to cultivate divine level techniques. Fortunately, Zhao Wano had a foundation in the Fiery Heaven technique, making it easier for her to extend her understanding to the Fiery Lotus of Retribution. Additionally, her innate adaptability to the divine bones within her body soon led her to newfound insights. In a brief moment, a swirling mass of red flames enveloped her, an overwhelming heat radiating from her form. In the distance, Lin Qingzhu and Xiao Ling were left astounded. The pressure emanating from junior sister and Apos' flames is astonishing, Lin Qingzhu exclaimed, taken aback. She had never expected Zhao Wan and Apos' to exude such a terrifying aura during her first attempt at cultivating celestial arts. If they were to spar, Lin Qingzhu would find herself under considerable pressure, for the intensity of the flames was truly formidable. Chapter 33. The Art of Nine Netherfrost. Yi Qiu seemed to have discerned her despondence, sensing that perhaps with the arrival of the second disciple, he had inadvertently neglected the first. This was not ideal. However, he currently lacked the ice-based secret techniques that complemented the cultivation of the Xianbing bone. It was rather vexing. At that moment, ding, you have imparted the heavenly tier secret technique, Scarlet Lotus Inferno, to your disciple, triggering a random draw and return mechanism. As this secret technique is a system return, it cannot trigger a critical return. It can only yield a return of the same tier. Would you like to initiate the return? System, what do you mean? Yi Qiu was perplexed. What did it mean by a random draw and return mechanism? Was it not stated that the items returned by the system would not trigger critical returns through gifting or bestowing? To clarify for the host, I apologize for the lack of explanation. I shall elucidate again. The items returned by the system will not trigger critical returns through gifting. However, if it is a technique imparted to a disciple, there exists a probability of triggering a random draw once. Note, the random draw can only take place within the tier of the imparted technique, drawing from the same tier. Oh, so that is the case. Yi Qiu suddenly grasped the concept, realizing that it was not a matter of infinite stacking, but rather a random trigger. Nonetheless, it was acceptable. Even when imparting secret techniques to disciples, there was no loss incurred. He decided to proceed with the draw. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully drawn the heavenly tier's secret technique, 9 nether frost. Eh. Yi Qiu paused momentarily, glancing at Lin Qingzhu, suddenly filled with suspicion. Was this system being deliberate? Did it know what he lacked and provided accordingly? Was this so-called random draw and return mechanism truly aimed at facilitating his romantic pursuits? Qizhu, come here. Having acquired the 9 nether frost technique, Yi Qiu immediately summoned Lin Qizhu without hesitation. This first disciple had been instrumental during his lowest moments, enabling him to achieve his current standing. How could he neglect her? Earlier, he had nearly considered teaching her the grass character sword technique. But that divine-level sword technique was not something one could simply cultivate at will, without the innate comprehension ability granted by the flower of great Tao. Yi Qiu would have struggled to succeed, let alone her. Thus, the heavenly tier was indeed her limit. Fortunately, he now possessed the suitable heavenly tier secret technique for her. How could he refrain from teaching it? Master, what is your command? Lin Qingzhu approached with a hint of shyness, curiosity evident in her demeanor. Observing this cautious girl, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of warmth within and said, "Please, have a seat. Your Zixia sword technique has reached an extraordinary level. I believe it is time to teach you another secret technique." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu's eyes brightened with joy, her previous feelings of emptiness dissipating. "Thank you, master." A smile blossomed on her face as she happily settled down. Yi Qiu smiled faintly, sensing Lin Qingzhu's relief and happiness brought him joy as well. Unlike Zhao Wan'er, who had a family that did not love her and chose not to return, Lin Qingzhu had no family left. He was her sole reliance. If he were to further neglect her, it would be akin to casting her into an abyss of despair. Today, I shall impart to you the 9 nether frost technique. This secret technique is of the heavenly tier and is profoundly complex. You must practice diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me. Do not cultivate blindly, Yi Qiu cautioned. Yes, master, I will remember that. Yi Qiu nodded and proceeded to impart the 9 nether frost technique to her. Soon, she received the scriptures of this secret art. In her initial experience, the Xianbing bone within her became agitated as if stimulated. Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of delight and promptly seated herself to begin her cultivation. Time passed, and the chilling aura surrounding her intensified, rendering her akin to an ice mountain, emanating an aura that repelled all. She was an exceptionally pure and innocent girl, devoid of any ulterior motives, akin to pristine white snow. This secret technique resonated perfectly with her. Before long, Lin Qingzhu grasped the intricacies of the 9 nether frost technique, seamlessly integrating it into her Zixia sword technique, enhancing its power significantly. Observing her enter a state of cultivation, Yi Qiu chose not to disturb her and quietly sat beside her as a protective guardian. These two disciples were polar opposites, one frigid and distant, the other warm and affectionate, both equally captivating. Yi Qiu felt somewhat disappointed that this time, the random draw had not triggered again, yet he remained unconcerned. A single grass character sword technique was already sufficient. As the night swiftly passed, the following morning, 3 radiant figures graced the streets of Guangling City. Sister, Xiaoling. Come quickly, look at this hairpin. Isn't it beautiful? Zhao Wan'er elegantly picked up a hairpin from a vendor's stall, playing with it for a moment. Indeed. It would look splendid on our Wan'er, Lin Qizhu chimed in happily. The trio wandered the streets, eagerly examining any novel trinkets they encountered. Having grown up in the palace, Zhao Wan'er had never seen such wonders and was naturally curious. Just as they were enjoying themselves, an unwelcome voice pierced the air. I believe this hairpin would suit this beautiful fairy perfectly. If you were to wear it, you would look exquisite. Upon hearing this, the 3 women turned to find a dashing young man standing behind them, having appeared without notice. Lin Qingzhu regarded him with a frosty gaze. Sensing the invasive intent behind his gaze, she detested such scrutiny. In contrast to her cold demeanor, Zhao Wan and Apos maintained an air of elegance. With a gentle smile, she set down the hairpin and said, "You are correct. My sister is naturally stunning and would look good in anything. However, this matter does not concern you." Yang Xiao remained unfazed by their dismissive attitudes. He turned his attention to Zhao Wan'er, captivated by her beauty. His heart raced with excitement at the serendipitous encounter with 2 goddess-like figures while casually strolling the streets. As the eldest son of the Yang family in Guangling City and a prominent disciple of Li Changkong from the Undying Mountain, Yang Xiao possessed an innate confidence, indeed, a sense of pride. In both Guangling City and the Undying Mountain, he believed that whatever he desired was within his grasp. No matter how exceptional a woman might be, she was not exempt from his allure. I am Yang Xiao of the Guangling Yang family, a disciple of Li Changkong from the sacred grounds of the Undying Mountain. May I inquire your esteemed names and which celestial mountain you cultivate upon? Would you care to join me for a drink in a beautiful setting? Yang Xiao introduced himself, intending to showcase his inherent advantages. Typically, when women heard of his background, they would display admiration. However, these two seemed less inclined to indulge him. Lin Qizhu maintained her stoic expression and said nothing, while Zhao Wan tugged at her red robe, smirking playfully. I think it would be unnecessary. We are not acquainted. And besides, before leaving, Master advised us that there are no good men outside, urging us to steer clear. If you have no other business, we shall take our leave. Oh, and by the way, your name may intimidate others, but it holds no weight here with my sister. You simply do not measure up. At these words, Yang Xiao and Apos' expression soured slightly. These two women had the audacity to disregard him. Typically, upon hearing of his prestigious background, others would fawn over him. Not measure up? Yang Xiao gritted his teeth. In this city of Guangling, no one truly dared to utter such words. He immediately turned to the attendant behind him and commanded, Go investigate for me. I am quite eager to discover their origins. Humph. The women I have set my sights on have never eluded my grasp. Chapter 34. The child grows up and becomes more filial in the elegant seating area on the second floor of Xuanyang Tower after the three settled in. Zhao Wan and Apos could not contain her curiosity and asked, Senior sister, do you know the person mentioned earlier, Li Chongkong from Bulow Mountain? What kind of person is he? She had visited Bulow Mountain last time, but had missed Li Chongkong, as he had already descended the mountain. Li Chongkong. Lin Qingzhu pondered for a moment and replied, Yes, I have met him. He is quite an old scoundrel, rather lecherous in appearance with a scruffy beard. During the last assault on the infernal giant ape, he was present, along with our Tianshui Peak's grandmaster, Ming Weizhenren, and several experts from prominent families. Amidst the chaos, my master retrieved the precious bones unscathed and withdrew gracefully. That old man, upon witnessing my master's extraordinary power, attempted to ingratiate himself. But my master paid him no heed and turned to leave, which left that old man infuriated, his face dark with anger. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan and Apos covered her mouth and burst into laughter. She had heard of that battle, regretting her absence and missing the chance to witness her master and Apos' unparalleled grandeur. What a pity. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family in Guangling City, Xiao Zhan stared in bewilderment at his dutiful son. Son, drink your tea. Come. Let me wash your feet. You have worked hard. He was taken aback. Was this truly his son? How could he return after a month and appear transformed? So considerate of his parents? Have you stirred up some trouble outside? Xiao Zhan asked sternly. Something unusual must have occurred. He suspected that Xiao Yi had gotten into some mischief and was feigning filial piety to elicit his help. After all, he was his biological son, and if trouble had indeed arisen, Xiao Zhan could not ignore it. In response to his father's skepticism, Xiao Yi stood up. Father, what do you take me for? I am aware of your hardships and all you have done for me. I simply wish to show my filial piety. How could you think otherwise? It saddens me greatly. Seeing Xiao Yi's sorrowful expression, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Had a trip outside truly made him more mature? Wu Yu nudged Xiao Zhan, reproaching, You are being foolish. Your son is finally showing some understanding, and you are only casting doubts. Xiao Zhan felt wronged, but remained silent. He knew his son well enough to believe this transformation was not genuine. Indeed, Xiao Yi grinned and quickly crouched down, saying, Mother understands me best, unlike my father, who only knows how to suspect me. Come, mother, let me wash your feet. You have worked hard. Wu Yu was taken aback by her son's sudden display of filial piety, feeling delighted as she allowed him to express his devotion. Good son, I have not loved you in vain. If you like it, I shall wash your feet every day from now on, Xiao Yi proposed. What nonsense. My son is a man of great stature, destined for greatness, not one to linger at home washing feet daily. Your intentions are enough to satisfy me. My son has finally grown up, Wu Yu said, her eyes filled with affection, deeply moved by her son's newfound filiality. Watching him wash her feet with such seriousness, Xiao Zhan stroked his beard, nodding to himself. It seemed genuine. This child had finally matured. Indeed, it appears that this outing has allowed him to grow up at last. Little did they know, Xiao Yi's sudden filial behavior was entirely due to one person. The illustrious young master of the Xiao family had fallen significantly in status after just a few days apart. He had completely lost the face of the debauched offspring of Li Yang. All right, father, let me wash your feet as well. You have diligently worked for our family for so many years. It is time for me to show you my gratitude. You have worked hard. Xiao Zhan smiled with satisfaction, nodding, enjoying his son's service. Yes, my son has finally grown up. As he removed his boots, a pungent odor wafted up, nearly causing Xiao Yi to faint. Oh, I have an irreconcilable feud with you, Chiu. He cursed inwardly, feeling helpless. Xiao Yi could only steel himself to wash his father's feet, for this was all he could think of to express his filial piety. After washing his father's feet, Xiao Yi lifted the basin and said, "Father, mother, I shall return to my room to cultivate." "Yes, go ahead, good son." Hearing Xiao Yi express his desire to cultivate voluntarily for the first time filled Xiao Zhan with joy. Previously, he had to force him to practice. Yet today he had surprisingly asked to cultivate on his own. He could only wonder what had transpired during his absence that had transformed this frivolous youth into a responsible individual overnight. After Xiao Yi left, Xiao Zhan was eager to learn about his son's experiences over the past month, summoning Wang Hai and Elder Su. Upon hearing their explanation of Xiao Yi's encounter with Yi Qiu, they were not angry. Rather, they were elated. Is this truly the case? Haha, my lady. Shall we express our gratitude to this person? He understood that Yi Qiu and Apos S claim of visiting the Xiao family to verify the authenticity of Xiao Yi and Apos S filiality was merely a jest. As a grandmaster of the Five Realms, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Being a fellow grandmaster, Xiao Zhan discerned Yi Qiu's intentions at a glance. Ultimately, it was merely a chance for Xiao Yi to redeem himself. Clearly, Yi Qiu's intentions had been fulfilled. Xiao Yi had indeed been frightened into a shadow and was now striving to conform to the persona Yi Qiu had established for him. Previously, Xiao Yi had been nothing short of a prodigal, arrogant, and troublesome. However, upon returning, he had not only become more restrained but also more filial. Even refraining from aimless wandering, Xiao Zhan felt immense gratitude, realizing that Yi Qiu and Apos S words had effectively salvaged his son and Apos S future and saved the Xiao family. If Xiao Yi continued down his previous path of debauchery, the Xiao family would surely face ruin upon his eventual demise. For a long time, Xiao Zhan had pondered how to motivate his son, but it took Yi Qiu and Apos S single remark to awaken him. "Will you suggest it? I believe it is necessary. Dear, next month marks the once in 60 years Seven Veins Martial Assembly of the Butian sect. Should we prepare some generous gifts to express our gratitude?" Xiao Zhan stroked his beard, smiling lightly. "Agreed, it is settled. Zhenren has conferred upon my son a second chance at life. We must express our gratitude. Moreover, the Butian sect is renowned as a sacred mountain in Liang, and their leader holds a distinguished status. This is an opportunity to convey the Xiao family's goodwill." At present, the various families within Guangling City had already secured support from sects. The Yang family had Bulo Mountain, and the Lin family had the Zhulu Academy. Yet, the Xiao family had yet to establish a reliable sect ally. I believe the Butian sect would be a most suitable choice. Unsurprisingly, as the family head, Xiao Zhan swiftly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages. He then instructed Wang Hai, "Elder Wang, please prepare several precious gifts to be sent to Zixia Peak. While our humble offerings may not hold much significance for a figure like Zhenren, they may still hold some value for his disciples. This will also serve as a gesture of goodwill from the Xiao family." Chapter 35. Is that young Master Xiao? What a coincidence. Very well, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Wang Hai nodded and turned to leave the hall. He held no objections to Xiao Zhan and Apos S decisions. Having personally experienced the formidable nature of Yi Qiu, aware of the man's prowess, he recognized that making an enemy of such a person would be unwise. Thus, extending goodwill was indeed necessary. Once these matters were arranged, Xiao Zhan and Wu Yu left the hall, content, and made their way to Xiao Yi's room. Through the window, they could see him diligently practicing, a stark contrast to his previous laziness, perhaps witnessing the superiority of his peers during his recent outing. Compounded by the psychological blow from Yi Qiu, instilled in him a fierce determination to grow stronger. Consequently, upon returning home, he commenced an intense regimen of training. "Huh, my dear, did you see that? My son has truly changed," Wu remarked, nodding. While she felt a sense of pride, concern also nagged at her. Xiao Yi's fervent training without respite might lead to psychological issues. She proposed, "My lord, since his return, Yi has been almost entirely confined to his room for training. Might he not develop some problems from such confinement?" Xiao Zhan pondered this for a moment, feeling a pang of heartache, before replying, "Indeed, practice does not yield results overnight. A suitable balance of leisure and training is essential for broadening one and Apos S perspective." With that, he opened the door. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yi immediately opened his eyes. "Father, mother, what brings you here?" Xiao Yi rose to greet them. In truth, his return had prompted much reflection, not solely due to the pressure from Yi Qiu. He felt deeply moved by the countless sacrifices his father had made for him over the years, as well as the selfless love from his mother. Therefore, his filial piety was not merely an act, but an expression of genuine emotion. "Yi, remember that cultivating oneself requires a balance of work and rest. Remaining cooped up at home will yield little fruit. You must occasionally venture out to witness the brilliance of the world's talents, to remedy your own shortcomings. Xiao Yi's heart trembled. It was the first time he had heard his father actively encourage him to seek leisure. Previously, he had exerted considerable effort to gain permission to go out, but now his father was suggesting it. Eagerly, Xiao Yi replied, "Yes, father, I understand." "Very well, go. I shall have old Su accompany you." Xiao Yi accepted without hesitation, for it had been long since he had ventured outside. Since his return, the shadow of Yi Qiu had kept him indoors, but now, with his father's encouragement, he felt revitalized. Moments later, clad in a flowing red silk robe and holding a fan, Xiao Yi stepped outside with a smile. Only old Su accompanied him, strolling through the streets of Guangling, adopting a demeanor far more subdued than his usual arrogance. Upon reaching a tavern, he paused. This establishment was the most prestigious in Guangling. Owned by a formidable master of the fifth realm, it had become a favored locale for various families, and Xiao Yi had previously enjoyed visiting. The tavern and Appo's signature pear blossom wine was renowned, drawing patrons eager to savor its exquisite flavor. "Young master, shall we step inside for a moment?" Old Su suggested, knowing Xiao Yi's preferences for beautiful women and fine wine. With the former no longer an option, the latter remained. "Let us go. I'm in the mood for a drink," Xiao Yi replied, dismissing any thoughts of misfortune regarding a potential encounter with Yi Qiu. Upon entering, a young attendant approached. "Young Master Xiao, your reserved seat is on the second floor." "Very well," Xiao Yi responded confidently as he ascended the stairs. "You Haven and Appo's tea visited in quite some time. Your special table has unfortunately been booked by someone else," the attendant explained. "Who dares to take my seat?" Xiao Yi retorted, brimming with confidence as he approached his reserved area. However, upon parting the curtain, he was taken aback to see three beautiful women playfully engaging with one another. His expression shifted abruptly, and he turned on his heel. Before the attendant could clarify, Xiao Yi hastily dashed down the stairs. "Young master, what is wrong?" Old Su asked, confused. "Quickly, we must leave. That troublesome person is here," Xiao Yi exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Old Su's face paled. He understood exactly who Xiao Yi referred to. Without hesitation, the two slipped out of the tavern. Just then, a cold voice drifted from the second-floor window. "Is that not young Master Xiao? Why do you flee at the sight of me?" Hearing her voice, Xiao Yi froze in place. "This is the end. Why did I leave the house today? Of all times, it had to be now. Why must I be so unfortunate? I finally emerge, only to run into you." Xiao Yi felt a sense of despair. That icy voice belonged to Lin Qingzhu. Caught between the urge to flee and the necessity to respond, he forced a smile and looked up. "Hee fairy. Long time no see. I didn't expect to find you here." Lin Qingzhu smirked playfully. "Young Master Xiao, in such a hurry, where are you off to? Surely you are not trying to avoid us." "Not at all. Fairy, you misunderstand. I simply remembered there are matters at home that require my attention." "How could I possibly avoid you?" Xiao Yi stammered, cold sweat trickling down his back. He was uncertain of Yi Qiu and Appo's whereabouts, feeling increasingly anxious. "This is truly dire. What shall I do? Am I destined to perish? No, I am still so young. I do not wish to die." Another beautiful figure in a red robe appeared at the window. "Sister, who is this?" Zhao Wanner asked curiously, having thought the intruder was someone sent by Yang Xiao for retribution. At the mention of Xiao Yi, Lin Qizhu couldn't help but chuckle, explaining the situation to Zhao Wanner. Upon hearing it, Zhao Wan and Appo's laughed, surprised to learn of her master's cunning side. "Poor young Master Xiao, he now has a shadow. He runs at the mere sight of us." Lin Qizhu, observing Xiao Yi below, found the situation increasingly amusing and wished to tease him further. "Young Master Xiao, if you are not avoiding us, why not come up and join us?" That may not be appropriate," Xiao Yi hesitated, glancing around to ascertain Yi Qiu and Appo's presence. Now, even tenfold courage would not suffice to entertain any thoughts towards Lin Qingzhu. At that moment, Old Su suggested, "Young Master, I believe it would be prudent to join them. This person is a disciple of Master Yi. Forming a good relationship might ease tensions." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt it was a reasonable proposition. Cough, cough. "Since the fairy does not mind, I shall not be polite." With a confident smile, Xiao Yi ascended the stairs once more. What he remained oblivious to was that on the opposite side of the tavern, several men clad in black were observing the scene intently. One of the burly men declared, "Quickly, report back to the master. These three are connected to that Xiao Yi brat." Chapter 36. The responsible young Master Xiao. Upon entering the elegant room, Xiao Yi humbly performed a salute, exuding an air of sophistication. "Fair lady, I am honored to make your acquaintance," he said. Zhao Wanner covered her mouth and chuckled, noting his understanding of etiquette, albeit with somewhat stiff movements, indicative of infrequent practice. It appeared he was merely making a show of his demeanor. Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao demonstrated considerable civility, prompting us to regard him with newfound respect. Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy within and responded, "Oh, it is nothing, merely a display of humility." "And who might these two be?" he inquired, noticing two unfamiliar faces. While he recognized Lin Qizhu, Yuqiu's disciple, whom he had encountered on several occasions, Zhao Wanner and the girl beside her were somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Qingzhu explained, "This is my junior sister, Zhao Wanner." "Oh, so she is a distinguished disciple of Master Yu. What a pleasure." Upon learning that Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, was yet another disciple of Yuqiu, Xiao Yi was taken aback and quickly extended his greetings, feeling an envious pang. How was it that all of Yuqiu's disciples were so extraordinarily beautiful? Alas, why was fortune not so kind to him? "By the way, may I inquire about your master's whereabouts?" Xiao Yi asked cautiously. Lin Qingzhu stifled a laugh and reassured him, "Do not worry, my master is not here." "Oh." With the news that Yuqiu was absent, Xiao Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief! With his fears allayed, he regained his former confidence and engaged in lively conversation, shedding his previous frivolous demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the tavern, in a private chamber, Yang Xiao was nursing his sorrows alone when a servant hurried in with news. "Young master, we have discovered something." The three women are acquainted with the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yi, and they are currently reveling on the second floor. "What?" Yang Xiao and Oppos' anger flared at the revelation. That useless Xiao Yi? He had always looked down upon Xiao Yi, viewing him as nothing more than a debauched wastrel. Were it not for his family's patriarch being a formidable fifth-level expert, Yang Xiao would hardly acknowledge him. The fact that the three women rejected someone of his caliber to join forces with Xiao Yi only fueled his fury. Damn it! I had thought they were of significant stature, yet they chose to associate with that good-for-nothing. Let us go. I must vent my anger today and show them who truly reigns as the foremost young master in Guangling City. With that, Yang Xiao stormed out, heading straight for the second floor, his rage blinding him to reason. At this moment, Xiao Yi was still contemplating how to strengthen his rapport with the women and alleviate the grievances he had with Yuqiu. Suddenly, Yang Xiao and his entourage burst into the room. Xiao Yi frowned, recognizing Yang Xiao and feeling perplexed. What is this? Did I provoke him? What does he want here? Upon entering the elegant chamber, Yang Xiao spoke with a mocking tone directed at Zhao Wan and Oppos. So, you have a preference for this wastrel? Zhao Wan merely smiled in response, and Lin Qizhu instinctively reached for her sword, only to be stopped by Zhao Wan. She understood that Yang Xiao likely assumed they were interested in Xiao Yi, which irked him. These sons of prominent families rarely tolerated one another as presents. Having faced rejection himself, seeing Xiao Yi seated with them only fueled his ire. Upon realizing this, Zhao Wan and Oppos wore a knowing smile. How intriguing. Young Master Xiao, she remarked playfully. He referred to you as a wastrel. Xiao Yi grimaced, grinding his teeth in frustration. How dare that scoundrel call me useless? It was intolerable. After making an effort to regain some dignity in front of these beautiful women, one careless remark threatened to undo it all. At that moment, Su Lao leaned in and whispered, "Young Master, Yang Xiao is likely targeting the three of them. This presents an opportunity for us to assist them and curry favor with Master Yu." Xiao Yi and Oppos' eyes lit up at this revelation. How had he not considered this before? Grateful for Su Lao's insight, he thought that if he could resolve this issue, perhaps Master Yu would forgive him for his previous transgressions. This was indeed a chance. With a smile, Xiao Yi turned to Zhao Wanner and Lin Qingzhu, saying, "Fear not, ladies, I will handle this matter." "Oh, then we shall entrust it to you." "Young Master Xiao, best of luck." Zhao Wan and Oppos replied with a playful smile, remaining utterly composed. At this moment, Xiao Yi and Oppos' anger surged as he rose steadily from his seat. "I had wondered who it was. It turns out to be young Master Yang. What brings you here?" "Humph." Observing Xiao Yi's gallant demeanor, Yang Xiao scoffed. "Xiao Yi, if you have any sense, you will vanish from my sight immediately. This does not concern you. Should you persist, do not expect me to show you mercy." Xiao Yi stood resolute, replying, "Very well, I am eager to see what you intend to do. I have never known the meaning of fear. Your Yang family may be impressive, but my Xiao family is not to be trifled with." Yang Xiao was taken aback, staring at Xiao Yi in disbelief. Why was this debauched youth suddenly displaying such audacity? Contrary to what one might think, Xiao Yi was not foolish. He understood that the Xiao family and Oppos' strength was insufficient to confront the Yang family. However, he also remembered that the two women he defended were backed by a formidable force, the Butian sect. Furthermore, they were not mere disciples. They were the esteemed students of the Purple Cloud Peak, under the tutelage of Yuqiu. Xiao Yi was acutely aware of Yuqiu's protective nature toward his disciples. If he learned that the Yang family dared to harm them, he would undoubtedly intervene. As tensions escalated between the two, Su Lao discreetly signaled to their servant, instructing him to return and report to their family head. The servant dared not hesitate and quietly exited the tavern. Xiao Yi, it has been a few days. Your courage has certainly grown. You were not so brazen before. Yang Xiao laughed, though his anger simmered beneath the surface. Regardless of the reason, he needed to assert his dominance today and ensure that Xiao Yi did not overshadow him. From now on, I shall be even bolder. Xiao Yi's unexpected bravado left Yang Xiao perplexed. Had he taken leave of his senses? You have successfully provoked my ire. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall not be called Yang Xiao. Fueled by rage, he overlooked many details and was about to signal his followers to take action when a cold voice interrupted from behind. Young Master Yang, do you intend to cause a disturbance in my tavern and disregard my authority? A middle-aged man clad in gray approached, his demeanor icy. He was the owner of Xuanyang Tower, a mysterious and formidable fifth-level expert. Upon his arrival, even Yang Xiao, despite his anger, dared not make a move. The owner, Situ Changfeng, was said to hail from an enigmatic ancient clan, and Xuanyang Tower's influence spanned the entire eastern wilderness. Even Yang Xiao, in his inflated state, would not dare to act recklessly before him. Situ, I apologize for my earlier behavior. It was thoughtless of me. Please, do not hold it against me, Yang Xiao said, casting a wary glance at Situ Changfeng. Situ Changfeng sneered. Humph, I do not concern myself with your grievances. If you wish to cause trouble here, even your father lacks the qualification to do so. Begone. Chapter 37. The shock of Situ Changfeng with a cold snort. The overwhelming pressure of the 5 realms descended. Yang Xiao, exerting all his energy to resist, was ultimately compelled to bow his proud head, half kneeling on the ground. He was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with fear and anxiety. After the intimidation, Situ Changfeng released the oppressive force. Yang Xiao cast a deep glance at him and said, Thank you for your mercy, senior. Let us depart. Weakly rising to his feet, he had never experienced such a significant defeat in his life. As he left, his gaze towards Xiao Yi and Zhao Wanner was laced with malice. Heh, this fellow seems intent on not letting us off easily, Zhao Wanner remarked, tugging at her crimson robe with a playful smile. Lin Qingzhu, however, wore a grave expression and responded, Wan and Amp, Oppos. It is not Yang Xiao who is truly frightening, but the elders behind him. Her words trailed off, the implication clear. Lin Qingzhu's concerns were not unfounded. After all, this was Guangling City, where the Yang family's strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, the other party seemed to be a disciple of the unaging mountain's sacred ground. Although the Buitian sect held a nonchalant attitude towards the unaging mountain, they had always maintained a friendly rapport. Would their actions not inadvertently provoke a conflict between the 2 great sacred grounds? Noticing Lin Qingzhu's unease, Xiaoyi patted his chest and assured her, Fear not, fair maiden. As long as I am present, Yang Xiao will not dare to act recklessly. The Yang family may have their strengths, but the Xiao family is not to be trifled with either. If you two do not mind, I would be honored to have you stay at the Xiao residence for a few days. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback by Xiao Yi's proposal, completely at a loss as to why he would extend such an offer to them. Their acquaintance was fleeting, their bond tenuous, and they even had past grievances. It was truly perplexing that Xiao Yi would stand against Yang Xiao on their behalf. Even Situ Changfeng, who stood nearby, was somewhat surprised by Xiao Yi's words. Indeed, young Master Xiao is a true hero, daring to act for the sake of beauty. Such magnanimity is truly commendable, he mused, feeling slightly guilty from Situ Changfeng's praise. Xiao leaned closer and whispered, Senior Situ, please do not jest. It is not for the sake of beauty that I act. I fear for their master. That individual is no mere mortal, and should I fail to protect them, I fear I may meet my end should he come to Guangling City. Situ Changfeng paused, casting a curious glance at Xiao Yi. Who could possibly intimidate the audacious young Master Xiao to such an extent, especially in Guangling City, where his father, Xiao Zhan, provided ample backing? Did this individual truly have the power to threaten him? Young Master Xiao, this person you speak of, is he truly formidable? Formidable? He is nothing short of a monster. You should be aware of the 2 fifth-realm powerhouses from the Lin family, correct? That individual nearly took their lives with a mere flick of his sword. My goodness, I have never encountered such a terrifying person in my life. Oh, your words pique my interest, Situ Changfeng replied, for he was well acquainted with the 2 Lin family powerhouses, having faced them in battle before. The notion that their master could incapacitate them with a single sword strike was astonishing. When did such a formidable figure emerge from the eastern wilderness? And why had he not heard of them? If what Xiao Yi claimed was true, then the master of these 2 young women was undoubtedly a person worthy of forging a deep connection. Young Master Xiao, May I inquire as to this person's name and where he practices his craft? He is Yi Qiu, the head of the Buitian sect, residing on Zixia Peak. The moment the name registered, Situ Changfeng's mind raced back to a figure he had once encountered, a sage-like elder whose presence had rendered all sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness unable to lift their heads. He was renowned as the pinnacle of power beneath the Wang realm. Could it be that this individual was a senior disciple of Xuantiando? So he is a disciple of Xuantiando. No wonder. Situ Changfeng recalled that Xuantiando was the previous head of the Buitian sect and Appos, Zixia Peak. He glanced deeply at Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er, immediately noticing the divine bone aura radiating from them. Sigh. Two born with divine bones? Situ Changfeng gasped, his expression shifting to one of tension. Divine bones were an exceedingly rare cultivation physique, and these two possessed one each, one of ice and the other of fire. Both of high tier. The most powerful among them, Lin Qingzhu, had already reached the first level of the heavenly aspect, while Zhao Wan and Appos, though only at the second level of the mystic finger, emanated an astonishing aura of blazing karma. Their combat prowess was likely formidable. To think that such prodigious talents were disciples of Yi Qiu was astounding. How remarkable it was to have such extraordinary individuals in the world. The Yang family had likely encountered a formidable opponent this time. With a slight smile, Situ Changfeng murmured to himself. Understanding Xiaoyi and Appos' motives for offending Yang Xiao in order to protect these two, the Xiao family was clearly seeking to ally themselves with the Buitian sect. Fair maidens, what say you? Would you care to stay at my humble abode for a few days? Rest assured, I, Xiaoyi, harbor no intentions of offense. I was foolish before, having offended your esteemed master, and now I seek to atone and earn his forgiveness. As long as you accompany me, Yang Xiao would not dare to act against you. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's proposal, Lin Qingzhu hesitated. She was primarily concerned about escalating the situation, for Yang Xiao had the support of the unaging mountain behind him. Should this conflict evolve into a dispute between sects, it could bring misfortune upon her master, a scenario she wished to avoid. Sister, I believe it would be prudent to stay for a couple of days. Our master ventured deep into the uninhabited zone yesterday, and there is no telling when he will return. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it may be wiser to wait here for him. Zhao Wan and Appos, chimed in, showing no concern for potential retaliation from the Yang family. If they could avoid such troubles, it would be for the best, especially given her unique identity. It was preferable to remain discreet unless absolutely necessary. Very well. If that is your decision, Lin Qingzhu replied after careful consideration, though her heart was heavy with worry. Was their master safe in the depths of the uninhabited zone? With his strength, as long as he did not encounter a beast of the caliber of a sect master, he should be fine. Yet, the fear of the unknown loomed large. That mysterious dark aura was undeniably sinister. Should it taint him, even a celestial being would find it difficult to escape calamity. Lin Qingzhu felt a pang of regret for having urged her master to investigate the beast unrest. Had she not done so, he would not have ventured into such perilous territory. She could only silently pray for his safety, for if harm befell him, she would find it impossible to forgive herself. With Lin Qingzhu and Appos' consent, Zhao Wan and Appos, her smiled gently at Xiaoyi and said, Then, we shall trouble you, young Master Xiao. Not at all. It is but a trifling matter. As long as the fair maidens do not mind, I am more than happy to oblige. Let us hasten our departure. We must be wary of Yang Zhao's potential retaliation, for his vengeful nature is not to be underestimated. Xiaoyi urged, taking the lead as they made their way downstairs. Chapter 38. Who dares to bully my son at this moment, within the tavern opposite Xuanyang Tower? Yang Xiao was consumed by fury, feeling increasingly aggrieved. He smashed a wine cup in frustration and shouted, Keep a close watch on them. Humph. C2 Changfeng may protect them temporarily, but he cannot shield them forever. I refuse to believe they won and Appos to show their faces. Though he dared not act against Xuanyang Tower directly, he was determined to find a way to confront them outside. My lord, this matter involves Xiaoyi. Should we report back to the family head? Inquired a servant accompanying him. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment. He did not wish to alarm his father over such a trivial issue. However, since Xiao Yi had willingly involved himself, he should not expect any mercy. The Yang family had always been at odds with the Xiao family, and his father had long awaited an opportunity to suppress them. Very well. You shall return and inform my father of the situation here. Understood, I shall return at once. Inside the room, a beautiful woman was attending to Yang Xiao, helping him cool his temper. Time passed slowly. The streets outside were bustling with people, seemingly oblivious to the invisible danger that loomed. Before Xuanyang Tower, Xiaoyi descended with a heart full of joy, followed closely by Zhao Wan'er and others. Just as they were about to head home, a group of figures clad in black suddenly surrounded them, blocking their path. Seeing this, Xiao Yi and Apos' heart sank as he immediately recognized Yang Xiao and Apos' handiwork. He opened his mouth to speak when Zhao Wanner stepped forward. "How fortuitous that you have arrived so swiftly," she remarked. Her gaze fixed ahead as a man in blue attire approached Yang Xiao. Having calmed down somewhat, Yang Xiao regained his composure and smiled. "Two wretches. Today I shall see where you can flee. Do you truly believe that Xiao Yi, that useless fool, can protect you?" Unfazed, Zhao Wan and Apos' observed the black-clad onlookers, while Su Lao cautioned, "Be wary. Among them are several formidable opponents, including one at the 6th rank of Wujing." "Only at the 6th rank? Su Lao, you are a 9th rank master. What is there to fear?" Xiao Yi retorted, displeased. Su Lao shook his head, refraining from arguing. If there were only one 6th rank master, he would indeed be unconcerned. However, it was implausible that Yang Xiao had summoned just one. Surrounded in a corner of the street, Yang Xiao was elated as he addressed Zhao Wan and Apos. Wretch, are you not quite arrogant? You claim I am unworthy. Today, let and Apos' see who can save you." Zhao Wanner remained silent, her expression unwavering, betraying no hint of fear. As a royal princess, if she were to panic at such a minor skirmish, she would be unworthy of her title. "Impertinent! Open your eyes and see who you dare insult," shouted Xiaoling, furious at the disrespect shown to Zhao Wanner. "A princess?" The revelation stunned everyone present. "She is the princess of Liang?" Yang Xiao stared in disbelief at Zhao Wan and Apos. If she were indeed the princess, then the Yang family would be utterly unworthy in her presence. No matter how powerful the Yang family was, they were merely a clan under the rule of the Liang dynasty, incapable of comparing with the dynasty itself. In Guangling City, the general of the city lord's mansion was not someone the Yang family could provoke. In contrast to Yang Zhao's shock, Xiao Yi felt exhilarated. By heavens, she is truly a princess? I have struck gold. I am indeed clever to have recognized her uniqueness and sought her favor from the start. Xiao Yi reveled in his fortune, observing Yang Zhao's expression, which was akin to one who had consumed excrement. "No, I refuse to believe this is true." "Humph. How can you prove you are a princess?" Yang Xiao challenged. Zhao Wanner smiled gracefully, her poise unshaken. "Young Master Yang, how would you have me prove it?" "At the very least, you must present something that attests to your royal status." "Apologies, but I cannot present such proof," Zhao Wanner replied regretfully. "Having escaped without any royal tokens." "Haha, since you cannot prove it, do not blame me for being impolite. Impersonating a royal princess is a grave offense. Let us see who can save you today." Yang Xiao laughed heartily upon hearing Zhao Wan and Apos' inability to provide proof. Regardless of her true identity, he would treat her as an impostor, and even if it came to light, he could easily find an excuse. The thought of conquering a beauty as enchanting as a celestial maiden thrilled Yang Xiao, and fueled by his overwhelming desire, he raised his hand. "Attack! Let us see who dares." In an instant, Xiao Yi stepped forward heroically, shielding Zhao Wanner. "Humph, take him down together." Yang Xiao disregarded all else, fixated solely on capturing Zhao Wan and Apos. With a single command, over 10 men surged forward. Su Lao positioned himself firmly at the front, repelling the attackers with his own strength. Just then, 2 elderly figures clad in black robes emerged from the street behind, both of them 9th-rank Wujing masters. Su Lao felt the pressure mount. Just as he had anticipated, Yang Xiao had come prepared. Above, on the second-floor windowsill of Xuanyang Tower, C2 Changfeng observed the unfolding scene without intervening, sensing a formidable aura approaching rapidly. "My lord, I will hold them off. You must flee," Su Lao shouted, valiantly withstanding the onslaught of the masters. Even against 2 9th-rank Wujing experts, he refused to falter. "Haha, you shall not escape." A brazen voice echoed from afar as a robust middle-aged man charged forth, striding with an imposing presence. "Yang. Su Lao's heart raced. This man was the head of the Yang family, a 5th-rank master. "No one can save you today. All of you shall remain here." As Yang He entered the fray, he swiftly struck with a powerful palm, severely injuring Su Lao and nearly taking his life. At that moment, a furious voice resonated. "You shameless old fool. Let us see who dares to harm my son today." In an instant, the streets of Guangling dimmed, a palpable sense of dread descending. A middle-aged man, wielding a large blade and exuding an intimidating presence, approached slowly. "Dad!" Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Yi's heart soared, as if he had found his anchor. "Fear not. Here, with your father here, I shall see who dares to touch you," Xiaozhan declared with unwavering determination, his heart ablaze with fury at those who would dare to bully his son. In an instant, Xiaozhan closed the distance, assessing Su Lao and Apos' injuries, and his anger flared even further. 3 against 1. How shameless. With a swift motion, he unleashed his blade, engaging Yang He in a fierce battle. Both were fifth-rank masters and longtime rivals, having fought to a standstill throughout their lives. Yet now, fueled by rage, Xiao Zhan began to gain the upper hand. Chapter 39. The emergence of Zixia shakes the entire scene. While Xiao Zhan and Yang He were engaged in fierce combat, the others did not remain idle. Elder Su, severely injured and unable to continue fighting, watched as Yang Xiao seized an opportunity to strike. At that moment, a gray-robed elder descended calmly beside Xiao Yi. This was Wang Hai, yet another formidable figure of the Fifth Realm. Curse be it, both of the Xiao family's Fifth Realm powerhouses have mobilized. Yang Xiao silently cursed and immediately retreated behind the crowd. At this juncture, the fate of the battle rested solely in the hands of the two combatants above. The fight intensified, shaking the very streets and instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers, who hid in their homes, too frightened to emerge. Yang He, after all these years, is this all the skill you possess? Xiao Zhan grew more vigorous with each strike, managing to suppress Yang He and force him back time and again. Although the Xiao family lacked the depth of the Yang family, Xiao Zhan's exceptional prowess allowed him to hold his ground even against two Fifth Realm adversaries simultaneously. A testament to why the Xiao family could maintain its position in Guangling City. Xiao Zhan, are you truly willing to oppose my Yang family for the sake of three young ladies? Aware of his impending defeat, Yang He promptly sought to backtrack, threatening with a cold demeanor. His initial intent was to exploit Zhao Wan and Appos, and Lin Qingzhu to trouble the Xiao family. However, the Xiao family, which had been retreating until now, had unexpectedly become ferocious today, a development that defied logic. What a joke! A father cannot stand idly by while his son is bullied. With a powerful swing, Xiao Zhan struck Yang He down from the sky, embodying the might of a war god. Blood spewed from Yang He's mouth as he activated a communication talisman. In an instant, shadows flickered, and soon, the street was filled with a dense throng of his Yang family's experts. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Xiao Zhan understood the gravity of his situation. Xiao Zhan, I offer you one last chance. Depart from here and hand over these three young ladies to my Yang family for handling. I can treat today's events as if they never occurred. Yang He, rising once more, spoke with a chilling gaze. Yang Xiao had already informed him that these two young ladies regarded his Yang family with disdain. Today, he was determined to punish them and demonstrate the consequences of offending the Yang family. Moreover, he had noticed that Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appos possessed innate divine bones. Such a rare constitution, encountering two at once was fortuitous. Yang He's malicious intentions arose. He sought to extract their divine bones and graft them onto his son. Otherwise, why would he waste time meddling with Yang Xiao and engage in a fierce battle with Xiao Zhan for the sake of two young ladies? However, with Xiao Zhan's presence complicating matters, he decided to retreat strategically, prioritizing the acquisition of Zhao Waner and Lin Qingzhu, leaving the Xiao family for another time. Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave as uncertainty clouded his mind. He was unaware of the significance these two girls held in Yiqiu and Appos' heart. If they were merely ordinary disciples, then even if the Xiao family risked everything, they might not regain much in return. At that moment, Zhao Wan and Appos stepped forward with composure. Addressing the tense crowd, Uncle Xiao, we appreciate your goodwill. However, we cannot bear to see so many lives lost for our sake. Life and death are fated. We have witnessed everything the Xiao family has done today. If we are fortunate enough to survive, we shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhan felt deeply moved. At least the other party still considered his feelings, not being ungrateful. Thus, he realized he could not stand idly by any longer. Little girl, this matter today, I, Xiao, shall take charge. Obstinate fool. Yang He scolded, just as he was about to issue a command to strike. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu suddenly drew her Zixia sword. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. Is that the Zixia sword? Isn't that the sword of Xiantian Jinren? Why is it in the hands of this girl? Yang He's heart trembled. As an elder of the previous generation, few were unfamiliar with this sword. Its master was once a figure that instilled fear in all families and sacred grounds, the former head of Zixia Peak, the supreme expert who had passed away 10 years ago. Xiantian Jinren. Ha, it truly is the Zixia sword. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, realizing instantly how extraordinary Lin Qingzhu's identity was. The Zixia sword was a symbol of status, signifying her as the next heir to the former head. Being nurtured as an heir by Yiqiu indicated her esteemed position in his eyes. Previously, he had pondered whether these two were worth preserving. Now, he saw clearly. They were indeed invaluable. Who exactly are you? At this moment, even Yang He displayed a flicker of trepidation. Lin Qingzhu stepped forward from the crowd, her sword poised before her, declaring, I am Lin Qingzhu, the chief disciple of Yiqiu, the head of the Bui Tian sect at Zixia Peak. At her words, the crowd was stunned. Yiqiu, no, this is impossible. At that instant, Yang Xiao's complexion turned ashen, his heart sinking. He could hardly believe it. Yet Lin Qingzhu wielding the Zixia sword left no room for doubt. Others might find the name unfamiliar, but he recalled it vividly. His master was none other than Li Qiangkong, the elder of the unaging mountain who had once battled against Yiqiu. When Yiqiu had repelled 2 Fifth Realm experts with a single sword strike, he had been present, that scene forever etched in his memory like a haunting nightmare. If only he had noticed Lin Qingzhu's presence at that time, he would never have dared to provoke her. Now, upon learning she was a disciple of Yiqiu, fear gripped him, rendering his face pale. The Bui Tian sect was on par with the unaging mountain, if not superior in strength. Upon hearing of Yiqiu's disciple, Yang He's expression darkened as he glared at his son, anger blazing in his eyes. This incompetent fool had deceived him into believing the other party was merely ordinary. Patriarch, what should we do now? 2 experts had unknowingly approached Yang He from behind, having heard of the 2 Lin family experts. They realized that offending Yiqiu might lead to dire consequences. Damn it, no wonder Xiao Zhan would go to such lengths to protect them. He is banking on the Bui Tian sect. Seeing their solemn expressions, even Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, her cast a surprised glance their way, inquiring with curiosity, senior sister. What is the significance of this sword? Why do they all appear so fearful? Lin Qingzhu, equally puzzled, explained, I do not know. My master mentioned that this Zixia sword is the sword of the successive heads of Zixia Peak. Its reputation largely stems from my ancestor, Xiantian Jinren. Yet my master has never shared much about him. He only told me that if I ever encountered trouble with these old fools, simply brandishing the Zixia sword would ensure my safety. It seems my ancestor must have been an extraordinary figure, otherwise, they wouldn't fear it so much. I see. I never anticipated that Zixia Peak had such a powerful ancestor aside from my master, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, or realized, her heart soaring with joy. It seemed this calamity could indeed be averted. To her astonishment, Yiqiu had left Lin Qingzhu such a trump card, with the Zixia sword in hand. The Yang family's experts hesitated, unwilling to make a move. Chapter 40. Gathering of the Talents. Father, what should we do now? The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive as Yang Xiao approached his father and whispered his inquiry. Humph, you ungrateful child, how dare you ask? I have already advised you to be more restrained lately. Not only did you ignore my counsel, but you have also escalated matters. Now entangling yourself with the formidable Bui Tian sect. And now you ask me what to do? Fortunately, their masters are not present. Otherwise, even the old mountain would struggle to protect you. Yang He lamented, his frustration evident. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's face turned pale with fear and regret. Yang He was too disheartened to lecture his son further. The priority now was to quell the situation. As the head of the family, Yang He possessed a certain audacity. Suddenly, his tense expression transformed into a semblance of a smile. So it is the esteemed disciples of Bui Tian sect. What a surprise. It seems like the Dragon King's temple has been flooded, and family members do not recognize each other. I, Yang He, have a deep friendship with the esteemed Qi Wuhui of Bui Tian sect. Had I known you were from Bui Tian sect, we would not have had such a misunderstanding. My old eyes have failed me, nearly leading to a grave disaster. Yang He displayed a look of regret, his acting skills remarkable. Even Xiao Zhan Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but admire his audacity, recognizing that he could not match it. Observing Yang He finding a way to save face, Lin Qingzhu chose to remain silent. She, too, did not wish to escalate matters. With Yiqiu still absent, provoking the other party would yield no benefit for them. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from a nearby eave. The crowd turned with curiosity and discovered 3 figures standing atop it. A young man sat elegantly, flanked by 2 elder companions. Dressed in a flowing green and white ensemble, the youth exuded an extraordinary charm, with his drifting bangs swaying in the wind, embodying an effortless grace. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. I never expected to witness such a splendid performance here in the humble Guangling city, the young man teased, particularly commending Yang He's previous antics with a thumbs up. Curiously, Yang He showed no sign of anger at this provocation. Instead, he appeared fearful. Zhao Waner, puzzled, asked, who is this person? Lin Qingzhu shook her head, unfamiliar with him, but Xiaoli beside her displayed a look of dread. Goodness! The son of heaven, He Wushuang. What does this mean? Lin Qingzhu furrowed her brow, the title sounding fearsome. Xiao Yi quickly explained, this individual hails from the ancient He clan, a naturally gifted saint body. He is the sole son of heaven in the current Tianshan sacred land, having reached the 9th tier of the heavenly aspect at a young age. With exceptional talent, he is regarded as the most likely candidate to ascend to the position of emperor. Alongside him are the saintess of Yaotai's sacred land, Fairy Fuyao, and Lu Yan of the Supreme Hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appos exchanged glances. Ninth tier of heavenly aspect? No wonder our esteemed senior brother Lu Qifeng has only reached the 5th tier so far. Lin Qizhu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Before descending the mountain, Yu Qiu had instructed her that this journey was not just for training but also to broaden her horizons. To witness the brilliance of peers among the heavenly talents, and to remember that there are always those who surpass her. In contrast to Lin Qizhu and Appos, mounting pressure. Zhao Wana felt relatively at ease. As Lin Qizhu represented the face of Zixiao Peak as the chief disciple, she carried a heavier burden. Zhao Wana, on the other hand, felt more curiosity than pressure. The unexpected arrival of He Wushuang shattered the previous tranquility, causing everyone to hold their breath and gaze nervously at the 3 figures above. It was not He Wushuang himself that instilled fear, but rather the 2 elders behind him. Judging by their aura, one had already reached the level of a sect master. Gasp. A sect master. Xiaozhan inwardly gasped, recognizing that as a direct descendant of the He clan, the Son of Heaven was protected by a figure of such caliber. Though he thrived on challenges, even he would retreat in the presence of a sect master. For someone of such high status, having such powerful protection was entirely normal. Likely, the sect master was an elder from the Tianqi sacred land. At that moment, Yang He was thoroughly frightened, utterly unsure of how to respond to He Wushuang and Appos' jibes. Just then, a flash of light appeared on the opposite side of the loft, revealing several more figures. The crowd gasped in surprise. A breathtaking beauty floated barefoot in midair, surrounded by an aura of power that hinted at her nearing the realm of infinity. Gasp! Fairy Fuyao, she has arrived too? Xiaoyi exclaimed, breaking the stunned silence. The lady on the platform was indeed the Fairy Fuyao of the Yaotai sacred land, the dream goddess of countless young men. Her beauty rivaled that of Lin Qingzhu. Perhaps only Zhao Wan'er could stand on equal footing with her. The noble aura she exuded was overwhelming, contrasting sharply with Lin Qingzhu's humble background, which fostered a sense of inferiority within her. What in the world is happening today? Why have so many legendary figures suddenly appeared in Guangling City? At that moment, Xiaoyi was utterly flabbergasted. No matter how arrogant or extravagant they had been, they could only boast within Guangling City. Encountering such individuals would compel them to yield. Upon seeing Fuyao and Appos' arrival, He Wushuang merely glanced at her before turning to Yang He. Today, clan leader Yang has truly entertained us, demonstrating what it means to be shameless. I feel ashamed, truly ashamed. Compared to clan leader Yang, we are still too young. Yang He and Appos' lips twitched. He realized He Wushuang was intentionally belittling him, yet he could only suppress his anger. He was perplexed as to why these young lords had taken an interest in Guangling City. The pressure intensified for everyone present, with Zhao Wan and Appos, or possibly being the only one maintaining her composure, given her own distinguished background. Young master you jest. How could I dare to embarrass myself before you? Yang He attempted to explain further, but He Wushuang waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him without granting him any dignity. He then turned his gaze to Lin Qingzhu, initially astonished by her ethereal beauty, though merely in admiration. As the Son of Heaven, his standards were far beyond those of the likes of Yang Xiao and Xiaoyi. His vision was elevated. Zixia's sword. How surprising that the legendary Xiantianjinren's treasured sword now rests in the hands of a junior, He Wushuang remarked, revealing a look of regret. Fair lady, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Lin Qingzhu was perplexed. What was so special about the Zixia sword in her possession? It was merely an ordinary treasure, hardly qualifying even as a spirit weapon. He Wushuang did not argue, stating, though this sword may not be of high grade, its former owner was an existence many could only aspire to. Chapter 41. The majestic return for the weak. Much reliance is placed upon the might of treasured artifacts. However, for those who have truly mastered the art of the sword, even an ordinary iron sword can reign supreme in the world. In my youth, I once heard tales of Xiantian, the master from the Butian sect, who ventured alone into the uncharted territories, wielding a single sword to sweep across 6,000 miles, blocking countless tribes beyond the celestial abyss. How astonishing that was. This sword carries a myriad of legends, despite merely being a superior treasure, not even qualifying as a spirit weapon. Upon hearing He Wushuang's elucidation, Lin Qingzhu suddenly comprehended why Yi Qiu had displayed such an expression when gifting her this sword. It turns out, this sword is intertwined with such a tale. With this thought, Lin Qingzhu felt immense joy, realizing her significance in her master and Appos' heart. Even such a precious treasure was entrusted to her. Deeply touched, Lin Qingzhu sensed her master and Appos' affection for her, the only person who had truly cared for her since the passing of her parents. Without hesitation, she tossed the Zixia sword towards He Wushuang. who caught it with a smile, examining it with great interest. Calming his heart, he could still feel the awe-inspiring sword intent left by Xiantian. A genius of swordsmanship, he was enchanted by swords, yearning to admire each exquisite blade he encountered. Young Master Wu Shuang possesses refined tastes, coming to Guoling City to appreciate swords. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. Wu Shuang glanced over, recognizing Gu Haidang. Gu Haidang, have you come to join the festivities as well? Gu Haidang ignored him, her gaze fixed upon Fu Yao, and she swiftly flew over with a beaming smile. Fairy Fu Yao, what a coincidence to meet you here again. Fu Yao's lips twitched, fighting the urge to slap this fellow. What coincidence? You've been chasing me for a month. Do you think I was unaware? Gu Gongzi, please conduct yourself with decorum, Fu Yao replied coldly, turning her face away, unwilling to gaze upon this bothersome individual. Meanwhile, after meticulously appraising the Zixia sword, Wu Shuang returned it to Lin Qizhu. A fine sword. No wonder it was wielded by Xiantian. Young lady, please safeguard the legacy of this sword, ensuring it does not fade into obscurity. Lin Qizhu merely nodded in response. Having spoken his piece, Wu Shuang cast a cold glance at Yang He, who he regarded with disdain as a pompous elder. Just as he was about to act, several gray-robed elders suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside Yang Xiao. Upon seeing them, Yang Xiao's heart soared with joy. Disciple pays respects to master and greets my two esteemed uncles. Just moments ago, he thought he was doomed, yet unexpectedly. At this critical juncture, Li Changkong and the two elders from Bu Lao Mountain had arrived. Li Changkong glanced at his precious disciple and then at Wu Shuang. Young Master Wu Shuang, my disciple has been thoughtless and offended you. I hope you can overlook this transgression for my sake. It seems you are mistaken. He did not offend me, Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Were it not for Li Changkong's sudden appearance, he would not have minded avenging Lin Qingzhu. However, with the presence of Bu Lao Mountain and Appos, as people, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate matters further. Li Changkong was taken aback. He had just arrived and noticed that Wu Shuang seemed poised to strike at the Yang family, prompting his hasty descent. What exactly transpired? He inquired, his expression darkening. Yang Xiao stammered, attempting to explain the situation. After hearing the details, Li Changkong's face turned cold as he fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Qingzhu, his heart trembling. Rebellious disciple. In a fit of rage, Li Changkong struck him, sending Yang Xiao crashing to the ground. Yang He stood in stunned silence, perplexed as to why even Li Changkong seemed intimidated by Yi Qiu. Could this person truly be that formidable? Witnessing his son's punishment, Yang He dared not speak. Knowing Li Changkong and Appos' reputation, after dealing with Yang Xiao, Li Changkong approached Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Appos, apologizing, my dear ladies. It is my failure to discipline him that has led to this offense. I hope you can forgive his rashness this time. I assure you, I shall impose strict measures upon him upon our return to prevent such incidents in the future. Lin Qizhu remained silent, not wishing to escalate the matter. Zhao Wan and Appos, however, replied with a sly smile, elderly, do you think a few words will suffice to dismiss us? That may be a bit presumptuous, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Li Changkong felt a weight settle in his heart. Yet, due to the pressure from Yi Qiu earlier, he was reluctant to exacerbate the situation. However, the two elders behind him were not known for their patience. Ignorant child, you should have accepted the olive branch I offered. What more do you desire? Do you think Bu Lao Mountain truly fears Butian's sect? With this declaration, the atmosphere thickened, and onlookers braced themselves for the impending spectacle. If I refuse? At that moment, even the usually composed Zhao Wan and Appos, could no longer restrain herself. Despite enduring Yang Xiao and Appos' insults without retort, she could not abide the direct affront to Butian's sect. After all, her master, who treated her like family, was being disparaged. Little girl, you truly are unafraid of tigers. Not only you, but even your headmaster Meng would have to show me some respect upon meeting. Zhao Wanner's expression shifted as she discreetly retrieved a communication talisman from her pocket, preparing to signal the general's mansion in Guoling City. She had always carried a royal communication talisman, capable of summoning all military leaders within the Liyang realm for aid. She had refrained from using it to avoid revealing her identity, but the current situation left her no choice. Just as she was about to activate it, suddenly, what audacity! A voice echoed from miles away, resonating like the sound of the Tao, lingering in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this voice, the gray-robed elderly Dao Yuan felt a tremor in his heart, sensing the overwhelming authority emanating from the speaker. A formidable leader indeed. On the eaves, the elders behind Wu Shuang and those behind Fu Yao also displayed expressions of astonishment. Uncle Han, is this person exceptionally strong? Fu Yao queried softly, her heart filled with uncertainty, as she had felt a jolt in her spirit just moments ago. Han Xingyi's expression grew solemn. Indeed, very strong. The momentum is vigorous, akin to a sharp sword piercing the soul. In an instant, a beam of white light shot from the horizon, resembling a sword that sliced through the crowd, heading straight for Li Daoyuan. "Be careful, senior brother," Li Changkong exclaimed in alarm, promptly joining forces with Li Sansi to defend against the strike. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted, and pavilions crumbled under the assault of the sword energy. The three combined their strength to barely withstand this formidable blow. As their eyes followed the source, they beheld a figure descending from the heavens, stepping upon a sword. "Master, my master has returned." Seeing the silhouette above, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lin Qingzhu were filled with ecstatic anticipation. It was indeed their revered master. Yi Qiu. Chapter 42. Is there nothing to discuss? A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Under the might of a single sword strike, three formidable warriors from the unaging mountain were forcefully repelled. It is noteworthy that among these three was a sect leader. Could this be Yi Qiu, the renowned first seat of the Purple Cloud Peak from the Butian sect, who had recently become the talk of the town? Indeed, he appeared as youthful as the legends foretold. Fu Yao, filled with admiration, remarked on his prowess. She had heard tales of Yi Qiu before, initially skeptical of his abilities. Yet, witnessing him effortlessly repel Li Daoyuan with a single strike left her profoundly astonished. However, wasn't he said to be merely at the 5th stage of the divine concealment? How had he suddenly ascended to the level of a sect leader? Han Xingyi shook his head, expressing his unfamiliarity with Yi Qiu, merely sighing in contemplation. With another leader emerging from the Butian sect, their fortunes were evidently on the rise, suggesting a potential resurgence. This individual possessed extraordinary swordsmanship. Even I would find it challenging to contend with him. Fu Yao, taken aback by these words, replied, "Surely not, Uncle Han. Are you suggesting that he, a newly initiated leader, could rival you, a mid-level leader?" "I believe he is far beyond that," Han Xingyi responded. "His sword intent is utterly terrifying. Just look at those old fellows over there. Each of them bears an expression of fear." Upon hearing Han Xingyi's warning, Fu Yao curiously glanced over, and indeed, as he stated, Di Wushuang and the few powerful individuals behind Gu Haitang looked visibly apprehensive. Clearly, they had been awed by Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' recent display of strength. At this moment, Yi Qiu stood like a celestial swordsman, radiating an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming pressure he exuded made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze, momentarily transporting everyone back to the fear they once felt under the dominance of Xuantianshi. "Oh my, truly deserving of the title God of Swords. My idol, simply magnificent." Shelly from the Atmosphere Team Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but flatter him. Seeing Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' arrival lifted his previously anxious heart. This was a true master. Just observe his demeanor, his presence, and the intensity of his aura. Who would dare to provoke us now? It seemed that after Yi Qiu's arrival, the most delighted was not Zhao Wan'er or Lin Qingzhu, but rather Xiao Yi himself. Zhao Wan'er stifled a giggle, while Lin Qingzhu shot him a disdainful glance before promptly bowing. Disciple pays respects to master. Yi Qiu nodded, rise, his cold gaze fixed upon Li Changkong and the others. A surge of anger welled up within him. He had only been gone for a brief moment, yet his disciples had suffered such indignity. Moreover, the audacity of the adversaries to disregard even Ming Tianzhong was infuriating. Did you not just claim that even the leader of the Butian sect must yield to you? Yi Qiu's expression remained impassive as he continued. Shall I interpret this as a provocation initiated by your unaging mountain against the Butian sect? Upon hearing these words, Li Changkong realized the gravity of the situation, while Li Daoyuan's face turned ashen. He had merely been posturing, but now found himself cornered. How could he dare to demand that Ming Tianzhong yield? Ming Tianzhong was a peak leader, a being of unparalleled might beneath the supreme. Fellow Taoist, this is all a misunderstanding. My senior brother meant no offense. He spoke without thinking. Please do not take it to heart, Li Changkong hastily explained, internally cursing Li Daoyuan for his foolishness. What should have been a minor issue was now escalating. He feared that if Ming Tianzhong were to learn of this, who could predict whether he would descend upon the unaging mountain in wrath, eliminating the three of them? It was well known that Ming Tianzhong had a fiery temper in his youth, and despite tempering it somewhat after taking over the Butian sect, he was far from a pushover. A misunderstanding? Yi Qiu scoffed, descending slowly from above. I hardly think so. Had I not arrived today, would my two disciples not have fallen victim to your malice? These three old men were truly shameless, using their status to bully the young, behaving like arrogant elders. Li Changkong felt an overwhelming sense of shame as Yi Qiu's words struck home. He genuinely did not intend to bully the weak. It was merely Li Daoyuan's reckless bravado that had brought this upon them. Just as Li Changkong was pondering how to defuse the situation, Li Daoyuan boldly declared, "If it is bullying, then so be it. As a sect leader, I possess my own pride, and I refuse to believe that I, as a fellow leader, would be outmatched by Yi Qiu." "Very well, then," Yi Qiu spread his arms wide. "If there is nothing to discuss, then we shall resort to combat. As a master, if he could not avenge his disciples, what right had he to call himself a master?" As his words fell, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth, causing the flora for miles around to tremble. The air became thick with pressure, leaving all present drenched in sweat. He Wushuang, consumed by his obsession with the sword, stood up from the eaves, sensing the extraordinary depth of Yi Qiu's swordsmanship. His mastery rivaled that of the legendary Xuantianqi. "This is becoming increasingly intriguing," he mused. "Do you feel it? The trees and grass around us are emanating a formidable sword intent, as if within this domain, his sword is omnipresent." The elder behind He Wushuang smiled knowingly, unable to resist the urge to engage with such a formidable opponent. However, after a brief mental simulation of combat, he reconsidered. He would not stand a chance. Faced with Yi Qiu's sword, Li Changkong and his companions turned pale, cursing Li Daoyuan in their hearts. Yet, with no way to retreat, they resolved to confront him with all their might. Form a formation, the three shared a powerful synergy, exchanging a glance that conveyed their unspoken agreement. In an instant, a formidable array was established, unleashing a tremendous force to counter Yi Qiu's sword energy. Amidst the swirling chaos, Yi Qiu remained utterly unfazed, even appearing somewhat indifferent. Throughout, he had yet to draw his weapon, managing the battlefield solely with the natural elements around him. This level of control left everyone present in awe. With his right hand poised at his chest, Yi Qiu launched an attack, swift and decisive. In an instant, countless sword energies sliced through the air, coalescing into a gigantic sword that descended with great force. "Hold your ground," Li Daoyuan bellowed, unleashing the full strength of a sect leader. Supported by Li Changkong and Li Sanxi as they braced to withstand the impending strike. Under the might of this sword, all present rose to their feet, their gazes filled with reverence. My heavens, this is the true essence of the supreme sword technique. With a resounding crash, dust and debris erupted, and Yi Qiu descended from the heavens. As the dust settled, the three figures lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. With a cough of blood, Li Daoyuan was consumed by fear, his earlier bravado utterly shattered. As a fellow sect leader, he found himself unable to withstand even a single strike from Yi Qiu. His confidence shattered and his resolve wavering, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Master!" Upon seeing Li Changkong collapse, Yang Zhao's heart raced with anxiety as he glared at Yi Qiu. "I will fight you." In a flash, he drew his sword, charging towards Yi Qiu. The blade aimed directly at Yi Qiu and Appo's chest, but as he closed the distance, it halted just an inch away. Yi Qiu cast a cold glance in his direction, simply waving his hand, sending Yang Zhao hurtling backward. This young man truly knows no bounds. He dares to assault a sect leader despite being merely a minor cultivator of the heavenly appearance stage. What appeared to be a mere inch was, in truth, a chasm too vast to bridge, a reflection of the domain beyond distance. From the balcony, He Wushuang offered a sardonic explanation. Having approached the realm beyond distance himself, he was acutely aware of the nuances of such domains. It can be said that the celestial aspect and the boundless distance represent a significant watershed with an expansive reach. Chapter 43. The unwelcome arrival. You dare to harm my son. Witnessing his child being struck down, Yang He was consumed by rage and instinctively drew his gun. Yet, as before, Yi Qiu merely waved his hand lightly, sending him flying. In the face of absolute power, any elaborate technique is but child's play. With a devastating blow, Yang He found himself in utter despair, filled with regret. A moment's folly had brought irrevocable ruin upon his family. He considered himself a sinner of the clan. Is this what the esteemed Guangling family has become? A frog in a well? How ludicrous. Yi Qiu cast a calm glance at Yang He, preparing to deliver his judgment, when suddenly, "Junior brother Yi, spare him," a voice interjected. Yi Qiu looked up in confusion, spotting a figure clad in a Taoist robe descending from the sky. Who was this man? The onlookers were filled with curiosity. Han Xingyi, with keen insight, immediately recognized the newcomer. It's Qi Wuhui from the Batian sect. What brings him here? What? Qi Wuhui, the formidable leader of the Batian sect at Songjian Peak? Fu Yao inquired, surprised to see both leaders of the Batian sect present. Han Xingyi nodded. Indeed, he is an exceptionally powerful individual, known for his peculiar temperament and propensity for vengeance. Fu Yao acknowledged this with a nod. Qi Wuhui, Yi Qiu and Appo's brow furrowed as he slowly lowered his hand, which had been gathering energy. What brings you here? Senior brother Qi, is there an issue? Yi Qiu spoke with discontent, aware that his relationship with Qi Wuhui had always been strained. However, they represented the Butian sect in public and thus needed to maintain a semblance of respect. Among the Seven Peaks, competition was common, yet they united when the sect and Appos' reputation was at stake. Landing gracefully beside Yu Qiu and Yang He, Qi Wuhui's expression was far from pleasant as he disdainfully glanced at Yang He. At this moment, he felt a strong urge to curse. Why must Yang He provoke Yu Qiu? Their animosity was well known, and if Yu Qiu chose to exploit this incident, Qi Wuhui would find himself at a disadvantage. Despite his annoyance, Qi Wuhui knew he could not ignore the situation, for he relied on the Yang family's resources for his own gain. The Seven Peaks were interconnected with various families in the eastern wilderness, drawing essential materials and wealth from them, except for Zixia Peak, which remained financially independent due to its small population. Junior brother Yi, this man is a longtime friend of mine. If he has offended you, could we not let him go for the sake of our friendship? Qi Wuhui spoke earnestly, realizing only now that Yi Qiu had reached a level where they could be considered equals. Having observed the confrontation from above for quite some time, Qi Wuhui felt an increasing sense of alarm. The junior he had once looked down upon had secretly ascended to a level on par with his own. A deep-seated anxiety gripped him. Given a little more time, might Yu Qiu surpass him? Was Sanjian Peak destined to be overshadowed by Zixia Peak? He had anticipated that after Xuantiando's death, Sanjian Peak could finally rise. Yet Yi Qiu's emergence dealt another blow to his aspirations. Yi Qiu's expression turned frosty. Face. You think a few words will suffice to dismiss today's events? Do you believe that the disciples of Zixia Peak can be so easily bullied? Qi Wuhui's face turned ashen. He had anticipated that Yi Qiu would not be so easily pacified. This was troublesome. It seemed that without some sacrifice today, the Yang family would be lost. Curse it. Why did this fool provoke him? Junior brother speaks wisely. Allow me to investigate this matter thoroughly and provide a satisfactory resolution. Qi Wuhui gritted his teeth, turning to gather details from Yang He. Yi Qiu remained unperturbed, calmly returning to his disciples. He was curious to see what Qi Wuhui would say next. Is that you, young Master Xiao? It seems I have underestimated you during our brief separation, Yi Qiu remarked. Noticing the trembling Xiao Yi. Ah, senior, you jest. It is merely my duty, Xiao Yi stammered in response. Yi Qiu smiled silently. Having already been informed of the recent events by Lin Qingzhu, he was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Yi and Appos' gallant actions, though upon reflection, it made sense. Xiao Yi sought redemption. Greetings. I am Xiao Zhan, head of the Xiao family. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Yi. A man approached, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Having witnessed Yang He being effortlessly struck aside, he was left with nothing but awe for Yi Qiu and Appos' strength. Your timely assistance in protecting my two less than capable disciples was commendable. I shall remember the Xiao family, Yi Qiu acknowledged. Master is too kind. It was merely my duty. My son acted foolishly and offended you. I hope you will overlook this, Xiao Zhan replied with a hearty laugh, clearly understanding Yi Qiu's underlying message. I have heard that your son is quite filial. I wonder if that is true? Yi Qiu inquired, casting a keen glance at Xiao Yi. At this, Xiao Yi and Appos' heart raced, fearing the worst. Father, please do not let me down. Indeed, he has shown great improvement under your guidance, Master. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, fully aware of Yi Qiu's intentions. Very well. Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction. As they exchanged pleasantries, several figures gracefully descended from the sky. Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, He Wushuang. Greetings, Master Yi. Yaoqi Sacred Land. Fuyao, greetings, Master Yi. Zul Academy, Gu Haitang, greetings, Master Yi. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of these remarkable individuals. Lin Qingzhu leaned in to whisper, Master, He Wushuang aided us earlier. Oh, Yi Qiu regarded He Wushuang with newfound interest, his heart racing. A natural-born saint. Astonished, Yi Qiu recognized He Wushuang as a prominent figure among the younger generation, known for his charisma and exceptional character, truly the epitome of a noble heir. Turning his gaze to Fu Yao, he gasped inwardly, noting her beauty rivaled that of Zhao Wan'er. If she matured further, she might even surpass her in allure. With a silent appreciation, Yi Qiu admired the trio, though he concealed his admiration well. You must be the celestial son, He Wushuang, Yi Qiu remarked, continuing. I have heard much about you and find your accomplishments truly commendable. He, Master Jest, I am but a humble individual, unworthy to compare myself to you. He Wushuang replied modestly. He Wushuang, smiled modestly and remarked that the swordsmanship demonstrated by Yi Qiu was truly astonishing. This was precisely the style of swordplay he yearned to master, yet regrettably, such techniques were not found within the Heavenly Pool Sacred Ground. For a swordsmanship prodigy, Infatuated with the art of the blade, this particular style held immense allure. Thus, as soon as the event concluded, he could hardly contain his eagerness to descend and engage in a dialogue with Yiqiu, hoping to glean some insights from their exchange. Chapter 44. The frustrated Qi Wuhui. It is hard to fathom the immense power exhibited by the sword technique of the esteemed elder just moments ago. I am deeply impressed, remarked He Wushuang sincerely. In response to He Wushuang's praise, Yiqiu maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting no change in his inner thoughts. Indeed, you possess commendable talent. You are a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship, provided you remain true to your original intentions and diligently cultivate your skills. You too may attain such heights in the future. He Wushuang felt a surge of joy. Receiving praise from a formidable figure like Yiqiu was a tremendous honor for him. Thank you for your kind words, elder. Yiqiu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing He Wushuang and Appo's as notable innate gifts. Possessing a natural sacred body, he was a being of a higher caliber than even divine bones. Such individuals were destined for greatness. Alas, it was unfortunate that such a promising disciple was not under his tutelage. As he glanced toward Fuyao, he noted her enchanting beauty, radiating an aristocratic aura rivaling that of Zhao Waner. Her talent was extraordinary, not at all inferior to He Wushuang's. Yet, regrettably, she too was not his disciple. Who are these individuals? Yiqiu asked, slightly taken aback as he noticed several elders standing behind them. Han Xingyi stepped forward first, greeting Yiqiu with a warm smile. Fellow Taoist Yi, I have long admired your reputation. Today, I am fortunate to meet you. Indeed, your reputation is well deserved. I am Han Xingyi, the elder in charge of enforcing the laws of the Yaoqi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Yiqiu returned the courtesy, demonstrating that he was not so arrogant as to look down upon others. To navigate the vast wilderness comfortably in the future, it was beneficial to cultivate friendships. After all, he could not remain by his disciples' sides to protect them at all times. Forging connections would provide them with some measure of security during their travels in the wilderness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Wuhui slowly approached, his expression somewhat grim. He had come to understand the entire situation and had mentally berated Yang He numerous times. However, cursing would not resolve the matter. He ultimately had to face Yiqiu. Junior brother, I have fully grasped the previous events. I would like to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Yang family to both of you, Qi Wuhui said earnestly. Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appo's, did not show him any disdain, for Qi Wuhui was indeed their senior. Junior brother, let us do this. I possess a top-grade treasured artifact, the 3-foot red lotus, and another top-grade treasured artifact, the silk inner armor, along with several medicinal pills. Consider this a gesture of apology to the two of you. For the sake of our senior brother, let us overlook this incident involving the Yang family. Qi Wuhui looked earnestly at Yiqiu, displaying his utmost sincerity. To be frank, had it not been for the wealth the Yang family had contributed to the Songjian Peak over the years, he would not have wished to involve himself in this matter. Moreover, they were embroiled with his arch-rival, Yiqiu. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to extend his apologies, which was already a considerable concession. In response to his apology, Yiqiu could not help but smile inwardly, sensing the frustration simmering within Qi Wuhui. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. 10 years. Do you know how I have endured these past 10 years? Yiqiu acted in accordance with his desires, as long as he was satisfied with his actions. The Yang family mattered little to him. If they were wise, they should know how to behave. Since my senior brother has spoken thusly, if I were to refuse to offer face, would they not claim that our Butian sect is internally discordant? He feigned reluctance as he accepted Qi Wuhui's treasures, inwardly reveling in the discomfort reflected on Qi Wuhui's face, which resembled someone who had just eaten something foul. With Yiqiu finally conceding, Qi Wuhui exhaled in relief. Parting with a few treasured artifacts was inconsequential. He could always earn more in the future. The primary concern was to appease Yiqiu, which was a source of great frustration. Nevertheless, it was said that a loss of wealth could avert disaster. He understood the formidable nature of Yiqiu. If he did not placate him, who knew whether he might actually annihilate the Yang family? Qi Wuhui wished to preserve this lucrative connection. And just as he resolved to return, Yiqiu suddenly interjected. Wait. Junior brother, is there anything else? Qi Wuhui furrowed his brow. He had already offered his apologies, yet Yiqiu appeared to desire more. The matter with the Yang family had been settled, but those old men from the Bulo Mountain would not be so easily dealt with, would they? Them? Qi Wuhui was puzzled, only to see Yiqiu approach Li Daoyuan. You previously insulted the leader of my Butian sect. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? What? Upon hearing this, Qi Wuhui's anger flared. What do you want? Li Daoyuan replied, his face darkened. Fellow Taoist, my Butian sect has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with Bulo Mountain. Your words were disrespectful and have tarnished my senior brother and Apos' reputation. Surely, that is inappropriate? Chi Wuhui stepped forward, his expression equally severe. Li Changkong hastily stood up to clarify. Taoist Chi, this is all a misunderstanding. My senior brother acted without malice. My Bulo Mountain and your Butian sect have enjoyed a harmonious relationship for many years. We cannot allow this trivial misunderstanding to damage our friendship. Misunderstanding? Yichio chuckled softly, disinterested in further discourse. He merely laid the matter bare, with Chi Wuhui present. The reputation of the Butian sect was secure. Without his intervention, for Chi Wuhui would know how to handle it. Senior brother, you may proceed as you see fit. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Waving his hand, Yi Qiu turned gracefully, unconcerned about how Chi Wuhui would manage the situation. Even if it escalated to a full-blown conflict, it would merely result in a battle between the Butian sect and Bulo Mountain. He was indifferent to the outcome. Let it come to blows if it must. Ming Tianzheng was akin to the emblem of the Butian sect. To insult him was to insult the entire sect. Moreover, the opponent was an elder from Bulo Mountain, which carried a different significance altogether. Bulo Mountain clearly held the Butian sect in contempt. A misunderstanding? Li Changkong, do you take me for a fool? Chi Wuhui and Apos' demeanor darkened, his aura surging as the authority of the sect leader erupted forth. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Chi Wuhui's presence was no less formidable than Yi Qiu's moments prior. It was at this juncture that everyone realized the Butian sect had once been a renowned ancient lineage. Taoist Chi, this truly is a misunderstanding. We harbor no intention of insulting Taoist Ming, Li Changkong lamented, on the verge of tears. Dealing with Yi Qiu had been arduous enough. Now, they faced Chi Wuhui as well. They were in no position to fight back, forced to swallow their grievances. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, I possess the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Today this affair is far from concluded. My Butian sect bears no enmity toward any eminent mountain or sacred land. But that does not imply we shall cower before you. Chi Wuhui declared with authority, the pent-up frustration surging within him. Li Changkong was left speechless. Realizing that he could not clarify the situation with mere words, he would have to consult the Grand Elder upon returning. Now, due to Li Daoyuan and Apos' remarks, they had thoroughly enraged the Butian sect, leaving them uncertain of what might transpire next. Chi Wuhui flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, leaving behind the three individuals in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 45, Returning to the Mountain. Preparing for the martial gathering, Chi Wuhui arrived joyfully but departed in a huff. His initial intention in coming to Guangling City was to extract some benefits from the Yang family, yet he ended up losing a little himself. With a chuckle, he left, realizing there was no further entertainment to be had. As Chi Wuhui departed, the street began to empty, with everyone returning to their own homes. Before leaving, He Wushuang made sure to greet Yi Qiu. Han Xingyi glanced at the departing figure of He Wushuang and shook his head, saying, Yaoer, let us take our leave as well. Yes, Uncle Han, let us go, she replied. Before departing, Fu Yo cast a lingering glance at Yi Qiu but said nothing, choosing instead to leave on her own. Soon, only Yi Qiu remained, along with members of the Shao family, the Yang family, and 3 elderly Taoists from the unaging mountain. Master, where shall we head next? Zhao Wanner gently tugged at her red robe and inquired softly. At that moment, Xiao Zhan proposed, Yi Zhenren, would you care to visit my abode for a while? Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline. This trip down the mountain has already consumed considerable time. With the date of the 7 Veins martial gathering approaching, it is time for me to return. As he spoke, Yi Qiu cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yi and remarked, Young Master Xiao, you performed admirably this time. It seems you did not deceive me. Heh. Senior, how could I dare to deceive you? I am quite filial, and who in Guangling City does not know that Xiao Yi is one of the most devoted sons? Xiao Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat guilty, while Yi Qiu inwardly chuckled. Very well, continue to uphold this standard. Now then, this matter is concluded. Let us depart. Yi Qiu stated nonchalantly, leading Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Apos back to Zixia Peak. Little Ling had wished to accompany them up the mountain, but Zhao Wan and Apos advised her to return home, encouraging her to pursue her own freedom rather than remain a maid serving others. Little Ling was immensely grateful but felt a pang of reluctance for the princess. Eventually, Yi Qiu agreed that if she missed the princess, she could come back to visit, which allowed her to leave with a lighter heart. Father, what are you pondering? After Yi Qiu and Apos' departure, Xiao Zhan stood in a daze, lost in thought, prompting Xiao Yi's curious inquiry. With a heartfelt sigh, Xiao Zhan expressed, Yi Zhenren truly is a prodigy of our time, possessing such remarkable cultivation at such a young age. He single-handedly subdued the three masters of Unaging Mountain without even revealing his treasured weapons. It is simply unimaginable that his swordsmanship has reached such heights. Moreover, his two disciples resemble phoenixes from the heavens, blessed with exceptional talent. They are destined to be extraordinary individuals with limitless futures. It appears we have indeed made a wise decision in aligning ourselves with Zixia Peak. After a moment, Xiaozhan turned to Xiaoyi and earnestly remarked, "Earth, you have performed admirably this time. Were it not for your steadfast protection of Yi Jinren and Apos, two disciples, our Xiao family would not have been able to so easily secure our connection to Zixia Peak. I had serious doubts about your capabilities in the past, but after today's events, I have gained a newfound respect for you. From this point forward, I could entrust the entire Xiao family to your stewardship without hesitation." Hearing his father's heartfelt words, Xiaoyi felt a wave of emotion, having received praise from his father for the first time in many years. Yet upon reflection, he mused, "Oh, so I am not as lacking as I thought. Compared to that foolish Yang Xiao, I am practically a paragon of excellence." Wang Haidao interjected, "Patriarch, now that all the prominent families in Guangling City are aware of our allegiance to Zixia Peak, should we not make some gesture?" "Indeed, you are correct. Let us add a further 10,000 taels of gold to our previous gift and ensure Zixia Peak is well adorned. After all, it is our family's stronghold, and we must maintain an imposing presence. We may lack many things, but we are certainly not short on funds," Xiaozhan declared with grandiosity, casting a satisfied glance at the disheveled Yang He in the distance before departing contentedly. A few hours later, three figures slowly descended onto the grassy area in front of the wooden house at Zixia Peak. "So this is Zixia Peak?" Zhaowan and Apos gazed at the violet clouds in the sky, her voice filled with awe. The breathtaking beauty of the landscape felt almost otherworldly, drawing her in. This truly is a sacred place of the immortals, rich in spiritual energy, with clear streams and picturesque scenery. Qingzhu, show junior sister around a bit. Familiarize her with the geography of Zixia Peak and explain the rules of our sect. Afterward, let her rest. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. Having just returned to Zixia Peak, Yi Qiu was eager to retreat into his room, giving Lin Qingzhu a brief instruction. "All right, junior sister, follow me." Lin Qingzhu cheerfully led Zhaowan and Apos away. Inside the room, Yi Qiu securely closed the door and, upon reaching the bed, retrieved a piece of beast bone from the Xianling jade, examining it closely. This bone exuded a peculiar dark aura, imbued with a terrifying aggressiveness. The source of this anomaly? How strange. What went awry at which juncture? After a thorough investigation of the bone in his hands, Yi Qiu sat on the bed, lost in contemplation. This precious bone had been discovered deep within an abyss during his foray into the desolate region. The dark aura surrounding it shared common traits with the ferocious beasts he had previously encountered, yet its intensity was much greater, likely belonging to the first batch of infected beings. During his exploration of the desolate area, Yi Qiu not only found this bone, but also stumbled upon a crack in the eastern wilderness barrier. It seemed that these strange auras were seeping in from beyond, infecting everything from the depths of the desolate region. As of now, he had only witnessed infected beasts and had yet to encounter any infected humans, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that a significant secret lay hidden within this occurrence. Upon discovering the crack, he had observed the area for quite some time without any notable findings before hastily returning. On his way back, he also discovered an imperial tomb. However, it was regrettable that he was not the first to uncover it. The appearance of He Wushuang and her companions in Guangling City was likely due to the imperial tomb. Those great clans and ancient doctrines were exceptionally well informed. Unfortunately, the seal on the tomb remained strong, rendering it impossible to open in the near future. So Yi Qiu decided to bring his disciples back first to prepare for the Seven Veins martial gathering, as this event was of utmost importance for everyone in the Butian sect. Ugh, my head hurts. Never mind. Time for bed. I shall not dwell on it any longer. Yi Qiu tugged at his hair in frustration and threw himself onto the bed. A night passed without incident. The next morning, stretching lazily, Yi Qiu stepped out of his room. After a night of rest, his spiritual energy had completely replenished from the previous day's exertions. Where are those two young ladies? Are they still asleep? Exiting the door, he glanced at the neighboring two rooms, noting that their doors remained shut. Thinking they had not yet risen, he suddenly sensed a stirring presence atop the wondrous cliff. They are quite diligent. Yi Qiu smiled faintly. Lin Qizhu and Zhaowan and Apos had risen early, currently engaged in the daily practice of Zixia Peak atop the wondrous cliff. Yi Qiu chose not to disturb them and instead returned to the dojo to commence his day of cultivation. It was not until noon that Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wanner returned hand in hand. "Master, we are back," Zhao Wanner exclaimed with joy as she stepped through the door. That day, Lin Qingzhu had guided her in early morning practice and shown her around the beautiful sights of Zixia Peak, leaving Zhao Wan and Apos utterly delighted. She had never experienced such freedom before, allowing her heart to open up and her spirit to soar. In just a single day, she had already acclimated to this new life, feeling a warmth she had never known. Her senior sister took great care of her, and her master treated her kindly. How vastly different it was from the cold, sterile confines of the imperial palace. In the dojo, Yichio slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Well, my disciple, how are you finding your first time on the mountain?" "Master, Wan and Apos is adapting well. This place is wonderful, filled with the warmth of home. I truly enjoy being here." "Ah, that is splendid." Chapter 46, The Impromptu Examination Unlike Other Mountains. Purple Cloud Peak is devoid of rigid rules. As long as one does not transgress the fundamental taboos, one is free to act as they wish. Ichio spoke lightly as he rose from his seat. "With the martial assembly approaching, the two of you shall represent Purple Cloud Peak in this event. The Seven Schools Martial Assembly holds significant importance for the Celestial Repair Sect, and today we shall conduct a spontaneous examination. I wish to observe the fruits of your cultivation over this period. Qizhu, you shall go first." Lin Qingzhu stood up in response and accompanied Ichio to an open space in the bamboo grove. Zhao Wan and Apos, draped in a crimson robe, leaned against the stream, observing them. Grasping the purple cloud sword, Lin Qingzhu felt the pressure mount as she stood before Yichio, momentarily at a loss. While she possessed immense confidence among her peers, the sudden nature of Yichio's examination made her a touch anxious. Taking a deep breath, she encouraged herself, reminding herself to remain calm and not to disappoint her master. "Come, use what you have learned and attack me in any manner you prefer." Yichio stood in the bamboo grove, composed and unperturbed, his white robe swaying gently in the breeze, his left hand resting behind his back, exuding an ethereal aura. Lin Qingzhu's cheeks flushed as she took a moment to steady herself. "Master, I am coming," she declared, her voice firm as she unleashed the purple cloud sword. Forming a sword technique that surged toward Yichio, he merely raised a hand to block, effortlessly capturing the sword without employing any transcendent abilities, relying solely on his physical prowess. Lin Qingzhu reacted swiftly. Upon missing her initial strike, she executed a fluid kick. To Yichio, her movements appeared as if in slow motion, lacking any lethality. However, for someone of her generation, her combat experience was commendable, exhibiting minimal flaws. As she continued to utilize the flowing techniques of the purple cloud sword, Lin Qingzhu found herself unable to gain the upper hand against Yichio, prompting her to employ the Nine Nether Frost technique. In an instant, a chilling aura that penetrated the soul enveloped the area, causing Yichio to nod in approval. The formidable power of the profound ice bones allowed this frigid energy to directly assail the essence of her opponent's soul. "Be cautious, master," Lin Qingzhu warned again as she directed her sword towards Yichio, imbued with the icy chill. Had Yichio been of her rank and refrained from using the grass character sword, he would have indeed faced a challenge. "Very good," Yichio nodded, dissipating the sword energy with ease. Lin Qingzhu's cultivation had reached the second tier of the celestial phase. Over the past month of practical experience, her realm and mindset had stabilized, showing significant overall improvement. She was no longer the uncertain girl who stood in the Yuling hall merely 2 months prior. Her icy demeanor now exuded an aura that was almost unapproachable, and she had unknowingly grown to become an individual worthy of admiration among her peers. Upon the conclusion of the examination, Yichio remarked, "Your swordsmanship has reached a profound level, awaiting only your entrance into the realm of transcendence to grasp the laws of the domain and undergo a transformation. The only shortcoming lies in your lack of a potent killing move. However, do not fret. I will consult ancient texts and find a sword technique suitable for you." Hearing this, Lin Qingzhu beamed with joy, her youthful exuberance shining through. "Thank you, master. You are the best." Yichio smiled faintly, satisfied with his eldest disciple. He then turned to Zhao Wan and Apos. Wan and Apos. It is your turn." Startled, Zhao Wan and Apos, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, momentarily froze at the sudden call. The contrast between her elegant demeanor and her endearing naivete was striking, causing Yichio to raise an eyebrow. "Are you daydreaming during class?" "Oh, I'm coming." Realizing her distraction, Zhao Wan and Apos blushed as she stepped forward. She had been so captivated by her master that she nearly forgot this was an examination. "Ah, how embarrassing. Thankfully, there are no outsiders here. I would be mortified otherwise. Come, initiate your attack on me in any manner you wish." Yichio extended his right hand gently, indicating for Zhao Wan and Apos to begin. "All right, master, be careful." Once she regained her composure, flames erupted around her. the red lotus flame taught by Yi Qiu igniting with fervor. Under the intense heat, Yi Qiu was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that the red lotus flame, combined with her inherent purgatory flame, would unleash such latent potential. Indeed, this set of secret techniques appears to suit her well, Yi Qiu mused, nodding in approval. Zhao Wan'er was currently at the second tier of the profound finger, but that was merely temporary. Once she flawlessly absorbed the fragment of the ancient treasure, her cultivation would undoubtedly rival Lin Qingzhu. However, this required time and thorough grounding, otherwise, her foundation might falter. Come. At his cue, Zhao Wan'er swiftly struck, her palm ablaze with red lotus flame as the bamboo grove lit up with brilliance. Her delicate, fair hand approached Yi Qiu and Apos' abdomen at an acute angle, the flames exploding forth in an instant. Yi Qiu stepped back, easily grasping her small hand with a gentle grip. The true dragon runes manifesting to suppress the red lotus flame. Zhao Wan'er smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed by his grip, but Yi Qiu was taken aback when she suddenly twisted her hand, breaking free and lunging at him. Ah, clever girl, Yi Qiu thought, impressed by her quick wit. But he quickly sidestepped her attack and lightly pushed her away. Ah, Zhao Wan'er rubbed her hand, feeling a bit wronged. She had nearly succeeded but had been outsmarted by Yi Qiu. Master, you show no mercy. Was that really necessary? Observing her distressed expression, Yi Qiu shook his head. Your cleverness is commendable, but your lack of experience is evident. You focus solely on how to ambush your opponent without considering your own escape routes. In a true fight for survival, such tactics could easily lead to your demise. The red lotus flame is indeed powerful. Under equal cultivation, it possesses absolute dominance. Yet, without mastering the techniques to wield such power, it is a wasted opportunity. Zhao Wan'er's situation exemplified this. She held boundless potential within her, akin to possessing a nuclear bomb, yet lacked the knowledge to detonate it. Merely swinging it at others seemed a misuse of her capabilities. Yi Qiu sighed, realizing how others would react if they knew she squandered a heavenly secret technique in such a manner. What should I do then? Zhao Wan and Apos inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed up at Yi Qiu. Let us do this. Today, I shall teach you the plum blossom palm. This technique was created by several previous masters of Purple Cloud Peak. Its movements are intricate and versatile, combining strength and grace, making it compatible with your red lotus flame. Over the next month, your focus should be on mastering this technique. It should suffice for the 7 schools martial assembly. Zhao Wan and Apos' heart soared at his words as she eagerly approached. Thank you, master. I will diligently comprehend it and not disappoint your expectations. The name Plum Blossom Palm resonated with her, its feminine essence captivating her instantly. Soon, Yi Qiu imparted the Plum Blossom Palm to her, and due to her innate understanding, she grasped its essence in less than an hour. After teaching her the technique, Yi Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The essential tasks were nearly completed. Lin Qingzhu was learning the sword technique, while she focused on the palm technique. Their elemental attributes, ice and fire, were both formidable and of heavenly quality. The extent to which they can advance henceforth hinges upon their willingness to exert themselves and the depth of their understanding. Chapter 47. A Cultivator's Indifference to Wealth Sister. Shall we have a spar? As soon as Zhao Wan'er learned the plum blossom technique, she eagerly sought a match with Lin Qingzhu. She had no desire to duel with Yi Qiu, as that would only lead to suffering. Lin Qingzhu, however, was a more suitable opponent. With a slight suppression of her realm, their disparity would not be significant. The primary difference lay in Lin Qingzhu and Apos' earlier mastery of the purple mist sword technique, granting her a deeper understanding and greater combat experience. Upon seeing Zhao Wan and Apos' eagerness to spar, Lin Qingzhu did not decline and replied, "Very well, let us begin." As they exchanged moves, thoroughly enjoying their playful duel, the humble old father, the master, once again found himself neglected. What was I thinking? My disciples are united in camaraderie and mutual assistance. I should be pleased. Am I truly envious of my own students? As their master, how could I harbor such peculiar thoughts? I must be losing my mind. With a twitch of his lips, Yi Qiu cursed internally. Ding! You have taught your disciple the plum blossom technique, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Congratulations. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, acquiring a divine technique, the infinite hand of heaven and earth. Yi Qiu. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On that morning, Yi Qiu sat in meditation at the dojo. Here, yes, right here, let everything go. Yi Qiu opened his eyes and beheld a group of individuals laboriously ascending the mountain, laden with an assortment of items, placing box after box in the clearing before the dojo. Who are you? Yi Qiu inquired curiously, stepping outside. He was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the familiar figure of Xiao Yi approaching, his lips twitching. Haha, senior, did you expect it to be me? Xiao Yi sauntered over, accompanied by Lu Qingfeng, undoubtedly the one who had led them up the mountain. Master Yi. This is young Master Xiao from the Xiao family of Guangling. He suddenly came to pay his respects today, claiming he wished to present some treasures to Zixia Peak. The master instructed me to bring him here, Lu Qifeng explained. Yi Qiu nodded and regarded Xiao Yi, saying, What treasures have you brought for me? It wouldn't be a case of the weasel paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, would it? Not at all, senior. You misunderstand me, Xiao Yi replied, patting his chest with a grin. This visit is at my father's behest, to express gratitude for your teachings by delivering some treasures to Zixia Peak. Treasure? Yi Qiu paused, approaching the boxes. As he opened one, a dazzling golden light nearly blinded him. What the hell, so much money? Yi Qiu was astonished. He had never encountered such a vast amount of gold in his life. This is wealth beyond measure. No wonder the other mountain heads frequently descended the mountain to maintain amicable relations with the prominent families below. It seems there are substantial profits to be gained here. Am I dreaming? Yi Qiu mused, realizing that Zixia Peak was almost destitute, with only a solitary mountain peak remaining. He had been troubled by the mountain and Appo's expenses. Yet Xiao Zhan had directly resolved his concerns. This could indeed be a lucrative path. Internally elated, he maintained an outward calm. Observing Xiao Yi flaunting his wealth, Yi Qiu remarked with an indifferent expression, Young Master Xiao, you are indeed considerate. However, as cultivators, we are typically disinterested in material possessions. Yet, given the sincerity of the Xiao family, it would be impolite not to accept. Very well, I shall reluctantly receive it, he added. Lu Qingfeng's lips curled in a wry smile, and he couldn't help but think how insightful Yi Qiu was. He knew better than anyone that he had visited Zixia Peak more than anyone else. The peak was now barely surviving with a few dilapidated wooden huts. And Yi Qiu had the audacity to say reluctantly, Wow, what a remarkable person you are. Lu Qingfeng mused, astonished. He had heard of the Xiao family of Guangling, known for their considerable strength, yet he was perplexed about how they had established ties with Yi Qiu. It seemed my previous assumptions were correct. This youngest master of the Butian sect was indeed extraordinary. Lu Qifeng realized he needed to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Qiu. While Lu Qifeng could discern this, Xiao Yi was oblivious, feeling that Yi Qiu's stature had elevated in his eyes. This truly is a remarkable individual who remains unperturbed in the face of such wealth. Heh, senior, just as my father said, true masters never concern themselves with such mundane possessions. Therefore, I specifically brought you some specialties, bitter spirit tea, unique to the harsh lands outside Guangling City. In addition, I was instructed to have a luxurious and grand dojo constructed for you. Really? Yi Qiu's eyes brightened. Such thoughtfulness? Ah, Xiao Zhan is indeed a person worth befriending. Yi Qiu faced a significant dilemma. The few dilapidated wooden huts left by Xiantian Daoren were far too shabby for someone of his stature as the head of a sect. The living conditions were even worse than those of a peasant in the valley below. If word of this got out, how could he maintain his reputation in the great wasteland? Your father has certainly considered everything. In that case, please proceed as you see fit. As for me, as a cultivator, I have no particular demands. Simplicity will suffice, Yi Qiu replied calmly, his heart devoid of turbulence. Appearing very much like a recluse living deep in the mountains. Lu Qingfeng was astounded. Wow, I never expected Master Yi to possess such a lofty mindset. To remain so composed in the face of accessible wealth is remarkable. No wonder he has concealed his strength for so many years. Xiao Yi, unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in their minds, was eager to showcase his abilities now that Yi Qiu had granted permission. This was his only opportunity. Should he perform well, it would greatly benefit his family. Perhaps, if Yi Qiu was pleased, he might even casually impart some secret techniques. What an immense honor that would be. Come on, you lot. Why are you standing around? Get to work. You have 1 month to complete the repairs on the dojo for senior. Xiao Yi commanded decisively, embarking on the renovation of Zixia Peak. It must be said, the financial resources of the Xiao family were indeed substantial. Following a significant investment, a multitude of workers ascended the mountain to commence the renovations. Before long, with Yi Qiu's guidance, the new dojo was strategically located in the peach grove on the northern mountain, nestled beneath a sea of flowers, a sanctum for cultivation. Watching Xiao Yi energetically directing the workers he had brought from his clan, Yi Qiu returned to the original dojo, feeling exceedingly pleased. Finally, a proper place to reside. Coughing softly, he reminded himself to remain composed. He couldn't let anyone see how delighted he truly was. After all, a few houses were merely the beginning. Sitting in his chair, Yi Qiu's thoughts drifted as he pondered what his new dojo would ultimately be like. Master. Lu Qifeng slowly entered, calling out softly. Ah. Qingfeng. What is it? Is there something more? Yi Qiu snapped back to reality, surprised that the lad had not yet departed. He held a favorable view of Lu Qingfeng, for he was among the most familiar faces at Zixia Peak, aside from his own two disciples. Over the past decade, he had been the only visitor to the peak. Lu Qifeng smiled and replied calmly, I heard that Master has recently accepted a new disciple. I wonder where she is? I have yet to meet the new junior sister. Before arriving, Ming Tianzhong specifically instructed him to pay attention to the progress of Yi Qiu's two disciples, curious to see how they had developed. After all, Yi Qiu's sudden display of astonishing strength had genuinely startled Meng Tianzhong. Consequently, he was particularly attentive to the situation on Zixia Peak. He found himself intrigued by this junior brother who, despite possessing the cultivation level of a sect leader, had managed to remain concealed for a decade without revealing his true abilities. This had rekindled his hopes for the resurgence of the Batian sect. Oh, they must be practicing on the Wangduan cliff. If he calculated correctly, they should be returning soon. Yi Qiu mused over the passage of time. And just as she finished her thought, two graceful figures rushed in from outside. Chapter 48. He was astounded. Master, we have returned though the figures had yet to arrive. Their voices preceded them. Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Apos entered hand in hand, and upon stepping into the dojo, they spotted Lu Qifeng standing there in solitude. Ah, Brother Lu. It has been quite some time. What brings you here? Lin Qizhu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, for she was somewhat familiar with Lu Qifeng. During their initial ascent to the mountain, it was Lu Qifeng who had taken care of them, imparting some foundational knowledge to them. Haha, Sister Lin. It has indeed been a while, and you have become even more beautiful, Lu Qifeng teased, causing Lin Qizhu to blush slightly. Wana. This is our esteemed senior brother from the Buitian sect, Lu Qifeng. You may call him Brother Lu, Zhao Waner greeted with a smile, remaining silent otherwise. Brother Lu. This is our master's newly accepted disciple, Zhao Waner. My junior sister, Lin Qizhu happily introduced. Lu Qifeng felt a jolt of astonishment within. Another one with innate divine bones? He was taken aback. Upon Zhao Waner's entry, he instantly sensed the divine bone within her. Its rank was not in the slightest inferior to Lin Qingzhu's ice crystal bone. Should it continue to develop, would it not evolve into a celestial bone? That would be a presence rivaling the sacred body. Goodness gracious, this is remarkable. Lu Qingfeng mused, realizing that there were only two disciples on Zixia Peak. Yet each was more extraordinary than the last. Most other sects had their fair share of mediocrity. Their numbers may have been many, but few possessed true capability. Zixia Peak, adhering to its age-old principle of preferential selection over quantity, accepted only prodigies. Take Yi Qiu, for example. He had initially appeared weak and self-deprecating. When the venerable Xiantian accepted him, many disciples mocked and derided him in secret. Yet, in just 10 years, he had risen to become a leader in his own right. Could such a feat be achieved by a mere waste? One individual was sufficient to rival any mountain range. Was Zixia Peak weak? Hardly. At this point, Lu Qifeng found himself astonished. It seemed that Zixia Peak was indeed the one with the most potential. Zhao Waner was truly gifted. Her first impression had genuinely startled him. No wonder she had been accepted as an inner disciple by Uncle Yi. Innate divine bones and exceptional comprehension promised an unlimited future. Indeed, Lu Qingfeng remarked sincerely. While Zhao Waner felt a bit bashful from the praise, she understood that her so-called aptitude had been forged by Yi Qiu. By the way, Sister Lin, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? Lu Qingfeng suddenly recalled something and hastily asked. He had not forgotten the instructions given to him by their master before his arrival, to assess Lin Qingzhu's current level of growth. Lin Qingzhu hesitated, glancing at Yi Qiu, uncertain whether or not to disclose. Yi Qiu remained silent, offering her a reassuring glance, urging her to speak freely. Brother, I have now reached the second rank of the heavenly aspect, Lin Qizhu declared. Lu Qifeng nodded. Oh, the second rank of the Xian finger. Well done. He had heard just 2 months prior that Lin Qizhu had entered the first rank of Xian finger. Thus, her recent breakthrough to the second rank was not surprising. Shaking his head in mild disappointment, he fell into a moment of silence before abruptly lifting his head. Wait, what? The second rank of the heavenly aspect? What's wrong? Lin Qingzhu responded, bewildered, her expression vacant. The contrast was amusing to Lu Qingfeng, who could hardly believe that, in her eyes, a breakthrough to the heavenly aspect in merely 2 months was considered reasonable. It was inconceivable. How could one transition from Xian finger to heavenly aspect in such a short time? Lin Qizhu earnestly explained, during these 2 months, I accompanied Master on excursions, hunting numerous ferocious beasts and absorbing the power of their divine bones, which expedited my cultivation. She refrained from mentioning that the divine essence pill had transformed her physique, honing her foundation to an exceptional degree, allowing her to absorb such divine bones without significant detriment. The pill filtered out impurities, enabling her to absorb freely. Her only drawback was an unstable mindset, which was why Yichio mandated her to complete daily meditative exercises to temper her heart. Over the course of 2 months, her continuous self-reflection, coupled with rigorous training, had led to steady progress in her cultivation without any issues arising. Most masters, preoccupied with numerous disciples, lacked the patience to monitor each student's development closely. However, Yichio was different. With only 2 disciples, he could observe their progress at all times. Should he identify any issues, he would promptly address them and guide her toward correction. Ah, I see, Lu Qifeng realized, feeling a pang of envy. Lin Qizhu had encountered a commendable master who attentively nurtured her training. In other sects, most disciples were left to their own devices, if they chose to train or not. It mattered little. Lu Qifeng was aware of the absorption of divine bones for cultivation enhancement, but was cautious not to overindulge. Ming Tianzheng was perpetually busy, unable to accompany his disciples as Yichio did. If anything went amiss, it could jeopardize his future. Therefore, he treaded carefully, seeking steady advancement. And what about junior sister Zhao? Lu Qifeng inquired, momentarily stunned as he glanced at Zhao Wan'er. The news of her initiation had already been relayed to the peak a few days prior. As a newcomer, she should still be hovering around the qi refining stage, right? Please don't tell me she, like Lin Qingzhu, has reached the 4th rank of qi refining just 4 days after entering? Even with innate divine bones. It seemed implausible for each to be more extraordinary than the last. Me? Zhao Wan'er smiled gently, adjusting her red robe playfully. I have already reached the 3rd rank of Xin Finger. Lu Qifeng was taken aback, utterly numb. This time, he heard her distinctly, 3rd rank of Xian Finger. Ah. I'm utterly speechless. Just 2 months prior, a boy with innate divine bones had entered alongside Lin Qingzhu at the Zongjin Peak and was only at the 8th rank of qi refining. This achievement had spread widely within the Butian sect, earning him accolades as a prodigious talent. Qi Wuhui had taken pride in boasting about his precious disciple to others daily. Now, in comparison, forget it. Lu Qifeng could envision Qi Wuhui's expression upon learning of Zhao Wan'er and Lin Qingzhu's cultivation levels. His face would likely resemble one who had just ingested something terribly unpleasant. Chuckling to himself, Lu Qifeng suddenly burst into laughter, only to realize his rudeness and hurriedly apologized. My apologies. I was reminded of something amusing and could not contain myself. As the two exchanged glances, Zhao Wan'er leaned closer to Lin Qizhu and whispered, Sister, this brother Lu seems quite peculiar. He suddenly breaks into a silly grin. Lin Qingzhu's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. It does seem that way. Her master, on the other hand, maintained a tranquil demeanor, remaining unfazed regardless of the circumstances. Noticing their quiet discussion about him, Lu Qingfeng felt embarrassed and rubbed his nose, addressing Yichio, Uncle Yi. Today has truly opened my eyes. Your cultivation is unfathomable, and your ability to guide your disciples is equally remarkable. If the other sect's masters were to learn of Zhixiao Peik's situation, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Yichio replied in a nonchalant tone, Well? It's merely a casual teaching. Lu Qifeng felt a pang of humiliation. Was this merely casual teaching? Surely. He must be eager to impart every secret technique into their minds. Chapter 49. Epiphany in place. Uncle Master truly embodies humility, as Qifeng has learned. Lu Qifeng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu inquired curiously, By the way, Master, what is happening outside? Why have so many people suddenly appeared at Zhixiao Peak? Indeed, when we returned just now, we saw a multitude on the North Mountain. Yichio paused, not rushing to answer, but instead savoring a sip of the bitter Ling tea just delivered by Xiao Yi. The first taste was somewhat acrid. Yet as he savored it further, a fragrant aftertaste emerged, bitterness followed by sweetness, a testament to enduring hardship before experiencing joy. Ah! Yichio exclaimed in appreciation. The taste of wealth. This Ling tea was renowned, unique to Guangling City, typically enjoyed only by those of esteemed status. Coughing lightly, Yichio gradually revealed. Those are all from the Xiao family. They have sent us numerous gifts, including a staggering amount of gold, and they are also preparing to help us construct a dojo. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the two. Really? In recent days, Lin Qizhu had taken Zhaowan and Appos, or to wander through other mountain ranges, feeling quite contemplative. Among the 7 peaks, the first peak stood the most majestic, followed by the Tsangjian Peak, whose dojo was grand and imposing. Even the dormitory conditions were quite exceptional. In comparison, Zhixiao Peak felt exceedingly impoverished, reduced to a few small wooden cottages. Does this mean we will have new houses to reside in? Yichio nodded, affirming, Yes. We will certainly have new residences. However, as cultivators, we do not place much importance on appearances or living conditions. For those who pursue immortality, the essence lies in the cultivation itself, in seeking closeness to nature to comprehend its truths. Only by following one's heart can one truly be free. Being overly concerned with superficial appearances brings little reward. Remember, the highest virtue is like water. It benefits all things without contention. Following the natural order is the true path. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingfeng suddenly appeared taken aback. To be close to nature is to comprehend its essence. Only by following one and Apos' heart can one be truly free. Lu Qingfeng murmured thoughtfully, suddenly struck by the profound insight of Uncle Master Yi into the Tao. It was astonishing to realize that Yi Qiu had attained such a depth of understanding at such a young age, which explained his status as a formidable leader. Contemplating this, his expression shifted slightly. He reflected on how he had been overly preoccupied with the title of chief disciple, fixating on others and Apos' perceptions of them. He had strived tirelessly to perfect every endeavor, leaving no room for criticism. Yet in the end, he discovered that he had become too entrenched in his obsessions, losing sight of the original intent of his cultivation. This realization weighed heavily on Lu Qingfeng and Apos' countenance. Despite his considerable innate talent, he found himself overshadowed by He Wushuang, whose cultivation had surpassed him by 4 minor realms. This disparity had inflicted significant damage to his confidence. Yet, upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, he experienced a sudden awakening. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. All things arise from the existence of nothingness. Everything follows certain laws. Let everything flow naturally. At that moment, a gentle aura began to emanate from Lu Qingfeng and Apos' being. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow in curiosity. What is happening with this lad? Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er also looked on in surprise, quickly stepping back. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? All three were momentarily stunned. Yi Qiu had merely spoken casually, yet it seemed to have catalyzed a breakthrough. Yi Qiu smiled, gesturing for his 2 disciples to stand back, quietly observing Lu Qingfeng to see what level he might reach. How intriguing, an epiphany in place. Yi Qiu's lips curled upward slightly. Lu Qingfeng's current state was a rare moment of enlightenment among cultivators. Such a state could not be forced. It required exceptional comprehension in the right circumstances. The conditions were indeed challenging, but entering such a state of realization would yield far greater benefits than any elixir or magical remedy. A gentle breeze swept through as Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, entering a state of enlightenment. In an instant, his internal spiritual energy surged like the tides of Yunming Lake. Tumultuous and powerful, he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, gathering it into a massive spiral above him, causing an extraordinary phenomenon to manifest. Meanwhile, within the Yuqing Hall, Ming Tianzhong, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. This is the heavens reciprocating? The celestial phenomenon pointed in the direction of Zixia Peak, stunning Ming Tianzhong. Such an occurrence was a century in the making. Could it be triggered by a disciple from Zixia Peak? Unable to remain seated, he swiftly flew towards Zixia Peak, eager to witness this extraordinary spectacle firsthand. Simultaneously, on Qianshui Peak, Mingwei Zhenren was imparting wisdom to Lu Ruyan when she suddenly looked up to see the swirling energy above Zixia Peak. The heavens reciprocate. Who has caused this? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. After their previous encounter, they had come to realize that this seemingly inept Uncle Yi from the Butian sect was not as lacking as they had imagined. His strength was formidable, his cultivation unfathomable, and his demeanor humble and reserved, concealing his brilliance. Such a remarkable figure inspired their admiration. Mingwei was momentarily taken aback. To provoke such a phenomenon, one must be an extraordinary individual. Ruyan, come, let us observe this miraculous event together. Perhaps we can glean some insights. In an instant, the 2 figures soared into the air, flying towards Zixia Peak. As the vortex in the sky grew larger, nearly everyone within the 7 mountain ranges of the Butian sect became aware of the spectacle, buzzing with astonishment. On Sanjin Peak, Qi Wuhui had just returned to the mountain and hadn't he had a moment to rest when he sensed a powerful aura emanating from Zixia Peak. Curious, he looked up to see the extraordinary scene in the sky, and upon recognizing its source, his expression turned cold. Again, Zixia Peak. How infuriating. Within the Butian sect, numerous figures from the 7 peaks simultaneously took flight towards Zixia Peak. Moments later, Yi Qiu noticed the shift in energy outside and slowly stepped out of the dojo, utterly astonished. What in the world? So many people? Once upon a time, Zixia Peak had witnessed such liveliness, but that had been centuries ago. Now, the peak was so desolate that even birds would not deign to rest there. With only a few souls lingering, to see such a crowd gathering was truly a shock for Yi Qiu. In the blink of an eye, Ming Tianzhong appeared beside Yi Qiu. Junior brother Yi, who has caused this phenomenon? Ming Tianzhong asked eagerly. The individual responsible for such an extraordinary event must possess unparalleled talent. A true prodigy. How could someone from the Butian sect not be excited about such a figure? Yi Qiu smiled enigmatically, just as several figures descended from above. Haha, Junior brother Yi. Your Xixia Peak truly is a place of remarkable individuals, a harmonious blend of mountains and waters. The sudden manifestation of the heavens has indeed startled me. Before he could finish, a deep voice resonated, unmistakably belonging to Yang Wudi from the Shijian Peak. As the dust settled, Mingyue and Lu Rian gracefully landed, and Mingyue remarked, "Junior brother Yi, your quietude has once again gifted us with a surprise. Please, tell us who has caused this phenomenon." Mingyue asked, her gaze fixed upon the swirling vortex above, her heart filled with awe. Chapter 50. Merely a casual remark in the face of everyone's inquiries, Yi Qiu smiled silently, feeling a refreshing surge of confidence. Ahem. Please wait a moment while I adjust my posture and present a more impressive demeanor. The swirling vortex of spiritual energy in the sky intensified, causing the crowd to grow anxious. Mingyue tugged at Yi Qiu's hand, shaking it slightly, and urged, "Junior brother, please speak up. Don't keep us in suspense." This innocent shake had an unexpected effect, causing Yi Qiu to feel slightly dizzy, almost making him nosebleed. Years of cultivation had forged a resilient facade, steady as a seasoned warrior. Otherwise, he might have struggled to maintain composure. Ahem. Meng Tianzhong cleared his throat, calming his mind, and earnestly asked, "Junior brother Yi, please enlighten us. What has caused this extraordinary phenomenon?" Yi Qiu chuckled, saying, "Senior brother Zhang is overly flattering. This occurrence was not initiated by a disciple of my lineage, but by a disciple of your esteemed first peak." These words rendered the assembly utterly speechless. A disciple from the first peak? Surely, that was a jest. How could a disciple from the first peak be cultivating at Xixia Peak and create such a commotion? The crowd turned their gaze toward Ming Tianzhong, whose expression soured as he remarked, "Brother, when did you take in such a talented disciple and place him at Xixia Peak? We were completely unaware." Yang Wudi interjected, "Master Zhang, this is beyond the pale. We agreed you would not take in disciples, allowing us to mentor those with exceptional talent. Yet you have secretly orchestrated this." Meng Tianjing exclaimed, "What? I know nothing of this. It has been years since I accepted a disciple. When did one suddenly appear?" "Junior brother Yi, please don't keep us guessing. Clarify this matter," Meng Tianzhong said, his face flushed with embarrassment. He genuinely had not accepted any disciples. How could one be a disciple of the first peak? Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was indeed a disciple from the first peak currently at Xixia Peak. Just as he pondered this, Yi Qiu smiled and said, "You shall soon discover who it is." With that, he stepped aside, allowing the crowd to gaze toward the center of the arena. A young man clad in white, with a striking appearance, materialized before them. "Isn't this Lu Qingfeng, the nephew of Qingfeng?" The assembly gasped, realizing the disciple Yi Qiu referred to as none other than the chief disciple of the Buitian sect, Lu Qingfeng. Mingyue gasped in astonishment. "Heavens, it's my brother." Behind Mingyue, Lu Rian covered her mouth in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had assumed this phenomenon was caused by some disciple of Xixia Peak, only to find it was her own brother. Even Meng Tianzhong was taken aback. As Lu Qingfeng's mentor, he knew the young man well. How could Lu Qingfeng, currently at the 5th level of heavenly aspect, unleash such an astonishing display of celestial resonance? "Junior brother Yi, what in the world happened?" Meng Tianzhong asked, his expression grave. The crowd turned their attention to Yi Qiu. Their curiosity piqued about what had transpired to cause Lu Qingfeng's sudden enlightenment. Yi Qiu shrugged nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. I merely offered a few casual words." And he had an epiphany. The crowd was left speechless. "Could you not be more serious? What do you mean by casual words? Is it truly that simple? An epiphany?" Mingyue stared incredulously at Lu Qingfeng, and when she considered the celestial phenomenon above, it indeed matched Yi Qiu's description. Those present were all formidable individuals. How could they not understand the significance of an epiphany? Such occurrences are rare, often taking cultivators a lifetime to achieve. What had Yi Qiu said to provoke such a response from Lu Qingfeng? A wave of curiosity swept through the assembly, with Meng Tianjing being the most intrigued. As the benefits went to his disciple. Upon reflection, the once scorned head of Xixia Peak was revealed to be the one who had hidden the deepest secrets. Qin Wuhue and Yang Wudi wore serious expressions, finally recognizing the formidable nature of Yi Qiu. This young headmaster, who had remained inconspicuous, had silently ascended to a height they could only admire. Dressed in white, with jade adorning his waist, he emanated an ethereal aura, suggesting he could effortlessly command the elements. Is this truly the same junior Uncle Yi we once knew? It's unbelievable. I had always thought he was as incompetent as rumored. Little did I realize he possessed such prowess. Among the disciples present, some were astonished, while others felt regret. They had often dismissed Xixia Peak. But now many lamented their choices, crying in the dead of night. Compared to other mountains, this truly was a sacred realm of the immortals, blessed with beautiful landscapes, exceptional talent, and the guidance of esteemed masters. It was nearly impossible not to attain enlightenment here. Moreover, it was said that this junior Uncle Yi was generous with his disciples, readily sharing treasures and imparting wisdom, closely monitoring their cultivation progress, and promptly addressing any issues they encountered. As discussions ensued, the regret deepened. Why had they not chosen Zixia Peak? Where could they find such an outstanding mentor? After a moment, Meng Tianzhong regained his composure. As the head of the sect, he had to maintain his poise. He cast a deep glance at Yi Qiu, then turned his gaze toward Lu Qingfeng, who was still in a state of enlightenment. Clearly, his earlier decision to focus on Zixia Peak was justified. An exceptional headmaster and talented disciples warranted greater attention and resources. Rubbing his chin, Meng Tianzhong resolved to ensure Zixia Peak received its due recognition. Mingwei stood beside Yi Qiu, gazing up at her junior brother, who was half a head taller. Suddenly, she felt as though this once frail figure had transformed into a towering presence, deserving of admiration. Lost in thought, she was unaware that a hint of affection had crept into her eyes. Realizing this, her cheeks flushed crimson. She shot a playful glare at him, pursed her lips, but said nothing. Junior brother, tell me honestly, what profound wisdom did you impart to him that allowed him to achieve enlightenment so effortlessly? Qin Wuhui inquired. Putting aside previous grievances, Yi Qiu shrugged, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. I truly didn't say much. I merely guided his thoughts, and after listening for a while, he suddenly comprehended. The crowd responded with disbelief. That was indeed quite sudden, catching the entire Buitian sect off guard. They marveled at how calmly he recounted the event. Guiding thoughts, the heads pondered for a moment. It dawned on them that Yi Qiu was intentionally withholding information, perhaps to amuse himself at their expense. What did he truly mean by guiding thoughts? Was there a hidden secret he was concealing? Chapter 51. Can enlightenment be repaid? As the commotion instigated by Lu Qifeng intensified, all held their breath, anxiously gazing at the solitary figure seated in the Taoist hall. At this moment, the spiritual energy, swirling around Lu Qingfeng like a tempest, began to retract violently, surging towards him as if the sea were being drawn back. It has begun. This scene even made Meng Tianzhong feel a pang of anxiety. The spectacle of such astonishing cosmic reciprocation left one wondering what realm Lu Qingfeng might ascend to. His complexion was somewhat pale, evidently overwhelmed by the sheer force of this mighty energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his cultivation soared rapidly. 5th tier of Tianxiang, 6th tier, 7th tier, 8th tier, 9th tier. Hiss, he reached the 9th tier. A collective gasp echoed as everyone realized that this single act of cosmic reciprocation had propelled him straight to the 9th tier. Such an epiphany was more terrifying than a decade of arduous cultivation. It was hard not to be astonished, akin to the euphoric sensation of winning a grand prize overnight. The 9th tier was already at its limit. To advance further and break into the realm of Wuj, one must first comprehend the laws governing that domain. Now it remained to be seen whether he could grasp the power of the laws before the reciprocation concluded. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone anticipated the emergence of the first disciple among the new generation of the Buitian sect to break through to the Wuj realm. The most likely candidate was Lu Qifeng. Having entered the 9th tier of Tianxiang, Lu Qifeng began to refine his Tao heart and comprehend the laws. The crowd remained silent, fearful of disturbing his focus. At that moment, Yi Qiu drifted over to his side, speaking in an unassuming tone. From existence springs non-existence. The fusion of yin and yang constitutes the two instruments, encompassing heaven and earth. A decade reveals the changing of seasons. A century unveils the cycle of life and death. A millennium showcases the rise and fall of dynasties. Everything adheres to a certain law. The so-called law merely flows between two hands. To follow its natural course is the supreme path. As these profound words flowed into Lu Qingfeng's ears, a sudden reversal occurred within his life source. The cosmos turned upside down, and a surge of law power coursed between his fingers. It worked. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Yi Qiu and Appos' succinct guidance led Lu Qifeng towards the domain of the laws. Ultimately, as the moment of enlightenment drew to a close, he successfully stepped into the Wuj realm. Boom! A resonant sound erupted from within him, and in an instant, an aura of Wuj enveloped the scene. The audience was taken aback as they witnessed Lu Qingfeng gradually awaken, still unfamiliar with the control of his newfound power, inadvertently releasing an astonishing force. Fortunately, Yi Qiu was nearby, gently pressing his right hand to contain it. Upon regaining his composure, Lu Qingfeng immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your guidance. At this moment, Lu Qifeng was overwhelmed with excitement. He had surmounted the Wuj realm, successfully positioning himself among the elite of the great wilderness. He understood clearly that without Yi Qiu's words, his enlightenment and breakthrough would have been impossible. He suddenly comprehended why the disciples of Zixia Peak were so exceptional. With such a proficient mentor providing one-on-one guidance, it was nearly impossible not to break through. Filled with sincere gratitude, Lu Qifeng was oblivious to the twitch at the corner of Ming Tianjing's mouth, his face etched with 3 lines of discontent. It seemed his master had not yet passed. After all, despite feeling somewhat exasperated, Ming Tianjing felt a sense of solace regarding Lu Qifeng's breakthrough. After all, he was the top disciple of the first peak. The future successor of the sect's leadership. The more outstanding he became, the more pleased Ming Tianjing felt. Rise. This breakthrough is solely due to your enlightenment. Without such profound understanding, even my words would have been futile. Yichio spoke with an unwavering calmness, his expression serene. At that moment, no one would dare question his ability as a mentor. In that very situation, even Ming Tianjing had not fully grasped what had transpired, let alone others. As Lu Qifeng stood, his face radiated with joy. After paying respects to his master, he also bowed to the other peak leaders. His demeanor now carried a trace of Yichio's essence. His temperament had become more relaxed, yet composed, shedding the overly eager youth he once was. The crowd exchanged glances, silently admiring his transformation. Haha, junior brother, you truly appear to be a modest person. Those seemingly casual words are imbued with such profound wisdom. Today has indeed broadened my horizons. Yang Wudi flattered, his attitude towards Yichio having undergone a monumental shift, from disdain to genuine admiration. Among the 7 peaks, there had never been deep-seated grudges, merely a sense of rivalry. None wished to be outdone by the others. However, when faced with someone genuinely superior, their respect was unrestrained. Yichio chuckled modestly. Senior brother, you flatter me. It was merely a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. That is no trivial matter, junior brother. When will you impart some wisdom to me? Mingwei said with a playful smile, her eyes filled with meaning. Yichio glanced at her, feeling a slight tremor within him. Oh, if senior sister has a request, how could I refuse? Perhaps we could choose an auspicious day and a good place for an in-depth conversation? Yichio whispered in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Internally delighted, she maintained her composure, suppressing any outward emotion to avoid misunderstandings. Covering her mouth, she giggled. Very well, let us schedule a time for our discussion. Yes, another day, indeed. Meanwhile, Qi Wuhui, who had remained silent for a long time, strode directly towards Lu Qifeng. Uncle Master, what is it? Lu Qifeng inquired, puzzled, as Qi Wuhui extended his hand to assess Lu Qifeng's condition. First tier of which? This is true. Gritting his teeth, Qi Wuhui turned to scrutinize Zhao Wan and Lin Qizhu, who stood in the corner. As a disciple of the first peak, Lu Qifeng had attained enlightenment merely by listening. What, then, was the realm of the 2 disciples from Zixia Peak? He had not forgotten the wager he had made with Yichio earlier and was quite curious. However, with the 7 peaks martial meeting approaching, it was inappropriate to inquire about their cultivation levels directly, lest he be criticized later. As enlightenment concluded, everyone prepared to return to their respective homes. The atmosphere among the disciples of the 7 peaks was now fervent, as if they had been invigorated. With a Wudge Realm senior brother leading the way, they could not afford to slack off, lest their masters be displeased. Meng Tianjing observed the unwavering determination in the eyes of these disciples and remarked meaningfully to Yichio. Haha, junior brother, today has truly opened my eyes. In just a few words, you granted my disciple the opportunity for enlightenment, showcasing your ever-deepening mastery. The crowd nodded in agreement. Yichio dismissed it lightly, stating, Master, senior brother, you jest. I was merely practicing casually. I still have a long way to go before I can be considered a strong individual. Qi Wuhui scoffed, it was merely coincidence. Enlightenment is a divine opportunity, unrelated to personal merit. Qingfeng possesses celestial talent, and this enlightenment is but a reward from the heavens. Such divine opportunities cannot even be sought after by earthly emperors. Yichio narrowed his eyes at him. At that moment, ding, you have assisted your disciple in achieving enlightenment, triggering a critical return. This can be repaid too? Chapter 52. Apologies, I must act unseemly. Yichio chuckled, utterly astonished that enlightenment could be reciprocated. This truly took him by surprise. Returning to the host, the reason why Lu Qifeng achieved enlightenment is largely due to the host and amp, Apos, as profound connection. According to the system and amp, Apos, as judgment, Lu Qifeng and Apos, S enlightenment was instigated by the host S influence, meeting the criteria for reciprocation. So it was. Yichio nodded, suddenly enlightened. He then turned to Qi Wuhui, narrowing his eyes and remarked, Senior brother Qi is correct. Enlightenment is a divine gift, unattainable even by emperors. Qi Wuhui sneered, his expression darkening. As long as you possess self-awareness, that is sufficient. I merely remind you not to become too inflated, arrogant, or complacent, for such traits will ultimately lead to your downfall. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall remember it. Yuchio smiled, then added abruptly, "But what if I could summon it?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, and a palpable tension enveloped the gathering. Everyone was aware of the animosity between Zixiao Peak and Songjian Peak, particularly between their two foremost leaders. As they encountered each other, the onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Qi Wuhui and Appo's countenance darkened. "Junior brother Yi, do you not think that is somewhat presumptuous? Achieving enlightenment on the spot is the lifelong aspiration of every cultivator. Is it something one can merely wish for? Who do you think you are? A celestial descending from the heavens?" Qi Wuhui's words were unrelenting, and Yuchio's audacity genuinely amused him. Every individual present had endured years of arduous training and faced numerous tribulations to reach their current stature. Such an instantaneous elevation was hardly a simple feat. If it were so easy, the world would already be teeming with emperors. Not only did Qi Wuhui find amusement in Yuchio's claims, but the other leaders present also shook their heads in disbelief, perceiving Yuchio's words as mere bravado. Observing this, a slight smile graced Yuchio's lips. Yes, this was the atmosphere he desired. "Everyone, please pay attention. Allow me to stretch and act a bit foolish," he silently declared within his heart. "System, activate reciprocation." Ding. "Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold critical hit, granting you an opportunity for enlightenment. Note, the benefits of this enlightenment critical hit are calculated at 100-fold based on Lu Qingfeng and Appo's gains." "Excellent." Yuchio smiled slightly. Slowly stepping out of the dojo while under the watchful gaze of all present, he stretched leisurely. Suddenly, a terrifying force swirled above Yuchio's head. And in an instant, a tempest erupted. "What is happening? This is..." At that moment, everyone was astonished, gazing up at the sky in disbelief. Above Zixiao Peak, a colossal vortex began to form, far more formidable than the one Lu Qifeng had conjured earlier. The heavens bestowing their grace? Enlightenment on the spot. Meng Tianzheng exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at the sky, then glancing at Yuchio, who had already seated himself and entered a meditative state. Everyone was astounded. Qi Wuhui's expression darkened further, his voice grave. "No, this is impossible. The heavens bestowing their grace and enlightenment on the spot are divine opportunities, reserved only for true children of destiny. The conditions to trigger such an event are exceedingly stringent. How could one simply declare enlightenment?" None believed it, not even Qi Wuhui. Yet, the phenomenon unfolded before their eyes as the vortex expanded ominously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, dark clouds rolling in. Amidst the howling winds, lightning flickered incessantly, a series of extraordinary events unfolding. This was the manifestation of the heavens bestowing their grace, sending everyone into a frenzy. Mingyu murmured. How did he accomplish this? In her heart, she felt it was inconceivable, increasingly perplexed by this youngest leader of the Butian sect. Uncle Yi, truly possessing the aura of a celestial being, such divine machinations appear at will, Lu Rian said, her face pale, gazing at the celestial spectacle above. Incredibly perplexing, utterly astonishing. Meng Tianzheng trembled. He had initially believed Yi Qiu was jesting with Qi Wuhui, yet it seemed he was entirely serious. At this moment, Qi Wuhui felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him, beginning to question his very existence. No, I refuse to believe it. This lad must be feigning. His intent is to humiliate me before everyone. Let me see how I can unravel his trickery. As Qi Wuhui prepared to verify, another bolt of lightning struck. A surge of terrifying power erupted, the authority of the leader compelling him to involuntarily retreat several steps. What a terrifying presence! Is this the pressure of a leader? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This sense of oppression was incomparably greater than what Lu Qifeng had exuded. It was known that Yi Qiu was a powerful figure at the initial stage of leadership. The force he could summon from the heavens must be even more formidable. My goodness, are the people of Zixiao Peak truly this fearsome? To declare enlightenment and simply achieve it without a hint of rationale. Our Uncle Yi is indeed terrifying. With an overwhelming air of dominance, he had initially thought Yi Qiu was merely boasting, but now he realized the audacity of his claims. In that fleeting moment, amidst the tempest and thunder, spiritual energy from 100-mile radius converged, forming a massive vortex. With the cyclone above and the gale raging, Yi Qiu remained as steady as a mountain, gradually closing his eyes and entering a state of enlightenment. In that moment of clarity, a flower of the Tao gradually revealed its true form. Upon witnessing this Tao flower, even Meng Tianzheng could no longer contain his excitement. The flower of the Tao, a natural body of the Tao. The leaders exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. No one understood better than they what that flower signified. Even Qi Wuhui, upon seeing the Tao flower, was engulfed in despair. How could it be? He possessed the most powerful constitution of the ages, reputed to be the closest to the Tao, an innate body of the Tao. How could this be? He is an innate body of the Tao. Why had Master Xiantian never mentioned it? In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. I suddenly understand. No wonder Master Xiantian never took on disciples in his lifetime. Before his passing, he specifically descended to take him as a disciple. Initially, we thought he was merely a worthless individual, that Master Xiantian, facing his impending end, could not bear the thought of Zixia Peak's legacy being severed and reluctantly accepted him. Little did we know, Master Xiantian had always known he possessed the most powerful constitution of the ages. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their expressions grave, as none had anticipated they would be fortunate enough to witness such an extraordinary constitution. Even more astonishing was the fact that this individual belonged to their Butian sect and held the position of a leader. No wonder he could effortlessly enter a state of enlightenment. With such a constitution, it was only natural for him to achieve enlightenment on the spot. High above the heavens, that immense cyclone surged directly toward Yiqiu. The astounding spiritual energy surged into Yiqiu's body in an instant. Yiqiu frowned, enduring the pain as he forcefully suppressed it with the power of the leader. His cultivation had remained stagnant at the initial stage of leadership, primarily due to his recent focus on honing his Tao heart, leaving little room for advancement. However, with this influx of power, he sensed a subtle loosening within his cultivation. Chapter 53. The boundless hand of heaven and earth achieved. The atmosphere in the venue was exceedingly tense, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on the white figure within the swirling vortex. At this moment, Qi Wuhui and Appo's heart was in turmoil. He felt a profound sense of discontent. Yet, the more exceptional Yiqiu's performance became, the deeper he sank into despair. He could vaguely sense that Meng Tianjing's sentiments were gradually shifting towards Yiqiu. His position as the second in the Butian sect was beginning to feel precarious, despite his unwillingness to concede. He knew he was no match for Yiqiu and Appo's astonishing potential, which had spiraled beyond his control. Gone was the mindset he had just a few months prior, when everything seemed to lie within his grasp. Ultimately, he was merely a jester, striving to embarrass his opponent, yet Yiqiu had never bothered to respond to his provocations. Thus, the chasm between their realms had widened. Born with a divine physique, the flower of the Grand Tao, how could he possibly suppress such a celestial being? Was it destined that he would forever find himself in a subordinate position? Qi Wuhui pondered, feeling a myriad of emotions swirling within him. No one had anticipated that Yiqiu had concealed his true capabilities so deeply. Possessing the strongest constitution of all time, he had remained inconspicuous within the sect for a decade, enduring 10 years of humiliation without rebuke. What a mindset that required, were he to voice it. Given his innate talent, he could have thrived even with the entirety of the sect's resources devoted to his cultivation. Yet, he chose to remain hidden. Meng Tianjing seemed to grasp Qi Wuhui's thoughts. Talents are often fragile, without sufficient strength to protect oneself. Being overly ostentatious and revealing one's potential would only lead to catastrophic repercussions. At this moment, Yiqiu's expression grew solemn as he continuously honed his Tao heart, solidifying it entirely. Sensing the opportune moment, he unleashed his power in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a colossal aura enveloped Yiqiu, affecting everyone present. Everyone, retreat, Mingyu shouted, hastily pulling Lu Rian back. This was the power of the sect leader. Should anyone be struck, they would either suffer severe injuries or face certain death. Fortunately, there was Meng Tianjing, a peak powerhouse of the sect, present. With a wave of his hand, he cast forth a circular vessel, enveloping Yiqiu and suppressing the overwhelming force. In an astonishing display of reciprocal energy, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth within a 100-mile radius seemed to be drawn into Yiqiu and Appo's body like a tempest. In less than an hour, his cultivation remarkably advanced from the initial stage of sect leader to the mid-stage. As one progresses, the difficulty of advancement increases and the time required becomes extensive. Hence, based on the insights gleaned from Lu Qingfeng's epiphany, under the 100-fold intensity, Yiqiu could only elevate one realm. Nevertheless, this singular elevation was already immensely formidable. In just 1 hour, he accomplished what might have taken him 10 years, or even a century, to achieve. As he broke through, Yiqiu gradually spread his arms and ascended gracefully, resembling a true celestial being, firmly seated amidst the raging winds. With the 100-fold comprehension, coupled with the enhancement of the flower of the Grand Tao, Yiqiu began to evolve the divine technique he had been granted days prior, the boundless hand of heaven and earth. He had possessed this technique for several days but had refrained from practicing it until today's serendipitous moment allowed him to master it in one fell swoop. Before the astonished gaze of all present, Yiqiu commenced the practice of the boundless hand of heaven and earth, unveiling a set of exquisitely intricate hand techniques that left everyone astounded. What appeared to be inconsequential and feeble gestures concealed an overwhelming force of the heavenly essence. With the might to shift mountains and alter rivers, he commanded the very fabric of existence. In that instant, it felt as though the entirety of the surrounding world lay within the palm of his hand. Ming Tianjing trembled slightly, his voice filled with astonishment. It is indeed a divine technique. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Even the Butian sect, an ancient lineage, had never possessed a divine technique. The highest they had was a heavenly tier skill, which only the sect leader could cultivate, the Butian art. Yet, Yi Qiu's casual execution of the hand technique was rumored to be divine. Senior brother Zhang, you must be mistaken. Is this truly divine? Ming Yu expressed her incredulity, to which Ming Tianjing shook his head, his expression grave. I cannot be mistaken. This hand technique possesses immense power and is unfathomably transformative. Even my Butian art cannot compare. To think that junior brother Yi possesses such extraordinary talent, bestowed by the heavens, capable of comprehending this technique. He marveled, truly. A natural-born Tao body, the strongest constitution of all time. This technique cannot be practiced by just anyone. It demands extraordinary comprehension and rigorously tests one's innate gifts. Even I, Ming Tianzhang, cannot claim that mere possession of the manuscript would guarantee success in mastering it. After nearly an hour of practice, Yi Qiu slowly retracted his hands. The force that had been swirling around him gradually dissipating. The boundless hand of heaven and earth, achieved. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of delight flickered within Yi Qiu's gaze. Following the grass character sword technique, he had now mastered another divine technique. Though the boundless hand of heaven and earth lacked the lethal decisiveness of the grass character sword technique, it was commendable for its grand momentum, allowing one to wield the very forces of existence with unparalleled authority. As he concluded, the energies of the surrounding world began to disperse, and Yi Qiu descended gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed to elevate him to the status of a transcendent being. In the hearts of all present, he was already formidable, and his demeanor matched his extraordinary essence. Haha! Congratulations, junior brother. You have grasped a divine hand technique and advanced your cultivation further. Truly a great fortune for our sect. Our Butian sect shall flourish. Ming Tianzhang took a moment to compose himself, forcing a smile as he approached to offer his congratulations. Today, Yi Qiu had genuinely surprised him. Merely luck, merely luck. Senior brother Zhang, you flatter me. Yi Qiu replied with a gentle smile, casting a glance at Qi Wuhui, whose face was a deep shade of anger. What a delightful sensation. Yi Qiu felt exhilarated, a refreshing wave washing over him. Senior brother Qi, are you unwell? Do you feel ill? Yi Qiu feigned ignorance, knowing well that Qi Wuhui and Appo's countenance had darkened further, as if he had consumed a bitter pill. Ming Yu was amused, recognizing Yi Qiu and Appo's intentional mockery of Qi Wuhui. Just moments ago, Qi Wuhui had boasted confidently that Yi Qiu could never achieve an epiphany. Little did he know, Yi Qiu had not only achieved an epiphany, but had also comprehended a divine secret technique from it. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? If Qi Wuhui could still find joy in this moment, it would be remarkable indeed. The other senior disciples watched with keen interest, relishing the spectacle of Qi Wuhui, who, due to his esteemed position, had long looked down upon them. Now, with a peer who could overshadow him, they secretly reveled in their satisfaction. Yes, it is time to teach him a lesson, to curb his arrogance. Qi Wuhui surveyed the expressions of those present, feeling a surge of anger yet finding himself utterly powerless. He glared fiercely at Yi Qiu, then with a flourish of his sleeve, he turned away. Humph, consider yourself impressive. With that, he stormed off, unwilling to linger even a moment longer, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Today's affair was entirely of his own making, a self-inflicted humiliation, a stone he had lifted only to crush his own foot, and he could blame no one but himself. Safe travels, senior brother. Be careful not to trip. And do come visit us often. Yi Qiu called out kindly towards the retreating figure above. In the air, Qi Wuhui stumbled, nearly losing his balance and tumbling down. Such was the cruelty of fate. Chapter 54. Suffocated to the extreme, no one anticipated that Yi Qiu would be so ruthless, even taking a moment to mock Qi Wuhui at the end. They could sense that, at this moment, Qi Wuhui was filled with murderous intent. Silently, they relished the irony. So this was his day as well? Among them, the most delighted was Yang Wudi. Prior to Yi Qiu, he had been the fiercest opponent of Qi Wuhui. For instance, during the last disciple recruitment at Yuqing Hall, he had clashed violently with Qi Wuhui over a single disciple. Ultimately, due to his inferior cultivation, Qi Wuhui had seized the disciple from him, and Yang Wudi had never forgotten the smug expression on Qi Wuhui's face. Haha, junior brother. Well done. Yang Wudi secretly reveled in the moment, patting Yi Qiu on the shoulder, and laughing heartily. He showed no restraint in his joy. He was direct and forthright, saying whatever came to mind when he felt good. Mingyue covered her mouth, laughing. Junior brother, you are too wicked, but I like it. I suspect that senior brother Chi will be so furious when he returns that he might vomit blood. Such a blow is indeed difficult for an ordinary person to bear, especially for someone as proud as senior brother Chi. Shaking her head, Mingwei suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Chi Wuhui, relieved that she was not in his position. Otherwise, she would lie awake at night, increasingly agitated by her thoughts. Feeling that she had lost out by choosing to endure, Yi Qiu simply smiled in silence when Meng Tianjing approached. He also felt a twinge of sympathy for Chi Wuhui, but he said nothing. After all, it was Chi Wuhui who had provoked Yu Qiu. And the rivalry between Zixia Peak and Sangjian Peak had been a long-standing tradition, one they had grown accustomed to. Master brother. Upon seeing Meng Tianjing approach, everyone greeted him in unison, ceasing their discussions. Yet, they continued to chuckle inwardly. All right, everyone disperse. The martial arts competition is approaching. Everyone should return to prepare. Yes. They responded in unison and began to leave. Before departing, Meng Tianjing cast a deep glance at Yu Qiu, feeling immensely satisfied. It seemed that the lineage of Zixia Peak had been preserved. A few months prior, Chi Wuhui had suggested to him whether they should abolish the lineage of Zixia Peak, as it had only Yi Qiu and no longer served a purpose. Meng Tianjing was grateful he had not agreed to Chi Wuhui's proposal at that time. Junior brother, I am leaving. We shall meet again at the martial arts competition. Yang Wudi patted Yi Qiu's shoulder, laughing as he departed, his spirits exceptionally high. Soon, the once lively Zixia Peak was left with only Yi Qiu, his two disciples, Mingyue and Lu Ruyan. As everyone departed, Mingyue reluctantly said, Junior brother, I must return. We shall meet again at the martial arts competition. Yes, senior sister, take care and do visit often. Yi Qiu replied calmly, but Mingyue's expression appeared somewhat despondent. Are you not going to try to keep me here? How infuriating. I merely mentioned it offhand. I didn't intend to leave. Is this insufferable man truly devoid of charm? Mingyue questioned her own allure once more. After all, she was regarded as the most beautiful woman of But Tian's sect, mature, composed, and elegant, a dream companion for countless male cultivators. Yet, with Yu Qiu, her charm seemed ineffective. Could it be? He truly preferred men? The thought sent shivers down her spine. Ruyan, let us go, Mingyue said with a hint of melancholy, turning to leave. Lu Ruyan silently followed behind her, not uttering a word. At this moment, she had yet to recover from the shock of having her once perceived useless master-uncle deliver such a profound impact on them once again. After Mingyue's departure, only Lu Qingfeng remained. Oh, are you not leaving? I do not provide meals here. Yi Qiu turned to glance at him, wondering if this lad intended to linger at Zixia Peak indefinitely. Lu Qingfeng chuckled, Master Uncle, I have yet to properly thank you. If not for your guidance today, Qingfeng would not have achieved such enlightenment so easily. Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction. The lad was quite decent, having looked after him over the years. When everyone in the sect treated him with indifference, he was the only one who maintained the respect due. Well, no need for thanks. Now, as the chief disciple, you have many responsibilities. You should return early. Lu Qifeng did not argue, offering a solemn bow. Master Uncle, I take my leave. Yes, go ahead. Soon. Lu Qifeng also departed from Zixia Peak, which returned to its former tranquility. Yi Qiu was aware that today's events would undoubtedly spread throughout the sect. But he was unconcerned. After everyone had left, Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wana approached. Zhao Wana tilted her head, gazing in the direction of Sangjian Peak, and asked, Master, why does this Qi Shibua always target you? She was unaware of the long-standing enmity between Zixia Peak and Sangjian Peak, and thus was very curious. The two had been mere observers, silent throughout the confrontation, yet they could feel the arrogance and disdain in Qi Wuhui and Apos' gaze. Unfortunately, his retreat was notably humiliating. Yi Qiu smiled and explained, because Zixia Peak and Sangjian Peak are embroiled in a generational rivalry. This conflict has existed for a long time, and nearly every generation of leaders has been at odds. However, regrettably, Sangjian Peak has always been overshadowed by Zixia Peak. Over the years, the animosity has intensified, and since Qi Wuhui took over as leader, he has viewed Zixia Peak as his sole adversary. Yet at that time, your master ancestor was still present. He dared not act too recklessly. But with your master ancestor and Apos' passing, Zixia Peak began to decline. Qi Wuhui saw hope and began to suppress us mercilessly. For the past decade, he has continuously pressured me, seeking to prove that Sangjian Peak is not inferior to Zixia Peak. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's explanation, Zhao Wana suddenly understood. So there was such a backstory between Zixia Peak and Sangjian Peak. She realized that the feud might eventually fall upon them. Instantly, she felt a weight of pressure. The leaders of Zixia Peak had never lost, and even Yi Qiu had responded strongly. Would they be able to maintain such a stance when it was their turn? Therefore, you must strive for honor. Train diligently. It is acceptable to lose to anyone, but you cannot lose to Cangjin Peak. Otherwise, Qi Wuhui will seize the opportunity to humiliate me without mercy. Yi Qiu spoke earnestly, and the two nodded, their gazes resolute. Rest assured, master, we will not disappoint you. Zhao Wan'er, as if inspired by a newfound goal, gazed meaningfully toward Cangjin Peak and murmured, generational enmity? How intriguing. Then we cannot afford to lose. Now that she had mastered the Jime technique, she could adeptly control the red lotus karma fire within her, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Additionally, during this period, she had been continuously absorbing the power of the treasured bone, rapidly advancing her cultivation. According to Yi Qiu's estimations, she should be able to break through to the 9th rank of mystical finger before the martial arts competition. This was a conservative estimate. With additional effort, she might even reach the heavenly aspect. After all, that treasured bone was a relic from the 5 realms of divine concealment, containing immense power. Not something that could be easily absorbed. As for Lin Qizhu, her cultivation had steadily risen to the 2nd rank of heavenly aspect, making swift progress. Perhaps it was the pressure of Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, or pursuing her from behind that fueled her desire to grow stronger. At this moment, Qi Wuhui had returned at Cangjin Peak. His face ashen, slamming his hand on the table in rage. Damn it! With a single strike, the table crumbled to dust, disintegrating into nothingness. The disciple outside the door, upon hearing the commotion, trembled in fear, utterly bewildered by the cause of such fury. He dared not intrude, lest he provoke the anger of the master and bring misfortune upon himself. Chapter 55. His anger resurfaces. Brother Wang, what has transpired with our master? Why is he in such a furious rage? At the entrance, 2 disciples passing by were startled by Qi Wuhui's furious roar coming from within. Wang Ling peered through the window and, in a daze, replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps he has been provoked by something? To my knowledge, the only person in the entire Buitian sect who could incite such wrath from our master is that uncle from Zixia Peak. Li Han was taken aback. You mean that useless uncle from Zixia Peak? Hush, be cautious with your words. You might attract trouble. Wang Ling shot him a glare, nervously scanning the surroundings before whispering that Uncle Yi from Zixia Peak is far from useless. Since you Haven and Amp, Oppos, T descended the mountain lately, you are unaware of his remarkable achievements down below. Intrigued, Li Han listened intently as Wang Ling recounted Yu Qiu's exploits, leaving him utterly astonished. Is it true? This Uncle Yi is truly that formidable? No wonder Master has been so irate since returning. It all makes sense now. While they were engrossed in their discussion, a figure silently approached from behind. They turned to see Qi Hao, his expression inscrutable. What are you two discussing? The pair trembled, unable to meet his gaze. We were merely conversing about some cultivation matters, nothing more. Qi Hao remained silent, his eyes drifting towards the still fuming Qi Wuhui. Having just emerged from seclusion after several months, he was unaware of the events that had transpired during his absence. What has gotten into him today to provoke such fury? I have never seen my father so enraged. Let us depart. Qi Hao gestured for the two to leave as he stepped into the training hall. Father. Upon entering, Qi Hao greeted respectfully. Qi Wuhui, still simmering with anger, looked up to see his son and managed to temper his ire. How and Oppos? When did you emerge from seclusion? Just now, father. What has transpired to cause you such anger? Who has offended you? Qi Hao inquired with curiosity. To which Qi Wuhui sighed. Who else could it be? Only that fellow from Zixia Peak dares to provoke my wrath. Qi Hao's eyes widened in sudden realization. Again, it is Zixia Peak? Qi Wuhui then recounted the events of the day, including the humiliating words spoken by Yi Qiu. After hearing how his father had been belittled by Yi Qiu, a flicker of determination ignited in Qi Hao and Oppos' eyes. Yi Qiu, you have gone too far. Rest assured, father. I know how to respond. That mere Zixia Peak dares to humiliate our Cangjin Peak. At the upcoming 7 Peaks martial meet, I will reclaim our honor. He may be formidable, but it does not mean his disciples are as well. He had better pray that his disciples do not cross paths with me, lest he regret it. Qi Hao's gaze was fierce. The disgrace suffered by Qi Wuhui was a stain on the entire Cangjin Peak. Being his father's son, he was determined to restore their dignity. Seeing his son's confidence, Qi Wuhui's spirits lifted considerably. Well said, my son, you have ambition. Whether we can hold our heads high again rests upon your shoulders. Yi Qiu, you underestimate me. If Cangjin Peak is to be bested by Zixia Peak at the martial meet, it would be an utter disgrace for me as your father. Qi Wuhui and Amp, Oppos, as tone was solemn, his eyes blazing with fury as if the table before him represented Yu Qiu, which he slammed down upon, shattering it into dust. Chihao smiled wickedly. Fear not, father. After this seclusion, I have broken through to the 4th tier of the Tianxiang realm and am on the verge of reaching the 5th tier. Apart from the eldest brother of the first peak, there is no one in the entire Buitian sect who can stand against me. Those 2 newly initiated disciples from Zixia Peak are nothing to fear. Qi Wuhui's eyes widened in astonishment as he stepped closer to Qi Hao for a closer inspection. Haha, my son indeed lives up to my expectations. To have advanced from the 1st to the 4th tier in just 2 months of seclusion is impressive. Very well. Yichio, I am eager to see how you will contend with me now. Casting aside his earlier humiliation, Qi Wuhui laughed heartily. His son, it turned out, possessed great potential. He had merely been indulgent and lazy, reluctant to cultivate. Now, with the conflict between Songjian Peak and Zixia Peak escalating, Qi Wuhui was finally ready to commit fully to his son's training. In just 2 months, Qi Hao had made 3 significant breakthroughs, a talent that astonished Qi Wuhui. However, follow me. Today I shall impart a powerful secret technique to you, for your future needs. Resolved, Qi Wuhui led Qi Hao to the transmission room, ready to instruct him thoroughly. Meanwhile, all the heads of the various peaks had returned to their respective training halls. After today and Apos' events, an overwhelming sense of pressure pervaded the sect. With the martial meet looming, disciples trained fervently as if infused with vigor. Each peak and Apos' had utilized their skills and shared their knowledge, unwilling to let their disciples fall short. They all sought to equip their students with a secret technique before the competition began, hoping for a commendable performance at the event. Days swiftly passed, and with only 3 days remaining until the martial meet, the atmosphere within the Buitian sect grew increasingly tense. On this day, at Zixia Peak, in a small bamboo grove, Yi Qiu stood amidst the bamboo, with Lin Qingzhu standing motionless behind him. Master, why have you summoned me today? Lin Qingzhu questioned, puzzled. As everyone else was in seclusion, preparing for the forthcoming martial meet, Yi Qiu gazed at the lake before him, his back turned to Lin Qingzhu, remaining silent. After what felt like an eternity, he snapped a bamboo stalk and said, Disciple, today I shall teach you a secret technique. Pay close attention. Suddenly, he moved, gathering energy into the bamboo held across his chest. An overwhelming force enveloped him, as if he merged with the surrounding mountains and waters. Lin Qizhu watched intently, absorbing every detail of Yi Qiu and Apos' movements. With a swift motion, he swept forward, unleashing a formidable sword intent. This, Lin Qingzhu gasped, her eyes wide with shock. The sword energy sliced through the air, sending ripples across the lake, as if cleaving it in two. The astonishing power left Lin Qingzhu astounded. After completing the sword strike, Yi Qiu slowly concluded, this sword technique is called one sword to cut through dust, an extension of the Zixia sword method that I have developed. Its might is unparalleled. Did you grasp it? Lin Qizhu nodded, possessing the remarkable ability to remember everything she witnessed. The scene Yi Qiu demonstrated was vividly etched in her mind. After mentally rehearsing the technique, she swiftly comprehended the move, as it stemmed from the Zixia sword method, making it easier for her to grasp. Master, I have learned it. Yi Qiu nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. However, this was not the true reason he had called Lin Qingzhu today. Ding. You have taught your disciple one sword to cut through dust, triggering a critical return. Do you wish to activate? Activate. Congratulations. You have obtained the heavenly grade secret technique, Shura Slash. Yi Qiu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was precisely what he sought. Chapter 56. The cooling period ends, transmitting a millennium of power suddenly, a stream of scriptures infused into Yi Qiu and Apos' mind. And he swiftly grasped the profound intricacies of the Shura Slash. Meanwhile, Lin Qizhu rejoiced over her newly acquired formidable sword technique, eagerly practicing it with uncontainable delight. Although her attempt at the dustless slash did not match the might of Yi Qiu and Apos' execution with her current prowess, she could easily master it even against opponents of a higher realm. Master, I truly cherish this sword technique. I shall diligently cultivate it, striving not to disappoint your expectations. Lin Qingzhu declared with determination. Yet, Yi Qiu interjected, Disciple, while this sword technique is powerful, it is not the ultimate one. Lin Qizhu was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Did her master possess an even more formidable technique to impart? Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Qiu. He continued. The time for martial arts competition approaches, and you represent the prestige of our Zixia Peak. Your junior sister has just commenced her training and lacks depth in her cultivation. Consider this an opportunity to broaden your horizons. The honor and disgrace of Zixia Peak rests solely upon your shoulders. For your safety, I have resolved to impart to you another formidable technique. Deeply moved, Lin Qingzhu felt immense gratitude for her master and Apos' concern. Rest assured, master, I will not let you down. Our Zixia Peak shall not be outdone by Songjian Peak. With resolute eyes, she approached Yuchio, who placed his hand gently atop her head. In that instant, a surge of scriptures flooded her mind. As she practiced the technique, she was momentarily stunned. This heavenly tear sword technique? Shuraslash? She gasped, the name resonating with an overwhelming power. Upon contemplation, she marveled at its unprecedented strength, surpassing any sword technique she had previously learned. Furthermore, when combined with the assistance of the Jiao Frost technique, its might would become utterly terrifying. Challenging opponents of higher realms was no longer a distant dream. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this gift upon me, Lin Qingzhu said, kneeling in gratitude, at a loss for words to express her emotions. Perhaps, in this world, only her master would so generously impart such wisdom without reservation. Yuchio nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. Disciple, this sword technique is a heavenly tier secret art. Profoundly intricate. However, mastering it to the beginner and Oppo's S level should suffice for the upcoming competition. As he prepared to depart, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The cooldown period for imparting skills has elapsed. You may transmit skills again, triggering a critical return. Curious, Yuchio turned back, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. It appeared there was still an opportunity to reap rewards. The upper limit for the transmission had now increased to a millennium. Originally, Yuchio intended to transmit this to Zhao Wanner, but realizing she currently had an abundance of power akin to an unending spring, he deemed it unnecessary. Lin Qizhu, however, had no such resources, relying solely on her innate talent for cultivation. After careful contemplation, Yuchio decided to continue to bestow upon his eldest disciple. Lin Qingzhu felt a tremor of apprehension at the peculiar glint in Yuchio and Oppo's eyes. What is going on with Master? She pondered. Yuchio, with a solemn tone, addressed her, Disciple, after further consideration, I recognize that the upcoming competition is teeming with skilled opponents. Although your cultivation has reached the second tier of the heavenly aspect, your late entry has put you at a disadvantage compared to your peers. Therefore, I have decided to grant you a millennium of power. At these words, Lin Qizhu gasped in astonishment, her mind racing. A millennium of power? She calculated within herself what this meant in terms of cultivation realms. Master, I cannot have heard that correctly. You wish to grant me a millennium of power? Seeing Yuchio nod, she quickly shook her head in protest. Master, that is far too much. My current cultivation is already sufficient. You must not exhaust your own energy for my sake. She was no longer the naive beginner. She understood the value of such power. Although she yearned for it, accepting it would mean her beloved master would sacrifice a millennium of his own cultivation. How could she allow her master, who treated her like family, second only to her own parents, to bear such a burden for her? Yuchio felt warmth in his heart at her resistance. This disciple was indeed worthy of his care, showing filial piety even in the face of temptation. However, could her resistance change anything? If she refused this power, he would lose the chance to benefit from this opportunity. That simply would not do. Fear not, disciple. I am well aware of my own limits. This millennium of power is but a trifling matter for me, insignificant in the grand scheme. As long as you all thrive, it is worth any sacrifice I make. Tears glistened in Lin Qizhu and Oppo's eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. To her master, their safety held such paramount importance that he would willingly deplete his own cultivation to bestow power upon her. With a master like him, her life would be without regret. Weeping silently, she trembled, her heart heavy with gratitude. Master, at a loss for words, she could only tremble with emotion, her tears flowing freely. Yuchio shook his head gently, comforting her. Enough? Rise, disciple. If you truly wish to repay me, then strive to achieve a commendable outcome for Zixiao Peak in the upcoming competition. But do not overexert yourself. I have no demands of you. Simply follow your heart and do your best. As he spoke, he felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her, but for the sake of seizing the opportunity, he steeled himself. Come sit. Today, I shall impart a millennium of power to you. How much you can absorb and what realm you can reach depends on your own fortune. Before Lin Qingzhu could protest, Yuchio guided her to sit comfortably, then moved behind her, placing his hands on her back. In that moment, a torrent of energy surged into her being, akin to a tranquil lake suddenly erupting into ripples. Lin Qingzhu's expression contorted in pain as beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, absorbing the power Yuchio transmitted. Having undergone this process before, she possessed the experience to manage the influx of energy, ensuring it did not leak away. Chapter 57. 100,000 years of cultivation with Yuchio's current mid-patriarch cultivation. This millennium of power was akin to a mere stream flowing into an ocean, gently entering Lin Qingzhu's meridians. Though seemingly insignificant to Yuchio, this stream presented a formidable surge for her. As the unceasing power poured in, Lin Qingzhu's face paled, her body trembling, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. A soft moan escaped her lips as she exerted her full strength to absorb the influx of spiritual energy. In an instant, her cultivation began to skyrocket. 2nd grade celestial manifestation. 3rd grade celestial manifestation. 4th grade celestial manifestation. 5th grade celestial manifestation. 6th grade celestial manifestation. 7th grade celestial manifestation. 8th grade celestial manifestation. This propelled to the 8th grade celestial manifestation in one fell swoop. Lin Qizhu was taken aback. At her normal cultivation speed, reaching this level would have taken an estimated 3 years, perhaps even longer, given her talent and the acceleration provided by her divine bone. Breaking through to this level in 3 years was and Apos, impossible. However, Yichio and Apos' instantaneous transfer of power allowed her to complete 3 years of arduous cultivation in a flash. Wait, it's not over yet. After reaching the 8th grade, her cultivation didn't immediately halt. There was still a substantial amount of scattered spiritual energy accumulated within her. Lin Qizhu didn't dare to overthink it, unleashing her full power and activating her profound ice bone to absorb the energy bidirectionally, maximizing her intake to prevent excessive loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, her cultivation finally stepped into the 9th grade celestial manifestation, infinitely close to the no-distance realm. This was her limit. Now, she only needed to comprehend the mysteries of the law to directly enter the no-distance realm. Unfortunately, she didn't and Apos possess an opportunity like Lu Qifeng and Apos with the added benefit of enlightenment. Therefore, it would likely be difficult for her to improve in the short term. However, she was already satisfied with this achievement. With the power transfer complete, Yichio slowly withdrew his palms. Phew, thankfully. This millennium of power sounded intimidating. But it wasn't enough to cause a drop in my realm. Yichio breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought that this millennium of power was substantial. But he realized after the transfer that it was merely the tip of the iceberg of his cultivation, having virtually no impact on his own power. Of course, this might be due to the system's protection, which solidified his origin and stabilized his Dao heart, preventing reckless actions. Having just completed the transfer, you need some time to recover to avoid any damage to your mental state, Yichio added as a final reminder, slowly standing up and walking aside. Master. Not far away, Zhaowan and Apos are cautiously approached, looking at Lin Qizhu on the ground and asking, what happened to senior sister? You and Apos, VE come at the right time. I have some matters to attend to and need to leave for a while. Stay here and protect your senior sister. Also, after your senior sister wakes up, arrange your cultivation yourselves. I need to go into seclusion for a few days. Yes, master, please go ahead. I'll be here. Zhao Wana nodded obediently. Yichio then turned and left. Watching Yichio leave, Zhao Wana sat obediently beside Lin Qingzhu, gazing at her fair and flawless face, and pursed her lips. Senior sister is so beautiful. If only I were a man. This delicate and exquisite face makes you want to kiss it, Zhao Wana said with a mischievous smile, flicking her hair. Lin Qingzhu's lips twitched. This little brat. If I weren't busy consolidating my cultivation, I'd give her a kick in the butt. I treat you like a sister, and you actually harbor ill intentions towards me. At this moment, Yichio had already returned to his room. System. Ding. You have transferred a millennium of power to your disciple, triggering a critical return. Do you wish to activate it? Activate. Yichio revealed a wicked smile, finally succeeding in exploiting the system. Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold critical hit, obtaining 100,000 years of power. 100,000 years. Oh, not bad, not bad. Yichio immediately rejoiced. He could extract so much wool from one sheep. His disciple hadn't been raised in vain. His cultivation had broken through to the mid-patriarch realm a few days ago. And now with this 100,000 years of power, he could at least break through to the late patriarch realm, right? As for the supreme realm, Yichio didn't dare to think about it for the time being, because his mental state hadn't reached that level. Improving too quickly could easily lead to problems with his foundation. Come on, I and Apos am ready. Devastate me to your heart and Apos as content. Yichio chuckled wickedly, sitting cross-legged on the bed, prepared to be inundated with energy. In an instant, a torrent erupted from the system, like a raging flood, violently surging into Yichio's body. Damn it! Despite being mentally prepared, this sudden impact caused Yichio to cry out in pain. This 100,000 years of power was no small matter, filling every meridian in Yichio's body in an instant. His blood vessels expanded, and his skin radiated heat, as if 1,000 ants were crawling inside him. Suppress. With a roar of the one-word Dao incantation, Yichio's body glowed with golden light, which was the true dragon bone inscription. Under the powerful assistance of the golden light, this force was gradually suppressed, and Yichio began to absorb it frantically. In the following days, Yichio remained in his room, absorbing the power. Finally, on the third day, who? He exhaled a long breath. A flash of golden light emanated from his room, releasing a terrifying aura that swept across the sky and covered the earth. That aura was the aura of the late Patriarch realm, only one step away from entering the legendary Supreme realm. Once Yuchio and Appo's mental state caught up, he would reach a perfect peak state, his cultivation directly chasing after Ming Tianzheng. As for the Supreme realm, it would require more time to comprehend the Tao and form his second Tao flower. Of course, it wasn't impossible to take shortcuts, but it would require the assistance of some heavenly treasures. For example, immortal-grade pills, or immortal herbs and medicines, and so on. However, Yuchio didn't have such treasures, so he could only give up on his plan to break through to the Supreme realm for now. Although it was a bit of a pity, Yuchio was already satisfied with being able to break through to the late Patriarch realm so quickly. Done. Opening my eyes, Yuchio's eyes were deep, and his immortal aura was even more pronounced. His temperament had undergone a huge improvement, and his charm and appearance had reached perfection. He had finally been recognized by the system. Ah, comfortable. After several days of seclusion, Yuchio stretched, his bones making strange sounds. Pushing open the door, he saw green mountains and clear waters outside, a delightful scenery. The Tao field on the North Mountain was gradually taking shape. Xiao Yi had been supervising the construction these past few days, working tirelessly to renovate the Tao field to Yuchio's satisfaction. The Xiao family was also willing to spend a fortune, not caring about the cost, doing everything in their power to ensure Yuchio's satisfaction. Yuchio was very pleased with this. He would protect the Xiao family. In the past, Yuchio wouldn't dare to casually say he would protect any family. But now he had the strength. Breaking through to the Supreme Realm was only a matter of time. Protecting a small Xiao family was not a problem. After all, there was a lot of profit to be made here, and it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of it. The chief elders of the other peaks had countless families under their command, and most of their disciples also came from various families, with close ties to them. Therefore, they never lacked money or resources. In contrast, Purple Cloud Peak seemed a bit desolate, poor, and empty, with bare mountains. For the future of Purple Cloud Peak, it was necessary for Yuchio to have contact with secular families. The Xiao family would be the first experiment. Chapter 58. The commencement of the Seven Sects martial arts competition. In the early morning, a veil of mist enveloped the surroundings. At dawn, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wanner awaited patiently in the clearing before the Zixia Peak dojo. After an indeterminate period, Yuchio gradually pushed open the door. "Good morning, master." The two greeted with a respectful bow. Yuchio nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward the first peak. Today marked the commencement of the martial arts competition, and disciples from various sects had begun to make their way to the first peak. "Senior." Just as Yuchio was about to lead his disciples onward, a handsome figure came rushing from a distance. It was none other than Xiao Yi. "Senior, are you heading to the competition?" Xiao Yi approached with a mischievous grin. Yuchio shot him a surprised glance, quickly deducing his intentions. It seemed that this young master Xiao had become quite restless during his time at Zixia Peak. His days had been filled solely with cultivation and overseeing tasks, leaving him with little else to occupy his time. Now that the opportunity to witness the grand event of the Bestowed sect presented itself, he could not allow it to pass him by. Upon seeing Yuchio preparing to depart, he hurried over, hoping to accompany him and perhaps catch a glimpse of some beautiful maidens. After greeting Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Appo's, Xiao Yi exclaimed, "Before coming here, my father mentioned that the Seven Sects martial arts competition is one of the grandest events in Dongwang, with significant implications. He insisted that if I had the chance, I must witness it with my own eyes. I have been observing for the past few days, and the competition is indeed happening today. Would Senior be willing to take me along? Rest assured, I have turned over a new leaf and will not cause any trouble for you." His fear of Yuchio still lingered, so he cautiously gauged Yuchio and Appo's response, ready to flee should he decline. Yuchio chuckled at him, saying, "Well, considering your commendable behavior, I suppose it is acceptable." This lad was increasingly likable. A true gentleman knows how to adapt. Moreover, Xiao Yi had been diligently assisting at Zixia Peak during this period, and Yuchio had taken note of his efforts. Splendid. Upon hearing Yuchio's agreement, Xiao Yi was instantly elated, eager to celebrate with Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wanner. However, Zhao Wanner merely smiled, covering her mouth, and chose not to engage in the celebration. Lin Qingzhu shot him an annoyed glance before turning away. Xiao Yi stood awkwardly for a moment but soon shrugged it off. Having grown accustomed to their personalities and maintaining a relatively harmonious rapport, Yuchio began to walk ahead, stating, "It is nearly time, let us go." With that, he soared into the sky, heading toward the first peak. At this moment, he no longer required any magical artifacts to assist his flight. He had mastered the art of walking upon air. His speed was remarkable. After transcending the barriers of distance, he could achieve instantaneous movement, and as a master, His teleportation range had significantly increased. However, to allow his companions to keep pace, he refrained from using his teleportation. Observing Yi Qiu and Apos' departure, Lin Qingzhu summoned her Zixiao sword and gracefully followed suit. Zhao Wan and Apos trailed closely behind, effortlessly summoning her Hongling, her movements reminiscent of a phoenix taking flight, exuding exquisite elegance. The Hongling was a personal treasure bestowed upon her by Yi Qiu, a compensation artifact from Qi Wuhui during their last encounter. Unfortunately, this artifact did not trigger a high-level return. It merely produced an ordinary spiritual artifact, which was somewhat disappointing. As Zhao Wan and Apos caught up, Xiao Yi buzzed with excitement. Eager to witness the premier event of the Bestowed sect, he quickly summoned his sword and joined the leading group. A few minutes later, at the first peak, before the Yuqing Hall, a throng of people gathered, bustling with activity. Disciples from various sects had assembled. Not only those participating in the competition, but also many spectators drawn by the spectacle. Tell me, who do you think will claim the title in this year's competition? A voice chimed in. If the first peak senior disciple does not participate, the title will likely be contested between Songjian Peak and Guiyun Peak. I have heard that Songjian Peak and Apos' senior disciple, Qi Hao, has achieved the celestial manifestation realm with unfathomable strength. As for Guiyun Peak and Apos' senior brother Lu Yunxing, while he may be somewhat low-key, his cultivation is not inferior to Qi Hao's. In fact, he might even be stronger. No, don't you think Zixiao Peak is the dark horse? Someone else interjected. This remark elicited laughter among the crowd. Come now. I admit that Master Yi from Zixiao Peak possesses remarkable abilities, but his disciple has only been in training for 3 months, and at best, their cultivation is at the mystical finger realm. What potential could they possibly have? In my opinion, Sister Lu from Tianshui Peak stands a better chance. The crowd buzzed with discussion, gathering in the square to deliberate the potential champions of this competition. Suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, prompting everyone to look up. Upon this radiant light stood a multitude of figures. Leading the charge was none other than Qi Wuhui, the head of Songjian Peak, followed closely by Qi Hao. Well, they say Songjian Peak's senior disciple has an extraordinary demeanor and immense strength. I was skeptical at first, but having seen him today, it is indeed true. Amidst the crowd, Qi Hao appeared like a rising star, capturing the attention of all present. As a leading contender for the championship, it was hard not to notice him. Basking in the admiration of those around him, Qi Hao wore a confident smile, exuding calmness. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention. Just then, another radiant light flickered. Haha, senior brother Qi, I thought I had arrived early enough, yet you beat me to it. Boomed a hearty voice. It was Yang Wudi. Qi Wuhui cast a cold glance at him, choosing not to respond. Another figure descended gracefully from the heavens. Her enchanting form and exquisite visage instantly captivating the attention of all. Upon recognizing her as Mingyue, both Yang Wudi and Qi Wuhui paused, taken aback. Is that the aura of a sect master? The two exchanged incredulous glances, realizing the extraordinary development. Mingyue had remarkably advanced to the rank of sect master. Did this mean she was now the youngest sect master, second only to Yi Qiu? Suddenly, the pressure around them intensified. Yang Wudi shook his head, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just a month ago, Mingyue was at the pinnacle of the divine concealment 5th realm, and now, in such a brief span, she had achieved the status of sect master. It was utterly astonishing. Now, besides our esteemed sect master, we have another powerhouse at the sect master level in Songjian Peak and Apos' Qi Wuhui, and Zixiao Peak and Apos' Yi Qiu. A glimmer of excitement filled the air. I wonder what will transpire during this competition, considering the long-standing rivalry between Zixiao Peak and Songjian Peak. I must admit, I am quite curious. By the way, where are the people from Zixiao Peak? Have they forgotten the time? Murmured the crowd. Suddenly, a surge of violet light cascaded from the heavens, drawing everyone and Apos' gaze. Above them, amidst the purple glow, a white figure slowly descended. It was Yu Qiu, accompanied by his disciples. The crowd erupted in joy. They had heard much about the youngest master of the Bestowed sect, renowned for his formidable strength and unfathomable cultivation. Yet, they had only heard of him, never seen him in person, and now, as Zixiao Peak finally made its appearance, astonished gazes were cast in their direction. As he regarded the descending figure, Qi Wuhui's eyes narrowed with malice, knowing well that his most detested rival had arrived. Chapter 59. Who am I afraid of when it comes to playing tricks? Is this truly the renowned Master Yi? Observing the ethereal figure adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, a sense of awe envelopes the crowd. Indeed, he embodies the profound depth of legend. Do you not sense it? The aura emanating from him is even more potent than that of Master Qi. This statement instantly ignites a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Ah, I had not noticed until you mentioned it. It indeed seems to be the case. Could it be that Master Ye's cultivation has surpassed that of Master Qi? The crowd gasps in astonishment, for Yi Qiu's age is vastly different from that of Qi Wuhui, with some disciples even being older than him. Is it possible that at such a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the sect leader's realm? Unthinkable. Too outrageous to believe. One cannot deny that Master Yi possesses extraordinary strength, exuding an unprecedented sense of pressure. Moreover, his youth suggests even greater potential. As they gaze up at his figure in the heavens, the discussions continue to swirl. Look at this demeanor, this countenance. During my peak, I would have surely taken heed. Yi Qiu's presence captivates all attention, and upon realizing this, Qi Wuhui's dissatisfaction grows. The brilliance that should belong to him has been entirely overshadowed by Yi Qiu, deepening his resentment. Just wait. There will come a time when you will weep. Seething internally, Qi Wuhui and Apos' expression darkens. Meanwhile, Qi Hao, standing behind him, finds his gaze completely drawn to the two enchanting girls accompanying Yi Qiu. How intriguing. When did the Patching Heavens sect acquire such exquisite beauties? And why was I not informed? Qi Hao licked his lips, flashing a self-assured grin. He resolved that if fate allows, he must seize the opportunity to entertain himself during the gathering. As the brilliance fades, Yi Qiu descends to the ground, joining Mingyue and the others. Junior brother Yi, your demeanor is rather lofty. Everyone is here, merely awaiting your arrival. Qi Wuhui remarks with his usual sarcasm. Yi Qiu offers a casual smile. It's not too bad. This nonchalant response incites Qi Wuhui and Apos' fury, feeling utterly humiliated before his peers. It seems senior brother Qi is quite displeased with me. How about we enlighten the younger generation with a pre-competition exhibition? Yi Qiu squints at Qi Wuhui, his tone dripping with provocation. Grinding his teeth, Qi Wuhui wishes he could strike him down. After replaying the scenario in his mind countless times, he ultimately concludes, he cannot win. Fine, I shall endure. In just a few months, Qi Wuhui is baffled by how rapidly Yi Qiu and Apos' cultivation has advanced. His combat prowess is astonishing, and his swordsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. Most alarming, however, is his mastery of a divine palm technique. Qi Wuhui recalls vividly the otherworldly palm technique Yi Qiu had demonstrated after achieving sudden enlightenment atop Zixia Peak. Such a divine secret art is already terrifying, especially considering that his cultivation is on par with Qi Wuhui and Apos'. Engaging him in battle would be sheer masochism. Qi Wuhui flicks his sleeves, feeling his pride wounded yet powerless to retaliate. Behind him, Qi Hao, witnessing his father and Apos' disgrace, interjects, Master Yi. Isn't this a bit excessive? My father merely offered a gentle reminder. Before he can finish, Yi Qiu casts a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Who do you think you are? A mere junior, and you presume to speak here? Would you like me to discipline you on behalf of your father? Qi Hao's eyes narrow, fists clenched, though he dares not retaliate. Yi Qiu gives him a meaningful look, choosing not to pursue further. He had no intention of engaging with these two. However, upon his arrival, they incessantly prattled. Even the most patient individual cannot tolerate such condescending remarks. Turning to Lin Qizhu, Zhao and Apos', and Xiaoyi, he instructs, you three remain here and do not wander. Understood. They nod in agreement, and Yi Qiu strides into the Yuqing Hall, followed by the other sect leaders. Once they depart, Xiaoyi can no longer contain himself. Haha, Master Yi is truly magnificent, eternally divine. What a thrill. This is how one should act. Who dares provoke us? As Yi Qiu's most devoted admirer, Xiaoyi beams with delight, oblivious to Qi Hao's murderous glare. TCH, what are you staring at? Not convinced. Come at me then. Xiaoyi's disdainful gaze only fuels Qi Hao's fury. Zhao Wan'er chuckles softly. You ought to temper your antics. Be wary lest his anger be roused to strike you. For I cannot assist. Fear not, fear not. Sister Qingzhu will protect me. I shall continue to provoke them. One must admit, Xiaoyi's talent for mischief is remarkable. As his words incite a fiery rage among the disciples of the Cangjin Peak. I am seething. Where did this brat come from? I truly wish to cleave him in two. The disciples of Cangjin Peak feel an immense humiliation, yet find themselves powerless. They are unaware of Xiaoyi's origins, only knowing he arrived with Yi Qiu, likely a disciple of Zixia Peak. Yet, witnessing Qi Wuhui's reluctance to confront Yi Qiu, they dare not pursue any grievances against Zixia Peak. Lin Qizhu, facepalming, is astonished by Xiaoyi and Apos' mischief. Nonetheless, seeing him stand up for their master, she silently approves of his actions. As long as it's directed at the Cangjin Peak disciples, she wholeheartedly supports him. Qi Hao's eyes burn with malice as he clenches his fists, glaring at Xiaoyi. At this moment, he genuinely desires to rip this insolent fool apart. As the eldest disciple of Sanjin Peak, he has always been adored wherever he goes. He has never endured such humiliation. Brat, you and Oppos, VE done well. You and Oppos, VE successfully provoked me. I hope you do not regret your actions today. Heh. Xiaoyi chuckles, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this line. If memory serves, he had uttered similar words upon his own entrance. When it comes to arrogance, when has Xiaoyi ever been outdone? With Lin Qingzhu backing him. He begins to revel in his freedom, scoffing. Tisich, I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're merely a master of empty threats. Everyone can talk tough. In my prime, I've uttered threats far more intimidating than you've ever tasted. Youngster, do not be too reckless. At these words, Qi Hao's rage surges, and he instinctively draws his sword. Suddenly, a chill envelopes him, as if his very soul is under siege, and in that fleeting moment, clarity strikes. He turns to Lin Qingzhu, a flicker of fear igniting within him. What just happened? In that instant, I felt a tinge of dread. Anxious. He realizes that among the new generation of disciples, he is one of the strongest. Aside from Lu Qifeng, no one has ever evoked such a sensation within him, and in that fleeting moment, he vividly sensed that if he truly drew his sword, he would die. Chapter 60. First Prize. Enlightenment Fruit. Was it merely an illusion? Qi Hao cast a deep glance at Lin Qingzhu, struggling to believe the reality of the situation. At present, his cultivation was nearing the pinnacle of the 9th rank of heavenly alignment, though he had been deliberately suppressing it. A month prior, his father had expended vast resources and rare treasures to elevate his abilities, all in preparation for the forthcoming martial competition, aiming to overshadow the prowess of Zixia Peak. It can be said that Qi Wuhui had spared no effort to ensure his son surpassed Yu Qiu. On the surface, Qi Hao appeared to possess only the 4th rank of heavenly alignment, yet this was merely a fade he had crafted. Even with the strength of an 8th rank, he had felt a fleeting sense of threat emanating from Lin Qingzhu. The chilling power that pierced through to his very soul was utterly bizarre. What on earth was happening? Could it be that this girl surpassed me in cultivation? Shaking his head, Qi Hao deemed this possibility nearly non-existent. After all, he had been training for 5 or 6 years, whereas she had only just begun her journey a little over 3 months ago. Even the prodigy from Sanjin Peak, who had an innate divine bone, had only reached the 2nd rank of mysterious finger. With this thought, Qi Hao and Oppos' eyes darkened, and he refrained from taking action. He did not wish to reveal too much of his strength before the competition commenced. His goal was none other than to seize the championship title. Moreover, defeating her here would serve no purpose. It would be far more satisfying to humiliate her on the stage before all their peers, thereby tarnishing Zixia Peak's reputation. Humph. Just wait. I have no desire to engage in your squabbles today. You had best start praying not to encounter me on stage. With a sinister smile, Qi Hao turned to leave. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm reached his ears, causing him to stumble slightly. Ha, cowardly softy, anyone can talk tough. Zhao Wan and Oppos chuckled, her long, dark hair framing her sparkling eyes, reminiscent of crescent moons, clear and enchanting. She exuded an otherworldly grace, captivating and ethereal, as if a celestial being had wandered into the mortal realm. Even the typically frosty Lin Qingzhu nearly succumbed to laughter at Xiaoyi and Oppos' remark. Taking a moment to regain her composure, she resumed her cold, unwavering gaze at Qi Hao. At this juncture, Qi Hao felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Xiaoyi. How dare he label me a cowardly softy? Trembling with suppressed rage, Qi Hao forced himself to temper his anger. Patience is a virtue. I shall endure. With gritted teeth, he offered them nothing but his departing figure, storming away in indignation. The other disciples from Sanjin Peak, equally humiliated, followed suit. After their departure, Zhao Wan tugged at her crimson robe and patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, keep it up." Hey, Sister Wana, I'm not boasting. But when it comes to fighting, I might not excel. However, in the realm of argument, I have yet to encounter a rival. Not even a mere ragtag group can intimidate me, let alone all of them combined. Xiaoyi proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a plague, keeping their distance. In the ensuing silence, Lu Qifeng emerged from the great hall. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Discussions ceased instantly. Dear disciples, please proceed to the martial arts arena, Lu Qifeng announced, striding ahead towards the training ground. The arena was a vast expanse where disciples practiced daily. Following Lu Qifeng, the gathered crowd arrived at the arena, where the 7 Meridians and Oppos' chief awaited. Zixia Peak and Oppos' team was composed of merely 3 members, effectively only 2 disciples in name, rendering them conspicuously few among the multitude of disciples from the other peaks, who numbered in the hundreds or at least dozens. Observing the neatly arranged teams below, Meng Tianzhong stroked his beard with a sense of satisfaction. A wave of emotions washed over him as he gazed upon the youthful faces before him. How long ago it was that they too were among those vibrant souls, filled with youthful exuberance. Alas, the path of immortality is elusive, and in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. The comrades who once fought alongside him are now but a handful. At times, he pondered whether, when their generation has departed, the legacy left by the elders would continue through these young disciples. Now, witnessing their remarkable potential, he felt a profound sense of relief. Ming Tianzhong and Appos, as sudden reflection left the others somewhat puzzled. Qi Wuhui queried, "When did you become so sentimental, brother?" Chuckling softly, Ming Tianzhong replied, "One grows old, and certain matters become unavoidable to contemplate." He had long since come to terms with it, much like witnessing the passing of Xiantian Jinren a decade prior. Enough. Qi Wuhui began to voice his thoughts, but Meng Tianzhong raised a hand, stepping out of the ranks. His ancient voice resonated like the sound of the Tao, echoing through the arena. "I hereby declare, the 7 Meridians competition officially begins. This year's event offers 8 coveted prizes. Any disciple reaching the top 8 shall receive a reward. The first prize, awarded to the winning mountain, is a rare spiritual herb, the enlightenment fruit, along with several elixirs." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. The enlightenment fruit? The sect master is truly generous. A wave of fervor swept through the audience, eyes gleaming with anticipation. None had anticipated that Meng Tianzhong would offer such a precious spiritual herb as a reward. This herb, capable of enhancing one's comprehension, ranks just beneath celestial medicines and is exceedingly rare in the wilderness. Moreover, it not only enhances perception but also aids in the path of enlightenment, proving invaluable to those who have struggled for years at a bottleneck. Even Yi Chio's eyes lit up upon hearing the prize. The enlightenment fruit? At this moment, it seems to be exactly what I need. A surge of joy filled his heart. Though the fruit's effects were remarkable, they seemed somewhat trivial to him. However, with a system that promised a tenfold return, he planned to reap its benefits, transforming the humble bicycle into a motorcycle, thus making it worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu instinctively glanced at Yi Chio upon hearing the first prize announcement. Noticing his keen interest in the reward, she tightened her grip on her sword. "This item must hold great significance for my master, who has shown me immense kindness. Now is the time to repay the debt." With unwavering resolve, Lin Qingzhu had set her sights on the prize. On the other hand, Qi Hao wore a composed expression, a strange smile gracing his lips. "As my father predicted, this competition's reward is indeed a rare spiritual herb, the enlightenment fruit. Therefore, I must secure it, to present to my father and aid him in his breakthrough." Chapter 61. The Celestial Communicator in a Single Utterance. Meng Tianzhong astonished the entirety of the Butian sect. Eyes sparkled with greed as anticipation hung in the air. The martial contest had yet to commence, yet the struggle had already begun. On the stage, Qi Wuhui cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chio, remarking, "It seems junior brother Yi is quite determined to claim that reward, isn't he?" Yi Chio, momentarily taken aback, soon responded with a calm smile. "Brother, you jest. Our Zixiao Peak is sparsely populated, and I am but a novice. I regard this contest merely as a chance to witness grand events, to enjoy myself without any thoughts of reward." The crowd, however, was not convinced by his pretense of nonchalance. They had heard tales of the prodigy from Zixiao Peak, who had reached the first stage of Xianji within a mere 5 days of entering the sect. Now, 3 months later, who could fathom his current prowess? This young man's habit was to feign weakness, diligently cultivating in silence, only to erupt unexpectedly and astonish all. His disciples likely shared his disposition. The senior members of the sect cursed under their breath, but refrained from voicing their thoughts. In a corner, Mingyue tugged at Yi Chio's sleeve, whispering, "Junior brother, you seem remarkably unfazed. Brother Qi has been waiting for this day. If Zixiao Peak falters, he will seize the opportunity to humiliate you." Yi Chio stared at Mingyue, a meaningful look in his eyes, causing her to feel slightly embarrassed and avert her gaze. "Sister, are you concerned for my well-being? Dream on. I couldn't care less," she retorted, her face flushing. "You'd better be eliminated in the first round, so I don't have to worry about Tianshui Peak finishing last." Yi Chio shrugged. While finishing last was unlikely, Qi Wuhui's attempts to humiliate him would not be so easily realized. Soon, the drawing of lots concluded, with Qi Wuhui delivering a few words, assuring everyone of the judge's commitment to absolute fairness, with no favoritism towards any sect, except for the Cangjin Peak. The audience chuckled at this. After the lots were drawn, they dispersed. The first day of the martial contest had arrived, with 8 arenas constructed in the training grounds. Yi Chio bid farewell to Meng Tianzhong, and returned to his place among the Zixia Peak disciples. Master, the two women greeted him, halting their discussions. Senior, Qi Wuhui is quite devious. Having manipulated the drawing, Xiaoyi grumbled. Yi Qiu paid little heed, having anticipated Qi Wuhui's underhandedness from the outset. However, it mattered not. No matter what he did, it would not alter the outcome. Observing his two disciples standing calmly, unaffected by the circumstances, Yi Qiu felt a sense of relief. He glanced at the disgruntled Xiaoyi, who continued to complain that man is so wicked, resorting to such schemes openly. It's only the first match. And already Qingzhu and Waner are up against two disciples from Sanjin Peak. If Waner falters, we will surely lose face. Xiaoyi's complaints led to a darkening of Zhao Wan's expression, who promptly slapped him. You lost. Keep your mouth shut if you can't speak wisely. Am I that weak? Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, was displeased. Though not as accomplished as Lin Qizhu, she was still a formidable first-stage Tianxiang practitioner. Having absorbed the power of precious bones over the past month, she had finally broken through to Tianxiang. She had intended to showcase her abilities to her master at the contest, but Xiao Yi and Oppos' words had questioned her strength. Wait, Wan and Oppos, that and Oppos, that's not what I meant. Xiao Yi exclaimed, dazed by the slap, his eyes filled with reproach. I just inquired about your opponent. I heard they have already reached the 9th stage of Xianji and were specifically arranged by Qi Wuwei to challenge you. I was merely expressing concern. Upon hearing that her opponent was merely at the 9th stage of Xianji, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, felt reassured. All right, we can discuss this later. Xiaoyi attempted to explain further. But Yi Qiu interrupted, glancing at Qi Wuhui in the distance. There is still an hour before the competition begins. You should prepare yourselves. I noticed that this contest is filled with formidable contenders. I do not expect you to secure any particular ranking, just do your best. If you encounter danger, feel free to concede. I shall not hold it against you. Your safety surpasses any reward or reputation in my heart. Yi Qiu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Moving the two women deeply, they clenched their fists in determination, knowing that their master and Amp, Oppos' support was as solid as a mountain. Regardless of the outcome, they could not allow their master to suffer disgrace, nor could they grant Qi Wuhui the opportunity to humiliate him. Master, rest assured, we will not disappoint you, Lin Qizhu declared with unwavering conviction. She had prepared for 3 months, and now was her moment to shine. The memory of that day 3 months prior in Yuqing Hall remained vivid in her mind, the scornful gazes of other sect leaders still fresh. Yi Qiu regarded Lin Qizhu with a calm demeanor. As long as you have confidence, that is enough. Go ahead. He felt a quiet joy within. Indeed, this is the fighting spirit I want from you. Go forth and give it your all. Upon returning to the designated resting area prepared for Zixia Peak and Amp, Oppos' disciples, Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan quickly entered a meditative state to optimize their readiness for the contest. Xiao Yi, however, wandered about leisurely, admiring the surroundings, which only irked Yi Qiu further. Why can't you be more mature, like me? It's frustrating. In the afternoon, on the Kuan platform, Meng Tianzhong, Qi Wuhui, and several unknown elders sat below the arena. Taoist Meng, I have long heard that the 7 sects of the Butian sect's martial contest is among the grandest events in Dongwang. I have waited a lifetime for this day, and today I am fortunate to witness it, an elder in gray robes remarked with a faint smile. Beside him, Meng Tianzhong stroked his beard, smiling in silence. This elder was the Grand Elder of Tranchi Sacred Land, He Wu Shuang and Oppos' master, the Celestial Communicator. He was rumored to be a powerhouse nearing the Supreme Realm, comparable to the peak leaders of sections. The two had been friends for many years and had once been rivals in their youth. This time, he had come to observe the martial contest, expressing a desire to witness the 7 sects' performances. Meng Tianzhong did not refuse, after all. The 7 sects contest was akin to a grand debate, and each sect leader had the right to invite elders from other sacred lands to observe and share insights. By the way, I heard that your sect has a young leader who has attained the position of sect master at such a tender age. It is said he even severely injured the 3 Li brothers from the Ageless Mountain with a single sword strike. Is there any truth to this? The Celestial Communicator inquired, his gaze keenly focused. Behind him, He Wushuang perked up at the mention of Yi Qiu. His primary reason for accompanying his master to the Butian sect was indeed to witness Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' prowess. After witnessing Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' swordsmanship, he had been unable to sleep, consumed by admiration. Meng Tianzhong was taken aback, glancing at He Wushuang with confusion. Has Yi Qiu gained such notoriety? Has word of him even reached Tianqi Sacred Land? As this realization struck him, a smile spread across Meng Tianjing's face, and he sat up straighter, feeling an unusual sense of pride. Indeed, that would be my junior brother. If I am not mistaken, the person you speak of must be my little junior disciple from Zixia Peak. Meng Tianzheng replied slowly, his inner happiness evident, though his exterior remained composed. Chapter 62. You must not disappoint your master seated nearby. Qi Wuhui felt a wave of discontent. Once again, it was Yi Qiu, dominating every situation. Qi Wuhui furrowed his brow, his clenched fists emitting a soft crackling sound. Upon hearing this, Tiantong Taoist expressed surprise. Ah, it is indeed true. As rumored in the outside world, that there exists a young master at the peak of the teaching realm on Zixia Peak? He was familiar with the name Zixia Peak. Yet it only brought forth memories of the former master who had passed. Ever since that master's demise, Zixia Peak had fallen silent. And Tiantong Taoist had believed the lineage to be severed. After all, everyone knew the character of Xuaniandoist. He was solely devoted to the path of immortality, consumed by his cultivation, and had no disciples. Now, with the sudden emergence of a new master from Zixia Peak, Tiantong Taoist could not help but feel curious. Meng Tianjing smiled and said, "This little junior of mine was taken in by my esteemed uncle Xuaniandoist upon his passing. His temperament is serene, and he is quite unassuming. He has been at Zixia Peak for a decade, dedicating himself to solitary cultivation and rarely venturing out. Unless significant events occur, it is difficult to catch a glimpse of him." Upon hearing this, Tiantong Taoist's eyes flickered with astonishment, which he gradually concealed. 10 years, a master? Impossible. Tiantong Taoist murmured, casting a deep glance at Meng Tianzheng. To ascend to the master realm in merely 10 years, what prodigious talent must one possess? For those of their age, reaching such heights typically required at least a century of hard work. Some remained trapped at the 5th level of divine concealment for their entire lives, unable to break through until their lifespans waned. Those who could cultivate to such realms were truly rare geniuses. Even if Yi Qiu possessed exceptional gifts, it seemed implausible that he could achieve this. After a moment of reflection, Tiantong Taoist turned to look at Yi Wushuang and suddenly felt reassured. The only possibility for breaking through to the master realm in just 10 years was if Yi Qiu's talents surpassed even those of Yi Wushuang. With this thought, Tiantong Taoist's expression grew solemn. Yi Wushuang was renowned as the son of heaven, blessed with an innate holy body, unmatched in the world. If Yi Qiu's abilities were indeed greater, it would imply that his physique was of an even higher caliber than the sacred bodies. As they conversed, a white figure appeared in the distance, gradually approaching, followed by 3 others, making their way directly toward the Kunci arena. "Master, this person is the esteemed master of Zixia Peak, Yi Qiu," Yi Wushuang called out, spotting Yi Qiu from afar. Tiantong Taoist turned to gaze in that direction and was instantly struck by the extraordinary presence of the young master from Zixia Peak. Indeed, a remarkable figure. Possessing the aura of a celestial being, Tiantong Taoist mused, astonished. It seemed that the Patching Heaven sect had produced yet another prodigious talent. As Yi Qiu approached, he greeted, "Senior brother," and then took a seat beside them. Meng Tianzheng paused briefly before introducing, "Junior brother, this is Tiantong Taoist, the Grand Elder of Tianqi Holy Land. He is here at our invitation to observe the disciples' martial contest. We were just discussing you, and how fortuitous that you have arrived," Meng Tianjing added. Yi Qiu blinked in surprise, glancing at Tiantong Taoist, and then at Yi Wushuang, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Senior, it is good to see you again." Yi Wushuang stepped forward with a natural demeanor to greet him. Yi Qiu nodded and turned to Tiantong Taoist, who remarked, "Haha, I have long heard of Master Yi from Zixia Peak, noted for your exceptional talents. Today's encounter confirms the truth of those claims. To reach the master realm at such a young age is truly commendable." In response to this praise, Yi Qiu merely smiled and humbly replied, "You flatter me, esteemed one. Compared to you, my experience is still lacking, and I have much to learn from you." Tiantong Taoist's eyes twinkled with surprise. Yi Qiu's calmness in the face of such flattery revealed a steady heart and disposition. "Haha, how modest. This world does not always regard experience as the measure of worth. True merit knows no age. Master Yi's accomplishments at such a young age inspire a sense of inadequacy in me. I would not dare to show off in your presence." Yi Qiu smiled but remained silent, maintaining his composure throughout. Meng Tianzheng, pleased, stroked his beard and cast a glance at Qi Wuhui, who was now visibly agitated, puffing out his cheeks in irritation. "Humph, what a show you're putting on. Laugh all you want, soon enough, you shall weep," he thought. Today, Qi Wuhui had dispatched 2 formidable disciples specifically to confront Yi Qiu's students, intending to probe their capabilities. If they succeeded, he would have every right to humiliate Yi Qiu and relieve the grievances he had suffered previously. If they faltered, he had a backup plan. "These must be Master Yi's disciples," Tiantong Taoist observed, looking at Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er, who stood behind Yi Qiu. "Greetings, esteemed one," they replied respectfully. "Ah, indeed, a fine master begets exceptional students," Tiantong Taoist remarked, recognizing their innate talents at a glance. He couldn't help but admire their extraordinary prowess. Yichio smiled, preparing to respond when Qi Wuhui's sarcastic voice interrupted. Master Yi, your disciples have garnered such praise from Tiantong Taoist. They must possess some skill. I anticipate they will achieve commendable results in this contest. Yichio paused, catching the deeper meaning in Qi Wuhui's eyes. Their cultivation is still shallow. This contest is more about gaining experience for them. The real highlight will be the disciples from your Tsangjin Peak. I have heard that they are all elite cultivators. Carefully selected. Feigning humility, Yichio watched as Qi Wuhui reveled in the moment. Haha, you jest. Your profound abilities and vast talents surely guarantee that your students are of the highest caliber. As for my few inadequate disciples, they hardly dare to call themselves experts before your esteemed students. Tiantong Taoist noted the palpable tension between them and became intrigued. Interesting. It seems these two are not on amicable terms. It appears there is a spectacle to behold. Yichio did not respond to him, but turned to his two disciples, saying, "Did you hear that? Your master uncle has high hopes for you. You must not disappoint him. Rest assured, we will not let master uncle down." Zhao Wanna replied with a slight smile, casting a meaningful glance at Qi Wuhui. Today's first match would be against a disciple from Tsangjin Peak, and she was determined not to disappoint Qi Wuhui. Chapter 63. Quietly astonishing everyone, the atmosphere at the venue was remarkably strange. The two sect leaders appeared courteous on the surface, yet behind the scenes, they had already begun to compete. Their disciples followed suit in this unspoken rivalry. Behind Qi Wuhui, Li Keisai cast a complex glance at Lin Qingzhu in the distance, then turned his gaze to Qi Wuhui in front of him. Lowering his head, he revealed an expression of inferiority. He could not comprehend why, back at the Yuqing Hall, a disciple that no one desired had gradually surpassed him. At this moment, his heart was tumultuous. Initially, he had been the center of attention, a prodigious talent coveted by all sect leaders due to his innate divine bone. Yet now, 3 months into his training, he had only attained the second level of Xianji, while Lin Qingzhu had reached this level on just the 5th day of her entrance. During this period, he had felt the genuine disdain emanating from his master, who looked upon him with a critical eye, devoid of the enthusiasm that had once greeted his arrival. From a distance, he glanced at Yichio, seated in the leader and Appo's chair, and felt a pang of envy towards Lin Qingzhu. He envied her for having a master who cared deeply for her, showing her kindness and attention. Moreover, the disciples of Zixia Peak were harmonious, unlike the fierce competition and covert struggles among the many disciples of Tsangjin Peak. Li Keisai and Appo's unusual demeanor went unnoticed. At this moment, he resembled a helpless, lonely child. Standing silently in a corner, he observed the laughter and joy of those around him, yet felt completely detached from it all. After a considerable time, Yichio glanced at the clock and said to Zhao Wanna behind him, "You may proceed." Zhao Wanna, suppressing her smile, walked step by step toward the arena. It had begun. The first match was finally underway. The opening contest of the martial arts event was a highlight between Zixia Peak and Tsangjin Peak, promising an exciting spectacle. As Zhao Wan and Appo's ascended the stage, excitement surged among the crowd, who began to chatter animatedly. Everyone knew of the discord between Yichio and Qi Wuhui, hence this match was expected to be particularly intense. Almost half of the disciples had gathered to spectate, leaving the other arenas sparsely attended. I heard this junior sister from Zixia Peak has only been a disciple for a month. She shouldn't be very formidable, right? Who knows? As long as it's entertaining. That's what matters. With Zhao Wanner's striking crimson figure appearing on stage, Qi Wuhui smiled slightly and turned to his disciples, gesturing for them to perform well and not to disappoint their Uncle Yi. The meaning behind his smile was evident. It was far from mere politeness. "Fear not, master. I will surely perform well and not bring disgrace to Uncle Yi," Linny replied with a knowing smile, casting a deep glance at Yichio before suddenly leaping onto the stage, enveloped in fiery brilliance. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Taoist Tiantong appeared somewhat surprised and remarked, "Dao friend Qi, is this disciple also practicing fire secret arts?" Concealing his inner joy, Qi Wuhui modestly replied, "Indeed. This unworthy disciple possesses innate fire and has trained in fire secret arts for a few years. I hope Taoist Tiantong finds it amusing." "Haha, you are too humble. With innate fire and exceptional constitution, such a talent seems unworthy in your eyes. Does this imply that all your disciples are extraordinary, possessing innate divine bones?" Taoist Tiantong stroked his beard, then glanced at Yichio, who remained silent and unshaken. This piqued his curiosity about what remarkable qualities Yichio's disciple might possess. Qi Wuhui continued to boast about his disciple, clearly satisfied, and anticipated how he would soon embarrass Yichio. "Although my disciple possesses innate fire, compared to your disciple. Master Yi, it pales in comparison. Your second disciple, with innate divine bones and astonishing talent, is the true prodigy. Qi Wuhui intentionally elevated Zhao Waner to set her up for humiliation upon her inevitable defeat. However, he was unaware of how events might unfold contrary to his expectations. Yi Qiu glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Brother, my disciple indeed possesses commendable talent, but she has only been training for a month. How could she possibly compare to your disciple, who has been cultivating for 3 or 4 years? I assume his cultivation must be at the Tianqiang realm." Qi Wuhui's expression darkened. He realized Yi Qiu had deliberately mentioned the training duration to provide himself an excuse. Thus, even if he lost, it would not be a disgrace. Daoist Tiantong observed the two with a faint smile, while his companion, He Wushuang's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Waner. His innate intuition suggested that Zhao Waner was far from simple, contrary to what Yi Qiu had described. On the arena, facing Lin Yi, Zhao Waner confidently smiled and bowed. "Songjin Peak, Lin Yi, I look forward to your guidance." Zhao Wan and Oppos. Returned the gesture and replied, "Zixia Peak, Zhao Wan and Oppos. Please offer your guidance." Judge Su Feng stepped between them and inquired, "Are you both prepared?" "Ready," they replied in unison. Su Feng nodded. "I declare the first match of the martial arts event. Zixia Peak's Zhao Waner versus Songjian Peak's Lin Yi now begins." As the match commenced, both competitors readied themselves for battle, igniting excitement among the spectators. Lin Yi slowly drew his treasured sword, revealing the overwhelming aura of a 9th-level Xianji. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, marveling at his high cultivation level. Yet Zhao Waner remained unmoved, standing calmly in place. Her flowing crimson attire danced with the wind, and beneath her dark hair, her clear eyes held a hint of mirth. Resembling a celestial being lost in the mortal realm, elegant and captivating, drawing the fervent gazes of numerous male disciples. Her inaction in Lin Yi's eyes transformed into disdain and humiliation. Igniting his fury, "Sister, be cautious," he bellowed, brandishing his sword in a flourish as a ball of flames surged toward Zhao Waner. Why wasn't she dodging? The crowd was taken aback. Zhao Waner showed no intention of evasion. Had she not reacted, or did she simply not wish to? Below the stage, Qi Wuhui seemed to envision victory, preparing to taunt Yi Qiu with his usual sarcasm. Suddenly, the dynamics shifted as Lin Yi's flames approached. An inferno erupted from within Zhao Wan and Oppos, effortlessly absorbing the flames. Throughout the encounter, she had not moved an inch. How is this possible? Silence enveloped the arena, yet keen-eyed Meng Tianzhong sensed something amiss. Red Lotus Inferno? What? Even Daoist Tiantong wore a look of astonishment. As a peak master, it was inconceivable that he had not heard of such flames. This was the strongest fire known to man, and this disciple from Zixia Peak possessed it? Casting a deep glance at Yi Qiu, who remained composed as ever, Daoist Tiantong couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he appeared unfazed. It turned out to be this. With a resounding clap, Qi Wuhui slammed his hand on the armrest of his seat, his expression dark and discontented. Chapter 64, Disciple. Do not embarrass your master, it is indeed a celestial-level secret technique. Red Lotus Karma Fire. At this moment, He Wushuang, who stood quietly behind Tiantong Daoist, revealed a gaze filled with envy. Despite his esteemed status as the holy son of the heavenly pool, he had yet to practice any celestial-level secret arts. He could hardly believe that Zhao Wan and Oppos, having only joined the sect for a month, was already being taught celestial techniques by Yi Qiu. What extraordinary treatment! My goodness! It is no wonder she carries herself with such confidence. Her talents are indeed profound and hidden. The entire venue was taken aback, with astonished glances directed towards Yi Qiu. Qi Wuhui, his face darkened, looked at Yi Qiu and remarked, "Junior brother Yi, you truly are generous, imparting celestial-level techniques to a mere novice?" Yi Qiu shrugged and replied, "I harbor no secrets from my disciples. Whatever they wish to learn, I shall teach them. In my eyes, a disciple and Oppos' background matters not. As long as they join my fold and demonstrate earnestness in their studies, I am willing to share my knowledge without reservation." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of envy. How splendid! The notion of learning freely, without restrictions. Was celestial-level secret art so commonplace that it seemed to lose its value? Meng Tianzhong and the others were particularly astonished, pondering where Yi Qiu had acquired such techniques. Could it be the treasured arts of Zixia Peak? Each mountain possesses its unique secret arts, and the knowledge of others is scant, leaving them unaware of how much inheritance the Xiantian real person had bequeathed to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's words struck a profound chord among those present. Some even began to regret their choices, lamenting that had they known Zixia Peak was so remarkable, they should have sought apprenticeship there. Now, they could only watch as others learned whatever they desired, while they trailed behind, picking up lesser techniques. Qi Wuhui gritted his teeth. Yi Qiu's remarks had undoubtedly captured the hearts of many. Who could resist a master who shared knowledge so freely with their disciples? Even Lin Qizhu, standing behind, felt an innate sense of pride. After witnessing the character of the sect's leaders, she felt fortunate to have a mentor who treated her as his own. Even Xiao Yi felt his own prestige elevated. Standing among the ranks of Zixia Peak, surrounded by envious glances, he reveled in the moment. Ah, Yi God is indeed remarkable. This feeling is utterly delightful. Envy? Jealousy? Behold, this is the discourse of a true master. To take on a disciple, yet withhold knowledge. Fearing that teaching them might lead to their own demise, look at him, and then look at you. Where is your dignity? Xiao Yi felt elated, as if his very soul had been uplifted. Being near such an esteemed figure imbued him with an aura of mastery. On the stage, witnessing his flames being completely devoured, Linny and Apos' expression soured significantly. Under the scornful gazes from below, he felt overwhelming shame. He had begun with great bravado, only to falter in an instant. How could he continue to hold his ground within the Butian sect now? Furious, Linny drew his sword in a flash. If his flames were insufficient, he would crush her with sheer strength to reclaim his honor. The sword struck with ferocity, its speed promising a swift conclusion to the fight. Concern for Zhao Wan and Apos were spread through the crowd. Despite her impressive display, she had only recently joined the sect and her cultivation level was still uncertain. Be careful, someone shouted. Yet she paid them no heed. As Lin Yi's sword neared her, Zhao Wan'er remained as steadfast as a mountain. With a gentle lift of her right hand, an aura of celestial presence emerged. In an instant, her delicate fingers, as white as jade, deftly grasped Lin Yi's sword. This celestial presence. How could this be possible? Qi Wuhui sprang to his feet, casting a startled glance at the composed Yu Qiu. To reach the celestial realm in just a month. What astounding talent. Even Tiantong Daoist exhibited signs of shock, while Meng Tianzheng remained somewhat composed, having sensed Lin Qingzhu and Apos' prior prowess. With Zhao Wan'er's celestial cultivation now revealed, the battle had lost all significance. She merely nudged Linny with her foot, sending him tumbling off the stage, thus concluding the match effortlessly. Over this past month, she had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Lin Qingzhu, honing her combat experience. Once the battle concluded, Zhao Wan'er smiled gently and turned to the referee, Su Feng. In the first match of the martial arts competition, Zhao Wan'er of Zixia Peak triumphs over Lin Yi of Sanjin Peak. It was over. The venue fell silent. The audience momentarily unable to comprehend the abrupt end of the contest. Unbelievable. How had she achieved celestial prowess in just a month? Was it possible that Zixia Peak was overflowing with celestial treasures that had accelerated her growth? Curiosity directed the crowd's gaze towards Yu Qiu, yet he offered no explanation. After the announcement, Zhao Wan and Apos gracefully descended from the stage, returning to Yi Qiu and Apos' side. Master, I have fulfilled my mission. Yi Qiu and Apos' heart soared with joy, having overheard the whispers of admiration around him. What a delight. However, he maintained a facade of calm, as if nothing remarkable had transpired. With a deliberately stern expression, he chided Zhao Wan'er, disciple, did I not advise you to show mercy and spare your Qi master uncle from embarrassment? The moment those words left his lips, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Qi Wuhui, whose face was shrouded in darkness, teeth gritted. The impact of that statement was more cutting than the mightiest blow from a peak master. Zhao Wan'er discerned Yi Qiu's underlying meaning and feigned disappointment, apologizing to Qi Wuhui. Master uncle, I am sorry, I acted thoughtlessly. Wan and Apos was in the wrong. At this, Qi Wuhui erupted in rage, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet, coldly glaring at Yi Qiu and Zhao Wan and Apos. How dare they? Brother, the child is inexperienced. Please forgive her this once, Yi Qiu interjected, only to deepen Qi Wuhui's scowl. Humph. With a furious toss of his sleeve, Qi Wuhui fell silent, his face ashen as he sat back down. Initially, he had believed victory was assured and had prepared to humiliate Yi Qiu. Who could have anticipated such a reversal, leaving him the one to be humiliated by them both? In that moment, he was filled with murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, disciples from other sects nearly succumbed to laughter. Who would have thought that the usually low-key and composed Yi Shirshu possessed such a cunning side? Haha, Yi Shirshu is ruthless. That statement was truly lethal. I have decided. From this day forth, I shall be Yi Shirshu's most loyal admirer. One could only imagine Qi Wuhui's current state. Perhaps he was even contemplating violence. Yet, for reasons unknown, many felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was due to Qi Wuhui's long-standing authority, having offended too many. Watching him falter brought quiet amusement to many. Leaving the disciples of Sanjin Peak with their heads bowed, their former arrogance utterly diminished, too ashamed to show their faces. Chapter 65. Merely a fragment of the fifth realm bone humph. Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the beginning. Chi Wuhui said with a stern face to Yi Qiu, intending to utter a few harsh words. However, his opponent paid him no mind at all. This only fueled his irritation further, prompting him to stride over to the group from Songjian Peak, where he began to reprimand them. As Lin Yi approached with his head hung low, he uttered, "Master, I am sorry. I have brought shame upon you. You are worthless. I have repeatedly urged you all to diligently cultivate, yet you remain idle. Now you understand the humiliation you have caused? The reputation of Songjian Peak has been tarnished by your incompetence. The entire sect is mocking us, and you still wish to escape the shame?" Chi Wuhui coldly chastised. While the surrounding disciples remained silent, too fearful to speak up. At this moment, no one dared to oppose him. It would be tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a man clad in azure and white stepped forward and said, "Master, please do not be angry. This is merely the first match. In the next round, I shall restore our honor. The dignity of Songjian Peak is not something that can be trampled upon by anyone." Upon hearing these words, Chi Wuhui felt a measure of comfort. "Very well, Fei Chun, the next match is yours. I have always held high hopes for you. Be sure to reclaim our honor. Do not disappoint me." Li Feichen smiled confidently and replied, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not let you down." He brimmed with self-assurance. For he was the second disciple of Songjian Peak, second only to Qi Hao, with his cultivation having reached the third tier of Tianxiang. His next opponent was Lin Qingzhu, and he could hardly believe that with his third tier strength, he would struggle against a girl who had only just begun her training 3 months prior. Seeing his second disciple so confident, eased Chi Wuhui and Appo's mind significantly. He took a breath and cast a glance at Yi Qiu, thinking to himself, "Go ahead and laugh. Soon I shall return the humiliation you have bestowed upon us." You think that winning a single match by luck means there is no one left in Songjian Peak? Regaining his composure, Chi Wuhui returned to his seat under the watchful eyes of all present. Nearby, Tiantong Daoren was conversing with Yi Qiu. "Ah, my friend, your disciple has truly surprised me. At such a young age, she not only masters the most potent flame known to man, the Red Lotus Karma Fire, but has also achieved an astonishing level of cultivation in the Tianxiang realm. I cannot fathom the heights she may reach in her future practices," Tiantong Daoren expressed sincerely. He had initially believed his own disciple to be exceptional, but after witnessing the talents at the But Tian sect, he realized that the world is not lacking in prodigies. There are many more who are even more remarkable, albeit modest in their demeanor. I am curious. How did you manage to elevate her cultivation to the Tianxiang realm in just a month? With this question, all eyes turned to Yi Qiu, filled with curiosity. Yi Qiu smiled faintly and replied, "It was merely a fragment of the divine bone from the fifth realm." "What? A fragment of the fifth realm bone?" Upon this declaration, shock rippled through the crowd. Even Meng Tianzhong was taken aback. He had assumed that Yi Qiu's ascension to the position of sect master was due to his absorption of the divine bone. Who would have thought he had not absorbed it, but instead gifted it to his disciple? This is excessively generous, isn't it? Everyone had heard of how Yi Qiu had repelled 2 formidable opponents and seized the bone on the wasteland. And it was common knowledge that he possessed a fragment of the fifth realm bone, but no one knew how he had disposed of it. Typically, one might assume that any esteemed leader would absorb such a rare treasure for themselves, as it could enable a breakthrough to the position of sect master. Yet, they never anticipated that Yi Qiu would not only refrain from absorption, but would gift it to his disciple. At this moment, even Chi Wuhui displayed a look of astonishment. It was truly perplexing how Yi Qiu mustered the resolve to bestow such a precious treasure upon his disciple. My goodness, where can I find such a generous master? I, too, wish to have a mentor who is so selfless towards their disciples. Does it matter whether one possesses a divine bone? I simply wish to follow a master who shares everything without reservation. Am I too late to transfer my allegiance to Xixia Peak? I am anxiously waiting for a response. Tears of envy streamed down everyone's faces. Xixia Peak now appeared to be a coveted prize. Those who could gain entry would surely soar to great heights. With such a remarkable master, who could fail to become an immortal? Even he Wu Shuang, standing behind, felt a tinge of jealousy. Upon noticing this, Tiantong Daoren hastily changed the subject, not wishing to lose his beloved disciple during this visit. Haha, indeed, my friend is a remarkable person. I have never encountered someone so magnanimous in my lifetime. Truly admirable. After a prolonged silence, Meng Tianzhong finally spoke, directing his gaze towards Su Feng. Let the matches continue. Su Feng nodded and announced loudly, the second match will feature Lin Qingzhu from Xixia Peak against Li Fei Chun from Songjian Peak. Please have both parties enter the arena. As Su Feng's voice echoed, Chi Wuhui's expression gradually improved. He turned to Li Fei Chen and said, Go forth, conclude the battle swiftly, and restore the dignity we have lost. Rest assured, master, Li Feichen replied confidently, leaping onto the stage. His extraordinary demeanor drew the attention of many. Once Li Feichen had taken his position, Qi Wuhui cast a meaningful glance at Yichio, already devising a plan for how to retaliate in humiliation. Yichio ignored his piercing gaze and turned to Lin Qizhu, saying, "Disciple, go forth, enjoy yourself, and have fun." "Understood," Lin Qizhu nodded, her demeanor cool and composed. Grasping the Zixia sword as she ascended the stage step by step, unlike Li Feichen, she did not seek to show off her skills. Upon reaching the platform, Lin Qingzhu stood silently, an aura of bone-chilling coldness emanating from her, leaving the spectators in awe. Her ethereal beauty surpassed that of celestial beings, standing gracefully, exuding an unparalleled elegance. "Are you ready?" Su Feng inquired, to which both nodded. "Let the match begin." With that, Su Feng descended the stage. Li Feichen clasped his hands in a salute, saying, "Songjin Peak, Li Feichen, please guide me. Zixia Peak, Lin Qingzhu, please instruct me." Lin Qizhu responded coldly, showing no signs of movement, which left Li Feichen quite dissatisfied. However, he shrugged it off, slowly drawing his sword, declaring, "This sword, named Mayfly, is forged from the rarest cold pool iron, extremely sharp. Be cautious, junior sister." Lin Qizhu frowned slightly, finding his words excessively verbose, and coldly replied, "Come at me." Li Feichen, eager to display his prowess, felt humiliated by her dismissive attitude and became infuriated. Since his junior sister was so impatient, he would not hold back. In an instant, the aura of the third tier of Tianxiang erupted, and under the pressure of his overwhelming power, Li Feichen slowly drew his sword. "Haha, you shitty. I wonder if my disciple can catch your eye." Below, Qi Wuhui smiled with satisfaction, deliberately addressing Yichio. Yichio merely smiled lightly. "Indeed, impressive. A third tier of Tianxiang. This disciple seems to be your pride and joy, I presume?" Qi Wuhui did not conceal his pride, laughing heartily. "Indeed, naturally." No sooner had he spoken than the battle on stage erupted. Li Feichen successfully gathered his energy, executing a razor-sharp sword technique aimed at Lin Qingzhu's left side. Lin Qizhu remained unhurried, merely sidestepping to evade the strike, her Zixia sword remaining sheathed. Having so easily dodged an attack, Li Feichen and Appo's anger surged. Unleashing the full force of his third tier, he sought to conclude the battle swiftly. "You have done well to provoke me. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath." With the sword resting against his chest, Li Feichen began to concentrate his sword intent, unleashing the full extent of his inner power without reservation. In an instant, a formidable surge of sword intent erupted, overwhelming the surroundings. The spectators gasped, astonished by the remarkable mastery Li Feichen exhibited in the sword arts. It seemed that this time, Zixia Peak would face defeat. The crowd buzzed with astonishment and speculation. The pressure mounted as the newly appointed first seat exchanged glances with others. It was unexpected to witness so many skilled practitioners from Songjin Peak. It appeared that achieving a commendable result this time would not be an easy task. Chapter 66. He spat blood observing the arena where the sword intent of Li Feichen was fully unleashed. Tiantong Daoist glanced at the smug Qi Wuhui beside him. "Friend Qi, your disciple exhibits remarkable prowess in the sword arts. He must have inherited your true teachings, correct?" Qi Wuhui chuckled heartily. "Indeed, this individual is my second disciple, gifted beyond measure, particularly in his comprehension of the sword path, possessing profound insights. At such a young age, he has attained the third tier of the celestial aspect. While he may not rival your esteemed disciple, Tiantong, at this age, achieving such a level marks him as an extraordinary talent." Tiantong Daoist merely smiled, discerning the pride in Qi Wuhui's tone. His gaze unexpectedly drifted to Yichio nearby, noting that his expression remained unchanged. Curiosity stirred within him regarding how Lin Qingzhu would confront this sword strike. With his sword intent fully unleashed, powered by formidable strength, Li Feichen's visage contorted as he bellowed, "Gathering Qi slash!" Suddenly, a wave of sword energy swept forth, barreling towards Lin Qizhu. Unfazed, she subtly raised her right hand, not even drawing her Zixia sword. What was she planning? To remain sheathed under such sword pressure seemed excessively audacious. The crowd murmured, witnessing Lin Qizhu gently tremble. An overwhelming force erupted instantaneously. To their astonishment, the unsheathed Zixia sword in her grasp emanated a stunning sword intent that dispersed Li Feichen's attack in an instant. Everyone could vaguely sense that. In terms of sword intent's terrifying magnitude, even 10 Li Feichens combined could not match her. How could this be possible? Qi Wuhui sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. Li Feichen and Appo's full force strike had not only failed to compel Lin Qizhu to unsheath her sword, but she had Appo's even flinched to evade. With a mere tremor, had Li Feichen's lethal move already been neutralized? Even He Wushuang, renowned for his swordsmanship, cast a look of astonishment at this young woman. She appeared even more formidable than he had anticipated. This sword intent was frigid and piercing, penetrating the soul and dismantling all offensive maneuvers in the blink of an eye. Such combat style was unprecedented. Could I have executed it with such ease? It was an absolute supremacy in sword technique, devoid of unnecessary flourish, simple yet brutally effective. Upon the stage, Lin Qingzhu's previously expressionless face finally revealed a hint of a smile. It seems I've toyed with you long enough. You possess little skill. So it is time for you to depart. As her words fell, she finally made her move. You. Li Feichen gasped in shock. Realizing the moment Lin Qingzhu struck, he could not discern her figure at all. In an instant, she appeared before him, delivering a humiliating kick that sent him tumbling from the stage. He had not even the capacity to resist. He was, after all, at the third tier of the celestial aspect. How could he suffer such a complete defeat? Even as he descended from the stage, he remained clueless about how he had lost. Moments later, only a figure clad in flowing white, exuding a chilling elegance, remained on the platform. Elder Su. After the battle concluded, Lin Qingzhu turned to Su Feng and coldly stated. Su Feng shook his head, glancing at Li Feichen below the stage. In the second match of the martial arts competition, Lin Qingzhu from Zixia Peak triumphs over Li Feichen from Sanjin Peak. With Su Feng and Amp, Oppo's announcement, Qi Wuhui and Amp, Oppo's fury erupted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Master! His disciples, alarmed, rushed to support him. Qi Wuhui's face was ashen, veins bulging ominously. 2 consecutive defeats for Sanjin Peak, both humiliatingly severe. Li Feichen, dejected, returned to his group, head bowed, unable to face Qi Wuhui. Initially, he had spoken with such confidence that Qi Wuhui had shared in his certainty, even planning how to humiliate Yi Qiu. Yet, after battling on stage, he had not even compelled his opponent to draw her sword, let alone achieve victory. Instead, he had been unceremoniously kicked off the platform. Not only had he lost face, but Qi Wuhui's reputation had also been tarnished. He felt as though he had ingested 10 pounds of excrement, utterly disgusted. Master, I am sorry. I have brought shame upon you. Trembling, Li Feichen could not meet Qi Wuhui's gaze, overwhelmed with shame. Waste, a bunch of wastes. Qi Wuhui roared, nearly spitting another mouthful of blood. With so many fellow disciples present, he could only suppress his desire to chastise them, awaiting their return to the mountain to impose his punishment on these unworthy individuals. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu gradually descended from the stage, returning to Yi Qiu's side. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. Yi Qiu had observed the entire battle, especially relishing Qi Wuhui and Amp, Oppo's expression, which mirrored the discomfort of one who had consumed excrement. It was delightful, truly delightful. After a decade, perhaps today was the most exhilarating experience. Though he maintained a calm facade, Yi Qiu felt a surge of joy within, feigning reproach. Disciple, did I not advise you to spare your master's face? You ought not to strike too harshly. You have kicked off a renowned genius, your master's prized student. If this were to spread, it would reveal that the esteemed disciples of Sanjin Peak are merely this capable. How will your master face others henceforth? Yi Qiu deliberately raised his voice in reprimand. Upon hearing this, Qi Wuhui's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. With a final, humiliating gasp, he spat blood and collapsed, completely unconscious. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples of Sanjin Peak panicked. Even Meng Tianzheng could not bear to watch, hastily approaching Qi Wuhui to check on him. Discovering that his master was merely fainted from anger and that his health was otherwise intact, he sighed in relief. Master, what has happened to him? Is he all right? The disciples inquired anxiously, flailing about in confusion. Meng Tianzheng stroked his beard. Your master is fine. He merely fainted from anger. Bring him back for a few days of recuperation. Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief and, not daring to linger in their humiliation, hurriedly carried Qi Wuhui away. Heads hung low. Meng Tianzheng shook his head as he watched them depart, casting a glance at Yi Qiu in the distance. Alas, I hope this time Qi Shidi learns his lesson and refrains from opposing him again. Yi Qiu's seemingly trivial remarks bore immense impact. Had he openly insulted Qi Wuhui, it would have been more bearable. The true offense lay in the guise of concern for his reputation, while actually humiliating him. Moreover, Meng Tianzheng was further astonished by Lin Qingzhu's current cultivation level. Previously, when Lu Qifeng returned, he mentioned Lin Qingzhu had openly claimed to be at the second tier of the celestial aspect. Yet now, it appeared that was not the case. This master-disciple pair kept their cards close to their chest, much like Yi Qiu had done for a decade before gradually revealing his brilliance. Chapter 67. Is he really going to die from anger? Haha, for some reason, I suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Master Yi is truly ruthless. Just look at how infuriated Master Qi was. He fainted from sheer rage. After Qi Wuhui was carried away, the onlookers could no longer contain their laughter. Who would have thought that the first day of the martial arts competition would be so thrilling? I'm genuinely eager to see what stories will unfold in the upcoming matches. Perhaps Qi Wuhui has offended too many people over the years. As everyone began to revel in his misfortune. Hee, I didn't realize my senior had such a cunning side. He truly showed me a thing or two. He Wu Shuang mused silently, struggling to suppress her laughter, especially when she recalled Qi Wuhui's expression that resembled someone who had just eaten something distasteful. If it weren't an amp, oppose, T for his special status, being an outsider to the Butian sect, she would have likely burst into laughter. Casting a deep glance at Yi Qiu, He Wu Shuang sincerely praised him. My senior possesses remarkable abilities, with a sword technique that transcends the heavens, yet he remains humble and profoundly enigmatic. When it comes to scheming against others, he truly catches one off guard. In the Xixia Peak team, Yi Qiu slowly rose from his seat. Master, our competition at Xixia Peak has concluded. If there are no further matters, I shall take my disciple and depart. Meng Tianzhong waved his hand. His aged face filled with resignation. After exchanging pleasantries with Meng Tianzhong and Tian Tong Daoren, Yi Qiu led his disciple away. On the first day of the martial arts competition, Xixia Peak had only 2 matches, both of which were already concluded. As for the matches scheduled for tomorrow, the rankings were yet to be announced, rendering any further observation pointless. Yi Qiu decided to leave. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. Qi Wuhui had plotted for 3 months to humiliate him, yet on the very first day, he was brought to his knees. Not only did he fail to disgrace Yi Qiu, but he also ended up spitting blood from anger. Master, do you think our uncle will die from anger? After leaving the martial arts arena, Zhao Wan'er said mischievously, her eyes gleaming with mischief. No, your uncle has a thick skin and is quite resilient. Puffed. Zhao Wan'er covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. Haha, senior, you might not have noticed. But the disciples from Songjian Peak looked as if they had just consumed 10 pounds of excrement. At first, they were quite arrogant, bearing expressions that screamed and oppose. I am the best in the world. And oppose. Yet by the end, they were utterly humiliated. Xiaoyi remarked unceremoniously, nearly laughing himself to death. Yi Qiu cast a deep glance at him, silently approving of the young man's demeanor. After all, Xixia Peak had concluded its matches for the day. You are free to move about as you please. Whether you wish to stay and observe the duels of other peaks or return to Xixia Peak for rest, feel free to disperse. After leaving the martial arts arena, Yi Qiu waved his hand, indicating that they were free to act as they wished. With that, Yi Qiu flew towards the direction of Xixia Peak. He had no interest in watching the competitions. They were merely childish skirmishes unworthy of his attention. Instead, he preferred to return and cultivate, solidifying his progress. Recently, his advancements had come rather swiftly, and Yi Qiu needed to consolidate his realm. During his last descent from the mountain, Yi Qiu had discovered an imperial tomb in an uninhabited area, which remained sealed to this day. He estimated that unlocking this tomb would take at least several months. This period would be perfect for him to deepen his understanding of his current realm. After Yi Qiu departed, Lin Qingzhu, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Xiao Yi did not intend to leave. As soon as they saw Yi Qiu go, Xiao Yi could no longer contain himself and decided to indulge. Sisters, I have something to attend to. I'm off. You can explore at your leisure. With that, he headed straight for the Qianzi arena. He had noticed earlier that many beautiful women, all disciples of Tian Shui Peak, were present at the Qianzi arena, each more stunning than the last. He had long coveted the sight of them, but had refrained from looking while Yi Qiu was present. Now that Yi Qiu had left, who would dare to stop him from admiring the beauties? This young man seems overly excited. I wonder if he intends to do something inappropriate? Lin Qingzhu thought skeptically, while Zhao Wan nodded in agreement, saying, yes, I feel the same. Let us follow him and see. The two quickly reached a consensus and headed towards the Qianzi arena. This area was the domain of Tian Shui Peak, surrounded by layers of disciples from the same peak. Due to the presence of the female disciples, a throng of male disciples encircled the area, their gazes predatory. Qingqing, what brings you here? Isn't your Xixia Peak competing at the Kunzi arena? In the crowd, Lin Qingzhu's close friend, Suya, spotted her and approached, assuming she had come to visit. Upon seeing her dear friend, Lin Qingzhu's cold demeanor softened, and a hint of a smile emerged. Yes, we have finished our matches. Since we had nothing else to do, we came to see you. Suya, without a shred of doubt, cheerfully responded, come, let me take you in. The two followed Suya into the inner circle, leaving Xiaoyi outside, filled with envy. He had jostled for a long time, but could not push past the throng of men, forced to view the beauties from afar. Ahead, Mingwei, who was spectating, noticed the arrival of the two, scanning the crowd for someone. She felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing the person she sought was not present. Senior Mingwei, the two greeted respectfully, and Mingwei nodded, puzzled. Where is your master? Xia Peak only had 2 matches today, and after they concluded, our master returned. Oh. Mingwei sighed with a hint of disappointment. If I recall correctly, your opponents today were disciples from Songjian Peak, right? How did it go? Did you win? At that moment, Mingwei recalled that Qi Wuhui had sent 2 experts to target Zhao Wan'er and Lin Qingzhu. If they lost, it would surely be detrimental to Yi Qiu. Zhao Wan and Oppos, her tilted her head slightly, her eyes crescent-shaped as she gently smiled. We won both matches. Uncle Qi fainted from anger and had to be carried away. What? Mingyue's face lit up with joy. Such a thing happened? How unfortunate that I wasn't there to witness it. Having known each other for many years, Mingwei had never seen Qi Wuhui endure such humiliation. He had always been quite arrogant. But who would have thought he would be brought to his knees by Yi Qiu today? As Zhao Wan and Oppos, recounted the tale, Mingwei and Oppos' mind began to conjure vivid images. A figure clad in white, adorned with jade, appeared as a seemingly gentle gentleman, yet concealed a heart of extreme cunning beneath that facade. With mere words, seemingly harmless, yet capable of inflicting devastating psychological blows. How wicked, yet how delightful. Mingyue mused to herself, unconsciously revealing a stunning smile that left Zhao Wan and Oppos, and Lin Qingzhu in awe. Sister, why do I feel like Senior Mingwei has an interest in our master? Zhao Wan'er whispered conspiratorially to Lin Qingzhu. Surely not? Chapter 68. The lost moon. Lin Qingzhu was not entirely versed in these matters, yet she observed Mingyue closely and noticed the glimmer of joy in her eyes, and the slight upturn of her lips. It seemed she was lost in delightful thoughts, stifling giggles behind her hand, resembling a lovesick maiden, clandestinely meeting her beloved in the realm of her own fantasies. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, sensing a flicker of understanding. After a while, Mingyue finally composed herself and remarked, Well, you all performed admirably today, living up to your master's expectations. Had you lost today, it would have been your master who would have been utterly disheartened. You may not be aware, but your esteemed Uncle Qi has awaited this day for a decade. It is quite ironic that he could not seize this opportunity and instead found himself in a fit of frustration. The more she pondered, the more Mingyue found herself amused. From the moment Yi Qiu inherited Xia Peak, Qi Wuhui had been incessantly plotting ways to humiliate him. Now, however, it appeared he had inadvertently brought misfortune upon himself. The two listeners exchanged knowing smiles, for they could empathize with Qi Wuhui's plight, having witnessed the scene of his utter exasperation firsthand. Suddenly, Mingwei recalled something and turned her curious gaze toward Zhao Wan'er, saying, It seems you have only been initiated for a month, correct? If I remember correctly, your opponent is of the 9th rank of Xianji. How did you manage to defeat him? Upon uttering this, the other disciples of Tianshui Peak turned their attention toward her. The 9th rank of Xian, she was already considered formidable in this competition. Aside from a few exceptional talents who had reached the Tianxiang realm, nearly all were in the realm of Xianji. Zhao Wan'er adjusted her crimson robe, smiling as she replied, Please do not underestimate me, for I have reached the 1st rank of Tianxiang. Oh, the 1st rank of Tianxiang, Mingwei gasped, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. To attain the 1st rank of Tianxiang in just a month? Is that even possible? In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with amazement, as everyone cast incredulous glances her way. To reach the 1st rank of Tianxiang in merely a month was a testament to extraordinary talent. Suya, feeling a twinge of inferiority, inquired, How have you cultivated? I have been initiated for 3 months and have only reached the 3rd rank of Xianji. At first, Mingwei had called her a genius, which had filled her with joy and confidence. Yet now, in comparison to Zhao Wan'er, she felt a sudden wave of discontent. It was one thing to be outshone by Lin Qingzhu, but now it seemed that any disciple of Xia Peak surpassed her in excellence. How vexing. Zhao Wan and Oppos, smiled silently. While Lin Qingzhu interjected, Though my junior sister joined later, our master, concerned that she might lag behind her peers, gifted her a precious bone of the 5th realm. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. A precious bone of the 5th realm? Such a rare treasure was coveted even by powerful beings like Mingyue. How could Yi Qiu have so generously bestowed it upon his disciple? At this, Mingyue and Oppos' gaze grew distant, for she recognized the origins of that bone. It was the bone of the infernal giant ape, acquired by Yi Qiu in the wasteland. She had assumed he would absorb it himself, but to her surprise, he had chosen to give it to a disciple. This man was exceedingly benevolent to his students. Why was he not as kind to her? A twinge of jealousy pricked at her heart, though she might not have been fully aware of it. She had been on the cusp of a breakthrough herself. and had she possessed that bone, she would not have squandered so much time. Yet, the disposition of the bone was Yichio and Appo's prerogative. She could not dare to covet it, and could only return to her arduous training. Your master truly dotes on you, Suya remarked enviously, adding Zhao Wan'er to her list of those she admired, following Lin Qizhu. She recalled how that young master uncle had treated his disciples back at Zixia Peak. Zhao Wan and Appo's, smiled softly, pride evident in her voice as she spoke of her master. Indeed, our master is immensely generous, never withholding anything from us. Suya's expression was one of envy, reflecting on her past thoughts, which now seemed absurd. She had believed the rumors about the head of Zixia Peak, thinking him to be as unsatisfactory as they claimed. After much pleading, she had finally persuaded Mingyue to accompany her to Zixia Peak, hoping to bring Lin Qizhu back with her. Yet, every time she thought of this, shame washed over her. How fortunate was she to have such a remarkable master? It was foolish to think that anyone would choose to return with her. She was merely a hindrance to them. With a master so formidable, generous, and selfless, it was evident what the right choice would be. Besides, Lin Qizhu was the eldest disciple, the future inheritor. If she returned with Suya, she would merely be an ordinary disciple with limited prospects, destined to become nothing more than an elder after the succession of generations. While discontent brewed within her, Suya sincerely wished Lin Qizhu well, saying, Qing, I truly envy you for having such a loving master. When you achieve great things, do not forget about me. Lin Qizhu smiled gently, affectionately patting Suya's head. What nonsense are you speaking? We are sisters who have played together since childhood. What was true then remains true now. Let us hope so, Suya replied, her expression dimming. She wished to preserve such pure emotions forever, yet as Lin Qizhu grew stronger, the chasm between them widened. And perhaps such feelings would cease to exist. The path of cultivation was long and arduous, and no one could predict what the future held or whether she could reach such heights. During this time, Suya had come to deeply understand that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. If she continued to stagnate, it might soon become difficult to even meet Lin Qizhu. Mingyue, noticing the dejected countenance of her disciple, shook her head and said nothing. She was uncertain of what she could do. The Tianshui Peak had numerous disciples but limited resources. She could not emulate Yichio's selfless dedication to his students. Each time she heard tales of Yichio's benevolence, she found herself questioning her own abilities. When she took over Tianshui Peak from her master, she had believed she was doing well. Now, in comparison to Yichio, she felt inadequate. That insufferable man, deliberately trying to undermine me, Mingyue silently chastised him in her heart, shaking her head as she looked at Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er, saying, with the assistance of the precious bone, such progress is to be expected. You both must train diligently and not let your master's goodwill go to waste. The two nodded, fully aware of Yichio and Appo's regard for them. Lin Qizhu earnestly declared, rest assured, master, we will not disappoint you, nor do we seek anything else. Only the chance to assist our master in the future, which would be our way of repaying him, she added. Mingyue nodded, appreciating the girl's gratitude. It was indeed a commendable trait. What she feared were those who, having received kindness, would turn against their benefactor. Looking at Yichio's two disciples, she found their character to be rather admirable. Knowing you think this way brings me peace of mind, Mingyue concluded, before turning to watch the martial competition. Choosing not to engage in the juniors' conversation, opting instead to observe her disciples in silence. Chapter 69. He has changed, no longer reckless at this moment, atop the Cangjin Peak. Qi Wuhui, having returned to Cangjin Peak, finally regained consciousness, though his complexion was far from favorable. Sitting up from his bed, a scowl marred his face. The recollection of recent events ignited a fiery rage within him. How infuriating. Yichio, I shall not let this matter rest between us. In a fit of anger, he slammed his hand onto the nearby table, producing a resounding crack as yet another innocent piece of furniture met its demise. Qi Wuhui paid it no mind, taking a moment to compose himself, finally managing to calm his tumultuous spirit. Outside the door, a group of disciples listened intently to the commotion within, their nerves on edge. They had braced themselves to endure the wrath of Qi Wuhui. All of you come in, he bellowed, and the disciples scrambled into the room, each one appearing exceedingly anxious. A bunch of useless fools. Today you have brought utter disgrace upon Cangjin Peak. With such meager abilities, you prance about as if you were the best in the world, arrogant and dismissive of everyone. Now, we have become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Are you pleased with yourselves? None dared to respond, and Qi Wuhui's ire swelled as he beheld their pitiful expressions. Why is it that other disciples excel in both cultivation and character while his own falls so short? Could it be that he, Qi Wuhui, is truly inferior to Yichio? In his earlier days as a disciple, only Ming Tianzhong could surpass him. Yet now, as he presided over Cangjin Peak, His disciples could not even measure up to the last-ranked Zixia Peak. "Master, we apologize. It is our fault for bringing you shame. Please punish us," Li Feichen said dejectedly, fear gnawing at him. Earlier, he had boasted of reclaiming their honor, yet not only had they failed to do so, but they had suffered a humiliating defeat. Gone was the proud demeanor he once wore. Punishment? What good will that do to restore the honor of Sangjin Peak? Qi Wuhui's expression darkened further as his anger mounted upon seeing his disciples. Among them, Li Keisai remained silent, watching his furious master with growing disappointment. Did his master's pride truly outweigh the safety of his disciples? In this stark contrast, the disparity was too great to bear. He regretted his choice to join Sangjin Peak, a place devoid of warmth and filled only with self-interest, where he felt no care or concern. Just as Qi Wuhui prepared to voice his thoughts, Qi Hao hurriedly entered the room. Having just decisively defeated his opponent, he rushed back upon hearing of Qi Wuhui's fainting spell. Seeing his father unharmed, Qi Hao finally exhaled in relief. "Father, are you all right?" Qi Wuhui's face, lined with wrinkles, bore a bitter expression as he replied, "However, today I have lost all face." You should have seen the smug expression on Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppo's face. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. From now on, Sanjian Peak shall struggle to lift its head within the sect. Qi Hao quickly sought to reassure him, "Father, do not fret. We have not lost. Today was merely a minor setback. Wait and see, the humiliation we endured today will be repaid 100-fold in due time." Hearing his son's comforting words, Qi Wuhui felt a flicker of solace. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on kin. This group of disciples held little promise. "With your words, I can rest easy. Now, our continuous defeats have left us in disgrace. Whether we can reclaim our dignity rests upon you. Do not worry, I know what must be done," Qi Hao replied, his expression grim. Qi Wuhui's humiliation was akin to his own. He could not swallow this insult. "Zixia Peak, Yi Qiu. Just wait. Our enmity is far from over." Qi Wuhui gazed at his son with satisfaction before turning to the disciples, barking, "Go reflect upon your shortcomings. Contemplate what makes you inferior to others, and only emerge once you have clarity." The disciples, unable to retort, silently accepted their fate. After they departed, Qi Wuhui's expression turned serious as he said, "However, though you have reached the 8th rank of Tianxiang, do not grow complacent. Today, I sense that Yi Qiu and Oppo's grand disciple possesses formidable cultivation. She did not exert her full strength even against Feichen, who is of the 3rd rank of Tianxiang. I suspect her cultivation has reached the 6th rank of Tianxiang, if not higher." Qi Hao was taken aback, recalling the sense of threat he had felt from Lin Qingzhu when provoked by Xiao Yi. "Father, could it be that a disciple who has only been training for 3 months surpasses me in cultivation?" Qi Wuhui replied, "It is hard to say. Zixia Peak may be sparsely populated, yet it possesses numerous treasures. Before Master Xiantian passed, he amassed many valuable items, which may have been passed on to Yi Qiu. He seems to genuinely care for his disciples, gifting his 2nd disciple a piece of 5 realms heritage bone. Perhaps the grand disciple possesses something similar." As Qi Wuhui elaborated, his worries deepened. If Qi Hao were to falter as well, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. At that moment, he regretted ever entering into a wager with Yi Qiu, who appeared to be an unfathomable abyss, impossible to gauge. He had foolishly believed Yi Qiu to be merely a fortunate fool who fortuitously inherited the legacy of Zixia Peak. Now he realized the true fool was himself. Qi Hao felt the weight of pressure intensify, but then recalled the secret technique his father had taught him, which bolstered his confidence. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Father, do not worry. Even if she reaches the 9th rank of Tianxiang, it matters not. Within the bounds of distance, I can certainly defeat her." Having experienced 2 prior defeats, Qi Wuhui was now cautious, no longer daring to boast prematurely, for the sting of humiliation was all too real. Confidence is commendable, yet one must beware of arrogance and overestimation, lest he too be embarrassed. No, this time he must remain composed. Until the outcome is certain, he must refrain from boasting. Otherwise, that fellow would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to humiliate him mercilessly. Qi Wuhui contemplated silently. Though he held immense faith in his son, he maintained a sliver of caution. It is wise to be prepared for all possibilities. What if they were to fail again? Nevertheless, confidence is indeed a good thing. Qi Wuhui rose from his bed, adjusting his demeanor, ready to return and observe the matches. As the chief judge of this competition, he could not allow trivial matters to impede his duties. "Very well. You have just completed your 1st match. Return and rest well for tomorrow and Amp, Oppo's 2nd bout. Rest assured, before the finals, I will ensure you are in impeccable condition, without a single scratch." Qi Wuhui grinned slyly, recognizing that perhaps this was the sole advantage of being the chief judge. Chapter 70. So you were done within the majestic Zixia Peak in the ethereal Zixia Cave. Yi Qiu slowly opened his eyes, as if the heavens and the earth were exhaling. A fierce whirlwind surged forth from the cave, causing the entire Zixia Peak to tremble. With a deep sigh, Yi Qiu smiled, feeling revitalized. He had reached the pinnacle of the master realm. After a few days of introspection, his state of mind had finally ascended to the perfect master level. Now, he merely needed to claim the reward for being the champion of the martial competition, the enlightenment fruit, and then further consolidate his power, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. He could then charge directly towards the supreme realm, becoming the second supreme powerhouse of the Butian sect after the revered Xiantian Taoist. Raising his hand slowly, Yi Qiu carefully sensed the formidable power within him and felt immense satisfaction. The second Dao flower was already showing faint signs of blooming, a promising omen. The remnants of the immense power accumulated over the past 100,000 years still lingered, and since he could not sprout the second Dao flower, his cultivation had been stagnant. Yi Qiu had to refine and streamline the remaining power repeatedly. Although this power appeared to be at the same level as an ordinary master, Yi Qiu and Appo's strength surpassed theirs by several folds. Concluding his meditation, Yi Qiu gracefully exited the Zixia cave. Master, Senior. Early in the morning, Lin Qingzhu, Zhao Waner, and Xiao Yi were already waiting in the open space before the dojo. The martial competitions had been intense over the past few days, but unfortunately, Yi Qiu had been in seclusion and missed the excitement. Of course, aside from the matches involving his own disciple, he had little interest in others' battles. As of today, the fierce eliminations had concluded, and the top 8 contestants had emerged. To everyone's surprise, both disciples from Zixia Peak had entered the top 8. Each of the other 7 factions also had one disciple in the top 8. For instance, Lu Rian from Tianshui Peak, Qi Hao from Sanjin Peak, Yang Tianyi from Shijian Peak, Gu Baiyi from Shofeng, Lu Yinsheng from Guiyan Peak, and Tan Yushi from Qitian Peak. Those who stood out among the disciples were formidable opponents, almost all possessing the celestial alignment. In contrast, Zhao Wan and Appo's cultivation seemed slightly lacking, so Yi Qiu and Appo's expectations for her were not high. Reaching the top 8 would suffice. As for Lin Qizhu, she must secure first place. Looking up at the sky, Yi Qiu remarked, "It and Appo's, it's about time, let us proceed." The 3 nodded in agreement and followed his lead towards Shofeng. As they arrived at the martial arena, only 4 of the original 8 platforms remained, with the remaining 4 situated in the very center of the training grounds. "Wow, so many people," exclaimed Xiao Yi upon reaching the arena. Zhao Wan and Appo's rubbed her hands and gently replied, "The competition area has shrunk, so everyone has clustered here. How could there not be many? Sister, who is your opponent today?" Lin Qingzhu inquired casually. With a calm demeanor, Lin Qingzhu replied, "Lu Yunsheng from Guiyan Peak. I know him. I watched his match yesterday. His spear technique is quite formidable, and his cultivation is, at least the 7th tier of celestial alignment. Analyzing his combat style, he prefers to crush opponents with overwhelming strength. Sister Qingzhu, please be cautious." Xiao Yi, the little prince of gossip, had diligently gathered information on the top contenders in the martial competition over the past few days. "Don't think I'm not serious. While admiring beauties, I still offer strategies to Sister Lin and the others and scout out the competition." Feeling proud of his accomplishments, he declared, "I am truly exceptional. What about you, Sister One and Appo's? Xiao Yi inquired, turning to Zhao Wan and Appo's, with a smile. Zhao Wan and Appo's, frowned slightly and replied, "My opponent is Sister Rian from Tianshui Peak." "Oh, then you are done for. Prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan and Appo's became disheartened and raised her palm, aiming a chop towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi quickly dodged to the other side of Yi Qiu, exclaiming, "Senior, save me. Your disciple is about to commit murder." In a calm tone, Yi Qiu interjected, "Enough, regardless of who your opponent is, just do your best. Wan and Appo's, do not feel burdened. For those senior brothers and sisters, you have only been in the sect for a month. Losing is not disgraceful." "Yes, master, I understand," Zhao Wan and Appo's replied, feeling a bit wronged. Did master also think she could not win against Lu Ruyan? However, she realized the truth. Lu Ruyan was indeed a 7th tier expert, while she was only at the 1st tier, a significant gap in cultivation that even a heavenly secret technique could not bridge. Lin Qingzhu offered her some comfort, and Zhao Waner finally managed to quell her discontent. Upon arriving before the platform, Meng Tianzhong, Tiantong Daoist, and Shi Wuhui were already seated in the front row. Even Mingyue had arrived. "Junior brother Yi, where have you been these past few days? You missed your own disciples' matches," Mingyue said with a glimmer of delight in her eyes upon seeing Yi Qiu. Yichio smiled slightly and replied, I was in seclusion, which caused the delay. What? Did senior sister miss me? Get lost. I doubt anyone would miss you, Mingyue replied, rolling her eyes. But then she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yichio's reaction. Upon seeing him, her heart suddenly trembled, her gaze becoming dazed. What is this aura? Could it be that junior brother has reached the pinnacle of the master realm? She thought, disbelief filling her mind. Although she could not discern Yichio and Appo's exact cultivation level, she could sense that his ethereal presence seemed to be on par with Meng Tianzhong. In just a few days, why did it feel as though he was becoming increasingly distant? Mingwei and Appo's expression darkened, seemingly confirming her earlier speculation that this youngest junior brother would one day become an existence they could only look up to. Junior brother, I heard that a few days ago you managed to infuriate senior brother Qi. Have you noticed? He seems to have changed. He no longer seeks you out to provoke you, Mingyue whispered as she furtively glanced at Qi Wei, not far away. Curiously, Yichio looked over and frowned. Was this old fellow harboring some malicious intent against him? Perhaps, Mingyue thought with a hint of schadenfreude. She imagined that if she were the one to be angered, she would not be as composed as Qi Wuhui, appearing before their peers. Instead, she would have retreated to Tianshui Peak, hiding for hundreds of years without stepping outside. Just be careful, do not fall into a trap, she advised, smirking as she anticipated whether Qi Wuhui would dare to confront Yichio. If he were to turn hostile only to realize he could not win, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Yichio shook his head. Regardless of what schemes the other party concocted, he was unfazed. With his current strength, even Tenchi Wuhui combined would not pose a challenge. What was there to worry about? Not to mention the formidable grass character sword technique. Even with just the Qiankuan Wuji hand, Yichio could confidently declare, I could defeat 10 opponents. Chapter 71. The old turtle carrying the coffin after a brief exchange. The martial arts competition finally commenced. Yichio turned to Zhao Wanner and nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Zhao Wanner responded with a gentle smile, silently stepping onto the stage. Having reached the top 8, she felt a sense of fulfillment, especially since she possessed the lowest cultivation level among the elite contestants. Sister Ruoyan, I seek your guidance. On the stage, Lu Ruoyan stood tall, her demeanor radiant, clad in flowing aquamarine attire that swayed gracefully in the breeze, capturing the fervent gaze of many male disciples. Zhao Wanner, in her customary red robe over a white garment, presented a harmonious blend of colors, suggesting her fondness for red. Sister, I humbly ask for your guidance. Lu Ruoyan replied softly, aware of the need to remain cautious against the disciples of Zixia Peak. Now, she stood as the last hope for Tianshui Peak. A defeat at this stage would undoubtedly infuriate Mingwei. As Elder Su Feng announced the commencement of the competition, the two engaged in combat. Zhao Wan and Appo's, facing Lu Ruoyan, unleashed her full potential, the flames of her red lotus fire surging forth as she executed the plum blossom technique. Lu Ruoyan was not to be underestimated either. She deftly wielded her soft sword, conjuring a watermark to gradually diminish the fierce intensity of the flames. The battle on stage was intensely fierce, and Mingwei watched with bated breath, her fists clenched tightly. I'm so anxious, Ruoyan. You are Tianshui Peak and Appo's only hope. Please hold your ground. In contrast to Mingwei and Appo's tension, Yichio maintained a composed demeanor. From the outset, he realized that Zhao Wan and Appo's would not emerge victorious and thus remained unfazed. His gaze drifted to Meng Tianzhong nearby, suddenly noticing Lu Qifeng rushing towards him, whispering urgently in his ear. After listening, Meng Tianzhong and Appo's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Even the nearby Tianhong Daoist sensed his unease and glanced back in confusion, while he Wushuang approached quietly to share a few words with him. What in Appo's going on? Could there be a significant event unfolding? Yichio was taken aback by their reactions, glancing at Mingwei, who appeared equally bewildered and uninformed. Just then, Shaoi hurried over to Yichio, explaining, Senior, my father has sent word that last night, deep within the uninhabited zone, an ancient turtle carrying a coffin has emerged. Its arrival has thrown the entire eastern wilderness into turmoil, with the lurking beasts in the wilderness becoming increasingly agitated. The great wasteland has erupted into a bloody battle, shaking the heavens and mourning the spirits, resulting in countless casualties. Not only is there conflict between human cultivators and ferocious beasts, but the beasts themselves are engaged in fierce battles. Some speculate that the coffin holds a great treasure, prompting them to fight for it. Upon hearing this, Yichio and Appo's brow furrowed. A great treasure? An ancient turtle carrying a coffin? Could it be related to the imperial tomb? He surmised, recalling his previous discovery of the imperial tomb in the uninhabited zone, which had not gone unnoticed by others. With the emergence of such signs, It seemed the imperial tomb was soon to reveal itself. Originally, Yichio had intended to retreat for a year after the competition to break through to the supreme realm. However, with the frequent ominous signs and the unrest in the eastern wilderness, significant changes could occur at any moment. If he withdrew now, he might miss out on crucial developments. It appears necessary to descend the mountain once again. After careful consideration, Yichio resolved to venture down the mountain after the competition concluded. Xiao Yi took a moment before continuing. Senior, my father has dispatched several family experts to the uninhabited zone to assess the situation. They will relay any news promptly. Yichio nodded in satisfaction. Xiaozhan and Amp, Apos, S actions were clear in their intent, indicating that the Xiao family had allied themselves with him. He sensed the Xiao family and Amp, Apos, S goodwill but had yet to devise a way to reciprocate. Glancing back at Xiao Yi, he acknowledged, this lad is quite capable. Through their recent interactions, Yichio had come to appreciate Xiao Yi's character, though he felt it was not yet the right time to take him as a disciple. Preferring to observe the Xiao family's performance further, he hoped for an opportunity that would greatly move him, solidifying Xiao Yi's loyalty. Only then would it be the opportune moment to accept him as a disciple. Understood. You may leave now, Yichio replied in a calm tone, showing no change in his expression. Once Xiao Yi conveyed the message, he felt a sense of relief and returned to watching the beautiful women around him. Unconcerned about unfolding events, as long as the world remained intact. Soon, Mingwei received news from her family regarding Lu Ruoyan. After reading the message, she cast a glance at Yichio but said nothing, her mind racing with thoughts. The battle on the stage concluded swiftly, and as expected, Zhao Wanearth, having exhausted her spiritual energy due to her lower cultivation level, was forced to concede. Witnessing this, Mingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a deep look at Yichio. Phew, I truly wonder how this fellow trains his disciples. Their combat prowess is astonishing. A first-grade celestial being competing against a seventh-grade celestial, and yet it was a fiercely contested match, evenly matched. Had it not been for the disparity in realms, Zixia Peak might have emerged victorious once more. Mingyue lamented deeply, acknowledging the vast array of powerful secret techniques possessed by Zixia Peak, feeling a genuine envy. If only Tianshui Peak had such resources, I would impart everything I know. Alas, we are lacking, living on a shoestring budget, and my disciples suffer as a result. Returning to Yichio's side, Zhao Waner appeared dejected, saying, Master, I'm sorry, I lost. Yichio relaxed his brow and smiled, saying, I saw your efforts. You did your best. Though you lost, you should not be disheartened. Hearing this, Zhao Wan and Apos felt a surge of joy. She had feared that losing would lead to reprimands like those from other Peak's masters. It seems my master is indeed kind. Sister, the next match is yours, Zhao Waner said. Feeling encouraged after Yichio and Apos' words. With determination, Lin Qizhu met her gaze, signaling to Yichio, Master, may I go? Yes, go ahead. Lin Qizhu turned and ascended the stage, standing confidently with her arms crossed, the Zixia sword firmly in hand, yet no one had witnessed her draw the blade thus far. In the second match of the top 8, Zixia Peak and Apos' Lin Qizhu faces Guiyun Peak and Apos' Lu Yunxing. Please, both sides take the stage. As the announcement concluded, a young man from Guiyun Peak, wielding a long spear, leaped onto the arena. Lu Yunxing stood like a war god, exuding an indomitable presence that captivated all in attendance. The main event is finally here. Zixia Peak's senior sister versus Guiyun Peak's senior brother. Haha, both are favorites to win. Let us see who prevails today. Lu Yunsheng, a prodigy of heaven, renowned and formidable. Apart from Qi Hao, I can think of no one else who could surpass him in this competition. I place my bets on Guiyun Peak. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. No, while Lu Yunsheng is strong, I believe Lin Qizhu is even stronger. I feel that Zixia Peak has the greater chance of victory. Let us not forget, Lin Qizhu has yet to encounter an opponent worthy enough to compel her to draw her sword seriously. Chapter 72. I possess a formidable technique, the Dragoness Impact. The venue was rife with speculation and fervent discussion. Mothers extolled their children, while fathers defended their own. Each argument was articulated with conviction, yet the truth remained elusive. Even the esteemed figures in the audience began to ponder who among the two would ultimately prevail. On another platform, Qi Hao had successfully vanquished his opponent, securing a place in the top 4. With little time to bask in his victory, he hastened over to witness Lin Qingzhu's duel. As his sworn rival, he was determined not to miss this confrontation. Understanding both friend and foe was essential for victory. This battle would determine his ability to defeat Lin Qizhu in the finals and reclaim honor for the Songjin Peak. Master, Father, Chi Hao called out twice as he approached Chi Wuhui, who nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Chi Wuhui instructed, however, pay close attention and see how much of her true strength Lu Yunsheng can compel her to reveal. Whether we can restore our dignity at Songjian Peak hinges upon your observation. Since the competition commenced, she had yet to draw her sword, leaving Chi Wuhui increasingly anxious about what extraordinary sword techniques Yu Qiu might have imparted to her. The more he spoke, the more uncertain Chi Wuhui felt. Zhao Waner was already performing exceptionally well, and Lin Qingzhu would undoubtedly be formidable as well. Now that they had reached the top 8, her strength remained concealed, igniting a flicker of fear within Chi Wuhui. Chi Hao nodded, his expression grave as he focused on the ethereal figure on the stage. Gu, Lu Yunsheng. I seek your guidance, Lu Yunsheng declared, wielding a spear in his right hand, his tone cold. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingzhu without a moment and Oppo's distraction, observing her every breath. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Her aura and the concealed sharpness of her sword exuded an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, this was the strongest opponent he had faced since reaching the top 8. Zixia Peak. Lin Qizhu, I seek your guidance. Lin Qizhu replied, her sword resting against her back. Her posture straight, emitting a chilling brilliance akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, captivating all present. Junior sister, be cautious. Without further ado, Lu Yusheng sprang into action as Su Feng announced the commencement of the duel, twirling his spear with fluid grace. With a swift upward thrust, he aimed at Lin Qizhu. Lin Qingzhu fixed her gaze on the fiery spear, her expression unchanging. She merely stepped back and sidestepped the attack, refraining from drawing her sword. Clap! Chi Wuhui slammed his hand on the armrest, his expression darkening. How arrogant. Even at this stage, she refuses to unsheath her sword, showing utter disdain for her opponent. Truly, a reflection of her master. Chi Wuhui's reaction startled the nearby Gu and Oppo's head elder, Lu Feng, who thought to himself, ISNT that my son up there? Why does it feel like he is even more agitated than I am? Doubts began to creep into Lu Feng's mind. On the stage, Lu Yunsheng's anger began to simmer, fueled by the contempt he felt from his opponent. With a swift twist of the spear, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Beneath the whirlwind of his spear, flames ignited, and a ring of fire surged forth. Unleashing the full strength of his 7th-tier celestial power, he held nothing back. As this technique was unleashed, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Lin Qingzhu frowned. Even with her strength, she sensed a hint of danger from the encroaching fire. In an instant, the Zixia sword was drawn. Bang! She had finally unsheathed her sword. Everyone present recognized the exquisite blade in Lin Qizhu's grasp as the Zixia sword. At that moment, she remained calm, spinning the sword to dissipate the force of her opponent's attack. Furious, Lu Yunsheng struck with a powerful dragon raises its head. A massive fiery dragon erupted, unleashing a terrifying force. This was the secret technique of Gu, known as dragon raises its head. Instantly, the crowd was astounded. The technique employed by Lu Yunsheng was indeed the legacy of Gu, and they had not anticipated that Lu Feng would pass this technique down to his son. Furthermore, to unleash it so early in the battle signaled a desire for a swift conclusion. Everyone turned to Lu Feng, who sat calmly with a smile, stroking his beard. Dragon raises its head. How intriguing, he mused. Yi Qiu cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Feng and remarked with amusement. Ming Yue, noticing his lack of concern, felt a surge of curiosity. She knew Yi Qiu would not have neglected to teach Lin Qizhu a powerful technique, yet she remained unaware of its true nature. The battle was dynamic and ever-changing. On the platform, Lin Qingzhu was pushed back by the ferocity of dragon raises its head, her brows furrowing in concentration. Understanding that her opponent aimed for a decisive victory, she chose to forego words. With the Zixia sword spinning in her grasp, she positioned it at her chest. And in that instant, an icy sword intent erupted forth. Dragon raises its head. Today, I will ensure you cannot lift your head, Lin Qingzhu declared with authority. Sweeping her sword in a horizontal arc, launching a crescent-shaped sword chi that surged forth. Cold and piercing, it penetrated the very essence of the soul, sweeping with absolute power. Boom. The stage reverberated with a thunderous sound as dragon raises its head collided with the absolute dust slash, sending dust and mist swirling into the air. A dragoness roar echoed, and Lu Yunsheng plummeted from the stage. Puff. He coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness. His eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at the ethereal figure of Lin Qizhu, resembling a celestial swordswoman from beyond the mortal realm, unconquerable. Lu Feng stood abruptly, shock written across his face as he looked toward Yu Qiu, his teeth clenched, but no words escaped his lips. Absolute dust slash. Chi Wuhui turned to Yu Qiu, murmuring softly. He recognized that Lin Qizhu's sword technique was indeed the renowned Zixia sword technique. That move, absolute dust slash, was an extension of it. However, It appeared to possess greater power than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, this sword had undergone refinement at Yi Chio's hands, resulting in its enhanced potency. Junior brother, you've modified the absolute dust slash haven to you? Its power has increased exponentially. Mingyue inquired with curiosity. Yi Chio smiled. Senior sister, this is merely a glimpse of my capabilities. I possess even stronger techniques that you have yet to discover. What? There are even stronger moves? What are they? Mingwe's interest piqued. She grasped Yu Chio's arm, eagerly pressing for details. Yu Chio glanced around before whispering in her ear. I have another exceptionally powerful technique known as Dragon S Impact. Once this technique is unleashed, it could rival an army charging into battle. Hiss. Dragon S Impact? Mingwei gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. To name a technique after a dragon undoubtedly indicated its extraordinary nature. She blinked, her mind racing to ponder the unique qualities of this Dragon S Impact. Chapter 73. This ISN and Appo's. T quite right. So many people present in Mingwei and Appo's memory. Any technique named after a dragon was undeniably fierce. Upon first hearing about Yu Chio and Appo's technique, she surmised it must be an extraordinarily formidable set of moves. Her curiosity piqued. She gazed into Yu Chio and Appo's eyes and continued to inquire. Junior brother, what makes this technique so special? Please, share it with your senior sister. Her playful tone caused Yu Chio and Appo's heart to tremble slightly. What and Appo's special about it? After a brief silence, he replied in a calm manner, Senior sister, once I unleash this move, it is akin to strolling across a silver plain, or touching the vastness of the starry sea, or beholding the grandeur of towering mountains. Mingyue's astonishment grew with each word. Could it be a divine-level secret technique? Unstoppable. Once this move is unleashed, even celestial beings would dare not descend to this realm. At this point, Mingwei and Appo's cherry lips parted in awe, momentarily at a loss for words. Even heavenly fairies must bow to it. What sheer dominance. She was taken aback, realizing that Yu Chio possessed not only the Qian Kuan Wuji technique, but also this kind of mystical art. What was most terrifying was that this technique seemed to hold numerous mysteries, which could only be achieved by a divine skill, perhaps. She felt a twinge of fear as she contemplated Yi Chio's descriptions, gradually forming an inference in her heart. This move is indeed powerful. If she were to receive this attack herself, could she withstand it? Probably not. Her curiosity intensified, prompting her to ask, what else? Please tell me more. Yu Chio stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, as a mischievous grin spread across his face. Amidst the raging winds and chaos, with an army of thousands, what difficulty lies in seizing the enemy's general? This move allows one to claim the head of an enemy commander amidst a multitude of soldiers. Mingwei bit her lip, her usual elegance starkly contrasting with her dazed expression. Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked in contemplation, exuding an adorable innocence that made one wish to kiss her. Junior brother, this technique must be incredibly powerful, right? Is it a divine-level secret? Mingyue pondered deeply but could not wrap her mind around it. Only feeling it sounded increasingly peculiar, so she boldly asked. Yi Chio nodded, smiling. Indeed, you could say that. In such a sacred moment, calling it a divine skill is not an exaggeration. Mingwei and Appo's eyes lit up immediately. She had not misjudged. It truly was a divine skill. I genuinely wish to witness such a divine technique. With sincere eyes that resembled crescent moons, she smiled enchanting and implored, Junior brother, when will you demonstrate this divine skill for your senior sister? I long to see it. Yu Chio hesitated for a moment, glancing around, and with a peculiar expression said, that might not be appropriate, senior sister. With so many people here, it feels rather embarrassing. If you wish to see it, we can find a secluded place later to study it properly. Really? Yu Chio dismissed her enthusiasm. When have I ever deceived you? If senior sister wishes to see, how could I refuse? Mingyue's eyes sparkled with delight, not pondering further, as it was indeed a divine skill, and demonstrating it in front of so many was not convenient. Such a divine skill was like a trump card, best kept secret. How could it be showcased in a crowded place? Her heart swelled with joy that Yi Chio was willing to share such a divine technique with her. It seemed she held a significant position in his heart. Thrilled, she felt an urge to embrace Yu Chio and steal a kiss. After all, it was a divine skill, though she was the head of her lineage. The most profound secret technique she had encountered was merely of the earth tier. She had never even learned the celestial tier, for the inheritance of Tian Shui peak lacked such techniques. Aside from the celestial master of the first peak, it seemed only the Zhixiao peak had ever produced secret arts above the celestial tier. She wondered where Yi Chio had acquired these techniques. Perhaps Zhixiao peak had once been glorious, thus accumulating more treasures. Then we agree, when we find time, let us locate a secluded area to study it properly? Mingwei asked tentatively. observing Ichio and Appo's wickedly meaningful smile, which made her feel uneasy. Absolutely. I could not wish for more, she replied, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Why did it feel like his smile was not innocent? Reflecting on their recent conversation, Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine, realizing something was amiss. Wait. Upon closer inspection, her face turned crimson as she gasped. Watching Ichio's expression and recalling his earlier descriptions, she finally understood. Mingyue's composure shattered. She had engaged in such a conversation with Ichio, naively believing in the existence of such techniques. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. She finally realized the audacity of her words and her desire to find a secluded spot with Ichio to study them. Ichio nearly burst into laughter, suddenly finding it quite enjoyable to tease this beautiful senior sister. She appeared knowledgeable, seducing with her charm, yet her theoretical understanding seemed rather lacking. It seemed he ought to seize the opportunity to enlighten her. Feigning confusion, Ichio asked earnestly, "Senior sister, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Go away. I shall never speak to you again," Mingyue declared, unsure how to face Ichio, her face flushing anew at the memory of their conversation. In a fit of anger, she hastily retreated, as if fleeing the scene. Master. The disciples of Tian Shui peeked behind her looked bewildered. What just happened? Why did the master leave when the martial arts demonstration had not yet concluded? Not only did the disciples of Tian Shui peek feel confused, but Zhao Wan'er, standing behind Ichio, also wore a perplexed expression. Master, what happened with Mingyue? Ichio smiled nonchalantly. I'm not sure. Perhaps she recalled something joyful. Joyful? Zhao Wan and Appo's, narrowed her eyes, as Mingyue and Appo's hurried departure did not appear to be related to anything joyful. She began to suspect that some significant event had transpired that she had failed to notice. Chapter 74. The subtle thoughts of Mingyue at this moment. Mingyue had returned to Tianshui Peak and locked herself away in her room. The peculiar situation left her fellow disciples in a state of confusion, utterly at a loss. After all these years of apprenticeship, they had never witnessed Mingyue in such a predicament. What could be troubling their master? Wazn and Appo's, there a martial arts competition today? Could it be that the senior sister lost? Whispers circulated among them, hesitant to approach Mingyue and Appo's room for fear of exacerbating her distress and incurring her wrath. Inside her chamber, Mingyue buried herself in her blankets, the weight of her thoughts growing heavier with each passing moment. I can no longer face anyone. That infuriating Ichio, I will not let this go. She threw a few punches into the air, only to find herself striking nothing but silence. Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Ichio, filled with excitement and a desire to explore divine skills together, her cheeks flushed crimson. She covered her face, unable to confront the world outside. After an indeterminate time, she finally managed to calm her tumultuous thoughts and sat up on her bed, lost in contemplation. She could accept such topics, but Ichio had been so cunning, speaking in veiled terms, leading her to mistakenly believe it was something extraordinary, igniting a curiosity within her that bordered on eagerness. The memory of her earlier behavior made her feel shy and apprehensive. What did Ichio think of her? A wanton woman? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought, and she clenched her tiny fists, gritting her teeth. She had no idea how to face Ichio in the future. Every time she saw him, the memory of their earlier encounter would resurface. However, upon deeper reflection, a sense of relief began to wash over her. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. That despicable fellow, how dare he play tricks on me? Humph, wait for it. I shall have my revenge someday. With a bitter remark, she flopped back onto her bed, a smile creeping onto her lips. The day passed swiftly. The next morning, the semifinals of the martial arts competition commenced as usual. The arena now boasted only 2 platforms. Before the matches even began, the audience had already filled the seats, and Ichio, leading the team from Zixia Peak, made his way to the venue. Senior brother Zhang. He greeted Ming Tianjin with a nod, deliberately ignoring Qi Wuhui beside him, as he took his place. To his surprise, he found Mingyue seated gracefully, and upon catching sight of him, her gaze averted momentarily, yet she feigned composure. Ichio smiled silently as he approached her. Senior sister, you appear to be in good spirits today. Mingyue shot him a glare, retorting defiantly, mind your own business. Ichio chuckled lightly, unfazed by her response, and continued. Senior sister, regarding the topic we discussed yesterday, when shall we find a time to delve into those divine skills? The mere mention of it caused Mingyue, already uncertain of how to face him, to blush deeply. Her heart raced, pounding audibly in her chest, overwhelmed by anxiety. Perhaps another day, another day. She stammered, unable to meet his gaze, only to feel a twinge of regret after uttering those words. Another day? Ichio smiled knowingly. Very well. Let it be another day then. He took a seat beside her, observing her trembling form with amusement while maintaining an outward calmness. Inside, he was thoroughly entertained, nearly bursting into laughter. Another day? What does that truly signify? Behind them, two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the mysterious nature of their earlier conversation. Lin Qizhu inquired curiously, Wanner, what did our master discuss with Mingwei yesterday? The atmosphere feels peculiar. Zhao Wanner pouted, replying, I have no idea. It's all so cryptic. They both harbored doubts, wondering if their master was concealing something from them. In recent days, Zixia Peak had garnered considerable attention, especially due to Lin Qingzhu's remarkable performance, earning respect from all corners of the Buxianzhou. It was hard to fathom how a newcomer of merely 3 months could reach the semifinals. They remained unaware of Lin Qizhu and Appo's true cultivation level. Their previous perceptions of Zixia Peak had transformed. It was now shrouded in mystery and strength, no longer the least esteemed of the peaks. Which lineage do you think will emerge victorious in the semifinals today? Discussions erupted among the crowd. I believe Jihao from Songjin Peak will surely triumph. As for the second spot, I cast my lot with Zixia Peak. Excited chatter filled the air as the drawing of lots concluded. Predictably, Lin Qingzhu and Appo's opponent would not be Qi Hao, but rather Gu Bai from the first peak. Yi Qiu stroked his chin in mild frustration, casting a glance at Qi Wuhui in the distance. Clearly, this draw had been manipulated on his part. Nonetheless, it mattered little, no matter how he schemed. The outcome remained unchanged. Ah, junior brother, I wonder if my disciple will be worthy of your attention? Meng Tianzheng inquired, a smile gracing his face. Gu Bai was his second disciple, boasting a cultivation level of the 8th rank, second only to Lu Qingfeng. Throughout the past month, every lineage had invested heavily in enhancing their disciples' abilities for this final push. Meng Tianzheng was no exception. Initially, he intended to reserve these resources for Lu Qifeng. But upon realizing his breakthrough into the Wujin realm, he deemed them unnecessary and instead allocated them entirely to Gu Bai to bolster his strength. Yi Qiu silently rejoiced, relieved that his decision to pass on a millennium of power to Lin Qingzhu had coincided perfectly with the cooldown period. Otherwise, had she faced these opponents at her previous second rank, defeat would have been inevitable. Indeed, one must never underestimate the foundation of the first peak. They possess treasures of their own, and the question lies in their willingness to utilize them. After all, the 7 lineage martial arts competition is a grand event that occurs once every 60 years, and no one desires to finish in last place. Under such pressure, the leaders of each lineage spared no effort, adopting a mentality of not only ensuring their own success, but also hindering others. Yi Qiu turned to Meng Tianzheng and Appo's disciple clad in white, complimenting, your esteemed disciple is indeed a dragon among men, gifted beyond compare. Meng Tianzheng's face creased into a faint smile. He was astute enough to discern Yi Qiu's jest. A dragon among men? In comparison to your 2 disciples, Yiwun and Appo's, to even be fit to carry their shoes. Regarding victory or defeat, Meng Tianzheng was remarkably composed, unlike the other leaders who clamored for prestige. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it would still represent their faction of Buxianzhou. If Lin Qingzhu could indeed overcome Gu Bai, it would bring him even greater joy. For he recognized Gu Bai and Appo's true capabilities, and such a victory would signify Lin Qingzhu and Appo's exceptional talent. Chapter 75. Finally, they have arrived after a brief interlude. The referee Su Feng ascended the stage with deliberate grace and proclaimed in a resounding voice, esteemed participants, the martial arts contest shall commence shortly. Please remain patient. Following today and Appo's contest among the final 4, 2 disciples will advance to the ultimate battle for supremacy. Unlike previous years, there will be no respite between the conclusion of the semifinals and the championship round. This alteration in rules aims to test the endurance and combat experience of the contestants, requiring them to vanquish their opponents while conserving sufficient spiritual energy for the ensuing battles. As Elder Su Feng elucidated the regulations, a murmur of excitement rippled through the audience. Some wore frowns, while others beamed with joy. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the distant figure of Qi Wuwei, whose face was adorned with a cold smirk. It was evident that he was up to his usual tricks. However, it seemed that Meng Tianzheng had consented to this new rule, perhaps having conferred with him prior to the decision. Ming Yue, her expression tinged with concern, regarded her beloved disciple, who stood among the final 4. On the surface, she appeared to hold no advantage. Even if she triumphed, it would likely be a narrow victory, insufficient to prepare her for the forthcoming championship clash. Damn it. Clenching her fists, Mingwei shot a disdainful glare at Qi Wuhui in the distance. Let the matches commence. Participants, please step forward. Yi Qiu retained his composure, turning to Lin Qingzhu with a subtle gesture. prompting her to ascend the stage. Go forth. Ming Yue similarly signaled to Lu Ruyan, while Qi Hao from the Cangjin Peak approached the stage with remarkable poise. Interesting. It appears they have come well prepared. Yi Qiu mused with a faint smile. Although he was uncertain of Qi Wuhui and Amp, Appo's machinations, Qi Hao and Amp, Appo's expression suggested unshakable confidence in victory. You remain remarkably calm, junior brother. Are you not the slightest bit concerned? Ming Wei inquired, her curiosity piqued at Yi Qiu and Amp, Appo's tranquility. Shrugging with a silent smile, Yi Qiu and Amp, Appo's demeanor impressed Ming Wei. His mindset was enviably steadfast in the face of uncertainty. On the stage, Lin Qizhu stood tall, poised with her sword, exuding an air of elegance. Opposite her, Gu Bai smiled and remarked, Junior sister Lin, I hope to receive your guidance in this match. Do not let your elder brother appear too foolish. Lin Qingzhu acknowledged him with a nod, dismissing his pleasantries without further comment, seemingly affirming his words. Gu Bai felt a pang of discomfort. He had merely spoken out of humility, yet Lin Qizhu and Amp, Appo's demeanor suggested his defeat was inevitable. This junior sister lives up to her reputed icy disposition, he thought. Shaking his head as Lu Ruyan and Qi Hao took their places on the other stage. Su Feng and Amp, Appo's voice rang out, begin. In an instant, both arenas erupted into combat. Qi Hao struck first, opting not to draw his sword, instead delivering a palm strike toward Lu Ruyan. Meanwhile, Gu Bai unsheathed his sword, unleashing a blade technique aimed at Lin Qingzhu. Be careful, junior sister, he cautioned. Lin Qingzhu offered no reply, deftly maneuvering her sword to counter his assault with ease, effortlessly neutralizing his strike. Interesting. Below the stage, Meng Tianzheng observed Yi Qiu with surprise, acutely aware of his disciple and Appo's capabilities. He found it astonishing that such a powerful attack had failed to compel Lin Qingzhu to unleash her full potential. At that moment, Lin Qizhu appeared to glide gracefully through Gu Bai's aggressive onslaught, her movements fluid and captivating, akin to a dance that mesmerized the onlookers. Zhao Wan'er, who had trained daily with Lin Qizhu for the past month, smiled knowingly. She understood the formidable sword techniques Lin Qizhu possessed. This level of aggression was insufficient to provoke her full strength. As Gu Bai struggled to land a blow, frustration welled within him. He prided himself on being a genius, second only to Lu Qingfeng in the Butian sect, dismissing Qi Hao as a mere rival. Yet now, he found himself unable to contend with Lin Qingzhu. Anger surged within him, and he resolved to abandon restraint. With a flourish, Gu Bai unleashed a powerful attack, channeling his energy into a yin-yang talisman that surged with might. The audience gasped in astonishment as his power reached near the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Faced with this overwhelming force, Lin Qizhu had no choice but to respond, swiftly drawing her Zixia sword. As Gu Bai's furious strike came crashing down, Lin Qingzhu met his blade with her own, each combatant countering the other's formidable swordplay. Yet, the Zixia sword seemed to struggle against Gu Bai and Appo's might. Realizing the stakes, Lin Qizhu and Appo's resolve hardened, and she executed the sword of absolute dust, unleashing a devastating blow. The arena erupted in a blinding clash of sparks, the sound of their swords colliding resonating like thunder. Impressively, Gu Bai withstood her sword of absolute dust, leaving Lin Qizhu taken aback. Junior sister, did my strike earn your approval? He asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Not bad, Lin Qizhu replied curtly. However, before he could bask in his moment of triumph, a chilling aura enveloped the arena, and Gu Bai's smile faltered. The bone-deep cold pierced his very soul, unraveling his consciousness. Lin Qingzhu and Appo's eyes grew devoid of emotion as she unleashed the sword of absolute dust once more, launching a decisive assault. Though she had wished to conceal her true strength, she recognized the necessity of conserving her energy for the upcoming challenge against Qi Hao. In an instant, a blade like a crescent moon cleaved through the air, the terrifying momentum bearing down on Gu Bai. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the audience, and Meng Tianzheng gripped the armrests of his chair in trepidation. The chilling power emanating from Lin Qingzhu was unmistakable, reminiscent of a formidable secret art. Qi Wuhui and Appo's eyes glinted with malice as he scrutinized Lin Qingzhu from above. Realizing she harbored a hidden ace, it seems you were concealing your true capabilities. Fortunately, I was prepared, he thought, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As Lin Qizhu and Appo's sword descended, Gu Bai and Appo's face turned pale, his hand trembling around the hilt of his sword. The fear that gripped him stemmed from the depths of his soul. Even at the brink of defeat, he could not abandon the fight, pouring forth all his strength in a desperate attempt to block her strike. Yet, the sheer force of her blow was insurmountable. Gu Bai was swept from the arena, unable to resist. I have lost. Rising from the ground, Gu Baiyi wore an expression of despair, grappling with the bewilderment of having been bested by a newcomer who had only recently joined the ranks of disciples. Was the Zixia peak truly that extraordinary? His confusion mirrored the astonishment of the spectators. On the stage, Lin Qizhu descended gracefully, her movements precise and unencumbered. Without a moment's delay, she sheathed her Zixia sword and stood resolutely, awaiting the next battle. She had trained relentlessly for 3 months, sacrificing sleep and leisure for this very moment. The humiliation endured by her and her master at the hands of Qi Wuhui would be repaid in full today. Chapter 76, Deceptive Tactics After Several Rounds. Lu Ruyin on the stage gradually began to feel the strain. Despite her utmost efforts against Qi Hao, she could not compel him to unleash his ultimate move. Mingyu watched anxiously, realizing that the outcome was already determined. Sighing silently, she felt dejected as Lu Ruyin ultimately fell short of entering the top 4. Although she could not advance further, she was nonetheless satisfied with her current achievement. At the very least, Tian Shui Peak had escaped from the second-to-last position, justifying the days spent on precious resources. Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you. After her defeat, Lu Ruyin approached Mingyu, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with regret as she recalled her master's painstaking guidance over the past month, feeling a deep sense of inadequacy for not securing a better ranking. Mingyu gently wiped the tears from her eyes and comforted her. Silly girl, why cry? Just reaching this stage is a source of pride for me. With Lu Ruyin and Appo's defeat, the exhilarating championship battle was about to commence. Yu Qiu also appeared fully alert. On the final stage, Lin Qingzhu stood tall like a gleaming sword, exuding an icy demeanor. Qi Hao gazed coldly at her, recalling the humiliation he and his father had endured during this period, igniting a fierce anger within. The burning fighting spirit radiated from the stage, palpable to all present as they felt the tension between the two formidable opponents. The grand performance was set to unfold. Who would ultimately claim victory? The long-standing rivalry between Zixia Peak and Songjin Peak was about to be reignited after many years. The atmosphere at the venue reached a fever pitch, with everyone fixated on the two figures on the stage. Are you ready? Su Feng asked gravely, observing the two. Lin Qingzhu nodded, while Qi Hao declared, "We can begin." Moments ago, Lin Qingzhu had swiftly defeated Gu Baiyi with minimal energy expenditure, whereas Qi Hao seemed to have expended slightly more in overcoming Lu Ruyin. Curiously, he appeared unfazed, almost exuding an air of assured victory. I hereby announce that the championship battle of the Seven Veins Martial Arts Association has officially commenced, Su Feng proclaimed loudly before swiftly exiting the stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qi Hao leisurely retrieved a pill from his robe and consumed it. Is that a recovery pill? The crowd gasped, realizing that Qi Hao had just ingested a potion meant to restore his spiritual energy. Isn't this cheating? We agreed on a fair contest. The venue erupted into murmurs of dissent, with some voices rising in protest. Seeing this, Qi Wuhui slowly stood, surveying the surroundings. His long-standing authority quelled the crowd into silence. Su Feng felt compelled to intervene, stating, "The rules of the martial arts contest do not prohibit the consumption of recovery pills." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to realize that such an allowance had indeed not been stipulated. How shameless, they murmured, expressing disdain for Qi Wuhui's underhanded tactics. With the recovery pill, Qi Hao's earlier exhaustion was swiftly restored, and he began to display a confident smile, taunting Lin Qingzhu. "You think you can challenge us? You are still too inexperienced." He continued, "The humiliation you and your master inflicted upon Songjin Peak will be repaid in full today. Prepare to face my wrath." In response to Qi Hao's provocation, Lin Qingzhu remained impassive, retorting coolly, "You talk too much." Even witnessing Qi Hao consume the recovery pill did not surprise her. She understood that Songjin Peak would do anything to win, thus finding no cause for astonishment. However, to think that a single pill could secure victory over her was to underestimate her capabilities. "Come at me." Without hesitation, Lin Qingzhu grasped her sword, the purple light of the Zixia sword swirling around its blade, intensifying the chilling atmosphere. Qi Hao felt a tinge of apprehension from that cold energy. Yet he was not without countermeasures. "You have quite the bravado for a young girl," he shouted angrily, suddenly brandishing a sword that radiated a brilliance equal to that of the Zixia sword. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they turned to Qi Wuhui. The Songfeng sword. It was indeed the heirloom sword of Songjin Peak. The stakes had risen. The duel was not just a contest of skill, but a clash between the next successors of both peaks. As the Songfeng sword was drawn, Qi Hao made the first move, sweeping his blade horizontally. The strike appeared soft and unassuming, yet it concealed layers of lethal intent. Lin Qingzhu furrowed her brow, feeling pressure for the first time, albeit just a hint. The Xia sword swiftly pivoted, and she leaped gracefully, delivering a decisive strike with a force that resonated with enduring vigor. Both combatants practiced sword techniques of equal lineage, their skills matched. The outcome was too close to call. Bravo Hao and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Keep it up and defeat her. Chi Wu Hui thought gleefully, though he maintained a composed exterior. He had learned to be cautious. Refraining from boasting before the victor was determined to avoid embarrassment. Is that all you can do? Lin Qing, Zhu replied coldly, her seriousness now apparent as she countered Chi Hao's blade. Though his swordplay was skillful and his strength commendable, if that was all he had, then the path of Zhangjian Peak would end here. With that, she unleashed the Xia sword in a flash, forming a precise sword technique that surged forward. This was a test, and it was clear that Chi Hao had fallen into her trap. To resort to your ultimate move so soon? You are not as formidable as you claim. Drawing the Zhangjian from behind him, Chi Hao sneered as he swiftly countered, unleashing a wave of sword energy that clashed with Lin Qingzhu and Oppos' strike. The two energies collided, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the arena. Ming Tianzhong raised his hand to stabilize the foundation of the stage, casting a protective barrier over it. The absolute dust slash had been neutralized. Mingyu felt a rush of anxiety. Thus far, this was Lin Qingzhu and Amp, Oppos' strongest technique. To her dismay, Chi Hao had effortlessly countered it, leading her to ponder whether Xia Peak was indeed doomed to defeat. Glancing at Yuqiu, she noticed his calm demeanor. Did he not harbor any concerns? Perhaps he still had a hidden card to play, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had everything under control. Chapter 77. The Forbidden Technique? Huh. It seems to be just that. Haha. Junior brother Yi. It appears that the ultimate skills of Xia Peak are not as formidable as one might believe. At this moment, Chi Wu Hui could no longer maintain his composure. It was time to stop pretending. The opponent had already unleashed their ultimate move, and yet not a single hair on his son had been harmed. The outcome was abundantly clear, was it not? Yi Qiu cast a sidelong glance at him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seems, senior brother Chi, that you possess quite the confidence in the techniques of Zhangjian Peak. Haha, one must remain humble. The techniques of Zhangjian Peak have been refined by generations of masters. Unlike the gaudy display of Xia Peak, which emphasizes aesthetics, ours are simple and practical. Chi Wu Hui stroked his beard, speaking with an air of calm. Yi Qiu merely smiled, for he had just observed Chi Hao and Amp, Oppos' swordplay. Indeed, the techniques of Zhangjian were subtle, with lethal intent concealed within seemingly straightforward moves. While their aesthetic appeal might be lacking, their practicality was undeniable. Chi Wu Hui's words indirectly suggested that the sword techniques of Xia Peak were merely for show, while true lethality resided with Zhangjian Peak. Yi Qiu refrained from retorting, only offering a smile. Then let us await the outcome with anticipation. Chi Wu Hui's expression hardened, inwardly cursing. How audacious to continue the pretense at such a moment. He awaited the conclusion with keen interest. On the arena, the air crackled with sword energy. Chi Hao successfully blocked a sweeping strike, emerging unscathed. His confidence surged as he taunted. Is this all you have? Junior sister, if this is your only skill, I recommend you surrender sooner rather than later. Losing to me would not be shameful. Lin Qizhu remained silent, meticulously studying Chi Hao and Amp, Oppos' sword techniques, a faint smile curling her lips. Intriguing, the concealed edge, perhaps? Yet, would he be able to withstand another strike? With a cold laugh, she drew her sword once more, activating the 9 nether frost art. In an instant, snowflakes began to fall upon the arena, the air thickening as the temperature plummeted. A wave of biting cold enveloped Chi Hao, who paled at the sudden chill. Heavenly level secret technique. At that moment, everyone present realized that the chilling aura Lin Qizhu had previously displayed when defeating Gu Baiyi was not derived from her divine bone, but rather an exclusive secret technique. The most alarming revelation was that it was indeed a heavenly level secret technique. As the 9 nether frost art unfolded, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch once more. Wait, look, her cultivation level has reached the 9th stage of the heavenly aspect. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. How is this possible? Did she not just enter the sect 3 months ago? Shock reverberated among the onlookers. Even Ming Tianzhong and Tiantong Daoist cast astonished glances. He Lu Shuang, too, was taken aback. After years of arduous training, he had only recently achieved the 9th stage of the heavenly aspect. How could Lin Qizhu have reached his years of cultivation in merely 3 months? Such speed seemed unattainable, even with abundant resources. Little did they know the extent of Yi Qiu's imparted power to Lin Qizhu. Chi Wu Hui's expression soured momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Sneering, do you think you are the only one with hidden cards? How laughable. On the arena, Chi Hao's cold smile morphed as a crimson light began to emanate from him. Gradually, his aura surged as he burned his blood essence to forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 9th stage of the heavenly aspect. No, he had approached the realm of infinity, reaching a pseudo-infinity state. Clap. Mingyue slammed her hand down on the armrest, exclaiming in anger, "The blood-drinking technique. Is this not a forbidden technique?" Qi Wuhui was truly resorting to unscrupulous means to win. With the blood-drinking technique, Qi Hao had surpassed Lin Qizhu in terms of cultivation, though he had yet to comprehend the laws and could not breach the realm of distance. His current power was more than sufficient to contend with a practitioner at the 9th stage of the heavenly aspect. Forbidden technique? Yiqiu paused, suddenly recalling that within the sect of Butian, there existed indeed a forbidden technique akin to what Qi Hao was employing. By burning one's blood essence, one could forcefully enhance their strength. This method was deemed extreme and potentially harmful to one and Oppos, as foundation, leading the 7 masters to reach a consensus against allowing disciples to practice such techniques to prevent damage to their future cultivation. In reality, this taboo was merely verbal. No formal prohibition had been established. Observing Ming Tianzhong and Oppos' expression, it seemed he tacitly approved of this behavior. After all, it was his own son. Even if he were to be ruined, it was of no concern to him. How intriguing. A forbidden technique. It appears to be merely that. If it were any other realm, perhaps it would suffice. However, it was most regrettable to be caught in this awkward space between the heavenly aspect and infinity. Without laws, without domains, the so-called transformation was merely a shift in power. The blood-drinking technique would not aid one in grasping the laws. What do you mean by merely that? I cannot discern whether you possess genuine confidence or are simply feigning it. Mingwei was growing anxious, while the individual at the center of it all remained unfazed, prompting her to express her frustration. Yi Qiu smiled silently, continuing to observe the duel. On the arena, Lin Qingzhu had sensed Qi Hao and Oppos' transformation. Originally prepared to execute the sweeping strike, she abruptly ceased her sword movements. Was he implying to settle this with a single strike? A slight smile graced her lips as she felt that just before the contest, Yi Qiu and Oppos' maneuver had opened her eyes to a new realm. Had her master anticipated this strategy all along, thus teaching her the Shura slash? Lin Qingzhu murmured, casting an enamored glance at the white figure below, secretly elated. Without further hesitation, she scoffed, "Regardless of your forbidden techniques, prepare to receive my strike." With a cold huff, she reversed her Zixia sword, drawing it behind her. In an instant, an even more ferocious blood essence erupted, merging with the bone-chilling cold, piercing through the very soul. At that moment, it seemed as though a monstrous maw appeared in the sky, akin to a Shura emerging from the depths of the 9 nether. The arena fell into a profound silence. Lu Shuang and Oppos' expression turned tense, his fist clenched as he focused on the white silhouette in midair, his heart racing. What sword technique was this? Ming Tianzhong, Tiantong Daoist, Qi Wuhui, and others all rose in unison. They felt the roar of the Shura from the 9 nether, and in that instant, the barrier surrounding the arena showed signs of fracturing. Shura slash. With a fierce shout, Lin Qingzhu swiftly drew her sword, unleashing the spectral Shura, which opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Qi Hao. His face drained of color, paralyzed by fear, he found himself engulfed in an overwhelming dread. When had he ever encountered such a malevolent sword technique? Compared to her, his blood-drinking technique seemed utterly insignificant. Chapter 78, Double Happiness. The immortal revitalizing pill confronted by the fearsome Azura emerging from the depths of the netherworld. Qi Hao found himself utterly at a loss. However, do not force yourself. Quickly concede. Below the arena, Qi Wuhui called out weakly. Even with meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that Lin Qizhu possessed such a breathtaking sword technique. Am I truly destined to lose? No. How could I possibly surrender so easily? Ignoring his father's words, Qi Hao, pallid and resolute, gazed defiantly at the Azura, choosing instead to fight with all his might. Once more concealing his sword, Qi Hao launched a frontal assault on the Azura, akin to a youthful dragon slayer. Unafraid of death. Boom. The arena reverberated with a deafening sound as the barrier shattered, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword intent. The disciples present were thrown into a panic, but fortunately, Ming Tianzhang acted swiftly to counter the raging sword energy. As the dust settled, Qi Wuhui leapt onto the arena, gently catching the gravely injured Qi Hao, administering a healing pill to him. After a long while, Qi Hao gradually regained consciousness. Meeting his father's concerned gaze, he lamented, "Father, I am sorry, I have lost." Seeing his son in such a dire state, Qi Wuhui felt a pang in his heart, momentarily at a loss for words. How and Oppos, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. A loss is merely a loss. I witnessed your valiant effort. He consoled at that moment. His pride and dignity held no significance. As long as his son was unharmed, he would relinquish everything. His quarrel with Yuchio was merely an inheritance of grievances between their two lineages, entirely separate from the younger generation. He regretted involving them. He had intended for this martial gathering to resolve years of conflict between their clans, never imagining it would nearly cost his son and Appo's life. Chi Wuhui regarded Yuchio below the arena, his expression fraught with complexity, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, like a flash, a white figure appeared on the arena. Yuchio glanced at him, contemplating. An idea, far more amusing than mere mockery, struck him. Momentarily dazed, he produced a healing pill, flicking it into Chi Wuhui and Appo's hand. Speaking in a calm tone, "Senior brother, this is the unique great revitalizing pill of Zixia Peak. Let your nephew consume it." Chi Wuhui and Appo's expression grew intricate. He had anticipated Yuchio would seize the opportunity to deride him, yet here Yuchio was, offering him a healing pill instead. "Our grievances should be resolved between us. It bears no relevance to the younger generation. Should you find it difficult to let go, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am always available." With that, Yuchio turned to check on Lin Qingzhu's condition. Watching the white figure depart, Chi Wuhui felt a wave of despondency wash over him, just based on Yuchio's magnanimity. He had already lost, utterly and completely. 10 years. He had endured for a decade, ignoring the humiliations of the past, only to choose to retreat at a moment when he should have been reveling in triumph. Haha. Chi Wuhui laughed heartily, realizing today how foolish he had been. He had treated the feud between their lineages as a knot within his heart, which had ultimately led him into a mental abyss. Yet now, he understood that the other protagonist of this drama had never taken it seriously. This realization struck deeper than any humiliation could. With a self-deprecating laugh, he found solace. "However, come, consume this pill. Stabilize your cultivation to prevent damage to your foundation." Letting go of his burdens, Chi Wuhui took the great revitalizing pill from Yuchio and administered it to Chi Hao. After consuming the pill, Chi Hao sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state to secure his foundation. On the other side, Lin Qingzhu descended from the heavens, her complexion pale, stumbling into Yuchio and Appo's embrace. She had practiced the Azura slash for too brief a time, and her lack of proficiency in this heavenly secret technique nearly drained her of all spiritual power. Feeling the soft form in his arms, Yuchio felt a surge of affection as he gently assisted her, offering her a great revitalizing pill. "Consume this and immediately meditate. Do not dwell on anything else." Lin Qingzhu looked at Yuchio, nodded, accepted the pill, swallowed it, and entered a meditative state. This confrontation had been perilous, nearly resulting in loss of life. However, overall, the outcome could be deemed satisfactory. Both sides sustained minor injuries, but none were fatal. After a moment, Meng Tianzhong ascended to the arena, surveying the state of the disciples from both lineages, nodding at Su Feng. Su Feng stepped forward and declared, "I hereby announce that Zixia Peak emerges victorious in this martial gathering." Upon hearing the final judgment, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Oh ho, Zixia Peak is formidable." Among the throng, Xiaoyi unabashedly shouted, his expression brimming with pride. From once being at the bottom, Zixia Peak had now risen to the top. How much humiliation had they endured in the past, only to reclaim it all today through Lin Qingzhu and Appo's singular prowess. Haha, incredible. Sister Qingzhu is amazing. Zixia Peak is amazing. Who dares to challenge us now? Xiao Yi exclaimed, his face alight with triumph, leaving the other disciples from different peaks bewildered. Are you also a disciple of Zixia Peak?" One of them inquired. Xiao Yi's face darkened, retorting, "What business is it of yours? Just say whether it's impressive or not." Humph. On the arena, Meng Tianzhong wore a smile of satisfaction as he addressed Yuchio. "Haha, junior brother, congratulations on your well-deserved victory. Just fortunate." Yuchio replied with a slight smile. Meng Tianzhong casually handed him the reward for the martial gathering, a storage jade pendant. Yuchio accepted it, examining its contents. Indeed, it contained insights and various treasures, including pills. One could not help but admire Meng Tianzhong and Appo's generosity, as he had intended these rewards for Gu Bai to claim personally. Unexpectedly, they had been acquired by Lin Qingzhu. Though it was a pity, he would not go back on his word. Yuchio graciously accepted the rewards. Beep. You have gifted your disciple 2 great revitalizing pills, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Familiar with this voice, Yuchio showed no surprise, having become accustomed to such occurrences. Activate. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining 10 immortal revitalizing pills. Why 10? Yuchio was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly inquiring. To the host, This gifting action triggered twice, with one instance activating a special reward mechanism, hence the quantity explosion, resulting in additional rewards. Such a mechanism exists? Yi Qiu chuckled, realizing that simultaneous gifting could trigger special rewards. This was a significant windfall. Not only could it win hearts, but he also profited from a return reward. Note: the Immortal Revitalizing Pill is known to be the highest grade in this series, possessing extraordinary restorative effects, capable of miraculous revival. As long as the body remains intact and the soul is not dissipated, all can be revitalized. The specific effects can be personally tested by the host. Hiss. Wow, is this the legendary double happiness? Upon uttering those words, even Yi Qiu, usually composed, could not maintain his calm. The Immortal Revitalizing Pill, capable of revival, meant that with these 10 pills, he effectively possessed 10 lives. This was indeed remarkable. With 10 pills in hand, he could indulge freely henceforth. Chapter 79. The conclusion of the martial gathering in summary. This year's martial gathering was a resounding success for Yi Qiu, who reaped abundant rewards. Whether others were joyous or not, he remained blissfully content, with his spirits lifted. Even Qi Wuhui, whom he had always found disagreeable, now seemed particularly amiable. After all, these were celestial-grade items. Yi Qiu had tasted the joy of celestial elixirs once, and now he had received 10 more, tenfold the delight. Ahem. Internally elated yet outwardly composed, he concealed his joy within. Mingwei approached slowly and remarked, "Junior brother, congratulations. You have shed the title of perennial last place and emerged victorious." An indescribable envy surfaced. From this point forward, who would dare underestimate Zixia Peak within the Buxian sect? Just moments ago, Lin Qingzhu's sword had already established Zixia Peak's reputation. Among the 7 factions, no existence could rival the terror of that single strike. Fortune favored him, indeed. Yi Qiu smiled modestly, responding with humility, refraining from excessive pride or ostentation. Yet, to the onlookers, his demeanor exuded an effortless confidence, as if the championship had been his destiny all along. Meng Tianzhong, with a slight smile, addressed everyone, proclaiming, "Esteemed disciples, this year's martial gathering has successfully concluded. Those who did not achieve favorable results should not lose heart. Upon returning, practice diligently and strive for better outcomes in the next gathering." Adhering to the teachings of the sect master, the crowd echoed in agreement. As the gathering drew to a close, Yi Qiu made his way to Lin Qizhu, who was gradually regaining her composure. "Master." Her eyes shimmered like crescent moons. After months of suppressed grievances, Lin Qingzhu had finally proven herself on this day. Relishing the admiration of her peers, she felt no pride. She was acutely aware that her current achievements were bestowed upon her by the man she respected most. "Well done, my dear. I am proud of you," Yi Qiu said gently, stroking her hair. Lin Qingzhu and Appo's heart swelled with joy, receiving her master and Appo's acknowledgement was more rewarding than any prize. At that moment, a solitary figure approached from behind Yi Qiu, Qi Wuhui. His gaze was complex as he observed the master-disciple duo, feeling a profound sense of conflict within. After a moment and Appo's pause, he spoke, "Junior brother, congratulations on your victory." He then produced a top-tier treasure, the flying flower needle, and handed it to Yi Qiu, saying, "I accept my defeat. This treasure belongs to you now." Leaving the treasure behind, Qi Wuhui turned and departed. Yi Qiu smiled as he examined the flying flower needle, weighing it in his hands before handing it to Lin Qizhu. "Disciple, this item was won by you. It rightfully belongs to you." Lin Qingzhu, taken aback, replied, "Master, I already possess the Zixia sword. What use do I have for this? You should keep it. Or perhaps give it to Wan'er." Yi Qiu chuckled. "One can never have too many skills. Who in the world would complain of having too many treasures? Keep it. It may prove useful one day. As for Wan'er, she requires no weapons. The red lotus karma fire is her mightiest weapon." Lin Qingzhu nodded, no longer resisting, and accepted the flying flower needle. Although it was of little use to her, she would never refuse anything her master asked of her. Observing this exchange, the gathered disciples below cast envious glances. Truth be told, I feel a pang of jealousy. Are the disciples of Zixia Peak treated this well? Even supreme treasures are given away so freely. When will I encounter such a benevolent master? They lamented, their hearts filled with envy, regretting that they were not disciples of Zixia Peak. Some were even not counted among the 7 factions, merely ordinary servant disciples. Among the crowd, Li Keisai gazed at the captivating figure on the stage, his heart a tumult of emotions. This honor, which should have belonged to him, the adoration of many, now belonged to another. This individual was none other than the disciple who had once entered the sect alongside him, the one whom everyone had scorned. He could not fathom where he had faltered. Endowed with prodigious talent and divine potential, His gifts had brought him little honor, transforming into his greatest shame, though they entered the sect together. His starting point had far surpassed Lin Qingzhu's. Yet now, she had ascended to a height he could only gaze up at. Perhaps this was fate. Not only he, but Suya from the Tianshui Peak team wore a dejected expression as well. She too longed to stand atop the platform like Lin Qingzhu, basking in the admiration of her fellow disciples, sharing similar experiences yet destined for entirely different fates. From this moment forth, she and Lin Qingzhu were likely inhabitants of separate worlds. One was a celebrated prodigy, while the other remained in obscurity, destined to never shine. Friend, congratulations. Haha. Daoist Tiantong approached with polite formality, continuing, today, I have had the fortune to witness such an awe-inspiring sword strike. This trip to the Bushian sect has not been in vain. Your esteemed disciple resembles a divine bird soaring in the heavens. In time, he will surely spread his wings and achieve boundless success. Yichio smiled without responding, choosing silence. Now that matters here are concluded, I shall prepare to return to my mountain. Should the opportunity arise, do visit me at Tianqi. I will be sure to welcome you as an esteemed guest. Daoist Tiantong sought to cultivate goodwill, harboring a profound respect for Yichio, such a young yet formidable figure, rivaling even his own strength. It would be foolish not to forge an alliance. In these turbulent times, with the complexities of sect dynamics, having a powerful ally was undoubtedly beneficial. Indeed, Daoist Tiantong, I would not dare refuse your invitation. When I have the chance, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Haha, splendid. I shall await your arrival at my mountain. Daoist Tiantong chuckled, turning to leave with He Wushuang. As they departed, He Wushuang lingered momentarily, still captivated by Lin Qingzhu and Appo's extraordinary sword strike. Feeling envious of her fortune in having Yichio as her master and learning such unparalleled sword techniques. After they left, Yichio turned to Lin Qingzhu and said, let us go. She nodded and followed him away from the arena. Hey, Qingzhu sister, your performance was dazzling. You truly outshone us all. I've decided. From this day forth, aside from the elders, you shall be my other idol. I'll stick with you. Remember to look out for me. At that moment, he was brimming with pride, his expression reminiscent of someone who had achieved victory themselves. Yichio shot him a disapproving glance, stating, lack of ambition. A man should stand tall and firm. How do you expect to take over the Shao family like this? Your father sent you up the mountain for you to be someone's lackey? Shaoyi awkwardly scratched his head, fully aware that his father had brought him to the mountain not only to connect with Yichio and ease previous grievances but also to broaden his horizons, to witness how many were more accomplished than him and to rectify his shortcomings. He had watched the entirety of the 7 factions and Appo's martial gathering, noting countless individuals stronger than himself. Gradually, he began to comprehend that he had merely been a frog in a well, foolishly arrogant, believing that the Shao family's power could afford him unchecked freedom. Senior, I understand now. From this day forth, I shall practice diligently to amend my deficiencies and not disappoint my father or your teachings. Shao Yi said earnestly, resolved to follow through on his commitment, no matter the hardship or toil. Chapter 80. The Rains of Pear Blossoms and the Innate Ultimate Fruit. Upon hearing his words, Yichio felt a wave of relief wash over him. From the very beginning, he had surmised Xiao Zhan's intentions. It was merely to leverage his own authority to compel Xiao Yi to amend his previous reckless demeanor and, under such pressure, encourage him to diligently cultivate. However, this was only a fragment of the truth. On a deeper level, it likely involved a desire for Yichio to accept him as a disciple, allowing him to join the ranks of Zixia Peak. Such occurrences were commonplace among the 7 veins, where many offspring of prominent secular families sought to establish favorable ties by apprenticing themselves to the leaders of various veins. Yichio harbored similar intentions but sensed that the timing was not yet ripe, which is why he had refrained from accepting any disciples. But what constitutes the right moment for taking on a disciple? Yichio could not articulate it. Perhaps it was a matter of emotional intricacy. In the past, when he had no disciples, he had overlooked many aspects, and now that he had a disciple, he felt his expectations would inevitably be more stringent. It was paramount to assess the character and disposition of a potential disciple, determining whether they were worthy of his guidance. Yichio excelled at winning hearts through benevolence, ideally hoping for an instant that would secure complete loyalty. All right, let us return, Yichio remarked nonchalantly as he departed the training ground, making his way back to Zixia Peak. With the martial gathering concluded, he faced numerous impending matters, such as the enigmatic rift deep within the uninhabited zone or the ancient imperial tomb concealed in its depths, as well as the old tortoise that Shaoyi had previously mentioned. After some contemplation, Yichio resolved to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Upon returning to Zixia Peak, the atmosphere shifted from lively to tranquil. The repaired dojo atop the northern mountain was nearing completion. Upon his return, Shaoyi headed northward to oversee the final touches. while Zhao Wan, exhausted, quickly found an excuse to retreat and rest. She likely sensed the disparity between herself and Lin Qizhu, eager to absorb the precious bone and catch up with her peer. In the dojo, Yi Qiu organized the rewards garnered from the martial gathering, retrieving the epiphany fruit from his storage jade. With a gentle smile, he looked upon Lin Qizhu and said, "Disciple, your cultivation has now reached the 9th level of heavenly appearance. This epiphany fruit will aid you in comprehending the laws and breaking through the barriers." Weighing the fruit in his hand, Yi Qiu tossed it to Lin Qizhu, continuing, "You have rendered great service to Zixia Peak during this martial gathering, and thus, this fruit rightfully belongs to you." Lin Qingzhu and Amp, Appo's expression was one of astonishment as she stared at the epiphany fruit, rendered speechless. How could Yi Qiu bestow upon her such a treasure? Her relentless efforts had stemmed from witnessing his interest in the fruit, driving her to strive tirelessly to reclaim it. Now, why did the master not want it and instead offer it to her? Though she found herself stuck at the 9th level of heavenly appearance, she believed that given a little more time, she would absolutely break through the barriers. Yet, her master, in a bid to expedite her advancement, willingly resisted the allure of the epiphany fruit, gifting it to her instead. Feeling touched, Lin Qingzhu wrestled with her emotions for a long time before making her first decision that contradicted her master and Appo's wishes. "Master, I cannot accept this epiphany fruit. You have already been exceedingly kind to me. The victory in this martial gathering is the only way I can repay you. Furthermore, this fruit would greatly benefit your cultivation. How could I allow you to part with it?" Shaking her head in a fluster, Lin Qingzhu firmly refused the fruit. Despite its immense potential to help her break through the barriers swiftly, she could not accept it, as it evidently served her master better. Yi Qiu gazed at her quietly, his heart swelling with relief. Ah, this disciple is not ungrateful. She understands the value of selflessness. Truly, she is a thoughtful and considerate little one. However, if she refuses, how can I continue to reap the rewards? That's simply one and Appo's do. With a feigned sternness, Yi Qiu declared, "Accept it. When I say to take it, you should take it. Are you disregarding your master and Appo's words?" Lin Qingzhu and Appo's expression turned to one of bewilderment. She had never witnessed Yi Qiu and Appo's sternness before. Yet, he softened his demeanor, speaking gently, "Although this epiphany fruit is a rare spiritual herb, it holds little value for me. Disciple, I have always been confident in you, hoping that one day you will elevate Zixia Peak to prominence and renown. You must not disappoint me." His heartfelt declarations brought tears to Lin Qizhu and Appo's eyes. Reminiscent of pear blossoms in the rain, her master remained the same, treating her as his own, showering her with affection. Yet, she truly did not wish to burden him with any further expenses on her behalf. Since her initiation, the kindness she had received was already overwhelming, enough to draw envy from others. However, gazing into Yi Qiu's resolute eyes, she understood, if she did not accept the epiphany fruit today, her master would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. That sorrow would stem from her unfeeling rejection, leaving her to question her own abilities and feeling guilty for not being able to bring anything to her master. That gaze pierced through her, causing Lin Qingzhu to tremble. Biting her lip, her eyes brimming with emotion, she finally relented. "Very well, master, I shall accept it." Seeing her finally acquiesce to the epiphany fruit, Yi Qiu let out a sigh of relief. Ah, this endeavor is becoming increasingly challenging. I must hone my acting skills further. Fortunately, I had spent years in minor roles, learning the art of performance. After a brief pause, Yi Qiu continued, "You may return to rest now. Use this time to enter seclusion and strive for an early breakthrough." Lin Qingzhu nodded, reluctantly departing the dojo and returning to her quarters. Once she had left, a sly smile gradually crept across Yi Qiu's previously impassive face. "System. Ding, you have gifted your disciple the supreme treasure, the flying flower needle, triggering a critical return. Ding, you have gifted your disciple the supreme spiritual fruit, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate?" Finally, it has arrived. Yi Qiu had been awaiting this moment since the first day of the martial gathering. Open it. Congratulations. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical reward and obtained the innate spiritual treasure, the Rains of Pear Blossom's Needle. Congratulations. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical reward and obtained an innate ultimate fruit. Wow. Excellent. This haul has been worthwhile. Hearing the rewards, Yi Qiu could not help but smile, feeling that his earlier heartfelt performance had not been in vain. The innate spiritual treasure is born from the essence of heaven and earth, belonging to a class of treasures beyond the immortal grade, and its might is not inferior to that of celestial artifacts. Upon reading the description of the Rains of Pear Blossom's Needle, Yi Qiu and Appo's heart raced with excitement. Following the celestial sword Yu Xiao, he had acquired another innate spiritual treasure of equal might. As for the innate ultimate fruit, it too was born from the essence of heaven and earth, rivaling celestial fruits. The only drawback was that it lacked the celestial aura found in those fruits. Nonetheless, this innate essence was remarkably pure, perfectly suited to assist him in breaking through the shackles and reaching the legendary peak of supremacy. Chapter 81. The Devouring Sky Sparrow. It can be stated that with this item in his possession, Ichio merely needs to enter seclusion for a period, and he will undoubtedly break through to the supreme realm, successfully forging a supreme body. Once he attains the supreme body, no matter how grievous his injuries, be it shattered limbs, he can restore himself. This represents a watershed moment between the mortal physique and the supreme body. However, Ichio has no intention of breaking through at this moment, as he vaguely senses that significant changes are imminent within the next few days. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. Ah, this is indeed a delightful treasure, yet it remains of no immediate use. I shall keep it for now. After retrieving the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles from the system space and weighing them in his palm, Ichio stored them within the Jade of Preservation. There are a total of 12 needles, not mere hidden weapons of the Tang sect, devoid of poison, but rather genuine innate spiritual treasures. They are born from the essence of heaven and earth, possessing absolute lethality. Once activated, they can disregard any barrier of vital energy or physical defenses, penetrating the target and Appos' body. Once inside, they can detonate from within, shattering all defenses of the opponent. This item is particularly suited for combating those barbaric cultivators who hone their physical forms in certain formidable beasts with robust defenses. The specific effects, however, must be personally tested. In the ensuing days, Zixia Peak returned to its former tranquility. Lin Qizhu retreated to Zixia Cave for seclusion, while Zhao Wan and Appos remained hidden in her chamber, diligently cultivating, rendering everything exceptionally serene. On this day, Yichio departed from Zixia Peak, heading towards the I Ching Palace to convene the meeting of the Seven Veins and Appos leaders. In the Grand Hall, Ming Tianzhong wore a grave expression, staring intently at a letter in his hand, lost in contemplation. Master brother, what on earth has transpired to summon us so hastily? Qi Wuhui inquired, his face etched with confusion. Since that day, he had transformed, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he once possessed, but instead adopting a demeanor of humility and restraint. This abrupt change astonished the other leaders, all of whom understood that this transformation stemmed from one person, Yichio. Yet, Yichio himself appeared remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired, silently seated without uttering a word. Meng Tianjing surveyed the assembly and spoke earnestly. This morning, news arrived from the foot of the mountain, stating that, during the early hours yesterday, several ancient beasts suddenly emerged. They seemed to be vying for a certain mountain treasure, causing chaos and turmoil across the wilderness, leaving the populace in despair. The conflict has spread to the outskirts of Guangling City, and every village scattered throughout the vast wilderness has suffered devastation, with only a few fortunate enough to retreat in time. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Cursed be these beasts. What kind of ancient creature dares to slaughter our human kin? Mingwei clenched her fists, her gaze fierce with anger. Beyond their rage, curiosity piqued. What mountain treasure could possibly attract the attention of such colossal beasts? Ming Tianzhong shook his head, simply stating, it is said that someone witnessed a divine bird soaring amidst a sea of flames. It is enormous and exceptionally swift, based on the description. It should be the Devouring Sky Sparrow. What? The mention of the Devouring Sky Sparrow plunged the assembly into silence once more. This beast is notorious for its ferocity, devouring all that crosses its path, with a reputation that precedes it. It has been known to consume thousands of lives in a single gulp, its cultivation level at least at the peak of the sect master, possibly even reaching the supreme level. In a bygone era, it was driven into the wasteland by the Xintian Taoist, not to be seen for a long time. Yet, unexpectedly, it has re-emerged. Hearing the name of the Devouring Sky Sparrow, Yichio felt a surge of interest. It seemed his master had mentioned this creature in the past. He recalled that although the sparrow's strength was formidable, it was merely at the peak of sect master level back then. Yet it was not to be underestimated compared to early-stage supremes. Moreover, it was remarkably swift and cunning. Should it sense an opponent too powerful, it would simply take flight, avoiding entanglement. In the past, even the Xintian Taoist could only manage to drive it away, not completely vanquish it. Master brother, what is the purpose of calling us together? Qi Wuhui began to grasp the situation, but still sought Meng Tianzhong and Appos' specific intentions. Meng Tianzhong paused, then stated, the turmoil below is likely already chaotic beyond measure. As cultivators, blessed by heaven and earth, we cannot stand idly by. In the past, Master Xintian bore the weight of our eastern wilderness survival, keeping the myriad tribes at bay. Now that Master Xiantian has passed, it falls upon us to shoulder this responsibility. Hearing this, the hearts of the assembly stirred, evoking memories of the great war against the myriad tribes, igniting a fervent passion. Although many among them had not participated in that battle, most had heard their elders recount the tales. Qi Wuhui laughed heartily, rising to his feet. We shall not shy away from this duty. We have no fear. What Master Xiantian could achieve, we too can accomplish. Well spoken. This marked Yang Wudi's first genuine endorsement of Qi Wuhui, as he boomed. What's just a devouring sky sparrow? Let us deal with it. Ming Yue smiled, adding, Master brother, give the command. At your behest, the entire sect will follow your lead. In that moment, Meng Tianjing truly felt the unity of the Butian sect. Before any crisis arose, they had been at odds, each fighting for dominance. Yet, when faced with external threats, they stood together as one. Indeed, this camaraderie is one of the reasons Butian sect has remained steadfast through the years. Maintaining its peak position, Meng Tianjing looked upon them with appreciation, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the corner where one younger disciple had remained silent. Yishidi, what are your thoughts? Yi Qiu was taken aback. This was the first time he heard Meng Tianjing actively seek his opinion, and he felt somewhat surprised. He had long been accustomed to being overlooked due to his earlier lack of strength. Now, his power had reached parity with Meng Tianjing, and he had even begun to surpass it. Gradually, he had secured a place in the hearts of the other leaders, who started to solicit his views. Well, this is a promising start, he mused. Even Qi Wuhui, following recent events, had begun to let go of his earlier sarcasm. In response to Meng Tianjing's inquiry, Yi Qiu simply smiled and replied, Master brother, you may decide. I have no objections. It seems that the devouring sky sparrow shares a certain affinity with our Zixia peak. Perhaps it is fate. Since it has appeared, I shall personally meet it to fulfill my master's unfulfilled wishes. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, the assembly felt a tremor of admiration. They all understood the immense power the devouring sky sparrow wielded. Yet, their youngest disciple did not seem so simple. Throughout all this, no one had truly witnessed his full strength, nor did they know where his limits lay. Even Meng Tianjing felt uncertain of his ability to defeat Yi Qiu. With his declaration, Yi Qiu effectively bolstered their morale. Haha, excellent. I awaited your words. Meng Tianjing laughed heartily, then continued, as per our usual practice. You shall each take action to track the whereabouts of the devouring sky sparrow. Remember, the sparrow is formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, do not recklessly advance. And signal at the first opportunity. The endeavor to eliminate the devouring sparrow is not solely ours. It also involves formidable warriors from various esteemed sections. Upon receiving the signal, they will hasten to join us. At that moment, united in our efforts, we shall suppress it, thereby increasing our chances of success. The assembled crowd responded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. Very well, you may return now to make your preparations. Chapter 82. The return to Guangling City. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Yi Qiu emerged from the Yuqing Palace with a rather enigmatic expression. Ming Wei, noticing his demeanor, inquired with curiosity, Junior brother, do you have something on your mind? Yi Qiu shook his head and replied, No, I am merely contemplating certain matters, though I find myself momentarily at a loss. He then shifted the conversation, asking, By the way, senior sister, when do you intend to descend the mountain? Ming Wei tilted her head thoughtfully and smiled, Perhaps tomorrow. There are a few matters I must attend to before I leave. What about you? Yi Qiu pondered briefly before stating, Immediately, is that so hasty? Time is of the essence. I have a premonition that significant events are about to unfold. Senior sister, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. With that, Yi Qiu hurriedly departed from the Yuqing Palace, leaving Ming Wei with a retreating silhouette. Significant events? Ming Wei was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Yi Qiu's meaning. After shaking her head in confusion, she decided to put the matter aside and turned to leave. At Zixia Peak, upon returning to the dojo, Yi Qiu summoned Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Yi. Lin Qizhu was still in seclusion, striving to break through to the Wujijing realm, and thus was absent. Master, why have you called us? Zhao Wan and Oppos, asked, puzzled. This morning, Yi Qiu had rushed to the Yuqing Palace for a meeting, and upon his return, he bore a solemn countenance, a sight she had never witnessed before. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qiu finally spoke. Wan'er, I intend to descend the mountain for a while. Your senior sister remains in seclusion, so for the next few days, I entrust all matters of Zixia Peak to you. Zhao Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she queried, What is the purpose of your descent, and when do you expect to return? Best not to inquire further. When the time is right, I shall return, Yi Qiu responded before slowly rising from his seat. He glanced at Xiao Yi and said, Come. This time I shall take you down the mountain for some leisure. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, a wave of unexpected joy washing over him. Did I hear correctly? You're taking me along for a little adventure? Really? Ah, this is splendid. He thought to himself, inwardly rejoicing. Finally, I get to show off. I haven't done so in nearly a month, and I've been itching for it. Concealing his delight, Xiao Yi followed closely behind Yi Qiu, whispering to Zhao Wanner, Sister Wanner, I'm off to flaunt my prowess down the mountain. Farewell, scrammed Zhao Wanner felt a surge of irritation at his smugness. Master is so biased. Why take him along and not me? What good is he? He cannot fight, cannot observe, and often creates trouble. She felt a tinge of grievance, but realized that Master must have his reasons for this decision and dared not speculate on his intentions. Haha, just envy me. I'm off, goodbye. In the face of Zhao Wanner's unfounded resentment, Xiao Yi patted his backside and proudly trotted after Yi Qiu. Finally, it was his turn to show off. Moreover, he was accompanying such a formidable individual. Who would dare provoke him now? Do you even know who I associate with? Open your eyes and see who this is. Xiao Yi held an unwavering faith in Yi Qiu's strength, completely unconcerned about potential mishaps. Leaving Zixia Peak, they soared towards Guangling City, with Xiao Yi displaying an unusual exuberance along the way. He whistled at every attractive woman they passed, brimming with bravado. His expression seemed to convey, do you know who my elder brother is? Traversing the vast expanse towards Guangling City, they finally arrived around noon. A senior. What brings us to Guangling City? Xiao Yi gradually sensed something amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be a casual outing? Suddenly, he realized that Guangling City appeared different from his memories. The streets were filled with refugees, and the once thriving metropolis now bore signs of desolation, as if it had recently suffered the ravages of war. The pervasive gloom and the multitude of displaced souls stirred a sense of unease within Xiao Yi. What on earth has happened? Panic-stricken, he sprinted towards his home, with Yi Qiu trailing closely behind, following him to the Xiao residence. Father, mother, bursting into the Xiao manor. Xiao Yi rushed into the main hall, urgency coursing through him, disregarding all else. Young master. Several servants, startled by his sudden return, instinctively reached out to stop him but hesitated, retracting their hands as he dashed past. Moments later, another figure appeared at the entrance of the Xiao manor. Master Yi. Upon seeing him, the servants promptly bowed. They had not forgotten Yi Qiu. Xiao Zhan had ensured that everyone remembered his appearance, fearing any unwise clan member might inadvertently offend him. Is your clan leader at home? The servants exchanged anxious glances, trembling as they replied. The clan leader departed some time ago with several skilled members to assist the refugees beyond the wasteland and has yet to return. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. He had observed the chaos outside during his journey here, realizing that the entire wasteland was engulfed in turmoil. He had not anticipated that Xiao Zhan would venture out to aid the needy. This revelation surprised him, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely fitting. Clearly, his earlier assessment had been correct. Xiao Zhan was indeed a capable individual who would take action when necessary. Master Yi is seeking our clan leader for some matter? A bold servant inquired. Yi Qiu paused for a moment before shaking his head, replying, No, I simply happened to pass by and thought to visit the Xiao family. Before long, Xiao Yi re-emerged, his expression now composed. He had learned from his mother that his father was away. Knowing his family was safe, he began to relax. Joining Yi Qiu once more, Xiao Yi asked, Senior, my father is not at home. Where shall we go next? He was still unaware of the true purpose behind Yi Qiu's descent. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. Yi Qiu had brought him down the mountain in light of the unprecedented turmoil currently besieging Guangling City, a situation that undoubtedly impacted the safety of his family. Outside the city, the wasteland was rife with ferocious beasts and perilous challenges. Within the city, unrest simmered as the number of refugees swelled, leading to rampant violence and chaos. A bloody conflict could erupt at any moment. Yi Qiu cast a calm gaze at the state of affairs outside and declared, Let us venture out of the city for a closer look. The situation within is relatively stable for now, with no imminent conflicts anticipated. However, beyond the city gates, turmoil reigns, and powerful figures from various renowned sects are already emerging. Earlier, upon entering the city, Yi Qiu had taken note of the presence of Han Xingyi, the elder from the Yao Pool, among others he had yet to encounter. Xiao Yi nodded, following Yi Qiu as they once again stepped beyond the threshold of his home. Navigating through the crowded streets filled with refugees, they descended towards Guangling City, where the sight of raging fires left Xiao Yi utterly astounded. Goodness, who ignited this inferno? Chapter 83. Is that not young Master Lin? What a disheveled state. On the city wall, a crowd had gathered, eagerly observing the happenings outside and engaging in fervent discussions. Have you heard? Last night, several formidable members of the Lin family encountered an immensely powerful ancient beast in the Lingxi corridor. It is said to be a primordial creature. with strength at least equivalent to an early-stage leader, nearly annihilating the Lin family's 100-strong contingent. I have also heard. Someone spotted that beast heading towards the Tianqing Ridge. The Lin and Yang families have dispatched several experts to pursue it. I wonder how that is faring now. This time, the emergence of the mountain treasure has nearly summoned half of the ferocious beasts from the wilderness, throwing the entire eastern wilderness into chaos. I wonder if Guangling City can hold its ground. It seems we must prepare ourselves. As the chatter reached his ears, Yi Qiu fell into deep contemplation, his expression grave. It appeared that this upheaval was even more intense than the last. He could not help but wonder where the ferocious beasts were now. Yi Qiu murmured to himself. Having come in search of the sky-devouring sparrow, he intended to gather intelligence in Guangling City, yet it seemed fruitless. Most who had seen the sky-devouring sparrow had been devoured by it, making it challenging to receive any news. Observing Yi Qiu lost in thought, Xiaoyi remained silent, uncertain of what was on Yi Qiu's mind, and dared not interrupt. Bored, his gaze suddenly fell to the left, where he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Oh, is that not young Master Lin? You look rather worse for wear after a few days. Xiaoyi exclaimed, amusement dancing in his eyes. The familiar figure on the left was Lin Feng, his old rival. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared somewhat disheveled, adorned with wounds and ragged clothing. Evidently having just returned from outside the city, without a moment and Appo's respite. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xiaoyi could not let it slip by. He had not forgotten Lin Feng and Appo's sardonic expression when he himself had been beaten by Yi Qiu. Upon seeing Xiaoyi, Lin Feng and Appo's countenance darkened further. And with a grim tone, he retorted, Xiaoyi, what do you mean? Do you wish to fight? In your current state, I could take on 10 of you. Xiaoyi replied disdainfully. Enraged by Xiaoyi's contemptuous demeanor, Lin Feng was about to lash out when he suddenly noticed a figure behind Xiaoyi, his face turning ashen. Panic washing over him. How could he be here? The white-clad figure was one Lin Feng had not forgotten. Memories of facing death with a single strike consumed him, reminding him of his past foolishness that nearly led to the Lin family's downfall. Young master. The few powerful individuals behind Lin Feng also recognized Yi Qiu, their faces reflecting terror as they cautioned Lin Feng to refrain from any rash actions. They were already aware that the Shao family had allied with the Bujian sect and the formidable Zixia Peak. Currently, the Shao family and Appo's strength had subtly surpassed that of the Lin family. Engaging in a confrontation with Xiao Yi would only spell trouble for them. Xiaoyi, noticing their altered expressions, glanced back at Yi Qiu and suddenly comprehended the situation. So that is it. I thought my imposing aura had frightened them. Turns out they are afraid of the senior. With this realization, Xiaoyi's spirits lifted. It was a clear opportunity for him to showcase his bravado. Clearing his throat, he boldly proclaimed, Come on, Arin and Appo's. You all so confident? Bring it on. Today, I shall take on 10. Xiaoyi pointed arrogantly at Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng's fury boiled over, his face contorted with rage, yet the seasoned experts behind him maintained their composure, having spent decades honing their skills, and could not be easily provoked by a mere youth. Young Master Xiao is jesting. How could we, with our meager strength, dare to challenge young Master Xiao? You are indeed extraordinary, with an exceptional bearing and the grace of a celestial being, Lin Hai chuckled, showering flattery upon Xiaoyi, who basked in the praise, utterly delighted. Delightful. Is this what it feels like to show off? Since you were so agreeable, Ashan and Appo's, make things difficult for you today. Xiaoyi feigned authority, relishing the moment as if he were truly powerful. Observing his smug demeanor, Lin Feng suppressed his rage, daunted by Yi Qiu and Appo's imposing presence. Today, I concede. You have the upper hand. We shall take our leave. Lin Feng shot a venomous glare at Xiaoyi before turning to depart. Wait. A voice suddenly echoed from behind, sending a tremor through the crowd. Lin Feng and Appo's heart sank, recognizing the ominous tone that struck fear deep within them. Yi Qiu turned to face them, slowly advancing. Lin Feng and his companions felt their legs weaken, trembling with primal fear. Turning to confront Yi Qiu, Lin Feng's face had drained of color as he stammered, foremost. His voice quaked as he contemplated how he might meet his end. Surprisingly, Yi Qiu showed no intent to kill. Instead, he regarded them with a tranquil demeanor. You have just returned from outside the city? Lin Hai managed to steady himself and replied, Indeed, we just returned, esteemed Yi. Is there something you wish to inquire about? Yi Qiu nodded, continuing. What is the situation outside the city? Have you encountered any traces of the sky-devouring sparrow? The sky-devouring sparrow. The mention of its name instantly captivated the attention of all present on the city wall. In that moment, They recognized that the white figure standing atop the wall was indeed the man who had once slain the infernal giant ape with a single strike. Bujin sect. Zixia peak. Yichio. The realization struck them. When had he arrived? Shock rippled through the crowd, who had been engrossed in conversation without noticing Yichio and Apos as presence. My goodness. This formidable figure has been standing beside me all along, and I remained utterly oblivious. Someone wiped the sweat from their brow, heart racing in terror. They were relieved they had not acted foolishly. Had they inadvertently provoked him, they would surely have met a dreadful fate. Rumors of Yichio's previous feat in slaying the giant ape still circulated among the populace, especially in Guangling City, where he had once personally arrived to defeat 3 elders from the unaging mountain with a single strike. At that time, he had already ascended to the rank of leader. And upon seeing him again, some noted that his aura seemed even more formidable than before. Yet, they could not ascertain his limits. In the face of such a powerful figure, it was challenging to maintain composure. Xiaoyi reveled in the spectacle, delighting in the expressions of those around him. As if to say, see, I and Apos, am in good company. Do you fear me? It was exhilarating. He had never experienced such a moment of grandeur before. This decision to align with Yichio might just be the wisest choice of his life. Since joining forces with Yichio, Xiaoyi now viewed everyone through a lens of confidence, as if he were on the precipice of greatness. Chapter 84. I, too, wished to be a great filial son at this moment. The prominent figures of the Lin family were in a state of great distress. Faced with Yichio and Apos' inquiries, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Fortunately, Lin Hai, a powerful figure of the 5th realm, managed to maintain his composure. He spoke, esteemed one. Our Lin family has roamed the outskirts of the city for several days, yet we have not encountered any trace of the devouring sparrow. However, we did encounter several ancient ferocious beasts of considerable strength, and our family paid a heavy price, nearly suffering total annihilation. Outside the city, chaos reigned. Battles erupted everywhere as various families and renowned sects engaged in fierce combat, shaking the very heavens and earth. As for the devouring sparrow, it was spotted last night in the direction of the South Ridge by a group of fleeing refugees. Thousands of them were swallowed whole, with no survivors, a truly horrific scene. Since that night, the devouring sparrow has vanished from the South Ridge realm, and its whereabouts remain unknown. I suspect it may have entered the no man's land. Upon hearing this, Yichio furrowed his brow. It appeared that matters were progressing toward the worst possible outcome. Once it entered the no man and Apos' land, locating it would become exceedingly difficult. That expanse was vast and boundless, with the 10,000 great mountains providing ample opportunities for the creature to find a lair and remain hidden for years. Nonetheless, Yichio felt it might re-emerge, for its venture into the no man and Apos' land was driven by the desire for a certain mountain treasure. As the treasure had yet to be claimed, the old tortoise and Apos' reappearance would likely summon the devouring sparrow back as well. Having grasped the entire situation, Yichio nodded, not wishing to pressure them further. Although they had once offended him, to the current Yichio, the Lin family was akin to insignificant ants, easily extinguished with a mere thought. He had no desire to engage with them. Such creatures were no longer a threat, merely an inconvenience that would take time to eliminate one by one. He had far more pressing matters at hand. If he were to crush every ant that crossed him, he would soon find himself utterly exhausted. Let us depart, he said to Xiaoyi, his tone devoid of emotion. With a graceful leap, he descended from the city walls and made his way toward the wilderness. Xiaoyi, brimming with pride, cast a triumphant glance at Lin Feng and followed closely behind Yichio, striding forth with a sense of indifference. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Feng pounded the city wall in frustration, exclaiming, how infuriating. Wasn't this brat at odds with Yuzhenren? How did he become Yuzhenren's follower in the blink of an eye? He was baffled. In terms of talent and potential, Xiaoyi was in an entirely different league. And the Xiao family was not nearly as formidable as the Lin family. Yet here they were, clinging to this powerful ally while he could only watch from a distance. Lin Hai, however, discerned the nuances of the situation. Stroking his beard, he glanced at his young master and then back at the departing figure of Xiaoyi, shaking his head with a sigh. Xiaoyi may not be a genius, but he possesses a keen intelligence and is remarkably resourceful. He is simply unashamed. The others were taken aback by this sentiment. What do you mean, Uncle Lin? What is this supposed to imply? Lin Feng asked, genuinely confused. Seeing his young master exhibit such humility, Lin Hai smiled with satisfaction and explained, although he presents a brazen facade, he possesses clarity of mind. When faced with someone he cannot contend with, he is willing to lower himself, to admit his mistakes, even to the point of kneeling if necessary. A true man can bend and stretch. It is not shameful, provided it brings benefits to the family. I have also heard about Xiao Yi and Apos' previous encounter with Yi Jinren. It is said that he knelt and begged for mercy without a moment and Apos' hesitation, fabricating a tale of being a devoted son. Perhaps it was precisely this trait that caught Yi Jinren and Apos' allowing him to accompany him. Although such actions might seem undignified and base, they often open doors to opportunities. After Lin Hai's explanation, the crowd began to understand, with Lin Feng exclaiming, "So that was it. I lost because I failed to recognize this. Had I known, I would have knelt as well." The truth was, he had been so stunned by fear at the time that he had not reacted. And his companions had shared his arrogance, eager to engage in a fight, only to be nearly felled by a single stroke. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng and Apos' expression darkened. In terms of temperament, he realized he was inferior to Xiao Yi. In the face of such peril, Xiao Yi had maintained his composure and promptly yielded, whereas he had been left dumbfounded. Is it true that Jinren favors devoted sons? Lin Feng suddenly pondered. He had recently observed that Xiao Yi seemed transformed, exhibiting profound respect for his parents and elders, shedding his former arrogance. If that were the case, why could he not follow suit and be a devoted son as well? If he performed well, perhaps one day Yu Qiu would take a liking to him. He held no expectations of gaining any benefits. If he could merely alleviate their previous grievances, it would all be worthwhile. After much contemplation, Lin Feng clapped his hands and declared, "I understand now. I, too, wish to be a great filial son." With that, he turned and headed home, leaving the others in a state of astonishment. Had they truly heard correctly? Their young master was now aspiring to honor his parents? It was beyond belief. Lin Hai was also somewhat surprised. Yet he felt a surge of relief at his young master and Apos' transformation. His efforts had not been in vain. This was a promising start. It must be noted that many were gripped by a fear of Yi Qiu. Xiao Yi, Lin Feng, and even Yang Xiao were among the 3 notorious rascals of Guangling, all seemingly afflicted by this fear. Presently, only Xiao Yi appeared to have made significant progress in overcoming it. Observing the 2 figures gradually fading into the wilderness, Lin Hai smiled contentedly, remarking, "May this herald a positive turning point. Otherwise, who can the Lin family rely upon in the future?" With a shake of his head, he departed as well. In the vast world of the great wilderness, the lineage of direct bloodlines was of utmost importance, and it was rare for illegitimate children to inherit. Lin Feng was destined to be the future heir of the Lin family. If he failed to rise to the occasion, the family's decline was inevitable. Lin Hai could not bear to witness such a fate, which was why he had spoken so pointedly earlier, to spur his motivation. Overall, the outcome seemed promising, though it remained to be seen how long he would sustain this newfound devotion. Outside Guangling City, in the desolate expanse, a sea of flames engulfed the land. 2 figures traversed the wilderness, surveying the scattered corpses, bloodied and mangled. What a delightful aroma! Roasted meat, Xiao Yi suddenly exclaimed, his senses momentarily distracted. Yi Qiu, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to his face, for the scent he referred to was that of the charred remains strewn amidst the inferno. Chapter 85. The Prince of the Vast Sea. Realizing he had misspoken once again, Xiao Yi hastily covered his mouth. He continued to follow Yi Qiu's pace, venturing deeper into the desolate wilderness. It was unclear what Yi Qiu was searching for. After rummaging through several corpses of fierce beasts, he extracted a bone. "Senior, what is this?" "It is merely an ordinary bone, not a treasure bone. The treasure bone has already been taken." Seeing Yi Qiu observe the bone with such seriousness, Xiao Yi could not help but feel curious. "It is a bone," Yi Qiu replied solemnly. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes in response. Having previously been speechless by Yi Qiu's straightforwardness, he was well aware that it was indeed a bone, specifically that of a patterned unicorn. Gazing at the bone, Yi Qiu pondered for a long time before looking into the distance. Suddenly, intense sounds of battle erupted nearby, causing the ground to tremble. "Ah, it seems there is a fight ahead. Let us go take a look." Yi Qiu rose and flew in the direction of the commotion, with Xiao Yi closely following. The 2 soon arrived at a gravel plain, where they had a clear view of a group of people encircling a giant toothed dragon lizard. The creature possessed the strength of the boundless realm, making it a formidable opponent for the group. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qiu noted that several elderly individuals among the crowd had not yet engaged in battle and possessed at least 5th realm strength. They were likely powerful figures from esteemed families, leading their younger generations on training excursions. "Hey, senior, their attire does not resemble that of Liang. It appears more akin to the garb of the northern Vast Sea tribes." At this moment, Xiao Yi's keen eyes detected the anomaly and alerted Yi Qiu. "The Vast Sea?" Yi Qiu paused in surprise. "What are people from the Vast Sea doing in Liang?" Meanwhile, on the gravel plain, the strongest among the crowd, a high-ranking leader, sensed an unusual aura lingering nearby. He turned to the handsome youth beside him and remarked, "Nephew, we have guests." Huh. Tuoba Jun froze for a moment, looking up at the sky, where he quickly spotted Yi Qiu and Xiao Yi hovering above. As the second prince of the vast Sea dynasty, Tuoba Jun was raised in the royal palace and enjoyed a prestigious status. However, being the second son devoid of inheritance rights made him inherently proud and aloof. He despised being regarded from a position of superiority. Noticing the newcomers above him, he felt irked and declared, "Who dares to hover above?" Upon seeing this prince, "Why do you not kneel?" Well, upon hearing this, Yi Qiu chuckled, signaling Xiao Yi, the former prodigal, to engage with the prince. Receiving the signal, Xiao Yi grinned widely. What an opportunity to flaunt his bravado. Watch how I handle this. Casting his gaze downward, Xiao Yi revealed a wicked smile, becoming increasingly audacious. Who is this? Such arrogance. Do you know who stands beside me? How dare you demand our kneeling? Xiao Yi slowly descended from the sky, disdain etched on his face. Which dynasty's prince are you to command this young master to kneel? Tuoba Jun glared at Xiao Yi's brazen expression, his anger surging. Silently, he grasped the knife in his hand, thinking that in the vast sea, such insolence would have already led to countless deaths. This was the first time in his life he encountered someone even more arrogant than himself. Very well, listen closely, brat. I am Tuoba Jun, the second prince of the vast Sea dynasty. Announcing his identity, Tuoba Jun anticipated Xiao Yi and Appo's fear, only to be met with uproarious laughter. Haha. I thought you were a formidable character, a prince of the vast sea? Ha. Take a good look. This is Li Yong. Put away your airs. I care not for your status as a prince. Even if you were the crown prince, in Li Yong, you must behave accordingly. Coming here with such arrogance? Do you truly believe there is no one in Li Yong? Xiao Yi retorted without reservation, initially startled upon hearing the opponent was a prince. He soon felt reassured upon realizing it was merely a prince of the vast sea. Tuoba Jun's conduct resembled wielding a sword from a fallen dynasty against a current high-ranking official, displaying a grandiosity that was unwarranted. This was Li Yong, not the vast sea. No matter how powerful the vast sea may be, its reach does not extend here. You. Tuoba Jun nearly spat blood in fury. Had it not been for the elder beside him, he would have already charged at Xiao Yi. As a prince, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Aside from his father and the crown prince? Nephew, do not be angry. We have come on behalf of the vast sea for a marriage alliance. It is unwise to provoke the families of Li Yong. The elder in gray reminded, his gaze fixed on the white figure in the sky. He had an unsettling feeling that this person was exceedingly dangerous. As the leader, he rarely experienced such a sensation, and when it did arise, it indicated only one possibility: the individual was stronger than he. Standing silently, though without uttering a word, the figure emanated an invisible pressure, evoking a sense of impending doom. The elder was astonished. Were there truly so many experts in Li Yong? Did every offspring of a prominent family have such a transcendent powerhouse in their company? Hearing the elder's warning, Tuoba Jun managed to suppress his inner fury, coldly staring at Xiao Yi. You are impressive. I shall remember you. Have the audacity to reveal your name. Uffed, spineless coward. Listen well, I am Xiao Yi. The moment he uttered the phrase, spineless coward, Tuoba Jun could no longer contain his rage. I care not who you are. Today you shall meet your end. Tuoba Jun swiftly drew his blade, the aura of an 8th realm expert surging forth, ready to strike. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent locked onto him, and in an instant, Tuoba Jun felt as if he had lost his senses. In those fleeting seconds, he envisioned his own demise, sweat pouring down his back, his face paling, and his hand trembling around the weapon. He gazed blankly at the white figure in the sky, who stood there like a sword, piercing through the very depths of fear within him. In that moment, he finally grasped why Xiao Yi exhibited such unbridled confidence. Peak of the Master Realm. The elder exclaimed in astonishment, causing Tuoba Jun's complexion to grow even more ashen. Peak of the Master Realm? How is that possible? Now in the wilderness. Was it truly the case that every random encounter yielded someone at the peak of the Master Realm? Tuoba Jun could not believe it. His confidence stemmed from the presence of Tuoba Hong beside him, but now, even Tuoba Hong appeared fearful. He gradually comprehended a critical truth. This individual was someone he could not afford to provoke. It seemed his father had been correct. Li Yong was teeming with experts, necessitating a low profile on his part. Initially, he thought his father was merely attempting to intimidate him, yet it turned out to be true. Uncle, what should we do now? Having acted impulsively earlier, he had already drawn his blade, and it seemed the other party had also revealed a murderous intent, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Tuoba Hong cast a deep look at Tuoba Jun, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment at his lack of composure. Now, he could only swallow his pride and address the figure in the sky. I am Tuoba Hong, a prince of the vast sea. May I inquire your esteemed name and the mountain where you cultivate? After a long pause, he received no response. Tuo Bahong felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. Were the experts of Liang truly this rude? The atmosphere grew somewhat stagnant until a carriage slowly emerged from the sea of flames. Oh, is that the royal carriage of Liang? Xiao Yi was somewhat taken aback. He recognized this carriage, typically reserved for royals and nobility. It was the same type of carriage Zhao Wano had used before her departure, which had allowed her to travel far without encountering danger. Chapter 86. Prince of Liang. Zhao Yi, as the horse-drawn carriage approached slowly, a well-dressed, handsome man descended gracefully. This individual possessed a natural aura of nobility, exuding an extraordinary presence. With a subtle smile that belied an invisible pressure. Ah, the fortune of the mortal realm. In the sky, Yi Qiu paused momentarily, scrutinizing the man closely. He emanated an air of fortune, a remnant of the Liang dynasty, albeit limited, yet sufficient to signify his status. The Prince of Liang, how intriguing. Yi Qiu chuckled softly, choosing to remain aloft, eager to observe how Xiao Yi would navigate the situation. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, the Prince of Liang, Tuo Bahong's eyes brightened, recognizing that the key figure had arrived. If Yi Qiu warranted no respect, surely the prince would command some. Casting his gaze skyward, his hopes were dashed. Yi Qiu remained unmoved. As Xiao Yi appeared, accompanied by several formidable individuals, Xiao Yi felt a tremor of fear. How could it be that even the prince had been stirred? Surely they could not be acquainted? Doubt flickered in his mind as he glanced at Yi Qiu in the sky, and he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the formidable presence was still there, compelling him to maintain his facade. Zhao Yi approached slowly, sensing an unsettling atmosphere, and looked up towards the sky, murmuring, "Who is this individual? Why do I feel an impenetrable aura?" The expert behind him cautioned, "Your Highness, be wary. This person's strength is unfathomable, and his aura surpasses even mine. Tensions are high in the great wilderness, with powerful figures descending from various sanctuaries. He might be one of them." Zhao Yi nodded. Although he was a prince, in the face of ancient sects with deep-rooted traditions, Liang was merely a dynasty of a few thousand years, having undergone countless transitions throughout its long history. Should they wish to intervene in mortal affairs, the so-called dynasty could be toppled in an instant. As the heir apparent, he understood these truths, which is why he did not exhibit the arrogance typical of others. Instead, he remained humble. Addressing Tuo Bahong, he spoke slowly, "Prince Hong, it has been a while. Recently, our scouts reported that 2 individuals had entered Liang. My father specifically sent me from the palace to extend a warm welcome. Have you encountered any troubles?" At that moment, Zhao Yi realized that Xiao Yi was nearby, seemingly having had a prior conflict with them. "Ah, Your Highness need not worry. There are no troubles. We simply offended this young master upon our arrival." Tuo Bahong replied humbly, adopting a demeanor of reason. "Now that the prince is here, the matter can be easily resolved. I kindly request you speak a few words on our behalf to see if this young master might forgive our earlier indiscretion." Xiao Yi found the situation amusing. Had it not been for Yi Qiu's presence, they might have drawn their swords against him already. Furthermore, who demanded kneeling upon first meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi regarded Xiao Yi with a discerning gaze, convinced he did not recognize the individual. Politely, he inquired, "May I ask your honorable name and lineage? From which mountain do you practice your craft?" Xiao Yi maintained his composure, mirroring Yi Qiu's usual demeanor, and replied, "Guangling, Xiao Yi." "Guangling Xiao Yi?" Zhao Yi hesitated, recalling that name. It belonged to a notorious scion of the Guangling Xiao family. This could simplify matters. If his background were substantial, Zhao Yi would face difficulties, but as a member of the Xiao family, he ought to extend some courtesy. "Ah, so it is young Master Xiao. I have long admired your reputation. Might I inquire how my 2 friends have offended you? Would you consider forgiving their rashness in light of our acquaintance?" Zhao Yi smiled, adhering to his principle of diplomacy before conflict. Seeing the prince advocate for him, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. This was the Prince of Liang. Denying him could lead to repercussions for the Xiao family. Yet, conceding would grant the prince undue satisfaction. "Very well, let them approach and kneel to apologize, and we shall consider the matter resolved." "You dare demand this prince kneel?" Tuo Bajun erupted in anger. In his life, he had only knelt before his father. "Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss," Xiao Yi replied, displeased. Today, he was determined to maintain his stance, as long as Yu Qiu did not intervene. He would uphold his facade. "Please, do not let emotions take control. Peace is paramount," Zhao Yi interjected, feeling a tinge of annoyance himself at Xiao Yi and Appo's obstinacy. "Uncle Feng, what is your perspective?" Stepping back, Zhao Yi sought the elder and Appo's counsel. Zhao Qifeng, with a composed demeanor, stroked his beard and observed the tense standoff between the two, advising, Your Highness, why not inquire about the events that transpired? Understanding the context will provide clarity. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. Moving to Tuoba Hong's side to inquire about the earlier incident. After gathering the details, he approached Xiao Yi for his account. Their narratives differed. However, Zhao Yi found Xiao Yi's explanation more coherent. Tuoba Hong merely claimed they had inadvertently offended him, without clarifying the nature of their words. Conversely, Xiao Yi insisted they had demanded he kneel upon their first meeting, asserting that he was not a subject of the Han Si, thus having no obligation to bow. Even to the Prince of Liang. Zhao Yi thought to himself that Tuoba Jun indeed displayed a lack of respect. Was it truly wise to marry his sister to such a man? The royal family was devoid of familial bonds, existing solely for the sake of power. As the heir, Zhao Yi understood this all too well but personally opposed such unions, viewing them as cowardly compromises. Yet, as the crown prince, the decision lay in his father's hands. Even if he harbored dissent, he dared not voice it. Change would only come once he wielded true power. Having reflected on these matters, Zhao Yi's expression grew somber. He slowly stepped back, opting not to intervene further. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Tuoba Hong stammered, sensing Zhao Yi's decision. Prince Hong, I have come to understand the situation. Since this is a private matter, it is best resolved privately. Liang values reason. A clear explanation suffices, and if necessary, a duel is also acceptable. Zhao Yi smiled gently, retreating to avoid becoming collateral damage. Chapter 87. Let this matter end here. Very well, young man, step forth. And let us engage in a duel. Upon hearing the prospect of a martial contest, Tuoba Jun immediately emerged to provoke Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, however, was not a fool. He was acutely aware that he could not win, and thus had no intention of stepping forward. Humph. Do you think I fear you? If you possess any courage, dare to lay a finger on me. Come, strike me. Tuoba Jun gritted his teeth in rage, wishing he could cleave this insolent fool in two. Observing the escalating tension, Tuoba Hong cast a deep, dissatisfied glance at Zhao Yi and remarked, Your Highness, we have come to Liang to arrange a marriage. Is this the manner in which Liang receives its guests? It seems. It would be better not to proceed with this union. Zhao Yi shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the unfolding events. After all, a marriage alliance was merely a strategy for binding interests. Should the two great dynasties truly engage in conflict, no number of alliances would be able to avert it. My father merely instructed me to welcome you. He did not mandate that I resolve your troubles. I am a prince, not a hired hand. This predicament is of your own making. If you lack the ability to handle such matters, how can I trust you with my sister? Tuoba Jun was consumed by fury. Was Zhao Yi questioning the strength of the Han Hai? At that moment, Tuoba Hong, too, was incensed. With a sharp flick of his sleeve, he darkly stated, Humph. So the prince's intention is to abandon this matter? Very well. I have witnessed Liang's hospitality today. Zhao Yi's countenance darkened, caught in an awkward position. The atmosphere grew tense. And just then, a white figure descended from the sky. Everyone in Appo's hearts trembled, and they turned their gazes towards it. Tuoba Hong and Appo's apprehension stemmed solely from Yi Qiu. Otherwise, he would have long since dealt with Xiao Yi. Senior. Upon spotting Yi Qiu finally making an appearance, Xiao Yi quickly hid behind him, genuinely fearful that Tuoba Hong, in a fit of humiliation, might strike him down. There was indeed a sense of security in standing behind a formidable figure. Yi Qiu approached slowly, standing beside Tuoba Jun, observing him with a peculiar expression that made Tuoba Jun break into a cold sweat. You are the Prince of Han Hai? Tuoba Jun, trembling in fear, stammered, Yes. Senior, what guidance do you have? Now that Yi Qiu had finally met the legendary betrothed of his second disciple, he felt a pang of disappointment. Guidance is not the word. However, I suspect this marriage is likely to fall through. Yi Qiu spoke matter-of-factly, and an invisible, frigid intent enveloped the surroundings, creating an aura that instilled a sense of impending mortality in all present. The sword intent from a master of the sect was beyond their capacity to withstand. What does senior mean? Tuoba Jun's face darkened, and despite his fear, he could not help but inquire. He had come to arrange a marriage. What did Yi Qiu and Appo's opinions matter? Yi Qiu glanced at him coolly and replied, Because the one you seek to marry is now my disciple, and I do not approve of this union. What? The moment those words left his lips, everyone present was rendered speechless. Even Zhao Yi was taken aback. When had his sister become Yi Qiu's disciple? Tuoba Jun's complexion soured, and Tuoba Hong's expression darkened even further. He glared at Zhao Yi, furious that Zhao Wan and Appo's had entered the realm of the immortal without prior notice to them. Now, they had made a grand entrance to Liang for a marriage proposal, only to learn this shocking news. Were they being toyed with? Zhao Yi himself was surprised by the turn of events, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. A smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, it seems. Wanner has found a commendable protector. Judging by Yi Chio's tone, he appeared quite protective of Zhao Wan and Apos, outright rejecting this marriage. Zhao Yi had not anticipated Wan and Apos, to be so fortunate as to find such a guardian. Once this declaration was made, the marriage was essentially nullified. Given Yu Chio and Apos as terrifying strength, his status would undoubtedly be formidable. Han Hai would have no chance of claiming her. She was no longer in the royal palace. If they desired her, they would have to venture up the mountain themselves. Zhao Yi chuckled, genuinely pleased. He had been deeply concerned for Zhao Wan and Apos, safety and whereabouts, having sent numerous spies in search of news about her, yet had found no trace. Now, learning that she had become Yi Chio's disciple, his heart finally felt at ease. With a calm glance at Tuoba Jun, Yi Chio continued, let this matter end here. Should you disagree and seek her, you may come to me at any time. With a serious expression, Tuoba Hong inquired, may I ask who you are? Without turning his head, Yi Chio replied, I am Yi Chio, the first seed of the Patching Heaven sect at Zixia Peak. What? The mention of the Patching Heaven sect caused Zhao Yi and Apos' demeanor to shift, his tone tightening. Even Tuoba Hong displayed a look of astonishment. The Patching Heaven sect. This individual was from the Patching Heaven sect and held the esteemed position of first seat. Uncle, is this Patching Heaven sect very powerful? Tuoba Jun asked, bewildered, having spent much of his life within the confines of the royal palace, ignorant of the wider world. Tuoba Hong slowly explained, indeed, it is quite powerful. The Patching Heaven sect is one of the ancient traditions, not bound to any dynasty and Apos' influence, with a legacy spanning many years and extraordinary strength. In the past, the sect produced an unparalleled expert, Xiantian Dao Run, the previous first seat of Zixia Peak. He was a figure of legendary prowess, a master of swordsmanship. The great beast that appeared last night, the devouring sparrow, you must have witnessed its might. It was he who banished it to the wasteland. As he spoke, Tuoba Hong's gaze dimmed, recalling the fear he had felt under Xiantian Dao Ren's command. Initially, he had believed that after Xiantian Dao Ren's passing, the Patching Heaven sect would falter. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of a new first seat from Zixia Peak, whose strength seemed to have reached the pinnacle of the sect, sensing he was on the verge of entering the supreme realm. Tuoba Hong was incredulous. Could it be that the Patching Heaven sect was poised to produce another extraordinary figure like Xiantian Dao Ren? Upon hearing his uncle and Apos' explanation, Tuoba Jun felt utterly despondent. He understood that his marriage prospects had indeed been dashed. Faced with such a formidable adversary, no matter how obstinate he remained, what could he do? Would his father dare to challenge the authority of the Patching Heaven sect? Before such an ancient tradition, any dynasty appeared minuscule. Even if a dynasty had the backing of other esteemed sects, they would not risk offending the Patching Heaven sect over trivial matters. This world has always been one where the strong reign supreme. Uncle, have you heard of him? Zhao Yi quietly asked Zhao Qifeng. Zhao Qifeng stroked his beard and replied earnestly, I have indeed heard of him. Yi Chio of Zixia Peak is a renowned strongman. It is said he once nearly killed 3 elders of the unaging mountain with a single sword stroke. That tale still circulates. It seems the princess's apprenticeship under him will lead to better circumstances. Perhaps we can leverage this opportunity to foster a relationship with the Patching Heaven sect. Your Highness, this is far more beneficial than an alliance with Han Hai. At this point, Zhao Qifeng was filled with excitement. He had not expected that the young lady would silently provide them with such a significant surprise. Zhao Yi comprehended this as well, and he knew precisely how to proceed. Yes, upon returning, I must discuss this matter with my father. I believe, with his sagacity, he will discern the implications at hand. Chapter 88. Understanding yet not quite comprehending uncle. What should we do now? At this moment, Tuoba Jun had already lost his composure. Faced with the oppressive presence of Yi Chio, managing to stand without kneeling was a considerable strain. With the failed alliance, upon returning, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, a disgrace to the royal family. As a second son, his position at court was already precarious. And now this incident had further complicated matters. Tuoba Jun cast a deep glance at Yi Chio in the distance, sighed, and said, alas. Nephew, we have only one path left to tread. I hope you can provide guidance. Uncle, Tuoba Jun replied, as if he glimpsed a flicker of hope. Abandon the original betrothal and select another princess. What? Tuoba Jun felt a surge of indignation. Before coming, he had perused the portraits of most princesses from Liang, and the only one who had captured his interest was Zhao Wan and Apos. He had believed he could win her affection. But now he was being asked to relinquish that prospect and start anew. Reluctance gnawed at him, yet he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Clenching his fists silently, Tuoba Jun gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Tuoba Hong offered him some comfort, saying, "Nephew, to achieve great things, one must first learn to endure. I understand your discomfort, but for now, we must proceed as suggested. After all, outsiders are unaware of the specific engagement, as long as we bring back a princess. No one will suspect a thing." Tuoba Jun nodded silently, remaining mute. He had yielded, though loath to do so. His uncle and Apos' persuasion had steered him toward a resolution. Resentment brewed within him, directed at his own status as a second son. Otherwise, such a predicament would never have arisen. Tuoba Hong shook his head, feeling deep compassion for this stubborn child, yet feeling helpless. Who could have anticipated that Zhao Wan and Apos would suddenly choose Yi Qiu as her mentor? In theory, royal princesses should remain secluded within the palace, away from connections with the outside world. Furthermore, she had chosen to study under Zixia Peak, a name that weighed heavily on Tuoba Hong. Enough. Let this matter rest here. I do not wish to discuss it further. How your two dynasties choose to ally is of no concern to me. However, my disciple shall never become a bargaining chip in your diplomatic affairs. Should you disagree, feel free to seek me out, Yi Qiu said coolly. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved, but upon discovering Zhao Wan and Apos' connection, he felt compelled to intervene. After speaking, Yi Qiu slowly approached Zhao Yi, casting a satisfied glance at this prince, endowed with innate fortune. Zhao Wan and Apos had informed him that her ability to leave home was largely due to this prince. "You are quite impressive." Yi Qiu bestowed an appreciative look upon Zhao Yi, who felt a surge of joy within. "Zhao Yi, I have the honor of meeting you, Yi Zhenren." Zhao Yi replied politely, executing a respectful gesture befitting his status, speaking with refined elegance. "Indeed, Wan and Apos has mentioned you. Seeing you today, you truly embody youthful vigor and noble bearing. Excellent. You flatter me, esteemed senior." "I am unworthy of such praise," Zhao Yi responded, somewhat taken aback. Despite Yi Qiu and Apos' commendation, he managed to maintain his composure, revealing his steadfast character. It appeared that the Zhao lineage had a promising successor. Yi Qiu remained silent, turning to Zhao Yi and said, "Let us depart." Zhao Yi grinned, casting a disdainful glare at Tuoba Jun before following Yi Qiu's lead, leaving the scene. Observing their retreating figures, Zhao Yi and Apos' lips curled into a slight smile as he marveled, such formidable presence. Throughout history, the leaders of Zixia Peak had been legendary figures. He wondered if Yi Zhenren could surpass the records of the past, achieving the fabled realm of kingship. His curiosity piqued. He held high hopes for Yi Qiu, recognizing the potential that youth brings. At such a tender age, having already reached the pinnacle of his craft, if given time, he would soon transcend to an even loftier status. As for the realm of kings, it seemed an attainable goal for him. Perhaps he might even shatter the long-standing myth of no great emperor emerging from the eastern wasteland for millennia. "Your Highness, we might leverage the princess and Apos' status as a disciple of Zixia Peak to establish contact. Unexpected rewards may await," Zhao Qifeng proposed, earning instant agreement from Zhao Yi. Although his position as crown prince was not immediately threatened, securing the support of a powerful ally would greatly aid his future ascension. "Indeed, Uncle Feng, you make a valid point. It seems necessary for me to pay a visit to Zixia Peak and see how my sister Wanner is faring," Zhao Yi replied, nodding thoughtfully as he glanced at Tuoba Hong. The matter concerning Zhao Yi had been resolved. Yi Qiu and Apos' indifference suggested that, in his eyes, Tuoba Jun was merely a trivial jester, unworthy of his attention, and he certainly had no inclination to seek retribution. "Now, if you please. My father has long awaited your presence at the Liyang Palace," Zhao Yi stated, showing little interest in the two, eager to fulfill his duty of escorting them back, leaving the rest to his father. Meanwhile, not far away, the giant-toothed dragon lizard was on the brink of emotional collapse. "Really, could you not show me some respect? Though I possess only the strength of the boundless realm, I am still a renowned ferocious beast. Have you considered my feelings while you converse so indifferently?" Originally, Tuoba Jun and Apos' group had attracted Yi Qiu and Zhao Yi and Apos' attention due to their confrontation with the giant-toothed dragon lizard. It was precisely this conflict that led to the earlier tensions. "Humph, insects, perish." Recovering from his stupor, brimming with rage, Tuoba Hong directed a powerful blow at the giant-toothed dragon lizard, swiftly ending its existence on the arid expanse. Finally, after being neglected for so long, it has met its demise. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Yi Qiu and Zhao Yi had entered a tranquil area, enveloped in thick mist with minimal visibility. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yi could contain his curiosity no longer. "Senior, was that Tuoba Jun truly Wanner sister's betrothed?" "Indeed," Yi Qiu replied, surveying the path ahead. Then why did you not eliminate him with a single strike? Wouldn't that resolve Wanner sister's predicament entirely? Yi Qiu turned to regard him, his expression mirroring disbelief at such naivety. Listen closely, young one. Not every problem can be solved through violence. Should you kill Tuoba Jun today, others will arise. Tuoba E. Tuoba Bing. As long as the two dynasties seek to ally, this matter will persist. Your goal should be to apply pressure, compelling them to reconsider their choices, thereby freeing Wanner. Sometimes, a person's continued existence holds greater value than their demise. Do you comprehend? Yi Qiu spoke earnestly, leading Xiao Yi to reflect deeply, his understanding gradually dawning. Sighing, Yi Qiu lamented, this child. Perhaps I should mention to Xiao Zhan the necessity of nurturing a new prodigy. Chapter 89. The Silent Realm. The emergence of the sky-swallowing sparrow, much like the sluggish 2G network, it perpetually lags behind. While he excels at posturing, the rest is, in a word, a complete mess. It is still feasible to practice with a new account. After all, Zhanzi is still youthful and capable. Well then, this matter need not be further discussed. Yi Qiu waved his hand and proceeded onward. At this moment, Xiao Yi also came to his senses. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, one truth resonated within him. A master is indeed a master. Their way of thinking is fundamentally different from that of ordinary folk. Upon returning, he must have a thorough discussion with Sister Wanner about the day's events. Should Sister Wanner learn that a senior withstood 2 dynasties for her sake, she would surely be moved to tears. The earlier events had stirred Xiao Yi's blood, and it was a pity that a confrontation did not materialize. That was indeed somewhat regrettable. As night descended, the tranquil realm gradually succumbed to darkness. In the Tiannan Ridge area, by the lakeside and riverbank, a group of individuals gathered around a bonfire. Among them were Fu Yao, who had previously crossed paths with Yi Qiu and Guangling, and Han Xingyi. Sitting quietly before the flickering flames, the dim light illuminated Fu Yao's enchanting beauty. Her luminous eyes blinking softly as she gazed into the shadowy forest. An unsettling feeling washed over her, a foreboding that the prevailing silence was too eerie. Uncle Han, do you not sense something strange here? Fu Yao suddenly inquired. Han Xingyi, perplexed, surveyed the surroundings but discerned nothing amiss. Fu Yao continued, it is far too quiet. Terrifyingly so. I have a premonition that this tranquility heralds an impending storm. Yao and Amp, Oppos, or perhaps you are simply fatigued and hallucinating. The Silent Realm is renowned for its peace. Is that not normal? Han Xingyi replied, still unable to detect any anomaly. Fu Yao nodded, conceding that Han Xingyi had a point. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety lingered within her. They had ventured forth to track the whereabouts of the sky-swallowing sparrow, which had vanished from the Tiannan Ridge the previous day. Despite their exhaustive search, they had found nothing. It is getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, we shall continue our journey. The Great Elder has just relayed that they have penetrated the uninhabited zone. We shall see if they have made any discoveries. Han Xingyi nodded and slowly returned to his tent, leaving a few disciples to keep watch as he prepared for rest. Fu Yao lightly nodded, her gaze shifting slightly, revealing a hint of weariness as she languidly stretched, her exquisite figure fully displayed. She then made her way into her tent, ready to retire for the night. As dawn approached, and the world lay shrouded in mist, suddenly, the entire Tiannan Ridge trembled violently. What is happening? Han Xingyi hurriedly exited his tent. Looking skyward, his expression frozen in shock. There, at the mountain and Amp, Oppos' crest, a colossal tortoise lumbered by, each step sending tremors through the earth. Upon its back rested a coffin, exuding a potent aura of life. Is this a mountain treasure? In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Han Xingyi had not anticipated encountering the legendary tortoise that carried coffins. Uncle Han, how did this ancient tortoise come to be here? Fu Yao approached slowly, her complexion pale as she beheld the enormous creature, its size rivaling that of a mountain. She had never witnessed such a terrifying beast. Its mere presence left her disoriented, barely able to stand. Han Xingyi shook his head, stating, I do not know, but its arrival is surely not a good omen. The mountain treasure is indeed alluring, especially with that overwhelming vitality. I can sense that the treasure within the coffin may be the fabled elixir of immortality. No wonder it attracts such a fearsome creature as the sky-swallowing sparrow. Boom! Thunder roared across the heavens, and in an instant, the winds howled. The earth trembled with a deafening roar. The ancient tortoise slowly carried the coffin past, its seemingly sluggish pace exerting an astonishing force. As all eyes watched, from the misty chaos, an ancient beast emerged from the Taiyang Mountains. This is the Swanee. Han Xingyi was astounded. After the sky-swallowing sparrow, yet another ancient terror surfaced. Moreover, from its aura, it was evident that this was at least a supreme-level menace. Heavens! Is a storm brewing? The crowd gasped in horror. Han Xingyi, filled with urgency, hastily instructed Fu Yao and the disciples behind him. Quick, we must leave this place. Having spoken, he shattered the communication talisman, whisking everyone away. Among this group, he was the only one at the mid-level of the sect. Perhaps he could ensure his own survival. Yet Fu Yao was part of this entourage. He could not let her come to harm. To be safe, he resolved to retreat first, planning to regroup with the Great Elder when they arrived. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving a mountain in two with its astonishing might. At that moment, the silent realm erupted into chaos. Not only were there disciples from the Yaoqi sacred land, but also formidable figures from other renowned sects, all of whom were spending the night here. Everyone was jolted awake by the thunderous crash. What is happening? As they emerged from their tents and beheld the scene above, astonishment gripped them. Good heavens! It is the ancient terror, the Swanee. Everyone, flee. This thunderclap finally shattered the tranquility of the silent realm. Panic ensued, and chaos erupted as all began to flee in a frenzy. Fu Yao and her companions swiftly vacated their previous location, distancing themselves from the Swanee. Only after running 100 miles did they dare to glance back at the earlier scene. It was inconceivable. They had initially feared the sky-swallowing sparrow would be the most terrifying threat, yet another Swanee had emerged. Fu Yao's face was ashen, clearly still reeling from the earlier terror. Since the early hours of the night, she had sensed that something monumental would transpire, and now that premonition had proven chillingly accurate. As soon as the Swanee appeared, it unleashed a thunderous attack on the tortoise carrying the coffin, awakening the entire silent realm. The tortoise and Apos' strength seemed to surpass that of the Swanee. In the face of its assault, it appeared utterly indifferent, continuing its slow march forward. Each of its steps, though seemingly languid, was incredibly swift. The Swanee desperately chased after it, yet could not match its pace. Just when all thought the giant tortoise would vanish, suddenly, a pillar of fiery light erupted from a mountain ridge. It was the sky-swallowing sparrow. Everyone gasped in shock. None had anticipated that the creature they had sought so desperately had been concealed within that cave. The divine bird, ablaze with flames, spread its wings, and in an instant, a sea of fire engulfed the entire mountain range. Yaoer, be careful. A fireball hurtled toward Fu Yao, nearly striking her. In the midst of her pale, terrified gaze, Han Xingyi fought desperately to shield her. That was a strike from the supreme terror, the sky-swallowing sparrow. Even a casual blow could effortlessly obliterate Fu Yao. Am I to die? Fu Yao and Apos' face drained of color, helplessly gazing at the rapidly approaching fireball. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through her mind. She longed to evade it. Yet the fireball's range was far too vast. Even with teleportation, she could not escape its grasp. Han Xingyi strained to intervene, but unexpectedly, another bolt of lightning surged from the left, aimed directly at his vital point. Caught in a dilemma, he realized that if he focused on the fireball, the lightning would claim his life. Conversely, if he ignored it, Fu Yao would surely perish, along with the disciples behind her. In the throes of despair, Han Xingyi was overwhelmed with urgency, feeling utterly drained. At that moment, a brilliant beam of white light pierced through the tranquil darkness, descending from the heavens. It resembled a serene lake suddenly disturbed by a myriad of ripples, cleaving two towering mountains asunder. Who could it be? Fu Yao, awakened from despair, turned her gaze toward the source of that radiant sword. In the midst of the mist, a faint silhouette emerged, wielding a long sword, embodying the essence of an ethereal sword immortal, exuding an aura of unparalleled grandeur. Chapter 90. A meeting with the devouring sky sparrow as the mist dissipated. Fu Yao and Apos' gaze was fixated on a white silhouette in the sky. Upon finally discerning the figure, her heart trembled. It was him. He had saved me just moments ago. Murmuring to herself, her eyes reflected a myriad of emotions as she gazed at the figure above, her spirit still shaken. She had just danced on the precipice of death. Had she been an ordinary person, she would likely have collapsed in terror. As a saintess, Fu Yao maintained her composure, taking a moment to steady herself. Are you all right, Yaoer? Han Xingyi, having blocked a bolt of lightning, rushed over in a frenzy. Upon discovering Fu Yao was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Han, I'm fine. It was he who saved me. Fu Yao pointed towards the figure in the sky, her expression complex. Following her gesture, Han Xingyi beheld a solitary figure standing amidst the mist, facing away from them. An unspoken aura of formidable authority emanated from him, akin to a sword poised to pierce the heart at any moment. Yiqiu, Han Xingyi whispered, astonished that Yiqiu had come to their aid in such a perilous situation. Such a favor could not be forgotten by the Yaoqi. It was crucial to note that Fu Yao was the saintess of Yaoqi, her status being exceptional. Even if Han Xingyi were to perish, she could not. Yiqiu's act of salvation was, in essence, a substantial assistance to Yaoqi. The tranquil domain was in disarray. Han Qingyi, neglecting everything else, hurriedly checked the injuries of the disciples behind him. The casual blow from the devouring sky sparrow had claimed the lives of several weaker disciples, and the rest had sustained injuries. Damn it. The message has already been dispatched. We don't know when the Grand Elder and the others will arrive. Remain calm and do not move, Han Qingyi instructed sternly, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. He wished he could learn the art of duplication to attend to both fronts simultaneously. Above, Yi Qiu descended slowly, accompanied by a handsome youth they recognized as Xiao Yi, whom they had met previously in Guangling City. Elder Han, it has been a while. Are you all right? Yi Qiu inquired with genuine concern. We are well. We are deeply grateful for your timely assistance. Had you not intervened, these children might have met their demise, Han Qingyi expressed earnestly. Fu Yao echoed his sentiments. Thank you for saving my life, senior. I shall forever remember your kindness. Yi Qiu nodded, having tracked their presence to this perilous moment, where he fortuitously intervened to save them. What may have been a mere act of chance held profound significance in Fu Yao and Appo's heart. I am relieved that all is well. It was fortunate that I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yi Qiu and Appo's gaze lingered on the devouring sky sparrow above, excitement illuminating his eyes. Xiao Yi, stay here and do not wander. I shall have a word with that devouring sky sparrow. Yi Qiu spoke these words with a calm demeanor, leaving everyone utterly astonished. What? Fu Yao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Qiu intended to confront the devouring sky sparrow? That was a being of supreme danger, possessing formidable strength. What power did he possess that made him dare to challenge such a creature? Had he lost his sanity? Friend, do not act rashly. Let us wait for the others to arrive before we act together. The situation is chaotic, not to mention the ancient tortoise. Even one devouring sky sparrow and the swan and I are beyond our capacity to handle. Why not wait until they are mutually weakened before striking? Han Qingyi's analysis was sound. The devouring sky sparrow had launched an attack on the ancient tortoise, while the swan and I regarded it as an adversary. Their clash was fierce, threatening to level the entire tranquil domain. Flames engulfed the surroundings, illuminating the dark night sky. The powerful entities from various sacred places within the tranquil domain had already signaled for reinforcements. Soon, more formidable beings would arrive to besiege the devouring sky sparrow. Yi Qiu and Appo's eagerness to engage was indeed reckless, yet he could no longer contain his impatience. He yearned to test his sword against the devouring sky sparrow, having not wielded his second sword since mastering the grass character sword technique. Rest assured, I will only make one attempt. If there is no opportunity, I shall retreat, Yi Qiu declared with a confident smile, before leaping into the mist. Concerned, Fu Yao reached out, wishing to stop him, but ultimately withdrew her hand in resignation. Alas! Han Qingyi sighed, watching Yi Qiu enter the fray. At that moment, all eyes in the tranquil domain were fixated on the cataclysmic battle unfolding. The clash of two ancient beasts was as if the very mountains were crumbling. Just as they were captivated by the spectacle, a figure surged upwards from below, positioning itself at the center of the battlefield. Who is that? Is he out of his mind? Gasped a spectator. He dares to involve himself in the fierce battle between two great beasts. He must either be a madman or a fool. A collective astonishment enveloped the crowd as they beheld the solitary figure piercing the darkness like a sword. As a burst of flames approached, the onlookers finally discerned the identity of the bold individual. Isn't that Yi Qiu, the esteemed leader of Zhixiao Peak? Exclaimed one sharp-eyed observer. What? Is that the same Yi Qiu who previously vanquished the giant primal ape? How did he end up here? Does he intend to challenge both ancient beasts simultaneously? That seems rather audacious. Whispers of admiration and skepticism filled the air. Some marveled at Yi Qiu's bravery, while others deemed him overly arrogant. They questioned the source of his confidence in challenging two colossal beasts. Yi Qiu, in a different part of the tranquil domain, Li Daoyuan and Appo's gaze was cold and filled with murderous intent as he scrutinized the figure above. He had not forgotten the humiliation Yi Qiu had inflicted upon him in Guangling City, which had severely affected his mindset. Had it not been for the elder from the unaging mountain, he might have already plummeted from his position as the sect leader. How is it him again? Li Changkong, standing beside him, wore a disgruntled expression. It feels like I encounter this guy everywhere. Every time I meet Yi Qiu, I end up in misfortune. There's a shadow in my heart. Humph. Daring to challenge the devouring sky sparrow is akin to courting death. I hope the sparrow teaches him a lesson to remedy his arrogance, Li Daoyuan grumbled. Yi Qiu's appearance ignited fervent discussions throughout the tranquil domain. He had plunged into the battlefield but refrained from immediate action, instead gradually condensing sword energy between his fingers. Devouring sky sparrow. His gaze penetrated the skies as he focused on the divine bird above. Enveloped in sword energy, Yi Qiu and Appo's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The mist around him dispersed, revealing a blood-red giant sword suspended overhead. The devouring sky sparrow seemed to sense the impending threat, emitting a piercing cry that rent the air. Chapter 91. A sword earns renown. It was the second form of the grass character sword. The dance of chaos strikes the sky. Since mastering it, this was the first time Uchiyo had employed it, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. The grass character sword was unequivocally a blade of life and death, with each stroke wielding immense power. With merely 2 fingers, Uchiyo condensed a soaring sword aura, and in an instant, the flora and fauna within a 100-mile radius stirred in response. What an extraordinary sword it was! Why did it feel as though this sword belonged to the heavens, transcending the realm of mortals? The onlookers gazed in awe at the silhouette above, utterly astounded. They could sense the overwhelming might emanating from that singular strike. Could this be the legendary divine technique? It was astonishing that his swordsmanship had reached such heights. With this one stroke alone, he could attain divinity. The title of Sword Immortal seemed destined to rest upon his shoulders. Someone jested, "The Sword Immortal in white? That sounds impressively lofty." As the sword aura coalesced, the surrounding space appeared to manifest a domain, a realm beneath a blood-red sky, seemingly dripping with blood and brimming with malevolence. A shiver ran through everyone as they felt the encroaching fear. On the opposite side, upon witnessing this strike, Li Daoyuan and Apos' expression darkened, and in a fit of rage, he struck a nearby tree. His impotent fury had begun to drive him to madness. No, it can't be. How could he master such a sword technique? Li Changkong glanced at him and slowly replied, "Nothing is impossible, brother. Do not forget that his strike in Guangling City was equally formidable as today's. He undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have warned you from the beginning that he is a formidable opponent. Due to your impulsiveness, we have already offended him once. I hope you can remain calm." Li Changkong's words were not merely advice, but a stern warning. Should a similar incident occur again, he would not intervene. Moreover, the unaging mountain could very well abandon him. As an ancient sect, Unaging Mountain could not jeopardize its future for the sake of a single elder's personal grievances. Li Daoyuan understood this truth as he gritted his teeth in frustration, ultimately yielding. Within the ranks of the Yaoqi team, as they gazed at Uchiyo above, Fu Yao expressed her complex thoughts to Uncle Han. "Can you discern the profundity of this sword? How does it compare to our sacred judgment?" She was deeply curious about the heights Uchiyo's swordsmanship had reached and how he had mastered such a formidable strike. Fu Yao's curiosity had been piqued ever since she first laid eyes on Uchiyo. She had speculated that at his age, she might not have achieved what he had. With such innate talent, why had he remained obscure for so long, with no rumors of him in the great wilderness? It was only during this beastly upheaval that he began to emerge from the shadows. Perhaps he was simply a person indifferent to fame and fortune, embodying the temperament of a true strongman. Unbeknownst to her, her mindset had gradually shifted under Yi Qiu's influence. She no longer cared for the so-called reputation or the discussions surrounding her strength compared to He Wushuang and other prodigies. After meeting Yu Qiu, she realized that true strength required no validation from the world. When the time comes to shine, one will naturally radiate brilliance. Han Xingyi gazed deeply at Yu Qiu and sighed. There is no comparison. This strike of his can be termed as the sword of the celestial, far beyond what our Yaoqi sword technique can rival. His declaration astonished everyone, for the credibility of his words was exceedingly high. Even our sacred judgment cannot compare? Indeed, it cannot. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. With such divine techniques in the Patching Heaven sect, they would soon overshadow all sacred lands. The sky-swallowing sparrow sensed the threat from the blood-colored giant sword hovering above and began to lose control of its emotions. Ignoring the attack from the swan and eye, it aimed to crush the figure before it. With a fierce opening of its mouth, a tremendous suction force surged toward Yu Qiu, intending to swallow him whole. Yet Yu Qiu would not allow such a fate. He unleashed the pinnacle of his power. Though it was a struggle, he would not be drawn in. Come. As the sword aura successfully coalesced, Yu Qiu's face broke into a maniacal grin as he slashed forward. In that instant, it seemed as if the void had been cleaved open, and under the cataclysmic sword aura, violent turbulence erupted throughout the air. The blood-colored giant sword descended upon the sky-swallowing sparrow with ferocity. The shift in momentum was akin to a great dragon plummeting from the heavens. With all his might, that strike had locked onto the sky-swallowing sparrow. The creature let out a roar, its face a mask of terror as it gazed at the descending sword. It attempted to evade, only to discover that the sword aura had already homed in on it, leaving it with no escape. Desperately, it opened its massive maw again, hoping to absorb the attack and dispel the impending doom. A thunderous blast resonated through the sky as blood rained down. The sky-swallowing sparrow's wing had been severed by Yu Qiu's strike. By the heavens, how ferocious! The audience was left in stunned silence. Even the formidable sky-swallowing sparrow could not withstand that strike, despite unleashing its most powerful ancestral technique. At that moment, the creature and Apos' eyes widened in fear as it beheld the severed portion of its body, emitting a mournful cry. Having lived for so many years, it had never suffered such grievous wounds. Not even the renowned Xiantian Taoist had managed to inflict harm upon it. They had merely driven it away. Severely injured by a single strike, the sky-swallowing sparrow began to descend slowly, its life hanging by a thread. Just when everyone believed it was on the brink of death, its body surged back to life once more. The supreme body. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The sky-swallowing sparrow had already transcended to supremacy. Even after suffering a devastating blow, as long as it had a breath left, it could regenerate. In the air, Yichio was also taken aback, preparing to unleash a second strike to definitively end the sky-swallowing sparrow's life. Unexpectedly, the creature expelled a fireball, forcing Yichio to retreat. As a supreme beast, its power surpassed his own. That prior strike had only succeeded because it had been preoccupied with the swan and eye, failing to prevent Yichio and Apos' advance. Having learned from its previous misstep, the sky-swallowing sparrow would not grant Yichio another opportunity. With a fiery projectile, it pushed Yichio back and shot him a furious glare before turning to flee. The previous blow had wounded its soul. Although its body had healed, it was still gravely injured. If it did not escape now, it might truly face annihilation. Known for its cunning, it recognized that prolonging the battle would spell its doom. Thus it fled without hesitation. Trying to escape, leave behind, Yichio once more swung his sword, attempting to sever its retreat. But the sky-swallowing sparrow was incredibly swift. Even after several consecutive teleportations, he could not catch up. Chapter 92, The Chaos of the Great Battle and the Dark History of the Celestial Mechanism, Cursed Be It. Yichio was furious. Despite unleashing all his power, he still could not catch up with the sky-devouring sparrow ahead of him. Just as his master had once said, the sky-devouring sparrow could soar thousands of miles with a single flap of its wings. Even with Yichio and Apos' relentless teleportation, he could not close the gap. Yet he was unwilling to abandon this hard-won opportunity. If he did not slay the sparrow now, once it recovered and returned, he might never have such favorable luck again. Yichio understood that the reason he had managed to severely injure the sky-devouring sparrow was entirely due to the element of surprise. Furthermore, this was the first time he had employed the divine technique of the Dance of Chaos, which the sparrow had never encountered before, catching it completely off guard. If he waited for another chance, it would surely be prepared. Stand down. A sharp command echoed through the heavens, as a blade of sword energy cleaved through the air, striking fiercely towards the clouds. Heavens above, how ferocious. The entire silent expanse left everyone dumbfounded. They had heard of Yichio's previous feats, aware of his prowess, but nothing had prepared them for this. Previously, he had only fought one or two leaders. Now, a lone figure pursued the sky-devouring sparrow in combat. What kind of celestial being was this? Madness, pure madness. I have never seen anyone force the sky-devouring sparrow to such an extent. A leader contending with a supreme being? This was a challenge to authority, and not just any supreme being, but one of ancient bloodlines and terrible origins. How dare he? In an instant, all were astonished, scarcely able to believe the scene before them. The sword energy sliced through the void, traversing the entire forest, striking towards the sky-devouring sparrow. The sparrow was drenched in cold sweat, having learned from its earlier lesson. It understood that this young human cultivator wielded a terrifying sword technique. That last strike had nearly claimed its life. It dared not be reckless again. In a flash, the sparrow turned sharply and dove towards the ground to evade the sword energy. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a furious roar, summoning tremendous power to devour all living beings within a radius of several miles. Witnessing this, Yichio's expression darkened as he meticulously observed the flow of runes around it. He could faintly sense that its injuries were gradually healing. Ah, so it requires devouring to heal. Yichio seemed to grasp a clue. According to legend, the sky-devouring sparrow was a colossal bird that existed since the chaos of the heavens and earth. Originally residing in the eastern sea, it coexisted with the three-legged golden crow atop the sacred tree of the mulberry god. The golden crow appeared only during the day, bestowing divine light upon the world, earning great renown. The sparrow, however, emerged at night to hunt, leaving no creature it laid eyes on to escape its fate of being devoured. It nourished itself by consuming other beings, and over countless ages, it had devoured countless lives, rapidly increasing its power and successfully entering the ranks of ancient behemoths. Infamous for its method of cultivation through consumption, the sky-devouring sparrow stood in stark contrast to the golden crow, earning the world and Apos' disdain and fear. Yichio had perused ancient texts that spoke of a cataclysmic cleansing that occurred in a bygone era, driven by the sky-devouring sparrow. It sought to consume all living beings in the world, aiming to seize complete control over heaven and earth, an utterly mad ambition. Unfortunately for it, it failed. The calamity it incited indirectly led to great upheaval, prompting the rise of myriad races. Powerful ancient fiends began to emerge on the historical stage. And after an epoch of protracted warfare, the 10 strongest fiends emerged, one of which was the true dragon, the original owner of the fragment Uchiyo had obtained previously. The emergence of these 10 fiends shattered the Sparrow and Apos' dreams of dominion. Yet, these were merely legends, tales from ancient times that had become blurry with the passage of time. Moreover, the sky-devouring sparrow was not the same as the legendary colossal bird. It was merely one of its bloodline's heirs. Otherwise, had it been the fabled creature, a mere glance would have been enough to annihilate Uchiyo. Could all beings truly be consumed? Gazing deeply at the sparrow as it ravenously devoured, Uchiyo murmured to himself. Just as he was about to draw the cloud sword to eliminate this menace, a tremendous roar erupted from the other side of the mountain. In an instant, the world trembled, and astonishing power surged forth, forcing everyone to retreat in disarray. Uchiyo turned to see the source of the roar, the colossal tortoise. After enduring relentless attacks from the Swanni, it finally erupted in retaliation. With a single roar, it repelled the Swanni, and with a mighty paw, it struck down. Infused with a formidable and domineering force. Even the formidable Swanni sensed the impending doom and quickly unleashed lightning techniques to defend against the earth-shattering blow. What should have been a dazzling display of sparks unexpectedly revealed another ancient fiend silently climbing the opposite mountain, a demon ape wielding a massive club. Zuyen? The crowd gasped in shock. After the Swanni and the sky-devouring sparrow, yet another ancient fiend had appeared. Zhu Yan, brandishing an iron staff, ascended the mountain's peak and leapt down with a mighty swing of its club. In mere moments, thunder roared and sparks flew, turning the once tranquil area into chaos. Zhu Yan and Apos' club struck the tortoise and Apos' shell, eliciting an enraged roar from the tortoise, which retaliated with a mighty swat, sending Zhu Yan flying. Since dawn broke, the battle had erupted in full force, plunging the entire area into turmoil. The hidden beings and nearby villages were all affected. How intriguing, how increasingly fascinating. High above, observing this frenzied spectacle, Uchiyo felt a surge of excitement. Turning his gaze back to the sky-devouring sparrow, which had begun to recover after its massacre, Uchiyo sensed that the situation was shifting unfavorably and decided to withdraw. He had intended to draw the cloud sword and deal with the sparrow directly, but now reconsidered his approach. I am curious to see what this so-called mountain treasure is that has attracted such formidable fiends. Murmuring to himself, Uchiyo subtly faded from sight. The recovering sparrow, eager to settle the score with Uchiyo, suddenly realized that he had vanished. With a furious roar, the sparrow, fueled by vengeance, desperately sought out Uchiyo to avenge the previous sword strike. At that moment, it also noticed Zhu Yan's intrusion. The colossal tortoise was now besieged by 2 ancient fiends, and signs of the mountain treasure on its back appeared to be falling away. The sky-devouring sparrow did not hesitate and immediately joined the fray. In its mind, this mountain treasure was of greater importance than revenge, for it pertained to its potential breakthrough into another realm. Oh my, 3 supreme beings. Surrounding an aging tortoise, this is a moral decline or a loss of humanity. In the ranks of the Yaoqi sacred land, Shaoyi stared dazedly at the battle above, muttering his complaints. Just as he was about to voice another grievance, a hand came crashing down upon him. Shaoyi jumped in fright, initially thinking someone was attacking him. Turning around, he found it was Uchiyo. Goodness, senior, when did you return? You startled me, Shaoyi exclaimed, patting his chest, feigning a look of terror. This elicited speechless reactions from the others in Yaoqi. Is this person serious? The assembly at the Jade Pool found themselves perplexed, pondering how a person of Uchiyo and Apos' serene disposition could be accompanied by such an eccentric figure. His demeanor was akin to that of a rogue, yet at times, he exhibited a sense of decorum and an understanding of shame. It remained a mystery whether he was merely feigning this behavior. In terms of talent, any disciple present seemed to surpass him. Thus, it was baffling why Uchiyo would choose to keep him close. He was neither a disciple nor a relative. It was somewhat incomprehensible. Bringing along a beautiful woman would be understandable, but a man. Upon seeing Uchiyo's silent return, Fuyo felt a rush of joy and was about to speak, only to suddenly realize something. Perhaps feeling a bit shy, she could only ask curiously, Senior, when did you return? Uchiyo cast her a fleeting glance and replied, just a moment ago. The Jade Pool's saintess was indeed beautiful, quiet as a maiden, exuding elegance in her pristine white gown, seemingly an ethereal fairy fallen to the mortal realm. Every movement captivated the heart, rendering one utterly entranced. Uchiyo stole a glance. But of course, it was merely a reflection of masculine appreciation. Let there be no misunderstanding, he harbored no ulterior motives. Fu Yao nodded, unsure of how to respond. When Yu Qiu inquired, "Is everything all right with you all?" "We are fine," Fu Yu replied obediently. "The battle earlier did not affect us here." Yu Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Han Xingyi, relieved to see Yu Qiu back, exhaled a sigh of relief. With so many juniors present in the chaotic state of the Silent Land, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. If another incident like the previous one occurred, he would be at a loss for words. "Ah, my friend, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "At my age, my heart is rather fragile. If I had not caught my breath in time, I might have perished without recourse." Yi Qiu chuckled inwardly, surprised by the old man's sense of humor. "Today, I am impressed. Your sword earlier was nothing short of breathtaking, stirring heaven and earth, and shocking the world. After this battle, your name will surely echo throughout the eastern wilderness," Han Xingyi boasted, genuinely expressing his admiration rather than offering mere pleasantries. Yi Qiu's sword had severely wounded the sky-swallowing sparrow, a feat unprecedented in the eastern wilderness, especially against such a notorious ancient beast. He sensed that Yi Qiu's fame would undoubtedly spread far and wide. "Ha ha," Yi Qiu smiled, having never been concerned with his reputation. He lived and acted according to his own whims. His earlier endeavor had merely been to test his sword and the might of his chaotic dance in the heavens. Whether or not he could vanquish the sky-swallowing sparrow and gain renown was of little consequence to him. If he had cared, he would not have participated at all. This matter bore both advantages and disadvantages. A victory would yield fame and fortune, while a loss would result in humiliation, drawing scorn and derision. However, in the grand scheme of things, the outcome had been favorable. Reputation was of no concern to him. Taking a moment to collect himself, Yu Qiu gazed intently at the battle atop Tiannan Ridge, continuing, "What intrigues me more at this moment is what treasures lie hidden within that copper coffin. Capable of attracting 3 supreme beasts simultaneously?" Yu Qiu's words left Han Xingyi in awe. If it were him, he would have been overjoyed. Who could resist the allure of becoming renowned across the vast wilderness? It would be simply magnificent to establish such a reputation, where one could be revered wherever they went. A topic of discussion at every meal. Yet, Yu Qiu appeared entirely unfazed, treating it as a trivial matter. This demeanor not only impressed Han Xingyi but also earned Fu Yao's genuine admiration. The disciples behind her were equally astonished, subconsciously feeling Yu Qiu and Appo's stature grow even larger in their eyes. Perhaps this was the mindset a true stronghold should possess. As for the copper coffin, Han Xingyi shook his head. "I do not know. The ancient turtle has been visible for several days now, and to this day, no one has uncovered the secrets of that copper coffin. However, given its immense allure, it must be an extraordinary treasure." Yi Qiu concurred, then turned his attention back to the ongoing battle. Boom! An earth-shattering roar reverberated as the heavens trembled. Amidst the chaotic mist, the 3 ferocious beasts assailed the ancient turtle, attempting to dislodge the copper coffin from its back. Yet, the ancient turtle's strength was overwhelming. Even in a 3-on-1 scenario, it faced them with composure. As the battle continued, more and more individuals began to flood into the Silent Land. By dawn, as the sky lightened, the inferno showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified, engulfing much of the wasteland. Meanwhile, on the other side, atop the lion-like creature, the sky darkened, reminiscent of an impending storm, with frequent flashes of lightning. Zhu Yin wielded an iron staff like a war god, relentlessly pounding the ancient turtle while simultaneously striking at the other 2 beasts. What on earth is happening here? Those newly entering the Silent Land were startled by the astonishing scene. The ground was littered with debris, fissures marred the earth, and numerous mountains had been flattened. A few beams of light approached, revealing an elder clad in a Taoist robe, his visage kind and exuding an ethereal aura. "Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Jade Pool?" gasped a bystander. The crowd was astounded. Even a figure of such stature had been drawn here. With the arrival of Jiang Jieji, discussions erupted among the onlookers. Suddenly, several more beams of light flashed by, revealing another group. "Is that Tian Tong Daoren?" The atmosphere reached a fever pitch with the emergence of yet another eminent figure, following the Grand Elder of the Jade Pool. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool also arrived at the battlefield. Upon meeting, the 2 esteemed figures exchanged pleasantries. "Haha, Dao Friend Jiang, what brings you here today?" Tian Tong Daoren inquired with cordiality. Jiang Jieji, as the Grand Elder of the Jade Pool, was responsible for nurturing the next Jade Pool Saintess and had scarcely descended the mountain in a century. Tian Tong Daoren was genuinely curious about his sudden appearance. If it were merely for the sky-swallowing sparrow, it seemed insufficient. Jiang Jieji stroked his beard, speaking in a calm tone. "Why must you feign ignorance, Dao Friend Tian Tong?" Tian Tong Daoren chuckled, understanding the situation. In this world, there was only one person capable of summoning this ancient being, Fu Yao. As the heir to the next Jade Pool Saintess, held the fate of the entire Jade Pool sacred. Jiang Jieji, indifferent to most matters, cared only for Fu Yao. Clearly, she may have encountered some peril, prompting his hasty descent from the mountain. The two exchanged brief greetings, preparing to enter the silent land when yet more beams of light appeared from the distance. Their gazes locked in surprise as they beheld the leading elder, perplexed. Is that Tian Jizi? He has come as well? The two were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. This elder was none other than the Grand Elder of the unaging mountain, Tian Jizi, a figure of half-step supreme prominence. How strange. Was it not said that he had already comprehended the supreme realm and was in secluded meditation? Why has he suddenly descended the mountain? The Taoist of Tian Tong murmured to himself, recalling that many years ago, he had heard that Tian Jizi had found an opportunity for breakthrough and retreated into the forbidden land for seclusion. Now, seeing him appear, he could not help but wonder if he had indeed achieved that breakthrough. As soon as Tian Jizi emerged, Li Daoyuan and Li Changkong, who had already exited the realm of silence, immediately approached him, bowing respectfully in greeting. Ah, my dear friends, it has been quite some time. I see you are still among the living, Tian Jizi jested upon his arrival. They had once been fierce rivals, locked in a struggle for much of their lives without a clear victor. A century had slipped by in haste, many old companions now resting in forgotten graves. And those who remained were few. Thus, when these old fellows met, it became customary for them to exchange playful banter. Jiang Jieji, stroking his beard, remarked, "You are still alive. How could I possibly depart before you? You old rascal, I have heard you have been in seclusion for decades, striving for the supreme realm. Have you crossed that threshold of destiny?" Jiang Jieji inquired with curiosity, to which Tian Jizi merely responded with a smile, leaving his answer ambiguous and inscrutable. True to his character, cunning and fond of concealing his prowess. Upon seeing him, the Taoist of Tian Tong suddenly recalled a delightful memory and could not help but chuckle. "Master, why do you laugh?" asked He Wushuang, puzzled. With a grin, the Taoist of Tian Tong explained, "My dear disciple, you are unaware that in the past, this venerable elder of the sacred land of Bulo Mountain has a little-known dark history." "Oh, what dark history?" He Wushuang inquired, intrigued. The Taoist of Tian Tong did not hold back, his voice rising as if intentionally meant for all to hear. Back then, when Tian Jizi reached the pinnacle of his sect, his confidence surged, and he fancied himself invincible in the world, boasting that he would defeat all challengers. The first sacred mountain he chose to confront was none other than the Buitian sect. The outcome was quite evident. Upon ascending the mountain, he was swiftly dispatched by the Xiantian Jinren of the Buitian sect, flailing about like a headless fly. Uft! Haraha! His words elicited a chorus of unrestrained laughter from the crowd. Amongst the many sacred mountains, he had chosen the most formidable one, indeed a master of bluster. Upon hearing the Taoist of Tian Tong recount this tale, everyone was in high spirits, save for Tian Jizi, whose expression darkened considerably. This episode of his past had cast a long shadow over his heart, a memory still vivid to this day. He had initially hoped to maintain an air of prestige before the younger generation, only to have the Taoist of Tian Tong undermine that dignity, striking at his very core upon his arrival. Furious and embarrassed, Tian Jizi angrily flicked his sleeves, feeling utterly humiliated, and turned to retreat into the realm of silence. Chapter 93. Two Tales of Silver to probe the human heart, as the enigmatic Tian Jizi made his grand entrance and then swiftly departed. Even the typically composed Jiang Jieji could not suppress a rather ungracious chuckle. He turned to his companion, Tian Tong Daoren, and remarked, "My friend, you ought to exercise caution. Tian Jizi is notoriously vengeful. Why should I fear?" Tian Tong Daoren replied with a serene smile. "I dared to confront him directly, and I am unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation. My Tianqi is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jieji cast a penetrating glance at him. Being old acquaintances, he was well aware of Tian Tong Daoren's character. If he had not possessed absolute confidence, he would not have acted so boldly. A flicker of speculation crossed his mind. Could it be that Tianqi had produced a peerless supreme being? If so, who could it be? It was unlikely to be one of his contemporaries. It must belong to the previous generation of esteemed elders. Every renowned mountain or sacred site boasts a profound heritage, teeming with formidable beings. From an outside perspective, it might seem that the prominent figures one encounters frequently represent the entirety of a sacred ground esmite. However, this is far from the truth. Behind these apparent powerhouses lies a vast assembly of elders who remain secluded, only emerging in times of crisis. Each sacred site possesses such formidable guardians, and the Buxianggio is no exception. Within the secluded recesses of Buxianggio's rear mountain, many elders are ensconced in meditation. Of course, such secrets are known only to the foremost disciples like Yuchio, while others remain oblivious, even those like Lu Qifeng, the heir to the sect. Let us hope for the best, Jiang Jieji mused, shaking his head as his figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the tranquil realm. As more individuals entered this once desolate area, it transformed into a hub of activity. In the northern mountain range, Tianjizi convened with the members of the Unaging Mountain. Observing the battle unfolding at the mountain's edge, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "How long has this conflict persisted?" "Senior brother, it has been raging for an entire night," Li Changkong explained. "From the initial emergence of the swan and I to the later arrival of the devouring sparrow, and finally, the participation of Zhu Yan. This encounter has lasted throughout the night without a resolution." Tianjizi nodded, murmuring, "What kind of celestial treasure could provoke the appearance of these three supreme fiends?" His eyes sparkled with intensity, while the onlookers were perplexed, unaware of why the long-reclusive Tianjizi had descended from the mountain upon receiving a message. Prior to this, Li Changkong had presumed that the sacred site would send only a handful of elders for assistance. They could hardly fathom that Tianjizi himself would arrive, which indeed startled them. They remained ignorant of the fact that Tianjizi's descent was solely motivated by the desire for that particular mountain treasure. In truth, he harbored a secret that he had confided to no one. He was facing a life-threatening calamity. After years of seclusion, he had yet to break through to the supreme realm. With his life force dwindling, he was desperate to make a breakthrough and alter his fate. The mention of the mountain treasure, coupled with Li Changkong's description, had revealed to him an enticing prospect. The treasure contained boundless vitality. This was the true impetus for his emergence. At that moment, what he lacked most was the essence of life. Ordinarily, given his age, he would not have faced such rapid depletion. However, years of obsession with arcane practices had consumed much of his life essence, rendering him considerably older than his contemporaries like Meng Tianzhong. He had little time to languish in slow cultivation. He needed a significant treasure to reconstruct his supreme form and survive this calamity. Keep a close watch. We must acquire this mountain treasure at all costs. I care not what means you employ. As long as you secure the treasure, any reward you desire will be granted, he declared sternly to the gathered assembly. At that moment, Li Dayuan interjected, "Senior brother, do you recall the last time I mentioned the esteemed head of Zixia Peak from Buxianjiao?" Tianjizi frowned, acutely sensitive to the name of Zixia Peak. "What of him? Did I not caution you against provoking him? The time is not ripe. Buxianjiao is currently flourishing, and now is not the moment for confrontation. If you intend to deal with them, it must await the demise of that old fool Meng Tianzhong." Tianjizi reprimanded him sharply, clearly disinterested in discussing Buxianjiao. If he could not survive this calamity, it would herald the decline of Unaging Mountain. Once he perished, there would be no one left to check Meng Tianzhong and Apos' power. Feeling a twinge of fear, Li Daoyuan quickly clarified, "No, that is not my intent. I meant to say that the head of Zixia Peak, Yiqiu, is currently in the tranquil realm." "What?" Tianjizi and Apos' brow furrowed, then relaxed slightly. "Interesting. He is here as well?" Initially reluctant to discuss the matter, Tianjizi now found himself intrigued. While he might harbor reservations about Meng Tianzhong, he felt no such trepidation toward Yiqiu. He had not forgotten the shadow cast by his previous encounter with Xiantian Daoren. Now, with his disciple present, it seemed fate had presented him with an opportunity for vengeance. Since Yiqiu was a disciple of Xiantian Daoren, and that master was now deceased, the grievances naturally passed to Yiqiu. He had heard of how Yiqiu had severely injured Li Daoyuan with a single strike. However, he did not regard it as a significant threat. Li Daoyuan was a weakling he could easily vanquish with a mere gesture. Yiqiu's strength, no matter how impressive, did not warrant concern, especially given his youth. Li Changkong studied Li Daoyuan with a foreboding sense of unease. Shaking his head, he explained, "Senior brother, Yiqiu is indeed in the tranquil realm. He made his appearance last night, and the moment he did, he severed half of the devouring sparrow's body with a single sword strike, inflicting grievous damage. His prowess is astonishing, and it seems he has undergone a remarkable transformation since our last encounter." "What?" At this revelation, Tianjizi was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the devouring sparrow's formidable strength, a being of supreme caliber. Could Yiqiu truly be that powerful? Had he already ascended to the supreme realm? It was merely a sneak attack. Any discerning observer could see that. The devouring sparrow was preoccupied with the swan and failed to notice him. Allowing him to strike opportunistically, Li Daoyuan scoffed. Upon hearing his words, Tianjizi finally grasped the situation. So it was a covert assault? That makes sense, he mused. Yet, even if it was a sneak attack, to inflict such harm on a creature as terrifying as the devouring sparrow speaks to Yiqiu and Apos as considerable skill. Contemplating further, Tianjizi grew increasingly curious about this newly appointed head of Zixia Peak. whose reputation had been greatly exaggerated. Let us go meet him. If his strength is indeed formidable, that would be fortuitous. If he proves to be all bluster, then he should not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Tianjizi declared with a somber expression. Hearing this, Li Daoyuan and Apos, face brightened with hope. He was convinced that if Tianjizi chose to intervene, he would undoubtedly subdue Yu Qiu. A smirk crept upon his lips as he thought. Just wait, boy. There will come a time for you to weep. Li Daoyuan's expression of triumph fell into Li Changkong's eyes. And he had already realized Li Daoyuan and Apos' true intentions. However, there was little he could change. He could only hope that Tianjizi could indeed suppress Yu Qiu. At that moment, on the other side of the silent realm, Xiao Yi, having watched the battle throughout the night, was exhausted and could not help but complain. How long can they possibly fight? Yu Qiu replied slowly. At this level, their physical strength is inexhaustible, and the Supreme Body has an exceptionally strong recovery ability. Unless there is an overwhelming display of power, it is rare for a decisive victory to be reached in a short time. Xiao Yi listened intently, for he was unfamiliar with many concepts, including cultivation, which his father had taught him. As for Xiao Zhan, he taught only practical combat without delving into theory. Perhaps he himself did not comprehend these matters, relying solely on brute force. Interestingly, despite his reliance on sheer strength, he had indeed carved out a niche for himself, a rather remarkable feat when they tire? Xiao Yi asked earnestly, prompting a laugh from Fu Yao. Yu Qiu cast a look of disdain at him, feeling embarrassed to be seen with someone so clueless. Fu Yao then explained patiently. Cultivation is the process of nourishing the body with spiritual energy, strengthening oneself to the point of transformation. As one's cultivation level rises, so too does the physical limit. As long as spiritual energy is not exhausted, fatigue will not set in. The higher the cultivation, the less likely this will occur. It seems that young Master Xiao is not very familiar with this basic knowledge of cultivation. Is that so? Xiao Yi scratched his head, genuinely surprised. I had no idea. Yu Qiu shot him a disapproving glance, regretting bringing him along. How embarrassing. In the future, do not claim to know me. Fu Yao covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth as she smiled sweetly. She found it amusing that such a formidable person as Yu Qiu was accompanied by such an oddball. Did all experts prefer to have a burden by their side? At that moment, feeling a surge of energy in the surroundings, Yu Qiu's eyes flashed with brilliance. He swiftly pointed his sword towards Fu Yao. Startled, she thought he was about to attack her, confusion flickering in her eyes. With a clang of metal striking metal, Fu Yao turned to find an elderly man standing behind her, wielding a 3-foot-long sword that had blocked Yu Qiu and Apos' strike. Master, Fu Yao gasped in surprise, looking at the elder behind her. The visitor was none other than Jiang Jieji. She quickly explained, Senior, do not engage. This is my master. Her heart swelled with gratitude, relieved that Yu Qiu was not reprimanding her but rather protecting her. Yu Qiu furrowed his brow, assessing the elder before him. His first impression was that this man was formidable, likely on par with his senior brother, Meng Tianzhong, a peak master of the sect. Just moments ago, Yu Qiu had assumed someone was ambushing him and had acted instinctively. He had not anticipated that the opponent would possess such skill, effortlessly blocking his attack with a mere flick of his sword. Ah, my friend possesses commendable swordsmanship. Had I not reacted in time, it is likely I would have been struck by your blade, Jiang Jieji said, a warm smile creasing his aged face. Yu Qiu replied modestly. You must be the Grand Elder of the Yu Qi, Zhang Zhenren. It is an honor to meet you. Your light swordplay effortlessly dispelled my sword intent. Compared to you, my modest skills are hardly worth mentioning. The two exchanged pleasantries, their mutual understanding clear. Through their earlier exchange, they had gauged each other and Apos' strength. Jiang Jieji was astonished. Setting aside other matters, Yu Qiu and Apos' swordplay had genuinely impressed him. He was curious about the identity of this young man wielding such overwhelming sword energy. Fu Yao explained softly, Master. This is Yu Qiu, the head of the Batian sect at Zixia Peak. Batian sect? Zixia Peak? Jiang Jieji was taken aback for a moment. Suddenly, he comprehended why Yu Qiu, at such a young age, possessed such extraordinary strength. He was a high disciple of Zhuantiando. No wonder. Oh, so you are a disciple of Zhuantiando. In my earlier years, I had some interactions with Zhuantiando. We can be considered old friends. What a coincidence that fate has brought me to meet the disciple of my old acquaintance. Yu Qiu's lips twitched. This old man was attempting to take advantage of him? The moment he opened his mouth, he declared that he was an old friend of his master, Zhuantiando, clearly trying to assert his seniority over Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu was not one to concede, promptly countering, Haha, Jiang Zhenren, you jest. I have heard much of your renown from my senior brother, Meng Tianzhong, who mentioned you as one of his few friends. Before I descended the mountain, he specifically instructed me to take good care of any disciples from Yao Qi. Jiang Jieji and Apos. S expression shifted, realizing Yi Qiu and Apos' intent. This young man was clever. He had just elevated their rank, hoping to engage in amicable conversation, only to have his standing pulled back down by the mention of Meng Tianzheng. Fu Yao caught the subtleties in their exchange and stifled a laugh. She had not expected her seemingly gentle master to have such a cunning side. Moreover, she was pleasantly surprised that Yi Qiu could deftly steer the conversation back to a favorable position. Truth be told, she was slightly hopeful that Jiang Jieji would win, as that would place her on equal footing with Yi Qiu. A twinge of disappointment tugged at her heart, but it was of little consequence. Haha, my friend, you jest. Speaking of your senior brother, I am reminded of a little matter. Your senior brother owes me 2 taels of wine money, which has been outstanding for a century now. I wonder when he will repay me. Yi Qiu was taken aback. Is that so? His master brother, who did not seem like the stingy type, owed someone wine money. Since you were his junior, perhaps you could settle it for him? Yi Qiu frowned, slowly understanding the implications. How interesting. This old man was testing him. He pondered silently, then smiled and replied, Zhenren, please do not tease me. I come from a humble background, and Zhixiao Peak is notorious for its poverty. Throughout my cultivation journey, I have never possessed a single coin. That 2 taels of wine money would hardly be worth the trouble, Fu Yao silently shouted in her heart, but did not voice it. Yi Qiu indeed had wealth. The last time the Shao family gifted him a fortune of gold, it still lay within his storage jade. Yet, he would never pay back Meng Tianzheng. What a laughable notion. Anything could be discussed, but not the matter of money. Zhixiao Peak was poor. Having acquired even a little money to improve their meals, how could he possibly repay someone else and Apos' debts? Even a mere 2 ounces is not to be dismissed. Every little bit counts. He was pondering how to maximize the use of this sum. Gifting it directly to his disciples might be met with refusal, hence Yi Qiu's hesitation. He sought a plausible pretext to ensure their willing acceptance, envisioning a tenfold surge from the system once they received it, a delightful prospect indeed. At the mention of money, Shao Yi, eager to showcase his resources, was about to proclaim his wealth, but was swiftly silenced by Yi Qiu's glare. He couldn't fathom why these masters were so frugal, unwilling to part with even a small amount. His simple mind failed to grasp the underlying issue. What appeared as a matter of 2 ounces was, in fact, Jiang Jieji's subtle probing of character. Yi Qiu smiled and continued, if the Venerable One truly wishes to recover these 2 ounces upon my return, I could inquire with my senior brother. Jiang Jieji chuckled, casting a profound gaze upon Yi Qiu, having formed a judgment. This individual possessed immense astuteness and unfathomable power. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that the heaven-mending sect had produced another peerless powerhouse. Recruiting him would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Alas, his earlier probing had revealed the futility of such an endeavor. He discerned Yi Qiu's deep affection for the heaven-mending sect and the strong bond between him and his fellow disciples. To test a man's heart with a trifling amount was a feat perhaps only Jiang Jieji could accomplish. He perceived that Yi Qiu had understood the implications of his words, and Yi Qiu's response had directly addressed Jiang Jieji's concerns. The 2 ounces were a trivial sum that Yi Qiu could undoubtedly afford. However, it transcended mere monetary value. Touching upon Meng Tianzheng's principles, Yi Qiu's deferral indirectly signified his alignment with Meng Tianzheng, standing firmly by his side. Whether the debt was genuine or not was inconsequential. Yi Qiu's subsequent offer to inquire further signaled the close-knit relationship and open communication he shared with his senior brother. Stroking his beard, Jiang Jieji smiled and continued, there and Apos' no need. A mere 2 ounces hardly warrants troubling a fellow Taoist to inquire personally. Chapter 94, My Lord, would you care to test the sharpness of my sword? The 2 harbored ulterior motives, each probing the other, leaving those present utterly bewildered. What were they discussing? Was it not merely a matter of 2 taels of silver? Yet, their conversation felt akin to owing a mountain of gold. Shao Yi pondered deeply, realizing that with his intelligence, he might never grasp the intricacies of this issue. Just as confusion enveloped him, a group of individuals hurriedly approached from afar. Young master. He heard the concerned voice of old Su from a distance, and quickly turned to look. At the forefront of the group stood his father, a figure exuding formidable authority. Father, what brings you here? Eater, it has been a month since we last met. You seem to have grown considerably. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, heartily slapping Xiao Yi on the shoulder, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Should he feel elated or distressed? Compliments are one thing. But what was the meaning behind such a blow? Real master. After greeting Xiao Yi, Xiao Zhan rushed over to Yi Qiu. Meanwhile, Jiang Jieji had returned to the Yaoqi team, apprising them of the events that transpired that night. Yi Qiu cast a casual glance at them, his expression peculiar. What brings you here? Real master. I just returned home early this morning. And my family informed me that you visited the Xiao family yesterday and took out of the city, Xiao Zhan explained, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this news, I immediately gathered the clan and Appos' elite to assist you, hoping to be of service. Yi Qiu listened with evident satisfaction. See, I have said it more than once. Zhanzi is a man of action. When there is a need, he truly steps forward. It was indeed the perfect moment. As the Silent Land was on the brink of a cataclysmic battle, and he had quietly summoned the clan's experts. Though these so-called experts might seem like sacrificial pawns before the four supreme beasts, their intentions were commendable. At least their goodwill was apparent. The situation here is perilous. I understand your intentions, clan leader Xiao. However, in this battle, everyone beneath the master is akin to ants, and danger lurks at every turn. There is no need for assistance. Should a fight ensue, remember to keep your distance. If, by misfortune, the Xiao family's foundation is obliterated, who will this child rely on in the future? Yi Qiu spoke earnestly, gazing at Xiao Yi. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhan trembled inwardly, eyes gleaming with joy. Yi Qiu's words hinted at his concern for Xiao Yi, suggesting that he might be considering accepting him as a disciple. Had he already begun to plan for the future of his esteemed apprentice? Xiao Zhan had been inquiring about Yi Qiu for some time, and was well aware that the head of Zhixiao Peak was renowned for his selfless mentorship. It was said throughout the Butian sect that the opportunity to study at Zhixiao Peak was a fortuitous blessing accrued over 3 lifetimes. Yet, entering Zhixiao Peak for training was no simple feat. Among the vast mountains, there were only 2 disciples, highlighting Yi Qiu and Appos' stringent standards regarding talent and character. Now, observing Yi Qiu's evident approval of Xiao Yi filled Xiao Zhan with hopes. Had his son passed Yi Qiu's test? Initially, he had sent Xiao Yi to the mountain with such aspirations, hoping one day to impress Yi Qiu and gain entry to Zhixiao Peak. It seemed his decision had proven entirely correct. Haha, real master, rest assured. Though my clan members may lack high cultivation, they are seasoned experts accustomed to the wilderness. Rich in combat experience. I assure you, no issues you fear will arise. I have confidence in this, Xiao Zhan declared. Yi Qiu nodded, not questioning Xiao Zhan's words, but reiterated, just be cautious. This battlefield is chaotic, and a skirmish may erupt at any moment. I might not be able to attend to you then. With that, he turned his attention back to the ongoing battle. Xiao Yi stood silently behind Yi Qiu, absorbing every word of concern directed toward him. His heart swelled with emotion. The thought that his efforts had finally garnered Yi Qiu and Appos' recognition filled him with elation. During his time with Yi Qiu, he had experienced a life vastly different from his former days of indulgence. He relished the admiration of the masses, embodying the stature of a powerful individual. Resolutely, he vowed to himself, with such high expectations placed upon me by my mentor, I shall not disappoint him. I will dedicate myself to my cultivation. Quietly reaffirming his resolve, Xiao Yi flashed a sly smile, as if that determination would vanish in mere seconds. I too shall become a formidable force, destined to shine the brightest in the future. After a while, Jiang Jieji approached, his expression one of astonishment as he scrutinized Yi Qiu with wide eyes. Having heard from Han Xingyi about the events of the previous day, he was utterly astounded that Yi Qiu had managed to severely injure the Devourer Sparrow with a single strike. Incredible, truly incredible. The swordsmanship of my friend is nothing short of celestial. Challenging the pinnacle of the master against a supreme beast? Such occurrences have never been witnessed in the great wilderness. It is almost beyond belief. Jiang Jieji was genuinely stunned. Even the legendary Xintian Daoist had never been so breathtaking. What kind of elixirs and potions do the denizens of Zhixiao Peak consume to cultivate? How could each one be more formidable than the last? The former Xintian Daoist was already fearsome, and it was presumed that after his demise, Zhixiao Peak would decline. Yet, who would have thought another, even more powerful would emerge? To challenge the master is to defy the natural order. You possess remarkable audacity. As Jiang Jieji showered praise upon Yi Qiu, the latter merely smiled humbly. I was fortunate to succeed in a surprise attack. Please do not find amusement in my modesty. Jiang Jieji felt a strong urge to roll his eyes. Such humility was excessive. Internally, he marveled at Yi Qiu's immense strength and his lack of arrogance. Unlike many other powerful figures, such temperament is even more formidable. His future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the Xintian Daoist. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Jieji understood he must cultivate a good relationship with such a promising powerhouse. Haha, my friend, you are too modest. In my life, I have encountered many, but never one as remarkable as you. To call you the most stunning figure of the ages would be no exaggeration. You truly deserve such accolades. He stroked his beard, lavishing more praise. At that moment, an unwelcome voice echoed from afar. Haha, the most stunning figure of the ages? Surely, you jest. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense. Yi Qiu turned his gaze, and before him, the space rippled as a gray-robed elder emerged. For a moment, Yi Qiu sensed the overwhelming aura of a master at its pinnacle emanating from this elder. Tianjizi had instantaneously traversed several miles, arriving just in time to overhear Jiang Jieji's flattery, retorting with a sarcastic tone. His gaze, laced with mockery, settled on Yi Qiu. You must be the newly appointed head of Xixia Peak, Yi Qiu? His words dripped with sharpness, exuding an unmistakable pressure that left many of the less experienced onlookers trembling in fear. What a formidable presence! Who is this individual with such terrifying strength? Xiaozhan glanced at Yi Qiu with concern, clearly unfamiliar with Tianjizi. After all, this elder had not emerged from his seclusion for a century. People had only heard of his name, never seen his visage. Father, do you think the senior will be in danger? Xiaoyi whispered anxiously, noting the elder's fierce approach. Clearly directed at Yi Qiu, Xiaozhan shook his head, for he was but at the fifth realm, a vast distance from the esteemed state, and thus could not discern which party possessed greater strength. Nevertheless, despite his inability to perceive such nuances, he harbored unwavering confidence in Yi Qiu, who had never disappointed them. The formidable aura emanating from Tianjizi swiftly coalesced into a colossal vortex, with Yi Qiu at its center. A faint smile graced Yi Qiu and Apos' lips as he sensed the hostility from Tianjizi, and he had no intention of concealing his prowess. How intriguing, are you testing me? With a mere flick of his wrist, the overwhelming presence of a peak leader erupted instantaneously, dissipating the pressure without so much as a movement. At that moment, the audience was astounded. Peak leader? How could this be? Li Changkong and the others who arrived subsequently were left utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that the last time they encountered Yi Qiu, he had merely been at the initial stage of leadership. How could he have ascended to the peak in just a month? Was it possible that he had not exerted his full strength previously, concealing his true cultivation? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Even for a prodigy, it would be inconceivable to achieve 2 breakthroughs within a month. Li Daoyuan's face turned pale as he clenched his fists in frustration, realizing profoundly the insurmountable gap between himself and Yi Qiu. A peak leader? Tianjizi cast a deep gaze at Yi Qiu, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his features. How could someone so young attain such a realm? Though surprised, he did not regard it with any seriousness, for he was a half-step supreme existence. A mere peak leader held little significance to him. However, the fact that this individual had reached the peak at such a young age hinted at immense potential. Concealing his murderous intent, Tianjizi pondered without revealing his thoughts. Such a grand demeanor? Truly befitting the air of Zontiando, remarkable and extraordinary. Yi Qiu maintained his serene composure, as if the elder before him held no importance. Facing such overwhelming pressure, he remained casual and unperturbed, exuding an even greater grace. Jiang Jieji, profoundly shocked, nodded silently before addressing Tianjizi. Do you have any doubts regarding my previous statement? Tianjizi furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Jiang Jieji with keen insight. The cunning old fox had subtly indicated his alignment with Yi Qiu. Yet, Tianjizi felt no fear. Even facing 2 opponents, he was unafraid, merely acknowledging the risk involved. He had come for the mountain treasure, and as for Yi Qiu, it would not be too late to deal with him after achieving supremacy. By then, Ming Tianzhong would likely not pose a threat. Haha, Dao Friend Jiang, it is not that I lack faith. But the title of the most astonishing in millennia is excessively heavy. I fear that this esteemed friend Yi Qiu may not bear such weight. Concealing his murderous intent. Tianjizi and Apos' words dripped with sarcasm. Yi Qiu said nothing, having never claimed to be the most astonishing. Jiang Jieji smiled slightly. If you doubt it, why not test it yourself? And see if I speak falsely. Tianjizi shot him a glance, continuing, there is no need for me to test it. I have already heard about yesterday and Apos' events. That devouring sparrow was merely caught off guard, allowing you a fleeting victory. Such tricks hardly warrant recognition. Turning his gaze toward Yi Qiu, Tianjizi added, years ago, I had also comprehended the swordsmanship of Xixia Peak, and I am well versed in its techniques. In terms of sword techniques, Xixia sword art is hardly exceptional. Countless sword arts can compare. Oh, at this, Yi Qiu's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting that your swordsmanship has reached an ethereal level? Tianjizi smiled without speaking, his expression seemingly conceding. After being soundly defeated by Zontiando, he had devoted decades to studying Xixia sword art, thoroughly analyzing its moves and characteristics. He held such confidence. Unfortunately, he overlooked one crucial aspect. Although Yi Qiu hailed from Xixia Peak, he had never actually learned its teachings. Tianjizi could not fathom such a situation. How could the master of a lineage not practice their own heritage? Yi Qiu and Apos' expression gradually transformed into one of excitement. Since mastering the grass character sword technique, he had yet to encounter anyone with superior swordsmanship. Tianjizi and Apos' dismissive remarks about Zixia's sword art intrigued him. Is that so? Then why not impart your wisdom? As soon as he spoke, an astonishing sword intent erupted from Yi Qiu and Apos' being. In an instant, the flora within 100 miles stirred, the winds shifted, and the sky darkened ominously. What was happening? The surge of sword intent astonished the nearby crowd, leaving them bewildered regarding its origin. As they rushed toward the source of this sword aura, a throng quickly surrounded the mountaintop, leaving no space for passage. Isn't that Yi Qiu, the first seat of Zixia Peak? Upon recognizing the source of the sword intent, the crowd gasped. Such powerful sword intent. This person truly possesses divine mastery over the sword. I had my doubts about the events of last night, but now I am convinced. Observing the fierce sword intent, they silently lamented, aware that a moment of carelessness could result in being pierced through by errant blades. As they gazed downward, their astonishment grew upon seeing Tianjizi facing Yi Qiu. Heavens! How did Yi Qiu end up in a confrontation with Tianjizi? That Tianjizi is a master-level expert who rarely descends to the mortal realm in a century. Today, he emerges from seclusion only to battle Yi Qiu. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some astonished, others perplexed. It seemed there was indeed a history between them. More precisely, a conflict had existed between Tianjizi and the previous first seat of Zixia Peak, Zuaniando. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in delight, as if they were about to witness a grand spectacle, eagerly anticipating the clash. Confronted with this overwhelming sword intent, Tianjizi suddenly felt a wave of pressure. He was astonished. Why did Yi Qiu and Apos' sword intent feel even more terrifying than what he had experienced with Zuaniando? Was and Apos' merely a peak leader? Furthermore, when had Zixia's sword art ever produced such a bloodthirsty sword intent? This was unexpected. While Zixia's sword art was renowned, it was not particularly high in rank. His own lineage's sword techniques should easily surpass Zixia's sword art. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the sword intent before him far exceeded his expectations, surpassing any sword technique he had encountered. Esteemed friend, draw your sword and let me experience your so-called profound sword techniques, Yi Qiu said with a subtle smile. His gaze fixated on Tianjizi, causing the latter to feel a pang of trepidation. He regretted his earlier bravado. After contemplating, Tianjizi realized that the sword intent Yi Qiu had unleashed was indeed formidable. In a real confrontation, he might struggle to emerge victorious. With the mountain treasure still unclaimed, it was crucial to preserve his strength. A reckless fight with Yi Qiu could jeopardize his chances of obtaining it. Haha, Yi Qiu, my earlier words were merely jest. Why take them to heart? We both arrived to quell the unrest. Why engage in internal strife and harm the harmony between our factions? Yi Qiu did not restrain his sword intent. Instead, he smiled mockingly and said, no worries. Since you hold my Zixia Peak swordsmanship in such disdain, you must possess a more exquisite sword arts. Why not take this opportunity to engage in a friendly duel? I would like to experience the intricacies of the unaging mountain and Apos' inherited sword techniques. With 2 fingers, he gradually gathered his energy, and an invisible sword materialized in his hand. Tianjizi found himself in a difficult position, embarrassed by the numerous onlookers as Yi Qiu showed him no respect. If he were to back down now, it would imply to the world that the unaging mountain was inferior to the Patching Heaven sect. His expression darkened in an instant, and Tianjizi and Apos' anger flared. You have brought this upon yourself, young man. Concealing his murderous intent, he maintained a facade of politeness and replied, since you possess such leisure and elegance, how could I possibly refuse? Let us proceed. As soon as he finished speaking, a supreme spiritual sword appeared in Tianjizi and Apos' hand. The appearance of this sword sent the crowd into a frenzy. The Taishu sword. This sword was the treasured heirloom of the unaging mountain, a supreme spiritual artifact wielded solely by the Grand Elder. With the summoning of the treasured sword, an astonishing sword intent erupted, clashing violently with Yi Qiu's own. A supreme spiritual sword, you say? Yi Qiu chuckled. At this moment, if he were to draw the Yuxiao sword, would it not leave everyone utterly astounded? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qiu decided against taking advantage of his opponent. Although the Yuxiao sword, being a celestial sword, was challenging to control given Yi Qiu's current cultivation level, it was not entirely unmanageable. The cost, however, was rather steep. Once the Yuxiao sword was summoned, it would be a lethal weapon, capable of taking the opponent's life with a single strike. The consequence, however, could drain Yi Qiu's spiritual power. With the impending battle, Yi Qiu was unwilling to squander his energy on an old man. Instead of pursuing the path of killing, he envisioned a more intriguing alternative. Chapter 95. Why use a sword against you? The atmosphere was charged with tension, as 2 formidable sword intents clashed, igniting brilliant sparks. In that moment, the wind stirred, and the surrounding grass swayed wildly beneath the onslaught. swirling into a tempest of sword energy. Tianjizi, wielding his sword with one hand, leaped into the sky, gazing down upon the world with an air of superiority. This was an enmity that had festered for years, with the former protagonist, Xiantian Daoist, now replaced by Yi Qiu. The shadows of the past loomed large in Tianjizi and Apos' heart as he fixed his fierce gaze upon Yi Qiu below. He sensed the intense sword intent radiating from his opponent. Yet he believed that mere sword intent could not vanquish him. Locking his eyes on Yi Qiu, Tianjizi inquired about his sword. Noticing Yi Qiu's 2 fingers poised with a blade of air. With a calm demeanor, Yi Qiu rested one hand behind his back and waved his right hand gently, unleashing a stunning burst of sword energy. Why use a sword against you? He did not rely on any treasures or spiritual artifacts. Instead, he conjured the blade of air solely with his hands. Having mastered the grass character sword technique, Yi Qiu and Apos' control over sword energy had reached an extraordinary level. Even without a sword, he could unleash the true power of the grass character sword. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's nonchalant tone, Tianjizi's expression darkened. Such arrogance. Anger surged within him. How could Yi Qiu, in the face of such a powerful adversary, display such hubris? To confront him without a sword was a complete disregard for his strength. Not only Tianjizi, but the onlookers too felt that Yi Qiu was overstepping his bounds. After all, Tianjizi was the esteemed elder of the unaging mountain, a figure of immense stature. To face such a powerhouse without exerting full effort, relying solely on physical prowess, was sheer folly. Yi Qiu's demeanor remained unperturbed as he ascended slowly, resembling an ethereal being. His upright posture and sharp gaze radiated an overwhelming sword intent. My sword is everywhere. Pay attention. As his words fell, Yi Qiu unleashed his sword energy, and in an instant, a fierce wind swept through. Tianjizi's expression hardened. He observed the grass of the desolate plain falling away. What sword technique is this? A surge of alarm coursed through him as he witnessed the grass transforming into countless razor-sharp swords. Calming himself, Tianjizi processed the scene. Suddenly, a look of shock crossed his face. He envisioned a chaotic massacre unfolding within Yi Qiu's sword technique. In his mind, the imagery of a cataclysmic strike emerged, armies clashing. The grass and trees becoming soldiers, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. In that ultimate domain, he was the sovereign, and all who entered were doomed to face slaughter. On the barren grassland, a tempest of death swirled. At that moment, Tianjizi was utterly astonished. If, at the beginning, he had regarded Yi Qiu as a mere fledgling with some minor accomplishments, now he recognized him as the undisputed master of the sword path. Pale-faced, Tianjizi shook his head, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be real. How could such a sword technique exist in this world? It must be an illusion, yes. This lad is deliberately conjuring an illusion to sap my will and force me to retreat." Shaking off his earlier despondency, Tianjizi's eyes gleamed with determination as he cast a cold glance at Yi Qiu. "I admit, you possess some skill, but these tricks are insufficient to defeat me." With a sneer, he faced the oncoming barrage of sharp grass and wood, wielding his Tai Su sword technique to sweep away the obstacles in his path. "Oh." Yi Qiu smiled knowingly, unperturbed by the severed grass and wood, regarding Tianjizi with a mocking gaze. If this sword strike were so simple, it wouldn't deserve to be called a divine technique. Both sides concluded their probing, and Tianjizi, disinterested in further banter, launched a horizontal strike at Yi Qiu. The Tai Su sword technique flowed with grace, akin to strolling through clouds, capable of severing the very fabric of space, its might unfathomable. As Tianjizi pressed forward, Yi Qiu and Apos' reactions were decidedly unusual. He did not attack. Instead, he evaded with an air of casual elegance, deftly dodging several of Tianjizi's strikes. Their battle raged, soaring from the heavens to the earth and back again, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. A forest and mountains cleaved apart, a river carved through the land. It was as if they fought in a realm devoid of constraints, growing ever bolder. Onlookers gasped in disbelief. My heavens, these two are astonishingly powerful. Such a level of combat is rare in a lifetime. Is this the true contest of the leader and Apos' ultimate realm? In that moment, the crowd marveled, mesmerized by the dazzling sword techniques that left them dizzy. They could hardly keep up. Can they slow down a bit and consider us humble practitioners? Some in the crowd lamented, feeling a mix of excitement and frustration at witnessing such an extraordinary battle, yet unable to grasp its intricacies. After hundreds of exchanges, Tianjizi and Apos' confidence surged as Yi Qiu consistently retreated from his brilliance. It gave him the impression that Yi Qiu dared not engage him fully. With a sneer, he taunted, "Is the legacy of Zixia Peak merely about evasion? Oh, since you have said so, let me oblige." After dodging another strike, Yi Qiu finally ceased his retreat. Through their extensive exchange, he had gradually deciphered the intricacies of the Tai Su sword technique. He stood firm, unyielding, as if rooted to the spot. A perfect opportunity. Tianjizi's eyes brightened. He believed Yi Qiu had fallen for his bait, revealing a glimmer of delight. With a full-force burst of Tai Su, he unleashed a decisive strike. Be careful. In the onlooking crowd, Fu Yao gasped in horror, but her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of awe surrounding them. What? Why isn't he dodging? Has he resigned himself to defeat, giving up the fight? The spectators were bewildered, eyes glued to the unfolding scene. As Tianjizi's sword descended towards him, Yi Qiu suddenly plunged his right hand forward, pinching two fingers together. With a resounding clash, the sound of their sword energies colliding echoed through the air, unleashing a tremendous force that rippled outward. A gust of wind surged forth, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the wind finally settled, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Someone murmured in disbelief, yet fell into a profound silence. Above them, Tianjizi wore a face of sheer terror, staring at Yi Qiu's alabaster fingers, which had effortlessly caught his Tai Su sword, leaving him utterly bewildered. This is impossible. He could hardly believe what he saw. This was a technique unleashed with all his might, not the strongest strike, yet powerful enough to exceed the limits of the leader and Apos' physical endurance. How could Yi Qiu possibly block this strike with just his fingers? What is impossible? A knowing smile graced Yi Qiu and Apos' lips as golden runes danced between his fingers. Perhaps only he understood the true nature of those golden symbols. Indeed, it is the genuine Dragonbone script. Why does he exhibit such audacity, refraining from wielding his sword? Because he himself is not inferior to any earthly sword. With the augmentation of the Dragonbone script, Yi Qiu's defensive prowess has long reached the level of a spiritual weapon. Coupled with the protective sword intent of the grass character sword technique, if he cannot withstand an attack of this caliber, he would truly be a waste. Qi Wuhui was not mistaken in his past assessments. This seemingly casual gesture effortlessly neutralized Tianjizi's strike. Yi Qiu mockingly remarked, "Is this truly the swordsmanship of your unaging mountain?" With a hint of contemplation, he mused, "It seems rather unimpressive." Tianjizi was instantly incensed, nearly spitting blood from the humiliation. Yi Qiu's words stung like a slap across his face. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they relished the moment. The impact of Yi Qiu's statement was far more potent than any sword technique he had previously employed. Earlier, Tianjizi had exuded confidence, embodying the spirit of being the strongest in the world. Now, his expression was dark and foreboding, a visage that hinted at murderous intent. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle and cultured Yuzhenren harbored such a sinister side? His ability to strike at the heart was truly remarkable. The crowd erupted in laughter at the spectacle. Tianjizi and Apos' fury deepened as he coldly stared at Yi Qiu, the taunts ringing in his ears like a sharp blade piercing his heart. His initial intention had merely been to teach Yi Qiu a lesson, to avenge the grievances he bore from being beaten by Zontiando and Apos' disciple. Yet, he found himself humiliated instead. The situation had escalated beyond personal vendetta. It had transformed into a matter of which lineage held greater supremacy. Should he concede today, it would signal to the world that Unaging Mountain was inferior to the Butian sect. Tianjizi would never allow such a disgrace to occur. He coldly declared, "You have forced my hand. I hope you do not regret your arrogance." As soon as his words fell, Tianjizi summoned his strength and withdrew the Taishu sword. He unleashed a series of sword techniques in the sky, generating an astonishing sword presence in an instant. Moments later, a Taishu sword array emerged. Yi Qiu gazed down at the intricate patterns of the sword array, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Ah, sword array. Interesting," he remarked, a playful smile suddenly gracing his face. The crowd was puzzled, though a few keen observers recognized the array as the supreme inheritance of Unaging Mountain. The Taishu sword array, an earth-tier sword technique whose power rivaled that of the Butian sect and Apos' Butian arts. Faced with such a sword array, Yi Qiu remained unfazed, instead smiling in amusement. "Yi Qiu, do you not wish to witness the true mastery of Unaging Mountain? Today, your wish is granted." With the sword array formed, Tianjizi displayed a confident smile and arrogantly warned, "But do not blame me for not advising you. This sword wields immense power. Once unleashed, it becomes a fatal strike, beyond even my control. If you cannot withstand it and meet your demise within, do not hold me accountable. You still have time to concede." Before activating the sword array, Tianjizi had deliberately issued a threat, suggesting that if Yi Qiu admitted defeat and acknowledged the strength of Unaging Mountain and Apos' lineage, he might consider sparing him. After all, he had come for the mountain treasure, and using the sword array would be a significant drain on his resources. However, Yi Qiu showed no signs of surrender, instead continuing to study the totem on the ground. After a long pause, he suddenly looked up and earnestly remarked, "This sword array seems rather ordinary." "Arrogance. Tianjizi was furious. He had been ready to show leniency, yet Yi Qiu appeared ungrateful, openly mocking the supreme inheritance of unaging mountain. Tianjizi's anger reached its peak. Just as he was about to unleash the sword array, suddenly, a surge of dragon energy erupted, and a colossal sword gradually revealed itself above the abyss. In that instant, the spectators were left in shock, unable to react. Yi Qiu stepped into the air with an air of leisure, positioning himself beneath the gigantic sword. The overwhelming sword presence bore down upon them, suffocating all in its wake. This was the true sword array. The crowd gasped in horror beneath that immense sword. The flora within 100 miles seemed to flourish anew, as if touched by a gentle spring breeze. In that moment, he once again summoned a myriad of swords, crafting a deadly array beneath the celestial realm. The grass character sword, now emanating an aura hundreds of times stronger than before, astonished all present. My heavens! What sword technique is this? This is utterly outrageous. Compared to this, the Taishu sword array was nothing short of embarrassing. It was absurd beyond belief. Within that spatial barrier, Yi Qiu had already woven a chaotic sword array of grass and blades. Under the suspended giant sword, an overwhelming sword presence erupted, transforming him into a celestial sword immortal, radiating an aura of ethereal grace. Standing beneath the colossal sword, Yi Qiu spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us end this here. I have witnessed what you deem the supreme inheritance of unaging mountain. Well, how should I put it? It is rather mediocre. Now, allow me to demonstrate how the inheritance of Zixia Peak, which you once looked down upon, truly operates. My time is limited, and I shall not employ any superfluous techniques. Just this one sword. If you can withstand it, I shall treat today and Appos' events as if they never occurred. Come. As his voice faded, the colossal sword above began to stir. The oppressive aura descended like a mountain, and in an instant, all sword energy within the domain surged forth, violently directed at Tianjizi. At that moment, Tianjizi's face turned ashen, his grip on the sword trembling. He exerted every ounce of strength to deploy the Taishu sword array against Yi Qiu and Appos' onslaught, feeling overwhelmed. He finally comprehended why Yi Qiu had appeared so composed earlier. It turned out he had never regarded Tianjizi and Appos' so-called powerful sword techniques with any seriousness. Moreover, the source of Yi Qiu and Appos' confidence stemmed from this very sword. He could not fathom why he had once been unable to defeat Zuaniando, and now he could not even best his disciple. Hovering in the air, Yi Qiu unleashed his full power, entering a remarkable state. He raised his right hand, fingers poised, and slowly brought them down. In an instant, the great sword above descended with tremendous force. Tianjizi's expression shifted to one of terror. Facing this strike, he held nothing back, channeling all his strength. His half-step supreme prowess finally proved somewhat useful as he swung his sword with his right hand while wielding a cauldron in his left to block the imminent blow. A formidable force erupted, leaving the desolate plains in ruin. With a thunderous crash, the giant sword struck, resonating with an ear-splitting sound that trembled the very earth. Even the four supreme beasts engaged in battle on the distant mountain peak turned their astonished gazes toward the commotion. With a cough of blood, Tianjizi, despite the cauldron's destruction, barely managed to withstand the blow. However, he had sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. In that moment, he sensed the chilling breath of mortality. The pressure from that strike had intensely compressed his soul. Good heavens, how ferocious! No words could adequately describe this sword. All present were left in awe, gazing at Yi Qiu with expressions filled with reverence and admiration. At this moment, who would dare to question his prowess, labeling him as arrogant? He is not arrogant. He merely speaks the truth. What fault lies in his words? Senior brother. As the battle came to an end, Li Daiyuan and Li Changkong swiftly approached to support Tianjizi, safeguarding his vital essence. After a brief moment, Yi Qiu gently descended from the heavens, standing beside Tianjizi and observing the incredulous look in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, "The legacy of the Supreme of Not Old Mountain. It is not as remarkable as one might think." With that, another spurt of blood erupted from Tianjizi, plunging him into unconsciousness. The onlookers gasped in shock. What a ruthless blow to the heart. Unbelievable. Tianjizi was already infuriated, and yet Yi Qiu delivered a final strike. Having made his point, Yi Qiu turned and left without a backward glance. His purpose had been fulfilled, and lingering any longer would not align with his character. Senior brother, please wake up. Li Changkong and the others were at a loss as they gazed at the unconscious Tianjizi, casting a deep glance at Yi Qiu. They then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Understanding that today, Not Old Mountain had suffered a tremendous humiliation. The esteemed elder of Not Old Mountain had been unable to best even the head of the Purple Cloud Peak. Should this news spread, It would be a daunting challenge for Not Old Mountain to attract exceptionally gifted disciples in the future. Any child with a hint of talent and intelligence would surely avoid Not Old Mountain, for who would want to bring shame upon themselves? Let us depart, Li Daoyuan uttered coldly, shouldering Tianjizi as he left in a fit of rage. Remaining any longer would only deepen their disgrace. Chapter 96. Boldly prizing open the imperial tomb in a secluded cave, Tianjizi awakened, recalling the recent confrontation that ignited a furious rage within him. Yi Qiu, I shall not rest until we are at odds. His gaze, filled with malice, brimmed with murderous intent as he felt the sharp pains emanating from his decaying body. Regretting his past decisions, he could hardly believe that Yi Qiu possessed such immense strength. Even he, a half-step to supremacy, could not conquer him. If allowed to grow further, Yi Qiu might soon become a transcendent being. Yi Qiu, await your reckoning. I shall remember this grievance. Once I break through to supremacy, I will return to settle the score. After a fierce curse, Tianjizi began to regulate his injuries, consuming several medicinal pills before regaining his composure. Brother, are you all right? Li Daoyuan inquired with concern, only to be met with a cold glare from Tianjizi. Deep down, he understood that his downfall stemmed entirely from Li Daoyuan's instigation. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he struck Li Daoyuan with a resounding slap, sending him crashing against the stone wall. Li Chongkong and the others were taken aback by this scene, too stunned to speak. Tianjizi surveyed them with a frosty gaze, choosing silence. Today, he had utterly embarrassed himself, and should news of this incident spread, it would be a significant blow to their sect. Particularly, Yi Qiu's derisive comment about the supreme legacy of their clan would be devastating, hindering their future development. It was an irrefutable fact that they were inferior to the Celestial Repair sect, and at this moment, he could not alter that reality. Unless he could seize the opportunity to break through to supremacy and reclaim his honor. Leave me for a moment. I need to recuperate, he commanded. Casting a long look at Li Daoyuan, he wished to strike him down but restrained himself, considering the contributions Li Daoyuan had made to their clan over the years. I do not wish to dwell on today and Oppos, events. Regardless of right or wrong, we shall discuss it upon our return to the mountain. The winds of fortune are shifting, and a bloody battle is imminent. I hope you can redeem yourself. If you perform well, I may overlook your previous transgressions. Hearing this, Li Daoyuan's spirits soared, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope. Rest assured, brother, I will do my utmost to restore our clan's dignity. Very well, depart now, Tianjizi replied, his expression remaining impassive as he slipped into a meditative state, needing to recover swiftly for the impending changes. Unbeknownst to Yi Qiu, his recent victory, combined with the previous night's battle, had propelled him to fame. His name resonated throughout the eastern wilderness, quickly becoming legendary, the white-clad sword immortal, Yi Qiu. Alas, he remained oblivious to this acclaim and quietly rejoined the ranks of the Xiao family. Hey, senior, you were incredible. I heard from my father that the old man you defeated is a figure of immense renown, a half-step to supremacy. You actually felled him with a single sword strike? Xiao Yi exclaimed, showering Yi Qiu with praise. Yi Qiu smiled, maintaining his silence. Xiao Zhan continued, your prowess grows ever more profound. At this rate, it won't be long before you reach the fabled realm of supremacy, will it? Xiao Zhan was filled with excitement. He felt vindicated in his choice of ally. The fact that Yi Qiu could dispatch a half-step supreme like Tianjizi was a terrifying notion. With Yi Qiu's protection, who would dare to challenge the Xiao family? Anyone wishing to bully them would have to consider their own worthiness. In the face of their flattery, Yi Qiu remained composed, replying, it was merely a trivial matter. Not worthy of mention. Trivial? Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. If that was trivial, what could possibly be considered significant? You foolish boy, you know not what you speak. For a being of such caliber as Yi Qiu, this is but a minor inconvenience on the path to transcendence, Xiao Zhan chided his son. His admiration for Yi Qiu growing deeper. Yi Qiu's demeanor had reached the highest level of serenity, unshaken even by such accolades. He felt fortunate for having made a wise decision to place the future of their clan in Yi Qiu's capable hands. With even a powerhouse like Tianjizi unable to rival Yi Qiu, who would dare threaten them? Moreover, his own son now walked beside Yi Qiu, brimming with potential. Yi Qiu suppressed a chuckle, shaking his head at the weight of such a hollow reputation. Jiang Jieji approached from a distance, repeatedly expressing his admiration. Oh, I never anticipated your strength would be so astonishing. Not even Tianjizi could gain the upper hand against you. Shaking his head, Jiang Jieji sighed. Your sword strike today was nothing short of earth-shattering. Had I been the one facing it, perhaps I would have met my end. Jiang Jieji's heartfelt exclamation underscored Yi Qiu's remarkable prowess, reflecting on the evolution of talent through generations. Perhaps it was time for the older generation to step back from the stage. Yi Qiu smiled. You are too humble. My cultivation is still shallow. How could I dare to compare myself to you? The only skill I possess is a bit of swordsmanship. It is merely unfortunate that Tai Jizi chose to challenge me with a sword, allowing me to take advantage. At this juncture, Yuchio found amusement in the situation, likening it to someone flaunting their prowess in his area of expertise, unwittingly presenting him an opportunity. Jiang Jieji chuckled silently. While others might believe Yuchio and Appo's words, he held a different view. Could Yuchio truly only wield a sword? No, he had keenly observed how the runes moved between Yuchio's fingers, indicating a mastery of formidable secret techniques. Though he saw through it, he chose not to expose the truth. Fuyo stood cautiously behind Jiang Jieji, stealing glances at Yuchio. Her eyes filled with admiration. The recent battle had made her acutely aware of Yuchio and Appo's formidable aura. It was hard to believe that this young man, seemingly of her age, possessed such terrifying strength. People naturally revere the strong, and she was no exception, particularly since this powerful figure was not only young and handsome, but also exuded charm and grace, unlike the older men. His demeanor was elegant and carefree, perpetually drawing her in. Stealing furtive glances at Yuchio, she felt her heart race whenever their eyes met. She acted cautiously, as if a thief, fearful of revealing her feelings. Finally, Yuchio added, "People often claim my swordsmanship is divine, but in truth, I have merely scratched the surface." What? Just scratched the surface? For a moment, the crowd struggled to comprehend that such words had come from Yuchio. Is this truly how he sees it? Having just grasped a fragment of understanding, one might recklessly pursue the swallow of the sky, nearly cleaving the enigmatic master in twain with a single stroke. If one were to master it completely, would it not be akin to tearing asunder the heavens? How utterly pretentious! After following my esteemed predecessor for so long, I had never realized he was indeed a rare master of pretense. Shaoi could only marvel at the depth of his expertise, profoundly impressed by his ability to deliver such lines with utmost seriousness. Ah, this technique is one I must learn. It appears to be self-deprecation, yet it conceals a dazzling display of bravado, catching all off guard with its exquisite artifice. Shao Yi, as if discovering a new world, secretly rejoiced, having already committed the essence of this tactic to memory. Yuchio and Appo's words left everyone present utterly astonished. Grasping just a fragment? If that is the case, then this sword technique must be divine. Such a notion is unfathomable. Divine techniques are the most powerful secrets in existence. Even if one were granted the scriptures, mastery would remain elusive. The requirements for comprehension are exceedingly stringent. Even those of innate saintly constitution would find it arduous to fathom its intricacies. Could it be that his physique surpasses even that of a naturally gifted saint? The crowd gasped, and Jiang Jieji's expression turned grave. He could not discern Yuchio's constitution, but if Yuchio could indeed master divine techniques, then his physique would undoubtedly be a true transcendent immortal body. Observing their astonished expressions, Yuchio could not help but smile. In truth, he was merely indulging in a moment of mischief. Having spoken those words on a whim, he had not anticipated the profound impact it would have on them. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Senior, you are far too modest. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous powerful figures, yet none have matched your prowess. Just moments ago, your sword stood poised above the clouds, exuding the aura of a sword immortal, reminiscent of a celestial being fallen from grace. Effortlessly graceful, yet undeniably formidable, your presence commanded the very essence of the cosmos. Each sword strike, each thought, bore infinite variations, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Such swordplay could hardly be merely a matter of partial comprehension. Surely, you have long since achieved a harmonious understanding?" Yuchio regarded her with a measure of surprise. "This girl is rather astute." Smiling, he remarked, "Ah, young lady, you possess a keen intellect. In certain respects, you surpass my two disciples. I hold great promise for your future. Your potential is boundless." A flicker of delight crossed Fuyao and Appo's eyes as she pondered. Has she earned his recognition? "Thank you for your kind words, senior." Fuyao smiled gently, the breeze caressing her hair, her exquisite visage adorned with a subtle blush, captivating all who beheld her. Yuchio's gaze glinted mischievously as he sighed. "Alas, were you my disciple, I would undoubtedly impart to you my most potent techniques. What a pity, what a pity." This sigh instilled a sense of urgency in Jiang Jieji. What does this mean? To covet my disciple in my presence? I regard you as a friend, yet you dare to set your sights on my disciple? Such insidious intent. Jiang Jieji glanced at Fuyao, noting a glimmer of delight in her eyes as Yuchio spoke. It seemed she was anticipating something, a troubling sign indeed. Coughing, Jiang Jieji felt compelled to interject. He had to assert himself, lest his precious disciple be whisked away. He had invested years of effort, resources, and energy into nurturing a saintly maiden, destined to inherit the legacy of the Yaoqi. To have her snatched away now would render all his toil meaningless. This cannot stand. He could overlook many things, but Fu Yao must remain safe. I jest. Young friend, at such a tender age, you possess such remarkable cultivation. I can only surmise your disciple must be an extraordinary talent as well. My disciple, alas, is rather dull-witted and unworthy of your esteemed attention. Surely, you jest at my expense? Yi Qiu chuckled inwardly. This old man was anxious, clearly distressed. Just as he prepared to speak, Xiao Yi interjected with an impulsive remark. Hey, Fairy Fu Yao, let me tell you, my esteemed predecessor is renowned throughout the Bui Tian sect for his generosity towards his disciples. Whether it be precious artifacts or elixirs, even celestial-level techniques, he offers them freely without hesitation. He even bestowed upon his disciple a rare bone from the fifth realm without a second thought. At this declaration, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Good heavens, a bone from the fifth realm, given so readily? Such generosity is more befitting of a parent than a mere mentor. The crowd was astounded, and Xiao Yi's timely intervention brought a smile to Yi Qiu and Apos' face. Well done, lad. You have proven yourself astute at crucial moments. Fu Yao was taken aback, her heart racing at the thought of such a benevolent master existing in the world. Coughing once more, Jiang Jie felt a wave of panic wash over him. He glared at Xiao Yi, teeth clenched. He was flustered, casting a glance at the ongoing battle, and hastily shifted the topic. My friend, how long do you believe this battle will continue? Yi Qiu glanced at him dismissively, waving his hand. There is no rush. Let them continue. We shall return to our previous discussion. Jiang Jie's face darkened. 3 lines of frustration etched across his forehead. This fellow is deliberately antagonizing me. I am beside myself with rage. If only I could strike him down in retaliation. My disciple, you have been traveling extensively. Surely, you are weary. Go and rest. I shall have Uncle Han send you some elixir shortly. Utilize this time to recuperate. Jiang Jie altered his strategy, seeking to divert Fu Yao's attention. In response to her master's concern, Fu Yao longed to protest. I am not tired. I feel invigorated. Yet, she dared not defy Jiang Jie's wishes and could only nod obediently. Very well, I shall take my leave. Indeed, go. Jiang Jie managed a semblance of a smile, casting a triumphant glance at Yi Qiu. If I cannot contend with you, must I resort to other methods? Observing her departure, the farcical scene finally drew to a regrettable conclusion. Xiao Yi lamented, what a pity. That old man is truly cunning. He has driven Fairy Fu Yao away using such tactics. Otherwise, I would surely have shown them the true meaning of deception. Muttering to himself, Xiao Yi and Apos' exasperated expression prompted Jiang Jie to contemplate striking him down. This insufferable lad, conspiring with Yi Qiu to pilfer his treasured disciple. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, even if today's endeavor failed, the seed of doubt would take root in Fu Yao's heart. He could not allow such a thing to transpire. Reflecting deeply, Jiang Jie sighed, his gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded Yi Qiu. Is this man truly so generous to his disciples? Does he bestow all his resources upon them, neglecting his own cultivation? Jiang Jie found it incomprehensible. Throughout the years, he had encountered many. Yet none displayed such unreserved generosity towards their disciples as Yi Qiu. In the vast wilderness, aside from secret techniques, the most precious resources for cultivation were paramount. Yet, every individual possessed only a finite supply, a lifetime's worth of wealth, and thus they guarded it fiercely. With numerous disciples to nurture, the allocation would invariably fall short, resulting in a life of frugality. Moreover, it was inconceivable to provide everything to the disciples. After all, these resources were painstakingly acquired over a lifetime. Who would willingly part with them, unless one were utterly deranged? Therefore, Jiang Jie could not fathom Yi Qiu's rationale. As he pondered, suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air, and in an instant, the earth trembled violently, splitting open. What was happening? The crowd hastily turned their gazes skyward and beheld Zhu Yin wielding a colossal staff, striking fiercely upon the back of the immense turtle. The sky-swallowing sparrow dove down, intent on seizing the copper coffin, when the giant turtle emitted a furious roar, raising its legs high and smashing them down onto the ground. Instantly, the space quaked, and amidst the dim chaos, a radiant light burst forth. A cataclysmic force radiated from the depths of that luminescence. A beam of golden light soared into the heavens, and the grand entrance of the imperial tomb at Tiannan Ridge gradually opened. Heavens, the imperial tomb has actually opened. Everyone, hurry. Seize the imperial artifacts. In an instant, the once tranquil expanse erupted into chaos as countless human cultivators surged forth, scrambling towards the newly unveiled tomb. Roar. The swan let out a furious bellow, and a bolt of lightning struck down violently, obliterating the foremost cultivator into a mist of blood. The imperial tomb has been unveiled? Yichio and Apos' expression shifted. He did not rush into the tomb but instead observed the four supreme beasts atop the mountain. At the moment the tomb opened, the giant turtle suddenly cried out in alarm, transforming into a streak of golden light that plunged into the imperial abyss, vanishing from sight. The three formidable beasts present immediately grew frantic, plunging down in search of the giant turtle. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yichio quickly regained his composure, utilizing a series of swift teleports to enter the tomb. At the instant he stepped into the imperial tomb, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Indeed, it was Tianjizi. Yichio paid him no heed, instead pursuing the silhouette of the sky-swallowing sparrow. In that moment, the once serene domain was thrown into disarray, for the opening of the imperial tomb signified the commencement of a fierce contest. The initial surge of energy was overwhelmingly potent, as it was the tomb of a great emperor, sealed for millennia. The accumulated force from ages past erupted in full. Those of lower cultivation levels found themselves utterly unable to withstand the oppressive might, forced to remain outside and watch, waiting for the tumult to subside. Chapter 97. The Hidden Paradise. Lin Qingzhu's fury upon storming into the imperial tomb. Yichio found himself immersed in a realm of utter void. The scene before him deviated drastically from his expectations. It was not a labyrinth buried beneath the earth, but rather an extraordinary microcosm, an entirely self-contained world. This was a blood-red ocean, starkly contrasting with the picturesque landscape outside, resembling a veritable hell of azure. The sky was crimson, the sea was a deep scarlet, and desolation stretched for miles, shrouding the land in gloom. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Yichio and Apos' brow to furrow in disgust. At the ocean and Apos' end, a colossal turtle glided gracefully through the waters, heading towards a celestial gate. In hot pursuit was a devouring bird, with the fierce swan and Zhu Yin closely trailing behind. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Yichio followed suit, traversing through the void, only to suddenly realize he had entered a peculiar domain. He had been transported away. Stunned, he surveyed his surroundings and fell into contemplation. A realm of boundaries? This was indeed an unusual domain. As he crossed the blood sea, he sensed a strange force that assessed his cultivation level. Upon completion of this assessment, he was transported to this place. After pondering for a considerable time, Yichio finally grasped the essence of the matter. It turned out that this tomb was a space characterized by multiple realms. Upon entry, every individual would be sent to a domain corresponding to their level of cultivation. The realm Yichio currently occupied was that of the venerable. Alas, was this not a hindrance? Yichio sighed, expressing his discontent. He valued the treasures upon the turtle and Apos' back far more than the tomb itself. Regrettably, his cultivation level was insufficient to enter the supreme realm, leaving him powerless to watch as they departed. It seemed he must hasten his breakthrough to the supreme level, lest he lose the chance to claim those treasures. Resolutely, Yichio decided to strive for the supreme realm. Yet, even with the assistance of the innate extreme Tao fruit, it would require considerable time to forge his supreme body. He was uncertain whether he would have enough time by the time he achieved his breakthrough. Regardless, he resolved to find a quiet place and enter seclusion. At this juncture, he had no other choice. Yichio scanned his surroundings and soared forward. He was aware that Tianjizi had also entered this realm, but it seemed he was quite far away, as Yichio had yet to encounter him. As he traversed a coastal line, he suddenly felt a chill beneath his feet. Yichio frowned, noticing a gigantic shark with jagged teeth surging from beneath the surface, lunging toward him. "Begone!" he shouted angrily, swiftly bringing his palm down. The Qian Kuan Wu Ji hand was instantly unleashed, and the shark was reduced to a mere pulp by his strike. Soon, a piece of precious bone surfaced, which Yichio deftly collected. Arriving before a grand mountain, he sensed a rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from ahead. Intrigued, he approached to investigate. Gently brushing aside a stone wall, he stepped inside, only to be stunned by the sight before him. A hidden paradise? Yichio gawked at the cavern ahead, reminiscent of the stone flower water cave, imbued with a unique essence. At the heart of the cavern flowed a spiritual spring, the source of the dense spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the entire hidden paradise was enveloped in a temporal formation. The flow of time within this space was entirely distinct from that outside. In essence, spending 10 days here equated to a mere day in the outside world. With this revelation, Yichio's spirit soared. What he needed most at present was time. With the aid of this formation, he believed he could swiftly attain the supreme realm. Without hesitation, he leaped into the spiritual spring and settled amidst the mist. From his storage jade pendant, he retrieved the innate extreme Tao fruit. He, I shall consume you now. Fear not, I shall be gentle, he said. A wicked smile spreading across his face as he gradually devoured the fruit. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying power surged into his body. The force of the innate extreme Tao fruit erupted, and Yi Qiu felt as though his soul was ascending to a higher plane. Within his sea of consciousness, a blossoming flower of the great Tao was being nourished by this power. Had his comprehension increased 100-fold? Yi Qiu inhaled sharply. With the assistance of the innate extreme Tao fruit, his understanding surged, and the primordial truths he had grappled with for ages crystallized in that moment. Empowered by this astonishing force, Yi Qiu recognized that the time had come to challenge the forging of his supreme body. Instantly entering a meditative state, he began to comprehend the laws, purify his soul, and refine his physical form. Days turned into weeks, and soon a month had passed. While merely 3 days elapsed outside, Yi Qiu relentlessly honed his body, striving for perfection. Additionally, he sought to grasp the laws and comprehend the power of the Supreme, a process that required immense time. Had it not been for this necessity, he would have long since retreated to breakthrough after acquiring the innate extreme Tao fruit. While Yi Qiu toiled in solitude, the external world underwent tumultuous upheaval. The emergence of the imperial tomb incited widespread chaos, summoning the elite and sacred sects of the eastern wilderness, from elders to disciples, all mobilizing. Haha, such a divine opportunity. We cannot afford to miss it. If we can reap some benefits from the tomb, it would surpass a decade of arduous training. As more and more individuals gathered, the ranks of the Butianjiu began to appear. Mingyu, accompanied by the disciples of Tianshui Peak, stealthily approached the entrance, their eyes alight with astonishment as they beheld the gaping tomb. Master, shall we enter? Lu Ruyan inquired. Mingyu shook her head, replying, now is not the time. Wait until the energy diminishes and the gate is fully ajar, then you may proceed. The disciples nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with awe as they surveyed the teeming masses, a sight they had never before witnessed. An ocean of people swarmed above and below, nearly filling every inch of space. How strange, where's Master Yi? Mingyu pondered aloud, having thoroughly scanned the vicinity. Lu Ruyan, hearing this, also searched for a prolonged period, yet found no trace of Yi Qiu. However, she did spot 2 familiar figures. Oh, are those not the 2 junior sisters from Zhixiao Peak? When did they descend the mountain? Mingyu paused, noting the striking presence of Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er amidst the crowd. Both wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed toward the entrance, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Just yesterday, they had received news from Shaoyi, informing them that the imperial tomb had opened and their master had entered ahead of them. Anxious to find him, they had rushed down the mountain without a second thought. Lin Qingzhu wished to inquire about Xiao Yi and Yi Qiu and Apos' whereabouts, but suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, she was greeted by Mingyu. I have met you, real person Mingyu, Lin Qingzhu said, promptly bowing in greeting. Mingyu and Apos' expression turned peculiar as she glanced behind them, asking, where is your master? Lin Qingzhu shook her head, confessing her ignorance regarding Yi Qiu and Apos' current whereabouts. Disappointed by the lack of information, Mingyu's eyes filled with dismay. Yi Qiu had descended before them, and she had heard of his exploits during her time on the mountain, which had filled her with joy. She had intended to meet him upon her descent, only to discover that he was nowhere to be found. What an infuriating fellow. Where could he have gone? No word from him, not even a message. This is maddening. Mingyu lamented, her frustration palpable. Just as she was about to speak further, Xiao Yi pointed toward the entrance. The senior has already entered. Entered? Minghua paused, her gaze drawn to the golden entrance, her expression turning grave. She turned to Lu Ruyan and said, stay here and do not wander off. Await the arrival of your elders and heed their instructions. Master, where are you going? Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Mingwei replied with unwavering resolve. I am going in search of your uncle Yi. With that, she ventured into the entrance. Having already transcended to the realm of a patriarch, she could withstand the oppressive force, allowing her to enter with relative ease. Watching her receding figure, Xiao Yi stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that real person Minghua harbors affection for Senior? Indeed, it is highly probable. Her anxious demeanor suggests a deep concern for Senior's well-being, prompting her hasty entry. Haha, who knew that in addition to his unparalleled swordsmanship and masterful art of pretense, Senior is also adept at captivating hearts. I must learn this technique. Once mastered, I shall woo a multitude, Xiao Yi declared with a mischievous grin. Senior sister, do you think Master might encounter danger within? Zhao Wan and Apos' asked with concern. Her thoughts fixated on Yuchio, her smile fading. Lin Qizhu shook her head. No, with Master and Appo's strength, he will not be in harm and Appo's way. Xiaoyi chimed in. Sister Qingzhu, Sister Wan and Amp, Appo's, do not fret. With Senior and Amp, Appo's power and intellect, how could he possibly encounter danger? Even if he does, he will surely find a way to resolve it. He will be fine. Instead, consider what we should do next. The emergence of this Emperor and Amp, Appo's tomb has stirred nearly all the renowned sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness. Many reclusive powerhouses and prodigies of bygone eras have arrived. Lin Qingzhu paused, surveying her surroundings, and soon recognized several familiar faces. The Holy Son of Heaven, He Wushuang, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi Fuyao, and Gu Haidang from the Zhulu Academy, they are all here. Lin Qingzhu fell into contemplation. A month prior, she was still somewhat behind these individuals. However, with Yuchio and Appo's guidance, the gap between them had narrowed considerably. When the Emperor and Appo's tomb truly opens, these individuals may well become her adversaries. This contest for immortality will soon reveal who the true genius is. Lin Qingzhu was confident in her abilities. She had been diligently cultivating in seclusion, and her cultivation had reached the realm of no distance. Furthermore, she had mastered the Azura Slash. Gazing at the assembled figures, Lin Qingzhu smiled faintly, resolving in her heart. Rest assured, I will not be defeated. I will not disgrace Xixia Peak, and I will not disappoint Master. In contrast to Lin Qingzhu's competitive spirit, Zhao Wan and Appo's appeared more detached, casting a casual glance around. Indeed, there are many formidable experts gathered here. Almost all the renowned sacred grounds have mobilized, making this a truly rare spectacle. Zhao Wan and Appo's remarked with a smile. Xiaoyi interjected, Bah, who cares about geniuses? Qizhu can defeat them all. In my eyes, Qingzhu is the true genius. Lin Qingzhu glared at him, as if to say, must you involve me in your boasting? Zhao Wan protested, what? Do you only see Sister Qingzhu? Am I not good enough? Of course not. Sister Wan and Appo's is equally excellent. However, I feel that I am not bad either. Possessing the potential of a great emperor, Xiaoyi said cheekily. Suddenly, a disdainful voice echoed from behind. What has become of the world? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to claim the potential of a great emperor? The group frowned, and Xiaoyi turned around, annoyed, to see a handsome man in an inkwash robe standing beside them. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyi was taken aback. Lu Yin of the Supreme Hall. He recognized him, one of the disciples of the Supreme Hall, on par with Yi Wushuang and Fu Yao. Why is he here? Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He was not arrogant enough to antagonize Lu Yan. As a disciple of the Supreme Hall, Lu Yan's status and position were far beyond what a young master of the Shao family could compare to. Although he was now following Yuchio, Yuchio had never formally accepted him as a disciple, so his status remained unchanged. Suppressing his resentment, Xiaoyi refrained from retorting, which surprised Lin Qizhu. Given Xiao Yi and Appo's usual temperament, would he not have already fired back? Why was he being so docile today? Noticing Lin Qingzhu and Appo's confusion, Xiaoyi explained in a low voice. Sister Qingzhu, this man is Lu Yin, a disciple of the Supreme Hall, on par with Yi Wushuang and Fairy Fu Yao. His strength is unfathomable, and he is known for being vindictive and ruthless. It is best not to provoke him. Xiaoyi explained tactfully, and the two understood. Lu Yin? Lin Qingzhu frowned. His arrival was marked by hostility, which displeased her. However, upon further consideration, she decided, forget it. With Master absent, it is best not to cause trouble. Lu Yin alone is not to be feared, but he is accompanied by elders from his sect. Lin Qingzhu shook her head, deciding not to engage with him. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin suddenly turned his attention to her, saying, I have heard of you. Lin Qingzhu, the chief disciple of Xixia Peak. Am I correct? Lin Qingzhu was taken aback, unsure why he had heard of her. She simply nodded, remaining silent. Lu Yin chuckled mockingly. They say that real person Yi of Xixia Peak, known as the white-clad sword immortal, possesses divine swordsmanship. I wonder if his disciple is as capable as they say, or is it just empty boasting? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu and Appo's expression turned cold. Her initial restraint was not out of fear, but to avoid escalating the situation. However, Lu Yin should not have slandered her master. In her heart, she did not care what others said about her, but she could not tolerate any disparagement of her most respected master. Whether it is empty boasting or not, you are welcome to try, Lin Qizhu retorted coldly, as the mysterious ice bone emitted waves of chilling air. The atmosphere instantly froze, and those around them sensed the impending conflict and tactfully made way. Lu Yin stared mockingly at Lin Qingzhu, saying, Little girl, it seems you are quite confident. I wonder who gave you the courage to speak to me in such a manner. Very well, You have successfully caught my attention. Lu Yin maintained his superior demeanor, and an astonishing aura erupted from him instantly. No distance. The aura sent ripples through the crowd. In the distance, He Wushuang cast a surprised glance, noticing Lin Qingzhu confronting Lu Yin. What kind of behavior is this, bullying a little girl? He Wushuang stretched languidly, cracking his knuckles, and said with a playful smile, since you are so eager to play, I will join you. As he strode towards the two, he suddenly stopped. After Lu Yin unleashed his no-distance aura, Lin Qingzhu smiled coldly, and an astonishing aura erupted from her as well. No distance? He Wushuang was stunned. The aura emanating from Lin Qingzhu was indeed the aura of the no-distance realm. When had she broken through? He had been present at the Seven Peaks tournament, and Lin Qingzhu was only at the 9th rank of the heavenly phase realm at the time. In such a brief span of time, she has remarkably transcended to the realm of unreachable? Goodness, this master Yi truly possesses extraordinary generosity. Could it be that he has also bestowed upon her the enlightenment fruit? He Wushuan felt a flush of embarrassment, her heart growing increasingly numb. Since the moment she met Yu Qiu, she has witnessed him continually gifting treasures to his disciples, never once relenting. How disheartening. What an exceptional master. Why am I not fortunate enough to receive such blessings? Perhaps it is for the best, saving me from meddling in matters that do not concern me. Upon detecting Lin Qingzhu and Appo's aura of unreachable, Yi Wushuang retracted her outstretched foot. Unreachable? As Lu Yin sensed the energy radiating from Lin Qingzhu, his brow furrowed, a hint of peril creeping into his consciousness. He had presumed that Lin Qingzhu would, at most, attain the 9th grade of celestial configuration, believing it impossible for her to reach the unreachable realm. After all, their cohort, hailed as the most extraordinary talents, had only recently breached the confines of unreachable. Lin Qingzhu, an inconspicuous disciple of Zixia Peak, had garnered a measure of fame solely as Yi Qiu and Appo's foremost apprentice. How could she possibly have transcended to unreachable? How intriguing. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. Lu Yin paused for a moment, then smiled, finally adopting a serious demeanor. As a prodigy of the heavens, he possessed an unwavering confidence in his invincibility within the same realm. Lin Qingzhu and Appo's cultivation merely piqued his interest to a slight degree. Since we are of the same tier, it cannot be deemed as me taking advantage of you. Allow me to test the mettle of the so-called foremost disciple of the Sword Immortal and see what you are truly made of. No sooner had Lu Yan's words left his lips than a jet-black blade materialized in his hand, exuding an aura of malevolence. One could sense that this blade had claimed numerous lives, its surface imbued with a profound killing intent. Chapter 98. The young cannot compete. The old emerges to seek prestige. Lin Qingzhu remained silent, her grip tightening around the Zixia sword. A glimmer of sword light flickered between her brows, and an intangible sword intent began to manifest. The Supreme Hall? Let us see what it has to offer. As Long Yin returned, Lin Qingzhu swiftly drew her sword, unleashing a chilling wave of cold air. The extreme frost emanating from her intensified, leaving all present in awe. Behind Lu Yin, an elder of the Supreme Hall observed Lin Qingzhu with a grave expression. Bone. Indeed, this person possesses considerable talent. It is said that Yi Qiu and Appo's swordsmanship is divine, earning him the title of the white-clad Sword Immortal. I wonder how much of his skill his disciple has inherited? After a moment of contemplation, the elder tacitly accepted Lu Yin and Appo's actions, primarily out of curiosity regarding Yi Qiu and Appo's prowess. Since Lin Qingzhu is his disciple, she must have inherited some of his extraordinary techniques. Perhaps one could glean a glimpse of Yi Qiu's strength through Lin Qingzhu. Moreover, the Supreme Hall, as an ancient tradition with a long-standing legacy, holds a position of great esteem. Recently, the name of the Butian sect has soared, subtly suppressing other sacred places. This opportunity could be seized to undermine the Butian sect. If Lu Yin were to win, it would significantly enhance the reputation of the Supreme Hall. After all, she is the great disciple of Yi Qiu. Whether Lu Yin could defeat Lin Qingzhu was not a concern for him. How could an obscure young girl possibly triumph over a renowned prodigy? His confidence in Lu Yin was unwavering, stemming from his remarkable talent. After a lengthy silence, Lu Yin quietly examined the blade in his hand before abruptly lifting his gaze to Lin Qingzhu. A mocking smile remained on his face, as if he had never regarded Lin Qingzhu as a worthy opponent. His arrogance was palpable. As the fighting spirit ignited between them, the atmosphere grew tense. Many spectators adopted a curious stance, eager to critique the abilities of the so-called Sword Immortal's foremost disciple. Surely, the Sword Immortal's esteemed disciple cannot be weak. This spectacle promises to be entertaining. Lu Yin, known as one of the unparalleled prodigies alongside He Wushuang, has long been established. His strength is beyond doubt. I have high expectations for him. As the crowd murmured, the battle commenced. Lu Yin was the first to strike, his pitch-black treasure sword drawn in an instant, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. The blade exuded a terrifying aura that instilled fear. However, Lin Qingzhu remained unfazed. She deftly sidestepped the attack, lightly lifting her right foot to stomp the ground, retreating gracefully into midair. Rather than attacking recklessly, she aimed to discern Lu Yin and Oppos's true capabilities. Interesting. Seeing his attack miss, Lu Yin felt a surge of excitement rather than anger. In their initial exchange, he sensed Lin Qingzhu and Oppos's wealth of combat experience, piquing his interest, though that was all it was. Dodge? Let us see how you evade. Lu Yin sneered, swinging his sword once more, delivering a seemingly casual strike that concealed myriad transformations. It was as if he wielded thousands of blades simultaneously. The speed was remarkable, with each slash containing boundless profundity. The blade's aura approached slowly, yet was capable of arriving in an instant. Lin Qingzhu furrowed her brow. The blade's aura had locked onto her, leaving her no option but to confront it, unable to evade any longer. What she intended to observe was abruptly taken from her. The Zixia sword spun rapidly in her grasp, positioned defensively before her as she traced her fingers along the blade's surface. Since you wish to gauge my true strength, very well, I shall oblige. Her voice, frigid as ice, pierced through the air. Lu Yan's heart trembled as he beheld Lin Qingzhu hovering aloft. Her aura no longer concealed, erupting forth in full force. An astonishing chill radiated from her, casting a pale blue glow that enveloped those present in an abyss of ancient ice. The cold was excruciating. Is this a heavenly secret technique? The elder behind Lu Yin gasped, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Qingzhu. In an instant, she executed the absolute dust slash, a fierce wave of sword energy sweeping through the air, exuding an oppressive aura of death that could be felt for miles. Everyone present was taken aback. This single strike was incredibly powerful. No wonder she is the Sword Immortal's esteemed disciple. She truly embodies the essence of a sword master. With just this one move, she had already earned her place among the elite. The spectators murmured, and for the first time, Lu Yin displayed a flicker of panic in the face of her strike. Though it was fleeting, he quickly regained his composure. Gazing coldly at Lin Qingzhu, a formidable fighting spirit surged within him. This is just perfect. With a commanding presence, Lu Yin responded, drawing upon all his strength to enter a battle-ready state. The remarkable aura of combativeness emanating from him was a manifestation of the Supreme Hall and Oppos's secret techniques. With a sudden flourish, he drew his sword, unleashing a fierce and domineering intent that met Lin Qingzhu's absolute dust slash head-on. Boom. The clash of blade and sword produced a resounding explosion, showering the air with brilliant sparks. The battle had officially begun. After the initial thunderous crash, the energies of sword and blade mutually canceled each other out, resulting in an even exchange. You blocked it? Xiao Yi and Oppos's face was filled with disbelief, astonished that Lin Qingzhu's absolute dust slash had been so effortlessly countered. Lu Yin truly deserved his title as one of the most extraordinary geniuses of this era. Sister, you can do it. Zhao Wana silently cheered for Lin Qingzhu, fully aware that her disciple carried the reputation of Zixia Peak on her shoulders. The outcome of this battle could impact Yiqiu's honor and the prestige of Zixia Peak. Anxiety coursed through Zhao Wana. She felt helpless in her weakness, wishing she could assist her sister at this critical moment. Lin Qingzhu was not surprised that her absolute dust slash was countered. She had anticipated it. Little girl, do you have any other tricks? If not, it's my turn to strike. Lu Yin smiled confidently, not waiting for Lin Qingzhu to respond. He surged forward, drawing his sword to strike. As the two engaged in earnest, the clash of swordsmanship and blade techniques ignited brilliant sparks. Lin Qingzhu became increasingly astonished. Lu Yin and Oppos's strength and combat prowess surpassed any opponent she had faced before. His rich combat experience and skillful techniques revealed no vulnerabilities. Forced to defend herself, Lin Qingzhu found herself both under pressure and keenly observing for any flaws in her opponent. After a prolonged exchange, Lu Yin grew weary of the game, repelling Lin Qingzhu with a powerful strike, shaking his head in disappointment. The Sword Immortal's foremost disciple seems rather underwhelming. This is quite disappointing. They say Yiqiu's swordsmanship is divine, but I have yet to see anything extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu's demeanor turned cold. Let us end this. I have no time to squander on you. If you can withstand my final strike, I shall acknowledge your strength. Lu Yin remarked playfully, channeling energy into his black blade, unleashing an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Hiss. Why does this blade exude such an astonishing aura of malice? Of course, it is the renowned spirit weapon of the Supreme Hall, the Slaughter Blade. The former elder of the Supreme Hall wielded it to vanquish countless foes. Its blood-soaked history has intensified its malevolent energy, thus earning its name. Someone explained. Lu Yin slowly drew his blade, and a dragon-like form emerged in the sky, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Beneath the overwhelming aura of murderous intent, a palpable weight hung in the air, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. "The dragon slash?" exclaimed a startled onlooker, clearly recognizing the secret technique deployed by Lu Yin, his expression a tapestry of disbelief. To think that the esteemed Supreme Hall and Apos' Earth-level secret technique, the dragon slash, had been mastered by Lu Yin. Remarkably, it appeared he had refined this move to an extraordinary degree. The atmosphere grew tense once more, as the spectators marveled at Lu Yin and Apos' formidable talent and strength. Meanwhile, a segment of the crowd cast anxious glances towards Lin Qingzhu, pondering how she would counter such a formidable strike. Interesting, the dragon slash, is it? If he were facing a different opponent, this move might exert some suppressive effect. Alas. Nearby, He Wushuang observed the illusory dragon in the sky, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had witnessed Lin Qingzhu and Apos' true prowess firsthand. If he were the one facing this attack, perhaps there would be some pressure. As for Lin Qingzhu, in the heavens above, Lin Qingzhu gazed at the dragon looming over her, a hint of amusement dancing on her lips. It turned out that the so-called genius saint, with his most powerful secret technique, was merely Earth-level. Lin Qingzhu chuckled. This comparison illuminated the fact that Yi Qiu was truly the finest mentor in the world. Without comparison, there exists no disparity. Reflecting on the time and effort Yi Qiu had invested in her training, her heart swelled with gratitude. With such a benefactor, how could she allow his reputation to suffer? As Yi Qiu and Apos' foremost disciple, she felt it her duty to uphold his honor, relishing the responsibility. With a flourish, her Zixia sword spun in her grasp, her gaze taking on an enigmatic depth. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, the crowd gasped as an Azura from the 9 netherworlds materialized above Lin Qingzhu. The moment the Azura appeared, the previously formidable murderous intent paled in comparison. The elder behind Lu Yin was struck with astonishment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Heaven-level sword technique. How could she possibly wield such a secret art? He thought, his gaze transfixed on the bloodthirsty Azura that loomed over them, its gaping maw roaring menacingly at the dragon below. At this moment, the dragon seemed as fragile as a mere worm before the Azura's overwhelming presence. Lu Yan's countenance turned ashen, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the Azura. No, this cannot be. She cannot possibly possess a heaven-level technique. The arrogance and haughtiness that had characterized him earlier evaporated, replaced by sheer panic. His previously unwavering confidence crumbled as he sensed that the murderous energy emanating from Lin Qingzhu's strike was exponentially more potent than his own. As the Azura's energy coalesced, Lin Qingzhu fixed her cold gaze upon Lu Yin and said, "Did you wish to ascertain my true strength? Very well. I shall oblige you." Her response was icy and commanding. In a heartbeat, she swung her sword downward, darkening the sky and casting a crimson hue over the battlefield. The roaring Azura lunged at the dragon with ferocious speed. Lu Yin summoned every ounce of strength he had, attempting to thwart the Azura and Apos' assault. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. In an instant, the dragon was obliterated, the Azura descending upon Lu Yin with an unstoppable force. His complexion drained of color. Lu Yin and Apos' hands fell limply at his sides, his spirit crushed. A thunderous clash reverberated through the air as the blade met the sword. The confrontation concluding with the Azura and Apos' overwhelming might. Lu Yin was sent hurtling through the air, grievously injured, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his lungs searing with pain. He had been utterly defeated, and the reality of being bested by an unremarkable girl was a bitter pill to swallow. He felt as though he had become a stepping stone on her path to fame. "Yin, are you all right?" Elder Moe of the Supreme Hall rushed to Lu Yan's side, alarmed by the severity of his injuries. Upon witnessing Lu Yan's plight, a wave of murderous intent surged within him. He had intended to intervene and prevent Lin Qingzhu and Apos' strike, but as Lu Yin and Apos' elder, he understood the young man and Apos' competitive pride. Intervening would only serve to damage Lu Yan's ego, so he refrained from acting, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Yin was grievously wounded and nearly lost his life. Furious, he realized that Lu Yin, as the heir of the Supreme Hall, held a prestigious status that could not afford any blemish. As Lu Yin and Apos' escort on this journey, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding him. Now, with Lu Yin injured, how could he face the Grand Elder upon their return? Moe hastily administered a healing pill to Lu Yin, relieved to see him regain consciousness, and enter a state of recovery. Yet, his expression remained grim as he rose to his feet, turning a cold gaze towards Lin Qingzhu. Little girl, your strikes are rather ruthless. Did your elders not teach you that martial sparring should be conducted with restraint? At this, the disciples of the Patching Heavens sect trembled, sensing that the elder was about to escalate the situation. How despicable! Is he seeking to bully the weak? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, realizing that today's events would likely not end well. The opposing party had a senior elder, while they were merely junior disciples, with Yuqiu currently unaccounted for and Mingwei already delving into the imperial tomb in search of them. They were utterly powerless to assist Lin Qizhu against the elder's impending confrontation. What is your intention, elder? Lin Qizhu inquired, her heart sinking at the prospect of her fears materializing. Humph, you dare to employ such merciless tactics in a spar? Such cruelty is unbecoming of a cultivator. Since your elders have failed to instill basic etiquette in you, I shall take it upon myself to teach you today, Moe declared, preparing to strike. How shameless. A junior loses, and the elder steps in to back them up. This is the dignity of the Supreme Hall? Unable to accept defeat, are we? The crowd fell silent in shock as Xiao Yi boldly emerged from the throng, unleashing a torrent of reproach upon Moe. This individual, lacking in combat prowess, exhibited a remarkable talent for insults. As Xiao Yi confronted Moe, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Here was a mere junior cultivator daring to stand against a formidable elder of the sect. Ah, this lad is quite audacious. He's not afraid to step up when it matters, He Wushuang thought, amused. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yi's heart raced with trepidation, his legs trembling despite his bravado. Elder, do you not possess a sense of shame? When a junior competes and loses, it is a testament to their lack of skill. Who else can be blamed? At these words, Moe and Appos, as fury ignited, his facade of authority stripped bare by Xiao Yi and Appos, as sharp tongue. Initially seeking to avenge Lu Yin, he had sought a pretext for his actions. But Xiao Yi had effectively dismantled his justification, inciting his wrath. You insolent brat, my actions require no justification from you. Do you wish to meet your end? With a flick of his wrist, he sent Xiao Yi flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he narrowly avoided collapsing. Xiao Yi, young master, Zhao Wanner rushed to check on Xiao Yi, while the members of the Xiao family seethed with rage at Mo Yi's brazen behavior. This old fool has no sense of decency, Lu Ruyan thought, her anxiety mounting. Confronted by a sect leader, even their numerical advantage proves futile. A sense of inexplicable frustration arises. Would he have dared to act so brazenly had Mingwei remained outside? He is merely taking advantage of the fact that there are no elders present from the heaven-mending sect. Little girl, do you acknowledge your transgression? After dealing with Xiao Yi, Moe advanced toward Lin Qingzhu, step by deliberate step. Lin Qingzhu, her expression impassive, offered a scornful laugh. If you wish to fight, then fight. We, the disciples of the Purple Dawn Peak, are unacquainted with the concept of admitting fault. Arrogant, Moe roared, enraged that Lin Qingzhu remained so defiant in the face of his oppressive aura. Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you. This ignorant little girl who knows not the immensity of the heavens and the earth, in place of your esteemed elders. As the words left his lips, Moe was about to strike. Observing this scene, Fu Yao hesitated for a long while, contemplating whether to have Han Sheng offer assistance. After all, their relationship with Yi Qiu was quite amicable. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Yao suddenly sensed an astonishing aura emanating from the horizon, directed at Moe, and she was momentarily stunned. A flying sword arrived from beyond the heavens, repelling Moe with a single strike. Upon closer inspection, a man clad in a Taoist robe stood upon the sword, his presence awe-inspiring. Senior Uncle Qi. Seeing the man, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of joy and exclaimed in delight. Lin Qingzhu, however, cast a complex gaze, her emotions subdued. She had not anticipated that, in this critical moment, it would be Qi Wuhui, the senior uncle whom she had once considered an adversary, who would come to her rescue. The arrival of Qi Wuhui instantly changed Moe and Appos' complexion, and he felt a pang of regret in his heart. How could he not recognize Qi Wuhui, the former prominent figure and chief disciple of the Hidden Sword Peak? Chapter 99. The proud master uncle, standing firmly upon seeing Qi Wuhui above, He Wushuang halted his steps, wearing a smile as he remarked, "What a surprise! Why is he here?" He Wushuang had never anticipated that Qi Wuhui would suddenly appear, seemingly to support Lin Qizhu. He recalled Qi Wuhui and Appos' humiliation at the Seven Veins Martial Assembly when Yi Qiu had made him spit blood. Such disgrace Shun and Appos' harbor resentment towards Yi Qiu? How could he stand in support of Lin Qingzhu? He Wushuang chose once again to remain a bystander, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. With Qi Shibo present, It seemed that the old man would not dare to make things difficult for them anymore. At that moment, Lu Rian and Appo's anxious heart finally found solace. Earlier, she had been in a state of panic, as the disciples of the Butian sect were being reprimanded by the elders of other sacred places, with no one to stand up for them. The sense of injustice was indescribable. Suya quietly inquired, "Sister, isn't Qi Shibo at odds with Uncle Yi? How could he possibly lend a hand to Qingqing?" Lu Rian paused, contemplating. Indeed, the feud between Uncle Yi and Qi Shibo was not a matter of recent days. Why would Qi Shibo come to their aid? Lu Rian felt equally perplexed, as did Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er. Even Xiao Yi wore a bewildered expression. Was Qi Wuhui intoxicated? They had humiliated him so thoroughly before, yet he was willing to assist them now? Xiao Yi felt a pang of guilt. Zhao Wan and Appo's hesitated before saying, "Indeed, it is quite unexpected." In her memory, Qi Wuhui had always been a bitter and scheming individual, resorting to unscrupulous means to suppress Zi Xiaopeak and Yi Qiu. Over the years, he had made things difficult for Yi Qiu, and since their ascent to the mountain, he had never shown them a kind face. Moreover, with the heavy enmity between the two factions, there was no reason for Qi Wuhui to extend a helping hand. Lin Qingzhu was equally baffled, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Earlier, she had defeated Qi Hao, bringing shame to Qi Wuhui. Now, he had come to aid her, leaving her utterly confused. However, given the current circumstances, Qi Wuhui's arrival provided them with a much-needed elder to lean on. Though this elder had not offered them a warm demeanor, he chose to intervene when outsiders bullied them. The one most affected by Qi Wuhui and Appo's presence was Moe. He had initially chosen to act when he saw that Lin Qizhu lacked support from her sect elders. However, he did not anticipate Qi Wuhui's sudden arrival. Moe was well aware of Qi Wuhui's strength and knew he was no match for him. Thus, he refrained from making any further remarks about discipline. Attempting to shift the topic, he chuckled, "Ah, Qi Daoyu, it's been years, and your strength has grown immensely." Qi Wuhui cast a cold glance at him, revealing a hint of a cruel smile as he replied, "Are we familiar with one another?" Moe felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, his expression darkening. In front of so many people, Qi Wuhui was clearly refusing to provide him any dignity. "What does this mean?" Moe inquired. Qi Wuhui, irritated, descended from his flying sword and fixed his gaze on Moe. "As an elder of the Supreme Hall, you bully the disciples of the Butian sect. Do you think all of us old fellows have perished?" Killing intent surged in Qi Wuhui's eyes, causing Moe to feel flustered as he hastily clarified, "Friend, this girl is ruthless. She fought with deadly intent. With such a temperament, she will surely cause great trouble in the future. I merely intended to guide you, to prevent future disasters that would trouble you as well." Qi Wuhui was enraged, finding the notion utterly ludicrous. "When did the disciples of the Butian sect require your instruction? Surely, you are overstepping your bounds. Even if our disciples were to err, we would manage our own affairs. It is not your place to intervene. Furthermore, she has committed no offense. How can there be talk of discipline?" Once these words left his mouth, Moe and Appo's expression darkened further, realizing that Qi Wuhui was showing him no respect and was intent on humiliating him. This was indeed Qi Wuhui and Appo's intention. With a disdainful glance at Moe and then at Lu Yan behind him, Qi Wuhui scoffed, "What great talents and supreme orthodoxy! Yet, it seems you cannot even defeat my disciple, who has only been in training for 3 months. Perhaps you should consider renaming him the Heavenly Waste." At this proclamation, Lu Yan's face flushed red with indignation and shame. What? Only 3 months? The audience gasped in astonishment. Lin Qingzhu had reached the level of Wujing in just 3 months? What kind of prodigy is this? Surely, there must be some divine elixir on Xiao Peak, allowing such rapid advancement in merely 3 months. The crowd was taken aback, shocked by Lin Qingzhu's innate talent and even more astonished by Yi Qiu's capabilities. While exceptional horses may exist, a skilled rider is seldom found. Without a great master, even the most gifted individuals may struggle to achieve greatness. Moe and Appo's complexion soured, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Is this what the supreme orthodoxy has come to? The younger generation is lacking, and the old are shameless. Today, I have witnessed it all. Qi Wuhui declared with fierce indignation. When did the disciples of the Butian sect require someone else to oversee them? Hearing this, Moe's expression grew grim, a surge of anger bubbling within him. What do you mean by that? Nothing more than what you understand, Qi Wuhui retorted coldly. Moe, his face darkened, challenged. Are you implying that you do not regard my Supreme Hall at all? And if so, does the Butian sect seek conflict with my Supreme Hall? Moe exclaimed, his anger boiling over. Qi Wuhui did not rebut him, instead smiling. The Butian sect has always held to the principle of not seeking trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Pausing, Chi Wuhui and Apos' expression turned serious as he declared, "Old fool, bullying the weak, how shameless. It appears your Supreme Hall is quite dissatisfied with the outcome of this match, yes? Very well then. Once the younger generation has concluded their sparring, we elders shall also engage in a bout. Let us see what your Supreme Hall has to boast about. You may consider this an act of oppression," he added. With that, Chi Wuhui struck out with a palm, unleashing the full force of his peak mastery. At that moment, the entire assembly was taken aback. The peak of mastery. Everyone was puzzled. Had it been said that Chi Wuhui was merely at the mid-level of mastery? The sheer might of his strike left Moe and Apos' complexion shifting in horror as he frantically summoned his treasures to counter it. Yet, Chi Wuhui and Apos' seemingly casual palms sent him flying thousands of meters away. How could the power of a peak master be resisted by someone merely at the initial stage? With a single blow, Moe was sent reeling, and Chi Wuhui's heart swelled with amusement. The power of a peak master was indeed exhilarating. To be honest, he was quite grateful to Yichio. Had it not been for Yichio resolving his inner turmoil, he might never have reached the peak of mastery. After an eye-opening experience with Yichio, he returned to his sect, reflected deeply, and ultimately let go of his obsessions. This allowed him to break through his limitations successfully. Now, with his power surging, Chi Wuhui felt invincible. Thankfully, Yichio was not present. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to spar with him and showcase his prowess. Alas, feeling a sharp pain and numbness radiating from his arm, Moe's face darkened further, rage igniting within him. Even with the knowledge that he could never be a match for Chi Wuhui, retreat was not an option. This was a matter of the Supreme Hall and Apos' reputation. After losing a match, if he were to falter again, it would convey to the world that the Supreme Hall was no better than the Butian sect. In an instant, he summoned a blade, unleashing all his power and employing his strongest secret technique to strike at Chi Wuhui. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked beneath the weight of his attack, sending a formidable pressure surging forth. The onlookers turned pale and hurriedly stepped aside, fearing for their safety. Standing firm against the raging winds, Chi Wuhui regarded the incoming strike with a cold gaze, casually raising his right hand. Sword come. The flying sword on the ground instantly returned to his grasp. With no elaborate maneuvers, just a simple flick of his wrist. An even more astonishing sword aura swept through the air. In mere moments, Moe's assault was completely dismantled, a clear display of overwhelming dominance. In the blink of an eye, Chi Wuhui vanished, reappearing behind Moe, delivering a powerful slap that sent him crashing away. Severely injured, Moe was rendered incapable of further combat. Observing his disheveled form, Chi Wuhui scoffed. The Supreme Hall? Merely this. With a cough of blood. Moe nearly fainted from rage. Just then, a voice echoed from the horizon. "Sir, do you not hold my Supreme Hall in sufficient regard?" The arrival of this voice sparked a fresh wave of commotion. Suddenly, a gray-robed elder materialized amidst a disturbance in the air. Chi Wuhui furrowed his brow, but quickly regained his composure, sneering. I wondered who it was. It is none other than the Grand Elder of the Supreme Hall, Qing Miao Zhenren. What? Do you wish to avenge your disciples? Upon arriving, Qing Miao Daoren cast an irate glance at Moe, clearly furious. He had already grasped the entire situation. The root of the matter lay entirely with his beloved disciple, who, in a spar, had been bested and grievously injured. While defeat was commonplace in martial arts, allowing one to learn and improve, Qing Miao was displeased with Moe and Apos' handling of the situation. Seeking vengeance for Lu Yin was one thing, but being caught by the elder of the opposing sect was quite another, bringing disgrace to the Supreme Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Miao's face darkened. By any calculation, they were in the wrong. Chi Wuhui, we concede this matter today. However, regarding your earlier disparaging remarks about my Supreme Hall, do you not intend to offer an explanation? An explanation? Why should I owe you one, Qing Miao? At the Butian sect, we act according to our whims, never feeling the need to justify ourselves to anyone. This incident is merely the Supreme Hall and Apos' own doing. If you take issue with it, feel free to bring it on. I shall receive you accordingly. After all, you lost to my senior brother in the past, and now your disciple has fallen to my junior brother and Apos' student. What face do you have to seek a platform here? Chi Wuhui and Apos' domineering response sent the audience into an uproar. Wow, that's incredibly domineering, Xiaoyi Zhang exclaimed. I admit, I may have spoken too loudly before. Big shot. Remember to cover for me next time. Chi Wuhui's declaration profoundly impacted the disciples of the Butian sect. They were astonished to discover this formidable side of their elder, who maintained his composure in the face of external provocation, inspiring awe and pride among them. Qing Miao Dao Run and Amp. Oppos. S expression turned ashen. Qi Wuhui and Amp. Oppos. S word struck deep, humiliating the Supreme Hall. Clenching his fists in frustration, he coldly replied, "Very well, I will remember this incident. Qi Wuhui, I hope you do not come to regret your arrogance. My Supreme Hall is not to be trifled with." "Huh, I have never known how to regret." Qi Wuhui laughed heartily and continued, "If you are dissatisfied, I am more than willing to exchange blows with you. What skill is it to bully the younger generation? Is this all that your Supreme Hall can muster?" Furious at such humiliation, Qing Miao Daoren felt his temper flare, nearly spitting blood in anger. How detestable. Realizing the futility of his position, he cast a cold glance at Moe and Lu Yin, commanding, "Leave." If they did not depart now, would they wait for Qi Wuhui to continue to humiliate them? He had intended to confront Qi Wuhui, yet even if he triumphed, it would not prove anything. As the head of the Butian sect was Meng Tianzhong, not Qi Wuhui. Winning would hold no significance, but losing would carry dire consequences. Such risks were not ones he was willing to take. He could only swallow this bitter defeat. Qi Wuhui's words had deeply wounded him, stoking his anger. "Disciple, you have lost. Elder, you too have failed." And he himself had once lost to Meng Tianzhong. What face did he have to seek respect here? Absurd. Watching their retreating figures, Qi Wuhui scoffed, as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter, entirely unconcerned. With the conclusion of this incident, the crisis was finally averted. Lin Qingzhu regarded Qi Wuhui with a complicated expression, momentarily at a loss for words. "Thank you, Uncle Qi, for your assistance," she expressed sincerely, with Zhao Wan'er echoing her gratitude. However, they were taken aback by Qi Wuhui's response, which was rather amusing. His lips curled into a proud smirk as he quipped, "Humph. Who helped you? Do not flatter yourselves. I simply could not stand by and watch an old fool bully children." With that, he turned and walked away. The onlookers exchanged glances, suddenly amused. They had not anticipated that Qi Wuhui was so proud. Zhao Wan'er stroked her chin thoughtfully, remarking, "He clearly helped us but refuses to admit it." Due to today's events, Qi Wuhui's image in the eyes of the disciples had shifted significantly. They were puzzled by his behavior. Little did they know that, in Qi Wuhui and Oppos, S heart, aiding Yuqiu and Oppos, S disciples represented an immense humiliation. Thus, how could he ever admit to it? "I would rather die than acknowledge it. I did not help you. I merely found it intolerable." With Qi Wuhui's backing, no one dared to bully the disciples of the Butian sect any longer. Lu Rian finally sighed in relief, slowly walking up to Qi Wuhui's side, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Qi." Qi Wuhui glanced back, puzzled. "Ah, it's Rian. Where is your master? Was she not with you when you descended the mountain?" Qi Wuhui was confused. Had Mingwei been present, he would not have needed to intervene. Yet, the one who should have been here was absent, leaving him no choice but to act. This could be seen as repaying a favor to Yuqiu. After all, Yuqiu had previously gifted him a precious pill, helping his son stabilize his mind and avoid a catastrophe, as well as assisting him in breaking through his own shackles and mental barriers. This favor was challenging to repay. Moreover, given his proud nature, he would never stoop to express gratitude to Yuqiu. Thus, today's actions were merely a means of settling a debt with Yuqiu. Qi Wuhui comforted himself inwardly, reasoning that he would assist just this once, merely to repay a favor. Afterward, he would behave as he deemed fit upon their next encounter. Lu Ruyan hesitated briefly before responding, "Master, my esteemed teacher has already entered the imperial tomb and has yet to return." Qi Wuhui was taken aback. Had Mingyue truly ventured inside? What could have compelled her to hasten into such peril, especially when the tomb had not fully opened and dangers lurked within? "Why did you not stop her?" he reproached. Lu Rian wore an expression of concern, feeling aggrieved as she explained, "Uncle Yi is also inside. It is said that he pursued the devouring sparrow the moment the tomb opened, and we have not heard from him since." Upon learning this, "My master instructed us to remain here while she entered first to search for Uncle Yi." What? Qi Wuhui's expression darkened. Yuqiu had entered the imperial tomb? Was he out of his mind? Before descending the mountain, the senior master had cautioned them to shatter the communication talisman upon encountering the devouring sparrow and to act together when they had all gathered. Yet, he chose to chase after it alone. Qi Wuhui and Amp, Oppos, S countenance grew grave as countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Throughout his life, he despised being indebted to others. He reassured himself once more. Just one more time, the final time, indeed, it shall be the last. After this, his fate would no longer concern him. Having settled his thoughts, Qi Wuhui turned to Lu Ruyan and instructed, "Stay here and do not wander about. Soon, your master Yang and the others will arrive." Master, where are you going? Lu Ruyan inquired, puzzled. Qi Wuhui replied coldly to the imperial tomb. With that, he soared towards the entrance, vanishing from sight without a backward glance. Chapter 100. Ascending to Supremacy. The little junior sister weeps in fear at this moment. The blood sea roiled tumultuously. Several sect leaders engaged in fierce combat over a coveted spirit fruit. Humph, old Taoist Jiang, old Taoist Tiantong. I was the first to discover this spirit fruit. Do you truly intend to seize it from me? With a sweeping strike, Tianjizi repelled Jiang Jizi and Tiantong Taoist, his voice laced with fury. Huh, how absurd. It is utterly laughable. Tiantong Taoist chuckled derisively, continuing, if it is a treasure of heaven and earth, it rightfully belongs to the capable. Just because you laid eyes on it first does not make it yours. What a grand folly. Faced with Tiantong Taoist and Appos' mockery, Tianjizi and Appos' countenance darkened. His gaze greedily fixed upon the shimmering spirit fruit on the gigantic tree across the abyss. Whether it was an immortal-grade fruit or not, its thousands of years of growth imbued it with astonishing vitality, making it the most sought-after treasure he currently needed. With a sly smile, Jiang Jizi remarked, Tianjizi, my friend. You were injured by Yi Qiu earlier. I fear you have yet to fully recover. With both of us confronting you now, do you believe you stand a chance? You old fools. Even if you join forces, I harbor no fear. In an instant, battle erupted anew, the entire blood sea churning violently. At this juncture, the imperial tomb, having just opened, unleashed its powers, revealing the treasures hidden within. A precious artifact soared through the sky, prompting an excited sect leader to rush forth, eager to claim it. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the blood sea, a figure discovered a blood droplet sprouting from the depths. The imperial tomb was bustling with activity. With nearly half of the powerful sect leaders from the eastern wilderness present, the clashes were cataclysmic, particularly the fierce confrontation between Tianjizi, Jiang Jizi, and Tiantong Taoist. Just as they vied for the spirit fruit, the space trembled, and an exquisite figure appeared above the blood sea. Is this a realm of comprehension? Upon entering the imperial tomb, Mingwei felt the aura of enlightenment enveloping her, reminiscent of Yi Qiu's presence. She quickly realized this was a domain of sect leader caliber. Not far away, she spotted the three combatants grappling over the spirit fruit, and her eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the fruit. However, after a moment's reflection, she opted to forego the pursuit. Against these three old adversaries, she had little chance. It was wiser to seek out Yi Qiu's whereabouts. If fortune favored her, there might yet be opportunities. As the three combatants sensed her intrusion, they ceased their struggle. Upon recognizing Mingwei, Tiantong Taoist chuckled. Ah, it is you. Taoist Mingwei. I thought reinforcements from the unaging mountain had arrived. Humph. Another from the Butian sect, Tianjizi remarked, his expression darkening as he fixed a cold stare upon Mingwei. Hatred surged within him, still nursing a grudge from when Yi Qiu had grievously wounded him. Were it not for Yi Qiu, he would not find himself in such dire straits, constantly suppressed by Tiantong Taoist and Jiang Jizi. Mingwei sensed Tianjizi and Appos' murderous intent, her heart fluttering with unease. Why did this man harbor such animosity toward her? Had she ever crossed him? Confused but undeterred, she inquired, Tiantong Taoist. Have you seen my junior brother? Tiantong Taoist exchanged glances with Jiang Jizi and shook his head. Not at all. The imperial tomb has only just opened, and the chaos was overwhelming. Yi Qiu took the lead in pursuing the swallowing sparrow. By the time we arrived, he had vanished, leaving behind only the remains of a giant tooth shark. It appears that the shark met its end recently, likely at the hands of Yi Qiu. Mingwei and Appos' expression turned thoughtful as she surveyed the tumult in the blood sea, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Humph, Yi Qiu? That fellow is probably dead by now. At that moment, Tianjizi coldly interjected. When the first wave of energy surged, he had already entered. Days have passed, and no one has glimpsed his figure. He must have perished in some unknown corner. Mingyue's brow furrowed. She began to understand the source of Tianjizi's hostility towards her, stemming from Yi Qiu's actions. She had heard of how Yi Qiu had severely injured him, leaving her in shock at his newfound prowess. A profound sense of loss enveloped her as she realized the widening chasm between her and Yi Qiu. If this continued, he would inevitably become someone she could only admire from afar, their distance growing ever greater. Would she ever be able to interact with him as she once did? Each time she contemplated this, a deep melancholy settled within her. Raising her gaze to Tianjizi, her eyes turned icy as she declared, "Rest assured, even if you perish, my junior brother will remain unharmed." It seemed she would not tolerate any disparagement of Yi Qiu, retorting without hesitation. "You foolish girl, seeking death." Tianjizi seethed with rage, striking out with a palm. Yet Mingwei remained steadfast, fully prepared for battle. At that moment, Tiantong Taoist intervened, pushing Tianjizi back. Turning to Mingwei, he advised, if you seek Yuchio, you may head eastward. If my intuition serves me well, he likely ventured that way. The giant tooth shark's remains were discovered to the east, making it easy to deduce Yuchio's direction. As he was the first to enter and the only one capable of slaying the shark, Mingwei cast a grateful glance at Tiantong Taoist. Thank you, Tiantong real person. I shall take my leave now. Please continue. Her purpose in entering was to find Yuchio, leaving no time for idle chatter with Tianjizi. After bidding farewell to the two, she pursued Yuchio's lingering aura, flying eastward. Before long, she arrived at a coastline and found the remains of the giant tooth shark. Her conviction in Tiantong Taoist and Appo's judgment strengthened. She pressed onward toward the distant mountain peak. Meanwhile, within the cave paradise, Yuchio continued to forge his supreme physique. 3 days had elapsed in the outside world, while an entire month had passed within the cave. Under this rigorous training, Yuchio and Appo's body underwent a remarkable transformation, emanating golden runes, the essence of the true dragon and Appo's bones. At that moment, he harnessed the power of these runes to forge his supreme body. Should he succeed, his physique would attain perfection, boasting astounding recovery capabilities and top-tier defense. The final tremor was imminent. After a month of toil, Yuchio felt a surge of excitement. His body was nearing an ideal state. His realm began to ascend, and soon, he would traverse the final threshold. Deep within beside a blossoming Dao flower, another flower slowly unfurled, radiating brilliant light. A torrent of spiritual energy surged towards the spiritual spring, engulfing him in a sensation of soul elevation. Ah, this feeling is exquisite. It was as if something long restrained was finally released, pouring forth freely. As this tremendous power erupted, the entire cave paradise quaked violently. With a resounding boom, Yuchio and Appo's garments shattered, revealing his flawless physique. The successful forging of his supreme body transformed his very essence. As the Dao flower within the bloomed magnificently, it felt as though his internal spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. In an instant, Yuchio unleashed his power, causing all the spiritual energy within the blessed land to converge upon him, forming a massive vortex above his head as it poured into his body. He reveled in the influx of this supreme power, a sensation of pure bliss. After an indeterminate period, the spiritual energy accumulated over tens of thousands of years within the blessed land was completely drained by Yuchio. His cultivation finally reached the initial stage of the supreme realm. However, due to this space being the domain of the sect leader, Yuchio had to temporarily suppress his cultivation to avoid being teleported away. Slowly opening his eyes, Yuchio wore a delighted smile. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the spiritual spring had been completely depleted. Glancing at his attire, he realized it was utterly ruined, causing him a pang of distress. Such a waste of money. He lamented. Another custom-made outfit destroyed before I even had a chance to enjoy it. Fortunately, he had prudently prepared several spare garments before descending the mountain, lest he be caught in an unseemly state, which would certainly detract from his image. With a sense of relief, Yuchio retrieved a clean set of clothes from his storage jade pendant and changed. Raising his right hand, he tested the robust strength of his arm and the boundless power within him. Confidence surged through him. Should he encounter the heaven-swallowing sparrow again, he was certain he could vanquish it with his sword. Lost in the euphoria of his breakthrough, a sudden tremor shook the entrance of the cave, indicating that someone had entered. Yuchio furrowed his brow and noticed Mingwei cautiously pushing open the stone wall, her head lowered, as she stepped inside. Her movements were tentative as she observed her surroundings. Upon spotting her, Yuchio was struck by an idea. He swiftly concealed his presence and hid behind a large rock. With his aura masked, Mingwei's divine sense was unable to detect him, and she continued deeper into the cave, muttering under her breath, "That wretched fellow, where did he hide? His aura clearly vanished here, but he's nowhere to be seen." Mingwei was vexed, having followed Yuchio's scent trail only to have it abruptly end at this location. Her gaze fell upon the drained spiritual spring, and she shuddered as she scanned the cave. This is a temporal domain formation?" she exclaimed in astonishment. She approached the spring where Yuchio had been cultivating, her steps light, and became lost in contemplation. The cave was eerily silent. Even the sound of dripping water could be heard from afar. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, causing Mingwei to tremble violently. The unexpected fright was enough to unnerve even the most stalwart of men, let alone her. Her face paled as she turned to see Yuchio, the source of the scream, grinning mischievously. She stamped her foot in exasperation. "Are you insane?" Still shaken, Mingwei's face was ashen. The sudden shock had left her legs weak. "Haha." Yuchio responded with a heartless laugh. He had simply wanted to startle his beautiful senior sister on a whim. He had assumed that her current state of mind would render her immune to such a scare, But to his surprise, Ming Yue's face had turned white. At first glance, she appeared so delicate that one couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Her watery eyes glistened with tears, captivating and enchanting. Alas, Ichio had no desire to be sympathetic. He laughed without restraint. "You fiend, you're still laughing. I'm so angry," Mingwei exclaimed through gritted teeth. She had been so concerned for Ichio's safety that she had tracked him all the way here. Now that she had found him, she felt not joy, but anger. She reached out to strike him, seeking retribution for the fright he had given her. However, her small fists were feeble and lacked power, making the gesture seem more like playful banter than a genuine attempt at revenge. Ichio did not resist, standing still and allowing her to vent her frustration. After a while, Mingwei finally recovered from her shock, though she remained indignant. Ichio chuckled as he looked at her, asking, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" "Humph. You have the nerve to ask? You tracked the heaven-swallowing sparrow all the way here without a word," Mingwei retorted petulantly. Ichio chuckled and lowered his voice, leaning closer to Mingwei and Apos' ear and whispering, "Senior sister, were you worried about me?" "Don and Apos, flatter yourself. I just happened to be passing by," Mingwei retorted, denying it vehemently as if her deepest secret had been exposed. Her cheeks flushed red. She felt a peculiar sensation from the breath Ichio had just exhaled near her ear. Ichio smiled, feigning disappointment. "Oh, I thought senior sister was concerned for my safety and had traveled far and wide to find me. Alas, it seems I was merely deluding myself." "No," Mingwei stammered, her heart aching at Ichio's expression of disappointment. She thought that her words had hurt him, and she felt a pang of guilt. Deep down, she had indeed been worried about Ichio, which was why she had come looking for him. Mingwei was about to explain when she noticed a hint of cunning in his eyes. She realized that he was trying to trick her again. "You fiend," she exclaimed, stamping her foot in anger. She had thought it was a moment of genuine emotion, but it turned out to be another ploy. She felt utterly betrayed. In a fit of pique, Mingwei landed several blows on Ichio's chest. Suddenly, the stone beneath her feet shifted, and she stumbled into the spiritual spring. Losing her balance, she fell into the water. In the nick of time, Ichio reached out and pulled her back, holding her close in his arms and taking full advantage of the opportunity. "This is a chance given by the heavens, and I wanted amp. Apos, let it go to waste," he thought. He savored the soft body in his arms and inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her. Lowering his head, he caught a glimpse of a sight that was difficult to resist. "I've said it before, only someone as experienced as I am can resist this temptation." At that moment, Mingyue's heart was pounding wildly, and she felt incredibly nervous. She felt safe and secure in Ichio's warm embrace. Overcome by shyness, she pushed him away. Her face flushed red. "That wretched fellow. He tricked me again," she muttered under her breath. She didn't and Apos know what was happening to her. Her heart had been racing, and she had even felt a sense of anticipation and reluctance. Mingwei, how can you have cultivated for so many years and still lack composure?" She berated herself inwardly. But when she met Ichio and Apos' eyes, her heart cooed and Apos' helped but beat faster. After a long while, she finally calmed down, feigning composure and returning to her usual demeanor. "Phew," she sighed, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Just as she was about to say something, Ichio suddenly said, "You smell so good, senior sister. What did you eat to grow up with such a unique fragrance? It and Apos' captivating and special. I just want to keep inhaling it." "Get lost," Mingwei retorted, her face flushing red. The composure she had just regained was shattered once again by Ichio. "Haha," Ichio chuckled, finding that teasing Mingwei was a delightful pastime. Mingwei was exasperated, but she was also pleased to hear Ichio say that her scent was alluring. It seemed that she wasn't entirely unattractive after all. She had always thought that her beauty was insufficient to attract Ichio, which had made her feel somewhat dejected. But now, it seemed that she did possess some appeal. However, that rascal was still too much. The fragrance that Ichio had mentioned was her unique body odor. This may be related to the cultivation technique she practices, or perhaps it is an innate quality. She herself is uncertain. She only knows that this fragrance possesses a potent allure for men. However, the nature of this allure remains a mystery to her, as she has never experienced it firsthand. Ichio chuckled for quite some time before finally calming down and said, "All right, enough of the teasing." Glancing around, Ichio continued, "Sister, this place is a haven with a domain of time, perfectly suited for cultivation. Would you care to seclude yourself here for a while longer?" Mingwei was taken aback. She had already discerned this. However, after some contemplation, she realized that having just broken through to the position of leader, she currently lacked an opportunity for further advancement. While seclusion might yield some benefits, they would be minimal. with the numerous treasures in the imperial tomb. She deemed it wiser to seek out those riches rather than squander time here. Forget it, she concluded. There are abundant treasures in this imperial tomb. Rather than wasting time here, I might as well go treasure hunting. Earlier, when she arrived, she noticed that Tianong Daoist, Jiang Jia, and the enigmatic Tianjizi from the unaging mountain were engaged in a fierce struggle over a spiritual fruit. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. That old scoundrel again, he mused. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu suddenly wore a sly smile and teasingly inquired, "Sister, do you desire that spiritual fruit? I could retrieve it for you." Ming Yue's heart fluttered, a feeling of excitement washing over her. Was this a confession? How thrilling. This was the first time he had expressed an intention to gift her something. However, after a moment of careful thought, Ming Yue shook her head and replied, "Never mind. That fruit is of no use to me. You should save your energy." Chapter 101, The Gift of the Ginseng Fruit Tree. The little junior sister is deeply touched. Conserve your energy? Yi Qiu's expression was peculiar as he inquired further, "What is the purpose of conserving energy?" Ming Yue paused for a moment, then earnestly replied, "Of course, it should be utilized where it is truly needed." Yi Qiu pondered her words and solemnly stated, "Indeed, I find your reasoning quite sound. Very well, I shall heed my senior sister and Apos' advice and direct my strength to its rightful use." Upon hearing this, Ming Yue and Apos' lips twitched. There was something strangely off about his words. Yet, she paid it no mind. Yi Qiu ventured deeper into the cave, with Ming Yue closely trailing behind. "Senior sister. This cave is a veritable paradise, brimming with spiritual energy. Initially, I believed it was due to this spiritual spring." Yi Qiu began to explain, "However, after absorbing all the energy from the spring, I discovered that this power did not solely emanate from it. It seems there must be some spiritual treasures hidden within this cave." Ming Yue nodded in agreement, intrigued by the mystery, as they continued their exploration. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through. "Be careful." In an instant, several sharp spikes shot forth from the cave, startling Ming Yue, who instinctively prepared to intercept them. To her surprise, Yi Qiu swiftly waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the spikes. Ming Yue felt an overwhelming aura of supremacy emanating from him, causing her to gasp in astonishment. Has my junior brother truly ascended to the supreme realm? Although Yi Qiu's displayed power remained at the pinnacle of the sect leader level, the fleeting essence of supremacy he had just exhibited was unmistakable to Ming Yue. As she carefully sensed his aura, she noted an extraordinary celestial essence surrounding him, as if he had seamlessly merged with the environment, rendering her spiritual awareness incapable of discerning his true state. The only explanation for such a phenomenon was that Yi Qiu had indeed broken through to the supreme level and forged a supreme body. Ming Yue was astounded. In just a few short days, Yi Qiu had achieved this monumental breakthrough, becoming yet another supreme powerhouse for their sect since the passing of the Xiantian Zhenren. Yi Qiu and Apos' ascendance also signified a further elevation in his identity and status. The world could scarcely fathom the dread that accompanied the status of a supreme. Not only within the Butian sect, but throughout the entirety of the eastern wilderness, any encounter with a supreme elicited fear, compelling all to bow in reverence. Even the emperor of a dynasty would extend grand gestures of respect upon meeting a supreme. "Senior sister, what troubles you?" Yi Qiu, about to step into the cave, noticed Ming Yue frozen in place and asked with curiosity. Ming Yue gazed deeply at him, choosing not to reveal her shock at his breakthrough, concealing her astonishment within. "Nothing. Let us proceed." "Ah, the situation here is somewhat intricate. Stay close to me," Yi Qiu gently advised. As he took a step into the cave, Ming Yue felt a warmth in her heart, touched by his kindness, feeling an inexplicable joy. His tenderness seemed to be a privilege reserved for his two cherished disciples, rarely bestowed upon others. Now, with this warmth enveloping her, she found it oddly comforting. Upon entering another chamber within the cave, Yi Qiu cast a cold gaze towards the entrance, where a massive venomous spider loomed, its form coiled at the cave and Apos' apex, glaring down at them with menace. It seemed thoroughly displeased by their intrusion, issuing a warning. The strength of this spider was at least that of the sect leader and Apos' pinnacle, and the earlier spikes had originated from it. Berserk blood spider. At the sight of the enormous creature above, Ming Yue and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, instantly alert. She looked up at Yi Qiu, who remained unfazed, seemingly uninterested in the spider, instead focusing his gaze on a small sapling growing upon the stone wall beneath the web. "This is a ginseng fruit seedling?" Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. The sapling beneath the spider was indeed the legendary ginseng fruit seedling. Ming Yue, too, was astounded. The ginseng fruit was a fabled innate spiritual fruit born from the essence of heaven and earth. Its shape resembled that of a small human, and in terms of quality, it surpassed even the finest spiritual fruits, rivaling celestial fruits in value. How intriguing! It seems fortune smiles upon us, for we have discovered a ginseng fruit seedling here. Yichio smiled, recognizing the rarity of such a treasure. It would be a grave loss to leave it behind. The ginseng fruit possessed remarkable vitality, capable of extending one's lifespan and offering immense restorative abilities, greatly benefiting one's cultivation. Although it did not possess the effects of a longevity elixir, it was undoubtedly the finest treasure from heaven and earth for them. Seeing Yichio and Appo's interest piqued, Mingwei understood that he was determined to acquire the ginseng fruit seedling. With his strength, the venomous spider would be unable to safeguard the precious sapling. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Yichio, the berserk blood spider issued a warning hiss. It circled above the web, moving with remarkable speed, clearly prepared for battle. It had been guarding this ginseng fruit seedling for many years, anticipating the day it would grow, bloom, and bear fruit, enhancing its cultivation exponentially. Little did it expect Yichio to intrude so suddenly, and it sensed his ill intentions towards its precious tree. The berserk blood spider would never relinquish its prize willingly, and a confrontation was now unavoidable. Junior brother, be cautious. This berserk blood spider possesses a lethal toxin. Should you be poisoned, your life could be forfeit in an instant. Moreover, its movements are exceedingly swift, and within its web, your mobility will be hindered, Mingwei cautioned anxiously. Yichio chuckled, replying, "Fear not, a mere spider poses no threat to me." With unwavering confidence, Yichio dismissed the danger. With his current strength, he deemed the spider insignificant. His gaze burned with intensity as he focused on the ginseng fruit seedling, and he sprang into action. In an instant, the spider reacted, spitting forth webs to ensnare Yichio. However, he effortlessly severed the strands with a sword chi. And though he could only summon the power of a sect leader for the moment, it was more than sufficient to confront the berserk blood spider. With a leap, he drew upon his gathered energy, his fingers emanating an astonishing sword intent as he struck towards the spider. The berserk blood spider let out a piercing shriek, terror gripping its heart as it recognized the futility of resisting its opponent. It immediately unleashed a torrent of webs to counter Yichio and Appo's assault. Seizing the opportunity as Yichio severed the webs, the spider scuttled swiftly towards the cave's exit. Its speed was remarkable, and being on the web constrained Yichio's pursuit, he chose not to follow, allowing it to flee. His true objective was never the berserk blood spider. Its retreat was advantageous, for the fruit tree now belonged to him. Once the spider had escaped, Yichio smiled faintly, using his sword chi to clear the cave of any remaining webs before halting his actions. Approaching the ginseng fruit tree, he gently harvested it, employing a special technique to nurture it, ensuring no harm would come to the precious sapling. "Junior brother, congratulations on acquiring such a treasure," Mingwei remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased for Yichio. As she gazed at the tree, her heart stirred with desire. However, knowing it was a prize snatched from the berserk blood spider, she felt it was not her place to covet it. The spider and Appo's strength surpassed her own. Without Yichio and Appo's intervention, she would never have been able to lay claim to it. Yichio turned to her, noticing the hint of disappointment in her eyes, and fell into contemplative silence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to face her, his countenance adorned with a warm smile, gazing sincerely into Mingwei and Appo's eyes, and declared, "Senior sister, this tree is for you." "What?" Mingwei and Appo's heart skipped a beat, disbelief clouding her features as she stared at Yichio. This was an innate spiritual fruit seedling. Did Yichio truly not desire it? Why would he choose to bestow it upon her? In his heart, could it be that this ginseng fruit seedling holds less significance than I do? Mingwei mused internally, feeling a wave of emotion. It seemed that only his two disciples enjoyed such treatment from Yichio, and she never anticipated that she would be among them. However, this precious fruit tree was far too valuable for her to bear receiving such a grand favor from Yichio. She was not his disciple, merely a senior sister in the same sect, and not even from the same lineage. How could she accept such a selfless gift as his disciples did? With a tinge of disappointment, Mingwei shook her head and said, "Junior brother, I appreciate your kind intentions. Yet, this fruit tree is extraordinarily precious, and as your senior sister, I have not rendered you any great favor, so I cannot accept such a gift." Though she felt a strong attraction to the fruit tree, she understood that it was a treasure Yichio had obtained, and it had no connection to her. To her surprise, Yichio and Appo's expression grew cold upon her refusal. "Senior sister, after all these years of camaraderie, do you truly consider me just an ordinary junior brother in your heart?" Looking into Yichio and Appo's disappointed eyes, Mingwei quickly clarified, "No, that is not what I meant. She had never intended to distance themselves, yet her previous words seemed to imply otherwise. If that is not the case, why then do you refuse me? Yi Qiu smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon Mingyue, making her exceedingly anxious. At that moment, Mingyue felt deeply touched. She had not expected Yi Qiu to care for her so much or to bestow upon her such a precious gift. Unsure of what to say, she hesitated for a long while before finally uttering, I do not mean to refuse, but this gift is simply too extravagant. If you wish to present me with something, you could choose something less valuable. But I believe only such a gift is worthy of my naturally beautiful senior sister. Yi Qiu replied with a smile, his words imbued with tenderness that captivated Mingyue and Appo's heart. Ah, could this be the feeling of infatuation? This insufferable fellow knows I cannot withstand such gestures. Yet he continues to pursue them. Gazing at his handsome visage, sincere eyes, and gentle smile, Mingyue found herself at a loss for words, her heart overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Since the passing of their master, she had never experienced such affection and care from anyone. Well then, after much hesitation, Mingyue ultimately chose to accept Yi Qiu's gift, her heart brimming with joy. This was the first gift Yi Qiu had given her, and it held great significance. Once she returned to Tianshui Peak, she would place the fruit tree in front of her door, so she could see it first thing every morning. Oh, this is as it should be. Upon hearing that Mingyue had finally accepted the gift, Yi Qiu smiled with relief and carefully handed the fruit tree to her. Mingyue accepted it, taking great care to protect it from harm. She cherished this gift deeply. With this fruit tree, she would nurture it diligently when she returned home. Gazing up into Yi Qiu and Appo's clear eyes, her heart leaped with joy. In his heart, she realized she was just as important as his two disciples. If not, why would he gift her a ginseng fruit seedling? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Mingyue's eyes as her cheeks flushed slightly, a playful spirit emerging. Seizing an opportunity when Yi Qiu was not paying attention, she suddenly tiptoed and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Oh, this surprise attack. Yi Qiu instantly reacted, only to realize that Mingyue had already dashed away. After running a distance, Mingyue turned back, a blush on her face, and smiled sweetly at Yi Qiu, saying, consider that a reward for your gift of the ginseng fruit seedling. Yi Qiu touched the spot on his cheek where Mingyue had kissed him, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. Oh, I see now, senior sister. Just wait. I will go find a few more seedlings for you. Mingyue and Appo's lips twitched, casting him an exasperated glance. Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, she wondered if she had been too impulsive. Reflecting on her earlier actions, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she realized that in the face of Yi Qiu's tenderness, she had lost control and acted on impulse. Recalling the moment, she felt a mixture of regret and a fluttering heart, lingering in that delightful feeling with a hint of anticipation. Shaking her head, she tried to dispel the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Junior brother, you are acting strangely. Yi Qiu smiled knowingly, to which Mingyue adamantly denied. No, it is you who are acting strangely. Yi Qiu smiled slightly, ready to retaliate. Senior sister, I have thought it over. It seems that I am the one at a loss. I have given you a ginseng fruit seedling, and you dare to ambush me. I detest being indebted to others, as well as others being indebted to me. I believe in repaying kindness and settling debts. No, I must return the favor. We shall balance the scales. As he spoke with increasing enthusiasm, Yi Qiu approached her with a wicked grin. You, don't come any closer, Mingyue exclaimed, her heart racing as she attempted to flee, only to find herself cornered against the wall by Yi Qiu. Her heart raced, and she gazed up into his deep eyes, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Seeing the flustered and blushing junior sister, Yi Qiu revealed a mischievous smile, gradually leaning in closer. Just then, ding! You have gifted Mingyue a ginseng fruit seedling, triggering a critical return. It truly can trigger. Yi Qiu was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He had merely acted on a whim in gifting Mingyue the ginseng fruit seedling, hoping to see if it could trigger a critical return. To his surprise, it indeed did work. According to the system's previous description, any disciple under the Tian sect could trigger a critical return. Although Mingyue was of the same generation as Yi Qiu, she had also risen from a disciple's position, thus she too was eligible. One must admit, this system was remarkably clever. This setting not only aided Yi Qiu in his romantic pursuits, but also ensured he incurred no loss. Rather, he stood to gain. This unexpected delight caused Yi Qiu to momentarily forget what he was doing, inadvertently stepping away. At this moment, Mingyue had already closed her eyes, quietly awaiting Yi Qiu and Appo's approach. After a long wait without any action from him, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find he had walked away. She stamped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. The atmosphere has reached this point, and you leave me hanging? Is this how you treat me? Fuming with indignation, Mingyue felt a strong urge to kick Yi Qiu. Meanwhile, Yichio moved aside, calming his thoughts. Would you like to activate the critical return? Yes. Ding, congratulations, you have triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit. Earning the celestial item, a peach tree seedling. What? A peach? Yichio was shocked, as if he had swallowed a giant whale. The ginseng fruit seedling had transformed into a peach seedling. In terms of quality, the effects of this peach far surpassed those of the ginseng fruit by 1,000-fold. Not only would it extend lifespan, but it would also greatly aid in enhancing one's cultivation. Consuming a single peach might very well lead to immediate ascension. The effects were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. However, such fortuitous events were rare. Despite the enhanced effects, the growth cycle of a peach would be considerably longer than that of a ginseng fruit. This was the impact of increased quality. Every extraordinary herb or treasure shared this trait. The longer the growth cycle, the greater the quality and effect of the treasure. Well, it isn't entirely unacceptable. After pondering for a moment, Yichio concluded that the outcome was still favorable. Not only had he successfully acquired a kiss from Mingyue, leaving her profoundly moved, but he had also gained a peach seedling in the process. In this moment, you may have garnered a modest profit, yet I shall never incur a loss. Suddenly, amidst the surprise, Yichio realized that he had intended to undertake something significant. The unexpected return of the system had momentarily distracted him, causing him to forget his important task. Looking back, he saw that Mingyue had already departed, sitting by a nearby stone, intently tending to her ginseng fruit tree. A wave of regret washed over Yichio. Alas, what a pity. The atmosphere had been disrupted by the system and Oppo's interference. Now, considering a course of action felt inappropriate, and he decided to abandon the thought. Senior sister? He called tentatively as she approached. Mingyue lifted her head, resuming her usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments before. With a calm tone, she inquired, "What is the matter?" Yichio shook his head, dismissing the concern. The opportunity had slipped away, and there was no use lamenting it now. He replied, "It's nothing. Let us go." After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future, and there was no need to rush. At this moment, his thoughts were more occupied with the elusive sky-eating sparrow and the colossal tortoise. He had initially intended to pursue the 4 formidable beasts towards the Dragon Gate, only to be unexpectedly transported away. Now that he had ascended to a higher realm, it was the perfect time to continue his pursuit. However, the dangers of the Imperial Tomb made him uneasy about leaving Mingyue alone in such a perilous place. Upon exiting the Blessed Realm, the flow of time around him returned to normal, and standing at the cave's entrance, Yichio couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Mingyue and asked, "By the way, senior sister, you mentioned encountering Tianjizi when you entered. Did he give you any trouble?" Mingyue paused for a moment before replying, "Well, he did attempt to make things difficult for me, but he was intercepted by Master Tiantong when he tried to act. I wasn't Oppo's in the mood to engage with him, so I chose to leave. And I have no idea how their battle is unfolding now." Yichio furrowed his brow, squinting into the distance, but soon relaxed. A faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Senior sister, let us go. I shall seek retribution for you." Chapter 102. Oh. So who granted you the courage? Mingyue's eyes flickered, and a faint smile blossomed on her face, as refreshing as a spring breeze, captivating. Nodding slightly, Mingyue felt a warmth in her heart, silently acknowledging Yichio and Oppo's actions. Since the passing of her master, it had been a long time since she experienced the feeling of being protected by someone. It was reminiscent of her early days on the path of immortality when she first entered the immortal sect. She found herself rather looking forward to it. "Let us go," Yichio said with a smile, and with a single movement, he transported himself towards the coastline, with Mingyue closely following behind. At this moment, Tianjizi was still entangled with Tianong Daoist and Jiang Jie, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. The Taishu sword emitted a blinding radiance, and Tianjizi, facing 2 opponents, managed to force them back with a single strike, though his expression grew increasingly grim. Confronted by 2 peak masters, both revered as paragons, maintaining his undefeated stance was already a considerable challenge. Damn it. These 2 old geezers are truly troublesome. This cannot continue. The more I fight, the more exhausting it becomes. Tianjizi began to contemplate retreat. A glint of malice crossed his eyes as he glared at Tianong Daoist, stating, "Tiantong, I bear no enmity towards you. Do you truly wish to clash with me to the end? Do you understand the consequences of provoking me?" In response to Tianjizi's threat, Tiantong Daoist merely smiled slightly and replied, "Tianji, others may fear you, but I do not. Do not waste your breath threatening me. If you truly possess the capability, come and fight." With a darkened face, Tianjizi scoffed, "How laughable. 2 shameless old fools ganging up on one. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." Tiantong Daoist shrugged indifferently and retorted, "Spare me the jest. Do I need to concern myself with you? Who does not know that you, Tianji, are the most shameless and unprincipled person in the world? You slanderous fiend." Tianji fumed, incensed by the accusation. "Who spread such rumors to besmirch my name?" The situation had once again reached a stalemate, and Tianji dared not take the initiative. He could only wait for the two elderly men to reveal a flaw. However, the likelihood of that happening was nearly zero. As seasoned peak masters, having lived for so long, such foolish errors were unlikely to occur in their presence. Just as Tianji was in distress, a hearty laughter rang out from the horizon. As the sound faded, an elderly man in gray robes gradually descended into this domain, accompanied by numerous powerful beings, all elders from various renowned mountains and sacred places. With the opening of the imperial tomb, they all sought to claim a share. Upon hearing the voice, Tianji glanced skyward at the elderly figure, his weathered face suddenly breaking into an expression of delight. "Ah, Tianji, my friend. It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly." The figure of Qingyao Daoist descended from the heavens and stood beside Tianji. Tianji was overjoyed. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over how to deal with Tiantong Daoist and Jiang Jie, only to find assistance arriving so swiftly. Qingyao was one of his few true friends, and with his arrival, the situation was sure to turn in their favor. "Ah, it is indeed you, Qingyao. I was wondering who it might be, even from afar. I sensed an overwhelming pressure. Friend, it has been years, and you have clearly advanced in your cultivation. Even I can no longer see through your depth." As soon as Qingyao Daoist arrived, Tianji showered him with praise. "Haha, my friend, you flatter me. Compared to you, my humble skills are hardly worth mentioning. In the past, you have shown kindness to me, and now that you are in trouble, how could I stand idly by?" With a grand wave of his hand, Qingyao Daoist indicated his intentions. Tianji was ecstatic. This friendship was not in vain. In a critical moment, his friend had indeed come through. "Excellent, excellent." Tianji laughed heartily, as if victory was already assured. These two could be said to be longtime friends, and upon seeing them together, Tiantong Daoist furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were turning dire. "Jiang, it seems, today will not pass without a bloody battle." Tiantong Daoist stroked his beard and smiled, casting aside his earlier worries, as a surge of battle intent began to rise within him. Jiang Jie remained calm and composed, showing no reaction to Qingyao Daoist's arrival. He merely stated, "What do I have to fear? Haha, good. It has been many years since we last collaborated, and such a rare opportunity must not be missed." With a commanding flourish, Tiantong Daoist drew his sword, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that blanketed the area, revealing the full extent of his peak master aura without reservation. He shouted towards Qingyao Daoist, "Qingyao, remember that time on the ancient mine when you ambushed me with a sword? Today, it is time for you to repay that debt." Without further ado, Tiantong Daoist swung his sword, launching an attack. In an instant, the sea surged violently, blood mist filled the air, and from the depths of the ocean, fierce beasts fled in terror. This strike transcended the constraints of time and space, though it appeared slow. It reached Qingyao Daoist in a heartbeat. Qingyao Daoist and Apos' brows knitted together as he unleashed his full power, summoning a formidable blade from his sleeve to intercept the strike. However, he underestimated Tiantong and Apos' strength as he was pushed back, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Tianji, witnessing the alliance between Tiantong Daoist and Qingyao Daoist, cast a fierce gaze towards Jiang Jie. "Old fool, let's see who can save you this time." With a roar, Tianji sprang into action, wielding the Taishu sword to unleash a sword technique. Jiang Jie remained unruffled, swiftly employing the Yaoqi secret technique to redirect the sword energy elsewhere. As the sword struck empty air, Jiang Jie expected Tianji to pursue, preparing to unleash his secret arts, but unexpectedly, he suddenly withdrew and dashed towards a tree at the edge of the cliff, seizing a spiritual fruit in hand. Jiang Jie was instantly enraged. "You old rascal, stand still." With a twisting palm, he aimed a strike at Tianji, merging with the holy light. Above, a blue lotus slowly extended its vines, reaching towards the abyss. Qinglian treasure technique? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The technique Jiang Jie was employing was none other than the supreme legacy of the Yaoqi, the Qinglian treasure technique. A single blue lotus spans epochs. Though merely a fragment, its power was incomparable to ordinary secret arts. Only the Butian sect's Butian technique could rival it. Upon witnessing this technique, even Tianji displayed a hint of trepidation as the blue lotus radiated pure holy light, unleashing a tremendous force. Bang! The surrounding sea raged violently, and a mountain was reduced to dust by Jiang Jie's strike. In an instant, Chaos enveloped the cosmos, and dust soared into the sky. Good heavens, this is too intense. Everyone stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a fierce battle. The two combatants clashed, battling from the heavens to the depths of the ocean, and then back again. Faced with the half-step supreme Tianji Jiangjie, empowered by the Qinglian treasure technique, astonishingly matched him blow for blow. However, as the battle progressed, the disparity in their cultivation began to reveal its drawbacks. Before long, Tianji regained the upper hand, though defeating Jiangjie would still prove challenging. You old fool, you have forced my hand. Do not blame me. With a swift strike, he severed a vine of the blue lotus, diving into the sea. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy surged forth from the ocean's depths. Carrying an eerie essence that bewitched the mind, it slowly revealed its sharpness. Sensing this ominous aura, Jiangjie's heart jolted. Why do you possess this strange source? Jiangjie was alarmed. The peculiar energy emanating from Tianji was precisely the root of the recent beast turmoil. Could it be, he too has been infected? Haha. Jiang, my old friend, I did not wish to tangle with you. This is of your own making. As the enigmatic source of power surged within him, Tianji gradually lost his sense of self, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, transforming him into a figure of unrestrained brutality. The origin of this power remained his most profound secret. Not even Jiangjie, nor his closest companions, were privy to it. In the throes of impending death, Tianji found himself unable to break free from the shackles of supremacy, resigned to his fate, believing his life was drawing to a close. Yet, by chance, he stumbled upon a mysterious force within a fissure at the edge of an uninhabited zone. At that moment, he cared little for the lurking dangers of being consumed. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he clung to it as one would grasp a final straw. Upon discovering the source of this bizarre power, he grafted it onto himself and was astonished to find his body beginning to revive. Not only that, but with this newfound strength, his capabilities surged rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of supremacy. However, the repercussions of this power were profound. If he could not break the shackles before being wholly corroded, he would ultimately transform into a mindless, bloodthirsty fiend. Undoubtedly, Tianji and Apos' actions were recklessly audacious, but such was his nature. He was a man willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. Even if he were to fail and become a demon, what of it? His eyes ablaze with a murderous intent, a surge of lethal energy erupted from him, overwhelming all present and rendering them unable to lift their heads. Was this the pinnacle of supremacy? In that moment, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, faces drained of color. Jiangjie, too, stood frozen in shock, gazing at the Tianji, who was gradually succumbing to the bizarre force. Tian Tong Daoran swept aside Qing Miao Daoran with a single stroke of his sword, turning to assist Jiangjie against their foe. Tian Tong, your opponent is me, Qing Miao Daoran declared, determined to thwart his advance. Meanwhile, as the source of the bizarre power erupted completely, Tianji cast a cold gaze upon Jiangjie, still able to maintain control of his body. For the corruption had not yet taken full effect. With a mocking laugh, he sneered, "Old man, your time has come." No sooner had the words left his lips than he leapt into the air, wielding his sword as if siphoning the very essence of the heavens, and struck downwards with a force that cleaved through the air, causing it to tremble. Jiangjie, sensing the imminent danger, transformed into a blue lotus, summoning forth an ancient and secretive technique. Yet, to his astonishment, that so-called invincible technique was shattered by Tianji and Apos' sword. With a cough, Jiangjie retreated, blood spilling from his lips as he fell from the sky. Against the overwhelming power of supremacy, how could a mere peak leader hope to withstand such might? In the face of absolute strength, all secret techniques were but mere embellishments. Haha. Tianji laughed maniacally, seemingly possessed, clutching his forehead with one hand while brandishing his sword with the other. Is there anyone else? The arena fell into an eerie silence, as the oppressive aura from Tianji and Apos' sword had instilled a palpable fear in everyone present, leaving no one daring to voice dissent. At that moment, a voice echoed from the horizon, resonating like the sound of an ancient Tao, profound and far-reaching. There is still me. The instant the voice emerged, it captured everyone in Apos' attention. Who dared to challenge Tianji at such a perilous moment? Shocked, they gazed towards the heavens, witnessing the distortion of the void. In an instant, a white figure emerged from the celestial expanse. It was Yiqiu. As he stepped forth from the void, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from him, merging seamlessly with the surrounding world. With each step he took, an aura of supremacy enveloped him. Had he truly broken through to the realm of supremacy? The crowd erupted in disbelief, eyes wide as they beheld the celestial figure, gazing down upon them like a deity. Even within the confines of the leader's domain, Yiqiu and Apos' aura was unmistakably potent, revealing his ascension to a supreme being. Astounded, the onlookers speculated about how he had cultivated such power in merely a few days. They conjectured that he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity within the imperial tomb. Amidst the murmurs, someone suddenly remarked, "How intriguing. The Supreme versus the Pseudo-Supreme. Let us see who is truly stronger." Previously, Yichio had bested Tianjizi, leaving him humiliated. Now, old grudges and new animosities would surely culminate in a spectacular clash. The gathered spectators retreated, clearing the battlefield for the confrontation between Yichio and Tianjizi. Upon seeing Yichio in the sky, Tianjizi and Apos' expression darkened, an inferno of rage igniting within him. The source of his life's humiliation stemmed from two individuals, both of whom hailed from the Zixia Peak, Xiantian Darin and Yichio. Now, witnessing Yichio's appearance, his fury threatened to spiral out of control, causing the mysterious source within him to teeter on the brink of chaos, as an even more astonishing power began to gather. From beside Yichio, the void twisted once more, and Mingwei emerged. Upon her arrival, she quickly discerned the anomaly within Tianjizi. "Is this the source of the bizarre power?" she inquired. Yichio regarded Tianjizi with keen interest, remarking, "Fascinating. I have studied this power for some time. It is indeed formidable. However, the side effects are equally severe. A moment's lapse may lead to being consumed. Initially, I discovered this power at the edge of an uninhabited zone. I never expected this old fool would uncover it as well, and it seems he has adapted to this bizarre essence." Yichio mused thoughtfully, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Tianjizi. It must be acknowledged that after absorbing this bizarre source, Tianjizi and Apos' strength had indeed escalated significantly. Yet, Yichio was now stronger. Had he not surpassed the realm of supremacy, he would have likely faltered against the current incarnation of Tianjizi. However, the circumstances had changed. He had now forged a supreme body, elevating his power to a genuine pinnacle, while Tianjizi remained reliant on the borrowed strength of the bizarre source. With no true transformation to his physique, Mingyue, her expression tinged with concern, cautioned Yichio, "Regardless, exercise caution. This man has succumbed to madness, devoid of humanity. If things turn dire, do not hesitate to retreat." Yichio squinted, turning to face Mingyue. "Sister, how can you know I cannot prevail if you have not seen me try? Trust me, I am exceedingly formidable." Mingyue's cheeks flushed with indignation as she shot him an admonishing glare. Now is not the time for such jest. With a soft chuckle, Yichio offered her a reassuring look. "Sister, simply watch from the sidelines. Be sure to stand back. I'd hate for you to get splattered with blood." Mingyue rolled her eyes, finding his words oddly unsettling. Returning his gaze to Tianjizi below, Yichio stepped forth from the clouds, slowly descending to the sea level where he stood parallel to Tianjizi, observing the man enveloped in dark energy. "In just a few days. How have you transformed into this wretched state?" Yichio remarked earnestly. At this, Tianjizi and Apos' anger flared, his blood pressure surging. "Do you not possess any awareness of why I have become this way?" Seething with rage, Tianjizi cast a cold glance at Yichio and declared, "You have arrived at the perfect moment, young man. Today, we shall settle both new grievances and old grudges. The humiliation you inflicted upon me at Wulao Mountain will be repaid 100-fold. Oh, who granted you such audacity?" Yichio remained unfazed, a profound smile gracing his face as he slowly drew a sword. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and an overwhelming aura of sword intent suffused the sky. The sea roiled, and the entire imperial tomb began to quake. An astonishing celestial energy seeped forth, sending chills down the spines of all present. "My goodness! Is that a celestial sword?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. The once dim, ominous sky regained its brilliance the moment the sword appeared. Everyone was taken aback. Yichio was wielding a celestial sword. Jiang Jieji's sword from the depths of the sea, his expression one of shock upon witnessing the celestial sword in Yichio and Apos' grasp. He could hardly believe that Yichio had concealed such power so deeply. With the emergence of this celestial sword, not even the sect leader, let alone any supreme being, would dare to act recklessly in his presence. It is often said that wealth should not be flaunted, yet Yichio's sword would undoubtedly attract the avaricious gazes of all. However, the reality was quite the contrary. "Do you think I am a fool? Who would dare covet another and Apos' treasure? If you seek death, go ahead, I shall not follow," he thought. After all, he was a supreme being, and with a celestial sword in hand, even among equals, one would perish while the other thrived. To lay eyes upon this sword was to court disaster. Much like the ginseng fruit of the great Lord Jinyuan, everyone harbored thoughts of Tang Sung and Apos' flesh. Yet who has ever dared to covet the ginseng fruit? As the Yushao sword manifested, the previously mocking Tian Jizi felt his smile fade, his expression stiffening. In the face of this sword, even the erratic energy within him seemed to wane. This is impossible. Tian Jizi and Appo's countenance shifted dramatically. The only source of strange power that could rival Yi Qiu was now utterly suppressed by the celestial sword he wielded. In his frantic gaze, Yi Qiu approached, sword in hand, a smile upon his face, as if he were gazing upon a fattened pig ready for slaughter after a year of rearing. The time had come for the harvest. Chapter 103, a single sword strike. Entering the dragon gate wielding the cloud piercer, Yi Qiu approached with a gradually intensifying playful expression. The moment the cloud piercer sword materialized, Tian Jizi was utterly discombobulated. All previous arrogance and disdain vanished without a trace. He dared not utter the phrase, "Who else?" "Little old man, Warren and Appo's, do you quite brave? Why are you so dispirited now?" Yi Qiu taunted as he approached. Tian Jizi and Appo's expression seemingly pleading. "Don and Appo's, come any closer." "Damn it." Retreating repeatedly, Tian Jizi, realizing there was no escape, ceased his retreat. "So what if it's a celestial sword? This old man will risk it all today." Tian Jizi declared imposingly, a hint of sinister calculation flashing in his eyes. His final line of defense crumbled, and he completely abandoned his guard, his eyes bloodshot. The eerie source within him erupted the moment Tian Jizi relinquished his defenses. His body contorted and deformed, transforming into a grotesque monster shrouded in dark energy. He roared, "Yi Qiu, today I will ensure your demise." The ominous aura spread, dyeing the heavens crimson. His gaze fixated on the celestial sword in Yi Qiu's hand. If he could slay him and seize the sword, he might still salvage his consciousness. But if he failed to kill Yi Qiu, his fate was sealed. Why not gamble everything? Sensing his abnormality, Yi Qiu frowned. At your wit and Appo's end, abandoning yourself? After a moment of contemplation, he understood his intentions. The terrifying murderous intent instantly permeated the air, starkly contrasting with the celestial sword and Appo's aura. Simultaneously, Tian Tong Daoren and Qing Miao Daoren, who were engaged in combat, ceased their battle and turned their attention to the scene. More and more onlookers gathered, anticipating an earth-shattering clash. However, the battle seemed less intense than they had imagined. With a gentle wave of the cloud piercer in Yi Qiu and Appo's hand, a sword aura traversed the sea, cleaving towards Tian Jizi. In an instant, a fleeting brilliance illuminated the scene, and the seemingly feeble sword strike bisected Tian Jizi and Appo's body. This, utterly defenseless. The entire audience was stunned into silence. Could even a pseudo-supreme not withstand a mere strike from a celestial sword? After delivering the strike, Yi Qiu slowly sheathed his sword. Having anticipated the outcome, he glanced at Tian Jizi and Appo's grotesque body, now split in two by the cloud piercer, with dark blood gushing out and sinking into the deep sea. No. Tian Jizi and Appo's body disintegrated, shattered into pieces, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. The eerie source, which he had considered his last resort, was instantly obliterated upon contact with the celestial sword. He was utterly powerless. At that moment, the entire emperor's tomb trembled violently due to the power of the sword strike. What's happening? What's going on? Everyone was aghast, gazing into the distance. A colossal tidal wave erupted from the sea, and an aura of the great emperor emanated from the dragon gate, its power triggering a massive tsunami. Chaos erupted instantly as everyone fled in terror. Yi Qiu stood tall in the sky, the cloud piercer reappearing in his hand. He unleashed another sword strike, finally calming the tidal wave. Mingyu approached him from behind, saying, "The great emperor's tomb has appeared." A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. Previously, the sky-swallowing sparrow and others had headed towards the dragon gate. Now that the dragon gate had opened once more, it was the perfect opportunity to give chase. Unfortunately, the dragon gate's aura was too intense, and only a supreme body could withstand it. Even a sect leader could only observe from afar. With a resounding crash, the emperor and Appo's tomb shook violently. As the dragon gate swung open, countless rays of light emanated from within. "Look, treasures have appeared." Seeing this, everyone present revealed excited smiles and rushed towards the light without hesitation. These were treasures left behind by the great emperor, each one exceedingly precious. How could these sect leaders resist such temptation? They each pursued the treasures. Mingyu also revealed an excited smile, instantly flying towards a glazed artifact, chasing it for tens of thousands of miles. On the other side, Jiang Jiji immediately noticed a pill, his expression gradually turning ecstatic. "Haha, a supreme-grade elixir." Jiang Jiji laughed heartily as he flew towards the pill, knowing that if he could obtain it, breaking through to the supreme realm would be within reach. As for Tian Tong Daoren, he no longer bothered with Qing Miao Daoren, instead pursuing another treasure. with the dragon gate wide open. Both inside and outside the emperor's tomb were in turmoil. Yuichio had no interest in those treasures. Instead, he focused his gaze on the dragon gate. Compared to these treasures, what was on the old turtle's back was what he truly desired. Without hesitation, Yuichio removed the suppression on his realm, and the power of a supreme instantly burst forth. Alone with his sword, he slowly flew towards the dragon gate, disappearing from everyone's sight. Unbeknownst to Yuichio, as everyone departed, the shattered body beneath the abyss was beginning to reconstruct itself with the aid of the eerie source. After an unknown amount of time, Tianjizi's body recovered once more. Suppressing the evil thoughts within, Tianjizi retrieved the spiritual fruit he had just seized. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at the disappearing figure on the sea. Yuichio, did you really think you could kill me so easily? Tianjizi was still shaken, still haunted by the shadow of Yuichio's celestial sword. He dared not offend Yuichio again, unless he possessed the absolute strength to defeat him. Having narrowly escaped death, Tianjizi now only wanted to find a place to hide, break through his final shackles, and forge a supreme body. As long as he could survive, all would be well. As for settling scores with Yuichio, he would wait until his strength had improved before considering the matter. At that moment, outside the emperor's tomb, a golden light flashed from within, causing a commotion. Everyone outside was thrilled. The tomb and Apos, S-gate is wide open. Everyone, charge in. In an instant, tens of thousands of figures frantically rushed towards the entrance, and the scene descended into chaos. In the ranks of the heaven-mending sect, Yang Wudi stood at the forefront, his expression anxious as he watched the chaotic crowd ahead. Damn it! Everyone's rushing in to snatch treasures, leaving me outside to babysit. Yang Wudi was furious. All the 7 peaks and Apos leaders, except for Meng Tianzhong, had arrived, but they were all shamelessly rushing inside, leaving him, the only elder, to watch over the disciples, lest they be bullied again. Uncle Master, the entrance is open. Should we go in now? Standing beside Yang Wudi, Lu Qingfeng said excitedly. Such a rare opportunity should not be missed. Yang Wudi glanced around. The entire entrance was packed with people. They were fighting fiercely to get ahead, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Yang Wudi pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, children, the entrance is wide open, and the era of great contention has begun. Go and seek your opportunities, but remember to be careful and not bring shame to our heaven-mending sect." "Don't worry, Uncle Master." Lu Qingfeng smiled and took the lead. Flying towards the entrance, he immediately ran into Lu Yin of the Supreme Hall, and the two engaged in combat without hesitation. Lu Qingfeng was not one to tolerate nonsense. He blasted Lu Yin back with a palm strike and entered the emperor's tomb. On the other side, with the tomb gaping wide, Zhao Wan and Apos urged, "Sister, Master has not returned yet. Should we venture inside?" Lin Qingzhu, her expression grave, pondered for a long moment. In the face of such an opportunity, it was indeed difficult for ordinary individuals to resist. Moreover, the prodigies from other sacred grounds had already mobilized. If they hesitated, they would surely miss out on these treasures. "Let us go," she declared, without any hesitation, taking Zhao Wan and Apos by the hand and charging towards the entrance. Xiao Yi remained behind, injured and lacking strength. Entering now would be tantamount to courting death. With one hand gripping her sword and the other clasping Zhao Wan and Apos, Lin Qizhu plunged into the imperial tomb. They quickly encountered several talented individuals from various sacred grounds, all of whom were repelled by her single strike. With her protection, Zhao Wanner found the journey quite manageable, yet she too dealt with numerous adversaries in their wake. Upon infiltrating the imperial tomb, their figures were immediately transported to different locations due to the realm distinctions within, preventing them from occupying the same domain simultaneously. Lin Qingzhu, feeling anxious, sought to locate Zhao Wanner, but to no avail. She had to temporarily abandon that pursuit. Her gaze shifted towards the coastline, where, in the distant void, a dragon gate floated above. Countless rays of light emanated from within, and Lin Qizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A spiritual treasure," she gasped, swiftly pursuing an artifact. Just as she was about to seize it, a young man clad in green suddenly appeared beside her. He struck from the right side, nearly landing a surprise attack that could have gravely injured Lin Qingzhu. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp enough to evade. She turned her gaze towards the youth, her brows knitting together as a chill swept over her. She did not recognize him, yet sensed that his strength was on par with her own. "Ah, my lovely fairy," he said with an arrogant smile, "I have my eye on this treasure. Might you yield it to me?" Suzhou, a proud scion of the ancient Taoist lineage from the Ku Mountain Cave, had always exuded confidence. Within the confines of the cave, few could resist his charming visage. He assumed Lin Qingzhu would be like the other female disciples, enamored by his looks, only to be met with her unfeeling sword. Suja's expression shifted as he swiftly dodged, a surge of anger rising within him. This damned woman has not given me an ounce of face, Lin Qizhu coldly retorted. If you wish to live, then scram. Enraged, Suja replied, you have incited my wrath, and I shall see just how formidable you are. As the son of the Ku mountain cave, he had never endured such humiliation or disdain. Being far from the northern Hanxi region, he was unfamiliar with the sects of Liyang and had no knowledge of Lin Qizhu's identity as Yi Qiu's disciple. Lin Qizhu scoffed at his words. Fool! Can you not come up with a different line? I have heard such banter countless times. My heart has long grown numb to it. In the past, I might have felt apprehensive upon hearing such threats, but I have since realized that those who boast the loudest are often the weakest. True powerhouses, like Yi Wushuang, are remarkably low-key. Seeking death, Suja, humiliated and enraged, launched a palm strike, summoning a compass with his left hand, followed by an ominous hand seal. Lin Qizhu remained unfazed, spinning her Zixia sword before countering his attack. The surge of sword intent erupted, and Suja felt a flicker of danger, retreating hastily. However, Lin Qizhu offered him no respite, unleashing another sword technique. Her combat prowess had evolved far beyond previous encounters. She had yet to taste defeat against opponents of similar cultivation. The key to her strength lay in the selfless teachings imparted by Yi Qiu, who had equipped her with numerous powerful secret techniques. After exchanging several blows, Suja realized he was outmatched and felt a wave of alarm wash over him. Who exactly are you? He stammered, panic creeping into his voice. Having journeyed from the Hanxi, he had anticipated showcasing his skills within the Imperial Tomb and encountering Li Yang's so-called prodigies. Yet, his first battle had presented him with such a formidable opponent in Lin Qizhu. Was there truly a female cultivator in Liang stronger than Fu Yao? He was oblivious to the identity of her Zixia sword. Otherwise, he would have recognized Lin Qizhu's true nature by now. Listen well, Lin Qizhu replied coldly. I am Lin Qizhu, the 19th disciple of the Buitian sect, Zixia Peak. What? Suja's heart sank at her declaration. The name Zixia Peak had recently resonated throughout the eastern wasteland. Its newly appointed leader, hailed as the white-clad sword immortal, had instilled fear in all renowned sections. He had been explicitly warned by his elders not to provoke disciples from the Buitian sect. Who could have imagined that in his very first encounter, he would confront Yi Qiu and Appos as disciple? Goddamn it, is fate toying with me? I missed the encounters I should have had and stumbled into one I should have avoided. He lamented, regretting his tardiness in not witnessing Lin Qizhu defeat Lu Yan, as that would have ensured he recognized her. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of regret. His earlier arrogance dissipated, and he quickly adopted a more deferential tone. So you are the disciple of the sword immortal. No wonder your swordsmanship is so astonishing. I shall yield this treasure to you, my lady. My previous rudeness was unintentional. I hope you will not hold it against me. A true gentleman knows when to yield. And Suja, aware of Lin Qizhu's formidable status, realized that further defiance would be folly. Lin Qizhu was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a mix of surprise and confusion at the dramatic shift in Suja's demeanor. His face, once filled with arrogance, now bore an unmistakable trace of fear, presenting an amusing contrast to her cold demeanor. When did my master and Appos' reputation become so formidable? She pondered, a flicker of joy igniting within her. As Yi Qiu's beloved disciple, it seemed that the more renowned her master became, the more she too enjoyed the benefits. Whenever trouble approached, revealing her identity caused her opponents to recoil in astonishment, filling her with a sense of honor and delight. Seeing Suja concede, Lin Qizhu chose not to press the matter further, casting him a cold glance before continuing her pursuit of the treasure. Phew, that was close. Suja sighed in relief after she departed, feeling as though he had just escaped a near-death experience. The memory of that moment still haunted him. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have faced dire consequences. After all, she was Yi Qiu's foremost disciple. If he had triumphed, Yi Qiu would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. Conversely, should he lose, it would mean his immediate demise. In any scenario, his fate would not be pleasant. In such circumstances, conceding was the only viable option, especially considering the Buitian sect and Appos' power far surpassed his own Ku mountain cave. Just as Suja was still grappling with the shock, an elder approached him. Young master, what has transpired? The elder, baffled, regarded Suja, who appeared utterly deflated. He recalled Suja as someone who was typically proud and imposing, yet today, he seemed utterly defeated. Young master, has something occurred? You appear drenched in cold sweat, as if you have just undergone a tumultuous ordeal, and you seem utterly dispirited. Suja glanced back at him, irritation evident in his voice. Nonsense. You are the one who is dispirited. Even if I were to engage in a fierce battle for 300 rounds, I would remain unwavering. The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling embarrassed. Suja proceeded to recount the events that had transpired, and upon hearing his tale, the old man gasped in disbelief. Young master, your actions were indeed wise. Fortunately, you reacted swiftly and did not offend Lin Qingzhu. I have heard much about Yi Qiu's exploits in recent days. It is said that even the legendary Tianjizi of Bulow Mountain could not withstand a single strike from him. Had you harmed her, our family would likely face catastrophic consequences, and even your own sect might not be able to shield you. The old Wang, still shaken, spoke earnestly. Suja shot him a disgruntled glance, wanting to retort, you overestimate me. If I had harmed her, it would be a miracle if she did not eliminate me. At this moment, within the supreme domain, Yi Qiu followed the trajectory of the old turtle, pursuing with determination. Upon entering the Dragon Gate, he found himself in a peculiar space. This place was a desolate wasteland, a site ravaged by battle, barren and silent. Immersed in the supreme domain, Yi Qiu could sense an overwhelming aura of the great emperor. Although he had perished many years ago, that aura remained indomitable. Traversing through a realm of void, Yi Qiu arrived at a primeval ruin, at which point an unusual surge of energy rippled across the horizon. Yi Qiu looked on in confusion, discovering two supreme powerhouses embroiled in a fierce clash amidst the mist. A jolt of alarm surged within him. Who were these esteemed elders from which sacred ground? Chapter 104. The Celestial Domain and the Art of Mending the Heavens. In this tumultuous battle, the earth trembled and the heavens shook. The casual strike of a supreme being could effortlessly level a mountain, unleashing astonishing power with wild abandon. As Yi Qiu sensed the might emanating from these supreme warriors, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. During this time, he had yet to encounter an opponent who could truly amplify the pressure he felt. The two before him were undoubtedly the pinnacle of supremacy. Venturing into this ethereal realm, Yi Qiu boldly entered the battlefield and beheld a stunning woman in white, standing majestically in the sky above. With a delicate movement of her slender, pale fingers, an overwhelming force surged forth, transforming the desolate plains into ruins in an instant. She resembled a celestial goddess, both sacred and untouchable, exuding an aura of regal authority. Gazing at her, Yi Qiu was reminded of a poignant verse in the north. There is a fair maiden, unparalleled and solitary. A single glance can topple a city, a second can bring a nation to its knees. She was indeed breathtaking, surpassing all the beauties he had encountered before, yet she emanated a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Even from a distance, the frigid air surrounding her was palpable, more intense than that of Lin Qingzhu, who possessed iceborne attributes. From her display of power, it was evident that her cultivation was at least at the mid-supreme level. Yi Qiu could feel the overwhelming dominance of her strength. Pondering for a moment, he realized that such a powerful figure was not known to exist in the eastern wilderness. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about her true identity. Standing atop a sacred fusang tree, he observed the fierce confrontation unfolding above. The opponent she faced was an elder with an ethereal demeanor, his gaunt frame wielding a four-legged pedestal, sending winds of force rippling through the air. His cultivation was also at the mid-supreme level, signifying formidable strength. Yi Qiu was perplexed. He had never heard his master mention this elder or the woman. Yi Qiu knew that the majority of the supreme beings in the eastern wilderness had been discussed by his mentor, Xiantian Taoist, but neither of these two had been mentioned. The secret arts they employed revealed much about their backgrounds. As if sensing Yi Qiu's intrusion, the woman in white repelled the elder with a single palm and cast a scrutinizing gaze upon him, her eyes piercing as if trying to discern his cultivation. Who are you? She inquired with a voice both crisp and melodious. In this realm, only those of supreme status could enter. Since Yi Qiu had managed to do so, he too must be a supreme being. After engaging in battle with the elder for days without a resolution, the icy wind of compassion questioned him. In response to her inquiry, Yi Qiu stretched languidly, leaning against the tree stump, and replied nonchalantly, Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu? The woman, wind of compassion, paused momentarily, searching her mind and shaking her head. I do not recognize you, but you are a practitioner from the Celestial Domain? The Celestial Domain? Yi Qiu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard that term. It seemed to be documented in the ancient text of the Mending the Heavens sect, referring to another world beyond the eastern wilderness. The vast expanse was divided into 8 regions, namely the 4 wilds of east, south, west, and north, and the 4 realms of heaven, earth, and mysterious extremes. Each region had its own boundaries, with the eastern wilderness being one of the 4 wilds. With her mention of the Celestial Domain, it was clear that she hailed from that very realm. Shaking his head, Yi Qiu clarified, No, I am not a practitioner of your Celestial Domain. I come from the eastern wilderness. Eastern wilderness? Wind of Compassion was momentarily taken aback, then continued. Does the eastern wilderness possess supreme beings? In her understanding, the Eastern Wilderness was among the weakest of the 8 regions. Moreover, its fortunes and bloodlines paled in comparison to others, with royal and imperial bloodlines being exceedingly rare. To reach the status of a supreme being was already considered a significant accomplishment. The concept of supremacy was evidently not a trivial matter. Wind of Compassion regarded Yi Qiu with a deeper gaze. Curiosity ignited within her. She pondered how he had managed to cultivate to the level of a supreme being in the sparsely populated and resource-depleted Eastern Wilderness. Furthermore, judging by his youthful appearance, it seemed that his innate talent surpassed her own. Having garnered the title of unparalleled beauty in the celestial domain, she had always overshadowed her peers, who dared not provoke her wrath. Since beginning her cultivation journey, she had never encountered anyone who could genuinely challenge her, as none could rival her exceptional talents. As she carefully sensed the elusive sword intent emanating from Yi Qiu, she instinctively concluded that he was formidable, his true cultivation unknown, and therefore, a potential threat. Ah, so you are a fellow from the Eastern Wilderness. It is a pleasure to meet you, an elder with a beaming smile interjected. Seemingly eager to establish rapport with Yi Qiu, Gongsun Yang was acutely aware that Yi Qiu's presence was pivotal to the outcome of this battle. If he could gain Yi Qiu's favor, he would undoubtedly secure victory against Wind of Compassion. Esteemed friend, I am Gongsun Yang from the Southern Wilderness, the sacred land of the Ageless Mountain. May I inquire which lineage you belong to and on which celestial mountain you trained? Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu wore a peculiar expression, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Gongsun Yang. The Ageless Mountain? Yi Qiu was momentarily stunned. Did the Southern Wilderness also possess an Ageless Mountain? He queried. Are you related to the Ageless Mountain of the Eastern Wilderness? Gongsun Yang's heart leapt with joy at Yi Qiu's mention of the Ageless Mountain. Could it be that he had ties to the Eastern Wilderness's Ageless Mountain? This was fortuitous. If a connection existed, there would be no need for further pleasantries. Yi Qiu could simply be an ally. Overjoyed, Gongsun Yang eagerly explained, indeed, there is a connection. In ancient times, before the great cataclysm, when the heavens and earth were yet to be divided, our Ageless Mountain in the Southern Wilderness and the Ageless Mountain in the Eastern Wilderness originated from the same lineage. Our ancestors share a common source, and the teachings we inherit are quite similar. One could say we are of the same sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu smiled radiantly, his joy evident. Seeing him laugh, Gongsun Yang's heart soared. It seemed that Yi Qiu indeed had ties to the Ageless Mountain of the Eastern Wilderness, solidifying their alliance. Humph, what difference does it make? You may both come at me together. Wind of Compassion coldly retorted, having observed the camaraderie forming between Yi Qiu and Gongsun Yang. She had already marked him as an adversary. With a slight lift of her hands, a terrifying force erupted, intertwining with the cosmic energies to form a colossal formation. In the midst of the massive vortex, Wind of Compassion stood like an immortal ascending to the heavens, sacred and untouchable. This is the art of mending the heavens. Yi Qiu's heart raced with astonishment, his voice barely a whisper, eyes wide with shock. As a disciple of the Mending the Heavens sect and a chief heir, how could he not recognize this supreme inheritance? The secret art she was employing was indeed the art of mending the heavens, a legacy of the sect. Could it be that the celestial domain also possesses a Mending the Heavens sect? Yi Qiu was utterly bewildered. He had never heard his master mention this before. Perhaps even his master was unaware. The lineage of the Mending the Heavens sect had been passed down since ancient times, and after the great cataclysm. As the world split into 8 domains, many lineages had splintered away. Yi Qiu never expected to encounter another Mending the Heavens sect today. Upon returning, it is essential to mention this matter to Master Zhang. Issues pertaining to the lineage of the Tao must not be overlooked. Although the other party resides in the heavenly domain, their transmission shares a common origin, and it would not be inaccurate to consider them as fellow disciples. Thus, does it mean that Lianfeng and Yi Qiu are indeed siblings in the art? Indeed, I shall assume the role of the elder brother. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its brilliance. Amidst the void, thunder roared and lightning flashed, as if the sky itself had split open. Under the surge of formidable power, Lianfeng transformed, her aura intensifying dramatically. Gongsun Yang and Appo's expression shifted, akin to facing a formidable opponent, as he remarked, "Friend, this person is Lianfeng, the divine maiden of the heavenly domain's Butian sect, at the pinnacle of her cultivation. She has inherited the legacy of the Butian divine maiden, making her extraordinarily powerful. However, fret not, for although the Butian technique is formidable, if we join forces, we may yet unravel it." Gongsun Yang's mind began to strategize how he and Yi Qiu could collaborate to counter the Butian technique. At that moment, Yi Qiu suddenly turned to glance at him, stating, "Who said I would join forces with you? Are we so familiar?" Two question marks echoed in the air. Gong Sunyang was momentarily bewildered, while Lien Feng wore a face of confusion. Could it be that this individual was not aligned with Gong Sunyang? Gong Sunyang's expression shifted as he queried, "What do you mean, friend?" Yi Qiu smiled slightly and replied, "If you hadn't mentioned the everlasting mountain, I might have been disinterested in your conflict. But, alas, you brought it up. I have some unfortunate news for you. I just eliminated the Grand Elder of the everlasting mountain in the eastern wilderness." "What?" Upon hearing this, Gong Sunyang's face morphed, looking as though he had just consumed something repugnant. Yi Qiu had a vendetta against the everlasting mountain, and furthermore, he had slain the Grand Elder? Why had he not mentioned this sooner? Had he known, he would not have brought it up at all. Gong Sunyang, initially believing Yi Qiu had ties with the everlasting mountain, was now disillusioned. It seemed there was no camaraderie at all. Hearing this, even the typically aloof Lianfeng struggled to maintain her composure. Observing Gong Sunyang's expression, she felt an urge to laugh, though she stifled it. This old man seemed utterly flabbergasted. Suddenly, Gong Sunyang changed his demeanor, asserting, "Friend, although my everlasting mountain in the southern wilderness shares ancestral ties with the everlasting mountain in the eastern wilderness, the two lineages have diverged for many years and hold no connections now. If you have grievances with the everlasting mountain of the eastern wilderness, feel free to resolve them. I shall not object." It must be said, Gong Sunyang had a thick skin. Moments ago, he acted as if they were well acquainted, but now he feigned ignorance. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, smiling slightly. "You speak with some merit. However, I have another piece of bad news. Would you care to hear it?" Gong Sunyang and Appo's heart quivered. Could there be worse news? He had already distanced himself from the eastern wilderness everlasting mountain and sought only neutrality from Yi Qiu. Yet, the way Yi Qiu spoke sent shivers down his spine. Yi Qiu revealed a knowing smile as he raised his right hand slightly, and a flicker of purple radiance shimmered, with arcane patterns gradually manifesting. In the sky, Lianfeng witnessed this scene, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was the purple cloud scripture. Upon uttering these words, Gong Sunyang's complexion paled, turning a ghastly shade. Much like the Butian technique, the purple cloud scripture was also a legacy of the Butian sect. Although the two sects had separated, their core teachings remained largely unchanged. Quite unfortunate for you. I too am of the Butian sect. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, which bore the weight of judgment, Gong Sunyang succumbed to despair. The Butian sect? Yi Qiu was of the Eastern Wilderness Butian sect? Did that not imply he was a fellow disciple of Lianfeng? At that moment, even the usually composed Lianfeng displayed surprise, an expression rarely seen on her face. She had not anticipated that Yi Qiu hailed from the Butian sect. Initially, she assumed Yi Qiu and Gong Sunyang were allies. But now it appeared they were truly comrades. Lianfeng, her expression peculiar, retracted the Butian technique and gracefully descended, scrutinizing Yi Qiu. This man, in appearance, was quite handsome, exuding an ethereal charm with commendable strength. He seemed younger than her, perhaps qualifying as a junior disciple. After a moment of internal conflict, Lianfeng mused, within the sect, I am the youngest, and now I encounter someone younger. Given our shared lineage, our seniority should be similar. I shall consider him a junior disciple, thus allowing me to assume the role of an elder sister. With this thought, Lianfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. In the Butian sect of the heavenly domain, although she had inherited the legacy of the Butian divine maiden, she was the youngest among her peers. This had always left her feeling uneasy, despite her strength. Why should she be the youngest? Now, she finally encountered someone younger than herself. Thus, she resolved joyfully. Looking at Yi Qiu, she earnestly declared, "From the Eastern Wilderness Butian sect, of the Purple Cloud lineage, junior disciple, greetings." Yi Qiu frowned, replying, "What junior disciple? This sister is quite mischievous. How can you jest with your elder brother?" At these words, Lianfeng's demeanor turned frosty. "I am older than you. I am the elder sister, not the junior disciple. How can you claim to be older?" Yi Qiu, defiant, stood tall and retorted. Meanwhile, Gong Sunyang found himself momentarily overlooked by the two. Lianfeng, feeling incensed, was determined to maintain her newly acquired status as the younger disciple. Driven by a fierce desire to assert dominance, Lianfeng declared coldly, "I am older in every aspect." "I refuse to believe it." Yi Qiu chuckled quietly to himself. Lianfeng possessed an air of aloofness and formidable strength, yet at this moment, she seemed somewhat naive, as if harboring a deep fixation on the title of elder sister. What was so wrong with being a junior disciple? Being cherished if anyone displeased her. She could simply inform her elder brother, "I and Appo's deal with him." It was all quite splendid. Why contend over the title of elder sister? "Please, allow me to be the elder brother. I have yet to experience it." Lianfeng quickly discerned that Yi Qiu, typically reticent, lacked experience in verbal sparring. At a loss for a retort, she turned her head and, maintaining her aloof demeanor, declared, "I do not care. I am simply older, in every regard. May I interject? Can you both consider my feelings?" Gong Sun Yang, his face taut with frustration, gritted his teeth. He had been sidelined, ignored, and felt utterly displeased. At this remark, both turned to him with fierce glares, causing Gong Sun Yang's heart to tremble. "Fine, I concede you both are formidable." The atmosphere grew tense. Neither party willing to concede their status as the youngest. Having both been the youngest in their respective lineages, they understood the discomfort of such a position all too well. Yi Qiu, observing Lianfeng, realized their current impasse was untenable. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he suggested, "How about we each take a step back and address one another accordingly? I shall call you elder sister, and you shall call me elder brother?" Upon presenting this proposal, Lianfeng's eyes flickered. Addressing one another accordingly? What a novel approach. She pondered for a moment, then replied, "Very well. As long as I can hear the title of elder sister, I have no objections to the rest. After all, the two sects are quite distant, separated by a vast chasm. If it weren't for the opening of the imperial tomb, we might never have crossed paths. Once it closes, we may never meet again. Why bother with the trivialities of seniority?" With this understanding, they reached a consensus, and Yi Qiu smiled, calling out, "Elder sister." Lianfeng revealed a fleeting smile, a moment so brief yet perceptible to Yi Qiu, who found himself momentarily entranced. He quickly regained his composure, reflecting, "This woman is perilous. I must not gaze too long, lest I become ensnared by her allure." Lianfeng then greeted, "Senior brother, how do you do?" Beside them, Gong Sun Yang was equally mesmerized. After all these years, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Could they truly engage in separate discussions? Was this perhaps a facet of the Buitian sect and Appo's legacy? Both individuals were extraordinary, each more peculiar than the other. When they came together, they appeared remarkably well-suited. Gong Sun Yang could not help but marvel at the scene. But at that moment, both turned their gaze towards him simultaneously. A chill ran down Gong Sun Yang and Appo's spine. Trouble was brewing. In his eagerness to observe, he had forgotten that he had stepped into treacherous waters. Yi Qiu and Lianfeng, both hailing from the Buitian sect, shared a common origin and had reached an understanding. Should they unite, he would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed. Lianfeng approached with measured steps, her voice icy as she said, "Gong Sun Yang, be wise and surrender the four symbols cauldron to me, or else do not blame me for my ruthlessness." "Humph. That cauldron is already in my possession. You shall not reclaim it so easily." The genesis of this conflict lay in Lianfeng and Appo's discovery of the imperial artifact within her cave on the other shore, just as she was about to claim it. Suddenly, the sky-swallowing sparrow burst in, repelling her and darting towards the void. By the time Lianfeng regained her wits, Gong Sun Yang, lurking in the shadows, had seized the opportunity to snatch the cauldron. Thus, Lianfeng and Appo's fury ignited, and the battle erupted in earnest. Chapter 105. "Come, brother. I gift you a treasure." Observing the tense standoff between the two, Yi Qiu remained silent. From Lianfeng, he had gathered a general understanding of the situation at hand. What captured his interest was not the four symbols cauldron, but rather the celestial devouring sparrow. This place was a world beyond long men, and Yi Qiu made a preliminary observation. It seemed that the entrance to this world was not limited to the eastern wilderness, as Lianfeng and Gong Sun Yang hailed from the heavenly domain and southern wilderness, respectively. The only treasure that could truly drive Yi Qiu to madness was the mountain treasure contained within that copper coffin. Regrettably, due to his insufficient strength at the time, he had lost track of them, and finding them now would be quite challenging. At that moment, Gong Sun Yang wore a grim expression, his gaze wary as he watched Lianfeng and Yi Qiu. Previously, he had fought against Lianfeng for several days without a clear victor, and now, with Yi Qiu entering the fray, he feared defeat was imminent. He had initially intended to win Yi Qiu over, but to his shock, the elder of the everlasting mountain from the eastern wilderness had a grudge against Yi Qiu, which complicated matters for him. Gong Sun Yang cursed Tian Jizi 1,000 times in his heart. Why must he offend Yi Qiu for no reason, causing Gong Sun Yang to suffer as well? "Friend, you must think carefully. Opposing me will bring you no advantage." As the situation escalated, Gong Sun Yang attempted to intimidate Yi Qiu, hoping to instill some caution in him. At their level, every action required careful consideration of the pros and cons. Even if Yi Qiu were to act, Gong Sun Yang believed he would gain nothing. After all, the four symbols cauldron was Lianfeng's initial target. Would they really turn against each other? Lianfeng shot a questioning glance at Gong Sun Yang. After all, the two factions had been divided for many years, their ties weak, and she was unaware of Yi Qiu and Appo's true strength. How would he choose in the face of Gong Sun Yang's threat? Would he assist her or remain a bystander? Regardless of his choice, Lien Feng was unconcerned, for she possessed great confidence in her ability to defeat Gong Sun Yang. With a subtle smile, Yi Qiu replied, I have always loathed being threatened. He then turned to Lien Feng, offering her a gentle smile, and said, Sister, how about I retrieve this cauldron for you as a gift? At this, Lien Feng paused, her expression perplexed. What did he mean? Could she not seize it herself? Brother, there's no need. I can take it on my own. After a moment of reflection, she firmly declined, not wishing to owe anyone a favor, especially not Yi Qiu. She intended to demonstrate her formidable combat prowess, compelling Yi Qiu to acknowledge her strength, thus solidifying her title as Apos, sister, and Apos. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qiu shared a similar sentiment. He stepped in front of Lien Feng, shielding her, and declared, Sister, watch closely. I shall avenge you. The words sounded peculiar, with the terms brother and sister flowing freely. Yet, hearing his bold proclamation and witnessing his striking visage caused Lien Feng's heart to flutter. Since her journey into cultivation, she had seldom felt such emotions. She was always the one standing up for others. When had it become someone else's turn to defend her? It felt odd yet warm, a peculiar sensation that she could not quite identify, but found herself secretly relishing, almost anticipating. She thought, this is strange. Why do I find him increasingly appealing? Lien Feng pouted, her expression odd, murmuring to herself, have I fallen under his spell? A sudden realization struck her, and the sensation intensified as she gazed into Yi Qiu's eyes, her heart racing. In all her years, she had never experienced such feelings. Surely, Yi Qiu had employed some sort of enchantment to beguile her. Yi Qiu gradually advanced, extending his right hand towards the sky. Suddenly, a sword aura cleaved through the air, tearing open a rift. In an instant, the heavens above erupted in thunder and lightning, the world losing its color. Lien Feng looked up, her face filled with astonishment. Turning back to the calm and composed Yi Qiu, she was inwardly astonished. This fellow and Apos' sword intent was truly remarkable. She could hardly believe that there existed someone capable of cultivating the sword path to such an extraordinary level. The sword intent descended from the heavens like a divine strike, swiftly slicing downward. In that moment, the earth trembled, and Gong Sun Yang and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, fear gripping him. Faced with this sword strike, he felt the chilling breath of death. He hastily summoned the four symbols cauldron, unleashing the full force of his power, a mid-level sovereign and Apos' strength erupting in an instant. The domineering sword aura struck the four symbols cauldron, producing dazzling sparks, causing Gong Sun Yang to stagger backward several paces. Yi Qiu too was startled. He had not anticipated that. Despite being at the initial stage of sovereign, he could contend with a mid-level sovereign in terms of strength. This was likely connected to his divine techniques and the true dragon rune. Although his current sovereign form was merely at the initial stage, its power had already surpassed that of an ordinary initial stage sovereign, rivaling mid-level entities. Additionally, the grass character sword technique, being a divine skill, contributed to this overwhelming advantage. With a single strike, he had gained the upper hand, stunning even Lien Feng. After days of evenly matched combat with Gong Sun Yang, she was taken aback by Yi Qiu's sudden dominance. She assessed that this fellow's strength was not inferior to hers. It was astonishing to discover that the Eastern Wilderness and Apos' Tian sect had produced such an exceptional master. Meanwhile, the retreating Gong Sun Yang was gradually consumed by rage. Wielding the cauldron in one hand and striking with the other, the mid-level sovereign's power surged forth, pressing down with an intensity that made it difficult to breathe. You seek death, Gong Sun Yang bellowed, his palm rushing forward in an instant. He understood that Yi Qiu practiced the sword path and was unarmed. If it came to close combat, his odds of victory would increase. He sensed that Yi Qiu's power was far beneath his own. The only reason he had gained the upper hand was due to the formidable sword technique. As that ferocious palm approached, Lien Feng recognized Gong Sun Yang's intentions and warned, Brother, quickly draw your sword. Don and Apos' let him close in, but it was too late. Gong Sun Yang smirked with confidence, moving swiftly to close the distance. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly noticed Yi Qiu slowly raising his palm, his fingers pale as jade, emanating a faint golden glow. In an instant, Yi Qiu unleashed a palm strike, casting a Taiji yin-yang seal. At that moment, the very fabric of space distorted, and what appeared to be a soft, feeble strike contained boundless strength. With a single palm, Gong Sun Yang and Apos' mountain behind him was instantly pierced, leaving a colossal handprint. This was impossible. Gong Sun Yang could hardly believe it. Upon the clash of their palms, pain surged through his arm as if he were struck by a force thousands of times greater. The wind from the palm strike ruffled his hair. With a thud, Gong Sun Yang was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Yi Qiu followed closely with several instantaneous movements. Yin Feng trailed behind, her face a portrait of shock. Both she and Gong Sun Yang recognized that Yi Qiu's previous palm strike was imbued with profound mysteries. Undoubtedly a divine skill. She could scarcely believe it. Her complexion paled as she shook her head, exclaiming, "How could he possibly master a divine skill? Such secret techniques can only be attained through the complete version of the Butian technique." Amidst her astonishment, she felt an inexplicable sense of joy, which puzzled her. Of course, Lian Feng attributed this feeling to the fact that Yi Qiu was her fellow disciple. She was simply pleased by the strength of her brother in arms. Moreover, it was remarkable that such a powerful sovereign would refer to her as sister. This was a considerable gain. As she spat out a mouthful of blood, Gong Sun Yang was caught off guard, his limbs and bones feeling as though they had suffered grievous injuries, his internal organs seemingly obliterated. The force of the Qian Kuan Wuji hand, with its potent and overbearing palm energy, pierced directly through his entire being. Gong Sun Yang was caught completely off guard. Who would have anticipated that Yi Qiu's swordsmanship, already formidable, would be surpassed by his domineering palm techniques? Cough, cough. With a heavy cough, Gong Sun Yang swiftly mended his physical wounds, his supreme body granting him remarkable restorative capabilities. In mere moments, his external injuries had vanished, yet the internal damage proved more resistant to such rapid healing. "Boy, I can see that you possess some skill. This old man was careless, failing to evade your attack. You and Amp, Oppos, V managed to eke out a victory with a cheap trick, but it ends here." Retrieving a pill from his pouch, Gong Sun Yang ingested it, his complexion regaining a semblance of its former vitality. Standing once more, he faced Yi Qiu squarely, drawing a sword slowly from his storage jade. With the four symbols cauldron in his left hand and the treasured sword in his right, Gong Sun Yang's aura shifted dramatically, as if reborn in flames. "Prepare to face my wrath," Gong Sun Yang roared, abandoning all pretense of restraint, unleashing a sword strike with every ounce of his power. The sword technique was none other than the supreme inheritance swordsmanship of Mount Bulow, which Yi Qiu had previously encountered. Confronted with Gong Sun Yang and Amp, Oppos' attack, Yi Qiu smiled faintly, for he feared nothing more than a contest of swords. "This sword is named Tiangang, a top-grade spiritual artifact. I know your swordsmanship is formidable, so today, I shall engage you in a duel. Should you withstand this strike, I may spare your life," Gong Sun Yang proclaimed with arrogance. The formidable sword intent raged unchecked, cleaving through mountains and rivers. Yi Qiu strolled through the sword array as if taking a leisurely walk, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "This line sounds awfully familiar. ISN and Amp, Oppos, that my line?" Yi Qiu mused, somewhat bewildered. "This old codger is stealing my lines." Gong Sun Yang, however, remained composed, sneering, "Where is your sword? As a master swordsman, surely you possess a treasured blade?" Lian Feng was also taken aback. Could it be that Yi Qiu, a renowned swordsman, was without a sword? Had the Butian sect of the eastern wilderness fallen into such destitution that even its supreme experts lacked a sword? After a moment's hesitation, Lian Feng retrieved a spiritual sword from her storage jade and tossed it to Yi Qiu, saying, "Senior brother, use this sword for now." Pausing, she added, "Remember to return it later." Yi Qiu's lips twitched. He had thought she was being generous, but it turned out she was still being stingy. Catching the sword she threw, Yi Qiu toyed with it for a moment before tossing it back. "Senior sister, you should keep this sword. Idon and Amp, Oppos, need it." Lian Feng and Amp, Oppos' brow furrowed. Was he looking down on her sword? Although it was not a top-grade spiritual sword, it was still of superior quality. Annoyed, she retorted with aloofness. "Then what will you use?" "Me?" Yi Qiu smiled, slowly drawing the Yuxiao sword as he spoke. "Anything will do." The moment the sword was unsheathed, the world seemed to lose its color. Under the Yunxiao sword's oppressive might, Gong Sun Yang's so-called sword intent paled in comparison. "This is a celestial sword." At that moment, not only Gong Sun Yang, but even Lian Feng was stunned. Yi Qiu possessed a celestial sword, and it seemed to have already recognized him as its master, forging a deep connection. "This fellow is putting on an act." He casually remarked that anything would do, only to reveal a celestial sword. Lian Feng's lips twitched, and she felt an urge to strangle Yi Qiu. He clearly had a sword, but refused to take it out, waiting until she offered him hers. Was he deliberately trying to embarrass her? Weighing the spiritual sword in her hand, Lian Feng discarded it into the sea below with disdain. "I don't want it anymore." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The instant Yunxiao appeared, the once confident Gong Sun Yang felt his heart sink. He had fallen from the peak to the depths of despair, utterly dumbfounded. The celestial sword and Amp, Oppos' power was such that even a great emperor would avoid its edge. let alone a mere mid-stage supreme. How? How do you possess a celestial sword? Gong Sun Yang stammered, his face contorted with fear, faced with the celestial sword. His previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by utter terror. He had believed he was invincible when he brandished his top-grade spiritual sword, only to be confronted with a celestial weapon. How could he possibly fight? A spiritual sword against a celestial sword was a mismatch of epic proportions. Gong Sun Yang panicked, utterly lost. As Yu Qiu drew Yu Xiao, he leaped forward, launching the second move of the grass character swordplay without uttering a word. He had run out of patience, giving Gong Sun Yang no chance. Yun Xiao traversed the sky, descending in a single, devastating strike. In an instant, the world lost its color, as if a rift had been torn open, unleashing a terrifying sword intent. No. Gong Sun Yang wailed in despair, desperately trying to resist, wielding his Tiangang sword to block the attack. But the moment the swords clashed, the Tiangang sword shattered, unable to withstand the force. Utterly defenseless, Gong Sun Yang watched in horror as Yi Qiu cleaved him in two with a single stroke, the celestial energy of Yun Xiao shattering his divine soul, obliterating him completely. This. Lian Feng was dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to find words. He had actually slain him with a single blow? Even the aloof and proud Lian Feng was shaken. Gong Sun Yang was her equal, and they had fought for so long. If Yi Qiu could kill Gong Sun Yang with one strike, he could do the same to her. Such terrifying power could not but shock her. Lian Feng's bewildered expression was a stark contrast to her cold and aloof demeanor, making her appear endearing and eliciting an irresistible urge to kiss her. Who could resist such charm? Yi Qiu had seen countless beauties, but even he was momentarily stunned, quickly recovering his composure. In terms of aura, beauty, and figure, Lian Feng was undoubtedly the best, surpassing even Mingwei. After all, she had inherited the position of the goddess of Butian, which elevated her inherent charm. Yi Qiu gave her an appreciative glance, maintaining a calm exterior. He retrieved the four symbols cauldron from Gong Sun Yang's remains, smiling faintly. I wonder if offering this to the heavenly domain's orthodoxy will trigger a return? Yi Qiu mused inwardly. He had been hoping to test this theory. Otherwise, why would he have intervened? Watching beautiful women fight was far more interesting than fighting himself. The movements were so graceful. And if a bit of scandal were to leak out, wouldn't that be even more delightful? Taking the four symbols cauldron, Yi Qiu approached Lian Feng, offering a gentle smile. Senior sister, consider this cauldron a gift from me. Lian Feng's heart fluttered, overwhelmed with joy. It felt like receiving a carefully prepared gift from a beloved on a special occasion, full of surprise and delight. This fellow must be using his charm again. Or else why would I feel this way? Lian Feng immediately concluded that Yi Qiu was using his charm, rather than acknowledging her true feelings. Oh, thank you. Lian Feng accepted the gift without hesitation. It was originally hers, only to be snatched away by Gong Sun Yang. Even if Yi Qiu hadn't and Oppos, T intervened, she would have retrieved it. But now, it had become a gift from Yi Qiu. She felt a little strange and a little happy. What was happening? Having witnessed Yi Qiu and Oppos' true power, Lian Feng relented. After much hesitation, she said reluctantly, You can call me junior sister. The title of senior sister lasted only a few minutes before disappearing. Alas, Lian Feng yearns to weep, yet the harshness of reality is undeniable. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Unless one is bound by fate to a certain lineage, everything is determined by power. The celestial domain Buntian sect and the eastern wilderness Buntian sect have long since parted ways, rendering their lineage incomprehensible. Therefore, they can only address one another as equals, with hierarchy dictated solely by strength. Observing her reluctant expression, Yi Qiu nearly burst into laughter. How amusing. This seemingly aloof and dignified woman appears far less detached than one might assume. Instead, she possesses a delightful charm, exuding a childlike innocence. My dear junior sister. Yi Qiu displayed a smug grin, provoking Lian Feng's desire to retaliate. Infuriating. With a haughty demeanor, she turned her head away, yet couldn't help but sneak a few glances back. Ding. You have gifted Lian Feng a four symbols cauldron, triggering a critical return. Oh, could it truly be? Yi Qiu was taken aback. He had merely intended to experiment, never anticipating success. To his astonishment, the system proved remarkably effective, even acknowledging the doctrines beyond the realm. System. What is the meaning of this? Yi Qiu inquired. Response to the host. The doctrines recognized by the system do not pertain to any specific faction or sect, but rather to the lineage itself. Thus, even if it is the Buntian sect from outside the realm, as long as the teachings they inherit originate from the Buntian sect's transmission, a critical return can still be triggered. So that is how it is. Yi Qiu suddenly understood. It was only today that he grasped the concept of doctrines, which pertain to lineage rather than sections. Had it not been for today's trial, he would have remained oblivious. Chapter 106. The Xianyuan Canon, the Tiantian sect, Yiqiu, and the call to arms. One cannot deny that this turn of events was most profitable. Well, it seems I have never truly suffered a loss. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes, please. Yiqiu found himself rather eager to see what rewards this return might yield. Congratulations! You have triggered a 2,000-fold critical return, acquiring the innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Another innate spiritual treasure? Yiqiu was momentarily taken aback. This unexpected boon had granted him yet another innate treasure. Upon examining the Qian Kuan Ding and Appo's functions, he fell into silence. This item, somehow, felt rather embarrassing to utilize. Yiqiu expressed his discontent, noting that while the Qian Kuan Ding offered substantial defense and was suited for combat or alchemy, one of its applications left him rather unhappy: escape. The Qian Kuan Ding contains the universe. If Yiqiu encountered a foe of superior strength, he could take refuge within the Ding and employ secret techniques to vanish. Given its status as an innate treasure, even an emperor would struggle to destroy it. As long as Yiqiu remained inside, he would be safe and sound. Yiqiu's lips twitched. Did a dignified sword immortal like him truly need to flee? What a jest. Well, I suppose I shall keep it for now. Who knows? After pondering for a moment, Yiqiu smiled and stored the Qian Kuan Ding within his spatial jade. With this ding in his possession, he could consider teaching his disciples alchemy upon his return. The inheritance of Zixia Peak contained many alchemical techniques, albeit mostly for low-level elixirs, such as the Great Recovery Pill. While these potions held little value for Yiqiu, he mused, aren't we blessed with a 10,000-fold return? When the time comes to sift through them, won't we have everything we desire? Yes, it's settled then. Boom. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the chaotic mist. Lian Feng's expression changed, her demeanor chilling instantly. Her gaze fixated on the void, murmuring, "The devouring sparrow." Yiqiu's brow furrowed as he too turned towards the emptiness. Before them, a divine bird from the 9 heavens flung open its beak, voraciously consuming the chaotic energy within the mist. Its power surged rapidly, soon reaching the mid-level of the supreme realm. A flicker of delight crossed Yiqiu's eyes. The long-lost devouring sparrow had finally reappeared. Alongside it, 3 formidable supreme beasts emerged as well. At last, I have found you. Yiqiu's lips curled into a faint smile. Whispering to himself, Lian Feng cast him a peculiar glance. The moment the devouring sparrow materialized, she distinctly sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from Yiqiu. Though it was fleeting, she still caught it. Brother, you seem quite intrigued by the devouring sparrow? Naturally. I came here specifically to seek it out. Yiqiu replied with a gentle smile. Lian Feng gazed at his charming visage, her heart fluttering, her cheeks slightly flushed. Damn it. Why do I always feel this way when I look at Yiqiu? After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Lian Feng thought, it must be that enchanting spell again. Shaking her head, she finally regained her composure. Let us go and take a look. No sooner had she spoken than Lian Feng, clad in white, leaped gracefully away from the area, her extraordinary grace captivating all attention. With a step into the void, Yiqiu vanished from sight in an instant. His gaze fell upon a dark, chaotic expanse. Within a massive vortex, the devouring sparrow consumed all, its strength exponentially increasing. The 2 beasts, Swan Ni and Zhu Yan, felt an overwhelming pressure. In contrast, the ancient tortoise bearing a coffin remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm. Its power surpassed that of the 3 supreme beasts. Lian Feng's figure emerged first in the chaotic void, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Isn't that the girl from the Tiantian sect? What brings her here? Upon seeing Lian Feng, an elderly man with a goat-like beard remarked with a sinister expression. Haha, Xianyuan, you wouldn't be developing an interest in that girl, would you? Someone chimed in with a malicious tone. At that moment, a sage-like elder nearby cautioned, Xianyuan, this is not your Dapan mountain. You cannot simply select disciples as you please. This individual is the divine maiden of the Tiantian sect. Best tread carefully. If you anger that old coot, Qi Daoxing, you will not fare well. Xuanyuan's heart soured upon hearing this. Humph. Throughout my life, I have acted as I please, doing as I desire without fear of Qi Daoxing. What of the divine maiden? If she were an ordinary woman, I wouldn't and Appo's to even spare her a glance. As he spoke, Xianyuan revealed a wicked grin. This was indeed the divine maiden of the Tiantian sect, inheriting the ancient legacy of her sect, her status exceptionally unique. If he succeeded in his intentions, the Tiantian sect would undoubtedly be furious. Moreover, he was not from the heavenly domain, and with Qi Daoxing absent, even if the old man sought revenge, he would be unable to find Xianyuan. This seems like a rather exhilarating venture. Xian Yuan cackled wickedly. In his lifetime, he thrived on challenging the impossible. The more unattainable the goal, the more inclined he was to pursue it. While he couldn't and amp, oppose, to contend with Qi Daoxing, capturing Lian Feng would be childish play. After a moment's contemplation, Xuan Yuan's nefarious intentions began to take shape. Observing his demeanor, the elder shook his head. Everyone present knew of Xuan Yuan's reputation, renowned for his wickedness. His cultivation method was particularly infamous. Each time he practiced, he required the presence of women to serve as cauldrons for his cultivation. The more exquisite the woman, the greater the effect. As the founder of Dapan Mountain, he had selected every attractive disciple he encountered, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Even the youngest, barely 10, were not spared from his grasp. Over the years, he had committed countless misdeeds, not only in his own mountain, but in other renowned sacred places. Once a notable young woman caught his eye, escape was rarely an option. Lian Feng, as the divine maiden of the Tian sect, boasted unparalleled talent and beauty, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. It was no exaggeration to call her a rare beauty, and such a remarkable woman could hardly evade Xuan Yuan's notice. The elder sighed in sympathy for Lian Feng. Though Xian Yuan and Appo's character was deplorable, his strength was undeniably at the late stage of the supreme realm. Lian Feng, being only at the mid-level, stood little chance against him. Had Qi Daoxing been present, Xian Yuan might have hesitated to act recklessly. Unfortunately, Qi Daoxing was not here. Having just entered, Lian Feng felt Xuan Yuan's malevolent gaze upon her, a wave of disgust washing over her. Enduring the lecherous stare of an old man was unbearable for anyone. Having heard rumors of Xuan Yuan's reputation, Lian Feng felt a twinge of wariness. However, her unbroken record of victories instilled a powerful confidence that kept her from retreating a single step. At that moment, another tremor in the void occurred as Yichio emerged slowly from a fissure. Who is this? His arrival immediately piqued the curiosity of many. As the imperial tomb opened, powerful figures from various realms had gathered, some familiar, others strangers. Yichio fell into the category of the unfamiliar. Stepping into the air, he appeared beside Lian Feng. Sensing the peculiar gazes around him, Yichio furrowed his brow. Why are there so many people here? Surveying his surroundings, he noted the numerous powerful beings observing the impending clash. With a pensive air, Yichio surmised that these individuals were likely the paramount experts from various domains. His knowledge of potentates from other realms was scant. Even Lian Feng was a recent acquaintance. He now comprehended the existence of the heaven-mending sect lineage within the celestial domain. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Yichio maintained a low profile, discreetly standing beside Lian Feng. He discerned an odd gaze and, upon investigation, noticed that the old Taoist Xian Yuan was staring intently, with lascivious eyes, at Lian Feng. Stroking his chin, Yichio immediately understood. My junior sister is indeed blessed with remarkable beauty, appealing to all ages. Observe how that old man's eyes have been fixed on you since your arrival, he mused. Lian Feng's expression turned frigid. Disgusting, she retorted. Intrigued, Yichio inquired. Do you know this person, junior sister? He is the ancestor of the great Pan Mountain in the Xian domain, surnamed Xian Yuan, given name unknown. Commonly referred to as Old Taoist Xian Yuan. His cultivation method is notoriously base, scorned and reviled by the world, Lian Feng stated without reservation. Although she was not privy to the specifics of his depravity, the consensus was sufficient for her judgment. Yichio's curiosity piqued, particularly regarding Xian Yuan's cultivation method. What secret art could elicit such aversion and disdain, junior sister? Pray, elaborate on its lascivious nature, he probed tentatively. Lian Feng glanced back at him, pursing her lips, seemingly in contemplation. After a prolonged hesitation, she turned back, retorting with a touch of pride. How else could it be base? The secret art he cultivates is the dual cultivation of sun and moon, where yin and yang are cultivated in tandem, with yin subservient to yang, complementing each other to achieve the marvels of dual cultivation. At this juncture, Lian Feng furtively glanced at Yichio, her fair cheeks flushed. Clenching her teeth, she continued. The practice of this art necessitates a woman as the catalyst, serving as a vessel to provide yin and yang harmonization to attain dual cultivation. Naturally, the higher the woman and Appo's innate talent and the more exquisite her beauty, the more efficacious the results. Over the years, any disciple of the great Pan Mountain lineage under Old Taoist Xian Yuan possessing comeliness has entered his mixed origin hall, never to be seen again. A wave of revulsion washed over Lian Feng, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her ire intensified as she gazed at Old Taoist Xian Yuan, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Such a scourge upon humanity. I truly wish to obliterate him with a single stroke of my sword, she seethed. Upon hearing this, Yichio gained clarity. Oh, so that and Appo's the situation, he remarked, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I never imagined, junior sister, that your knowledge in this area was so extensive. Lian Feng's body stiffened at his words, and she turned back, glaring at Yi Qiu, her teeth gritted. Yi Qiu. Haha. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Yi Qiu chuckled, unashamedly amused by Lian Feng's exasperation. Humph. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you from now on, Lian Feng retorted. Her fair cheeks flushed, turning her face away, unwilling to witness Yi Qiu and Apos' smug smile any longer. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. Why did her heart race whenever she met Yi Qiu and Apos' gaze? Ugh, annoying. This detestable man is like my destined nemesis. Witnessing their seemingly flirtatious exchange, a glint of murderous intent flickered in old Taoist Qian Yuan's eyes. No one had ever dared to touch a woman he had set his sights on. And Yi Qiu and Apos' amiable conversation with Lian Feng had ignited his desire to kill. As a late-stage supreme expert, old Taoist Qian Yuan possessed immense confidence. Yi Qiu appeared young. At most an early-stage supreme. For someone of his age to attain such cultivation was undoubtedly a rare genius. However, a genius who had yet to mature was no genius at all. A sinister smile crept across old Taoist Qian Yuan and Apos' face as he mused, hee. Another peerless prodigy about to meet his demise at my hands. Over the years, the number of geniuses old Taoist Qian Yuan had slain was countless. Whenever he encountered a prodigy with exceptional talent who posed a threat to him, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate them before they could rise to prominence. He had rarely ever failed. Now, Yi Qiu and Apos' name had been added to his list of the dead. Detecting his murderous gaze, the onlookers understood his intentions and, without intervening, watched from afar as if observing a play. This lad is likely doomed. It's laughable that he remains oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to act as he pleases. Laughing and conversing. Few who are targeted by old Taoist Qian Yuan survive. Let's hope he can hold out for a little longer. The crowd chuckled inwardly, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Those who had reached this realm had long disregarded the concept of morality. Why invite trouble upon oneself when it did not concern them? With a single stride, old Taoist Qian Yuan arrived before Yi Qiu and Lian Feng. Haha, young friends, to have reached such heights at such tender ages is truly remarkable. A testament to your extraordinary talents. In my life, I have never encountered such prodigious geniuses. In the future, you will undoubtedly soar to the heavens and achieve the great undertaking of an emperor, old Taoist Qian Yuan said, forcing a smile onto his aged face, feigning affability. However, his concealed murderous intent was palpable to all. Lian Feng, sensing his feigned amiability, immediately grew wary. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Qiu gestured for her to leave the matter to him. Reluctantly, Lian Feng acquiesced, reminding herself of the favor he had done with the four symbols cauldron. She stood obediently behind Yi Qiu. After placating Lian Feng, Yi Qiu stepped forward with a smile, gazing meaningfully at old Taoist Qian Yuan. He noticed the subtle movements of his right hand but feigned ignorance, replying with a smile, "Senior is too kind. How could we dare to act presumptuously before you?" Old Taoist Qian Yuan was inwardly pleased by his words. This lad has some sense. Indeed, my demeanor is beyond comparison for youngsters like you. This lad is quite sensible. Perhaps I should reconsider and spare him? He has such delicate skin and tender flesh. Perhaps I could take him back as a plaything. Haha. That and Apos' right. That and Apos' right. This flattery invigorated old Taoist Qian Yuan, causing him to burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu and Apos' next words nearly caused him to choke with rage. Who is senior? You are the one and only king of cannons in this world. Despite your advanced age, you still exude vigor and command countless women. Throughout the myriad ages, in the span of millions upon millions of years, there is only one such individual. How could we dare to act presumptuously before you? Compared to you, our minds are as pure as a blank sheet of paper. These words elicited unrestrained laughter from everyone present. Haha, this lad. I approve. He's the first youngster in so many years to dare speak to old Taoist Qian Yuan in such a manner. King of Cannons? A fitting title. Even Lian Feng could not help but cover her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent moons. To maintain her aloof persona, she suppressed her laughter, thinking to herself, this man is too amusing. Initially, she had assumed that Yi Qiu was genuinely afraid of old Taoist Qian Yuan, which had disappointed her. After all, as a successor of the Heaven Mending sect, she possessed an innate pride that forbade them from bowing their heads. Had Yi Qiu truly been afraid? She might have looked down on him, but as it turned out, she rather liked this fellow. Yi Qiu and Apos' words instantly ignited old Taoist Qian Yuan and Apos' fury, causing his murderous intent to surge. Initially, he had believed that Yi Qiu was afraid of him and had considered sparing his life. Never had he imagined that this lad would insult him in such a roundabout way. Good lad, seeking death. In an instant, the venerable Xianyuan Taoist's right hand moved with remarkable swiftness, launching several steel needles with exquisite precision. The onlookers gasped in shock. The Ghost King needles? This old man is truly intent on murder, beginning with his ultimate technique. A shiver ran through the crowd, as if they could already foresee Yi Chio's demise. The Ghost King needles were renowned artifacts of Xianyuan Taoist, consisting of 8 needles, each imbued with a distinct and lethal poison. This venom could harm the very soul, potentially claiming a life in an instant. The 8 needles soared through the air, poised to strike Yi Chio. At such a close range, unless he had prepared in advance, there was no possibility of evasion. Brother, be careful. Lianfeng and Amp, Oppo's expression changed drastically. She raised the 4 symbols cauldron to shield him, but it was already too late. Clang. Just as everyone believed Yi Chio was on the brink of death, a sudden, melodious sound of metal clashing echoed in their ears. To their astonishment, a cauldron had appeared before Yi Chio. All of Xianyuan Taoist and Oppo's Ghost King needles were thwarted by the Qiankuan cauldron. This, Xianyuan Taoist was taken aback. His meticulously planned ambush had been anticipated by Yi Chio, who effortlessly dismantled it. Gazing at the innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan cauldron, Xianyuan Taoist's eyes flickered with surprise, greed, and confusion. Young man, who exactly are you? Dare you reveal your name? Xianyuan Taoist inquired, wondering from which sect Yi Chio hailed and how he possessed such a treasure. Yi Chio slowly retracted the Qiankuan cauldron, a meaningful smile gracing his face, and replied, Xianyuan Canon? Heh, since you are so eager to court death, very well, I shall indulge you. With that, Yi Chio calmly flew forth, extending his right hand, and continued. Xianyuan Canon, Butian sect, Yi Chio, I accept your challenge. Chapter 107, The Great Canon and Amp, Oppo's defeat. Yi Chio's name echoes through the 8 desolations as Yi Chio's challenge rang out. An intense sword intent erupted in an instant. Those seemingly casual words struck the onlookers with a sense of formidable power. This young man is truly remarkable. He dares to challenge the venerable Xianyuan. Can I say he is merely a naive calf unafraid of tigers? Or does he genuinely possess confidence? Though Xianyuan and Oppo's character leaves much to be desired, his prowess is undeniable, being a true pinnacle of the supreme realm. Even the peak supreme of the Butian sect, Qi Daosheng, would need to employ considerable strategy to overcome him. The crowd buzzed with excitement, as if anticipating a grand spectacle. Did you hear that? It seems he claims to hail from the Butian sect. The realization struck the crowd. Unbelievably, the Butian sect has produced such a pair of extraordinary young talents simultaneously. Achieving the supreme realm at such a young age is indeed a rarity. It's astonishing that the Butian sect has birthed 2 supremes. What a remarkable feat. The audience felt a wave of astonishment. They were acutely aware of the Butian sect and Oppo's esteemed lineage in the Tianyu. They had thought the emergence of Lianfeng was already extraordinary, and now another named Yi Chio appears. The Butian sect seems poised for a complete resurgence. Most had already witnessed Lianfeng's exceptional prowess, which places her among the elite of her generation. However, Yi Chio was a name they had not yet heard, leaving them curious about his true strength. As Yi Chio's challenge resounded, Xuanyuan's expression darkened. Young man, you exhibit great courage. Throughout my life, I have encountered countless supreme prodigies. Most of them, like you, possessed little skill, yet were brimming with arrogance, ultimately meeting a dismal fate at my hands. With a scowl, Xianyuan waved his sleeve, soaring into the air as he continued. Arrogance must be backed by genuine ability. Without it, the price of provoking me is steep. Yi Chio merely smiled, unimpressed by such threats he had long since grown weary of. Lianfeng cast a worried glance toward him, stepping forward to offer her support. For Xianyuan and Oppo's ire was originally directed at her. She did not wish to see Yi Chio harmed because of her actions. If he were to perish today for her sake, she would forever carry the burden in her heart. Senior brother, I shall assist you. Lianfeng and Amp, Oppo's icy gaze bore down on Xianyuan as she approached Yi Chio, ready to draw her sword. Yet, Yi Chio suddenly turned, offering a gentle smile, his peach blossom eyes blinking playfully. Junior sister, be obedient. Your senior brother is here to protect you. Upon hearing this, Lianfeng felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body tingling. What is this sensation? Why do I feel so weak? This rascal must be employing some enchanting technique once more. Lianfeng bit her lip, gritting her teeth in silent frustration. How can he still indulge in such trivial games at a time like this? If he wishes to play, he could do so when no one is around. In the face of a formidable foe, how can I fight when I feel so weak? This infuriates me. In a huff, Lianfeng turned to the side, declaring defiantly, "Go ahead and show off. Just don't come crying to me when you get beaten." Though she feigned annoyance, she was nonetheless prepared to intervene at a moment and Apos' notice. Yi Qiu chuckled silently, amused by her prideful demeanor. This woman is far more entertaining than Mingwei. Turning back to Xian Yuan, Yi Qiu asserted, "Old man, prowess is not merely spoken. It must be demonstrated for all to witness its true strength." Humph, seeking death. Xuan Yuan's fury erupted, unable to contain himself any longer. Throughout his illustrious life, he had never been so openly disrespected. Usually, younger generations trembled at the sight of him, yet here stood Yi Qiu, boldly challenging him. If he did not prove himself today, would he not be declaring to the world that Xian Yuan was lacking? Soft and weak. Today, I shall show you just how strong I am. With that, Xian Yuan unleashed a powerful palm strike, distorting the air and ringing in the ears of the onlookers. Yi Qiu, unwilling to be outdone, faced the formidable opponent with unwavering resolve. He unleashed the Qianquan Wuji hand, retaliating with a counterpalm. In an instant, the two forces collided, sending both combatants staggering backward. However, it was evident that Yi Qiu found himself at a disadvantage due to his lower cultivation level. Of course, this was merely a probing move. The outcome was not yet determined. "Good lad, you possess some strength." Following the clash, Xian Yuan felt a tingling pain radiating from his arm. Likewise, Yi Qiu maintained his composure, despite the discomfort. In terms of cultivation level, he was inferior to Xian Yuan, yet in skill, technique, and artifacts, Xian Yuan fell short in comparison. Yi Qiu's confidence stemmed from this knowledge. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Let's see how long you can keep that bravado. Enraged, Xian Yuan unleashed another palm strike. Channeling the full might of a supreme, the resulting shockwaves rivaling those of the four supreme beasts. As the two clashed once more, they ravaged the chaotic void around them, leaving the world dimmed in their wake. Lian Feng observed from a distance, her expression grave as she focused intently on Yi Qiu, prepared to intervene at the first sign of danger. However, as the battle intensified, her astonishment grew. Her senior brother's strength is truly formidable. She had not anticipated that. Aside from his astonishing swordsmanship, his techniques would be equally remarkable. What appeared soft and lacking in force was, in fact, overwhelmingly powerful, each palm strike akin to thousands of fierce attacks. Under such flawless techniques, an ordinary person could barely withstand 300 strikes before succumbing to defeat. Lian Feng and Apos' admiration blossomed within her, as she continually praised him. She had once believed that the Butian technique was the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet witnessing Yi Qiu's Qianquan Wuji hand dispelled that notion entirely. No matter how powerful the Butian technique, it remained but a celestial level, and less perfected. It could never achieve divine status. In contrast, Yi Qiu and Apos' palm technique had already reached the divine level, and was among the elite. Sighing deeply, as she watched Yi Qiu engage in battle, Lian Feng felt as though she had fought alongside him, perspiring profusely. She could not help but muse that if she could master such a technique, her strength would soar, rendering Xian Yuan a triviality. Regrettably, the Butian sect she belonged to lacked such techniques. She was genuinely curious as to why the Butian sect of the Eastern Wilderness possessed such a divine skill. Unable to comprehend, she gazed enviously at Yi Qiu's Qianquan Wuji hand, longing to master such an extraordinary technique. For the most powerful secret arts, she would willingly devote herself without remorse. And that swordsmanship, how she yearned to learn it. Lian Feng was not adept at concealing her thoughts. Most of her emotions were plainly evident. Perhaps her experiences shaped her. Having entered the celestial mountains at a young age, she was nurtured as a goddess in the sacred lands, leading to a life of solitude with few connections. Lacking in cunning schemes, her heart remained pure and uncomplicated. A resounding crash echoed through the air as a powerful palm strike unleashed a devastating radiance, creating a tumult in the void. The two combatants were once again separated. And as the battle intensified, the old Taoist Xian Yuan found himself increasingly astonished. This cursed brat, why are his methods so unique? He could not fathom why. Despite his superior realm, he could not subdue Yi Qiu. What on earth was happening? His realm appeared to be merely at the initial stage of the supreme level. Yet the purity of his astounding power seemed to transcend that, resembling more of the mid-stage of the supreme level. He could not comprehend how an ordinary cultivator could refine their strength to such an extraordinary extent. Unless aided by great fortune, no ordinary person could achieve this. Moreover, the golden runes shimmering on Yi Qiu's skin exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, making it exceedingly challenging for Xian Yuan. Each encounter felt like staring into the eyes of an ancient dragon, instilling a primal fear within him. This could not continue. It seemed he must resort to his killing move. After a moment of contemplation, a fierce determination shown in Xianyuan and Appo's eyes. Impressive. This lad can indeed contend with Xianyuan Taoist without a clear victor. I am somewhat taken aback. It appears that the heaven-mending sect has produced another extraordinary talent. An elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace, could not help but exclaim, feeling a hint of pressure from Yi Chio's displayed prowess. If Xianyuan Taoist continued to conceal his strength, today he might very well meet his demise. Kid, I concede you possess some skill, but from here on, I shall be serious, Xianyuan Taoist declared, his expression suggesting he had only exerted a fraction of his power thus far. Now, I will unleash my full strength. You had better be cautious. Yi Chio chuckled lightly, maintaining an air of tranquility as he slowly extended his right hand, gesturing, come. Once again underestimated, Xianyuan Taoist seethed with anger, seeking his own end. He unleashed a powerful strike. Yi Chio raised his hand to catch it, but at that moment, a strange smile crept across Xuanyuan's face as he slowly drew a dagger from behind him. It was the legendary Zhuxian ruler. Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. The artifact in Xuanyuan's hand was the Zhuxian ruler, a divine weapon said to slay immortals. While it may not reach the level of an immortal-grade item, its power had long surpassed that of spirit artifacts. Over the years, countless powerful beings had perished at the hands of this dagger. As soon as the Zhuxian ruler was drawn, Xianyuan Taoist lunged forward, aiming to slay Yi Chio in one decisive blow. The razor-sharp dagger could not even be resisted by the finest inner armor spirit artifacts. In a moment of peril, a metallic clash rang out. Suddenly, a torrential rain of swords descended from the heavens, enveloping the space in a realm of sword formations. As the onlookers slowly raised their heads, they found Yi Chio transformed, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through the very souls of those who dared to meet it. Xianyuan and Appo's heart raced with alarm, attempting to retract the dagger. He discovered that the Zhuxian ruler was firmly held between Yi Chio's two fingers. The golden runes flickered, and an immense shockwave erupted. Xianyuan, unable to evade in time, was sent flying. In the midst of the void, Yi Chio appeared to be enveloped in darkness, radiating waves of brilliance, like a celestial sword immortal descending upon the earth. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, rendering all resistance futile. A tempest swept through, startling the spectators as Yi Chio, amidst the sword aura, revealed a faint smile. This fellow's most formidable technique is not a palm strike. The crowd gasped, sensing the terrifying sword intent that filled the air. Xianyuan and Appo's surprise deepened, his expression grave. This young man has concealed his capabilities well. However, do you think this will spare you from death? With a furious roar, Xianyuan hurled the Zhuxian ruler to bind Yi Chio and simultaneously formed seals with both hands, a needle gradually materializing before him. Unlike the previous Ghost King needle, this needle was far more toxic and possessed greater might. Its appearance instantly solidified the atmosphere. All breaths quickened as the crowd fixated on Xianyuan. They had not anticipated that Yi Chio could compel Xianyuan to resort to this lethal needle. How would Yi Chio respond? As the onlookers pondered, Yi Chio suddenly opened his eyes beneath the chaos and spoke with a dismissive tone. Old man, do you have a penchant for needles? Confusion rippled through the crowd. And suddenly Yi Chio formed seals with his hands, invoking the Qian Kuan Wu Ji technique once more. In an instant, 12 needles, resembling emeralds, appeared before him. The moment the needles manifested, an extraordinary aura of innate spiritual treasures began to leak forth. This an innate spiritual treasure? The crowd gasped, witnessing Yi Chio slowly raise his hand as the 12 needles aimed directly at Xianyuan. Old geezer, since you enjoy playing with needles so much, allow me to indulge you. With that declaration, Yi Chio unleashed the 12 needles simultaneously using the Qian Kuan Wu Ji technique. Instantly, Xuanyuan's lethal needle was knocked aside, and the remaining 11 needles shot toward him. Xianyuan, alarmed, summoned all his internal energy to shield against the 11 needles. However, to his astonishment, he found that the needles pierced through his energy shield and entered his body without resistance. No, Xianyuan cried out in terror, feeling the changes within his body. Huh? I am unscathed. Xianyuan and Appo's old face broke into a smile. It turned out these needles possessed no lethal power, merely serving to intimidate. Mere tricks. Do you think you can frighten me? You are still too inexperienced. Before he could finish his thought, Xianyuan and Appo's expression abruptly froze. A jolt of pain coursed through his body as the 11 needles within him began to tremble violently. Boom! In an instant, Xuanyuan's body erupted violently, transforming into a spray of blood, vanishing from sight. This sudden reversal shocked everyone, leaving them in a state of disbelief as they gazed at Yi Chio. He calmly summoned the 12 needles back into the Xianling jade, his expression unchanged as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. With a gentle wave of his hand, He collected all the treasures left behind by Xin Yuan, though except for the Zhuxian ruler, none caught Yi Qiu's eye. Heh, playing with needles against me? Who was truly the novice here? Yi Qiu thought with a cold smile. Did he believe he was the only one skilled with needles? What a joke. My needles are far more formidable. Not only are they fierce, but they are also resilient. With the 12 needles that vanquished Xin Yuan, Yi Qiu gained fame overnight. From that day forth, the names of Dong Wang, the heaven-mending sect, and Yi Qiu resonated throughout the 8 great domains. As the battle concluded, Lian Feng approached with an expression of disbelief, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment as she flew over. It seemed as if she had joined the fray, her heart racing in tandem with Yi Qiu's fight, and before she knew it, she was drenched in sweat. As she drew near, Yi Qiu caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, delicate and ethereal, captivating him wholly. The fragrance is even more enchanting and intoxicating than the bright moon. Ah! Yi Qiu inhaled deeply, a look of rapture gracing his features. He savored the moment. Lian Feng, oblivious to his peculiar demeanor, began to explore his person. Senior brother, where did you hide your needles? Show them to me. Yi Qiu's body jolted at her words. There was something about them that stirred an almost criminal impulse within him. Oh, you wish to see the needles? Very well, senior brother shall show you. With that, he reached for his belt. From the storage jade pendant hanging nearby, he retrieved the 12 rainstorm pear flower needles and handed them to Lian Feng, who eagerly accepted them to study, unable to part with them. As she toyed with them for a while, she murmured, "These are surprisingly formidable. Such delicacy. Yet they possess immense power. Even a peak sovereign would struggle to withstand them." Indeed, the needles are impressive, Lian Feng commented earnestly, causing the corners of Yi Qiu and Apos' mouth to twitch as he instinctively rubbed his head. Was it truly the needles that were remarkable, or was it the wielder? Junior sister. The effectiveness of these needles ultimately depends on the skill of the one wielding them. In the hands of an ordinary person, they are merely mundane tools. However, in my hands, they would surely demonstrate their true might. Lian Feng looked up at him, contemplating his words carefully, finding nothing amiss. Oh, I had no idea senior brother and Apos' mastery of needlework was so profound. I am truly in awe. Yi Qiu smiled slightly. Need I say more? Should the opportunity arise, if junior sister wishes to experience my needle techniques, I would be more than willing to fulfill your request. Really? Lian Feng's heart leapt with joy at his response. Chapter 108. Unexpected unlocking of the romance system. Of course, it's true. When has your senior ever deceived you? Yi Qiu said with a profound smile. Lian Feng paused, looked up into Yi Qiu and Apos' eyes, and pursed her lips. Why does this fellow have such a wicked expression? Lian Feng wondered, like a ravenous wolf spotting a lone lamb, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Licking her lips, Lian Feng swallowed, feeling a bit apprehensive. But upon further reflection, it seemed there was no cause for concern. He appeared so radiant and handsome, a man of integrity, surely not a villain. Yes, definitely not, she affirmed to herself. Lian Feng nodded earnestly. All right, when time permits, let's engage in a more profound exchange. Observing her sincere gaze and earnest demeanor, Yi Qiu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It felt akin to coaxing an underage girl, quite the transgression. EW. Yi Qiu shuddered involuntarily, a shiver running down his spine. Lian Feng, oblivious to his unease, played with the 12 rainstorm pear blossom needles, growing increasingly fond of them. Shikuden and Apos, T helped but inquire, Senior, do these needles have a name? Rainstorm pear blossom needles. Upon hearing this, Lian Feng and Apos' eyes lit up. This name, it and Apos' truly exquisite. Emerald green like jade, exquisitely crafted, their appearance was remarkably beautiful. Yet, when unleashed, they were like a torrential downpour, instantly claiming lives. Such a deadly weapon deserved such a distinctive name. With reluctance, she returned them to Yi Qiu. If only I had such a delicate, compact, and powerful magical artifact, she murmured silently, her eyes filled with envy. She possessed numerous magical artifacts, but the highest grade was the 4 symbols cauldron she had previously contended for with Gongsun Yang, a great emperor artifact, its power surpassing top-grade spiritual artifacts. However, compared to Yi Qiu's innate spiritual treasures, it seemed somewhat insignificant. She had observed carefully that Yi Qiu possessed an abundance of top-grade spiritual treasures, the most formidable of which were the immortal sword, the Qinkuan cauldron, and the rainstorm pear blossom needles. She couldn't comprehend how Yi Qiu, younger than her and hailing from the desolate eastern wilderness, could possess so many magical artifacts. The more she pondered, the more incredulous she became. Looking up at the handsome man before her, she found him increasingly enigmatic. Meeting Yi Qiu's gaze, Lian Feng suddenly felt a tremor in her heart, her pulse quickening, her fair face flushing crimson. Darn it, that bewitching technique again. She turned her head haughtily, avoiding direct eye contact, silently reassuring herself. Yichio suddenly remarked, "Junior sister, if you like them, I can give you a few rainstorm pear blossom needles." Lian Feng was taken aback, a surge of emotion welling up within her. Is this fellow giving me gifts again? Why would he give me gifts? Does he perhaps harbor affection for me? At this thought, Lian Feng's fair face flushed slightly, but she quickly dismissed it. How could Yichio possibly be fond of her? They had only just met and barely knew each other. She must be overthinking things. Pursing her lips, Lian Feng flatly refused, retorting, "I don't want them." Although she admired them, she disliked being indebted to others. They were not well acquainted, and although they addressed each other as senior and junior siblings, they existed in entirely different worlds. Their lineages had diverged for many years, and their relationship had long since faded. Moreover, they were neither Taoist partners nor master and disciple. Why should she accept Yichio's gifts? He owed her nothing. Why not? Yichio asked with amusement. He had just seen her with a look of utter delight, but now she was refusing them. Women are so complicated. The rainstorm pear blossom needles were not particularly useful to Yichio. Furthermore, there were 12 needles, each an innate spiritual treasure, capable of unleashing formidable power even individually. So, with so many of them, wooden and oppos, it be a waste not to use them to woo a maiden? Lian Feng pursed her lips, feeling somewhat conflicted. She truly adored them. If she possessed these rainstorm pear blossom needles, she would have a fighting chance even against formidable opponents like the old Xin Yuan Daoist. But she had no obligation to Yichio, so how could she accept his gifts? After careful consideration, Lian Feng shook her head, dejectedly stating, "I dislike owing others. We are neither Taoist partners nor master and disciple, so how can I accept your gifts?" Yichio stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. "Oh, so that and oppos, as your concern." Yichio considered this earnestly, then looked at Lian Feng and oppos, sincere eyes and suddenly smiled. "Taoist partners? We could be." Upon hearing this, Lian Feng abruptly looked up, meeting Yichio and oppos' gentle gaze, her heart pounding wildly, a feeling of unexpected joy washing over her. Is he confessing to me? Does he truly care for me? What should I do? I feel like I've been struck by lightning, my heart is melting, and I feel weak all over. Why is this happening? She wondered to herself. Why did she feel so happy upon hearing Yichio say this? Was this not a bewitching technique? Her innermost feelings seemed to be telling her yes, but she repeatedly denied it. Impossible. How could I fall for someone I just met? Is this what they call love at first sight? Lian Feng shook her head in denial. Anyone who said such a thing must be driven by lust, coveting her body. Darn it, I want to refuse, but why can't I bring myself to do it? This is agonizing. Lian Feng was on the verge of tears, wanting to refuse but feeling as if a voice inside her was urging her to agree. After much hesitation, Lian Feng looked up at Yichio, momentarily captivated. After a long pause, she finally spoke. This, wooden and oppos, that be inappropriate? We and oppos, ve only just met. I heard from senior brother headmaster that all Taoist partners go through a period of getting to know each other, opening their hearts to each other, and experiencing a sweet romance. Only after going through these stages can they formally confirm their relationship, cultivate together, and advance together. Lian Feng explained earnestly, drawing upon the knowledge imparted to her by her senior brother headmaster, Qi Daoxing. She was a novice in this area. In any case, her senior brother headmaster would never harm her. Everything he said was correct. Yichio was inwardly delighted upon hearing this. This girl, she truly knows nothing. Yes, she and oppos, easily deceived. This should be a sure thing. Let and oppos, see how I can coax her. Feigning contemplation, Yichio paused, then continued. What you say makes sense. Making such a hasty decision would indeed be inappropriate. Lian Feng was pleased to hear this, feeling satisfied with Yichio's words. It seems he's not a lecherous person, not coveting my body, but genuinely interested in pursuing a relationship with me. I didn't and oppos, misjudge him. This senior brother is reliable. Suddenly, Yichio spoke once more. How about this? We can become temporary Taoist partners, get to know each other, and see how it goes. If, in the end, junior sister is satisfied, we can officially formalize the relationship. What is a temporary Taoist partner? Lian Feng asked, taken aback. She had never heard of such a thing. It's a Taoist partner in name only, a relationship that's closer than ordinary friends, allowing us to get to know each other better and go through the stages you mentioned earlier. During this time, we don't have to fulfill any of the duties of Taoist partners. Moreover, if I do anything that makes junior sister feel uncomfortable or unsuitable, you can terminate the relationship at any time, Yichio said with a meaningful smile. Lian Feng pondered this carefully, feeling that it had potential. She understood that a nominal temporary Taoist partnership was essentially a way to bridge the emotional gap between them. Once confirmed, the barriers can be dismantled, allowing for a partnership akin to that of soulmates, distinctly different from the ordinary camaraderie shared among fellow disciples. It is a closer bond. Yet one must tread carefully and refrain from crossing boundaries. Gazing once more into Yi Chio's gentle eyes, coupled with his handsome, radiant smile, Ling Feng felt a flutter in her heart. All right. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to give this a try. If it proves unsuitable, they could always part ways later. After all, she stood to lose nothing. Moreover, her innermost feelings had already revealed to her that she held a profound affection for this man, despite her attempts to resist acknowledging it. Let us give it a shot. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Yi Chio felt a surge of joy within. Was it truly that easy to resolve? Did this mean he would now be someone with a girlfriend? Nevertheless, despite his elation, Yi Chio dared not act inappropriately. Their current relationship was merely provisional. They would address permanence when the time came, confirming their temporary bond. Yi Chio produced 6 rainstorm pear blossom needles and said, "Junior sister, consider these 6 needles as a token of my affection for you. Surely, you want and amp, oppos. Do you refuse me now?" Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat as she stared at the 6 needles he offered. Suddenly, she understood why Yi Chio had proposed this temporary partnership. It was a clever way for him to gift her something without any hesitation. She felt a wave of warmth. This guy was surprisingly thoughtful. Fearing she might decline, he had subtly suggested the notion of a temporary bond, allowing her to accept the gift without any psychological burdens and without compromising her principles. Such a perfect man, gentle, handsome, and considerate. Ah, she bit her lip. Gazing dreamily into Yi Chio and Amp, Oppo's eyes, her heart brimming with joy. Was this what the master brother had referred to as sweet romance? Indeed, it possessed a quaint sweetness, a gentle warmth. Ling Feng mused inwardly, her heart swelling with happiness. She had never experienced such feelings before. Suddenly, she looked toward the future with eager anticipation. A rare smile graced Ling Feng's lips, and in that moment, Yi Chio was utterly captivated. She was breathtaking. Her smile could rival the beauty of the night sky, melting his heart. "Thank you," Ling Feng said coolly, accepting the gift, but then hesitated, wondering if expressing gratitude was too distant now that they were partners. Quickly, she added, "All right." Turning, she produced a jade pendant and handed it to Yi Chio, saying, "I do not possess any treasures of note, but this spirit jade, crafted from a fragment of the patching heaven stone, is for you." Though this jade pendant was not an innate treasure, it was indeed a rare gem that could nourish the spirit and aid in cultivation. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chio with earnest eyes, hoping he would accept her gift. This pendant had accompanied her for many years, always by her side. While it may not compare to the rainstorm pear blossom needles in value, it was imbued with her feelings for him. The master brother had once told her that exchanging gifts between lovers could deepen their bond. Thus, having received a gift from Yi Chio, she felt compelled to return the gesture. Yi Chio smiled as he accepted the jade pendant, admiring it in his hands for a moment. "I truly appreciate this gift," he said gently, fastening the pendant to his waist with no attempt to conceal his joy. He almost wanted to proclaim to the world, "Look, this is a gift from my girlfriend. Do you have one?" "Ah, right, none of you do." Hearing Yi Chio express his fondness for the gift, Ling Feng felt a surge of joy, as if warmed by the gentle breeze of spring, more delightful than 1,000 blooming peach blossoms. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked the affection system. Affection binding. Yi Chio, Ling Feng. Temporary relationship. Please make an effort to solidify this relationship. Upon successful transition, you will receive a chance for a divine level random lottery draw. Suddenly, the system and Oppo's notification left Yi Chio bewildered. Affection system? What could that possibly be? He was taken aback, realizing that an unintended action had yielded such an unexpected reward. Yet, what specific functions did this so-called affection system possess? Was it merely a divine lottery? Before long, the system elucidated Yi Chio's doubts. The affection system is an upgrade based on the master-disciple system. Upon successful transition, affection gifts can yield critical returns, with an upper limit raised to a staggering 100,000 times. Wow, 100,000 times. Yi Chio gasped. As even a mere 10,000 times would be terrifying, 100,000 times would surely propel him into the stratosphere. This was where the real treasure lay. Good things are always saved for last. At that moment, Yi Chio felt as though he had struck gold, his spirits soaring. This was a monumental gain. 100,000 times. If triggered, simply transmitting a mere 10,000 years of cultivation would allow him to soar to new heights. Of course, 100,000 times was merely the maximum limit. Whether it could be activated depended on luck. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered now was to solidify their bond as soon as possible and unlock the 100,000 times return. Then, he would truly take flight. Yi Chio's mind began to form a perfect plan. The goddess conquest plan was about to commence. With this charming system, no. This return system, Yichio felt confident he could transition to permanence in the shortest time possible, winning her heart. Oh, how simple. It was merely a matter of gifting and evoking deep emotions. Additionally, a bit of attention to detail, and the connection from mind to body would ensnare her completely. It was all about being steady. As she carefully stowed away the rainstorm pear blossom needles, Ling Feng felt an exhilarating surge in her combat prowess. Should she encounter an opponent like Gong Sunyang again, she would decisively determine the outcome in an instant. Even against the formidable Xianyuan elder, she might not be at a disadvantage. After all, these were innate treasures, on par with celestial artifacts. If one could not vanquish a supreme cultivator, then what was the worth of an innate treasure? Filled with joy, Ling Feng realized that today might very well be the happiest day of her life. Not only had she acquired an innate treasure, but she had also gained a temporary boyfriend who treated her so well. The fact that he was willing to part with such a rare treasure left her with no doubts about Yichio's feelings for her. Who else would be able to give away such a precious item? In summary, she was elated. Gazing blankly at Yichio, she noticed him observing the distant sky swallowing sparrow and the still-dazed crowd. Moments ago, Yichio had wielded the rainstorm pear blossom needles to swiftly eliminate the Xianyuan elder, leaving everyone in a state of shock. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the blood mist that was once the Xianyuan elder. It was inconceivable that such a supreme being could be obliterated by a handful of slender needles. From this day forth, the name Yichio of the Patching Heaven sect would surely resonate across the realms. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of relief and apprehension. Thankful they had not acted impulsively. Had they provoked Yichio instead of the Xianyuan elder, they might not have survived long enough to witness his use of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Someone noticed that Yichio had seemingly gifted Ling Feng several of those needles and remarked enviously, "This guy is quite generous to give away such innate treasures so casually. I envy him to no end. If only I were a woman." The moment those words left his mouth, they were met with disdain from the crowd. He was deeply astounded. Yichio had gifted Lin Feng 6 pear blossom rain needles, a truly extravagant gesture. To woo someone with such precious artifacts bespoke immense wealth. After a long pause, an elder emerged from the crowd. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Yunxingzi, from the northern wastelands, divine capital. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Yunxingzi approached, seeking to ingratiate himself. Yichio glanced at him, a smile gracing his lips. "A pleasure to meet you as well, Taoist Yunxingzi." Yunxingzi stroked his goatee and continued, "Just now, Taoist, with merely 12 needles, you eradicated the greatest scourge of the Xian region, truly astonishing everyone present. Your cultivation is unfathomable. I am filled with admiration." "You flatter me," Yichio replied modestly. "My humble cultivation is hardly comparable to that of you esteemed seniors and fellow Taoists." His lack of arrogance drew praise from the crowd. Lin Feng, too, admired Yichio and Apos as humility. Despite his extraordinary power, he remained unpretentious, a rare quality indeed. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Shengzi and Apos' eyes as he studied Yichio and then Lin Feng. Both hailed from the heaven-mending sect and were peerless geniuses, veritable prodigies. It seemed the heaven-mending sect was experiencing a surge in fortune, poised for a complete resurgence. He sighed inwardly, lamenting why his lineage could not produce such individuals. Chapter 109. Is this the legendary ultimate admirer? Suddenly, the heavens and the earth trembled. Above the abyss, the fierce battle among the 4 supreme beings had torn the chaotic space apart. Alarmed, the crowd gasped as a brilliant light erupted from the newly formed rift. In an instant, a mighty imperial aura descended from above, leaving everyone pale with fear. Such overwhelming force was beyond even the supreme beings and Apos' capacity to withstand. In that fleeting moment, a powerful early-stage supreme warrior was obliterated into a mist of blood, utterly defenseless. Chaos ensued as the crowd scrambled for safety. "Everyone retreat," Yunxingzi shouted, summoning his artifact to escape. The others followed suit, fleeing in haste. Amidst the turmoil, an imperial breath descended, precisely enveloping Lianfeng. Upon witnessing this scene, her face turned ashen. Suddenly, a large hand embraced her, enveloping her in warmth. As her vision dimmed, she found herself held tightly in a comforting embrace. When she opened her eyes again and raised her head slightly, she saw Yichio gazing tenderly at her, assuring her, "Don't worry, with me here, you shall not be harmed." Inside her heart, it felt as though frost was melting away. Linfeng and Apos' delicate face flushed slightly, her hands instinctively clutching Yichio and Apos' clothing. As she looked around, she realized they were in a vast sea of stars, seemingly drifting through a celestial realm. "Where's this place?" Lianfeng inquired coolly. her tone a reflection of her natural demeanor that she had grown accustomed to over the years. Yichio smiled and explained. This is the world within the Qiankuan Ding. What? Lianfeng was taken aback. The Qiankuan Ding of Yichio contained such a realm? Moments ago, she had feared for her life as the imperial breath approached, yet in that critical moment, Yichio had drawn her into the world of the Ding, thus evading calamity. Her heart swelled with gratitude, yet she was astounded by the capabilities of Yichio's Qiankuan Ding, able to deflect the attack of imperial breath, an ultimate force that even the Supreme could not withstand. Noticing the fate of those who had perished in an instant due to their inability to evade, her emotions were tumultuous. Nestled within Yichio's embrace, Lianfeng felt a complex mix of emotions. The warmth of his hold and the solidity of his chest inexplicably provided her with a sense of security, igniting a fleeting desire to remain there. After a moment of internal conflict, she gently pushed Yichio away and scrutinized the world around them within the Ding. Truly, being a congenital spiritual treasure, it was indeed profound, capable of evading even the breath of an emperor. As she pondered this, a wave of envy washed over her. In comparison, she found her own four symbols Ding less appealing. Perhaps she should discard it. Much like the powerful spirit sword she had once cast aside in a fit of competitive desire. Casting a deep glance at Yichio, Lianfeng thought to herself, no, I cannot compare myself to this individual. It would only lead to frustration. With the celestial sword, the torrential pear blossom needles, and now the emergence of Qiankuan Ding. How many treasures does he possess? Yet, she felt relieved that he was her nominal partner, posing no threat to her. The more exceptional Yichio was, the more joy she felt in her heart. After all, if all went as expected, he would be her future companion. Who would resent their partner's excellence? The world reveres the strong, and Lianfeng was no exception, especially when that strength belonged to her nominal partner. After a period of turbulence, the imperial breath gradually dissipated, and Yichio remained vigilant about the external situation. Sensing the opportune moment, he said, all right, let us emerge. Very well, Lianfeng agreed, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the world within the Ding, reappearing in a desolate expanse. In the distance, the four supreme beings were all injured by the earlier imperial breath, lying on the ground recuperating. The recent chaos had drawn an ever-growing crowd, and soon, the barren land was teeming with people. Supreme warriors from various realms had gathered, and Yichio was astonished, realizing the number of supreme beings from beyond was far greater than he had anticipated. Perhaps the tales of the eastern wilderness being remote and impoverished were not without merit. The atmosphere felt tense, with all eyes fixated on the copper coffin resting upon the back of the ancient turtle. The previous upheaval had originated from the opening of this coffin, the elixir of immortality. As the pure, life-infused aura wafted through the air, greedy glimmers shone in everyone's eyes. At last, after the tomb of the emperors had opened, the true treasure had emerged. Even Lianfeng could not resist the allure, her heart brimming with excitement. It truly is the elixir of immortality, she murmured to herself. A surge of battle intent igniting within her. She was determined to seize this elixir. Once obtained, not only would it grant her longevity and beauty, but also enhance her cultivation. Now at the mid-stage of the supreme realm, if she could consume the elixir, she might very well ascend to kinghood and achieve enlightenment. Haha, the elixir of immortality has finally appeared. A booming voice echoed from the horizon as a portly middle-aged man wielding a large blade soared into view. His aura was filled with murderous intent, and his formidable strength increased the pressure on all present. Isn't this the butcher from the city of slaughter in the extreme domain? He has arrived. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd, and even Yichio cast a look of astonishment, sensing the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from the butcher. Suddenly, the slumbering lion-like creature roared with tremendous force, repelling all those who sought to claim the elixir of immortality. The crowd was astonished, having not anticipated its swift recovery. Upon sensing the elixir, it charged towards the ancient turtle in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Zhuyan also sprang into action, swinging a staff towards the lion-like creature, and the two engaged in yet another fierce confrontation. The celestial sparrow, witnessing this, let out a majestic cry, spreading its wings and greedily eyeing the elixir. It suddenly opened its massive beak, drawing in a fierce gust, as if to consume the chaotic energy surrounding them. The battle erupted anew, yet none dared to act rashly, choosing instead to bide their time for the right opportunity. At this juncture, any reckless move could invite the wrath of others. Thus they all awaited their moment. As the aroma of the elixir expanded, more and more individuals were drawn to it. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a handsome man clad in a purple robe appeared in the sky. The mountain goddess Sun, Hua Feiyu, a late-stage supreme. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere grew tense, as if time itself had frozen. Even the butcher displayed signs of surprise. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, captivated by the stunning figure above. And couldn't he help but admire? This individual possesses formidable strength. Hua Feiyu, how could he possibly be here? Lianfeng murmured, her gaze flickering with complexity as she glanced at Yi Qiu before a glint of cunning crossed her eyes, as if she were plotting something. Seeing this, Yi Qiu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Is she scheming something against me? He couldn't help but question this temporary girlfriend. Still uncertain of her true nature. Before long, Yi Qiu understood Lianfeng's intentions. After Hua Feiyu appeared, he flickered and reappeared before Lianfeng. Ah, Lianer. So you are indeed here. I have been searching for you high and low. Hua Feiyu uttered with ardent affection, his eyes brimming with delight and solicitude, cutting a figure of a devoted admirer. Yi Qiu recoiled inwardly, experiencing a wave of revulsion at this display. Could this be the legendary rival in love? Lianfeng and Apos' countenance suddenly turned frosty. Hua Feiyu, we are not acquainted well enough for such familiarities, she stated icily. Undeterred by Lianfeng and Apos' disdain, Hua Feiyu responded with remarkable patience. Lianer, I am aware of your aversion towards me and your dislike for my past conduct. However, I pledge to earnestly reform and never repeat those transgressions. I also understand your singular devotion to the pursuit of immortality, with no interest in matters of the heart. But I am willing to wait, be it a century or a millennium. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu gasped inwardly. Was this the epitome of an ardent admirer? He had finally witnessed it firsthand. However, Hua Feiyu possessed a handsome visage and exceptional talent. Why was Lianfeng so resistant to him? It seemed that he must have committed some egregious act in the past, leaving an indelible negative impression on Lianfeng. Consequently, every subsequent action he took failed to alter her perception of him. Thus, first impressions were indeed crucial. A poor initial impression could make any subsequent action appear contrived. Lianfeng remained unmoved, retorting coldly, there is no need, Hua Feiyu. I would prefer not to be overly blunt. Your actions are of no concern to me, and there is no need to perform them for my benefit. It is a waste of time. Hua Feiyu's heart sank upon hearing this. However, as this was not the first time Lianfeng had uttered such words, he had grown accustomed to it. He composed himself, suppressing his inner turmoil, and adopted an indifferent facade. He firmly believed that with persistent effort, he would eventually melt this iceberg. As the divine son of Yaoshan, he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. He refused to believe that Lianfeng could perpetually reject such an exceptional individual. His gaze suddenly fell upon Yi Qiu, who stood beside Lianfeng with a smile. Their intimate proximity caused Hua Feiyu to furrow his brow, his expression turning icy. Who might you be? Me? Yi Qiu replied with a knowing smile. I am Yi Qiu from the Butian sect. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, young Master Hua. Hua Feiyu paused, racking his memory. Upon confirming that he did not recognize the name, and learning that Yi Qiu was also from the Butian sect, he breathed a sigh of relief. He surmised that their closeness was merely a result of their shared sect affiliation. So, you are a fellow Taoist from the Butian sect. A pleasure to meet you. Hua Feiyu forced a smile. Suddenly, Lianfeng interjected, he is my man. The smile vanished instantly. Hua Feiyu was consumed by a surge of murderous intent. What did you say? He demanded, as if struck by lightning. Disbelief washed over him. It was impossible. Lianfeng was wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. How could she have a Taoist partner? And even if she did, it could not be such an unremarkable, unknown individual. He desperately tried to convince himself that Lianfeng was deliberately trying to provoke him into giving up. Yes, that must be it. He refused to believe that Lianfeng would reject such an exceptional individual in favor of an insignificant nobody. I will repeat myself. He is my man. Is that clear? Lianfeng's eyes gleamed with amusement as she glanced back at Yi Qiu. She embraced his arm intimately and stated coldly to Hua Feiyu, Hua Feiyu, I have told you before that there is no possibility between us. Do not speak to me again, and do not call me by my pet name. I fear my Qiu might misunderstand. Yi Qiu felt a tremor in his heart, finally understanding the source of his ominous premonition. He had been careless. This cunning girl was deliberately pushing him into the fire pit. Was she afraid that Hua Feiyu would not kill him? She had even twisted the knife. Her devious nature ran deeper than his own. He had been thoroughly duped. By thrusting him forward at this moment, how could Hua Feiyu possibly spare him? At this point, Hua Feiyu and Apos' countenance had become utterly somber, his expression ashen. His gaze towards Yi Qiu was filled with murderous intent. He could not fathom what Yi Qiu possessed that he lacked, causing Lianfeng to choose him over himself. No, he roared inwardly, his emotions plummeting to rock bottom. Love had turned to hate, and Hua Feiyu and Apos' initial devotion had vanished without a trace, replaced by a hint of darkness. Ha ha. How laughable, how utterly laughable. Hua Feiyu mocked himself hysterically. I have offered my heart, only to be met with this outcome. Very well, very well. Yi Qiu felt a pang of sympathy for Hua Feiyu. Such is the fate of the devoted admirer, he mused. The woman you could never obtain in your lifetime was won over with mere words. Such is destiny. Fortune favors some, and forsakes others. Brother, I feel for you. But I shall take the lady with me. Suddenly, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Having been a devoted admirer in his past life, Yi Qiu finally understood the satisfaction experienced by those who had succeeded. Of course, amidst his elation, Yi Qiu was also somewhat surprised that Hua Feiyu, such an exceptional prodigy, had failed to capture Lien Feng's attention. Why, then, had he managed to secure a temporary Taoist partnership with her so easily? Could it be that he was simply too exceptional? Yes, that must be it. After all, he possessed maxed-out looks, and his talent and strength were beyond question. Coupled with his gentle demeanor, attentiveness, and generosity, he was almost in love with himself. However, the reality was far less complex than Yi Qiu imagined. Lien Feng herself might not have known why she had chosen Yi Qiu. She simply felt a spark of electricity every time their eyes met, sending a tingle through her. She simply believed that she might be falling in love with him. Otherwise, she would not have felt this way. She harbored no complex thoughts. She simply knew that she liked him. She knew nothing of love, only that if she truly liked someone, she would feel a stirring in her heart upon seeing them for the first time. Yes, it was that simple. Let and oppose. Let's go, Yi Qiu said nonchalantly, taking Lien Feng's arm and leading her away from Hua Feiyu, primarily to prevent him from suddenly losing his mind and attacking Yi Qiu. Although Yi Qiu was not afraid of him, the emergence of the elixir of immortality meant that battles could erupt at any moment, and it was best to conserve his strength. Lien Feng looked up at Yi Qiu with a puzzled expression. Are you not worried about his retaliation? Yi Qiu countered. If you knew he would retaliate, why did you push me forward? Lien Feng smiled slightly. Is that not the purpose of a Taoist partner? To eliminate all pursuers and assert ownership. It is your duty. Are you afraid? Yi Qiu was rendered speechless. Who taught her these things? I shall find them and cleave them in two with my sword. Is that how Taoist partners are used? He felt obligated to take the time to educate her on the specific uses of Taoist partners. The more detailed, the better. A wicked grin spread across Yi Qiu and Appo's face. On second thought, it was not such a bad thing, as it would prevent Hua Feiyu from pestering her in the future. He had simply not expected that the normally cold and aloof Lien Feng possessed such a devious streak. Her cunning surpassed even his own. Yi Qiu might only deceive his fellow disciple, Qi Wuhui, but she is far more ruthless, directly deceiving her own man. Is this what they call a match made in heaven? I believe in you. You will definitely triumph over him and successfully win the heart of your beloved. Lien Feng stated earnestly. You seem to have quite a bit of faith in me, Yi Qiu replied with a faint smile. Secretly pondering, the emergence of this rival has indeed presented me with another opportunity to showcase my worth. If I seize this chance and perform exceptionally well, I could instantly solidify my position, which would be quite delightful. Yes, it is worth a try. The allure of the tenfold rewards that come with such a solidification is simply irresistible. They offer far too much. Lien Feng tilted her head, contemplating seriously before she remarked, in terms of cultivation, you may not surpass him, but in combat prowess, I believe he cannot match you. After all, Yi Qiu possesses a significant treasure. Just that immortal sword alone is sufficient to crush Hua Feiyu. There is no need for concern. From the very beginning, she had considered this, otherwise she would not have pushed Yi Qiu forward. The purpose behind this action was also to ascertain how much he truly cared for her. It serves as a test, really. If Yi Qiu genuinely cherishes her, willing to stand against Hua Feiyu for her sake, it would prove his sincerity. Once this is confirmed, their relationship can be officially established. Yi Qiu smiled. He was indeed unfazed by Hua Feiyu's potential retaliation, though he found it somewhat challenging to gauge Lien Feng's true feelings. He had begun to discern a few clues. Lien Feng intended to test him. Yes, I can. I will surely satisfy you and evoke such deep emotion that you would wish to devote yourself entirely. Yi Qiu had already devised a plan in his mind, a strategy to win over the goddess. Progress update. Defeat the sycophant and assert dominance. Meanwhile, Hua Feiyu, having wallowed in self-deprecation for some time, finally regained his composure. He cast a cold gaze at Yi Qiu, icily stating, I am eager to see what exceptional qualities you possess. In his eyes, Yi Qiu was merely an inconspicuous, unremarkable supreme cultivator. At his age, he was likely only at the initial stage of supremacy, hardly worthy of being compared to himself. Should chaos erupt, Yi Qiu's strength would undoubtedly lead him to be the first to perish in the tumult. At that moment, wouldn't he have another opportunity? Of course. He would not be foolish enough to act rashly, as that would only deepen Lien Feng's disdain for him. Chapter 110. The slaying of the sky-devouring sparrow. The atmosphere at the scene became suddenly tense. On one side, Hua Feiyu's face twisted in rage, harboring a murderous intent as he glared at Yichio. On the other side, Yun Xingzi, along with the butcher and others, gazed greedily at the elixir of longevity resting on the back of the colossal tortoise. At that moment, the sky-devouring sparrow unfurled its wings and soared into the heavens, escaping the battlefield. Abruptly, it opened its beak wide, attempting to swallow everyone present. The butcher, wielding a massive blade, let out a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, Hua Feiyu, already in a foul mood, disdainfully remarked, "And dare to prattle before me, flaunting their triviality." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly drew a sword and swiftly struck. In an instant, a formidable sword energy cleaved through the air, striking the sky-devouring sparrow. With a thunderous crash, the crowd gasped as the bird was cleaved in half. The onlookers were astounded. How could this individual possess such terrifying strength? That was the supreme fiend, the sky-devouring sparrow. He had slain it with a single stroke? Hua Feiyu, sensing the astonished gazes of everyone, felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, it was only I who deserved to play this role. Suddenly, the severed halves of the sky-devouring sparrow reformed, its strength seemingly enhanced. The creature appeared somewhat exhilarated, defiantly gazing at Hua Feiyu, as if to say, "Oh, young man, not bad. Send me more energy." Hua Feiyu's heart ignited with anger. He had assumed that a mere flick of his sword would take the life of the sky-devouring sparrow. To his surprise, not only had he failed to kill it, but he had also inadvertently augmented its power. Yichio couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. This fellow had intended to display his prowess, only to unwittingly bolster the sparrow and Appo's strength. It was akin to lifting a stone to crush his own foot. A disgrace of monumental proportions. With a darkened expression, Hua Feiyu barked, "What are you laughing at?" "My apologies, I was suddenly reminded of something amusing." Yichio replied, unable to contain his mirth. The art of posturing was indeed a skill not everyone could master. Hua Feiyu discerned the sarcasm in Yichio's words. Feeling humiliated in front of the goddess, his face flushed with rage, he suppressed his emotions and wore a provocative expression. "It seems, brother Yi, that you possess great confidence in your abilities. Why not demonstrate a bit for us, so we may see what exceptional skills you possess?" This statement piqued everyone's interest. The underlying challenge was evident. They all knew that Hua Feiyu, as the son of the shaking mountain, was a prodigious talent, inherently a figure of renown. Wherever he went, he radiated brilliance, never having been outshone. As for Yichio, aside from the powerful beings encountered in the chaos, most were unfamiliar with him. Now that they found themselves in confrontation, curiosity blossomed. Yichio stepped forward, exuding a calm demeanor, and began, "Very well. Since young Master Hua has expressed such leisure, I shall not hesitate to showcase my humble skills." Seeing that he had finally taken the bait, Hua Feiyu felt a surge of triumph. Internally, he mused, "Ha! Ignorant fool, laugh while you can. Soon you will regret it. I refuse to believe you can slay the sky-devouring sparrow with a mere strike." Hua Feiyu was convinced that Yichio lacked the capacity to achieve this, given the sparrow and Appo's remarkable regenerative abilities. Even his own strike had failed to subdue it. Yichio, in contrast, was simply waiting for the moment when he could humiliate him in front of Lin Feng. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yichio had already begun to stride forward, extending his right hand skyward. "Humph, all show and no substance. You don't even have a sword," Hua Feiyu scoffed. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Yichio's fingers. In an instant, a chilling sword intent surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings as it began to coalesce. Within moments, a colossal sword, forged from 100 miles of wild grass, locked onto the sky-devouring sparrow above. Upon witnessing this, the sparrow was consumed by primal fear. A memory etched in its mind. It had not forgotten that Yichio had once severely wounded it with this very sword. Now, seeing it again, and sensing its amplified power, it was overwhelmed. How is this possible? Hua Feiyu's face paled as he stared blankly at the immense sword overhead. Its presence was exponentially greater than his previous strike, and the pressure it exuded was beyond anything he could muster. Divine-level swordsmanship? In a fleeting moment, realization dawned on him. His expression drained of color as he felt a sense of unwillingness. Yichio possessed divine sword techniques, and his strength was far mightier than he had imagined. "Young Master Hua, take note. Now this is what true sword energy looks like." Yichio, with a smirk that bordered on disdain, gently slid his hand downward with effortless grace. As his finger glided down, the massive sword descended with tremendous force. The sky-devouring sparrow and Appo's eyes widened in terror as it screeched in a futile attempt to escape this realm. Realizing it could not flee, it resorted to its world-devouring technique once more, but once again, it met with failure. This was the dimensional suppression brought forth by divine techniques. If it were that simple to absorb, Could it still be deemed a divine skill? With a resounding crash, the colossal sword struck down, disintegrating the sky-devouring sparrow and Appos' form into a mist of blood that stained the sky crimson. For a moment, the crowd fell into stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, they finally regained their composure. Good heavens, is this fellow even human? That seemingly casual strike wielded such power. If he unleashed his full might, would he not subdue us all? As this thought crossed their minds, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even the butcher regarded Yi Qiu with newfound wariness. From the moment he showcased his strength, he had been deemed the greatest adversary. Hua Feiyu's face turned ashen, despair consuming him. Yi Qiu and Appos' prowess was not as insignificant as he had presumed, which meant that Lin Feng had not chosen someone without merit. Instead, he was formidable. So formidable that even he felt uncertain of victory. In this realization, another wave of discomfort washed over him. He too had previously struck lightly, failing to kill the sky-devouring sparrow and inadvertently enhancing its strength. Now, in comparison, was it not evident to all that he was inferior to Yi Qiu? The sting of humiliation burned within Hua Feiyu, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Yi Qiu sheathed his sword, stroking his chin contemplatively as he observed Hua Feiyu. The sky-devouring sparrow, you say? It seems not so formidable after all. I hadn't an Appos, to even exerted myself, and it perished. It appears young Master Hua must have held back. Otherwise, how could he fail to slay it with one stroke while inadvertently bolstering its strength? As these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in laughter. Ah, a delightful strike to the heart. Yun Shengzi chuckled, while others struggled to contain their mirth. Yi Qiu's remarks were laced with scorn. Both had wielded seemingly effortless strikes, yet the outcomes were starkly different. The victor was clear for all to see. Hua Feiyu, filled with rage and humiliation, nearly spat blood in fury. He had intended to witness Yi Qiu's folly, yet he found himself the subject of ridicule instead. Yi Qiu offered a nonchalant smile, unfazed by the murderous glare directed at him. A mere Hua Feiyu was hardly worthy of his concern. He turned back to Lin Feng with a serious expression and said, Lin and Appos, remember not to spread rumors when you go out. Who is young Master Hua? He is known as the prodigious son of Yao Shan, cultivated with immense resources from the Holy Land. If word gets out, people might think, so this is the son of Yao Shan and Appos, Wun and Appos, that be a disgrace to the Holy Land? Listening to Yi Qiu and Appos' earnest and solemn tone, Yin Feng and Appos' icy demeanor momentarily melted away. Haha, this guy is too amusing. Who would mock someone so seriously? His heart must be rather dark. I thought I was quite cunning. Yet this fellow surpasses me. With just a few words, he nearly made Hua Feiyu spit blood. His handsome face now twisted in rage, looking ghastly pale. It and Appos' too cruel. But I like it. Well, all right. Lin Feng composed herself, finally suppressing her laughter, and continued earnestly, I absolutely will not spread any rumors, young Master Hua. You can rest assured. Hua Feiyu was instantly consumed by anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If Yi Qiu's words were not damaging enough, Lin Feng's remark had completely shattered Hua Feiyu's composure. Everything he had done was to garner her admiration, yet he ended up humiliating himself in front of the goddess. Damn it. I will make you pay one day, Yi Qiu, he said coldly, his eyes narrowed with malice. The desire for vengeance brewed within him. Had it not been for the crowd and the imminent arrival of the elixir of life, he would have acted already. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu had successfully played his part, extending his right hand gently to summon a piece of treasure bone from the remnants of the Tianke and Appos' corpse, which swiftly flew into his grasp. The treasure bone of the Tianke. Upon seeing it, envy flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. This was a rare gem, a supreme ferocious beast, and an ancient relic, extremely scarce. However, due to the beast's formidable strength, few dared to covet such treasures, as failure to challenge it could lead to death. Moreover, the drop of its rune-infused bones was random, not guaranteed. Thus, few dared to confront these fearsome beasts, given the significant risks involved and the possibility of returning empty-handed. As Yi Qiu slowly summoned the treasure bone, everyone revealed envious gazes. Weighing the bone in his hand, Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. Why is this a speed treasure bone? He was momentarily taken aback, expecting it to be the legacy bone of the Tiang's formidable ability to devour the heavens. To his surprise, it was merely a speed treasure bone. Though still powerful, it paled in comparison to the legendary ability he had anticipated. Well, it and Appos' just as well. I currently need a speed-based divine technique. Perhaps I can utilize this to trigger a multiplier effect, Yi Qiu mused. A smile creeping onto his face as thoughts began to form. At present, he possessed potent secret techniques, the offensive grass character sword technique, the Qian Kuan Wu Ji hand. and the defensive True Dragon rune. It seemed he could add a speed-focused technique today, achieving a perfect hexagonal warrior status. Holding the treasure bone, Yi Qiu suddenly turned around, striving to infuse emotion into his gaze, looking earnestly at Lian Feng. Her heart raced. What was he up to now? His genuine expression made her pulse quicken, and she felt a flutter of nerves, hesitant to meet his gaze. Yi Qiu gently opened her delicate hand and placed the treasure bone within it, saying softly, Lian and Amp. Oppos, this treasure bone is for you. You. Lian Feng's heart skipped a beat as she stared blankly at the Tianke treasure bone in her hand, then back at Yi Qiu and Oppos' sincere expression. Overwhelmed with emotion, she thought, he gave me this treasure bone? This is the bone of the Tianke, even for supreme cultivators. It holds immense value, a true rarity. He didn't end Oppos to even hesitate to give it to me? To him, am I so important that this treasure is insignificant in comparison? A wave of emotion washed over Lian Feng as she met Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' tender gaze, her cheeks flushing. Oh no. I and Amp, Oppos, am falling in love. That wretched man had her completely ensnared. It was infuriating. Though she felt flustered, nervous, and touched, she maintained an outwardly frigid demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, despite her desire, she asked, Why are you giving this to me? Yi Qiu smiled gently and replied, Because you are my entire world. I want to give you the best of everything. Lian Feng. Oh, how infuriating. This electrifying sensation. She felt her body weaken, her heart racing. Am I truly going to succumb? How could I, the divine maiden of mending the heavens, lack even this little restraint? Is he really my natural nemesis? All right. Blushing, Lian Feng lowered her head and carefully tucked the Tianke treasure bone away. With this bone, even without the elixir of life, she could break through to the late supreme stage. Overflowing with gratitude, she noted that Yi Qiu, who needed the treasure more, chose to give it to her instead. Especially when he said, You are my entire world. In that moment, it felt as if her heart melted. At a loss for words, Lian Feng silently resolved, I want this man. Though she had yet to admit it verbally, her heart had begun to accept it. However, upon witnessing Lian Feng's gradual capitulation, her eyes brimming with affection, Hua Feiyu was utterly devastated. It felt as if snow began to fall from the sky. That day, the goddess chose another. How unbearably infuriating. Regaining his composure, Hua Feiyu gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that Yi Qiu would willingly give away a supreme treasure bone just to woo a girl. Was he genuinely generous? Or merely putting on a show for others? Good heavens. A supreme treasure bone? Just like that? How generous. At that moment, even Yun Xingzi and the others were left in shock. However, recalling the rainstorm pear blossom needles Yi Qiu had previously gifted, they began to rethink the significance of this mere Tianke treasure bone. Yet, upon further reflection, they considered, this fellow is deeply sentimental. His selfless devotion to his loved ones is truly sincere. Perhaps he genuinely harbors feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't continuously present such treasures. The crowd cooed and Oppos helped but envy Lian Feng for encountering someone who saw only her. Lian Feng herself felt a sweet, warm sensation blossoming within, as if filled with anticipation for the future. Looking at Yi Qiu's handsome face, she longed to rush over and kiss him, but her inner shyness held her back. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu and Oppos' hearts silently began to brim with excitement. System. Ding. You have gifted Lian Feng the supreme treasure bone, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it? Yi Qiu smiled and replied, Yes. Congratulations. You have triggered a 5,000-fold return and received a piece of Kunping and Oppos' residual bone. Gasp. Kunping and Oppos' divine technique? Yi Qiu and Oppos' heart raced. The Tianke treasure bone was speed-oriented, so the return would undoubtedly also be speed-related. Although he had been mentally prepared, upon hearing the words Kunping, Yi Qiu became utterly flustered. This was the fastest existence in the world. If he were to cultivate this Kunping treasure art, would he not become the swiftest man? Huh? That phrase sounded rather peculiar. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had struck gold this time. Would you like to learn? Learning. As the words fell, a surge of crimson runes fused into Yi Qiu and Oppos' mind. In an instant, the secrets of the Kunping technique materialized within his consciousness. With Yi Qiu and Oppos' current teleportation speed, he could reach a maximum distance of 100 miles in an instant, whereas the Kunping could soar 10,000 miles with a single flap of its wings. If Yi Qiu were to master this Kunping technique, he too could traverse distances of 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The mere thought of this sent a thrill through him. In the future, who could rival my speed? Previously, while pursuing the vicious swallowing sky sparrow, Yi Qiu had tasted the sting of speed. Even if he could vanquish such a speedster, killing it would prove exceedingly difficult. If it truly wished to flee, He would find himself powerless to catch up, left only to gaze at its receding figure, inhaling its exhaust. Now, armed with this Kunpeng treasure art, Yichio's confidence surged. If he were to encounter such a speed-driven opponent again, it would be a matter of effortless domination. Haha, splendid. Delighted within, Yichio began to briefly comprehend the Kunpeng treasure art. With the astonishing insight provided by the two blossoms of the path, he quickly grasped the fundamentals. As for the Kunpeng bone, it was not yet time for absorption. He would set it aside for now. This endeavor had proven immensely profitable for Yichio. Not only had he won the affections of the goddess, but he had also unexpectedly acquired a fragment of Kunpeng bone. His spirit soared, and he yearned for more such opportunities in the future. Boom. At that moment, the concealed copper coffin suddenly emitted a resounding crash. Huh? Had the longevity elixir appeared? In an instant, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Chapter 111. A sword opens the gate to heaven. Shocking the 8 wildernesses from the chaos and darkness of the universe, a glimmer of light emerged. With a resounding bang, the long-sealed bronze coffin suddenly creaked open. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically as a jade-green lotus flower gracefully floated out from the coffin. At that moment, the world darkened ominously, as if the very fabric of space had erupted. Beware. Yichio swiftly embraced Ling Feng, who was about to resist, but suddenly felt an imperial aura emanating from the coffin. This is bad. Run. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they hurriedly sought refuge. Yichio summoned the Qian Kuan Ding once more, and the two of them took shelter within. The others followed suit, activating their treasures to escape the impending doom. Those who reacted too slowly were swept away by the imperial aura, meeting their untimely demise. Roaring within the swirling chaos, Zhu Yin was struck by the imperial aura, causing his form to rapidly diminish, his fate uncertain. The situation was even more dire for Swan and I, whose attempt to unleash the 9 heavens thunder law backfired, resulting in his instant death. The scene was thrown into disarray as the world descended into darkness. Suddenly, the radiant lotus flower, glowing brilliantly in the obscurity, darted toward a specific direction. Trying to flee? Leave it to me. Hua Feiyu was the first to act, his gaze greedy as he beheld the lotus, a confident smile gracing his lips. This 8-petal lotus was his to claim. With it, he could attain the status of king and step into the true realm of kingship. At that point, would Yichio still be his rival? He firmly believed that once he reached the kingly realm, Ling Feng would undoubtedly choose him over Yichio. A mere supreme. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, and all revered the powerful. Achieving the kingly realm was tantamount to nearing invincibility among mortals. He was convinced that Ling Feng could not resist the allure of becoming a queen and would forsake Yichio. Haha, Hua Feiyu, that longevity elixir is mine. Those who wish to live, get out of my way. A bold voice echoed from above, as the butcher, wielding a massive blade, descended with force. Hua Feiyu's expression changed, and he quickly turned to confront the threat, exclaiming, "Butcher, do you dare oppose me? Get lost, who do you think you are?" The butcher showed no mercy, striking Hua Feiyu back with a single blow. Fury surged within Hua Feiyu, reaching a boiling point. Haha, very well. One by one, you all wish to oppose me? Fine. If you all want to make my life difficult, then let us all perish together. Hua Feiyu erupted in a fit of rage. His entire being unleashed its power, and from his hand, a compass slowly appeared, casting a barrier around the area. In an instant, the air thickened with murderous intent as Hua Feiyu launched a powerful strike, forcing the butcher to retreat. Incensed, the butcher, realizing the longevity elixir was slipping away, decided to reveal his full strength. With a mighty swing of his blade, an overwhelming aura surged forth. You seek death, boy? In a heartbeat, the butcher and Apos' blade spun and struck out. The heavens glowed crimson as the blade cleaved a mountain in two. By the heavens! This display left all present in utter shock. At that moment, a white figure darted forth, heading straight for the longevity elixir. As the crowd regained their composure, they quickly intervened, blocking her path. Altogether, they attempted to stop Ling Feng, who, with a cold expression, wasted no breath and immediately unleashed her sky-mending technique. This longevity elixir is mine. Anyone who dares obstruct me shall face death. In that instant, she held nothing back, and the realm transformed into her domain. The onlookers felt their breaths quicken, the atmosphere tense, as some began to withdraw from the fierce competition. The presence of so many powerful beings made them feel insignificant, even with their initial supreme strength. With a deafening roar echoing, the battle grew increasingly frantic. Ling Feng wielded the 4 symbols cauldron in one hand while casting her sky-mending technique with the other, surprisingly overpowering numerous opponents. Her combat prowess astonished Yichio. Haha, my wife is truly formidable. He grinned, realizing her extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, the clash between the butcher and Hua Feiyu reached a fever pitch. Then, A colossal hand emerged from the horizon, attempting to seize the 8-petal lotus flower. Who dares engage in such petty theft? Yun Xingzi's expression darkened, and he chose to intervene. In an instant, he transformed into a white crane, unleashing a flurry of feathers toward the giant hand. The hand crumbled under the assault as an elderly figure emerged from the chaotic rift, his face grim. Danshiozu, humph. So it is you, old fool. Upon recognizing the elder, Yun Xingzi scoffed, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat, locked in a stalemate. The once harmonious gathering devolved into chaos, with allies turned adversaries amid the fray. At the center of this battleground, Lingfeng found herself besieged by countless powerful foes, feeling overwhelmed. Realizing she could not withstand the onslaught, she called out, "Yiqiu, what are you doing? Hurry and help me." Frustration bubbled within her. She was fighting so hard while he remained distant, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. If you keep watching, I might just be lost. Anger surged through her. Was this truly love? This melodic call caught Yiqiu and Apos' attention, and he smiled faintly. She is anxious, she is anxious. Stretching his limbs, he leaped into action to assist his wife. Just then, Hua Feiyu attempted to strike him from above. Seizing the moment to attack, Yiqiu's expression hardened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This brat dares to sneak attack me amidst the chaos. Get lost. He retaliated with a sword strike, condensing his sword energy to counter Hua Feiyu's attack. On the other side, the butcher swung his blade mercilessly. Consumed by madness, he showed no mercy to anyone in his path. The longevity elixir is mine. None shall touch it. Hua Feiyu sneered. Butcher, I am not ignoring you out of fear. If you want the longevity elixir, you must first pass my test. And you, Yiqiu, aren't you arrogant? If you have the guts, come at me. I fear no one. With fury, Hua Feiyu sought to challenge both the butcher and Yiqiu simultaneously. Haha. Yiqiu found amusement in this. Realizing that to break this stalemate, he must take them all down, one by one. Fine. If you wish to perish, I shall oblige. In an instant, Yiqiu struck with his sword. Hua Feiyu calmly deflected it. Meanwhile, the butcher, seeing Yiqiu intervene, refrained from attacking, intending to seize the longevity elixir amidst the chaos. However, the two would not allow him to succeed. What began as a one-on-one duel quickly turned into a joint assault against the butcher. The butcher and Apos' plans to snatch the elixir failed miserably as he faced relentless blows from both parties, forcing him to retreat. The scene erupted into chaos, with more and more combatants joining the fray. Observing this turmoil, Yiqiu furrowed his brow. If this continues, with my power at the initial stage of supremacy, I am certain to be the first to exhaust my strength. After pondering for a moment, I looked up at the sky. Lingfeng was surrounded by enemies. And if Yiqiu did not lend his aid soon, he might truly be in peril. With no desire to entangle myself with Hua Feiyu, the butcher, Yiqiu instantly unleashed the Kuanping treasure technique, seeking to withdraw from the battlefield. If you wish to leave, then leave me something. Unexpectedly, Hua Feiyu intercepted him once again. At that moment, Yiqiu was genuinely enraged. Time and again, did they truly believe I lacked temper? In a calm tone, Yiqiu summoned the Yunxiao sword. Instantly, the world fell silent. How could he possess a celestial sword? The fierce celestial energy erupted wildly, overshadowing all other mystical techniques in an instant. Under the intimidation of the celestial sword, the previously chaotic battle froze momentarily. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the Yunxiao and Yiqiu and Apos' hands. Trembling, he murmured, celestial sword? No. How could he possibly have a celestial sword? This is impossible. Others, too, bore expressions of shock, unable to fathom the reality. The butcher, however, revealed a greedy expression. A celestial sword? This lad is indeed affluent, possessing even such treasures. His inner greed was instantly awakened as he stealthily approached Yiqiu from behind. In a flash, he launched a surprise attack, aiming his cleaver at Yiqiu and Apos' back. Be careful. Above, Lingfeng saw this scene. Her face drained of color as she attempted to break free from her encirclement to rescue Yiqiu. Just then, bang! A metallic clash echoed, and at the moment the butcher was about to succeed, his cleaver was abruptly severed by Yiqiu's Yunxiao sword. Hua Feiyu and Apos' countenance paled further. His cleaver was a spiritual treasure, and yet it had been so easily severed by Yiqiu? His expression darkened, revealing a significant smile as he said, since you seek death so earnestly, I shall oblige. The Yunxiao sword trembled, and in an instant, a vast realm of sword energy materialized. Within that celestial sword domain, the power of the grass character sword technique reached its zenith. Under this astounding pressure, all present turned pale. It was a divine might from the heavens, impossible to gaze upon directly. A celestial sword is, after all, a treasure of the heavens. Its power is not something ordinary beings can withstand. Even an emperor would not dare claim to endure a strike from a celestial sword. Everyone, together, let us slay him, Hua Feiyu suddenly declared. With Yuqiu brandishing the Yuxiao, his strength surged, rendering any individual an insurmountable opponent. To break this deadlock, they had no choice but to unite and eliminate him. Otherwise, with this single sword, none could hope to seize the elixir of immortality. In that moment, it seemed all had reached a tacit understanding, forming a sword array, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Yuqiu. The tides had turned. Yuqiu surveyed these individuals with a cold gaze, a sneer forming in his heart. Very well, come at me all at once. What difference does it make? One or two? Those unafraid of death step forth. With a dominating swing of his sword, Yuqiu's aura remained undiminished, as though strolling through a garden. Unfazed by the impending siege, the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, anxiety gripping them tightly. Humph, Yuqiu, even if you possess a celestial sword, it matters not. You are still merely at the initial stage of supremacy. Even with a celestial sword, you cannot unleash its true might. With so many of us present today, I refuse to believe you can turn the tide, Hua Feiyu proclaimed, once more summoning his treasure, no longer concealing anything. Indeed, today we shall kill you and seize your sword, the butcher greedily asserted, never having been one to shy away from confrontation. He did not believe Yuqiu could fend off them all. Enough with the idle chatter, come. Yuqiu replied with a serene smile, never once flustered. With the Yunxiao in hand, he possessed an air of invincibility. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Hua Feiyu roared in fury, taking the lead to strike, his sword slashing through the air. Almost simultaneously, everyone launched their attacks, seeking to corner Yuqiu with nowhere to escape. Prepare to meet your end. In an instant, all the powerful figures from every direction charged toward Yuqiu. He slowly closed his eyes, his demeanor peculiar. The onlookers were puzzled. What was he doing? Had he given up the fight? No, that could not be. Suddenly, a formidable sword intent emanated from the barrier above, and within 100 miles, a tempest raged. Everyone was taken aback, witnessing Yuqiu gently wave the Yunxiao. And in an instant, it appeared as though a heavenly gate had swung open in the skies. The winds howled violently as Yuqiu suddenly opened his eyes. Exclaiming in exhilaration, come. The Yuxiao soared through the expanse, and Yuqiu seemed to enter a wondrous state. One powerful strike fell, and in less than a breath, several supreme experts were instantly cast down to the wasteland. This strike was the second level of Yuqiu's grass character sword technique, the pinnacle of chaotic dance in the heavens. Once unleashed, it shook the heavens and wept for the spirits. Yuqiu's own power surged dramatically, the sword energy becoming immensely formidable. The only comparable force was the third sword, a grass cutting through the stars. However, Yuqiu had yet to master this third sword, unable to unleash its full potential. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and in mere moments, countless lives were lost. Yuqiu seemed to be consumed by bloodlust, striking down his relentless foes one after another. As for Hua Feiyu, had it not been for the risks posed by his artifact, he would have undoubtedly faced a dire fate. As for the butcher, when his cleaver approached, the once greedy glint in his eyes turned to sheer terror. It was a fear that emanated from deep within. He wished to flee, but the sword energy had already locked onto him. In a moment of despair, he saw the Yunxiao slice effortlessly through his chest. No! The butcher screamed in despair, attempting to escape, but his body was already beyond his control, cleaved in two. In that instant, the terrifying celestial force surged through him, his spirit sustaining a grievous blow. In less than a breath, he began to disintegrate. A once mighty butcher had fallen. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale, terror etched across his features as he gazed at Yuqiu, then at his own severed sword in the ruined imperial artifact, uttering words of disbelief. The might of the celestial sword was indeed unstoppable. Now, compounded with Yuqiu and Appo's extraordinary swordsmanship, it had unleashed the celestial sword and Appo's power in its entirety. At that moment, not even a late-stage supreme could dare confront its wrath. He was truly afraid. A profound fear gripped him, causing his very soul to tremble. In all his time since debuting, he had never tasted defeat. But he finally understood what it meant to be outmatched by someone beyond the heavens. As if struck by a tremendous blow, his hair turned pale in an instant. I have lost. Hua Feiyu weakly lowered his arms, his gaze complex as he looked up at Ling Feng. No longer did he possess any inclination to fight. He finally realized why Ling Feng had chosen Yuqiu over him. His once proud heart, believing himself superior to Yuqiu, was shattered. The truth was, Yuqiu simply did not deem him worthy of a contest. In terms of both strength and character, Yuqiu surpassed him. How could Ling Feng ever find him appealing? With a forlorn gaze, Hua Feiyu suddenly lifted his head, hesitating for a moment before fleeing. The onlookers exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? This sudden turn of events incited a storm of curses from everyone present. He had incited so many to besiege Ichio, yet upon realizing their inability to prevail, he fled first. How utterly ridiculous! To boast so brazenly and find oneself in such a predicament is truly beyond redemption. At that moment, the assailants felt fear for the first time. Retreat. If we do not depart now, when shall we? What? You speak of the elixir of life? You wish to fetch it yourself? I shall not accompany you. The fear lies in whether you possess the fortune to obtain it, yet lack the destiny to utilize it. A tumult erupted on sight, as a singular thought surged in the minds of all present, prompting them to swiftly employ their skills and escape. Ichio did not pursue. He harbored no penchant for bloodshed. With a gentle smile, witnessing the crowd and Appo's reluctance to advance, he swiftly invoked the Kuanping art and set forth towards the elusive elixir of life. At that moment, Lian Feng had just extricated herself from the throng and sought to procure the remedy. Suddenly, she beheld a white figure who swiftly acquired the elixir before her. Upon recognizing the individual, Lian Feng felt a surge of joy, which was swiftly followed by a frown. The joy stemmed from the fact that the one who had seized the elixir was none other than Ichio, the man she cherished. The dismay arose from her desire for the elixir as well. However, Ichio had claimed it, and she could never dare to contest him. Otherwise, it would devolve into a domestic dispute, which would be unseemly. Sighing, Lian Feng conceded. Ichio had already gifted her numerous treasures, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude. If she were to covet his possessions further, what sort of person would she become? She ought to feel elated. For after all, he was now her temporary boyfriend. With this thought, a smile graced Lian Feng's visage, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at the sky above, where that ethereal white figure stood, so transcendent and breathtaking. Chapter 112, The Goddess's Heart. Affectionate feelings from the heavens above, a figure of unparalleled grace descended. Ichio, wielding a sword with one hand, resembled an immortal banished from the celestial realm. His extraordinary presence astounded the onlookers, who were momentarily engulfed in terror and shock. Grasping an 8-petal lotus in one hand, he exuded an aura that dared anyone to approach him. Amidst the scattered corpses of the supreme beings whose lives had been taken by him, the crowd turned pale, fully aware that the elixir of immortality was now forever beyond their reach. As moments passed, the throng gradually thinned, the survivors fleeing in fear of Ichio's wrath. Having witnessed the demise of so many, even the bravest among them dared not confront him again. Soon, only Lian Feng, Ichio, and a few others who had not clashed with them remained. Haha Yunxingzi stroked his goat-like beard and laughed heartily. Congratulations, my friend. You have repelled all foes and successfully acquired the elixir of immortality. Your performance today is truly magnificent, unmatched in its splendor. I am in awe. Ichio, unfazed by the flattery, descended gracefully to Lian Feng's side. She gazed at him with deep admiration, her heart shaken by his display of strength. How formidable he was, to single-handedly dominate a multitude of supreme beings, emerging unscathed while slaying so many. He truly was the man I have chosen. Casting a wistful glance at the elixir in Ichio's hand, Lian Feng sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations, senior brother. With this elixir, your ascension to kingship is imminent. Ichio turned to her, captivated by her sparkling eyes, then lowered his gaze to the elixir. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Lian and Appo's, this elixir of immortality is yours. Silence fell abruptly, as shock rippled through the assembly. Did he just say he would gift this elixir to her? Yun Shengzi and the others were left bewildered, questioning their own ears. Do you understand what this is? It is the elixir of immortality. And you intend to give it away? Although this 8-petal lotus is merely a low-grade elixir, its potency is unimaginable. For those at the supreme level, consuming it could lead them to challenge the ultimate king realm in no time. To bestow it upon someone, what generosity! The crowd was stunned, never having imagined that someone would use an elixir of immortality to woo a lady. Even true love wouldn't warrant such extravagance, would it? Lian Feng's heart raced. Utterly astonished. He intends to give this elixir to me? She could not comprehend why Ichio, having gone through such toil to obtain it, would choose to forego it for her. Could it be that she held such significance in his heart? As this thought crossed her mind, Lian Feng's pulse quickened. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Ichio. She had never anticipated that her journey to the imperial tomb would lead her to a man who seemed willing to give her the world, even the precious elixir of immortality. With a gentle poke of her alabaster finger to her lips, Lian Feng found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, gazing at the vibrant elixir, she felt a twinge of resistance. Ichio had already gifted her numerous treasures. How could she accept more? Though her desire for the elixir was immense, she could not bring herself to accept it. She was not a selfish person, unwilling to let Yuchio bear the burden alone. Their love could only flourish through mutual devotion. Resolving this in her heart, Lianfeng suddenly turned her head away. Her demeanor proud as she stated, "I don't want it." The onlookers gasped collectively. "What do you mean you don't want it?" "I do." They were captivated by the unfolding drama, feeling as tense as if they were the stars of the show. Yuchio, having sensed her fleeting affection, felt a surge of joy. Evidently, she had succumbed to his relentless pursuit. "Yenner," he spoke earnestly, "I have told you before, you are my entire world. I wish to bring you the finest treasures this earth has to offer. This elixir, though precious, pales in comparison to your worth in my heart." Upon hearing his heartfelt confession, Lianfeng trembled. "Ah, he is using the very words that make me weak." She felt electrified, her defenses crumbling under the weight of his sincerity. "Is it true? Do I really hold such a place in your heart?" She pondered, glancing between Yuchio and the elixir, as if seeking answers. Yuchio continued, "I have consulted the stars, and they revealed that the moon is formed by you. You are like a ray of moonlight illuminating my heart, brightening my summer nights, and ushering in the crispness of autumn. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. You are the morning dew and the evening star, the source of all my joy. I have inscribed my affection upon the winds, and from this moment forth, the world belongs to you." With every word that flowed from Yuchio's lips, Lianfeng felt her heart quiver. "Stop. Do I really have to want it?" Embarrassed, she blushed at the thought of such intimate words being shared in front of so many. Lianfeng, deeply moved, realized how significant she was in Yuchio's life. Reflecting on her own fortune in meeting him, she felt a swell of happiness in her heart, eyes sparkling with love as she declared, "I will accept it." As she took the elixir from Yuchio's hands, her head bowed, overwhelmed with emotion. Having always been composed, she struggled to articulate her feelings, lost in thought. Seeing her acceptance, Yuchio breathed a sigh of relief. "At last, I have succeeded," he thought, elated, drawing from his past experiences and knowing a few charming phrases. He felt fortunate to have won her heart. As she contemplated, Lianfeng suddenly lifted her head, gazing deeply into Yuchio's eyes, and without uttering a word, she rose on her toes and kissed him gently. This kiss was Lianfeng's most direct response, devoid of elaborate expressions, guided solely by her heart. If she was to commit, it would be for a lifetime. Yuchio's eyes widened in astonishment. How bold of her! The sensations enveloping him were indescribable. Lianfeng, her cheeks flushed, retreated slightly and pondered, "Is this what they call a kiss?" It felt delightful, sweet, and utterly enchanting, an experience she wished to linger in. She resolved to seek guidance from her senior sisters upon her return, eager to learn more. With a quiet resolve in her heart, Lianfeng's delicate face broke into a gentle smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like a slender moon, radiating beauty and charm. It was a sight that captivated the soul, making it difficult to escape its allure. Yuchio was entranced, utterly captivated. "I truly cherish this gift," Lianfeng continued earnestly. "If possible, shall we formally enter into a relationship?" A tremor coursed through Yuchio's heart. Had he succeeded? Without the slightest hesitation, fortune favored the determined. He had finally made his intentions clear. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, they were suddenly inundated with a mouthful of dog food, their faces paling in indignation. How outrageous! Let's leave, let's leave. They had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to be met with this. If I had known, I would have preferred to perish in battle earlier. The crowd grumbled. Even the venerable Yunxingzi wore a dark expression. "Fellow Taoists, this matter is concluded. I shall take my leave. Safe travels. I shall accompany you." Soon, all departed. Unable to bear such humiliation, the taste of dog food lingering unpleasantly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Relationship formalized. Bond established. Yuchio, Lianfeng. Bond successful, unlocking the relationship system. Granting a chance for a divine lottery. Let us proceed with the draw. A smile graced Yuchio's face, his demeanor growing increasingly audacious. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a celestial item. Relationship set. Flowing immortal garment. Flowing immortal skirt. What is this? Yuchio paused, examining the items he had drawn. To his astonishment, they were two exquisite garments. Incredible. As he continued to explore their properties, he gasped in awe. The flowing immortal garment and skirt were astonishingly powerful, providing formidable defense. Without extraordinary means, even an emperor would struggle to breach their protection. Was this not invincibility? With the cloud sky sword in hand and the flowing immortal garment adorning him, would he not be able to strike down anyone in his path? Ah, splendid, splendid. Truly, my lucky goddess has blessed me. This is a tremendous windfall. Most astonishingly, if worn by two individuals in love, the garments would bestow unforeseen benefits. As for what those benefits entailed, that could wait for another time. Delightful, delightful. Yi Qiu's heart swelled with joy as he continued, System. Ding. You have gifted your beloved a low-grade longevity herb, triggering a critical return. Shall we activate? Activate. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a 20,000-fold critical hit. Acquiring a supreme longevity herb, Chaos Green Lotus. Wow. Chaos Green Lotus. My goodness, I've truly struck gold this time. Yi Qiu was left utterly astonished. The goddess of fortune had come upon him, delivering a staggering 20,000-fold success. The low-grade longevity herb had transformed into something extraordinary. With this herb, could he not directly strive for the king realm? It was known that Yi Qiu had only just broken through to the supreme level a few days prior. Now, he had the chance to challenge the king realm. If this continued, achieving the status of emperor would be within reach. The legend of the eastern wilderness being devoid of emperors would soon be shattered. With these thoughts, Yi Qiu's heart surged with exhilaration. Suddenly, he pulled Lianfeng closer and planted a fervent kiss on her charming face, leaving her bewildered. What just happened? Lifting her gaze to meet Yi Qiu's smiling countenance, Lianfeng was filled with confusion. What is going on? Nothing. I just remembered something joyous. Yi Qiu replied with a faint smile, attempting to maintain his composure. Joyous? What joyous thing? Lianfeng furrowed her brow in curiosity. Yi Qiu turned gracefully, and suddenly, his attire transformed. The flowing immortal garment enveloped him. An overwhelming aura of celestial energy emanating from him, causing Lianfeng to feel her breath constrict. The garment was completely immune to divine senses. If he did not actively reveal his aura, one would scarcely perceive his presence. Moreover, the garment's defensive capabilities were extraordinary. Lianfeng estimated that even at her full strength, she could not inflict a scratch upon Yi Qiu. This, the immortal garment? Lianfeng stammered, disbelief filling her eyes. She had never imagined that Yi Qiu possessed not only a celestial sword, but also a celestial garment. How many treasures did this man possess? He was utterly unfathomable. Dear Lian, do you find this garment appealing? Yi Qiu asked tenderly, caressing her silky hair. Lianfeng was momentarily taken aback, taking in his appearance. The immortal garment brought forth an ethereal quality that transformed his entire demeanor. He looked incredibly handsome, like a true celestial being, composed, graceful, and exuding an extraordinary aura. Beautiful. She nodded, her eyes reflecting admiration, her heart thoroughly enchanted. Yi Qiu smiled gently. Would you, perhaps, desire one for yourself? Lianfeng and Appo's heart fluttered. Could it be that he possessed another? Such a notion seemed impossible. The immortal garment was an exceedingly rare treasure. Even ancient lineages might not possess a single piece. Now, Yi Qiu had both a celestial sword and a celestial garment. Could he have more celestial treasures? Just how affluent was he? Gently, Yi Qiu revealed the flowing immortal skirt. Taking Lianfeng's hand, he said, This skirt is part of a matching couple set. Please try it on for me. Lianfeng gazed at the skirt in disbelief, immaculate and imbued with celestial essence. Its quality matched that of Yi Qiu and Appo's garment, and it appeared to be a perfect pair. After a moment of hesitation, she recalled having kissed the longevity herb. If she were to don the skirt, how could she express her gratitude? Surrender herself? A shiver ran down her spine, but she ultimately resolved to try it on, leaving the matter of gratitude for another time. Taking the skirt, she employed her changing technique. And with a gentle twist, the skirt adorned her form. In that instant, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by earthly affairs, breathtakingly beautiful. As she swayed gently, it stirred something deep within the hearts of those who beheld her, drawing them into her enchanting presence. The mesmerizing skirt revealed her fair, jade-like feet, swaying gracefully in the breeze, showcasing her perfect figure. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Yi Qiu stood entranced. Though he had encountered countless beauties, none had ensnared him so completely. Oh, wait. There are two. Mingwei is no less impressive. They embody two distinct styles. Even Lianfeng was astonished by her own transformation. Upon donning the skirt, she felt a rapid enhancement in her strength. Even if surrounded by hundreds of supreme-level adversaries, she would remain unscathed. The skirt and Appo's formidable defense was no mere jest, and moreover, as she wore it, she sensed Yi Qiu and Appo's presence, as if their souls were intertwined. It was a peculiar and enigmatic sensation. Upon further examination of the skirt's effects, Lianfeng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What strange capabilities does this possess? It's akin to that old Taoist Xian Yuan's wicked arts. It feels so nefarious. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she glanced at Yi Qiu. Well, I shall ponder that another day. After careful consideration, Lianfeng decided to set aside her concerns for now, spinning around in delight before coming to a halt. Do I look beautiful? She asked, gazing expectantly at Yi Qiu, who replied, Indeed, beautiful. My dear Lian, you are truly stunning. Like a flower blooming in the celestial realm, she was enchanting and delightful. Lianfeng and Appo's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, her heart brimming with joy. After a brief pause, she regained her usual aloof demeanor and replied, "Well, as long as you find it beautiful." The opinions of others mattered little to her. As long as Ichio was pleased, that was sufficient. In her heart, wearing exquisite garments was merely a means to please the one she cherished. The views of others held no significance. Ichio savored the moment, delighting in the sight before him, feeling utterly satisfied. However, upon glancing back, he realized with dismay that the crowd had dispersed. Alas, he had hoped to share a bit more of their affection, but the audience was gone. Never mind. At this juncture, he had already acquired the elixir of life, and his interest in the so-called treasures of the imperial tomb had waned. Those purported imperial artifacts and spiritual medicines no longer intrigued him, although they could be gifted to his disciples. This expedition to the imperial tomb had proven immensely fruitful, enriching him beyond measure. Such prosperity had never graced Zixia Peak before. Ichio felt a profound sense of contentment. The treasures he possessed had multiplied to the extent that he could scarcely keep track of them. Among them were the celestial-grade Pan Tao sapling, the supreme elixir of life, the chaotic blue lotus, the remnants of the Kuanping, and the Qiankuan cauldron. These were the bounties of his venture into the imperial tomb. He anticipated a period of seclusion upon his return, during which his strength would undoubtedly soar. Once he attained the King realm, he would be virtually invincible in the eastern wilderness. As for other realms, the formidable barriers rendered them currently inaccessible to him. Only by reaching the Emperor realm or possessing exceptional artifacts could one traverse the barriers and reach other domains. Contemplating this, Ichio felt a twinge of melancholy. After this departure, when would he and Lianfeng meet again? Unless another world like the Imperial Tomb, bridging the 8 wildernesses, emerged, they would have to wait until he broke through to the Emperor realm to reunite. Lianfeng seemed to grasp this sentiment as well, her heart heavy with reluctance. Chapter 113. The Darkening of Tianjizi. My disciple is in danger suddenly. A resounding tremor echoed through the heavens and the earth. The ground quaked violently, and mountains crumbled. Ichio sensed the vibrations emanating from below and exclaimed, "This is not good. This world is on the brink of collapse." The time for parting had inevitably arrived. The slumber of the ancient tortoise had plunged this tomb into a state of dormancy. The supreme realm within the Dragon Gate began to disintegrate as well. Lianfeng and Appo's heart quivered as she gazed affectionately at Ichio, realizing that the moment of farewell had come. Filled with reluctance, she asked, "When shall we meet again?" Ichio responded with a gentle smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry, we shall reunite soon." Lianfeng smiled faintly, her faith unwavering. She knew Ichio would never break his promise nor deceive her. With a captivating smile, she declared, "Very well, I shall wait for you, no matter how long it takes." Lianfeng made a vow, for everything Ichio had done for her was worth the wait, even if it meant enduring a millennium or more. From the very beginning, she had anticipated this day and had mentally prepared herself. As a brilliant light descended, the two embraced tenderly for an extended moment. Eventually, as the Dragon Gate opened once more, they were drawn to their respective entrances, uncontrollably expelled from this realm. Just before their parting, Lianfeng playfully bit Ichio and Appo's shoulder, claiming it as a mark of ownership. With the closing of the Dragon Gate, they returned to their own domains. At that moment, outside the Imperial Tomb, the closure of the entrance caused the lower-tiered realm and Appo's inhabitants to be the first to be teleported out. Lin Qingzhu, just emerging, found herself somewhat flustered. The imperial sword in her hand soon attracted the attention of countless onlookers. This sword was an imperial artifact she had procured at great peril while exploring the abyss of death, corroded by the vengeful spirits of the abyss for many years. The sword was heavily tainted with malevolence. Those with wavering minds who wielded it risked losing their sanity and falling into darkness. Fortunately, Lin Qizhu possessed the 9 Netherfrost formula, which bolstered her willpower, rendering her impervious to its influence. Moreover, when wielding this sword, she could unleash its true power, significantly enhancing her strength. Even against opponents of superior cultivation, a single strike of the Shura slash could determine victory. The appearance of the sword instantly captured the attention of those around her, their eyes gleaming with greed. An imperial sword. This little girl possesses an imperial sword. An elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on Lin Qingzhu's weapon. "Little child, this sword is fraught with malice. You cannot control it. Why not hand it over to me for safekeeping?" Without waiting for Lin Qingzhu's consent, he reached out to seize it. "Get lost." A cold snort emanated from the entrance as a graceful figure flew forth, effortlessly sending the elder flying with a single palm strike. The crowd turned to see it was none other than Mingwei. "Master." Upon seeing Mingwei return first, Lu Ruyan and the others were filled with excitement and hurriedly paid their respects. Lin Qingzhu also breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been ready to finish off an opponent with the sword when she was unexpectedly teleported out. She understood the principle of keeping treasures hidden. Yet she had barely time to secure the sword before being whisked away. Fortunately, Mingwei had arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have truly been in trouble. Lin Qizhu expressed her gratitude with a bow, and Mingwei merely nodded in response, with a frosty glare directed at the elder she had just struck. She furrowed her brows and angrily exclaimed, "Once again, it is you from the Immortal Mountain. Do you truly believe the Buitian sect is easy to bully?" This man was a common elder from the Immortal Mountain, possessing only the cultivation of the Divine Concealment first stage. Upon feeling Mingyue's wrath aimed at him, the elder's face drained of color. He had intended to snatch the imperial sword and flee, counting on the fact that few here knew him. Little did he expect that an elder from the opposing sect would appear so swiftly. His heart sank as he recalled the orders from their grand elder to avoid provoking the Buitian sect. How could he have foreseen that his casual, ill-intentioned thoughts would lead him to cross paths with them? Why did such coincidences occur in this world? If only he had been present during previous conflicts, he would have recognized Lin Qingzhu and never dared to entertain such notions. The elder composed himself, carefully contemplating his escape route. In an instant, he flickered and prepared to teleport into the crowd. Yet, to his dismay, Mingwei arrived at the next teleportation point ahead of him. Thinking of fleeing? Mingwei smirked coldly, her murderous intent surging. The conflict between the Immortal Mountain and the Buitian sect had escalated to an irreparable state, exacerbated by Yi Qiu and Tianjizi. With no opportunity for reconciliation, to show mercy to an enemy would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. Mingwei had never been one to show leniency, nor did she create trouble for herself. As Qi Wuhui had previously stated, the Buitian sect does not instigate conflict but does not shy away from it either. In an instant, Mingwei unleashed a palm strike, directly ending the elder's life on the spot. This scene was witnessed by Li Changkong and others who had just emerged from the entrance. "Stop!" Li Daoyuan bellowed angrily, launching a palm strike towards Mingwei. Yet, Mingwei remained unfazed. She calmly turned and executed a hand seal, sending Li Daoyuan hurtling away. Li Changkong swiftly caught him and demanded, "Mingwei, what is the meaning of this?" He could not comprehend why Mingwei would kill an elder from the Immortal Mountain in broad daylight. Mingwei replied nonchalantly, "There is no particular meaning behind it. This man intended to covet my disciple and Appos' artifact and was apprehended by me. He had to be dealt with." She continued, "There exists an unwritten rule in our sect. One should respect others, and in return, they shall be respected. If one dares to offend us, they must be killed. If any of you from the Immortal Mountain are dissatisfied, feel free to step forward." At her words, the crowd fell silent. Who could have predicted that the usually graceful, gentle, and kind-hearted Mingwei possessed such a ruthless side? It appeared that the leaders of the Buitian sect shared this characteristic. They fiercely protect their own. When their disciples are bullied, how could their elders stand idly by? Especially since Lin Qingzhu was Yi Qiu and Appos' disciple, Mingwei would never let it slide. "Huh, what audacity!" A disdainful voice echoed from a distance. Moments later, a figure clad in black robes appeared overhead. Mingwei looked up and frowned. Zuanjizi? This man was Tianjizi's junior brother, known as the second elder of the Immortal Mountain. An extraordinary figure with peak leader-level strength. In the entire Immortal Mountain, aside from Tianjizi, no one could defeat him, and he held immense prestige. Upon his arrival, Li Daoyuan and the others displayed expressions of delight. The Buitian sect has truly overstepped, killing our elder in such a public manner as to mock us as though we are without defenders. Zuanjizi immediately turned his attention towards Mingwei. She smiled slightly, stretching leisurely as she remarked, "If that is indeed the case, then so be it. What of it?" The atmosphere in the crowd thickened, the tension palpable. Goodness, is the Buitian sect issuing a formal challenge to the Immortal Mountain? Excitement coursed through the assembled onlookers, taken aback by Mingyue's unexpectedly domineering stance. Just as she stated, if she had indeed crossed a line, what of it? The Immortal Mountain had seemingly lost to the Buitian sect in their previous encounters. Such arrogance! In a moment of fury, Xuanzi felt a deep contempt for the unaging mountain sacred land within Mingyue's words. Should he remain silent, it would imply an admission of inferiority. In an instant, he struck, unleashing the full force of a peak master with a single palm, sending a wave of energy surging forth. Unfazed, Mingwei deftly evaded the attack with a nimble backward step. Once the aura was exposed, the onlookers suddenly realized that she, too, had reached the pinnacle of mastery. How could this be? Their master had actually broken through to the peak of the sect. Even Lu Ruyan and Appos' closest disciples were left bewildered, unaware of the fortuitous encounter Mingwei had experienced in the Imperial Tomb. As the battle commenced, the clash between the two peak masters was fierce and unresolved. The more Xuanzi fought, the more astonished he became, realizing that continuing would yield no advantage. He deliberately threatened Mingwei. Does the Butian sect truly wish to engage in war with the unaging mountain? Before she could respond, a resounding voice echoed from the horizon. A figure clad in gray flickered into view, a flying sword soaring from his grasp, forcefully repelling Xuanzi. Mingwei turned to see none other than Qi Wuhui. Master Qi, exclaimed the disciples of the Butian sect, taken aback by the return of their proud elder at such a critical moment. They found themselves reassessing their feelings towards him. Zhao Wan oppose. Her smiled faintly, whispering her approval. Lin Qingzhu nodded in agreement, reflecting on how this elder often made things difficult for them in private, yet was fiercely protective in public, always ready to leap into action at the slightest hint of danger. This was a character of stark contradictions, leaving one uncertain whether he was a benefactor or a hindrance. With a commanding flourish, Qi Wuhui declared, "The Butian sect fears no adversary. Xuanzi, if you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." In a flash, he seized the flying sword from the ground and unleashed a series of relentless strikes, offering Xuanzi no respite. His strength surpassed Mingwei and Apos, and his assault was overwhelmingly fierce. Seeing Qi Wuhui in action, Mingwei could not help but smile, opting to observe from the sidelines as he quickly subdued Xuanzi, leaving him increasingly beleaguered. Furious, Xuanzi turned to Li Daoyuan and the others, barking, "What are you waiting for? Attack together." Li Daoyuan's heart raced, and he quickly resolved to join the fray against Qi Wuhui. However, Mingwei stepped forward, her voice icy, "I dare anyone to try." At that moment, over a dozen elders from the unaging mountain found themselves paralyzed with fear. "Junior sister, well done." A booming voice rang out as Yang Wudi and others emerged, standing resolutely behind Mingwei. At that moment, 5 of the 7 pillars of the Butian sect had gathered. Aside from the head of the first peak, Meng Tianzhong, and Yi Qiu of the Zixia peak, all were present. Mingwei glanced back at her senior brothers, astonished to see that they had all reached the status of peak masters. Overwhelmed with joy, she felt a surge of pride in their unity. Yang Wudi stepped forward, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "The Butian sect is not to be trifled with by any run-of-the-mill adversary. Since you desire a fight, I shall oblige." With that, he brandished a formidable spear and charged into battle without hesitation, reminiscent of Ming Tianjing's wrathful pursuit of justice from long ago. If not for the intervention of the elder from the sanctum, the unaging mountain may have faced obliteration. This impending clash seemed to evoke memories of the Butian sect's former glory during the days of Xintian Taoist, when it roamed the eastern wilderness with unparalleled authority. In those days, the sanctum that Ming Tianzhong had besieged would have been annihilated had the elder not intervened with an apology. In no time, the elders of unaging mountain found themselves retreating under relentless pressure, suffering heavy casualties. Xuanzi seethed with rage, ordering everyone, attack together. In a flash, not only the elders but also the disciples joined the fray. Lu Qifeng laughed heartily, "Come on. Today, let us end this once and for all." The long-standing grievances had reached a boiling point, and with the disciples joining the fight, the entire desolate expanse cleared for the impending conflict. Lin Qingzhu grasped the imperial sword, turning to Zhao Wan and Apos, saying, "Junior sister, be cautious and stay close behind me." Zhao Wan and Apos, nodded obediently, trailing behind her. Thus, they too entered the fray, representing the Zixia peak alongside the other pillars and elders. This battle, pivotal for the dignity of the Butian sect against unaging mountain, hinged on their outcome. The discord between the two sacred lands had always been fraught with tension. Within the imperial tomb, any encounter between elders or disciples ignited palpable animosity. The elder who had attempted to seize Lin Qingzhu's imperial sword was the catalyst for this unfolding conflict. As the battle erupted, the Butian sect swiftly gained the upper hand. Mingyue, as a peak master, was an insurmountable force for the elders, while Lu Qingfeng and Lin Qingzhu were adversaries they dared not confront. From the outset, the result of this confrontation seemed inevitable. Xuanzi, filled with despair, could hardly believe the severity of their impending defeat. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, striking Qi Wuhui and sending him sprawling. The unexpected turn of events left everyone aghast. They beheld a terrifying elder cloaked in dark mist, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Tianjizi, Mingyue and Apos' face paled in disbelief. Hadn't Apos, Tiichio dispatched him with a single sword strike? How could he possibly still be alive? Moreover, his aura now radiated the unmistakable presence of an early-stage Supreme Master. This was inconceivable. He had been presumed dead. Mingyue was stunned, unable to comprehend the reality before her. Meanwhile, Qi Wuhui, having been struck unexpectedly, coughed up blood, his complexion ashen, losing all previous bravado. The other peak masters were equally alarmed. If Tianjizi had merely been a half-step supreme, they might have had a chance, but now that he had ascended to true supremacy, resistance seemed futile. Congratulations, senior brother, on your triumphant return, Xuanzi exclaimed with palpable excitement, bowing deeply to Tianjizi, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. He had anticipated an easy victory, only to see the tide turn so swiftly. Tianjizi cast a cold glare at them, his mind still partially intact despite the corrosive dark energy surrounding him. You useless fools. Retreat, he commanded, stepping forward to confront the Buttian sect without uttering another word. Qi Wuhui struggled to his feet, and Mingwei inquired anxiously, Senior brother, are you all right? He waved her off, regaining his composure. I am fine, but this old man has grown significantly stronger, now a true supreme master. If we continue this fight, defeat is certain. I will find a way to hold him off. You must take the children and leave. Senior brother, we cannot abandon you. The group protested, their hearts heavy with concern. Even the disciples felt a swell of emotion at the thought of leaving him behind. Qi Wuhui's face was ashen as he declared, My life alone is of little concern. These children are the hopes of our heavenly restoration sect. I cannot allow any misfortune to befall them. The legacy is paramount. Now is not the time for recklessness. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by the weight of the legacy in Qi Wuhui and Appo's heart. Mingwei, with a grave expression, proposed, Senior brother, let me stay and assist you. Together, we may withstand the onslaught for a while, granting the children a chance to escape. No. Qi Wuhui replied with unwavering determination. You must all leave. Depart, everyone. Internally, he began to channel the blood-drinking technique, the very method Qi Hao had employed during the Seven Veins martial assembly. Mingwei sensed the deviation but refrained from intervening. Understanding that once the senior brother had made a decision, even the sect master would find it difficult to dissuade him. The blood-drinking technique posed a grave threat to the human body. Should Qi Wuhui employ it now, he might barely reach the supreme realm. Yet, it would not suffice to defeat the enigmatic Tianjizi, merely affording them a fleeting chance of survival. As Tianjizi approached, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingzhu, he inquired, Are you Yi Qiu and Appo's disciple? His eyes burned with frenzied, bloodthirsty intent, locking onto Lin Qingzhu. The sight of her rekindled memories of the torment he had suffered at Yi Qiu's hands, amplifying his resentment. Under the corrosive influence of the bizarre source, his mindset had gradually succumbed to bloodlust, indifference, and an overwhelming hatred that consumed his heart. Lin Qingzhu trembled, her face paling under the oppressive aura of the Supreme. Faced with his query, she steeled herself, unwilling to disgrace her sect, and replied defiantly, Yes, I am indeed a disciple of Yi Qiu. Chapter 114. The Tragedy of Qi Wuhui, The Gathering of Allies. The mobilization of the Tiantian sect. Everyone was aware of the animosity between Yi Qiu and Tianjizi, and with Tianjizi's current declarations, it was evident he intended to target Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu understood this well, yet she felt no fear in her heart. Her master had imparted that those from Zhixiao Peak never knew what it meant to bow their heads in acquiescence. Zhao Wanner stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, I am also here. A disciple of Zhixiao Peak from the 19th generation, a pupil of Yi Qiu. The crowd felt a profound sense of emotion. Zhixiao Peak, a name that had been indelibly etched in their minds, reminiscent of the once mighty Xuantiando Ren and the currently resplendent Yi Qiu. When had they ever known submission? Now, before them stood two young girls who remained resolute, unyielding. They were both admirable and lamentable. Above, He Wushuang shook his head. Had he been in their position, he doubted he could emulate Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wanner's unwavering resolve to defend the dignity of their sect and uphold their master's name. Perhaps in their hearts, Yi Qiu's reputation held more significance than their own lives. Tianjizi burst into laughter, a sinister edge to his voice. Very well. Since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige. He continued, Yi Qiu has insulted me and repeatedly thwarted my plans. Today, with him absent, I shall first deal with you, and later, I will settle the score with him. As his words echoed, Tianjizi struck with his sword. Yet Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wanner remained composed. Even in the face of death, they did not yield an inch. Against a supreme being, how could their limited strength withstand such might? Return. At this critical moment, Qi Wuhui and Appo's flying sword surged from afar, intercepting Tianjizi and Appo's attack. Meanwhile, a white silk emerged from Mingyue's sleeve, swiftly ensnaring the two girls and drawing them back. Let us go. Qi Wuhui's eyes blazed with fury as he turned and roared. At this juncture, he had activated his blood-drinking technique, heedless of the consequences. Everyone knew that employing this technique would inevitably damage Qi Wuhui and Amp. Appos, as foundation. Moreover, he faced Tianjizi, a supreme being with an enigmatic source of power. Continuing this way would surely lead to his demise. Yet, he still positioned himself in front of everyone. The disciples of the Tian sect were moved to tears as they gazed at the aged figure, which suddenly appeared majestic. Uncle Qi. Lu Qifeng extended his hand, only to let it fall helplessly. As the chief disciple, he believed he understood the character and integrity of the sect and Appos' leader perfectly. However, Qi Wuhui and Appos' reaction today instilled within him a sense of self-doubt for the first time. Move, Lu Qifeng commanded, and all disciples dispersed instantly, preparing to retreat. Observing the Tian sect's intention to withdraw, Xianjizi would not allow them to escape so easily. After suffering significant losses in the recent battle, it was now time to exact revenge. Charge. Block their escape. Not a single one shall flee. Anyone who dares intervene today shall be my foe, Xianjizi declared fiercely, his palm striking out, aimed directly at Lu Qifeng. He sought to eliminate the chief disciple, disregarding the lesser figures, for only by defeating the chief could he find satisfaction. That palm struck out, nearly hitting Lu Qifeng. At the critical moment, Mingwei intervened once more, thwarting the attack. She turned to Yang Wudi and instructed, take them away. Yang Wudi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, itching to charge into battle. However, this was not the time for reckless actions. As Qi Wuhui had said, preserving their legacy was paramount. Junior brother Lu, scatter and retreat. Yang Wudi commanded, advancing with his weapon, carving a path through the fray to lead the disciples to safety. Meanwhile, Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wano had just grazed the edge of death and were still somewhat shaken. Lin Qizhu maintained her composure, quickly regaining her bearings. She grasped Zhao Wano's hand and urged, stay close to me. With that, she wielded the imperial sword and surged towards an opening. Unfortunately, she seemed to be the focal point of this battle, and her identity as Yiqiu and Appos' foremost disciple made it exceedingly difficult for her to evade capture. Seize them, Li Daoyuan declared with murderous intent, vowing to reclaim the humiliation inflicted by Yiqiu. Humph, what difference does it make? Bring it on. Today, I shall take on 10. Mingyue, exuding an aura of a warrior goddess, stood her ground, repelling several adversaries and preventing the elders of the unaging mountain from pursuing Lin Qingzhu and the others. Xianjizi, infuriated, shouted, you wretched woman, everyone attack. Kill her. The battle was imminent, a clash that threatened to rend the heavens and the earth, reducing the mountains to rubble. Haha, Qi Wuhui, do you dare obstruct me? In the skies above, Tianjizi laughed maniacally, exuding arrogance. A dark aura swirled around him, the sinister source consuming his spirit, driving him towards madness. With one hand on his forehead and the other wielding his sword, he laughed like a demonic deity. The pressure on Qi Wuhui intensified. He knew he could not match Tianjizi's strength. Yet, with Meng Tianjing absent and Yiqiu lost, as the law elder of the Tian sect and a peak master, he had no avenue for retreat. What is there to fear? Qi Wuhui replied loudly, showing no sign of retreat. Tianjizi mocked, an ant attempting to shake a tree, how laughable and delusional. No, I believe it is more appropriate to call it admirable. An ant attempting to shake a tree, admirably delusional, Qi Wuhui proclaimed with defiance, activating his blood-drinking technique. In an instant, his vital essence ignited, his power surging rapidly. Upon reaching a certain threshold, a resounding boom echoed as he seemed to enter a legendary realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this supreme? How is this possible? Shock etched across their faces as they beheld Qi Wuhui breaking through to the realm of the supreme. Only He Wushuang, who had witnessed such secret arts, understood that Qi Wuhui's ascension came at the cost of burning his essence and life force, forcibly elevating his realm to the initial stage of the supreme. This was already his limit. The repercussions would be dire. Such a drastic leap in realms would inflict unimaginable damage upon him. In this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, he faced the risk of perishing. Brother, sensing Qi Wuhui's supreme aura, Yang Wudi's eyes reddened as he cried out weakly. His heart seethed with rage as he repelled several elders of the unaging mountain with a single shot, shouting, get out of my way. Anyone who can escape, do so. No one understood better than them the implications of the blood-drinking technique, leaving them filled with sorrow and anger. Tianjizi coldly regarded Qi Wuhui, feeling his aura rise, causing him to furrow his brow. Haha, since you seek death so earnestly, I will grant it to you. The outcome of a supreme versus a false supreme has already been determined. In the past, Yiqiu had faced Tianjizi, a false supreme, with no means of retaliation, illustrating the suppression brought by their realms. Although Qi Wuhui had forcibly broken through using the blood-drinking technique, he lacked the true physique of a supreme, which only accentuated the disparity between them. Let us see how admirable you truly are. Tianjizi swung his sword, and the aura of supremacy erupted, shaking the entire barren land. The crowd was struck with terror, instinctively lowering their heads in the face of the overwhelming power of the Supreme, unable to meet his gaze. The magnificent sword energy surged forth in an instant, striking before Qi Wuhui, whose eyes were ablaze with fury as he met the attack with his own sword. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the earth to tremble. With a sudden spurt of blood, Qi Wuhui found himself grievously injured after a mere exchange of blows. Tianjizi offered him no respite, launching another swift assault. Within his enigmatic realm, Qi Wuhui felt utterly constrained, suffering immensely. This is dire. My senior brother is in peril, Yang Wudi lamented, helplessly observing Qi Wuhui being overwhelmed. The disparity in their strengths rendered him incapable of aiding his comrade. Meanwhile, Mingyue also found herself ensnared. Besieged by a cadre of formidable adversaries from the unaging mountain and was rapidly losing ground. The situation for the Buitian sect had nearly collapsed. With only a handful of disciples managing to break free and escape, the majority remained trapped in the encirclement, unable to extricate themselves. If this continued, only one fate awaited them, total annihilation. Yang Wudi and Apos' face darkened as he witnessed his fellow disciples sustain injuries. He retrieved a special communication talisman, one possessed by each sect leader, meant to be shattered only in the face of catastrophic events. Without hesitation, he crushed the talisman. Reinforcements. At that moment, in the Yuling Hall of the Buitian sect, Ming Tianzhong abruptly stood, an aura of killing intent radiating from his aged visage. His countenance turned a shade of iron, fury igniting within him. How dare the unaging mountain trample upon the Buitian sect? He declared, his voice resonating with authority as he swiftly made his way to the ancestral hall in the back mountain. Minutes later, hundreds of figures shot forth from the rear, heading straight toward the silent land. Shadows from the 7 sects began to follow suit, and in that moment, the entirety of the Buitian sect was mobilized. In the silent land, a brutal clash loomed, one that would determine the life and death of 2 great sacred grounds. Noticing Yang Wudi's call for reinforcements, the elders of the unaging mountain also began summoning their allies, intent on a decisive battle today. Either the unaging mountain would be obliterated, or the Buitian sect would be eradicated from existence. Kill! Yang Wudi bellowed, abandoning retreat as he charged forward, weapon in hand. Lu Feng turned back with a booming laugh. Today, let us indulge in battle. It has been centuries since I felt such thrilling excitement. With a swift move, Lu Feng dispatched an elder of the unaging mountain, plunging into the fray with fervor. On another front, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er returned, exchanging a knowing glance and a nod. The disciples of the 6 veins had already joined the fray. How could the Zixia Peak be absent? Lin Qingzhu wielded the imperial sword, engaging numerous disciples from the unaging mountain, proving herself formidable and slaying countless foes. The blood stained her white attire, momentarily turning the tide. Yet, this reversal was solely due to Qi Wuhui's desperate bid to alter fate. Should he falter, the situation would shift once more. The pressure mounted on Qi Wuhui as he beheld his bloodied comrades, disciples and juniors alike. Clutching his forehead, he laughed maniacally, Tianjizi, even if I perish today, I shall peel your skin from your bones. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Wuhui concealed his sword, hiding its sharpness. Tianjizi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the hidden nature of Qi Wuhui's blade. Suddenly, Qi Wuhui unleashed his sword with a fierce stroke, the long dormant sword energy erupting forth. Caught off guard, Tianjizi suffered multiple wounds, with one arm severed. Enraged by his oversight, Tianjizi and Apos' severed limb reformed in an instant as he surged forward, exerting his full power to pin Qi Wuhui's head to the ground. Qi Wuhui struggled to counter, yet against absolute strength, his resistance was futile. Tianjizi thrust his sword into Qi Wuhui's life source. A sharp pain pierced Qi Wuhui's heart as he coughed up blood, his foundation utterly devastated. Yet he refused to yield. With feeble resolve, he brandished his flying sword, inflicting several wounds upon Tianjizi. In a fit of rage, Tianjizi disregarded Qi Wuhui's feeble attacks and mercilessly drove him into the barren landscape. As the final thrust pierced Qi Wuhui, his breath began to wane. Witnessing the dimming light of Qi Wuhui and Apos' life, the onlookers were overcome with grief. Senior brother, Mingyue and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears, her expression forlorn. The proud, narrow-hearted senior brother ultimately fell, sacrificing himself to save them. Master, the disciples wept, sensing the impending demise of Qi Wuhui. Father, Qi Hao surged through the crowd, his eyes red and hollow as he gazed upon Qi Wuhui's lifeless form, as though the heavens had collapsed. He longed to rush forward, but Yang Wudi restrained him. With Tianjizi still present, If he charged in, he would surely meet the same fate. He could not bear to see Qi Wuhui's sole bloodline extinguished. Huh, who else can stand in my way? Tianjizi laughed, relishing in the sight of Qi Wuhui and Appo's life force fading. The malevolent energy within him consumed his heart, leading him astray. With Qi Wuhui and Appo's demise, no one could thwart his murderous rampage. His crimson eyes locked onto Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er in the crowd. Lin Qingzhu's complexion paled. She understood that they were next. Yet, she felt no fear, standing tall in her crimson-stained white dress. Moved by the realization that the very master who plagued them was willing to sacrifice himself for their safety. Such a debt could only be repaid with their lives. Sister, are you afraid? Lin Qizhu inquired calmly. Zhao Wan'er smiled softly in response. With my sister by my side, I fear nothing. Lin Qizhu smiled back. And together they stepped forward, aware that Tianjizi's target was them. If so, there was no need to hide. They would confront him directly. Qi Wuhui had already perished for their sake, and they refused to allow any other elder to fall because of them. As they boldly advanced, Mingwei felt an urgent desire to intervene, yet was ensnared by Zuanjizi, unable to break free. Tianjizi regarded their approach with cold amusement, declaring, "Excellent. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. You two, the former leaders of Zixia Peak, have repeatedly thwarted my plans and humiliated me. Today, you shall serve as offerings to my sword, cleansing the humiliation of years." Lin Qizhu defiantly replied, "Come then, do as you wish. Spare me your idle threats." Arrogant. Tianjizi roared, unleashing a devastating palm strike aimed at Lin Qizhu, intending to obliterate her on the spot. The might of that strike was beyond what they could withstand. In that critical moment, all present felt a pang of regret for the two extraordinary girls, so gifted yet facing imminent peril. Just as hope seemed lost, a sword from the heavens soared down, striking Tianjizi back with force. Who dares? Everyone present was taken aback as a figure clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal presence, descended from the heavens step by step. Upon seeing this venerable Taoist, Mingwei and the others felt a tremor in their hearts, exclaiming, "Master Xuani." The newcomer was none other than the esteemed elder of the Butian sect, Xuani Zhenren, a peer of the legendary Xintian Taoist, a formidable being at the early stage of the supreme realm. Since Meng Tianjing's ascension to the throne, he had remained in seclusion at the ancestral hall in the back mountains for many years, devoted to his cultivation and striving for the ultimate pinnacle. He would only intervene in times of peril for the sect. Yang Wudi had not anticipated that Meng Tianzhong would summon him. Suddenly, several beams of light flickered from the horizon, revealing hundreds of formidable figures in the sky, adorned in the distinctive robes of the Butian sect. They observed the disciples of the unaging mountain with hawkish gazes. The sheer number of masters astonished everyone present. Who could have foreseen that the typically low-profile Butian sect possessed such profound depth? Among the densely packed ranks, there were not only sect leaders, but also a multitude of powerful beings at the fifth stage of divine concealment. This overwhelming foundation was not something easily withstood. Another flash of light occurred, and to everyone's astonishment, Meng Tianjing himself had arrived. The moment he appeared, the crowd erupted in fervor. This once renowned figure of the eastern wilderness, known for his fiery temperament, had tempered his demeanor after taking charge of the Butian sect, remaining secluded for a century. Yet today, he had descended from the mountains, accompanied by hundreds of sect leaders and the esteemed elder of the supreme realm. In the celestial expanse, Meng Tianzhong, with an expression of icy indifference that commanded respect without anger, approached the lifeless body of Qi Wuhui. Protecting his divine essence, he prevented it from dissipating, as the pent-up fury that had accumulated over the years seemed to be unleashed in that very moment. Gently setting Qi Wuhui and Appo's body down, he spoke in a calm tone, "Kill." With that single command, hundreds of powerful beings sprang into action, intent on eradicating all disciples and elders of the unaging mountain. Chapter 115. The Return of Yi Qiu, the Fall of the Eternal Mountain. As Meng Tianzhong and Appo's cold voice echoed, all members of the Butian sect sprang into action. With the sect leaders backing, there was no cause for hesitation. They resolved to strike with lethal intent. Witnessing this, Xuanji's face turned ashen as the tide of battle shifted once more. "Senior brother, what shall we do now?" Li Diyuan inquired gravely. The entirety of the Butian sect was mobilized, and their reinforcements from the Eternal Mountain had yet to arrive. If this continued, the Eternal Mountain would likely face annihilation today. Xuanji was at a loss for how to respond. Gritting his teeth, he cast his gaze toward Tianjizi. Tianjizi, with a cold glare, surveyed the elders of the Butian sect, brandishing his sword with authority, declaring, "Let us see who dares to take a step forward." His overwhelming presence sent a ripple of retreat through the crowd. At that moment, Xian Yi, who had been a mere observer, stepped forward, locking his aura onto Tianjizi. Tianjizi, today I shall indulge you in a little play. Humph, Xianyi. Had it been your deceased senior brother, the Xiantian Taoist, I might have felt a modicum of respect. But you? I harbor no fear of you. At this moment, both were at the initial stage of the supreme realm, their powers evenly matched. However, bolstered by an uncanny aura, Tianjizi felt confident, regarding even Xianyi with disdain. Unless Yuchio were to personally intervene, or the long-deceased Xiantian Taoist were to rise from his grave, he held no one in high regard. Xianyi and Apos' countenance darkened as he prepared to speak, when suddenly, if you are unafraid, what of me? The voice resonated from the entrance like the echo of the cosmos. Profound and far-reaching. The instant the voice emerged, a shiver ran through everyone present, a chilling sensation piercing their hearts. A formidable killing intent surged forth from the entrance of the imperial tomb. The familiar voice immediately drew the attention of Mingwei, Lin Qizhu, and Zhao Wan'er. Looking up, they beheld a figure clad in white, hair tied back, exuding an ethereal essence, emerging from the tomb and Apos' entrance. Master, upon seeing Yuchio, Lin Qizhu, who had been holding back her emotions for so long, could no longer contain her tears, covering her mouth as sobs escaped her. No one knew the immense pressure she had endured prior. Zhao Wan'er felt similarly. All the grievances within her found release in that moment. They understood that the man who could advocate for them had returned. Yuchio. At the sound of his name, Tianjizi trembled, coldly turning to face the white-clad figure who emerged from the entrance. The familiar visage ignited a surge of hatred deep within him, unleashing all his past humiliations which stemmed from this very individual. You have finally chosen to show yourself. Tianjizi ground his teeth as he spoke, gradually losing himself in the depths of his hatred. Yuchio advanced step by step, his icy killing intent nearly impossible to conceal. He had not anticipated that his negligence would allow Tianjizi to escape a calamity, resulting in dire consequences. In this moment, Yuchio was enraged, truly enraged for the first time. Yuchio could not comprehend why Tianjizi had survived beneath the Yutian sword. After much contemplation, he finally discerned that it might be due to that peculiar source. This origin from darkness remained a mystery to him, and his carelessness had allowed Tianjizi to evade disaster. However, such a circumstance would not repeat itself. Yuchio flickered and appeared beside Qi Wuhui and Apos' lifeless body, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had witnessed the prior events while inside, hindered only by the tumult of time and space, unable to emerge in time. He had to watch helplessly as his senior brother met his demise. Yuchio felt deep remorse for not ascertaining Tianjizi's death beforehand and for his hasty departure. Fortunately, Ming Tianzhong had just managed to protect Qi Wuhui and Apos' soul, preventing its dispersal. There was still hope. Rising once more, Yuchio and Apos' overwhelming killing intent erupted forth. The majesty of the Supreme was fully unveiled at this moment. This is the Supreme. The gathering erupted in tumult. Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom that Yuchio had also transcended to the Supreme Realm. How could this be? In an instant, disbelief swept through the crowd. Even Ming Tianzhong wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yuchio would surpass him and enter the realm of the Supreme first. Except for those who had witnessed the earlier battle, nearly everyone was profoundly shocked. No one had envisioned that the youngest uncle of the Batian sect, the head of Zixia Peak, had already ascended to the legendary Supreme Realm ahead of them all. Master has indeed broken through to the Supreme Realm. In that moment, Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er were overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. In their hearts, Yuchio was the most formidable individual in existence. Their unwavering faith, seeing Yuchio ascend to the supreme position, filled them with elation and newfound courage. Yet, more than anything, they were astonished. Even Xianyi furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of incredulity. Yuchio gradually levitated, coming to stand before Tianjizi, gazing coldly at him. Were you searching for me? Tianjizi's body quivered as Yuchio's penetrating gaze instilled a primal fear within him. Having faced defeat at Yuchio's hands twice, he was haunted by shadows of his past. Suddenly, a splitting headache seized him, and in a moment of inattention, that peculiar aura finally consumed his soul, leaving Tianjizi devoid of reason. Yuchio, you arrived just in time. Today, we shall settle both new and old scores. Lost to his baser instincts, he no longer recognized fear. All he craved was slaughter, ready to commence a complete massacre. Yuchio remained composed, responding coldly, "Very well, let us settle the score." As soon as the words left his lips, Yuchio struck forth with a palm, unleashing the formidable force of the Qian Kun Wu Ji hand. Tianjizi met the attack with a sword, halting it, and the two clashed once more. It must be said, Tianjizi's breakthrough to the Supreme Realm had greatly augmented his strength, and with the aid of that peculiar source, His power was formidable. Yet, Yi Qiu's might was not something an ordinary supreme could rival. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, their battle's aftermath reducing mountains to rubble, leaving onlookers in awe. Incredible, is this truly the battle of the supremes? Simply unfathomable, everyone was profoundly shaken, their admiration genuine. Meng Tianzhong observed the clash from above, turning to the figures of the eternal mountain in the distance. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he proclaimed, "Today, I shall eradicate the eternal mountain from existence. Kill." With that command, hundreds of elders sprang into action, encircling the area with tens of thousands of Batian sect disciples. No matter how they struggled, escape from this encirclement was impossible. It was a trap with no way out. Meng Tianjing's temper was explosive. He either refrained from fighting or annihilated his foes. He preferred to eradicate all threats, leaving no room for future troubles. Upon hearing the sect leader's orders, smiles spread across the faces of all, gradually morphing into madness. Yang Wudi laughed heartily. "Haha, little brats, prepare to endure my wrath." After enduring much frustration, he finally unleashed his fury. Everyone attacked in unison, and in mere moments, hundreds of disciples from the Eternal Mountain were slaughtered within the encirclement, their demise gruesome. The remaining individuals were filled with despair, their spirits crushed, already giving up the will to resist. Just as Xuanji was consumed by hopelessness and prepared to make a final stand, suddenly, several beams of light flashed across the sky. Everyone looked up to see hundreds of figures in the air, adorned in the elder robes of the Eternal Mountain's sacred ground. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt a surge of exhilaration as the fierce clash between the two great sacred lands officially commenced. Observing the unfolding events, Xuanji's heart swelled with joy, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Among the elders, an ethereal old man emerged, casting a furious glare at Xuanji. "Xuanji, how dare you deceive the unaging mountain and slaughter our disciples?" This man was Gong Sun Yin, the supreme elder of Unaging Mountain, a formidable early-stage supreme being. A peer of Xuanji. With a playful stroke of his beard, Xuanji replied, "Gong Sun Yin, this matter was clearly instigated by your Unaging Mountain. Now you dare to turn the tables? What audacity you possess. You have arrived just in time. I was feeling a bit restless and am eager to spar with you." Without further ado, Xuanji launched his attack, eschewing unnecessary dialogue. Gong Sun Yin's expression darkened, his demeanor chillingly ominous. He had initially intended to reason with Xuanji, but the situation had escalated to a point where negotiation was futile. It was time to engage in combat. The battle erupted, marking the full-scale bloodshed between the two sacred lands. The heavens and the earth reverberated with relentless combat, transforming the desolate plain into a wasteland. However, the pinnacle of the spectacle lay in the aerial confrontation. All eyes were riveted on Yi Qiu and Tianjizi, engaged in their fierce duel, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. They exchanged blows, both retreating several paces. Yi Qiu hovered in the skies, observing Tianjizi with a cold gaze, acutely aware that Tianjizi was significantly stronger than before, particularly due to the peculiar source of power that made him a formidable adversary. Yet, that was all there was to it. With an indifferent glance, Yi Qiu remarked, "Is this truly your full capability?" Infuriated by the taunt, Tianjizi and Appo's murderous intent surged. "Arrogance. You shall pay dearly for your hubris." Unfazed, Yi Qiu replied coolly, "Tianjizi, you were fortunate to escape last time, but this time, luck is not on your side." With that, he ascended into the clouds, and in an instant, the world dimmed. Countless sword intents surged forth, distorting the void, and amidst the tempest, the entire wasteland was enveloped in a deadly realm of sorts. The spectators gasped in astonishment, feeling the chilling breeze of death as the ominous sword energy swept past them, instilling profound terror. Even Xuanji and Gongsun Yin were momentarily struck with awe. Yi Qiu stepped forward, raising his right hand, and coldly declared, "Let this suffice. I have little time. Consider this sword as your final gift." An overwhelming force emanated from the heavens, as thousands of sword energies converged downward, shaking the very earth. Yi Qiu appeared as a celestial being, drawing the world's attention, and all present were filled with trepidation. Tianjizi, consumed by fear, found himself bereft of the will to resist under the weight of that impending strike. Even the enigmatic source of power within him seemed to falter. "No, this cannot be." Tianjizi shook his head vigorously, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. Suddenly, a portal opened in the sky, divine light cascading down. And in a moment, the peculiar aura within Tianjizi was completely devoured. Despair washed over him. He refused to yield to Yi Qiu, yet he faced yet another failure. As the celestial gate swung wide, the crowd erupted in fervor, witnessing a scene so breathtaking that one might only encounter it once in a lifetime. It was utterly inconceivable. This sword was the sword of the heavens, a rarity in the mortal realm. Who could withstand such a strike? Even the mightiest of supremes would likely be compelled to evade its edge. The crowd gasped collectively, sensing a chilling realization. The atmosphere grew tense, as if anticipating impending doom. Tianjizi's complexion turned pale, staring at the sword looming above him, his heart heavy with despair. He fought desperately to defend himself, but alas. His supreme form disintegrated in an instant, dissolving into a mist of blood, utterly powerless to resist. "Senior brother!" Xuanji cried out in alarm. The death of Tianjizi spelled the decline of Unaging Mountain, sealing their fate. Xuanji, unwilling to accept this, attempted to rush forward to save Tianjizi but was thwarted by a powerful strike from Meng Tianzhong, leaving him grievously injured. Unaging Mountain. Today, you shall be erased from existence, Meng Tianzhong declared with commanding authority, his fiery temper finally ignited. Meanwhile, Yiqiu descended upon the site of Tianjizi's demise, scrutinizing the remnants of his spirit. Noticing it had yet to dissipate, a smirk crept upon his lips. Still attempting to deceive the heavens? Once is forgivable, twice is tolerable, but thrice? Such occurrences shall not transpire again. With a cold chuckle, Yiqiu extended his hand, unleashing a surge of power that shattered Tianjizi's spirit. This time, he was irrevocably dead, beyond any chance of resurrection. Having dealt with Tianjizi, Yiqiu turned his attention to the remaining members of Unaging Mountain. Witnessing Tianjizi's demise, Gongsun Yin seethed with rage. "Cursed! Taste my sword." With a furious shout, Gongsun Yin broke free from Xuani and Appo's grasp and lunged at Yiqiu with the blade. Yiqiu cast a dismissive glance at him, extending 2 fingers to effortlessly trap the sword, twisting it until it snapped in half. At this juncture, even if Gongsun Yin stood still, he would be incapable of breaching Yiqiu's defenses. Unaging Mountain, this ancient legacy ends here. With an icy tone, Yiqiu unleashed a palm strike, severely injuring Gongsun Yin, nearly claiming his life. In that moment, Gongsun Yin finally grasped the chasm of power that separated him from Yiqiu. After sustaining such a critical blow, he attempted to escape, only to be intercepted by Xuani and Appo's sword. "Old man, where do you think you and Appo's going? Returning to Unaging Mountain?" Xuani spoke with a knowing tone. "I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Unaging Mountain is likely already in ruins." "What?" Gongsun Yin gasped in shock. What did Xuani mean? Had the Buitian sect sent forces to ambush Unaging Mountain? The realization struck him with dread, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had brought all of Unaging Mountain and Appo's experts with him. If the Buitian sect dispatched a team now, the ancient lineage would surely face annihilation. Xuani and Appo's cold laughter echoed. The Buitian sect does not instigate conflict, but that does not imply we cower before any sect or sacred land. If Unaging Mountain seeks to challenge us, do not blame us for lacking compassion. Our tradition is to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary, but once we strike, it is to eradicate the root of the problem. With that declaration, Gongsun Yin and Appo's heart plummeted into despair. The crowd collectively gasped, suddenly grateful that they had not provoked the Buitian sect. My heavens, how ruthless! This is a massacre! An icy wave of fear swept through everyone present, leaving them astounded. Gongsun Yin's heart sank further, realizing their predicament was dire. He cursed Tianjizi's foolishness in his mind, lamenting that as a grand elder, his actions should have safeguarded the sacred land, yet he had acted without restraint. With no hope of retreat left, Gongsun Yin resolved to fight. Xuani, enough of the idle chatter. Let us see how much you have progressed over the years." These two had been rivals in their youth, and despite their old age, neither was willing to yield. Unfortunately, having been injured by Yiqiu and Appo's strike, Gongsun Yin stood no chance against Xuani now. The clash between the two was swift, culminating in Gongsun Yin's defeat. As the other battles concluded, the Buitian sect emerged victorious, while Unaging Mountain faced total annihilation. Not a single soul survived. Even the younger disciples perished amidst the bloodshed. As Meng Tianzhong stated, one must eradicate the roots, leaving no trace behind. Once the battle concluded, he approached the elders with an air of indifference and declared, "Those who are injured may remain, the rest shall accompany me." Yang Wudi inquired, "Where to, senior brother?" "To the everlasting mountain." Meng Tianzhong replied without turning back, his voice icy. In that moment, a wave of nostalgia swept over the crowd, reminiscent of a century past when Meng Tianzhong would block the gates of his adversaries with impunity. This man, with a temperament as fiery as his demeanor, would fearlessly confront anyone at the sanctified mountain gates, intent on bloodshed. No one could deter him, not even the elder of their opposition. He would not hesitate to strike. Who would dare challenge him? It is worth noting that the Buitian sect led by the Xiantian Taoist, was once regarded as the pinnacle of the eastern wilderness. A mere provocation would see the Xiantian Taoist draw his sword in response. Witnessing this scene, Yichio Kuden and Appos, T helped but chuckle, surprised to see the usually amiable master brother display such a fierce side. Although he had heard numerous tales of Meng Tianjin's exploits, this was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. One could not deny the master brother's formidable presence. With a commanding wave of his hand, fueled by fury, Meng Tianjin led a throng of followers toward the everlasting mountain, their intentions clear and menacing. It was evident to all that, from this day forth, the everlasting mountain would face complete annihilation. What incited such wrath in Meng Tianjin? A glance at the lifeless body of Qi Wuhui lying nearby revealed the answer. Yichio shook his head, choosing not to follow the others, but instead approaching Qi Wuhui's remains. Ah, senior brother, it has been only a few days, yet look at how things have unraveled. Chapter 116. Who says he is dead in this fierce battle? The sky repairing sect also suffered losses. However, compared to the Eternal Mountain, these losses were negligible. What they found most difficult to accept was the death of Qi Wuhui. A group of people stood around Qi Wuhui and Appos' lifeless body, enveloped in silence. The sorrow within them was palpable, and their hearts were heavy with emotion. Lin Qingzhu tugged at Yichio's sleeve and asked, Master, is there still hope for Master Qi? Her heart was in turmoil. Qi Wuhui had sacrificed himself to save them, though he had outwardly maintained a proud demeanor. Unwilling to admit it. Yet, both Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appos were acutely aware of his selfless act and felt profound gratitude for his assistance. How could they ever repay such kindness? In the world of cultivation, it is a grave taboo to disregard the cycle of cause and effect. Failing to repay this kindness could potentially hinder their future cultivation, leaving a lingering knot in their hearts. Yichio did not respond to her inquiry, but instead turned back with concern to glance at his two disciples. Fortunately, they had not sustained any injuries, merely exhausted from depleting their spiritual energy. He gently ruffled Lin Qingzhu's hair in comfort, remaining silent as he turned away. Mingyue approached, casting a glance at Qi Hao, who was clinging desperately to Qi Wuhui's body, utterly devastated. With a sigh, she lamented, Ah. As cultivators, the long journey of cultivation inevitably involves the experiences of life and death. I hope Qi Hao does not succumb to despair. You must hold on. Your father was a great man who fulfilled his responsibilities. From now on, the weight of responsibility for Cangjian Peak rests upon your shoulders. You must not falter. Upon hearing this, the others silently shook their heads, sighing inwardly. They lamented their inability to assist Qi Wuhui during the bloody battle. The atmosphere grew heavy, and profound sorrow settled within everyone. Mingyue walked beside Yichio, casting a complex look at him, yet she remained silent. She was at a loss for words. Qi Wuhui had died in a bid to secure their escape, choosing to confront Tianjizi directly. Had she been able to aid Qi Wuhui at that moment? Or if Yichio had intervened sooner, the outcome might have been different. Yet, the deed was done, and the result could not be altered. Qi Hao's eyes were red from weeping, and gritting his teeth, he stifled his grief, raising his gaze to the assembled masters, and saying, I understand my father's last wishes. I shall continue to uphold them, and will not allow Cangjian Peak to fall. His resolute gaze seemed to signify a firm determination, preparing to shoulder the heavy mantle of leadership at Cangjian Peak. At this moment, Yichio was momentarily taken aback, observing the crowd with a bewildered expression. Was this atmosphere truly insurmountable? With a hint of amusement, Yichio smiled slightly and remarked, Young man, what are you saying? You are still far from inheriting the position of the Peak Master of Cangjian Peak. This statement caused a ripple of shock among the crowd. Someone whispered. Yi Shishu and Qi Shibua had previous grievances. Could it be that Yi Shishu intends to usurp Cangjian Peak at this moment? Others speculated. Qi Hao is the eldest disciple of Cangjian Peak, and with Qi Shibua's passing, he is the primary heir. Why would Yi Shishu say that? Does he not want Qi Hao to inherit? The crowd buzzed with conjecture, and even Mingyue looked at Yichio in astonishment. She could not believe that the disciple she admired would act in such a manner at this juncture. Qi Hao, his face filled with anguish and despair, gazed at Yichio and said, Shishu, I do not comprehend your meaning. No one was more aware of the enmity between Cangjian Peak and Zhixiao Peak than he. However, with his father gone, he felt utterly unqualified to challenge Yichio. If Yichio truly wished to thwart him, there was no way he could ascend to power, nor could he contend with him. Perhaps Cangjian Peak would truly cease to exist. A wave of frustration washed over him, and a sense of defeat settled in his heart, leading him to reflect on his past actions and how he had squandered his cultivation, leaving him to accept whatever fate awaited him. Observing the reactions of those present, Yichio lifted his head and, with an air of nonchalance, asked, Who has been spreading the word that he has died? These words elicited a chorus of bewildered inquiries. What did this mean? Was Qi Wuhui truly not dead? The crowd was taken aback, and Mingyue scrutinized Qi Wuhui and Apos as condition, her heart filled with confusion. Qi Wuhui appeared to have passed away. What was Yi Qiu implying? Upon hearing this, Qi Hao's face brightened, and he hastily exclaimed, "Sure Shu, my father is not dead, right? You must have a way to save him." At this point, Qi Hao grasped the implications, releasing Qi Wuhui's body and scrambling to kneel at Yi Qiu's feet, pleading earnestly, "Sure Shu, I implore you to save my father. I know my father and I have wronged you in the past, but I beseech you to show mercy and save his life. If you are willing to intervene, I will be forever in your debt and will serve you without reservation." Qi Hao and Apos' desperation was palpable as he clung to the last vestiges of hope, prioritizing his father and Apos' life over his own dignity. Yi Qiu regarded him with a glimmer of admiration, despite his flawed character and wayward nature. He displayed a commendable sense of filial piety. "Master," Lin Qingzhu nudged Yi Qiu's robe, her eyes conveying her earnest thoughts. Qi Wuhui had died to save them, and now that she knew Yi Qiu possessed a means to rescue him, she wished to advocate on Qi Hao's behalf. Mingyue's gaze reflected similar anticipation, her eyes speaking volumes. After glancing at his cautious eldest disciple and Mingyue, Yi Qiu finally said, "Very well, everyone, please step back." As he approached Qi Wuhui and Apos' serene form, Yi Qiu couldn't help but find it amusing. The man who had consistently opposed him had now perished while striving to save his disciples. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Seeing Yi Qiu and Apos' willingness to intervene, Qi Hao and Apos' hearts soared with joy and gratitude. He had not expected Yi Qiu to set aside their previous grievances to save his father. "Thank you, Sure Shu," Qi Hao expressed earnestly, his admiration for Yi Qiu deepening. This young master, possessing immense abilities, surely held the power to save. Yi Qiu walked to Qi Wuhui's body and retrieved a resurrection elixir from his jade pendant. The elixir, a celestial-grade treasure, was one of 10 he possessed, none of which he had ever used until now. He had thought it would remain in use throughout his life. Yet here he was, ready to employ it. With the elixir in hand, a surge of divine energy radiated outward. "Is that a celestial elixir?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The elixir in Yi Qiu's hand exuded an unmistakable aura of celestial power, confirming its extraordinary nature. They had never anticipated that Yi Qiu possessed such a treasure, much less that he would willingly offer one to rescue Qi Wuhui. What immense kindness this was! It was well known that celestial elixirs were among the rarest and most precious treasures in existence. To possess even one was a stroke of great fortune. Yi Qiu, however, resisted the temptation for his own benefit and instead chose to save Qi Wuhui. Such magnanimity and broad-mindedness were truly commendable. Had he chosen to bestow it upon his own disciples, they could have understood, as it was a matter of inheritance. But the one he sought to save was Qi Wuhui. Isn't that his archenemy? My goodness, I can hardly believe it. Master Yi, you actually had the generosity to offer a celestial pill to save Master Qi. What an extraordinary display of magnanimity. One must wonder who could achieve such a feat. The crowd was captivated, their hearts profoundly shaken. Even Mingyue cast a look of astonishment, her face lighting up. Her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a beautiful smile. This was the brother she cherished, broad-minded and generous, unconfined by conventions. Much like when he gifted her a ginseng fruit tree without a hint of hesitation. The resurrection pill shocked everyone present. Yi Qiu, unfazed by their reactions, nonchalantly forced the pill into Qi Wuhui's mouth. In an instant, the celestial energy transformed into a radiant light, merging with Qi Wuhui's being. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the sky. The spectacle caused everyone to recoil in astonishment. Under that holy light, Qi Wuhui's soul began to coalesce, gradually taking form. A tremendous vitality surged into his life spring, and in that fleeting moment, his breath returned. Is this the power of the celestial pill? Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that Qi Wuhui had returned from the dead in but a breath? Before long, Qi Wuhui's soul re-entered his body, and his vitality surged rapidly. Under the infusion of celestial energy, the functions of his body began to revive. His fingers twitched slightly, a seemingly insignificant movement that caught everyone's attention. He lives. He has come back to life. The powerful celestial energy continuously purified his body, reshaping his bones. The wounds on his body healed at a visible pace. Soon, all of Qi Wuhui's external injuries had fully recovered, and his internal afflictions were healed as well. However, after exerting himself to the limit with the blood-drinking technique, his skin suddenly seemed to deflate, clinging to his bones in a rather ghastly manner. Master, what is wrong with my father? Qi Hao asked nervously. Yi Qiu waved his hand and explained, it's nothing. Previously, he used the blood-drinking technique. depleting most of his essence, resulting in severe blood loss. However, it's not a significant issue. This resurrection pill will soon replenish his essence. Perhaps, after this experience, your father may even gain unexpected benefits, Yi Qiu said with a knowing smile, leaving Qi Hao and the others perplexed. What unexpected benefits? At that moment, the crowd was astonished to see Qi Wuhui's body rapidly recovering, the lost essence instantly restored. A powerful celestial force enveloped him, forming a thick cocoon. Is this nirvana? The crowd gasped in awe. Indeed, it was a celestial pill, capable of reshaping a person's physical form with just one. In the prolonged flow of time, suddenly, there was a loud bang. From within the cocoon emerged a robust middle-aged man, his features resolute and handsome, exuding a certain charm. This was Qi Wuhui in his youth, the resurrection pill having allowed him to reclaim his youthful visage. Incredible. The onlookers were astonished. They hadn't anticipated that Qi Wuhui had been so handsome in his youth. Looking at him now, one could envision the charm he possessed in his younger days. Aha revived, Qi Wuhui was filled with joy, astonished that he not only escaped death, but had also rejuvenated. Feeling the vibrant life force within him, Qi Wuhui was elated, realizing he was once again capable. The foundational damage from earlier had also been repaired at this moment. Moreover, he sensed that he now had the opportunity to challenge the supreme realm. With just a period of seclusion, he could forge a supreme body and enter that legendary domain. With this thought, Qi Wuhui was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling an intense anxiety about this legendary realm. He observing his smug demeanor, Yi Qiu smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations, brother, on the rebirth of your true self." Hearing this familiar voice, Qi Wuhui was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Yi Qiu with a complex gaze. At that moment, he was filled with many questions, hastily inquiring with Qi Hao about the events that had transpired. His memories halted at the moment of his death, leaving him unaware of the subsequent events. Upon learning that Yi Qiu had produced a celestial pill to revive him, his heart trembled. He turned to Yi Qiu, his expression complex, at a loss for words. This fellow actually saved me? Qi Wuhui thought bitterly, reflecting on the past decade where he had made things difficult for Yi Qiu, cutting resources from Zixia Peak and publicly humiliating him. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Qiu bore no grudge, willingly setting aside animosity to present a celestial pill to save him. Qi Wuhui felt a deep sense of gratitude, fully aware of the pill's rarity. He could not help but shake his head, realizing he now owed Yi Qiu an immense favor. How would he repay this? He had yet to repay the prior favor, and now another was added. With this thought, Qi Wuhui suppressed his proud demeanor and clasped his hands, saying, "Junior brother, I am aware of what transpired earlier. Thank you for your timely rescue. This tremendous kindness may well be something I can never repay in this lifetime." Yi Qiu smiled and replied, "Since it cannot be repaid, then let it be you saved my disciple's life before. Now I save yours. We are even." With that, Yi Qiu turned to his two disciples and said, "Let us go." The two young women obediently followed behind him, departing slowly from the scene. With the matter settled, Yi Qiu did not linger further. Watching his retreating figure, the crowd felt a whirlwind of emotions. It seemed that in his eyes, saving Qi Wuhui was merely a trivial act. It was hard to fathom the height of his mindset. Even celestial pills held no significance to him, and such a spirit was something many could not hope to match. Lu Qingfeng shook his head in admiration, saying, "I am increasingly unable to comprehend Master Yi's thoughts. It appears that in the eyes of such a transcendent being, worldly treasures hold little value. He selflessly imparts knowledge to his disciples, ardently guides his fellow students, and intervenes to save his peers. He always presents an air of detachment, seeming indifferent to everything, yet his actions are deeply affectionate and loyal. Truly remarkable. Perhaps this is what it means to possess a true transcendent mindset." Upon hearing Lu Qifeng's exposition, everyone else nodded in agreement. Since the 7 Meridian Martial Arts Assembly, Yi Qiu's image had undergone a profound transformation in everyone's minds. They genuinely envied Lin Qizhu and Zhao Weiner for having the fortune to be under Yi Qiu's tutelage, a blessing that may take 3 lifetimes to earn. Back then, Zixia Peak was a place where even birds would not defecate, and now, everyone clamored to reach Zixia Peak, but alas, there was no entrance available. Was Zixia Peak weak? No, it has always been the most enigmatic mountain of the Buitian sect, though the disciples were few. Nearly every head of Zixia Peak was a prominent figure in both the Buitian sect and the entire eastern wasteland. Looking at his retreating figure, Qi Wuhui felt a profound impact within. Though he pretended to take it lightly, claiming they were even, in reality, he knew that such a comparison was unfair. Yi Qiu's saving of Lin Qizhu and Zhao Weiner was merely a matter of convenience, given the peril faced by all at that time. Yet Yi Qiu's rescue of him was a genuine act involving a celestial pill. Such a favor could never be repaid in his lifetime. Sigh with this thought. Qi Wuhui sighed deeply, prompting Qi Hao to ask in confusion, why does father sigh? Hair, my son and I owe an immense debt to Master Yi. It strikes me as amusing that, in our efforts to challenge him, we ultimately found ourselves rescued by his hand. Perhaps this is fate. Qi Wuhui, having relinquished the burdens of his heart, let out a hearty laugh. Today, receiving such a favor from Yi Qiu, I find myself pondering how I shall ever repay this kindness. No one understands better than he the true terror of that celestial elixir. Consuming this pill not only grants him a chance at resurrection but also presents an opportunity to transcend to the realm of supremacy, a level he has long aspired to reach. It is astonishing that Yi Qiu accomplished this with such ease, fulfilling his dreams while saving his life. By all accounts, he is owed a great deal. Junior brother, where do you intend to go next? Mingwei inquired with curiosity as they prepared to part ways. With the imperial tomb now sealed, Meng Tian had taken the majority of their company to hunt in the mountains, leaving behind only a handful of the injured. There was little else to be done here, and upon seeing Yi Qiu's departure, Mingwei could not help but ask. Yi Qiu contemplated for a moment. His plan was to return to the mountain for a period of seclusion, preparing to challenge the realm of kings. However, having advanced his cultivation too swiftly, his mind had yet to stabilize fully. Thus, he intended to embark on a journey, allowing his two disciples to refresh their spirits. Let us wander a bit. A change of scenery will do us good. Isn't the discourse at Cloud Summit about to commence? We shall discuss matters further then. Suddenly, Yi Qiu recalled an important event. The grandest occasion in Eastern Wilderness, the Cloud Summit Conference, was fast approaching. This was the perfect opportunity to mentor his two disciples, guiding them towards progress. Chapter 117, Autumn Reckoning, Supreme Hall. Gazing into Ming Yue's affectionate eyes, exuding elegance and grace, her beauty rivaling that of sinking fish and falling geese, Yi Qiu could not help but ponder deeply. Suddenly, memories of his distant little wife, Lianfeng, flashed in his mind. A comparison ensued, and he mused. Yes, she was indeed remarkable. Then it struck him that he possessed a love bond system. Curiosity bubbled within him as he inquired, System, is it true that love bonds can only be established with one individual? Reply to the host, that is incorrect. The love bond system is an upgrade of the master-disciple system. Similar to the master-disciple system, the quantity is not fixed. It relies solely on the host and Appos as capabilities. Should the host desire to acquire more treasures, they may attempt to bind multiple love bonds. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu wore a mischievous smile. Apologies. Dear junior sister, the plan for goddess conquest commenced. At this juncture, it appeared that no elaborate strategy was necessary. Ming Yue's gaze practically broadcasted her affection for Yi Qiu to the world. Was there any need for further tactics? The overwhelming returns promised were indeed tempting. A temptation not easily grasped by the average person. Having finally solidified one bond, Lianfeng had returned to the heavenly realm, leaving Yi Qiu with no opportunity to activate it. For the time being, he would place his hopes on Mingwei. Perhaps something could be orchestrated there. Yes, he resolved to pursue her. Sensing the wicked intent in Yi Qiu and Appos' eyes, Mingyue felt her cheeks flush, a sense of guilt washing over her. What nefarious thoughts was he concocting? Her heart raced, tinged with anticipation as she recalled their intimate exchanges in the cave paradise, her cheeks burning with heat. Especially memorable was the gift he had given her, a seedling of a ginseng fruit tree. To this day, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. As she caught sight of Yi Qiu's devilish gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably. Oh dear, was he about to confess? What should she say if he spoke? If he made an outrageous demand, should she acquiesce? Would yielding too readily give him the impression of her being too easy? In a whirlwind of thoughts, Mingwei was caught in reverie when Yi Qiu suddenly remarked with feigned seriousness, Oh, junior sister, why is your face so red? Initially filled with anticipation, Mingyue and Appos' mood soured, and she turned to leave, exasperated. I thought it was a heartfelt confession, only to be disappointed. Was that it? Is that all you have to offer? Are you incapable? Yi Qiu chuckled inwardly. He had intended to tease her. However, upon witnessing the hopeful gleam in her eyes, his mischievous streak resurfaced, prompting him to play with her emotions. The outcome was amusing, yet regretfully, he squandered a golden opportunity. Nonetheless, he felt no remorse. He had little of substance to offer at present. Why not amuse his charming junior sister instead? Turning back, he considered instructing his two disciples in alchemy to produce a batch of elixirs, pondering how to engage further. Just then, he caught sight of Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er, momentarily dismissing his previous thoughts. Let us return to the mountain. Huh? The two girls were momentarily taken aback. Master, weren't we supposed to go out for a leisurely stroll? Zhao Wan'er inquired, puzzled by the sudden change of plans. Yi Qiu replied nonchalantly. The discourse at Cloud Peak Mountain is imminent. We shall postpone our leisure for another day. Master, what is this Cloud Peak Mountain discourse? Lin Qizhu asked curiously. Having heard of it before but lacking clarity on its significance, Yi Qiu elaborated. The Cloud Peak Mountain discourse is the grandest assembly in the eastern wilderness, gathering the formidable from various holy lands to showcase their remarkable talents in martial arts and wisdom. This event, akin to our seven sects martial arts gathering, occurs once every 60 years. Each extraordinary participant, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable performance, earns lasting fame and draws widespread attention. Pausing, Yi Qiu looked towards He Wushuang and the others in the distance and continued, if you aspire to be recognized as peerless prodigies like them, your performance at this discourse will be pivotal. Years ago, your ancestor dominated the Holy Lands, claiming the title of the greatest in the eastern wilderness. I hope you dedicate yourselves to cultivation and do not tarnish the former glory of Zixia Peak. At these words, both disciples felt a tremor in their hearts. They were astonished to learn that Zixia Peak had such a remarkable legacy. Their ancestor, whom they had never met, had been extraordinarily powerful, surpassing all other holy lands to become the best in the eastern wilderness. What an incredible achievement! Merely hearing of it ignited a surge of passion within them. They immediately declared, Master, rest assured, we shall diligently cultivate and strive to bring honor to Zixia Peak at the Cloud Peak Mountain discourse. With their fighting spirit ignited, Yi Qiu smiled faintly, appreciating their resolve. Indeed, sometimes a bit of encouragement is necessary. See how a single motivational word can rejuvenate the spirit and ignite ambition. However, moderation is key. A touch of care is always warranted. Excellent. Your determination brings me great comfort, Yi Qiu continued. This generation is filled with strong contenders, a true era of prodigies. Thus, the pressure upon you is immense. Should you falter, do not feel compelled to overexert yourselves. I shall not blame you. The two were deeply moved, knowing that Yi Qiu had always been their staunchest supporter, never once placing blame upon them. Yet, their competitive spirit forbade them from yielding or allowing Zixia Peak to suffer disgrace, or their master to feel shame. Lin Qizhu, with determination in her eyes, declared, Master, you can rest assured, I will not let you down. I promise to return with excellent results from the Cloud Peak Mountain discourse. Yi Qiu regarded her with satisfaction, secretly amused at her naivety. Ah, how easily the pure-hearted can be swayed. With a hearty chuckle, he thought, this motivational speech has truly invigorated them. They are indeed my little darlings. Whether I can present myself, well, this time depends on your performances. Do not bring shame upon me. Yes, Master, do not worry. My sister and I will strive to achieve great results for you, Zhao Wan'er sweetly echoed. Yi Qiu looked at his two disciples with approval, nodding. Having such resolve is commendable. Now, let us return while time permits. Wait, Master. Just as Yi Qiu was about to depart, Lin Qizhu suddenly called out to him. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Master, you should visit the Shao family. Yi Qiu furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing a pressing concern. Where is Shao Yi? Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the absence of any Shao family disciples, and an ominous premonition washed over him. What has happened to the Shao family? Lin Qizhu slowly explained, Master, when the imperial tomb opened, Wan'er and I had just descended from the mountain when we encountered difficulties from the Supreme Hall. Shao Yi spoke up for us and was gravely injured by the elders of the Supreme Hall. He has since been taken home by his father for treatment. The Supreme Hall? A flicker of murderous intent crossed Yi Qiu's eyes as he inquired with concern, Did they harm you? Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er shook their heads. No. Fortunately, Master Qi arrived in time to intervene. Otherwise, my sister could have been in danger, Zhao Wan'er explained. Following a skirmish where my junior apprentice bested Lu Yin of the Supreme Hall, leaving him grievously wounded, an elder from the aforementioned hall sought retribution, assaulting my apprentice, Shao Yi, and leaving him severely injured. Upon hearing Zhao Wan'er's explanation, I, Yi Qiu, comprehended the situation. My gaze fixed upon the departing contingent from the Supreme Hall. Their leader, Qing Miao, experienced a sudden tremor of foreboding. He had witnessed the annihilation of the sacred ground of the Undying Mountain. This sanguinary conflict had illuminated the formidable power of the heaven-mending sect. Qing Miao, initially a mere spectator, had abstained from the fray. However, witnessing the fall of the Undying Mountain and preparing to lead his disciples homeward, he was met by Yi Qiu's chilling, murderous gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. Sensing impending doom, Qing Miao feigned ignorance and urged his disciples to hasten their departure. He recognized that their Supreme Hall was no match for Yi Qiu's formidable power. He was acutely aware that Yi Qiu, single-handedly, could obliterate the entire Supreme Hall. A frigid voice reverberated from afar, Depart? You may leave now. But bear in mind that when I personally ascend to the Supreme Hall, you shall bear the consequences. The voice was none other than Yi Qiu's. Qing Miao's heart plummeted into an abyss, realizing the gravity of the situation. While he could abscond, the repercussions of Yi Qiu's eventual arrival would be dire, potentially leading to the Supreme Hall's demise. His countenance paling, Qing Miao feigned composure and inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, what is the meaning of this? We have done nothing to offend your heaven-mending sect." Yi Qiu approached, a sinister smile gracing his features. "It seems you relish playing the fool." With a subtle gesture, an astonishing sword intent materialized, causing all present to recoil. "My patience is finite. Are you so obstinate that you refuse to learn until you meet with utter destruction?" Qing Miao's heart sank, realizing that his charade was futile. Yi Qiu's actions were clearly intended to champion his disciples' cause. Should their response prove unsatisfactory, they would suffer the same fate as the Undying Mountain. Understanding this, Qing Miao, in a state of panic, sought to placate Yi Qiu, "Esteemed Taoist, I implore you to refrain from rash actions. We acknowledge our wrongdoing and offer our sincere apologies. We are prepared to meet any demands you may have." Yi Qiu, pleased by his amenable response, lowered his hand, the condensed sword energy dissipating. "Those under my tutelage and purple cloud peak are not to be trifled with. Let the perpetrator step forward." Moe, within the ranks, felt his heart turn to ash, casting a desperate glance at Qing Miao. However, Qing Miao, preoccupied with his own survival, could not offer assistance. "Senior brother, save me," Moe pleaded. Qing Miao, torn between loyalty and the preservation of the Supreme Hall, could only sacrifice Moe. He rationalized that in the face of dynastic survival, any individual could be sacrificed, even himself. Observing Moe's despair, Qing Miao sighed, "Junior brother, I am powerless to help you. The fate of our Supreme Hall rests in your hands." With these words, Qing Miao passed the burden to Moe. Yi Qiu was inwardly impressed by the ruthlessness of this maneuver. Moe understood the implications of Qing Miao and Appo's statement, while seemingly entrusting him with the decision. The fate of the Supreme Hall hung in the balance. Should he seek to evade responsibility, he would be ostracized and condemned, ultimately meeting a grim end. Conversely, admitting his guilt would earn him a modicum of respect, but subject him to Yi Qiu and Appo's wrath. With a bitter smile, Moe gazed at Qing Miao in despair. Qing Miao and Appo's strategy was masterful. "Senior brother," Moe lamented, "after all these years of risking life and limb for you and sacrificing for the sacred ground, this is the reward I receive." With a sorrowful laugh, Moe emerged from the crowd, declaring, "I am the one who inflicted the injuries. Do with me as you please." His spirit broken, he would not resist even if Yi Qiu were to execute him. He had finally seen Qing Miao and Appo's true colors. His willingness to meet his end was apparent. Yi Qiu found the situation amusing. A fraternal schism unfolding before my eyes. He acknowledged Qing Miao and Appo's ruthlessness and pitted Moe and Appo's loyalty to such a cause. However, this spectacle would not alter the course of events. Coldly regarding Moe, Yi Qiu stated, "Very well, your candor is commendable. I shall spare your life today." Moe was overjoyed, but Yi Qiu continued, "Tell me, which hand was it that struck the blow?" Moe shuddered, glancing at his right arm, realizing Yi Qiu's intentions. His loyal companion through countless lonely nights was about to be sacrificed. However, compared to his life, an arm was a small price to pay. Enraged by Qing Miao's actions, Moe's desire for retribution intensified. As long as he survived, the loss of an arm was inconsequential. With a resolute expression, Moe exclaimed, "There is no need for the real person to act. I shall sever my own right arm as an apology to the real person." With a swift motion, he swung his sword, and his arm was severed, falling to the ground. Overwhelmed by pain, Moe's face contorted in agony. This man was courageous, decisive, and adaptable. By sacrificing his arm, he offered Yi Qiu an explanation, averting his death. Yi Qiu was satisfied with his performance and noticed the hatred in his eyes, directed at Qing Miao. Intrigued, he mused, "A betrayal in the making?" Initially intending to kill Moe to appease his disciples, Yi Qiu changed his mind. He anticipated the unfolding events with amusement, wondering if Qing Miao's scheme would backfire. Inwardly chuckling, Yi Qiu maintained a composed demeanor and declared, "Very well, you are a man of your word. I shall overlook your past transgressions." Finally, Yi Qiu surveyed the crowd, stating, "My purpose here is to inform everyone present that these two maidens are my disciples. If they are defeated in a fair competition among peers, I shall accept their loss. However, should any shameless elder attempt to take advantage of them, they shall have to contend with my sword." His words sent a chill through the crowd, who were grateful not to have incurred the wrath of this formidable figure. Someone whispered, "Remember the faces of these two girls and instruct everyone in the sect to avoid them in the future. Engaging this man would spell the doom of your sect." "Understood. I shall issue the order immediately." How terrifying. The disciples of the Supreme Master, who dares to provoke death. The atmosphere surged with excitement as some individuals discreetly sketched the likenesses of Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Apos, preparing to share their images with fellow disciples to ensure they recognized them, lest they unwittingly offend and find themselves in dire straits. After all, they were the disciples of Yi Qiu, the Supreme Master, who would dare to provoke them. If you fear not for your life, go ahead and test your luck. But as for me, I would not dare. This fellow is wholly protective of his own, should anyone lay a finger upon them. He would likely arrive at their doorstep with sword in hand the very next day. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Apos, felt profoundly touched. They had not anticipated their significance in Yi Qiu and Apos' heart to be so profound, observing their master defending them, providing support. All the grievances they had endured were swept away in that moment. With such a benevolent mentor, they felt utterly content, daring not to wish for more. After speaking, Yi Qiu calmly turned to Moe and declared, "In light of your sincere repentance, I will spare your life today. Should you remain unconvinced, feel free to seek me out." "No, I concede. I truly concede." Moe dared not voice any dissent. He was genuinely humbled. To exchange an arm for a life was already the greatest leniency Yi Qiu could extend to him. All of his resentment was not directed at Yi Qiu, but rather at Qing Miao Daoren. Yi Qiu, with a knowing smile, perceived his thoughts but chose not to expose him. Instead, he shook his head in disappointment at Qing Miao Daoren, remarking, "The Hall of Supremacy, ha." Having said this, he turned and departed. His words dripped with disdain, and those present shared a similar contempt, looking down upon Qing Miao Daoren's actions. Who could accept such a sect? To risk life and limb, to tread through fire and water, only to be met with such a conclusion? Were it not for Yi Qiu's forbearance, Moe would have met his end by now. Such an outcome is unacceptable to anyone. This sacred ground feels devoid of warmth, utterly barren. There is no camaraderie to speak of, unlike the earlier display of the Patching Heaven sect, where they united in purpose, sharing honor and disgrace, advancing and retreating together. Undeterred by life and death, the disparity becomes stark when such comparisons are drawn. Chapter 118, Xuanyang Tower, Situ Changfeng having concluded his matters here. Yi Qiu found little interest in further idle chatter, as a multitude of tasks awaited his attention. With a casual remark, "Let us depart," he led his two disciples towards the direction of Guangling City. Upon reaching the Shao residence, he cast a fleeting glance at Shao and Apos' injuries. It appeared that there were none. The lad was merely feigning death, much to the concern of his father. Unable to restrain himself, Yi Qiu delivered a light slap to the boy. "Master, shouldn't we go to help our fellow disciples at the Immortal Mountain sacred ground?" Lin Qingzhu inquired, perplexed. After Qi Wuhui had regained his composure, he had hastened to provide support at the Immortal Mountain, and Mingwei had done the same. Only Yi Qiu remained absent from the gathering of the Seven Veins. Seeing the curiosity in his disciples and Apos' eyes, Yi Qiu smiled and asked, "Do you wish to witness that bloody spectacle?" He himself was reluctant to attend. The thought of the carnage at the mountain was too gruesome, and he feared his disciples might not be able to bear it. Generally, conflicts among sacred grounds, once escalated to such a scale, left no survivors. And the brutality was unimaginable. Even passing birds would be caught and divided into 8 pieces, their yolks thoroughly scrambled. Lin Qingzhu paused, glancing back at Zhao Wan, who seemed to have envisioned the same brutality, shivering at the thought. Yet, as cultivators, if they lacked the fortitude to withstand such sights, how could they hope to traverse the vast and uncertain path of immortality ahead? Perhaps, under Yi Qiu and Apos' guidance in the eastern wilderness, they could remain carefree, shielded from persecution. But what of the wider realms? Contemplating this, Lin Qingzhu nodded, her tone resolute. "I do wish to see." Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Since you both wish to join the fray, I shall take you for a brief tour later." Surveying their surroundings, he continued, "However, I have one more matter to attend to first. If I manage to resolve it swiftly, I shall take you then. If not, it matters little. There is nothing of great interest to see." The two disciples exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued regarding Yi Qiu's intentions. Following his lead, the trio arrived at the largest tavern in Guangling City, Xuanyang Tower. This establishment boasted a vast network throughout the eastern wilderness, its origins shrouded in mystery. The steward of this particular location was none other than Situ Changfeng, a formidable figure at the 5th stage of the divine concealment realm. Previously, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Apos had encountered difficulties here with Yang Xiao, and Yi Qiu had intervened. As they re-entered the tavern, curiosity enveloped the two disciples. What purpose did Yi Qiu have in visiting this place? Yi Qiu stepped inside, whereupon the waiter promptly approached. Esteemed guest, please come inside. Yet, Yi Qiu remained stationary, his tone devoid of warmth. Summon your steward. The waiter momentarily faltered, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened alertness. Perceiving Yi Qiu's extraordinary presence and aggressive approach, he assumed this was yet another young master seeking trouble. A smirk crept onto his face as he scrutinized Yi Qiu. For many years, no one had dared stir up trouble in Xuanyang Tower, and this young man seemed to think he could demand an audience with the steward. I'm afraid our steward is quite busy and cannot be disturbed. If you have matters to discuss, please share them with me, the waiter replied, maintaining a semblance of politeness, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Yi Qiu merely cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of squabbling with such a lowly figure. Exuding his aura, a powerful gust swept through the tavern. The waiter's complexion turned ashen, terror gripping him. In the face of this overwhelming presence, his heart raced as he comprehended that the individual standing before him was no mere scion, but an undeniable paragon of strength. Oh, a rare guest, he stammered, flustered, as a middle-aged man descended the staircase, Situ Changfeng himself. Though his face appeared calm, his heart raced with anxiety. What brings such a revered figure to my humble establishment? Situ Changfeng inquired cautiously. Yi Qiu regarded him, asking, Are you the steward of Xuanyang Tower? Indeed, that is I. Situ Changfeng replied, a chill running down his spine. What business could you possibly have with me? Hearing his acknowledgement, Yi Qiu smiled slightly. A busy steward indeed. It is not every day one can request an audience. Situ Changfeng and Apos' face paled, and he shot a glare at the waiter. What nonsense! If I had known you were visiting, I would have come to greet you from 10 miles away. Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wanner exchanged astonished glances. Previously, Situ Changfeng had exuded an air of profound strength. Yet, before their master, he appeared so humble, his demeanor a stark contrast to how he treated other patrons. Could it be that Master's influence is truly so formidable? They pondered, their curiosity piqued. Perhaps Yi Qiu's indulgence had shielded them from recognizing his authority. If Situ Changfeng were aware of their thoughts, he would surely find it both amusing and bewildering. Oh, dear young ladies, do not jest. In all of the eastern wilderness, who could rival your backgrounds? A disciple of the sword immortal, a grandchild of Xuantiando, simply present your identities, and who would dare to offend you? Yi Qiu smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities. I have heard that Xuanyang Tower's influence extends across much of the eastern wilderness, which is why I have come with a request. Might the steward oblige? Situ Changfeng trembled at his words, eager to understand the request. Please, esteemed one, share your needs. I shall do my utmost to assist. Fearing the implications of this encounter, he thought, what could this be? To approach me with such authority, how could this be a simple request? It was akin to a sword pressed against one's throat, leaving no room for refusal. Yi Qiu, observing his apprehension, wasted no time. Selecting an elegant private room, he produced a list of herbal ingredients. It is not a particularly weighty matter. Here is a list of herbs. I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. Pausing briefly, he continued, as for compensation, it shall not be an issue. You may charge a reasonable profit above the market price, and as long as it is not excessive, I will gladly accept. Upon hearing his words, Situ Changfeng felt a tremor in his heart and hastily took the list, examining it closely. The herbs listed were not particularly precious, though some were rather rare and thus somewhat troublesome to procure. However, in the face of Xuanyang Tower, this posed no significant challenge. Their enterprises spanned the eastern wilderness. With but a letter, these items could be swiftly gathered. Yet, he was curious about Yi Qiu and Apos' intentions for acquiring these herbs. Was it for alchemy? This thought sparked a glimmer of hope in Situ Changfeng and Apos' heart, as it appeared to present him with an opportunity to befriend Yi Qiu. It was well known that Yi Qiu and Apos' reputation and strength were formidable, hailed as the white-clad sword immortal and the youngest supreme powerhouse in the eastern wilderness. Such astonishing potential, if cultivated into a friendship, would undoubtedly benefit the development of Xuanyang Tower. This was not merely an opportunity for them to ingratiate themselves with Yi Qiu, but rather, an opportunity bestowed upon them by Yi Qiu himself. As a businessman, he was keenly aware of the advantages and disadvantages at play, and thus a decision began to form in his mind. I initially thought it was some grand matter, but it turns out the esteemed one merely wishes to acquire some herbs. Rest assured, at Xuanyang Tower, while we may lack in other capabilities, we certainly excel in this regard. I shall procure these herbs with utmost haste and deliver them to Zixia Peak. However, as for the remuneration, let us forego that. These few hundred varieties are hardly worth mentioning. Consider it a gift from Xuanyang Tower to the esteemed one, Sita Chanfeng said, testing the waters. Eager to curry favor with Yichio, though uncertain if his intentions would be accepted, Yichio glanced at him, already discerning his motives. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There is no need. I am not so impoverished as to be unable to afford this sum. I appreciate your good intentions. But as a practitioner of the Tao, I am most wary of owing favors to others. I trust the proprietor understands?" Of course. Situ Changfeng replied, somewhat disappointed but undeterred. "I comprehend the esteemed one's concerns. How about this? We shall procure the herbs at cost price, whatever that may be, and settle the accounts accordingly. What do you think?" Yichio met his gaze, realizing that this man was genuinely intent on befriending him. It is said that one should not strike a person who extends a hand in goodwill. Given the overtures made, if Yichio were to refuse again, it would complicate the business negotiations. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he responded, "Very well. As for the remuneration, you may decide. As long as it remains reasonable, I shall accept." His visit to procure the herbs was indeed a preparation for his forthcoming alchemical endeavors. Even back at the imperial tomb, Yichio had harbored this intention. Initially, he had thought to enlist the help of the Shao family, but some of these herbs were rather unique and would require sourcing from more distant locales, which might pose a challenge for them. Thus, he had come to Xuanyang Tower, seeking their assistance in the procurement. As for the financial aspect, that was hardly a concern. Chapter 119. Hotel Stay, Nested Dolls, turning a fortune of 10,000 into 100 million. Make sure to keep that list safe, C2 Chanfeng said with a smile. Rest assured, I, at Xuanyang Tower, have always maintained a solid reputation in business. This batch of herbs will undoubtedly be procured with the utmost quality and specifications. Seeing his enthusiastic assurances, Yichio nodded in satisfaction. The acquisition of herbs would require some time, and he had a few matters to attend to beforehand, issues he had planned long ago but never found the opportunity to address. Now that he had the time, why not tackle them all at once? Leaning back slightly, Yichio inquired, "I have heard that you possess a special treasure vault at Xuanyang Tower that conducts auctions for precious items. Is that correct?" C2 Changfeng hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Indeed. Do you have any treasures you wish to auction, esteemed one?" "Yes, I do have a few items. But there's no rush. We shall discuss that later," Yichio replied, glancing back at his two disciples. "Please prepare a top-tier guest room for me. I have matters to attend to." C2 Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile, "Understood. Xiaolu, prepare the best room for our esteemed guest, and ensure he is well taken care of. I shall return shortly." "Certainly, boss. I will arrange it right away." At this moment, the innkeeper was utterly flustered, initially thinking Yichio was merely a reckless young master. He was astonished to see the innkeeper himself deferentially lowering his voice in Yichio's presence. It was evident how formidable Yichio truly was. Faced with such a powerful figure, the pressure was immense, as any misstep could provoke his ire, endangering one and Appo's very life. How terrifying! It was fortunate that this exalted individual did not hold a grudge against his earlier gaffe. Otherwise, he would be unable to repay 100 lives. Following the innkeeper to the second-floor room, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appo's were both puzzled, uncertain of Yichio and Appo's intentions. They quietly followed until they entered the room. After dismissing the innkeeper, Yichio prepared to execute his nested doll plan. Once the innkeeper was gone, Zhao Wan'er could no longer contain her curiosity. "Master, why are you collecting so many herbs? Are you planning to open a clinic?" Lin Qizhu, equally curious, looked at him, unable to grasp Yichio and Appo's reasoning. Yichio explained, "I intend to teach you the art of alchemy, so it is essential to procure some herbs to serve as materials for the process." Alchemy? The two women's hearts leaped at the mention of it. As cultivators, they understood the preciousness of alchemical skills. If they could master even a fragment of it, they would be able to concoct elixirs for their own cultivation. The prospect of learning this art from Yichio filled them with immense joy. However, do not rejoice too soon. The art of alchemy is not easily mastered. It requires exceptional talent and exquisite technique to produce high-quality elixirs. But do not be disheartened. Even if you cannot create superior elixirs, it matters not. I have plenty of elixirs available for your cultivation needs. Learning alchemy is merely an embellishment, a means to acquire further knowledge that will benefit you. After Yichio's heartfelt explanation, both women were deeply moved. They understood his unwavering support and generosity. From the moment they entered his tutelage, he had never withheld anything from them, always prioritizing their cultivation and well-being. "Rest assured, Master, we will dedicate ourselves to our training," Lin Qingzhu said firmly. Yichio looked at her with satisfaction, suddenly recalling something, a smile creeping upon his lips. Forgive me, my precious disciples, but the nested doll moment is about to commence." With a wicked grin, Yi Qiu sighed dramatically and glanced at his eldest disciple, feigning concern. Dear disciple, you have endured much hardship following me. The desolate lands of Zixia Peak offer little in terms of wealth, leaving you without even a new set of clothes or a single coin to your name. At your age, you should be adorned like a flower, brilliant and resplendent. At this point, Lin Qizhu and Apos, eyes brimmed with tears, deeply touched. She had not expected her master to be so considerate of her feelings. Master, please do not say such things. I understand your kindness, and I seek for nothing more. Lin Qingzhu trembled as she spoke, overwhelmed with emotion. It must be said, this little cotton-padded jacket was quite easy to sway. With just a few words, she was nearly brought to tears. Yi Qiu felt a surge of delight within, then turned to Zhao Wan'er. Wan'er, you too were once a princess, born to wealth and privilege, yet you chose to follow me to the mountains, enduring hardships. It pains me greatly to see you like this. I wish for both of you to grow up happily, free from worries under my protection. With such heartfelt words, even Zhao Wan and Apos, felt a lump in her throat, momentarily at a loss for how to express herself. Master, I truly enjoy my life now, even without riches. I am very happy. I do not mind at all. I am fully aware of your kindness towards me, Zhao Wan'er said, her voice tremulous with emotion. Oh, I have successfully swayed both of them. Splendid. With the atmosphere ripe for his plan, Yi Qiu finally prepared to initiate his nested doll scheme. Slowly, he retrieved the fortune of 10,000 taels of gold gifted by the Shao family, speaking earnestly. I have nothing substantial to offer you, but you may take this wealth. Spend it on whatever you desire, new clothes, jewelry, anything that brings you joy. Seeing the chests of gold, Lin Qingzhu's heart raced. She had never encountered such wealth before. The thought of Yi Qiu generously gifting them such a fortune moved her deeply, and she immediately prepared to refuse. However, Yi Qiu preempted her, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye. My dear disciple, you have grown. It is inevitable that you will venture out on your own. And spending money is essential. Consider this fortune a gift from me, to be used in times of need. While I can do little, I strive to provide you with the best within my means. At this point, both women were in tears, embracing Yi Qiu as they wept, overwhelmed with gratitude. This was their beloved master, caring for them with unwavering devotion since their initiation, always the first to stand up for them in times of danger. What grievances could they possibly have? Master, please do not say any more. We will gladly accept your kindness, Lin Qingzhu said, wiping her tears. Seeing them finally accept, Yi Qiu feigned a serene smile, maintaining his composure while inwardly reveling in joy. The nested doll plan grows more intricate. Before the main act, I must prepare an emotional scene, but thankfully, I have trained for this. With a heart full of glee, Yi Qiu maintained an air of calm. All right, enough tears. Quickly put this money away. Later, you both should go out into the market, buy some beautiful clothes, spend as you wish without worrying about saving. Gently wiping the tears from her eyes, Lin Qizhu looked up at Yi Qiu, her gaze clear and captivating. She nodded, I understand. Zhao Wan'er mirrored her sentiment as they conspired to store the money. Though Zhao Wan'er was less interested in the gold, she could not resist Lin Qingzhu's enthusiasm. And they each took a couple of boxes for a total of 5,000 taels. Ding! You have gifted your disciples a fortune of 10,000 taels of gold, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Qiu's heart leaped with excitement. At last. Did you think you incurred a loss? That a fortune in gold has gone to waste? No, I shall never experience a loss. This is mere pocket change. The true wealth lies ahead. Onward. Congratulations. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, earning 100 million taels of gold. Would you like to claim it? Hiss. 10,000 times? 100 million taels? Yi Qiu could no longer maintain his composure. This vast sum of gold was beyond his comprehension in his entire life. He had never encountered such a fortune. With this wealth, he could purchase anything his heart desired. No longer constrained to the meager accommodations of the small wooden cottages atop Zixia Peak. Claim it. In an instant, the 100 million taels of gold seamlessly transferred into Yi Qiu's storage jade. Gazing upon the mountainous pile of gold, Yi Qiu felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to a newly affluent individual yearning for a place to indulge in extravagant spending. Wealthy and with ample resources at his disposal, he reveled in the thought. However, on reflection, although this sum appeared substantial, it would likely be depleted in no time upon actual expenditure. Merely the costs associated with alchemy required a significant financial backing. Without it, procuring quality herbs would be impossible. Furthermore, the failure rate in alchemy is notably high. Thus, this fortune may still fall short. More is needed. Previously, Yi Qiu had inquired with Sidu Changfeng, who confirmed that Xuanyang Tower indeed housed a treasure pavilion where items could be auctioned. Conveniently, he possessed an abundance of precious artifacts, which he could leverage for auction, thus facilitating a profitable exchange. Of course, prior to this, Yiqiu needed to assess his inventory to identify any substantial gains. If he could double the price, that would be even better. However, if something were too precious, it must not be sold, lest he incur a heavy loss. Yiqiu was acutely aware of what could be sold and what could not. He understood the nuances better than anyone. Considering that the treasure pavilion might also contain numerous valuable items, perhaps a visit would be prudent to acquire additional treasures before continuing his endeavors. With these thoughts in mind, Yiqiu refocused and addressed his disciples. "Come here, let me see what you have gleaned from the Imperial Tomb expedition." Upon hearing this, the two women immediately approached, with Lin Qingzhu speaking first. "Master, my gains from this Imperial Tomb adventure have been quite satisfactory. I have obtained a fine Imperial weapon." Lin Qingzhu presented the Imperial sword, causing Yiqiu to furrow his brow. The malevolence emanating from the sword was quite intense, and its sinister aura was profound. Prolonged use could adversely affect one and Apos' mental state. However, it was not a concern. With a gentle motion, Yiqiu reached out and dispelled the evil thoughts from the sword while preserving its inherent ferocity. Chapter 120. The Exquisite Zuzhen, a transformation into the Zuzhen sword? After scrutinizing it for a moment, Yiqiu returned the sword to Lin Qingzhu, remarking, "This sword is quite remarkable. Given your current cultivation, it suits you perfectly. In future encounters with opponents of equal standing, it should provide you with a certain ease." Lin Qingzhu's heart swelled with joy. To receive Yiqiu's acknowledgement made her perilous journey into the abyss worthwhile, as she had successfully brought back this sword. "Wanner, what about you?" Yiqiu inquired, turning his gaze towards Zhao Wanner. She smiled gently and produced a bell from her bosom. Yiqiu took it, and upon examination, he recognized it as a superior treasure, though it fell short of being classified as an imperial artifact. Nevertheless, it was a commendable auxiliary magical tool. After a brief appraisal, he returned it to her, contemplating the recent expedition to the Imperial Tomb. Lin Qingzhu had reaped significant rewards, including an imperial sword, while Zhao Wanner, though lacking an imperial artifact, astonished Yiqiu with the revelation that her cultivation had reached the 9th rank of Tianxiang. It was indeed rapid progress. Merely a short while ago, she was at the 1st rank, and now she had ascended to the 9th in the blink of an eye. It was evident that she had also gained something significant within the Imperial Tomb. As for Lin Qingzhu, she was currently at the 2nd rank of Wujiu, having only made a singular advancement. While her progress was and Apos, T is pronounced as Zhao Wan and Apos, it was nonetheless formidable compared to others. It was worth noting that Lu Qifeng had entered Wujiu before her and remained stagnant at the 1st rank, while she had already surpassed to the 2nd. Observing this, Yiqiu smiled with satisfaction. After a moment and Apos' reflection, Yiqiu retrieved the Zuzhen from his storage jade, the dagger being small, yet exquisitely crafted, with a tremendous lethality. The first time he encountered it, he nearly suffered a grave setback. If one were to cultivate more clandestine techniques, its power could become even more terrifying. After a brief contemplation, Yiqiu spoke, "Wan and Apos, you have yet to possess a treasure. I bestow this dagger upon you." Zhao Wan and Apos, was momentarily taken aback, sensing the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from the dagger, which was indeed astonishing. Judging from its rank, it clearly surpassed the superior spirit weapons and rivaled imperial artifacts. "This, Master, Zhao Wan and Apos, found herself at a loss for words, but Yiqiu interrupted, "Enough, accept it. There is no need for superfluous words. My reasoning for gifting you this weapon is clear. Your senior sister already wields an imperial sword, the Zixia sword, and you, until now, have not possessed a suitable weapon. That you are my 2nd disciple, you hold equal importance in my heart as your senior sister. How could I treat you unfairly? Take this dagger." Trembling slightly, Zhao Wanner accepted the dagger, her heart a tempest of emotions. It dawned on her that her master had never overlooked her nor favored anyone else. He truly held her in his heart. Filled with warmth, she cherished the Zuzhen, playing with it affectionately. Yiqiu continued, "This weapon, known as the Zuzhen, wields immense power. You are yet to grasp its usage, but once we return to the sect, I shall teach you a set of secret techniques. By utilizing the Zuzhen, you will unleash the true potential of the Red Lotus karmic fire within you, significantly enhancing your strength." Zhao Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, "All right." As she encountered more formidable foes, she had gradually realized the disadvantages of lacking a weapon. With the Zuzhen now in her possession, her combat capabilities would undoubtedly soar. From now on, she would no longer need to hide behind her senior sister for protection. "Thank you, Master." Zhao Wanner beamed with a radiant smile, a genuine expression of joy. Yichio returned her smile warmly before preparing to continue his generous bestowals. He then retrieved 2 pieces of inner armor from his storage jade, one exuding an icy chill and the other radiating intense heat. These 2 treasures had been discovered among the relics of the Xianyuan old Taoist, presumably seized by him, which fortuitously allowed Yichio to benefit. Though these pieces of inner armor did not possess the extraordinary defensive capabilities of celestial garments, they were of sufficient quality for her and her companion, given their status as minor cultivators. Come forth, one for each of you, Yichio declared with great generosity. The 2 women were momentarily stunned. More gifts. They wondered if their master had truly lost his mind, showering them with treasures without restraint. If others were to witness this, they would surely be envious. Such a master, who lavishly bestowed magical artifacts, was indeed a rarity. Neither woman declined the offerings, feeling that expressing excessive gratitude would be redundant. They would cherish this in their hearts instead. Zhao Wan'er eagerly accepted the fiery piece of inner armor, donning it without hesitation, while Lin Qingzhu joyfully accepted her piece, exhilarated by the unexpected gifts. She felt as though her journey to the imperial tomb had been unnecessary, as her master would surely provide upon his return. If only she had known, she would not have ventured forth. With such a benevolent master, she felt fortunate for having chosen Yichio as her mentor. In her most vulnerable times, he had offered her the warmest embrace. Without uttering a word, the journey of bestowals concluded, and Yichio announced, "All right, there is still some time left. You may go out and enjoy yourselves, perhaps acquire some lovely garments. Today, I grant you a day of leisure. Go wherever you wish." In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. You are so kind." With that, they exuberantly clasped hands and ventured out to shop. Since entering the Celestial Mountain for training, they had long been deprived of the simple joys of leisurely shopping. Their previous outing in Guangling City had been far from enjoyable, marred by Yang Xiao's interference. Now, with Yichio present, who would dare disturb them? Once they departed, Yichio immediately commenced his harvesting journey. System, hurry, return. Beep. You have bestowed the Zuzhan upon your disciple, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Receive the Zuzhan sword, Zuzhan fragment. Huh? Oh my. The first critical hit struck Yichio with profound astonishment. The Zuzhan sword? Yichio could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the sword from the system's exchange. In an instant, a formidable aura of malice enveloped him. Thankfully, Yichio reacted swiftly, suppressing the overwhelming energy. Otherwise, chaos would have erupted throughout Guangling City. This was an ancient celestial weapon, brimming with ferocity, its power eclipsing that of the Yunxiao sword. The latter was merely a low-grade celestial weapon, while this sword achieved a mid-grade classification, albeit in its fragmented state. If fully restored, it could potentially reach the legendary status of a superior celestial artifact, or even higher. Unparalleled treasures. Goodness, this is a windfall. Yichio marveled at the dilapidated iron relic in his hand, his heart racing with exhilaration. Although the Zuzhan sword appeared worn and had a broken segment, resembling a crude stone blade, one should never underestimate its potential. Should it unleash its full wrath, its destructive power would far surpass that of an ordinary weapon. Even the Yunxiao sword would seem somewhat diminished in its presence. Once this sword truly manifested its might, not even an emperor, nor a celestial being descending from the heavens, would deter Yichio from wielding it. Haha, what a thrill! Regrettably, this was not the Zuzhan sword in its optimal condition. Had it been, the situation would have been even more favorable. Moreover, restoring this sword posed a significant challenge, compelling Yichio to temporarily abandon that notion. In summary, even in its fragmented state, the Zuzhan sword's power was more than sufficient. If restored to perfection, wielding it would likely exhaust Yichio's spiritual energy, akin to his experience with the Yunxiao sword. Ah, splendid. I did not anticipate such an unexpected boon. This turn of events can surely be deemed a substantial gain. Nodding in satisfaction, Yichio stowed the items within his jade pendant and proceeded to commence the other returns. Beep. You have gifted your disciple 2 sets of inner armor, triggering a 100-fold return. A mere 100-fold? Yichio couldn't help but shake his head. Yet he paid it no mind. After all, he already possessed the unrivaled 10,000-fold exquisite sword of extermination. The rest were merely supplementary. If suitable, he would auction them all off later. Congratulations, you have obtained exquisite inner armor, the crimson flame armor, and the abyssal ice armor, each one. Beep. You have gifted your disciple a low-grade spiritual pill, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. Beep. You have gifted your disciple a. The subsequent returns, as Yichio had anticipated, were nothing but trifles unworthy of his attention. However, what he deemed inconsequential did not imply that others would share his sentiment. If he were to bring them to the auction house, they would likely fetch an exorbitant price. gazing at the two pieces of inner armor in his hands. Yichio hesitated for a moment. Indeed, these two sets of inner armor boasted commendable defensive capabilities, far superior to the previous two. He decided to have them exchanged, taking their sets for auction. After careful consideration, he resolved to proceed with this plan. Good items should not be allowed to slip away, lest others seize them at a bargain. It was fortuitous to provide his two disciples with protection. One could never predict when danger might arise in his absence, and this armor could prove invaluable. Having tidied his belongings, Yichio organized a selection of treasures for sale. For instance, a returned Yama and Appo's death needle, a medium-grade spiritual artifact. Its might may not rival the needles of the esteemed Xinyuan Taoist, yet in the eyes of others, it was the finest of talismans. In addition to the Yama's death needle, there were several ordinary spiritual artifacts and various treasures. Yichio was disinclined to tally their worth, as they held no utility for him. Thus, he decided to sell them all in one go. Once he had organized these items, much of the day had swiftly passed. "Master, we are back." As the door swung open, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er entered with palpable joy. Yichio, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Did you enjoy yourselves? Encounter any troubling matters?" "No, master." "What are you busy with?" Zhao Wan'er curiously leaned in, propping her chin with her hands as she squatted beside Yichio, observing him as he arranged the treasures. Her twinkling eyes and endearing expression caught Yichio's attention. He looked up at her and replied placidly, "I was just tidying up and unexpectedly discovered these two pieces of inner armor. Please retrieve the ones I previously bestowed upon you and don these. Let us see how they perform." Chapter 121. I am in a hurry. I need to slay a mountain soon. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both individuals lit up instantly. Lin Qingzhu hurried over, keenly sensing the chilling aura emanating from the icy depths of the cold pool, her heart racing with astonishment. "This is exquisite inner armor." Lin Qingzhu's expression was one of sheer surprise. One must understand that in the Great Wasteland, the rarity of armor far surpasses that of weapons. It is only logical, for these items are indeed life-saving treasures, thus their greater value. "Master, do you intend to auction these items?" Lin Qingzhu inquired as she retrieved the inner armor that Yichio had gifted her earlier. Yichio nodded in agreement. These items served no purpose in their possession and were better suited for sale. With the proceeds, they could procure more herbs for alchemical concoctions. At Zixia Peak, we lack nothing but funds. Lin Qingzhu nodded affirmatively, and the two swiftly exchanged their armor. Yichio gathered the items they had organized into a single collection. "Let us depart." After tidying up for a substantial portion of the day, Yichio gently pushed open the door to the room and descended the stairs with his two disciples. "Master." Upon seeing Yichio descend, Situ Changfeng promptly approached him. "I have already distributed the list you provided me earlier. It should not be long before those herbs are acquired, and I will deliver them directly to Zixia Peak to save you another trip." Yichio nodded, appreciating Situ Changfeng's thoughtful consideration. He had been quite busy lately, and an additional journey would indeed be troublesome. "That works. Once the procurement is complete, simply bring it up the mountain. By the way, I have some items here that I need your assistance in auctioning." As he spoke, Yichio produced a storage artifact filled with the treasures he had just organized. Situ Changfeng trembled with excitement at the mention, inwardly rejoicing. He was well aware of Yichio and Appo's strength. A supreme powerhouse would undoubtedly possess valuable items. If possible, he would even wish to purchase them himself. However, observing Yichio's demeanor, it seemed he intended to enter the auction house, for only in doing so could the returns be maximized. "Master, what a coincidence. Today, our treasure pavilion is hosting a grand auction. Numerous powerful figures from renowned mountains and holy lands will be present. These individuals are knowledgeable and will surely fetch a good price." Yichio was momentarily taken aback, surprised yet unconcerned. "Please take inventory." He handed a jade pendant to Situ Changfeng, fully trusting in his capabilities. Of course, he was aware that Situ would not dare deceive him. Yichio had confidence in his own prowess. "Master, please follow me." Situ Changfeng glanced around before deciding to change venues for their discussion. They exited Xianyang Tower and arrived at the largest building in the heart of Guangling City. This was the treasure pavilion. Situ Changfeng explained, "Our pavilion places great importance on the privacy of our guests. Therefore, every patron entering the treasure pavilion must wear a mask to prevent any unwanted attention that could lead to peril." Yichio understood this principle, yet he wondered, did a mere mask truly serve its purpose? Based on past narratives, it seemed such devices had always been ineffective. Chuckling softly, Yichio distributed the masks to his two disciples, not dwelling on the matter. Having read countless web novels, he was quite familiar with the auction house narrative. Typically, the protagonist would stumble upon hidden treasures and inadvertently offend a formidable foe. Yet, it appeared that the roles had reversed. He was now the individual who could not afford to offend anyone. Wana, this place feels peculiar. Lin Qizhu whispered to Zhao Wana as they followed Sita Changfeng into the treasure pavilion. Zhao Wana surveyed their surroundings but found nothing amiss. What feels strange, senior sister? Observing the numerous seductively dressed maidens passing by, trained to behave like emotionless machines, Lin Qingzhu felt a pang of confusion regarding their predicament. Their hollow gazes resembled those of soulless beings. She struggled to comprehend why they had been reduced to such a state. Zhao Wanner seemed to sense her thoughts and offered an explanation. They are unfortunate souls, having endured the agony of losing their families from a young age, left homeless. The auction house took them in, training them to become professional attendants, devoted solely to the pavilion. Their inner light has long faded, as you can see. Almost every major power, family, or holy land, even the royal family, has such cases. This is the harsh reality, the rules of the world. The weak never have the chance to dictate their own fates. Those fortunate enough with talent may aspire to join a holy mountain, while the rest face such grim destinies. Listening to Zhao Wanner's explanation, Lin Qingzhu's complexion paled, a chill running down her spine. Had Yi Qiu not taken her in? Might she have become one of these girls, a mere tool to serve others? In a world devoid of light, utterly lost and reduced to a vessel for others' desires? This thought sent shivers through Lin Qingzhu, filling her with gratitude. Hadn't she herself once faced the risk of elimination? Yi Qiu had granted her a second chance at life, bringing her back to Zixia Peak, nurturing and guiding her. He had imparted to her the ways of the immortal, leading her onto the path of enlightenment. Yi Qiu was the kindest person she had encountered in this world. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Lin Qingzhu silently followed behind Yi Qiu, gazing at his imposing figure ahead, which seemed to grow grander in her eyes. After a moment, she turned to Zhao Wanner and said, "You are right, Wanner. This is how the world works. However, I consider myself fortunate to have met Master. Otherwise, I too might have become one of them." Zhao Wanner smiled gently, brushing her fingers through Lin Qingzhu's hair. "I too am not without my own trials. Compared to you, I may fare slightly better. But being married off to a foreign land as a pawn in a political alliance is hardly an enviable fate." They exchanged smiles, silently following Yi Qiu until they arrived at an elegant chamber. "Master, this will do. This is one of the most luxurious chambers in the treasure pavilion, the Tianzi room." Sita Changfeng explained with a smile. He hesitated to mention that access to this chamber was reserved for the highest-ranking members, fearing it might irk Yi Qiu. After all, with his supreme strength, he could easily stay in the treasure pavilion without anyone daring to stop him. Yi Qiu entered the chamber, glancing around with satisfaction. "Yes, this will do." He promptly settled into a lavish armchair, making himself at home. "Ah, how comfortable." Yi Qiu marveled inwardly. Indeed, the affluent knew how to enjoy life. Even this chair was designed for ultimate comfort without hindering movement. Wait, movement? He glanced back at his two disciples, then returned to scrutinize the armrest, which was ample enough for two. Interesting. They certainly have an eye for detail. Chuckling, Yi Qiu slowly stood and said, "All right. Please take inventory quickly and arrange for the auction. I am pressed for time. I might also need to visit the immortal mountain Holy Land to slay a mountain." Goodness. Sita Changfeng was utterly taken aback by Yi Qiu's nonchalant tone. This was the first time he had ever heard someone speak so casually about slaying a mountain. Did he think he was invincible? Will I be frightened? With a deep breath, Sita Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine. Standing before Yi Qiu, he was overwhelmed with trepidation. He did not harbor the slightest doubt regarding the veracity of Yi Qiu's words. The conflict between the unaging mountain and the Bu Tian sect was already known to him, and now, Ming Tian was leading a sizable group, currently blocking the entrance to unaging mountain. Never mind, I cannot provoke him. I shall treat him well, ensuring his comfort, and once he departs, we can all coexist peacefully. Very well, I shall begin the inventory. Sita Changfeng stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Goodness, having lived for so many years, he had never encountered such terror. After meticulously sorting through Yi Qiu's treasures, Sita Changfeng selected a few particularly precious and rare items to set aside for auction later. The rest, comparatively less valuable, were grouped together for a smaller auction. Upon completing the organization of Yi Qiu's possessions, Sita Changfeng fell into silence. Just how wealthy could this individual be? My word. His gaze fell upon one of the King of Hell's fatal needles, and he gasped in astonishment. Thus far, the treasure pavilion had never showcased such a priceless artifact. It was known that these items had always been cherished by powerful figures in various sacred places, seldom seen outside their possession. Little did he know that what he regarded as treasures were, in Yi Qiu's eyes, mere refuse, unworthy of his attention. Fortunately, he remained oblivious, though he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The disparity between individuals can be truly disheartening. "Master, I have completed the inventory. This fatal needle, along with these 2 pieces of inner armor, can serve as the highlight of this auction. What starting price do you propose? Situ Changfeng inquired tentatively, as Ichio was not particularly versed in this realm. With a casual wave, Ichio replied, "You decide." Situ Changfeng smiled slightly and cautiously suggested, "How about a starting price of 10 million taels of silver?" Upon hearing this, Ichio gasped inwardly. Goodness, the starting price for a single item is already 10 million? Although silver is not gold, it equates to 100,000 taels of gold in proportion. If I manage to bundle this with some additional items for the little ones, could it not lead to a significant fortune? My word. Ichio suddenly felt an exhilarating sense of optimism. Internally ecstatic, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 122. Prince of Liang? Leave. Having received Ichio's consent, Situ Chanfeng let out a long sigh of relief. It was truly terrifying. If the bidding price hadn't been set properly, who knows if he would have slapped him. That would have been a slap from a supreme being, and if it landed, one might as well expect chaos to ensue. This business was nerve-wracking. I have never engaged in anything so exhilarating in my life. I was drenched in sweat, my back soaked through. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave to make arrangements. You may wait here. The auction is about to commence, Situ Changfeng said. Ichio waved his hand, indicating for him to depart. Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Appos sat obediently beside him, their expressions filled with anticipation after Situ Changfeng's exit. They were curious about what prices those treasures might fetch. As the lengthy wait continued, more and more people entered the auction house. Suddenly, Ichio caught the sound of commotion outside. Prince Gong, the Tianzi private room already has esteemed guests. You cannot enter. Esteemed guests? Humph, as the Prince of Liang. Who could possibly have more eligibility to sit inside than I? A disdainful voice emerged, and as the door opened, an elderly man clad in luxurious clothing entered, exuding a rotund demeanor. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Wan frowned. Lin Qizhu sensed her unease and whispered, "Junior sister, what's wrong? Do you recognize this person?" Zhao Wan and Appos hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, I do. This man is my uncle, Zhao Fu, the Prince of Liang." Lin Qingzhu suddenly comprehended the situation. Given that they were wearing masks, it was understandable that Zhao Fu did not recognize Zhao Wan. Then why don't you go greet him? Lin Qizhu innocently suggested. Zhao Wan and Appos shot her a glance, chuckling lightly. "Senior sister, while we share blood ties, royal families do not entertain sentiments of kinship. Besides, I am a daughter. I am not favored and am not familiar with him, so there is no need for recognition." Lin Qizhu nodded, understanding this point to some extent, and felt a sense of injustice for Zhao Wan. "Let me see who this esteemed guest is, daring to seize my private room." Zhao Fu arrogantly stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. He automatically disregarded Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appos, assuming they were mere common servants. His gaze fixed on Ichio and Appos' back. Upon his initial glance, Zhao Fu furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why is it a young man? Could he be a scion of some prominent family?" The thought instantly brought him joy. If he were merely a scion of a noble family, this matter would be easily handled. As Ichio slowly turned around, a smile teasing the corners of his lips, he remained silent. A steward hurried over, explaining, "I apologize. I failed to stop him from barging in." The steward was terrified. When Situ Changfeng had left, he had repeatedly instructed him to treat Ichio with utmost care, as if he were his own father. If Ichio were to lose his temper, it could spell disaster for the entire treasure house. No one could have anticipated that no matter how much he tried to persuade Zhao Fu, he was determined to enter. The steward felt a pang of despair. If Zhao Fu wanted to die, he shouldn't drag him into it. He was still young. Ichio waved his hand, signaling for the steward to step aside, his gaze shifting to Zhao Fu, curious about his intentions. Zhao Fu scrutinized Ichio, almost certain of his identity. He was undoubtedly a young master from some family, out for amusement. Lacking any real capability, he sought to impress, desiring the finest in all things. The Tianzi private room was likely one he had purchased at great expense. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Fu feigned cordiality and said, "Young man, which family do you hail from?" "I am Zhao Fu, the Prince of Liang. This private room was first claimed by me. Might I request that it be yielded to me?" Following the tradition of first courtesy, then aggression, Zhao Fu sought to maintain decorum. Upon hearing Zhao Fu and Appos' title, Ichio paused momentarily, glancing at Zhao Wan, who nodded in acknowledgement of his identity. For others, such status might induce fear, but it held little weight in his eyes. Ichio casually replied, "Prince of Liang? Leave." At this statement, Zhao Fu's countenance darkened. Upon hearing his lineage, Ichio offered him no semblance of respect. In such circumstances, he was either someone of significant standing or a naive young master, untouched by the harsh realities of the world. Zhao Fu's expression turned grim as he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name and origins? To be so dismissive of the Liang dynasty?" Yiqiu, growing increasingly impatient, slowly rose from his seat. Just then, Sita Chanfeng rushed in, and upon seeing Yiqiu stand, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh my goodness, are you trying to scare me to death? I just left, and now you bring this upon me. Do you not know my heart is fragile and cannot withstand such stress? Thankfully, I made it in time. Had I been a moment late, this Prince Gong might have met his end here today. Esteemed one, I apologize for the oversight in my arrangements that disrupted your enjoyment. Please remain calm. I shall resolve this." Situ Chanfeng hurriedly approached to apologize, displaying an eagerness to rectify the situation. At that moment, he was terrified, struggling to catch his breath, nearly overwhelmed. He had heard countless rumors about Yiqiu, all of which portrayed him as a formidable figure capable of defeating other powerful individuals. His temper was such that even the revered No Old Mountain would be obliterated at his whim, so if he were to become enraged, it could very well spell doom for the Xuanyang Tower. Situ Chanfeng cursed in his heart, wishing he could rid himself of Zhao Fu. Why pick a quarrel with such a formidable being? Situ Chanfeng, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Fu expressed his displeasure at the sight of Situ Chanfeng ingratiating himself with Yiqiu, repeatedly apologizing while disregarding him. As a prince, did he truly rank below a mere youth? Had Situ Chanfeng lost his wits in business? Seeing Zhao Fu take the initiative to speak, Situ Chanfeng's expression shifted, and he turned to face Zhao Fu, saying, "Prince Gong, I regret to inform you that this Tianzi private room is already occupied by a distinguished guest of Xuanyang Tower. I kindly ask you to relocate to another room." At this, Zhao Fu's face darkened. He had not anticipated that Situ Chanfeng would show him no respect. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about Yiqiu's background that could warrant such deference from Situ Chanfeng. Zhao Fu regarded Yiqiu with a cautious gaze. Fully aware of Situ Chanfeng and Appo's reputation in Guangling City as the overseer of Xuanyang Tower and the Treasure Pavilion, he had seen many characters, but never one who so thoroughly submitted himself. Zhao Fu fixed a deep gaze on Yiqiu, remaining silent before turning to leave the Tianzi private room. Upon exiting, he instructed his attendants, "Go, investigate this young man's background. I wish to see what makes him so exceptional that even Situ Chanfeng bows before him." Meanwhile, within the Tianzi private room, Yiqiu observed as Situ Chanfeng settled the matter, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Wonder, is this how the Prince of Liang conducts himself?" Zhao Wana shrugged. "I don't know. I am unfamiliar with the character of these uncles. However, master, if you wish to deal with him, there is no need to consider my feelings. Apart from my brother, I am not well acquainted with the so-called royal relatives." At this point, her eyes gleamed playfully as she remarked, "It would be delightful to give him a good thrashing, preferably turning him into a pig's head, to prevent his daily arrogance." Yiqiu couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle at her words. "This impudent girl, and he is your own uncle, yet you so easily sell him out?" With a faint smile, Yiqiu dismissed the earlier commotion from his mind. To him, the so-called prince was merely a trifling character, easily extinguished with a mere flick of his fingers, unworthy of his concern. His earlier restraint was solely due to Zhao Wan and Appo's involvement. Finally, Yiqiu addressed Situ Chanfeng, stating, "Situ, I do not wish for such occurrences to transpire a second time. Do you understand?" Hearing Yiqiu's calm tone, Situ Chanfeng felt a chill of dread wash over him. Those seemingly casual words bore an immense weight of pressure. At their level of strength, emotions were volatile and inscrutable. One could never predict what might provoke a swift retribution. I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure such incidents never occur again," Situ Chanfeng replied, his heart still racing. Yiqiu nodded, allowing him to attend to his duties, for he would still rely on him for future business. At this moment, in the elegant private room, Prince Zhao Fu sat down with a sullen expression. The more he thought about the earlier incident, the angrier he became. How infuriating! Which family's child dares to disregard my authority? He slammed his fist against the armrest. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered, looking troubled. "Your Highness, we have just investigated, but found no useful information. We cannot ascertain where this individual came from. He does not appear to be from a prominent family." "What?" Zhao Fu and Appo's brows furrowed at the news. It was impossible. Situ Chanfeng had treated him with such courtesy, indicating that his background must be extraordinary. "Continue the investigation. I want clarity on this matter. If you fail to uncover the truth, do not return," Zhao Fu said with a menacing tone. The servant, drenched in cold sweat, quickly exited the private room to pursue further inquiries about Yiqiu. However, how could he possibly uncover the truth? Yiqiu was not of the mundane world, but rather the head of the celestial repair sect. Had he been bolder and investigated in that direction, he might have discovered some clues. Unfortunately, he had convinced himself that Yi Qiu was merely a scion of a noble family, insistent on finding a scapegoat among the young masters active in Guangling City. Chapter 123. Raising the price? Oh, that is my collection soon. The auction officially commenced. Yi Qiu sat by the window, observing the scene below with clarity. The host slowly ascended the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction has now begun. Let us welcome our first item of the collection. As his words faded, a cabinet was pushed onto the stage, settling elegantly at the center of the auction hall. The moment the item was revealed, the crowd erupted in excitement. A rare treasure. Has the treasure pavilion gone mad today, bringing forth such an exquisite artifact for auction? The atmosphere surged with energy, directly opposite the Tianzi private room. Upon seeing the item, Zhao Fu's eyes glimmered with intensity. Yi Qiu captured this moment, and an intriguing idea sparked in his mind. Noticing Yi Qiu's provocative gaze, Zhao Fu shot him a glance, filled with disdain. Humph. This inexperienced brat is merely flaunting his family's influence here. I shall see what he can acquire shortly. In terms of wealth, Zhao Fu believed he was no less than anyone else. Having just lost face, he was determined to regain it in this auction. Moreover, he had already set his sights on this exquisite treasure and could not let it slip away. This sword, named Qi Xian, is a supreme artifact. I trust that those present are more aware than I of its rarity. Without further ado, the bidding starts at 100,000 silver. You may now begin to bid. As the host's final words rang out, the hall fell into silence. The attendees hesitated to call out bids, casting their gazes upward. They awaited the reactions of the distinguished guests seated in the private rooms. After a few seconds of quietude, lights illuminated the Tianzi private room. 1 billion. Instantly, the room was filled with astonishment. What? The opening bid was 1,200,000,000 silver? The crowd erupted in commotion. While Zhao Fu's face turned a deep shade of anger, holding his 1 million bid card, suddenly feeling utterly embarrassed. How infuriating. This brat is clearly trying to provoke me. Looking up at the Tianzi private room, Zhao Fu glared, fully aware of the mocking glint in Yi Qiu's eyes, as if he were merely observing a clown. Your Highness, this is not advisable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And in a moment of impulse, Zhao Fu raised a bid card. His attendant was taken aback, unable to halt him. 10 billion. With that, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Who is this? To openly challenge the highest bid right from the start, the tension in the air was palpable. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. Typically, such aggressive bidding indicates one of two possibilities. Either the bidders harbor enmity towards each other, or they simply cannot stand one another. Otherwise, who would directly bid the maximum amount from the outset? At that moment, within the Xuanzi private room, a woman in red observed the Tianzi and Dizzy private rooms with curiosity. Turning to her attendant, she instructed, investigate who those two individuals are. Understood. The coldly composed attendant replied, exiting the room. Master, should we bid on this item? Inquired the attendant beside her. The woman in red pondered briefly before responding. Let us refrain. We came to investigate the source of the anomalies and are not yet familiar with the situation in Liyang. It would be wise to avoid provoking the prominent families here. Understood. The attendant nodded, her gaze returning to the auction floor. At this point, the atmosphere had escalated dramatically due to Zhao Fu's 10 billion bid. The host was left dumbfounded. He had expected the item to fetch a maximum of 1 million. Who would have thought the Tianzi guest would start with 1 billion? And now, the Dizzy room had outdone that with 10 billion, equivalent to a staggering 10 million gold. After Zhao Fu's bid, he cast a challenging glance at Yi Qiu, seemingly taunting. You think you're something, don't you? Go ahead, bid again. He was aware that if Yi Qiu dared to call out another bid, he would not respond, letting Yi Qiu suffer the consequences. However, to his astonishment, Yi Qiu merely regarded him with amusement before slowly retreating from the window, disappearing from sight. What? He is not bidding anymore? Zhao Fu was momentarily flabbergasted. Is he toying with me? 15 billion. He called out, his voice filled with frustration. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and all present gasped in shock. 15 billion? This far exceeded the value of the artifact. Has he lost his sanity? Zhao Fu understood this well, yet he felt compelled to maintain his pride. After calling out, he shot another defiant look at Yi Qiu, as if daring him to bid again. However, Yi Qiu simply regarded him with an amused glance before gradually withdrawing from the window, vanishing from view. What? Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fu was left utterly bewildered. He is not bidding anymore. 15 billion, first call. 15 billion, second call. 15 billion, third call. Congratulations to the esteemed Dizzy guest for successfully acquiring this supreme sword. As the final confirmation from the host echoed, Zhao Fu had won the Qi Xian sword for 15 billion. Once the price was set, there could be no turning back. Zhao Fu understood the rules of the treasure pavilion well. At that moment, regret washed over him like a tidal wave. After years of hunting, today he had been outsmarted. However, he could still afford this price, even if it meant a loss. At least he had managed to one-up Yuchio, which provided him with some solace. Meanwhile, in the Tianzi private room, Lin Qizhu turned to her master after the host's announcement, curiosity evident in her eyes. Master, isn't that sword yours? Why are you bidding on it? Indeed. Zhao Wan'er echoed, puzzled. Isn't Qixin your own? Why bid on your own sword? How peculiar. Yuchio feigned surprise. Is that so? Lin Qizhu, with her innocent demeanor, replied earnestly, yes, you were just organizing it, weren't you? Yuchio smiled lightly, ruffling her hair. Perhaps I misremembered. Thankfully, I didn't win it. That would have been a significant loss. I must have misremembered, Yuchio said with a teasing smile, clearly reveling in the moment. Lin Qizhu paused for a moment, pondering, and then a realization dawned upon her. She stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling playfully. Master, you're so mischievous. How can you be so crafty? Zhao Wan'er added with a hint of concern, having genuinely believed Yuchio sought to acquire the sword. The opening bid of 1 billion had startled both of them. When did Master come into such wealth? Yuchio calmly picked up the tea beside him and took a leisurely sip, his heart brimming with amusement. This old man, sending money my way, appears elated, thinking he has triumphed. How amusing. In the future, please do call upon me for such matters. I am not one to shy away from embarrassment. As the host's voice resonated below, announcing the commencement of the second auction item, Yuchio suppressed his laughter, feigning a visage of fury, as if he were consumed by rage over his recent auction setback. Observing this scene, Zhao Fu felt an immense satisfaction within. The money spent was indeed worthwhile. Competing with me? You still have much to learn. By all means, continue to bid. I am curious to see what you can acquire today. For I am not lacking in wealth. With a sense of hidden delight, Zhao Fu stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. His aged hand reached towards the lady beside him. Invigorated by a pleasant mood, feeling a resurgence of vitality, the elderly remained spirited, and my prowess has not waned. As the artifact was gradually lifted onto the table, the eyes of all present became entranced. A low-grade spiritual weapon? The astounding spiritual energy emanating from it instantly captured the attention of countless individuals. How could this be? Such spiritual weapons are exceedingly rare treasures, difficult for even ordinary families to procure. Yet, today, this treasure pavilion dares to auction it? In an instant, everyone was taken aback. For them, this was the finest magical artifact in existence. Even a precious artifact would be regarded as a treasured possession in their eyes, let alone a spiritual weapon. Gazing at the 9-section whip quietly resting on the table, excitement surged among the crowd. Zhao Fu's expression mirrored their astonishment, his eyes reflecting a fervent obsession. The host then introduced, this whip is named the Chaotic Shadow 9-section whip, classified as a low-grade spiritual weapon. I need not elaborate on its formidable nature. As practitioners, you are surely more aware of its power than I. The bidding commenced, with the opening bid set at 1 million. As the host and Oppo's words fell, the price lit up instantly, 1 billion. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. What? Again? Is this a reaction to the earlier setback? Many began to speculate, recalling how Yi Qiu and Zhao Fu had previously failed to secure the exquisite sword. Now, were they redirecting their ambitions towards the spiritual weapon, seeking to challenge Zhao Fu once more? With this thought, the spectators adopted a mindset of entertainment. Zhao Fu merely smiled slightly, thinking, still unconvinced? Today, I shall ensure you are utterly convinced. With that, he silently raised the bid, 15 billion. Merely 15 billion. Yi Qiu feigned disdain, his expression suggesting an unwavering confidence that he could secure this artifact. The bidding continued, 20 billion. Chapter 124. You and Oppos, VE grown clever, Haven and Oppos, TU? 2 billion. My goodness, in all my years, I have never encountered such a vast sum of money. How many years would it take to spend it all? At that moment, the atmosphere in the room reached a peak. 2 billion taels of silver, which equates to 20 million gold. I must admit, this Prince Gong is truly wealthy. Yi Qiu could not help but turn to Zhao Wan'er and inquire, is it common for the princes of Liang to possess such wealth? Zhao Wan'er pouted and replied, each prince of Liang holds their own fief, and this Prince Gong's territory is Guangling City. Guangling is indeed a major city, and the annual tax revenue alone exceeds this amount. Yi Qiu pondered, realizing that the secular dynasty was indeed overflowing with riches. In comparison, he now understood just how impoverished he had previously been. As the head of a prestigious lineage, he had not a single coin to his name. Of course, this was only a theoretical poverty. Should Yi Qiu wish to be wealthy, it would be quite simple. He could easily sell a treasure left by the Xiantian Taoist for far more than this sum. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Yi Qiu smiled faintly, suddenly finding Zhao Fu increasingly agreeable. However, a moment later, his expression shifted, and he glared at Zhao Fu, exclaiming, 30 billion. His demeanor suggested an emotional outburst. Seeing this, Zhao Fu chuckled to himself. Is this just a mere child unable to maintain composure? With a calm smile, Zhao Fu felt assured of victory and continued, 40 billion. He seemed determined to completely suppress Yi Qiu and Appo's arrogance, showing indifference to the price. As the bidding reached its limit, Yi Qiu finally allowed a smirk to break through. At that moment, Zhao Fu realized something was amiss. Oh no, this lad is playing me. Zhao Fu's expression darkened, his gaze fixed angrily on Yi Qiu's meaningful smile, his heart swelling with frustration. It became clear to him that Yi Qiu had no intention of bidding. He was merely raising the price to force him to spend heavily. Realizing this, Zhao Fu slammed the table in anger, feeling as though he might vomit blood. Damn it. Continue investigating. Uncover every detail about him. Playing me? He will pay dearly for this. Before long, the second item was successfully acquired by Zhao Fu for 40 billion. However, as he obtained the spiritual artifact, he suddenly felt it was not as satisfying as he had anticipated. Initially, he believed he could leverage his power to negotiate a better price. But he had never expected to encounter someone who would not give him any face. Having learned his lesson after several rounds of this, he resolved never to fall for Yi Qiu's tricks again. Returning to his seat, Yi Qiu sighed in contentment. 40 billion? Haha. Are the old folks nowadays so easily deceived? A sudden pang of guilt struck him. I hope I Haven Tea swindled him out of all his savings. Surely not. Zhao Wanner had just mentioned that the princes of Liang are fabulously wealthy. Now, Yi Qiu merely needed to wait for the auction to conclude and for the funds to be transferred. At that point, he could cash out and multiply his profits. However, he felt the current multiplier was not substantial enough. Perhaps, if he could secure Mingyue and bind their fate, he could achieve a tenfold increase? Yes, that seems feasible. With an inner wicked smile, he recalled the shy demeanor of his junior sister, and a profound sense of guilt washed over him. Yet, the thrill was intoxicating. The auction continued until the seventh item was unveiled, at which point Yi Qiu slowly rose from his seat. A few individuals carefully brought forth a vibrant red flower and placed it on the counter. The host introduced it, saying, "This flower is known as manjasaka, or the red spider lily. It is a mid-grade spiritual herb. Consuming it can enhance one's root constitution and comprehension, aiding in the improvement of cultivation." As the host finished speaking, the room erupted in excitement. The red spider lily? Yi Qiu gazed at the strikingly beautiful flower below and smiled slightly. Master, does this flower truly possess any remarkable qualities? Lin Qizhu observed Yi Qiu's interest with curiosity. It is merely a mid-grade spiritual herb, which might be considered a treasure by others, but to us, it hardly holds significance. Any of the treasures Yi Qiu has gifted us far surpass this flower. Little did they realize that Yi Qiu was not captivated by the flower itself, but rather its potential. He explained, if it were solely for consumption, this herb would indeed not be considered a treasure. However, it possesses other benefits. What benefits? They both asked in unison. Alchemical purposes. What? They were momentarily taken aback. And Yi Qiu continued, according to ancient texts, there exists a particularly rare elixir known as the 9 Transformations Golden Elixir. Possessing just one of these allows for instant ascension. Of course, this is merely a legend, and the actual effects remain unverified. The key ingredient for crafting this elixir is this dual-bloom spider lily. At that point, Yi Qiu's expression turned slightly disappointed as he added, unfortunately, this particular flower is of too low a grade, being merely a mid-grade herb. And it is not a dual bloom. Nevertheless, it may still suffice for concocting a lower-tiered golden elixir. What? The two women were elated and immediately urged, then master, why not acquire it right away? Well, Yi Qiu replied indifferently, already aware of his intentions, as he slowly made his way to the bidding window. Upon seeing him reappear, the crowd grew animated once more. Is he back again? It seems we are in for another show. It appeared that every time Yi Qiu appeared, Zhao Fu would incur substantial losses. Would Zhao Fu fall for the trap again this time? In the private box, Zhao Fu's expression darkened upon seeing Yi Qiu's return. Damn it, this brat dares to show his face again. A nearby attendant cautioned, my lord. We must not engage with him further. This lad is merely raising the stakes to toy with you. Zhao Fu shot him a fierce glare, rebuking him. Silence. Do you think I cannot see through this? He added with determination. This time, I will not be fooled. As the host announced the auction and Appo's commencement, Yi Qiu gradually revealed his bid. This time, he did not shout a high price immediately, but understatedly offered 10 million. He also shot Zhao Fu a provocative glance. Upon seeing this, Zhao Fu and Appo's expression darkened. You think you can rile me again? This infuriating brat truly believes I am a fool. Zhao Fu would not fall for it this time. The first time Yi Qiu raised the bid to 1 billion, he had been tricked and suffered a significant loss. The second time, Yi Qiu employed the same tactic, raising the bid to 10 billion, which made Zhao Fu believe he had lost his composure. Little did he know, Yi Qiu was merely toying with him. Now, with a bid of 10 million, what new game was he playing? Zhao Fu was genuinely perplexed. But Yi Qiu's taunting gaze made it clear that there was trickery afoot. After calculating his finances, he realized that the silver he had brought was insufficient. If the most significant treasure had yet to appear, he could not afford to get carried away. I must endure. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Fu, who had always been at odds with Yi Qiu, surprisingly restrained himself this time. How intriguing. In another private box, a woman dressed in red seemed to sense something and smiled faintly. Curiosity swelled within her. Who could this young master from a prominent family be, that he could so thoroughly manipulate Zhao Fu? Now, he had become a frightened bird, daring not to call for even 10 million? Lord, a maid slowly entered from behind. Her voice cold as she declared, "We have ascertained that the guest in the private room marked with the character Furley is none other than Princely Yang, Zhao Fu. As for the guest in the private room marked with Tian, we have yet to uncover any details, though reports suggest that the proprietor of Xuanyang Tower, Sidu Changfeng, treated him with considerable courtesy, indicating he must possess significant stature." The lady in red paused momentarily, nodding slightly. "I understand. You may leave." After a moment of contemplation, she murmured to herself, "Who is this individual? To receive such deference from Sidu Changfeng, he must be far from ordinary." Unable to unravel the mystery, she chose not to dwell further. Since Zhao Fu refrained from taking action, others merely observed, for Yi Qiu was a distinguished guest in the Tian private room. Generally, those who could enter such esteemed quarters were not common folk. Unless they coveted something desperately, no one wished to offend him. Yi Qiu found himself speechless. He had just spent 10 million to procure the red shore flower? How surprising, this old man seemed less gullible than he had anticipated. Amused, Yi Qiu speculated that perhaps he had fallen for the bait twice, and was now wary. With the final gavel strike, Yi Qiu successfully acquired the red shore flower. With his prize secured, he felt little interest in the remaining auction items. At this point, the auction was nearing its conclusion. With only 2 final treasures remaining, a set of inner armor and the Ghost King needle. As Zhao Fu had grown vigilant, Yi Qiu chose not to deceive him further and allowed the others to bid as they pleased. After all, he had already profited sufficiently. With this newfound wealth, he could procure more herbs and commence his alchemical pursuits. However, Yi Qiu was somewhat astonished when someone dared to raise the bidding against Zhao Fu for the last 2 treasures, driving the price to an astounding 100 billion. This revelation truly surprised him. Casting a deep glance at the lady in red from the Xin private room, confusion filled Yi Qiu's mind. Why was she so intensely interested in the Ghost King needle? Unable to fathom the reasoning, he decided not to dwell on it. "Let us go. There is still time to reach Bulow Mountain," Yi Qiu remarked casually, preparing to push open the door to leave. He felt no need to fret over matters beyond his control, trusting that Sidu Changfeng would adeptly manage everything, ensuring that the funds from this auction, along with the herbs he had commissioned, would be delivered to Zixia Peak after deducting the necessary fees. What? How much are the fees? Sidu Changfeng likely has an idea. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Yi Qiu informed Sidu Changfeng briefly before preparing to depart for Bulow Mountain with his 2 disciples. "At that moment, kid, you've provoked me. And you think you can walk away?" Chapter 125. Zhao Yi steps in. "Address me as His Highness," a voice filled with fury echoed through the empty streets as Zhao Fu emerged from the treasure pavilion, his expression dark and brooding. Yi Qiu turned back, casting a fleeting glance at him, accompanied by a faint smile. "Heh, does this old man think he can offer me money?" He mused silently, intrigued and curious to see Zhao Fu's intentions. "You, regardless of who you are, have offended me today, and there will be no escape for you," Zhao Fu declared coldly, waving his hand, summoning dozens of men who swiftly surrounded Yi Qiu. "This is Guangling City, my territory. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide here?" His anger had clouded his judgment, for Yi Qiu had caused him significant losses. He could not bear the humiliation any longer and had summoned a large contingent of guards from Guangling City, even calling upon the general from the general's mansion. The streets erupted into chaos as the formidable army began to mobilize, leaving the onlookers stunned. "Isn't that the army from the general's mansion? What is happening? Why has everyone been summoned?" The citizens were left in a state of confusion, their hearts heavy with trepidation. In front of the auction house, Yi Qiu watched this unfold with indifference, while Lin Qizhu silently positioned her hand on the Zixia sword, preparing for battle. Suddenly, a burly figure clad in armor approached, riding a unicorn. "I am the subordinate, Wang Yi, and I pay my respects to the prince." Wang Yi bowed before Zhao Fu, and in that moment, The aura of the fifth realm of divine concealment radiated from him. The crowd gasped in shock at this revelation. The fifth realm of divine concealment. Faced with the dense formation of troops and the presence of such a formidable warrior, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Who was this individual that even the Prince of Qiong could not offend, prompting the general's involvement? Zhao Fu's face broke into a smile as he saw Wang Yi approach. Haha, General Wang, you have finally arrived. The arrival of Wang Yi brought Zhao Fu a sense of security. He stepped forward to confront Yi Qiu, declaring, "Boy, today I shall see how you escape. Prepare to summon your elders to the royal mansion for your rescue." With a commanding shout, he ordered, "Seize them." In an instant, all the soldiers unsheathed their swords and charged forward. "Stop!" A cold snort pierced the air as Situ Changfeng emerged, his countenance a stormy shade of gray. Seeing him, Wang Yi sneered, "Situ Changfeng, do you really wish to intervene in the affairs of my general's mansion? Are you not concerned about your Xuanyang Tower's future in Guangling City?" At this, Situ Changfeng's expression shifted momentarily, but then regained composure. Haha, absurd, utterly absurd. He laughed heartily, acknowledging that Xuanyang Tower had thrived in Guangling City for so many years, requiring some level of appeasement to the general and Appo's mansion. However, today circumstances were different. If they were targeting someone else, he would have remained uninvolved. But since they had offended Yi Qiu, the situation had changed entirely. To curry favor with a supreme being is far more advantageous than to ingratiate oneself with any dynasty. Understand that the influence of a supreme being cannot be compared to that of a mere dynasty. Situ Changfeng boldly approached, his voice filled with defiance. "Wang Yi, do you know who you have offended today?" Wang Yi's expression faltered as he realized he was unaware of Yi Qiu's true identity. Summoned by Zhao Fu to bolster his position, he held a rank comparable to Zhao Fu's and commanded troops. He was a significant regional official. Yet stationed within Zhao Fu and Appo's territory, he had to show some respect, for he was a royal relative. However, hearing Zhao Fu and Appo's words made him reconsider. Could it be that this person was beyond my reach? Enough of this pretentiousness. Zhao Fu interjected, stepping forward with a sinister demeanor. "I care not who you are. Having offended me, no one can save you today. Situ Changfeng, think carefully. Having crossed me, Xuanyang Tower shall not operate in my domain." Situ Changfeng responded with a cold laugh. "You are but a frog in a well. How dare you be so arrogant in this insignificant city of Guangling?" He raised his right hand, and in an instant, over 1,000 people surged forth from the treasure pavilion, all fierce cultivators brimming with combat prowess. Wang Yi and Appo's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Situ Changfeng, do you truly dare to oppose me?" he challenged. Suddenly, applause rang out, cutting through the tension. "Ah, splendid, truly splendid." Yi Qiu emerged leisurely from the crowd, wearing an enigmatic expression, half smiling as he regarded Wang Yi and Zhao Fu. Stretching lazily, he remarked, "It seems I cannot leave Guangling City without a bit of exercise today. Very well, since both of you are so eager, I shall indulge you." At these words, Situ Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically. He understood Yi Qiu's formidable strength all too well. If he truly unleashed his fury, would there be any survivors in Guangling City? He hastily urged, "Esteemed one, please do not take offense. Such trivial matters should not trouble you personally. Allow me to handle this. For the sake of the city's inhabitants," Situ Changfeng boldly implored, well aware of the terror that a supreme being could unleash. With a single strike, the city could be laid to waste. As the manager of Xuanyang Tower, he had developed an attachment to the city over the years and could not bear to see it destroyed due to the folly of these two fools. Yi Qiu glanced back at Situ Changfeng, recognizing his sincerity and the assistance he had rendered. Thus, he decided to grant him a favor. However, he spoke with irritation. "Manager Situ, my patience is limited. I shall give you 3 minutes. If the matter cannot be resolved, I shall take matters into my own hands. Rest assured, esteemed one, I will resolve this." Situ Changfeng exhaled in relief, for his greatest fear was that Yi Qiu would not acquiesce. He dared not envision the number of innocent lives that could be lost due to Zhao Fu's foolishness. As the atmosphere grew tense, both sides prepared for conflict. Unwilling to yield, suddenly, a procession appeared in the distance, hastening towards the street. The crowd turned their attention as a luxurious carriage approached, unmistakably a royal conveyance. What is happening? Another group has arrived? The onlookers were astonished, their curiosity about Yi Qiu's identity deepening. Who was he to attract such significant figures? As the carriage drew nearer, a young man descended from it, possessing striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. Upon his appearance, the expressions of all present shifted. His Highness the Crown Prince. It was none other than Zhao Yi, the Crown Prince of Liang. Zhao Yi, with a solemn countenance, hastily descended from the carriage and strode directly towards Yi Qiu. Upon seeing him arrive, Zhao Fu assumed he had come to support him, and an instant smile spread across his face. Just as he was about to greet them, Zhao Yi completely disregarded him and strode directly towards Yiqiu. Zhao Fu's expression instantly shifted, and Wang Yi was equally taken aback. Li Yang, Zhao Yi, pays respects to the esteemed Yuzhenren. Zhao Yi approached with an air of humility, bowing deeply. At that moment, his back was already drenched with sweat, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He felt an immense sense of relief that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Zhao Fu might have inadvertently brought calamity upon the Li Yang dynasty. Who was Yiqiu? Zhao Yi was acutely aware, having heard countless terrifying rumors about him in recent times. The Grand Elder of the sacred land of the unaging mountain, Tianjizi, had been slain by him with a single sword strike. His strength was unfathomable. He had never anticipated that Zhao Fu would have the audacity to provoke such a formidable figure. Upon seeing Zhao Yi's arrival, Zhao Wan'er, who had been quietly standing behind, felt a surge of joy. She stepped out from behind Yiqiu, her heart brimming with happiness. This was her beloved elder brother, who had always cared for her and spoiled her throughout her childhood. Turning affectionately to Zhao Wan'er, Zhao Yi gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "Little girl, it has been a few months since we last met. Have you been well?" Zhao Wan'er replied with a warm smile. "Yes, I've been very happy on the mountain. My master and senior sister have treated me well." "That's good to hear. I had considered visiting Zixia Peak to see you soon, but it seems that may no longer be necessary." As he spoke, Zhao Yi's expression darkened, recalling Zhao Fu and Wang Yi's earlier actions, which filled him with anger. "Jinren, I sincerely apologize for my Uncle Wang's ignorance and the offense he caused you. I am here to express my regrets." Yiqiu cast a faint glance at him, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that in just a few months, the fortune surrounding this young man had grown increasingly potent. How intriguing. Could it be the Zhao family's fortune? It appeared that the Li Yang dynasty might rise during his generation. Before Yiqiu could respond, Zhao Fu, unable to contain himself any longer, demanded, "Nephew, what do you mean by this? Are you really choosing to side with him?" In that moment, Zhao Fu was blinded by fury, unable to comprehend why. Despite C2 Changfeng's siding with Yiqiu, Zhao Yi, his own nephew, would do the same. Could this man's background truly be as terrifying as rumored? Zhao Yi coldly turned his head and declared, "Silence. Address me as His Highness the Crown Prince." At this proclamation, Zhao Fu's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 126. This old man. A great benefactor, Zhao Yi's words undoubtedly struck Zhao Fu with the weight of a heavy blow. As the crown prince and future heir, Zhao Fu's status demanded that even a prince like himself must show utmost respect, bowing and addressing him as Your Highness. However, being uncle and nephew, their relationship had always been relatively informal, allowing for the omission of many formalities. Yet now, the implication behind Zhao Yi and Appo's words was glaringly clear. There were no familial ties here, only a distinction of rank. Zhao Fu could not fathom why Zhao Yi would treat him this way for Yiqiu. Anger boiled within him, yet he had no choice but to bow his head. "Your Highness," he uttered respectfully, but his expression darkened significantly. Wang Yi, too, was taken aback, realizing that he had unwittingly provoked someone of considerable consequence. If even the crown prince treated this person with such deference, how could he possibly afford to offend him? Regret surged through him, cursing Zhao Fu inwardly. How reckless of this old fool to drag me into his predicament. Though he had yet to make a move, the army had already assembled, and the intent was unmistakable. At this juncture, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not clarify. "Your Highness, I merely came to observe. This matter has nothing to do with me." Wang Yi hastily tried to explain, desperate to salvage something, as he had no intention of losing his position as a general over a trivial affair. "Humph." Zhao Yi cast a cold glance at him and said, "Do you know whom you have offended today?" The two men trembled in response, quickly inquiring, "Who?" Zhao Yi slowly approached, his voice icy. "This is none other than Yuzhenren, the white-clad sword immortal from the Bui Tian sect, known for his prowess at Zixia Peak. How audacious you are to provoke the Supreme Being. Do you not value your lives?" At the revelation of Yiqiu's identity, the crowd was instantly stunned. Disbelief etched on their faces. "Is he truly the legendary white-clad sword immortal?" They gasped. "Incredible, the Supreme is so young. Just as the legends say, clad in white and exuding grace." Everyone had heard of Yiqiu, but few had ever laid eyes on him. Now, with Zhao Yi and Appo's declaration, they were left in a daze. Zhao Fu was especially horrified, his face draining of color. "No, it can't be he is Yiqiu." In that moment, regret washed over him, having assumed Yiqiu was merely a young master from an affluent family, never anticipating he was a legendary supreme. Wang Yi's complexion turned pale, and a sudden urge to strangle Zhao Fu surged within him. "Damn it, I'm merely at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. and I came here to play along with your nonsense. You never mentioned he was a supreme. He cursed inwardly, realizing that in his eyes, a fifth-level practitioner was no more significant than an ant that could be easily crushed. At that instant, Wang Yi fell to his knees in front of Zhao Yi, pleading, "Your Highness, save me. I am innocent. It was the prince who summoned me. I know nothing of these matters. I implore you, for the sake of my years of loyal service to Liang, guarding our borders, grant me mercy." His gratitude was palpable. Even a fool would understand how to act now. After all, this was a supreme being, capable of causing his very existence to vanish with a mere flick of his hand. How could you, Wang Yi? Zhao Fu's expression darkened, furious at Wang Yi's blatant betrayal. What do you mean? I considered you a close confidant, yet you seek to harm me? This matter will not end here. Wang Yi retorted, his patience wearing thin. This fool had dragged him into trouble, and he felt it was only fair to give Zhao Fu a taste of his own medicine. Meanwhile, a group of figures stood quietly at a distance, observing the unfolding drama. Among them, a striking woman in red caught the eye. She was the esteemed guest from the previous private room, the white-clad sword immortal. Is it truly him? Hong Lian pondered, her expression taken aback, as she processed the revelation. She had not anticipated that Dong Wang would produce such a remarkable talent, achieving the pinnacle of the supreme at such a young age. Given time, would he not ascend to the throne, perhaps even reaching the status of an earthly emperor? The thought sent a chill through her, leaving her in awe. Master, should we not approach him? It could prove beneficial for our inquiry into the source of the anomalies. One of her attendants cautiously suggested. However, Hong Lian waved her hand dismissively. Not yet. The time is not ripe. I have a feeling we will have another opportunity. With that, she turned and disappeared down the street. In the meantime, Zhao Yi seethed with anger, casting a cold gaze at the remorseful Wang Yi. Despite his transgressions today, Zhao Yi could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. After all, Wang Yi had patrolled the borders for years, accumulating merit, if not accolades. Dismissing him from his post would leave an irreplaceable void. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi coldly stated, "General Wang, understand this. All your authority has been bestowed upon you by my father. Your true master is my father, not any prince. Today, I will choose to overlook this incident. But should it occur again, you know the consequences." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi and Apos' complexion turned ashen, his heart sinking into despair. Zhao Yi and Apos' admonition was unmistakable, reminding him to remain cognizant of his position. As a general, it was unacceptable to command troops without the emperor and Apos' orders, especially to support Zhao Fu. I understand, Wang Yi replied, lowering his head, trembling. A genuine fear gripped him, and he felt immense gratitude for Zhao Yi's leniency. Had Zhao Yi chosen to pursue this matter, Wang Yi knew he would face certain death. Even if Yi Qiu did not kill him, he would be executed under the accusation of conspiracy. Zhao Yi regarded Wang Yi thoughtfully before turning back to Yi Qiu, hoping to intercede on his behalf. "Jinren, see how sincerely Wang Yi has repented. Could you spare his life?" With a pleading look, Zhao Yi desperately signaled to Zhao Wan'er. "Sister, I have helped you so many times. Now it is your turn to repay me. You are his cherished disciple. Your relationship with him holds weight. You must plead for him." My words may carry little weight in his eyes. Zhao Yi was inwardly anxious, acutely aware that Yi Qiu was a supreme. With such power, why would he feel compelled to show favor to a mere prince? It was not merely his status that mattered. Even the emperor would not guarantee favor if Yi Qiu felt slighted. This was no jest. Zhao Yi only dared to plead on Wang Yi and Apos' behalf because of his connection to Zhao Wan and Apos'. Otherwise, he would care little for Wang Yi and Apos' fate. Zhao Wan and Apos', sensing Zhao Yi and Apos' urgent signals, felt a pang of distress, torn by her conflicting emotions. She did not wish to put her master in a difficult position by compromising his principles for her sake. Yet, seeing her brother's desperate plea tugged at her heart. Gently, she tugged at Yi Qiu's sleeve, speaking cautiously, "Master." Though General Wang spoke thoughtlessly, he did not resort to violence. "Perhaps, could you spare him this once?" Yi Qiu responded with a faint smile, "Very well." Wang Yi's life and death were merely a trivial matter to him. He had never taken it to heart. Today's farce was entirely instigated by Zhao Fu. Ultimately, Wang Yi was just a pawn in this game. However, Yi Qiu turned to Zhao Wan and Apos' and remarked, "My disciple, possessing a kind heart is indeed a virtue, yet at times, such kindness may lead to one's downfall. This incident may be dismissed, but I hope you grasp an essential truth." Zhao Wan'er gazed earnestly at Yi Qiu, absorbing his teachings. Her heart stirred with profound realization. "Master, please enlighten me," she implored. Yi Qiu slowly articulated, "To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself." A tremor coursed through Zhao Wan and Apos', Her heart as the weight of his words settled within her. The path of cultivation is fraught with treachery. Who can foresee if the adversary you spare today might one day strike at your back? Master, I comprehend, Zhao Wan'er affirmed solemnly, nodding in earnest acknowledgement. Yi Qiu felt a sense of satisfaction. To him, Wang Yi and Zhao Fu posed no genuine threat. He merely sought to impart a lesson to the two young girls, helping them grasp this pivotal truth. Young women often embody innocence and kindness, which sometimes leads them to hesitate in dealing with foes. Very well. Yi Qiu turned slowly. Speaking with a calm demeanor, for Wan'er's sake, I shall let this matter pass today. However, his gaze shifted toward Zhao Fu amid the crowd, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The memory of Zhao Fu's frantic attempts to shower him with wealth brought amusement to his heart. This old man was indeed a benefactor. The earlier offering was insufficient, and now he had come knocking at Yi Qiu's door again, truly a generous soul. Yi Qiu pondered how to concoct another excuse to extort him further when Zhao Fu unwittingly presented himself. Approaching Wang Yi, who trembled and averted his gaze, Yi Qiu stated flatly, "You may leave." Wang Yi, elated and relieved, exhaled a sigh of gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your magnanimity. I shall take my leave immediately." With a flourish, he signaled his soldiers, retreating in a panic, fearing Yi Qiu might change his mind, disappearing in an instant. "Goodness," Zhao Yi observed, his expression darkening. "This fellow fled with remarkable speed. How embarrassing. A general of such stature, yet so lacking in composure. Darting away like a frightened rabbit at the slightest hint of danger. Could such a man truly safeguard the borders?" Zhao Yi couldn't help but doubt. However, on second thought, it made sense. Wang Yi had never quailed before an opposing dynasty's vast army. Yet faced with a supreme power, he was merely an insignificant insect. How could he not be afraid? Even a sect leader would tremble before such might. Yi Qiu approached Zhao Fu, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed the fear and uncertainty etched on the old man's pale face. "I've heard you possess quite the courage." "Old man." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately lowered his head, shaking it vigorously. "And no, I am but a small coward." In that moment, Zhao Fu wished for death, realizing Yi Qiu was a supreme being. He had initially believed he could manipulate Yi Qiu to retrieve funds from his family to offset his losses. Who could have foreseen that the true fool was himself? Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. "Where has your bravado gone? Weren't you intending to confront me? Esteemed one, I was unaware of your true identity and inadvertently offended you. I am willing to make amends. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall gladly provide." Zhao Fu stammered, desperately hoping for mercy. Hearing this, Yi Qiu chuckled. "Ah, how thoughtful of you. I was just pondering how to broach the subject. And since you are so accommodating, I shall not hold back." This old man was indeed generous, bringing forth both wealth and treasures. Where could one find such a benevolent soul? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Earlier, you seemed to have acquired quite a few treasures, did you not?" His insinuation was clear. Zhao Fu instantly grasped his meaning and promptly presented all the treasures he had just obtained. "Esteemed one, they are all here. Please, take them as my tribute to you." As he relinquished a storage jade, Zhao Fu felt a pang of regret. He had spent hundreds of millions on those treasures, only to lose them before they had even warmed in his possession. He lamented his failure to recognize Yi Qiu's true stature. Realizing too late the gravity of his initial offense, Zhao Fu's insides churned with regret. Who could have imagined that today's experts were so modest? Previously, he had presumed himself safe, thinking Yi Qiu lacked power and was beneath notice. Instead, it turned out that Yi Qiu had viewed him as nothing more than a fool to be toyed with. No wonder Sidu Changfeng had been so obsequious. It appeared he was indeed a supreme powerhouse. In the presence of such strength, what was Zhao Fu, a mere prince of Liang, worth? Yi Qiu remained silent, examining the jade pendant he had received. To his astonishment, nearly half of the items he had sent for auction through Sidu Changfeng were contained within it. Yi Qiu was pleasantly surprised. He had inadvertently profited handsomely, reclaiming treasures along the way. Such fortune was rare indeed. No wonder this old man was deemed a benefactor. With a calm demeanor, Yi Qiu accepted the jade pendant, stating, "Considering you are my disciple's uncle and have shown sincere remorse, I shall spare your life today." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu sighed in relief. His back was already drenched with sweat. In his long life, he had never so humbly pleaded for mercy. He regretted not recognizing Yi Qiu's true identity sooner. Casting a glance at Zhao Wan'er beside Yi Qiu, Zhao Fu felt a wave of bitterness. How could he have failed to recognize her presence? Had he realized from the outset, today's events could have been avoided. He lamented the loss of treasures he had finally acquired after much effort, now slipping from his grasp due to his oversight. Earlier, He had learned that Zhao Wan and Apos, or had become Yi Qiu and Apos' disciple, a fact that had made quite a stir in Liyang. The prince of the Hanhai had been forced to select another princess for marriage because of Yi Qiu's influence. As a prince, Zhao Fu was certainly aware of this development. His predicament today could only be attributed to his own carelessness. Gently tapping Zhao Fu's forehead, Yi Qiu remarked with an enigmatic smile, "Let me share a secret with you. The treasures you acquired are actually mine. Thank you for delivering so much wealth to me." With that, Yi Qiu burst into laughter and turned to leave. Ugh. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Your Highness, Your Highness." The attendant nearby hastily assisted him to his feet, expressing concern for his well-being. At that moment, a surge of anger coursed through him. Nearly causing him to lose his breath, he kicked out in frustration. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Zhao Fu's gaze became vacant, as if the light within him had been extinguished. A lifetime of effort had culminated in a fruitless endeavor, leaving him feeling as though he had been merely the tailor for another's success. Previously, Yi Qiu had intentionally driven up the bidding, not with the intention of acquiring these treasures, but rather to provoke him, igniting his anger to inflate the price of what was inherently his. Consequently, he had foolishly given away his wealth, believing he had triumphed in the exchange. What a delusion! As Zhao Fu regained his composure, a sense of despondency settled within him. The sole silver lining was that he had managed to exchange these few treasures for his life, perhaps the only solace in this disheartening situation. Returning to his two disciples, Yi Qiu turned to Zhao Yi and remarked, "You possess great potential. Perhaps the Liyang dynasty will rise to prominence in your generation." Upon receiving Yi Qiu's commendation, Zhao Yi's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed master." Indeed, Yi Qiu chose not to elaborate further and shifted his attention to Situ Chanfeng, teasingly stating, "Master Situ, I appreciate your assistance today. Without you, we might have fallen victim to treachery." "Master, you jest," Situ Chanfeng replied with a wry smile, fully aware of Yi Qiu's playful tone. Unperturbed, he continued, "Esteemed master, I shall deliver the funds from this auction to Zixia Peak once the herbal procurement is completed. How does that sound?" "That is acceptable." Yi Qiu nodded and addressed his two disciples, saying, "Let us depart for the unaging mountain." Chapter 127. The exquisite sword of celestial execution dominates the field. Departing from Guangling, Yi Qiu made his way to the everlasting mountain with his two disciples. Due to numerous prior engagements, they had lost considerable time. He pondered whether the battle at Everlasting Mountain had concluded. If it had, they could seize the moment to cleanse the area. If not, they would crush it utterly. At this moment, within the sacred ground of Everlasting Mountain, a sea of flames engulfed the landscape. Standing before the mountain gate, Ming Tianzheng felt years of pent-up fury surge within him as he beheld the ancient lineage. Kill them all, leave no one alive. With a single command, hundreds of masters sprang into action, joining forces to shatter the protective array of the mountain. Thousands of disciples surged forth, storming into the ancient sanctum. Flames swept across the mountainside, awakening a colossal beast in the skies above. This was the guardian spirit of Everlasting Mountain, a remnant of the Taotai. As it stirred from its slumber, it opened its maw wide, poised to devour all below. Impudent! Meng Tianzheng unleashed his might, initiating the heaven-mending technique. In an instant, the world trembled, enveloped in a mist as the air thickened. Within the powerful domain of the heaven-mending technique, the Taoai's divine abilities faltered. With a furious roar, the divine beast lashed out with its claw, attempting to repel Meng Tianzheng. Undeterred, he slowly drew his sword and swiftly struck, severing one of the beast's legs in a single blow. Gasp! Supreme Being? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Only then did they realize that Meng Tianzheng had achieved the realm of the Supreme Being. Even the venerable Xianyi looked on in astonishment. In truth, Meng Tianzheng had long since ascended to the Supreme Realm, but had chosen to suppress his cultivation. During the opening of the imperial tomb, he remained secluded, honing his Tao heart. Now, consumed by rage, he revealed his true strength, cleaving the Taoai's leg. Despicable! From the rear of the mountain, an elder burst forth, witnessing the disciples of the heaven-mending sect slaughtering his own students. Enraged, he confronted Meng Tianzheng. "How dare you?" The elder was bewildered. He had been in seclusion for many years and was unaware of the events unfolding outside. Even when the elders of Everlasting Mountain had mobilized, they had not disturbed him. He rarely intervened unless the mountain gate was under attack. Gazing at the elder, Meng Tianzheng felt a tremor within. This old fool was still alive. Xianyi was equally taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Meng Tianzheng was all too familiar with this individual. Years ago, after an elder from Everlasting Mountain had provoked him, he had blocked the mountain gate, only to be met with an apology from this very elder. The Grand Elder of Everlasting Mountain, Gong Sunli, Gong Sunli was of the same generation as Xian Tian Daoist and Xianyi Daoist, wielding formidable power in the mid-supreme realm. Only Xian Tian Daoist had been able to suppress him. Others had to bow their heads in respect. It was due to Xian Tian Daoist that Meng Tianzheng had refrained from taking action against him in the past, with Xian Tian Daoist now deceased. The heaven-mending sect found it nearly impossible to contend with Gong Sunli. Before arriving, Meng Tianzheng had assumed Gong Sunli was dead, only to discover that the old coot still drew breath. Now, the situation had become rather precarious. Xianyi suggested, "Nephew, perhaps we should let this matter rest. This old man's strength is unfathomable. Unless my senior brother returns, even united, we may struggle against him." Meng Tianzheng, filled with resentment, felt a pang of pain at the thought of Qi Wuhui's demise. "No. Today's events cannot simply be dismissed. I demand that Everlasting Mountain pay in blood for their debts." Even in the face of Gong Sunli, Meng Tianzheng offered no quarter. Just as he had once boldly blocked the mountain, he was now equally fervent. "Gong Sunli, spare me your words. Today, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of Everlasting Mountain." As his words fell, Meng Tianzheng swiftly swung his sword, embodying both ferocity and brevity. Taken aback by the ferocity of Meng Tianzheng's strike, Gong Sunli was astonished to find that, in but a century, Meng Tianzheng had also reached the supreme realm. In a moment of panic, he witnessed his disciples falling one by one in pools of blood, anguish tearing at his heart. With a single stroke, he managed to repel Meng Tianzheng, demanding, "Meng Tianzheng, Everlasting Mountain and the heaven-mending sect have always kept to our own affairs. The grievances of the past have long been resolved. Do you not fear divine retribution for your brutal actions today? Divine retribution? You brought this upon yourselves," Meng Tianzheng retorted coldly. "Everlasting Mountain dared to believe that the heaven-mending sect was without defenders, killing my junior brother." As he spoke, the pain surged anew in his heart. "Today, I shall make you pay in blood." "What?" Gong Sunli's countenance paled. Everlasting Mountain had slain Meng Tianzheng's junior brother? Which one? He cursed inwardly, demanding to know who had committed such an egregious act. The heaven-mending sect was not to be trifled with. Years ago, an elder from Everlasting Mountain had inadvertently harmed Meng Tianzheng's junior brother, prompting Meng Tianzheng to blockade the mountain gate and deliver a beating that nearly drew the ire of Xian Tian Daoist. Had it not been for Gong Sunli's intervention, offering apologies and healing Meng Tianzheng's junior brother, Everlasting Mountain would have faced annihilation. Now, such a tragedy had recurred, and with greater severity. Gong Sunli seethed with rage. With a fierce stroke, Meng Tianzheng's sword cleaved the mountain in two, infused with wrathful energy. Gong Sunli narrowly evaded the strike, and, still trembling, implored, "Meng, may I offer an explanation? Allow me to investigate this matter. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution." The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Everlasting Mountain. Gong Sunli was ensnared by Meng Tianzheng while Xianyi observed from the sidelines, rendering him unable to rescue the other disciples. If this continued, the ancient lineage would indeed face obliteration. "No need," Meng Tianzheng interrupted, denying him the chance to explain. He unleashed his full power, resolute in his decision to eradicate Everlasting Mountain entirely. Gong Sunli, incensed, found himself angered by Meng Tianzheng's refusal to listen. "Humph. Meng Tianzheng, do you truly believe I fear to kill you?" With an imposing wave, the power of the mid-supreme realm erupted, forcing Meng Tianzheng back. Gong Sunli menacingly declared, "Had it not been for the favor of your senior uncle, Xian Tian Daoist, you would have perished a century ago. I offer you one last chance. Depart from here, and I shall treat this day as though it never occurred." As he surveyed the fallen disciples around him, Gong Sunli's heart bled. This lineage felt as heavy as a mountain. Presently, the tide of battle had turned decidedly against them. The elders and strong practitioners of Everlasting Mountain had been lured away, resulting in a grievous loss of life. With Gong Sunli restrained by Meng Tianzheng, no one remained to stabilize the situation. Should this trend continue, Everlasting Mountain was doomed. To preserve the lineage, he felt compelled to act thus, even if it meant enduring great losses and suffering indignities, for that was far preferable to total annihilation. Meng Tianzheng executed a graceful turn in the air, gently landing beside Xianyi, his face a mask of fury. After his recent trials, he understood the formidable nature of Gong Sunli all too well. As I was about to speak, a figure flew in from the horizon. "Senior brother," Qi Wuhui called out loudly from afar. Upon seeing his appearance, the elders and disciples of the Butian sect were all taken aback. "Is this a ghost?" Meng Tianzheng and Amp Appo's heart trembled as he incredulously gazed at Qi Wuhui, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you're alive? How could this be?" He had personally checked Qi Wuhui's condition and confirmed that he was dead. Yet now he stood before him, and astonishingly, his aura seemed terrifyingly powerful, hinting that he had reached the supreme realm. Most bewildering of all, he appeared to have regained his youth. How could this be possible? Arriving at Ming Tianjing's side, Qi Wuhui hurriedly explained, "Back to you, master brother. It was junior brother Yi who saved me and bestowed upon me a divine elixir, allowing me to be reborn." What? The disciples gasped in astonishment. And the elders looked utterly bewildered. My goodness! Is junior brother Yi so affluent that he can casually give out divine elixirs? They were perplexed. Especially since it was rumored that the two had been at odds. Why had Yi Qiu suddenly been so generous, presenting a divine elixir? Even Ming Tianzhong was taken aback. Yi Qiu had actually been willing to part with a divine elixir to save Qi Wuhui? No one understood better than him the deep-seated animosity between Yi Qiu and Qi Wuhui. He had never anticipated that Yi Qiu would lend a helping hand, let alone resurrect someone from the dead. After Qi Wuhui arrived, everyone was momentarily stunned, their faces filled with shock. At that moment, Gongsun Li also grasped the situation, and his expression turned grim. Ultimately, this is just an excuse you and Amp, Oppos, VE concocted to provoke war with my unaging mountain. Initially aware of his own culpability, Gongsun Li had hoped to defuse tensions. However, upon witnessing the catalyst for discord, the fact that Qi Wuhui was alive, his demeanor shifted entirely. Ming Tianzhong, today I shall make you pay a heavy price. In an instant, Gongsun Li was enveloped in dark clouds, and with a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Roar! The Taotai let out a roar, its severed arm instantaneously restored. It surged skyward, gradually landing at Gongsun Li's feet. Gongsun Li stepped onto its head, and in that moment, an overwhelming force erupted, threatening to annihilate everything. This is bad. Meng Tianjing's expression changed. Gongsun Li was clearly intent on total destruction. He swiftly turned to warn everyone, retreat. As his words fell, he slowly summoned a 7-colored divine stone, surrounded by a sacred light. Butian technique. The crowd gasped, realizing Ming Tianzhong was once again invoking the Butian technique. However, unlike the previous instance, this time he used a divine stone as a catalyst to unleash a radiant spectrum of holy light, exponentially amplifying its power. Even Xianyi was taken aback. Feeling the pressure intensify, the battle at the pinnacle of the supreme realm erupted instantly, prompting everyone to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Faced with Gongsun Li's overwhelming force, Meng Tianzhong did not yield in the slightest. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. Even if Qi Wuhui had not perished, the conflict between their sects had reached an irreconcilable juncture. With a full-throttle explosion, Gongsun Li channeled all his might into the Taotai, fully unleashing its potential. The summoned spirit let out a furious roar, and the earth-devouring power surged forth, enveloping all in its path. Everyone sensed the cold grip of death, unable to resist being drawn towards the gaping maw of the Taotai. At that moment, Meng Tianjing snorted coldly. Stay? In an instant, the Butian technique erupted with full force, an astonishing power radiating outward to block much of the incoming force. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. It must be said, the Butian technique was indeed formidable, filled with boundless mysteries. After all, it had once been a divine skill, though a tumultuous era had led to its fragmentation. If the missing parts could be recovered, the Butian technique could surely reclaim its former glory. Yet, despite his all-out resistance, Ming Tianzhong felt the strain of his cultivation weigh heavily upon him. In the midst of the stalemate, signs of defeat began to emerge. Although the Butian technique was powerful, Gongsun Li's cultivation was inherently superior, especially now that he had fused with the summoned spirit, greatly enhancing his strength. How could Ming Tianzhong possibly withstand this? Haha, Ming Tianzhong, how much longer can you hold out? The gap between us cannot be bridged by such a mere technique. Prepare to pay for the lives of my disciples who fell in unaging mountain. Gongsun Li laughed maniacally, feeling victory was within his grasp. At this moment, even if Xianyi and Qi Wuhui joined forces, he remained unafraid. This is not good. Master brother is about to be defeated. Qi Wuhui exclaimed in alarm, poised to take action. Just then, a celestial sword descended slowly from the heavens, and in an instant, a breathtaking sword aura cleaved down from the night sky. This sudden turn of events struck panic into the heart of Gongsun Li, who had just been laughing. His face turned pale. The celestial sword slashed down with a ferocity that, in the blink of an eye, obliterated the Taotai progenitor. The unexpected upheaval shocked everyone present. Gazing at the sky, they beheld a rusted, broken sword, and their hearts trembled. A celestial sword? Could this be the legendary Zhanxian sword that can slay even immortals? The crowd was astonished, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Zhanxian sword, rendering their breaths shallow and rapid. The malevolence radiating from the sword was chilling to the core, leaving them momentarily dazed. In a trance, it felt as though the world had shifted colors. Drip, drip. The The sound of blood pooling on the ground echoed ominously. The crimson landscape seemed to rain blood, an aura of murderous intent enveloping them, causing their bodies to tremble with primal fear. As the Zhanxian sword spiraled above, everyone held their breath in terrifying silence. Whose sword is this? Such astonishing murderous intent. This ancient weapon has unexpectedly re-emerged today. Curiosity surged within the crowd as they scanned the skies, seeking the sword and Apos' master. Looking down at the defeated Tao Tai, Gongsun Li felt a wave of fear wash over him, his very soul quaking. No. Is the lineage of my unaging mountain, which has endured for countless epochs, truly on the verge of annihilation today? He questioned himself repeatedly, unwilling to accept this fate. Yet confronted with the celestial sword, he could summon no will to fight. It was terrifying. The wielder was unseen, but the sword alone had slain his unaging mountain's summoned spirit from hundreds of miles away. At that moment, even Ming Tianzhong and the others were shocked, utterly bewildered as to where this sword had come from and why it was aiding them. Could this sword belong to one of their elders in the Butian sect? That seemed improbable. Currently, the only one possessing a celestial sword in the Butian sect was Yi Qiu, who wielded the Yunxiao. One celestial sword was already formidable. They could hardly believe that the Zhanxian was also Yi Qiu and Apos' weapon. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a white figure suddenly flashed across the abyss of the sky. Leaping from the ninth heaven, it gracefully landed atop the Zhanxian sword. With one foot resting on the sword's hilt, the blade hung downwards. Yi Qiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a celestial descending to earth, elegant and disdainful as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Hee. It's not too late after all. With a light chuckle, Yi Qiu gazed at the tableau before him with an air of indifference. It must be the Kunping divine technique. It is astonishingly swift. Given such a vast distance, even with continuous teleportation, it would take half a day. Yet, the full application of the Kunping divine technique astonishingly required only a single hour. The title of the fastest man in history undeniably belongs to me. As Yi Qiu entered this realm, the entire assembly was taken aback. My heavens, it truly is Master Yi. Everyone was astonished, having just speculated about the identity of the sword and Apos' wielder. In the next moment, the owner of the sword had already arrived. It really is Yi Qiu. How could this be? Did he not possess a celestial sword? The crowd gasped, for the Yunxiao in Yi Qiu's grasp appeared even more formidable. Who would have thought he possessed an even more terrifying Zhuxian? What manner of demon is this? Qi Wuhui was equally startled, a sudden sense of relief washing over him for having cleared his name early. Otherwise, opposing him now would be sheer folly. How could one not invite suffering upon oneself? Goodness, this fellow is no mere mortal. As Yi Qiu surveyed his surroundings with the Zhuxian sword in hand, he gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, 2 disciples were teleported forth. Yi Qiu turned to them and instructed, "Go down, remain by your master and Apos' side, and do not wander." Understood. The 2 nodded, their faces still pale, terror-stricken by Yi Qiu's previous velocity. It was astonishingly fast. Everything was a blur. They had no sense of the transition, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves elsewhere. Had this become the current speed of their master? Truly remarkable. Once the 2 disciples returned to the ranks of the Butian sect, Yi Qiu fixed his gaze upon Gongsun Li. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Gongsun Li, his complexion ashen and trembling, looked upon Yi Qiu with trepidation and replied cautiously. This overwhelming sense of pressure momentarily transported him back to the days when he was under the dominion of the Xiantian Taoist, invoking a deep-seated fear. Yi Qiu slowly intoned. Butian sect, Zixia Peak. Disciple of the Xiantian Taoist, Yi Qiu. Chapter 128. At last, I have found you what? Those familiar words, that well-known name, deeply stirred the heart of Gongsun Li. The disciple of Zhuangtiando? Coldly observing the young man before him, Gongsun Li could hardly fathom that Yi Qiu was actually the disciple of Zhuangtiando. Feeling the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Yi Qiu, Gongsun Li was engulfed in confusion and despair. This oppressive force was even more terrifying than the one he had felt from Zhuangtiando in the past. He could not comprehend it. After being subdued by Zhuangtiando, he had thought he would become invincible in the world after the latter's demise. Little did he expect. A disciple would emerge in his stead. Judging by the aura, this disciple was hardly any weaker than himself. As his suppressed emotions began to spiral out of control, Gongsun Li struggled and slowly ascended into the air. In the midst of it all, it seemed as though fate had long been in play. Zhuangtiando was his destined nemesis. Even in death, the disciple could still overshadow him. Unwilling to accept this, Gongsun Li gradually summoned all his strength, and in an instant, a tremendous bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Was this a celestial secret technique? The crowd gasped, looking up at the heavens, where amid the flashes of lightning, Gongsun Li appeared transformed. What an astonishing aura! Was this the true power of the supreme pinnacle? Everyone present inhaled sharply. Gazing at the chasm of heaven, beneath the cataclysmic thunder, Gongsun Li extended both hands. In that moment, a torrent of thunderclaps descended, forming a magical array within the cosmic sphere. I care not who your master is. If you dare set foot on my eternal mountain, you shall face annihilation. Under the onslaught of lightning, Gongsun Li entered into his element, and his terrifying aura erupted instantaneously, sending everyone reeling back. Yichio stood alone in the abyss, lightly stepping on the sword of annihilation, leaping forth like a cannonball into the endless realm. I am keen to see what abilities you possess. As he strolled leisurely, Yichio boldly entered the lightning array, single-handedly pushing forth, instantly unleashing the cosmic boundless hand. In that instant, a bolt of thunder cleaved the sky, hurtling straight toward Yichio. Facing such formidable lightning, Yichio showed no hint of retreat. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and beneath the rolling dark clouds, two figures floated in the void. Standing at the chasm, Yichio slowly raised his right hand, watching the flickering lightning flow between his fingers, murmuring to himself, "A realm of lightning. This aggressive power indeed possesses immense lethality." What Gongsun Li had unleashed was the ancient secret technique of Eternal Mountain, the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Once this technique is activated, it creates a realm of lightning within the cosmic sphere. Anyone entering this realm would face the relentless assault of countless bolts of lightning, and the power of these strikes was astonishing. Within this domain, Gongsun Li's speed and strength would receive a tremendous boost. Yichio could sense that his aura and movements had become ethereal and fantastical. "Kid, you have some guts to dare enter my lightning realm." In the void, Gongsun Li sneered, seemingly already envisioning the boy and Appo's demise. This brat possessed a modicum of strength, yet his arrogance and complacency were his downfall. Such individuals only had one end, which was death. In this place, I am invincible. Today, not even a celestial deity can save you. With a cold snort, Gongsun Li swiftly struck with his palm, his speed astonishing. Within his domain, he reached Yichio in the blink of an eye. However, when it came to speed, Yichio appeared unperturbed by anyone. "Hee, old man. You seem quite confident in your speed." Yichio chuckled playfully, and just as Gongsun Li was about to strike him, he suddenly vanished from his original spot. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if a glimmer of light had appeared, like the mythical Kuanping spreading its wings, and in an instant, Yichio had leaped outside the domain. How is this possible? Gongsun Li was astonished, staring in disbelief at Yichio below. He could move freely within his own domain? Moreover, he was unrestrained and moved with such speed that even he could not catch up? Gongsun Li was bewildered, questioning, "How can you traverse my domain with such ease?" Yichio merely smiled faintly and replied, "What difficulty is there?" "What do you mean?" Everyone was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Yichio had once again entered the realm of lightning. I'm back again." No sooner had he spoken than Gongsun Li struck out. But again, Yichio vanished, and when next seen, he stood outside the domain once more. "Aha, I'm out again. You can't catch me," Yichio taunted, causing Gongsun Li's face to darken with rage. "Damn it, am I walking a dog here?" Yet it was not over. Yichio once more flickered and a radiant light appeared behind him, resembling the Kuanping and Appo's wings. "I'm back in." Gongsun Li had yet to react before Yichio was gone again. "I'm out again. What can you do about it?" After toying with Gongsun Li for a while, Yichio remarked playfully, "I have no particular intentions, merely playing." Each time he entered, just as Gongsun Li was about to seize him, he would vanish again. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop Yichio, who moved freely within his own domain. Damn it! In that moment, Gongsun Li was consumed by rage. After cultivating for half a lifetime, he had never faced such humiliation, especially from a junior, and even more so from the disciple of his sworn enemy. Enraged and at a loss for how to restrain Yichio, he pondered for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Haha, ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. What are you laughing at?" Yichio frowned, wondering if this old man had lost his mind to suddenly burst into laughter. "I laugh at the people of Zixia Peak, cowards who flee at the slightest provocation. Your master was like that in the past, and you remain the same now," Gongsun Li provocatively stated, seeking to incite Yichio into entering the domain and confronting him. However, to his bemusement, Yichio showed no reaction, instead contemplating thoughtfully, "What do you mean? Weren't you the one who was knocked down by my master with a single slap? When did you ever drive him away?" "You." Gongsun Li was instantly infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Who spread such ancient tales of humiliation? This was a lie he had concocted to provoke Yichio. To his dismay, Yichio saw through it instantly and unveiled his embarrassing past. "Damn it!" Gongsun Li cursed angrily, extending his right hand to summon a spirit sword, conjuring a divine thunderbolt from the heavens to strike down with a single swing. Dodge. Below, Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd and Appo's expressions changed dramatically. This was the strike of a supreme being. If hit, death was certain. At this critical moment, Ichio once again struck out, slowly extending a palm to unleash a Taiji diagram seal. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, and as the dust settled, the divine lightning was successfully neutralized by Ichio. He once again ventured into Gongsun Li's domain, but this time, he did not exit again. Instead, he stood firmly amid the thunder, gazing at Gongsun Li with a playful smile, saying, "Old man, I will grant you your final wish. Come, use any method you prefer. If you can defeat me, all disciples of Eternal Mountain present today shall live." Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Li's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? What he feared most in his heart were precisely the fates of those children. Otherwise, how could he have engaged in such a relentless struggle against the Butian sect? For the preservation of the legacy of the unaging mountain, he was willing to forsake everything, even his own life. Given the current circumstances, the downfall of the unaging mountain seemed inevitable. Even if he fought to the death, he could not alter the outcome. Now that he saw Ichio presenting an opportunity, how could Gongsun Li let it slip away? Ichio smiled lightly and remarked, "I have always been a man of my word. The survival of the unaging mountain depends solely on your capabilities. Defeat me, and you shall preserve the legacy. Fail, and it shall face annihilation." Humph! Arrogant Gongsun Li scoffed, instantly launching a powerful palm strike. He could not fathom who had instilled such confidence in Ichio, allowing him to act with such audacity. Gongsun Li acknowledged his own strength, but he was not so weak as to be unable to contend with his opponent. It was important to remember that he was a mid-stage supreme being, while Ichio was merely at the initial stage. Even if it meant risking his life, he was determined to vanquish Ichio and safeguard the ancient legacy. With a single palm strike, Gongsun Li unleashed the full force of his mid-stage supreme being power. He had no intention of holding back. Against an adversary like Ichio, only by exerting all his strength could he hope to prevail. The two clashed mid-air, each stepping back a pace to catch their breath before once again engaging. Within the domain of thunder and lightning, Gongsun Li's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Not only was he swift and powerful, but he also utilized the might of the heavenly thunder to constantly disrupt Ichio. The earth-shattering battle left all spectators below in awe, holding their breath, afraid to blink lest they miss any thrilling detail of the confrontation. How astonishing! This is the pinnacle of supreme combat, mesmerizing to behold. No one expected that Master Yi had unknowingly surpassed the sect leader's prowess. Should this continue, Master Yi would undoubtedly earn the title of the foremost figure in the Butian sect. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Ming Tianzhong was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Ichio could grow to such heights within a mere decade. He was indeed a congenital Tao body, worthy of being called the first immortal of the ages. With such remarkable talent, it wouldn't be long before he shattered the age-old legend of the East Wasteland, which had been devoid of a great emperor for millennia. The Butian sect shall rise again, Meng Tianjing thought, his heart swelling with genuine joy. He had grown old and lost the drive to pursue the so-called immortal path. The only thing that now occupied his mind was the legacy of the Butian sect. Long ago, he had worried incessantly about whether there would be anyone to uphold this ancient legacy when his time came to an end. No one knew the immense pressure he had endured over the years. For the sake of harmony among his peers and the development of the sacred land, he had sacrificed much. At that moment, Chi Wuhui looked up at the battle in the sky with a shocked expression, feeling a tumult of emotions. He was astonished to see that the opponent he had once looked down upon had now grown into a figure he could only revere. Feeling the vigorous energy coursing within him, he thought that perhaps, once this matter was resolved, he too could break through to that legendary realm. However, even if he did, he understood that he would never stand a chance against Ichio. In the sky, the fierce battle escalated, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. After thousands of exchanges, Gongsun Li's expression darkened. He finally realized something. Throughout this protracted duel, Ichio had remained remarkably calm, exhibiting an air of leisurely composure. In the face of his ferocious assaults, Ichio had not faltered, but instead seemed to handle them with ease. It dawned on him why Ichio had offered that opportunity, given the current state of combat. He had no hope of victory. No, I refuse to believe it. He cannot be invincible. For the sake of the Tao and the legacy. Gongsun Li continued to reassure himself, unwilling to accept the possibility of defeat. With a thunderous crack, the two separated once more, and within the realm of lightnings. Ichio felt no fear as he sensed the judgment of the heavenly thunder. The recent conflict had merely served to warm up his muscles. The true spectacle had yet to unfold. Old man, is this all you can do? If this is the extent of your power, then it is time to end this. Ichio stated coolly. With a deliberate gesture, he pointed skyward. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted forth. In that instant, Gong Sunli and Amp, Appo's complexion turned pale. No, this cannot be after all this time. He hasn't even unleashed his full strength. He gazed upwards as the winds howled, and a colossal sword gradually coalesced above him. Gong Sunli was gripped by panic, sensing a chilling proximity to death. He could feel the terrifying sword intent emanating from that enormous blade, one he could not possibly withstand. Impossible! The unaging mountain cannot be extinguished so easily. Gong Sunli shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept this fate. He steadied his mind, and his gaze darkened with malice. Suddenly, a surge of black mist erupted into the air. Yichio frowned, incredulous as he observed the source of the bizarre phenomena. After a moment's pause, he noticed that from a subterranean spring beneath the unaging mountain, vast amounts of black mist were surging forth. The sight left all present in shock. Within the Dao lineage of the unaging mountain, there lay so many sources of the uncanny. Lin Qingzhu stepped forward from the crowd, her cold gaze fixed on the spiraling black mist, her eyes reflecting a murderous intent. No one reacted more intensely to the sight of this strange aura than she did. The culprit behind the beast rampage was him all along. Lin Qingzhu's expression turned icy. The enemy she had sought for so long had been right beside her. It was the unaging mountain, this so-called ancient lineage. The former Tianjizi and the current Gong Sunli both possessed this power. Unlike Tianjizi, Gong Sunli appeared to have refined it, showing no signs of backlash. Witnessing Lin Qingzhu's intense reaction, Zhao Wan'er understood the implications. Sister, do not worry, Master will surely eliminate him. Though she offered comfort, Zhao Wan'er was at a loss for words. Lin Qingzhu's emotions spiraled out of control as memories of her parents' tragic demise flooded back. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Gong Sunli in the sky, filled with vengeful fury. Aware of her own limitations, she could only place her hopes in Yichio. Her master had promised her vengeance. At that moment, Gong Sunli found himself completely enveloped in the black mist. His eyes glowed with a menacing red light as he revealed a sinister smile. Haha, Yichio, did you ever consider that I still have a card up my sleeve? As the black mist enveloped him, Gong Sunli's powers surged dramatically, ascending to the pinnacle of the supreme realm, approaching the trend of becoming a king. One cannot underestimate the terrifying nature of this bizarre aura, the source of which remains unknown. Yichio had encountered its presence within the fissures of the barrier in the uninhabited zone, yet he was oblivious to its origins. This power was formidable, if absorbed. It could significantly enhance one's cultivation. The relentless stimulation of this energy drove him into a frenzy, reminiscent of the Butian sect's forbidden technique, the blood-drinking art, which also increased strength at the cost of one's vitality. With a cold gaze fixed on Gong Sunli, Yichio recalled the beast rampage from months prior. From where did you acquire this source of the uncanny? Was the earlier chaos also instigated by you? Yichio inquired. Indeed, you speak the truth. The tumult a few months prior was instigated by none other than myself. I offered my flesh as a sacrifice to the darkness, consumed the vitality of countless souls, and forged an uncanny body in pursuit of transcending my limits. Without inciting such chaos, how could I have performed the blood sacrifice to the shadows and successfully harnessed this enigmatic power? With my strength vastly amplified, Gong Sunli felt no need to conceal anything. There was nothing he dared not acknowledge. Ultimately, today would end with either Yichio's demise or his own. This matter was known only to the two of them. So what was there to fear? As emotions reached a crescendo, Gong Sunli, with a stern countenance and an air of resentment, recounted, in the past, during the celestial contest, I was the prodigious talent that drew the gaze of the multitudes. From birth, I was heralded as an extraordinary being, undefeated among my peers. It was on the Taichu or vein that I, once the center of attention, stood poised to claim victory. Yet, unexpectedly, your master, the Xiantian Taoist, ascended to prominence, defeating me with his celestial presence. Thereafter, he overshadowed me for centuries, leaving me unable to rise. Since that moment, no matter how diligently I labored, I could never surpass him, living a life of unfulfilled ambition. The world often speaks of your master's brilliance, yet seldom do they mention us, the vanquished. At this juncture, a hint of melancholy flickered in Gong Sunli's gaze, and his heart ached. In that era, the Xiantian Taoist shone alone, while we, mere supporting figures, remained as green leaves. Chapter 129. Offering you a dignified demise. Once upon a time, Gong Sunli was also a man of vigor and ambition. However, since the emergence of the cultivation fanatic, Xiantian Taoist, he gradually faded into obscurity. The world rarely spoke of his legends. Yichio could comprehend the frustration within him. In that era, Xiantian Taoist was undoubtedly the most radiant. Yet, the world only remembers the foremost, seldom recalling the second. Thus, they that cohort became mere foliage, existing solely to accentuate the brilliance of Xiantian Taoist. Hence, Even now, the resentment within Gongsun Li remains profound. So, you discovered the aura of the arcane, refined it, and sacrificed millions of sacred spirits, offering their blood to the darkness? Yi Qiu inquired, his heart sinking, his tone chilling. Lin Qingzhu's parents perished in this very turmoil. Countless other innocent lives were tragically lost. Due to this upheaval, the savage beasts from the depths of the desolate zone surged forth, instigating a massacre across the eastern wilderness. Haraha! Gongsun Li bellowed with laughter, proclaiming, "Indeed, I, who was once unfulfilled and believed my life was destined to end in mediocrity, stumbled upon a momentous secret by chance. In the depths of that desolate zone, connected to the other shore of the arcane world, that black river exuded this miraculous power. It is a formidable power. After a century of toil, I finally breached a fissure in the barrier." Yi Qiu's expression faltered. Was it he who breached that fissure? Gongsun Li continued, "Since discovering this wondrous power, I began to ponder how to absorb it. For safety and Appos' sake, I did not directly absorb it. Instead, I devised a scheme, allowing my disciple to inadvertently discover this power. Knowing him as I did, he would be unable to resist the allure of such potent energy. As expected, he discovered this power and eagerly absorbed it." Hearing this, Yi Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. The so-called disciple he spoke of was Tianjizi. This old man was ruthless, not even sparing his own disciple. He deliberately set up a scheme, allowing Tianjizi to experience the effects of the arcane aura, while he sought a solution, using his disciple and Appos' life as a stepping stone. Such a deed, Yi Qiu deemed himself incapable of, thinking of his two precious disciples, his little darlings, whom he cherished and doted upon. How could he ever harm them? A shiver ran down Yi Qiu's spine as he imagined what it would be like to have such a master. He mused that he would not know how he died if he had such a master. Compared to him, Yi Qiu suddenly felt that he was too great. Where could he find a master as good as himself? Gongsun Li cared not for Tianjizi and Appos' demise. His eyes were solely fixed on the lineage before him and the supreme power. One Tianjizi dead was inconsequential. As long as he could master the arcane aura, he could mold a second one. After he absorbed the arcane aura, I discovered the flaws of this power. After consulting numerous ancient texts, I finally found a flawless method to sacrifice myself to the darkness, offering the blood of millions of living beings, refining my arcane body. A bloody aura emanated from him as Gongsun Li spoke, his eyes gradually turning manic. The more powerful the being, the more astonishing the effect of the blood sacrifice. Originally, I intended to wait until the blood was completely absorbed and the arcane aura was fully stabilized before revealing myself. But at this point, Gongsun Li's eyes turned fierce. It was Yi Qiu who disrupted his plans, and his murderous intent surged. "Boy, you have ruined my plans, disrupted my scheme. Very well. I shall borrow your blood to refine my perfect body." With that, Gongsun Li launched a fierce attack, his palm imbued with the arcane darkness. Instantly, the world lost its color, and the power of the supreme peak shook the very void. This time, Yi Qiu did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he employed the Kunping treasure technique, instantly evading the strike. The giant sword above his head slashed down with the force of his right hand. Roar. From within the dark, bloody mist, Gongsun Li roared to the heavens. A skull, emanating a bloody aura, opened its mouth and lunged toward the giant sword. The heavens and earth trembled, and everyone present was overcome with dread. Gongsun Li and Appos' enhanced power was terrifying. Even Ming Tianzhong and Xian Yi revealed their fear. Anxiety filled their hearts as they watched the white figure in the sky. The bloody battle between the two sects had reached its climax. The moment of decisive victory or defeat had arrived. If Yi Qiu won this battle, the heaven-mending sect would prevail. If Yi Qiu fell, the heaven-mending sect would fall with him. At this moment of life and death, everyone placed their hopes on Yi Qiu. Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er clenched their fists, watching the battle above with bated breath. Their most beloved master was fighting valiantly. They were powerless to help him, and could only offer their silent encouragement. After dealing with the giant sword above his head, Gongsun Li wasted no time. He pinpointed Yi Qiu's movements and unleashed another palm strike. "Boy, prepare to die." His relentless offensive gave Yi Qiu no respite. This was his style, maintaining control and denying his opponent any chance. After several exchanges, Yi Qiu was finally caught off guard and forced to endure Gongsun Li's attack. The terrifying power caused his arm to go numb. Shaking his arm, Yi Qiu finally smiled, his eyes gradually becoming excited. "Haha, interesting. So, this is the so-called body of darkness?" His previous evasions were not out of fear, but rather a cautious attempt to observe the so-called body of darkness and discern its secrets. After careful observation, Yi Qiu had a general understanding. A smile of excitement appeared on his face. This so-called body of darkness was powerful, stronger than any opponent he had encountered before. Even the butcher of old had not exerted such pressure on Yi Qiu. Seeing Yi Qiu laugh for no apparent reason, Gongsun Li's heart trembled, his eyes reddened. And he said with a sinister tone, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your self-deception. Arrogance." Gongsun Li roared in anger. Yi Qiu calmly continued. "Do you think that by mastering the arcane aura and possessing the body of darkness, I will be helpless against you? That you will be invincible? What do you mean?" Gongsun Li asked, puzzled. Soon, Yi Qiu answered his question. He slowly extended his right hand and said, "Old thing, just as my master defeated you in the past, today, I can too. You have committed heinous crimes, instigated riots, and sacrificed millions of lives to refine your body of darkness. I am too lazy to count your sins. Go to hell and repent." As he spoke, a red light flashed across the sky, and Yi Qiu slowly ascended. Amidst the myriad thunderbolts, he stood tall, the so-called heavenly lightning unable to harm him in the slightest. His body radiated a faint, clear light, and his spotless white robes exuded an ethereal aura. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. "This is immortal raiment?" Ming Tianzhong was the first to recognize it, his face trembling. He had not expected Yi Qiu to possess a piece of immortal raiment. Standing amidst the thunder, he seemed impervious to its attacks, as if it were nothing. Until this moment, they finally understood that he had been playing all along, never taking things seriously. Otherwise, how could he have been harmed by Gongsun Li and Appo's recent attack, if even the defense of his celestial attire could not be breached? Defeating Yi Qiu was out of the question. When the celestial energy radiated its brilliance, Gongsun Li was struck with panic, entirely unexpected. "No, this is impossible." He couldn't and Appo's fathom why Yi Qiu possessed so many celestial artifacts. "There is nothing impossible, Gongsun Li. Today, I can grant you a dignified death." Yi Qiu responded coldly, his head turning slightly to gaze upon the swirling Su Xian sword below. "Sword, come." With a soft command, the Su Xian sword instantly responded, soaring upwards from below. The celestial sword sliced through the darkness, shattering the hazy blood mist, and arrived in Yi Qiu's hand. In an instant, a shocking crimson light erupted fiercely. The ancient fierce sword fully revealed its true murderous intent at that moment. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth, and everyone felt the gaze from the abyss, calling them to their demise. Tension filled the air, breaths became shallow, as they fixated on the figure enveloped in the crimson mist. Suddenly, a heavenly gate opened in the sky. The radiant light from the heavens swiftly engulfed the so-called dark energy. The familiar sword shocked everyone present to their core. A sword opening the heavenly gate. All faces turned pale, filled with terror as they beheld the sword. Back then, Yi Qiu had used this very sword to slay Tianjizi. Now, facing Gongsun Li, he wielded it once more. Unlike last time, this time, he held an ancient fierce sword in his hand. Su Xian, what an astonishing aura, even from afar. One could feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. Why did it feel as though even the mighty kings could not withstand this sword? The crowd murmured in fear, gazing at the grand, open heavenly gate above. At this moment, Gongsun Li had lost all his earlier arrogance, revealing a look of horror. No, it must be an illusion. How could he possibly wield such a powerful sword technique? Gongsun Li could hardly believe it, until the icy sword intent locked onto him. And he finally realized how ridiculous his previous actions had been. It turned out, Yi Qiu had never regarded him as an opponent, merely toying with him like a monkey. How could his proud heart endure such a blow? In a fit of rage, the strange energy within him erupted forcefully, elevating him to a new dimension of power. "Come. Today, even if a celestial descends, I shall not hesitate to kill." With a commanding shout, Gongsun Li charged upwards, amidst the chaos, resembling a blood-red skull, lunging fiercely towards the heavens. Beneath the heavenly gate, Yi Qiu remained expressionless, gripping the shattered Su Xian sword. He cut down gently. Amidst the turbulence, the sword aura swept downward, tearing through the void, slicing through the darkness. Boom. With a deafening sound, when they turned back, the blood-soaked skull, shrouded in dark energy, had been cleaved in two by a single strike. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gongsun Li plummeted, crashing heavily onto a barren mountain. Ancestor. The disciples of the everlasting mountain, witnessing his defeat, were thrown into a panic, exclaiming in fear. They all understood that once Gongsun Li fell, the everlasting mountain would cease to exist, and none would escape death. Some began to regret joining the everlasting mountain, embroiled in this conflict. Falling from the mountaintop, Gongsun Li crawled out of the pit, barely alive, and turned to spit out a large amount of black blood. His entire body ached as if every limb and bone had shattered. The sword from Su Xian pierced his soul, confronting his deepest fears. Even now, he could hardly believe that, having refined his dark body, he was still so powerless in Yichio and Appo's hands. At this moment, his heart was ashen. Watching the frightened expressions of his disciples below, he shook his head. Deeply resentful, he lamented how the ancient lineage would be destroyed by his own hands. In the next moment, a white figure approached him, wielding a sword that appeared as if carved from stone, pointing directly at him. Gongsunli, at last. Has your beautiful dream awakened? Yichio stated expressionlessly. Gongsunli lowered his head. He had held nothing back in this battle. Yet, he had still lost. And it was a complete defeat. Go ahead. I, Gongsunli, am guilty beyond redemption. I never thought the heavens would forgive my sins. From the moment I began the blood sacrifice, I had long since viewed life and death with indifference, even if I descend into the underworld and suffer for countless lifetimes. I have no regrets. On Gongsunli and Appo's pale face, there was a hint of helplessness. Everything he did was not solely for himself, but for this so-called sacred place of inheritance, a sanctuary for the soul. Yichio cast a cold glance at him. Those who are pitiful in this world must possess their share of hatred, to protect the sanctity of his heart, for the sake of dignity, to prove himself. He chose to sacrifice millions of lives and refine a dark body. Does that make him wrong? He is wrong, yet not wrong. This world has never known anything called compassion. The so-called justice exists only in the span of a sword. The victor is the embodiment of justice. Yichio remained silent as the Suxian sword slowly pierced through Gongsunli and Appo's chest. In that instant, the dark energy within him was released. The so-called dark body appeared feeble before the Suxian sword. Crushing his soul, it utterly annihilated him within the very land he had fought to protect. Having learned from previous experiences, Yichio could not afford to be careless again. After all, this strange energy was indeed peculiar. And he could not guarantee whether he had truly killed him. If he failed to kill him, it would only lead to greater trouble in the future. Thus, to be safe, Yichio wielded the Suxian sword, reputed as the first fierce sword of antiquity. No matter how strange the energy might be, it could not escape the suppression of Suxian. The sky seemed to have started snowing. Yichio looked up, gently raising his left hand to catch a snowflake. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Suxian sword sliced through, and Gongsunli's body was completely transformed into a cloud of blood mist. The strange energy within him was thoroughly dispelled by the Suxian sword. His soul had been shattered, and even if the strange energy was fearsome, it could not restore Gongsunli's life. After resolving all of this, Yichio turned and departed gracefully, leaving behind the disciples of the everlasting mountain. Their eyes filled with tears, standing there in a state of panic. Ancestor. They witnessed Gongsunli and Appo's efforts and sacrifices to protect this lineage. And their hearts were filled with mixed emotions, their resolve to die growing stronger. Observing this scene, Ming Tianzhong shook his head, gently waving his hand, saying, Go. Resolve the battle swiftly. Things had reached this point. Mercy and compassion would only lead to trouble. Who could guarantee that your mercy today, sparing a life, would not return to haunt you in the future? In the crowd, Yang Xiao looked on in terror at the unfolding scene, watching the departing white figure. Engulfed in waves of fear, clinging to the desire to survive, he burst forth from the crowd, calling out to Qi Wuhui, Master Qi, save me. His plea indeed caught Qi Wuhui's attention, but he merely glanced over. Previously, in Guangling City, he had saved Yang Xiao once, incurring significant losses in the process. He had already repaid the debts incurred from the Yang family. He simply cast a glance, just a glance, before turning his head away. At this moment, even Yang Xiao, in his naivety, should comprehend the extent of his fanciful notions. How could Qi Wuhui possibly come to his rescue? This matter pertains to the conflict between two sects, where all personal grievances and emotions must be set aside. He lamented his earlier choice of the Immortal Mountain over the Celestial Repair sect. He had heard the world proclaim the decline of the Celestial Repair sect, which had long lost its former glory, and he believed it. Forsaking the Celestial Repair sect to join the Immortal Mountain, becoming a disciple of Li Changkong. Now, Li Changkong was long dead, and the Immortal Mountain was also on the path to ruin. Filled with resentment, his gaze drifted, and he beheld a graceful figure clad in white approaching him. It was Lin Qizhu, the one he had offended in Guangling City, radiating a chilling and furious intent as she regarded him. Yang Xiaoyonda struggled. Yet before Lin Qingzhu, a second-tier expert, he was utterly defenseless. In a single strike, he was slain, with no chance to retaliate. After dispatching him, Lin Qingzhu turned her attention to the other disciples of the Immortal Mountain, her pent-up hatred having fully erupted. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan'er, filled with concern, tugged at Yichio's sleeve and said, Master, will it not leave a psychological scar on senior sister for her to unleash such a massacre? Might it adversely affect her future cultivation? Yichio did not intervene but calmly replied, Let her be. Perhaps only through indulging in this bloodshed can she resolve the turmoil within her heart. The vengeance of a shattered family, if left unavenged, will forever linger in the soul, an indelible wound. With a sigh, Yi Qiu gazed skyward, reflecting on the promise he had made to Lin Qingzhu when she first entered the sect. A promise that had finally been fulfilled. Chapter 130. Innate divine strength. Little Sweet Potato witnessing the frenzied slaughter unfolding before her. Zhao Wan'er felt a chill run down her spine. When had she ever encountered such brutal carnage? Her trembling body shook its head in disbelief. Gradually, she came to understand that the rules of the world were indeed cruel. Master, is this what you meant by eradicating the roots? She softly inquired, gazing at the bloodshed. Yi Qiu turned to glance at her, noticing her pale complexion, and explained, indeed, my disciple, you must grasp this truth. To survive in the wilderness, one must possess a ruthless heart. The conflict between our Butian sect and the unaging mountain has reached an irreconcilable stage. Had we been defeated today, those lying here would be us, not them. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Our sect's principle has always been to either not act or to see it through to the end. One must eradicate the roots. Zhao Wan'er nodded in understanding. Yi Qiu then slowly ascended and retrieved a nest of bird eggs from a tree. Shaking them vigorously until the yolks broke, he handed them to Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, stating, see. This is what it means to eradicate the roots. Zhao Wan and Oppos, and Oppos, mouth twitched as she stared at Yi Qiu, momentarily at a loss for words. Such madness. Not even the bird eggs were spared? Shouldn't the chicks be taken out to dry in the sun as well? Yi Qiu chuckled inwardly and continued, enough of such thoughts. From the moment you stepped onto the immortal path, your life has irrevocably changed. These experiences are necessary. You will gradually grow accustomed to them. He gently stroked her dark hair before turning back to observe the slaughter. Ming Tianzhong and a few others flew over and hovered beside Yi Qiu. Their hearts were still reeling from the astonishing sword strike they had just witnessed. No one had anticipated that the once weakest leader of the Butian sect had now become the strongest presence. Indeed, every leader from Zixiao Peak had always been the mightiest within the sect. Though the mountain was sparsely populated, each individual was formidable. Junior brother. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of supremacy. From now on, you are undoubtedly the foremost figure of our Butian sect. Meng Tianjing smiled with satisfaction. Reassured by Yi Qiu and Amp, Oppos' growth, Yi Qiu was still young and had not exhausted his potential like the rest of them. With his presence, how could the Butian sect not rise? Yi Qiu clasped his hands in respect and replied with a courteous smile, Master brother, you jest. I merely stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunities to barely break through to supremacy. How can I claim to be the foremost? You are the true first of our Butian sect. At your command, everyone will obey. Ming Tianzhong waved his hand dismissively. He cared little for such titles. Over the years, they had engaged in both overt and covert strife, looking down on each other. Yet, in their hearts, there resided a shared legacy. Externally, they were united. Realizing Jinren Xianyi approached, he scrutinized Yi Qiu with astonishment, exclaiming, I never expected that before his passing. My senior brother would conceal such a hand and cultivate a peerless genius. At such a young age, you have reached the realm of supremacy, a feat unprecedented in eons. With you at the helm, I can finally rest easy and retreat into seclusion to delve deeper into the Tao. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback and quickly bowed. Yi Qiu pays his respects to Master Uncle. Enough. At your current pace of cultivation, it won and Amp, Oppos, be long before I find myself bowing to you. Jinren Xianyi replied nonchalantly. Master Uncle, you jest. As an elder, how could I allow you to bow to me? This decorum must not be disregarded. Yi Qiu smiled as Jinren Xianyi nodded in appreciation. Turning back to Ming Tianzhong, Yi Qiu declared, well then, Tianzhong, this matter is concluded. The unaging mountain has been vanquished. If there is nothing else, I shall take these elders back. Master Uncle, take care. Ming Tianzhong nodded. Soon, Jinren Xianyi departed with the group of elders, and the battle at the unaging mountain had come to an end. The entire sacred ground had been annihilated without exception. Many disciples of the Butian sect rushed into the relics, vying for treasures as they entered the division of spoils. After all, the unaging mountain was a long-established lineage, and its treasures were bound to be plentiful. In this division, it seemed as though everyone had become prosperous. Yi Qiu, however, showed little interest in such matters. After the slaughter, Lin Qingzhu returned to Yi Qiu and Oppos' side, her eyes red and lost in thought. Despite avenging her great grievance, her emotions had not improved. Yi Qiu felt a pang of sympathy. Gong Sunli was indeed dead, but her innocent parents would never return, even with vengeance exacted. What difference did it make? Wiping away her tears, Yi Qiu comforted her. All right, what must be let go must eventually be released. The immortal path is vast and boundless. Your journey ahead is still long. Do not linger on the sorrow before you. Your parents would not wish for you to live perpetually in their shadow, would they? Lin Qingzhu and Amp. Apos. S expression trembled as she looked up at Yi Qiu, her tear-filled eyes glistening. As she wiped her tears, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, and her gaze grew resolute. Master, I understand. Now that my great grievance has been avenged, my heart is at peace. The past cannot be undone, but I will continue to move forward. I do not seek immortality. I only wish to repay you for your kindness when you need it in the future. Her heartfelt gratitude flowed forth. Yi Qiu shook his head, choosing not to say more. It had been many days since their descent from the mountain, and he wondered how things were faring atop Zixia Peak at this moment. Finally, Yi Qiu addressed Meng Tianzhong. Master brother, the matters here are concluded. I shall take my disciple back now. Yes, junior brother, travel safely, Meng Tianzhong nodded, while Qi Wuhui, standing behind him, cast a complex glance at Yi Qiu. The thought that his rebirth stemmed from Yi Qiu's selfless act stirred his heart. Let us go, Yi Qiu said to his disciples before taking the lead to fly away, with the others closely following. This time, Yi Qiu refrained from employing the Kuimping technique, lest they fall behind. During their previous journey, he had flown with them, but it had been too swift for them to endure, leaving them pale and shaken. After a brief journey, the trio arrived at a small town. Juxian Town? Yi Qiu paused, finding the name somewhat unsettling. Charge. Don't run. Today, I want to let you off easily. Just as Yi Qiu was lost in thought, a childish voice suddenly rang in his ears. He turned to see several dirty little boys sprinting down the street, terror etched across their faces. Run. That crazy girl is back. One terrified boy screamed, darting into the crowd and disappearing without a trace. The others, equally alarmed, scattered in all directions, each too preoccupied to care for the others, as if they were fleeing from a flood of beasts. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, turning to see behind him a diminutive figure, filthy and fierce, who was vociferously shouting and energetically waving her tiny hands as she dashed forward. She was both endearing and comical, as if her petite frame housed immense strength. Charge! She yelled, fervently shaking her small hands and striding ahead, utterly oblivious to Yi Qiu and Amp, Apos, as presence as she barreled past him. Startled, Yi Qiu instinctively grasped her collar, lifting her up. The little one, somewhat clumsy, was so focused on her forward charge that she failed to notice she had been caught. It was only when she regained her senses that she realized she was airborne. A wave of astonishment washed over her. When had she acquired such extraordinary abilities? As she continued to struggle in Yi Qiu and Amp, Apos, S grasp, still intent on her charge. He couldn't and Apos. T helped but smirk at this audacious child. Who was this little girl, so brazen? She appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, yet she was chasing after boys older than herself. The two girls accompanying Yi Qiu stifled laughter at the sight. Zhao Wan and Apos, tilted her head, poking the little one's cheek and inquiring, how adorable. Who do you belong to? Only then did the little girl notice Yi Qiu holding her, and, with a haughty glare, declared, you bad guy? What do you want? Let me tell you, Don and Apos, mess with me. I'm very strong. I am unbeatable among my peers. All the children in this town cannot defeat me. Do you see those little brats ahead? I've already overwhelmed them. Yi Qiu couldn't help but be amused by her confidence. Unbeatable among peers? Who taught you that? The little girl proudly clenched her tiny fists, gazing at Yi Qiu with unbridled pride. The old beggar taught me. He said that as long as I can beat all the kids in town, I can claim to be unbeatable among my peers. From now on, everyone will fear me. Yi Qiu was at a loss for words. Her reasoning, albeit peculiar, had a semblance of logic. After all, if she had indeed conquered her contemporaries, she might as well be deemed unbeatable. Observing her disheveled appearance, akin to a refugee in dire straits, he noted her carefree demeanor, seemingly unfazed by her plight. As he felt the strength in her struggles, Yi Qiu was secretly astonished. Despite her small stature, she possessed considerable might. Her power must have been immense, even without formal training. No wonder she dared to proclaim her invincibility among peers. Intrigued, he asked, what is your name? The little one paused, pondering thoughtfully as she mimicked adult behavior. And with her wise eyes gazing at Yi Qiu, she replied, I am Ling Long. The old beggar who feeds me calls me and Amp, Apos, little tiger, and Amp, Apos. I think that sounds awful. So I changed it to Little Sweet Potato. You can call me that. Yi Qiu chuckled at her self-designated title. Little Tiger? Quite an apt name, I must say. This old beggar has a rather amusing sense of humor. However, it might be a tad excessive to be so forthright. Zhao Wan and Apos, giggled, poking her round little face, asking, but why did you change it to Little Sweet Potato? Isn't Ling Long lovely? The little girl pondered again and replied earnestly, because sweet potatoes are the most delicious food in the world. I love them. I hope to eat sweet potatoes every day, so I changed my name. At this, Zhao Wanner's eyes widened in sudden understanding. How could sweet potatoes be the best food? Looking around the town, Lin Qingzhu felt a pang in her heart. Most of the inhabitants of Zuxian town were refugees, much like herself, having lost everything in the recent upheaval. The little girl must be one of them. Having tasted little but a sweet potato, leading her to believe it was the pinnacle of culinary delight. Children hold no complex sentiments. They simply express what they find delightful. Gently, Lin Qingzhu approached and stroked the little girl and Appo's unkempt hair, asking, "Little sweet potato, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Don't they care for you?" The little girl thought for a moment, her bright eyes darting around as she replied, "A few months ago, many ferocious beasts suddenly attacked our village. My father and mother they didn't survive. Many others in the village didn't make it either. I hid in a cupboard. So those foolish beasts didn't find me." Yichio raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "Little one, do you know what didn't survive means?" She regarded him with a puzzled expression before responding. "It means they didn't wake up." "You're so silly, you don't even know that." Her disdainful gaze made it clear she found him lacking in comprehension. It was a simple concept even she understood, yet here was an adult who failed to grasp it. Yichio's face darkened. It was evident this child was no ordinary girl. Most individuals would struggle to recover from such trauma, but she seemed to carry on with a resilience that belied her youth. Perhaps her innocence shielded her from the harshness of her reality. Seeing this obstinate little girl, Lin Qizhu felt a wave of sympathy. Her tone softened considerably as she asked, "You mentioned the old beggar who fed you. Was he the one who brought you here? Where is he now?" The little girl replied quickly, "He is gone too. That night, after giving me a roasted sweet potato, he fell asleep. That old beggar is so lazy, no matter how much I called him, he wouldn't wake up. He has been sleeping for so long, he probably smells bad by now. Just like my parents. Even with a fire burning beneath them, they wouldn't wake." Silence enveloped the group. It dawned on them that her interpretation of gone did not imply death, but rather a deep slumber. Lin Qingzhu's heart ached as she looked at Yi Qiu, suggesting, "Master, perhaps we should take her with us?" Observing the innocent yet slightly foolish little girl, she felt a profound sense of compassion. At such a tender age, she had endured so much. Compared to her, Lin Qizhu considered herself fortunate to have been taken in by the Butian sect and placed on the path of cultivation. Had she faced the same fate as this child, she might not have fared as well. Yi Qiu smiled faintly, remaining silent as he set the little girl down. "Little one, after the old beggar fell asleep, who provided you with food?" At this, the little girl glanced around furtively, her demeanor shifting to one of mischief. "Do you see those little brats ahead? They beg in town every day, feigning pity to trick people into giving them food. I disdain such tactics. I usually take what I want. I just give them a good beating, and they come offering me food willingly." At this juncture, the little one vigorously waved her tiny fist, seemingly eager to convey her strength to them. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this little creature, while indeed fierce, possessed a remarkable survival instinct. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently become the reigning monarch among this group of children. Yet, Yi Qiu found herself puzzled as to why she was endowed with such innate power. From her description, her parents were merely ordinary villagers, devoid of any formidable lineage to pass on to her. Typically, such innate traits arise either from a powerful ancestral heritage or the reincarnation of a prominent figure. The latter seemed more plausible in this case. Contemplating this quietly, Yi Qiu couldn't help but smile inwardly and enticingly proposed, "Little one, would you like to learn the art of immortality?" The little one paused, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What is the art of immortality?" Yi Qiu smiled gently, extending her right hand and with a subtle flick of her fingers, effortlessly cleaved the dilapidated wall before them in two. "This is the art of immortality. Do you wish to learn?" The little one gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Wow, that's amazing." Imitating Yi Qiu's gesture, her interest grew with each attempt. She had never witnessed such extraordinary phenomena, far exceeding the ferocity of the beasts that once roamed her village. How incredible it would be if she mastered this. Which child would dare to provoke her? Elated by the thought, she recalled the old beggar's words. Only by defeating her peers would she be rewarded with delicacies. The excitement within her intensified at the prospect. Chapter 131. My disciple possesses the aura of an emperor. I want to learn, please teach me. The little sweet potato exclaimed excitedly after demonstrating a move. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qiu revealed an insidious smile. Indeed, children are easily deceived. A mere display of sword energy was enough to incite such excitement in her. It was rather amusing. Yet, considering the nature of children, it is only natural for them to be fascinated by all things novel, especially those that offer a visual spectacle. Seeing someone wield sword energy so impressively, she too wished to experience that sensation. Very well. If you wish to learn, you must first become my disciple, Ichio said gently, a slight smile gracing his lips. The little sweet potato was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What does it mean to become your disciple?" Ichio promptly explained the concept of apprenticeship. Upon grasping its significance, the little sweet potato shot Ichio a disdainful glance and declared, "Then I shall not learn anymore." Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Appos were both taken aback. Why? Lin Qingzhu hastily inquired. This was an extraordinary opportunity laid before her. By simply becoming Yi Qiu's disciple, she would never have to worry about food and safety again. What was this little girl thinking? To their surprise, the little sweet potato leaned toward Lin Qingzhu and whispered, "Pretty sister, I think this person is quite foolish. He doesn't amp, oppose, to even understand what and amp, oppose, lo and amp, oppose, means he and amp, oppose, is too silly. Following him, I surely won and amp, oppose, t learn anything worthwhile. Don and amp, oppose, t let him deceive you." Her whispered remarks reached Yi Qiu and amp, oppose, ears, causing his expression to darken. They say children's words are innocent, but to have him spoken of in such a manner right in front of him seemed rather inappropriate. This little rascal, he couldn't and amp, oppose, t help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He never expected to encounter such a spirited character in this quaint town of Zhuxian. Others were clamoring to become his disciple, yet here she was, dismissing him outright. The master's feelings were undeniably hurt. Zhao Wan stifled a laugh, finding the little girl's antics increasingly endearing. She gently poked the little sweet potato and Appos' cheek and patiently explained, "Little sweet potato, our master possesses great abilities. If you become his disciple, he can teach you a set of celestial arts that would make you unrivaled among your peers." Look, Zhao Wan raised her delicate hand, revealing a burst of flames that ignited in her palm, radiating a dazzling light. The little sweet potato gasped in awe. "Wow, pretty sister, you are amazing." She was mesmerized, having never witnessed such a wondrous ability before. Excitedly, she continued, "Pretty sister, is what you said true? If I become his disciple, can I truly become unrivaled among my peers?" The notion of being unmatched among her contemporaries was indeed what captivated her. Upon hearing Zhao Wan mention that being a disciple would grant her such prowess, she could barely contain her enthusiasm. Zhao Wan patiently elaborated, "Of course, the town you currently reside in is merely the tip of the iceberg in the vast wilderness. Just imagine the formidable individuals you would encounter on the mountain. If you can defeat them, you would earn the right to claim the title of being unmatched among your peers." The little sweet potato tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. It appeared challenging for her to comprehend the intricacies of this concept. "Only by defeating them can I claim to be unmatched among my peers?" she murmured, her eyes suddenly brightening. With a spark of insight, she glanced at Yi Qiu, as if she had made a decision. "All right, I will go with you." Then, as if struck by another thought, she added, "Do you have delicious sweet potatoes on the mountain?" The mere mention of sweet potatoes made her swallow hard and lick her lips, looking utterly captivated. Lin Qizhu gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Don and amp, oppos, t worry. Once we ascend the mountain, I will prepare delicious meals for you every day." The little sweet potato's face lit up with joy. "Really? Pretty sister, you are so nice." Overjoyed, she hugged Lin Qingzhu's leg and then turned to Yi Qiu, stating, "I have made up my mind. I will become your disciple. And I want to learn the beautiful sister's red flames." Yi Qiu felt a bit embarrassed, wondering how it seemed as though he was the one begging her to become his disciple. It struck him as amusing. The usually quiet Zixia Peak would surely be a whirlwind of chaos with this little one around. Curiosity piqued, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. "Very well, when you grow a bit older and your bones have fully developed, I shall teach you. From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple at Zixia Peak." The name and Appos, little sweet potato and Appos, is not fitting for a cultivator. From now on, you shall be called Ling Long. The little sweet potato pondered for a moment and found no objection. "Okay." After a brief thought, Yi Qiu added, "This is your master sister, Lin Qizhu. And this is your second master sister, Zhao Wan." He introduced them to the little girl, who politely greeted them. "Hello, cold and beautiful master sister." "Hello, gentle and caring second master sister." Lin Qizhu twitched her lips, while Zhao Wan and amp, oppos, seemed quite pleased with the title. She affectionately wiped the dirt from the little girl and amp, oppos, face. "Hello, little Ling Long. It's delightful to meet you." She found the little one particularly charming, impressed by how much innocence remained despite her experiences. "All right, let us go," Yi Qiu said lightly, turning to lead them away. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and a large black rat darted off. "Little thief, don't run. If you dare steal my sweet potatoes, I'll make you cry, she shouted, her small figure already sprinting far ahead. Ichio was taken aback. What the heck? Is she a little rascal? On the street ahead, a few boys turned pale upon seeing her charge out and promptly scattered in different directions. The slower ones found themselves caught by little Ling Long, who lifted them high and slammed them to the ground. The scene left Zhao Wanner and Lin Qingzhu utterly astonished. This is quite fierce, isn't it? Master this. Lin Qingzhu glanced at Ichio, seeking guidance. Haha, my disciple possesses the aura of an emperor. Ichio chuckled in surprise. This little apprentice was indeed formidable. He mused that perhaps the names Ling Long or Little Sweet Potato were too tame. Perhaps Emperor Ling Long would be more fitting. With such fierce combat prowess at such a tender age, coupled with a fiery temperament and innate strength, she undeniably had the makings of an emperor. Turning to his two disciples, he instructed, go after her. Receiving Yi Qiu and Amp, Appo's signal, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Amp, Appo's, hurriedly pursued her. They found little Ling Long brandishing her fists, ready to land a blow on one of the boys. They swiftly intervened, pulling her back. Little Ling Long. It's wrong to hit people for no reason, Zhao Wanner said, attempting to reason with her. Little Ling Long, hands on her hips, retorted angrily. That little brat stole my sweet potato. I must make him cry today. You are the little brat. Your whole family are little brats. The boy whimpered, feeling quite wronged. Though he was older than Ling Long, he wouldn't dare call her a little brat. Yet, she was relentless in her taunts. Upon hearing this, little Ling Long became indignant and declared, Humph. The old beggar said that anyone who can't defeat me is a little brat. You cannot withstand even a single punch from me. How can you claim not to be a mere child? The little boy was so aggrieved that he burst into tears. Woe is me, relying on your own strength to bully others. Just wait, I shall return and summon my allies. Little Ling Long refused to back down, declaring, if you want to wait, then wait. Go ahead and call them all. I and Amp, Appo's, take on each one that comes. Observing the two little ones bickering, Lin Qingzhu rubbed her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Wan and Appo's, finding the situation amusing, patted Ling Long and Appo's little head and said, all right, little Ling Long. It's just a roasted sweet potato. Later, sister will bring you 100, enough for you to indulge. Now, let's not keep the master waiting. Really? Upon hearing that her sister would gift her 100, Ling Long's eyes sparkled, and she broke into a broad smile, showcasing her adorable little tiger teeth. Fine. In light of my gentle and considerate second sister, I shall spare you this time. Seeing Zhao Wan and Amp, Appo's, managed to appease Ling Long with just 100 roasted sweet potatoes left Lin Qingzhu astonished. So, it turns out this little one and Amp, Appo's, weakness is roasted sweet potatoes? With a carefree stride, little Ling Long followed her two sisters back to Yi Qiu and Appo's side. Yi Qiu glanced back at her, recalling the old beggar who had previously taken her in. Based on her earlier description, that old beggar had likely passed away, his body already beginning to decay. This little girl may not yet have grasped the severity of the situation. She probably thought he was merely asleep, lounging there in slumber. With this in mind, Yi Qiu said, disciple, take me to your dwelling. I shall help you resolve any lingering ties to the mortal realm, so as to prevent any future burdens on your path of cultivation. Little Ling Long did not comprehend the notion of mortal ties, but she nodded innocently and led Yi Qiu and the others to the dilapidated hut where she had previously lived. The house was exceedingly run down, with windows rotting away, allowing the cold wind to seep in, rendering it frigid during the harsh winter. Upon entering, Yi Qiu noticed the decaying corpse of an elderly man lying on the ground, emanating a foul stench. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, little Ling Long rushed into the hut and called out habitually, old beggar, I'm back. Still not awake? You and Appo's, been sleeping for so many days, how lazy. Noticing he remained unresponsive, little Ling Long turned to Yi Qiu and said, Master, this is where I lived. Yi Qiu nodded, raising his right hand slightly, and a force lifted the old beggar and Appo's corpse. His soul had departed, reincarnating into the cycle of life. There was no saving him, so it was best to give him a proper burial, allowing him to rest in peace. Carrying the old beggar's body, the group made their way to a small hill behind the wooden hut, where Lin Qingzhu drew her sword and carved out a grave. Yi Qiu then laid the body to rest, finally granting him a proper burial. Before the grave, Yi Qiu placed a stone tablet that read, Tomb of the Old Beggar, and then turned to little Ling Long, advising, Disciple, the old beggar now rests below. Remember this place. In the future, when you grow older and become more understanding, should you wish to visit him, come here. Little Ling Long shook her head, unable to grasp the meaning, while Zhao Wan and Appo's gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It's all right. Don't overthink it. From now on, we are your family." Linglong nodded, but suddenly felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She did not quite understand why, but an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her, leading to a single tear falling. This subtle change did not escape Yichio's notice, further solidifying his earlier suspicions. Could she indeed be a reincarnation of a great being? Who could she possibly be? His interest piqued. This little disciple bore the aura of an emperor. He anticipated with great eagerness the transformation she would undergo in the future. Though she appeared somewhat unruly now, her potential was unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint royal seal manifesting between her brows. Hiss! In that moment, Yichio gasped, his heart filled with elation. To think that in this humble town of Juxian, he had stumbled upon a gifted disciple with the essence of an emperor. Had she not exhibited any emotional fluctuations earlier, Yichio would not have perceived the royal seal on her brow. Now, intrigued, he reached out, grasping her tiny hand to sense her aura closely. A celestial body? Yichio and Appos, as heart raced, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at her. Calming his thoughts, he contemplated deeply. He infused her with a strand of energy, concealing her aura to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from discovering her true nature. Having completed this, Yichio smiled lightly, his mood lifting instantly. "Let us return to the mountain," he stated casually, leaping into the air. Lin Qizhu scooped up little Linglong and signaled to Zhaowan and Amp, Appos, to follow Yichio and Amp, Appos, lead. As they soared into the sky, little Linglong was filled with exhilaration. "Oh, we're flying. Look, a big bird," she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a crane soaring in the distance. Lin Qizhu covered her face, finding the little one utterly amusing. The distant crane, sensing Linglong and Appos' curious gaze, turned to call out to her, its expression seemingly saying, "You are the big bird. Your whole family comprises big birds." It was a creature known as the spirit crane, a cherished pet residing in the sacred mountains. Not to be compared with mere, ordinary birds. "Little brat, you know nothing. Did it just provoke me?" Feeling the crane and Amp, Appos' disdainful gaze, little Linglong became instantly indignant. Having never faced such disrespect in her reign of invincibility within Juxian town, she shouted, "Sister, hurry, take me over there. I want to fight it." She flailed her arms angrily, eager to confront the creature, while Lin Qizhu held her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This little one, if she were to scale the mountain with such a fiery temperament, would surely wreak havoc among the children of the elders in the Butian sect. She could already envision the chaotic scenes that would unfold in the future. "Little sister, don't be troublesome. That's someone else's spirit crane. Once we return to the mountain, I'll catch you a few unicorns to play with, all right?" Lin Qizhu attempted to coax her gently, recalling the gentle unicorns residing on the northern slopes of Zixia Peak. If she could bring a few for Linglong to play with, perhaps the little one would settle down for a while. Unicorn? What is that? Little Linglong pondered for a moment, imagining a large bird with a single horn. She quickly shook her head. Unicorns shouldn't look like that. How ugly. Lin Qingzhu provided a brief description. "Well, a unicorn radiates a brilliant array of colors, resembling a horse. It has a single horn atop its head and a pair of small wings. Capable of flight, absolutely beautiful." After listening to her description, little Linglong contemplated seriously and looked up at the sky, the image beginning to form in her mind. "All right, I want to ride a unicorn." Her heart soared with joy, revealing her cute little tiger teeth in a silly grin. Before long, the group reached the skies above the Butian sect, heading straight for Zixia Peak. Along the way, they encountered the team from Tian Shui Peak, who had just returned. Upon seeing Yichio and the others approach, Mingyue smiled and flew over to greet him. "Junior brother, weren't you supposed to take them out for some fresh air? Why have you returned so soon?" Mingyue inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Casting a glance behind her, Mingyue and Appos' expression suddenly changed as her gaze fixated on little Linglong. Why is there a child here? Could it be that Yichio had a daughter before ascending the mountain? Upon this thought, Mingyue and Appos' heart quivered, and she hesitantly inquired, "Junior brother, who is this?" Yichio turned to glance at the lively and spirited Xiaolingong, who seemed to possess an affable charm, effortlessly mingling with the female disciples of Tianshui Peak, her smile radiant and infectious. The Tianshui Peak maidens were thoroughly amused, their laughter echoing, adorned as they were in their finery, basking in the moment and Appos' glory. A wave of perplexity washed over him as he pondered the nature of this peculiar situation he had found himself in. Noticing Mingyue and Appos' unease, Yichio smiled and explained, "This child is someone I encountered on my way back. Seeing her plight, abandoned and alone in the world, I could not bear to leave her. So I took her as my disciple and brought her to the mountain." Upon hearing his explanation, Mingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was not Yichio and Amp, Appo's daughter, but rather his newly accepted disciple. She had felt a tinge of anxiety earlier, but upon reflection, she found solace in the realization. After all, Yichio had not been a youth when he ascended the mountain. According to the customs of the great wilderness, he should have already taken a wife and started a family. If he did indeed have a daughter, it would not be entirely unusual. She simply needed a moment to process the notion. With Yichio and Amp, Appo's clarification, it dawned on her that her musings had been misplaced. Judging by Xilingong and Amp, Appo's age, she could not be more than 5 or 6 years old, while Yichio had been on the mountain for a decade. The timeline alone negated any possibility of her being his offspring. So she was merely the new disciple of the junior brother, a delightful little creature, lively and innocent, quite endearing. How about, you let her come to me? Mingwei proposed. Yichio chuckled heartily. Sure, but only if you trade me your senior disciple in return. Mingwei shot him an exasperated glance. This fellow was indeed harboring designs on her precious disciple. It seemed prudent to issue a special reminder to ensure that Ruyan kept her distance from him. Chapter 132, where my master is planted junior brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Sensing the situation was amiss, Mingwei prepared to whisk Lu Ruyan away to avoid being the object of Yichio's affection. At that moment, a group of female disciples from Tianshui Peak encircled Xilingong, incessantly poking her cherubic face and playful teasing. After a flurry of such antics, Xilingong and Appo's mood soured. She crossed her arms, displaying an air of defiance, and declared, "Do not poke me. If you do, I shall be angry." Oh, how adorable. Her reaction only fueled their mischief, intensifying their playful assault. Feeling overwhelmed, Xilingong suddenly caught sight of Mingwei soaring towards them. The notorious figure, known far and wide for her formidable presence, instantly captivated her attention, causing her to gulp nervously as she glanced around at her elder sisters. She tugged at Lin Qingzhu's sleeve, whispering, "Wow, senior sister, has this person been beaten? Why is she so plump, like a chubby girl? Fat in the front and fat in the back. And these beautiful elder sisters are quite plump too." Lin Qingzhu's expression darkened as she lightly tapped Xilingong on the head, exasperated by the child's audacity. "What nonsense, chubby girl? You have no idea how many envy Mingwei and Amp, Appo's figure." Xilingong whimpered at the reprimand, her tearful eyes glistening with indignation. Turning to Lin Qingzhu, she brightened up. "Wow, senior sister. You are also quite plump. Who made you this way? Tell me, and I shall help you teach them a lesson." Lin Qingzhu rolled her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Wan and Appo's hurried over, gently explaining, "Little junior sister, this is our master's senior sister. By lineage, we ought to call her and Appo's Sherbois, and Appo's, however, it sounds rather unappealing, so we generally refer to her as and Appo's, real person Mingwei, and Appo's Sherbois is not plump due to being beaten, and Appo's simply her natural physique. You are still young and do not comprehend these matters. As you grow older, you too may gain some weight." Upon hearing this, Xilingong's eyes widened with alarm. "I will become fat too. Woe is me. I do not wish to be fat. It will hinder my ability to fight. If I lose, how can I maintain my title of invincible among my peers?" Zhao Wan and Appo's chuckled, observing her youthful naivety. "Little junior sister, you are still too young to grasp the joys of life. When you grow older, you might find that you cannot help but gain weight, regardless of your wishes." Confusion clouded Xilingong's small face. Her curiosity piqued. How can being fat be enjoyable? It is unattractive, cumbersome, and a burden when fighting. Mingwei gracefully descended beside her, gently caressing her small face. "What is your name, little one?" "I am called Ling Long. The old beggar who gives me food calls me and Appo's little tiger and Appo's." Before she could finish, Lin Qingzhu swiftly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Real person, my little junior sister is simply called Ling Long. She has no other nicknames." Mingwei nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "What a lovely name, Ling Long." She tenderly ruffled Xilingong and Appo's hair, scrutinizing her physique. Suddenly, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. How strange. Why can I not perceive her essence? Mingwei and Appo's mind raced, realizing a formidable aura surrounded Xilingong, blocking her from discerning the child and Appo's true nature. A glance at Yichio brought clarity. Any child favored by him must possess extraordinary talents. This aura was likely a safeguard placed by Yichio to conceal her remarkable abilities from prying eyes. Such incredible power. Mingwei felt Xilingong and Appo's petite frame exuding an astonishing force, breaking free from her embrace with ease. Mingwei was taken aback, recognizing that this little one possessed innate strength. reaching an impressive capacity at such a tender age. Junior brother, congratulations. You have acquired a gifted disciple with such astounding potential under your guidance. She shall undoubtedly become a paragon of excellence in the future. Confirming her suspicions, Mingyue beamed, while Yi Qiu maintained a calm demeanor, secretly relishing the moment. Indeed, Xia Linglong's physique was remarkable, exuding the aura of an emperor. It was no wonder Yi Qiu playfully referred to her as Empress Linglong, though intended as jest. It did not diminish her extraordinary talent. Yi Qiu replied nonchalantly, "Senior sister, you jest. My disciples' talents are but trifles compared to your exceptional students. I merely provide some casual instruction. Her future growth relies on her own fortune." His words carried an undertone of self-deprecation, yet Mingyue regarded him with a sidelong glance. Feeling envious of his unique disciple, despite having many students, none could compare to Yi Qiu and Appos in terms of innate ability and strength. How infuriating. Let us depart, Mingyue declared, waving her hand. Soon, the group from Tianshui Peak reluctantly took their leave, still enamored by the adorable Xia Linglong, who displayed a fearless spirit, unbothered by their teasing. After their departure, Yi Qiu remarked, "All right, let us be on our way as well." Lin Qizhu nodded and followed his lead as they swiftly returned to Xixia Peak. Upon their return and witnessing the transformation, Yi Qiu and Appos' eyes gleamed with surprise. The northern end of Xixia Peak had been magnificently renovated into a grand dojo by the diligent workers of the Shao family. The once humble wooden huts of the dojo had been painted anew, giving them a revitalized appearance. Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er shared his astonishment. "Our dojo has been refurbished?" With a joyful exclamation, Lin Qingzhu spotted Su Lao, the Shao family's overseer, descending from the northern mountain. "Real person, you have finally returned." Noticing the commotion, Su Lao hurried over, initially fearing a theft. Upon recognizing Yi Qiu, his heart leapt with joy. "I have awaited your return for half a month to report back to you," he explained with a smile. Yi Qiu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Lao continued, "Recently, the clan leader instructed us to renovate the dojo at Xixia Peak, which has been completed for quite some time now. I remained here, awaiting your return to hand over the new dojo." "Oh, I see." Yi Qiu realized he had nearly forgotten about this matter amidst his recent busyness. "Su Lao, you have worked hard. Shortly, I shall have my disciples prepare a sumptuous feast and a few fine wines to reward you." However, Su Lao declined, saying, "Haha, real person. Your kindness is appreciated, yet I am bound by duties and must return to report to the clan leader. I cannot impose upon your tranquility. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Seeing his reluctance to linger, Yi Qiu nodded, granting him permission to depart. After Su Lao left, Yi Qiu and his 3 disciples strolled around the new dojo. Overall, it was quite impressive. It is spacious enough, I like it. With a smile in his heart, Yi Qiu maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. In the new dojo, the grand hall located at the center was named the Qianqing Hall, with a vast training ground extending before it, exuding an impressive aura. However, due to the limited number of disciples from Xixia Peak, the size of the training ground seemed inconsequential. To the left of the hall lay a misty garden, where peach blossoms fluttered down like petals in a floral rain. Deep within the garden, luxurious small houses were nestled, serving as dormitories for rest. There were over 10 of these houses, seamlessly integrated into the garden, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial abode. After a leisurely stroll around the new dojo, Yi Qiu turned to his disciples and said, "All right, as per our usual practice, you may each select your own little house. Choose whichever you fancy, and later, return to settle in." Upon hearing this, the 3 began eagerly selecting their quarters. Among them, the most enthusiastic was Xia Linglong. I want this one." And that one too, having never encountered such exquisite houses before, having lived in a simple cottage in her village and a dilapidated temple during her wandering, she was elated to find such beautiful accommodations upon arriving at the mountain. One house was insufficient. She wished to claim several. Excitedly wandering in the garden, after Zhao Wan'er selected her room, she approached Xia Linglong and teased, "Little junior sister, aren't you afraid to sleep alone at night? Would you like to stay with your elder sister?" Xia Linglong, with a proud glint in her eyes, retorted, "No, I'm already a grown-up. I want my own space." "Very well, your elder sister will stay nearby. Remember to come find me if you need anything." Zhao Wan'er replied, somewhat disappointed but not overly concerned. This little one, despite her age, had her own ideas and wasn't afraid to sleep alone. It made sense. With her temperament, there was little in the world that could intimidate her. Having spent several days in a dilapidated temple with a corpse, she not only remained unafraid, but joyfully ventured out to spar each day. "All right, let us head back, tidy up, and prepare for the move," Yi Qiu said with a smile once they had all made their selections. Lin Qizhu chose a relatively secluded room nestled in a small valley at the back, giving it an air of isolation. Zhao Wan'er opted for a room at the front of the garden, adjacent to Xiao Linglong's, so she could look after her. As for Yiqiu, he simply chose to reside in the Qianxing Hall itself. On the way back to the old dojo, standing before a newly painted wooden cabin, Yiqiu's gaze fell upon a wind chime tree at the entrance, causing his heart to tremble. Turning to his disciples, he inquired, "Do you know who planted this tree and what significance it holds?" Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er exchanged curious glances, both intrigued. This tree was unlike the many others on Zixia Peak. It was the sole one planted at the entrance of the dojo, which was quite peculiar. Since their first day, this question had lingered. What made this tree special, and why was it planted here? Noticing their silence, Yiqiu knelt down, gently stroking Xiao Linglong's hair. "Little Linglong, do you know?" he asked. She shook her head, pondering for a moment before confidently declaring, "I don't know." Yiqiu paused, then smiled gently. Rising to address Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er, "The wind chime tree at the entrance was planted by my master." At this revelation, both disciples felt a jolt of surprise, never having imagined that this tree was planted by their ancestral master. Yiqiu continued, "Many springs ago, when the snow first melted, a naive young man ascended the mountain, thus entering the realm of immortality. My master, concerned for me yet unable to express it, planted this tree, symbolizing his hope that I would grow tall and flourish like it. A decade has passed through storms and rains, and now it stands tall, fulfilling my master's wish." His voice grew somber as he reflected on his master's feelings toward him. Was it true that his master had no affection for him? No. All of his master's sentiments were entwined with this tree. Yet, his master's nature was one of detachment, deeply immersed in the pursuit of immortality, leaving him unsure of how to convey his feelings. Thus, he planted this tree as a legacy and retreated into seclusion. When my master departed, he left a promise that he would return when the wind chime flowers bloomed in spring. Yet, as seasons changed and 10 years passed, the naive young man remained beneath this tree, guarding this desolate mountain, waiting for a decade. Now, gazing at the wind chime tree before me, I am filled with mixed emotions. After hearing Yiqiu's words, Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. They had never seen their ancestral master, nor did they know what he looked like. But after hearing Yiqiu's description, they could envision the scene, a naive young man, untouched by worldly affairs, waiting for 10 years under the tree, hoping for the return of his beloved master. How many ordinary people could endure 10 years of solitude and silence? They questioned their own resilience and couldn't help but admire their master, who had waited a decade, not merely as a test of endurance, but as a testament to an unwavering belief. Master Lin Qizhu felt a sting in her eyes as she approached Yiqiu, tugging at his sleeve in a gesture of comfort, unsure how to express her empathy. Yiqiu glanced at her, offering a gentle smile. Looking at the wind chime tree, he spoke softly. "Years ago, my master planted this wind chime tree for me, imbued with his hopes for my growth. Today, I too shall plant a tree for you, as a reminder and a symbol of my expectations, wishing that in the future, you too may grow tall and achieve enlightenment." Upon hearing this, both disciples felt deeply moved. Their master's hopes for them were akin to that of the tree. All words were expressed through its presence. Lin Qizhu trembled as she vowed, "Rest assured, master, we will not disappoint your expectations. We will diligently cultivate ourselves and strive to become what you envision." Zhao Wan'er echoed, "Sister is right. We will certainly live up to your hopes, master." Xiao Linglong, though somewhat confused and unable to grasp the depth of the conversation, sensed the somber atmosphere. She tugged at Yiqiu's clothing, curiously asking, "Why doesn't master come back? Doesn't he know master has been waiting for him here for 10 years? In her innocent mindset, she hadn't yet grasped the concept of mortality. Yiqiu, aligning with her perspective, explained, "Well, your ancestral master has passed away, so he cannot return." Xiao Linglong tilted her head, contemplating, "Just like daddy and mommy." "And the old beggar?" "Precisely." She finally understood, murmuring, "So, master also enjoys sleeping in and has woken up for 10 years. He is lazier than daddy and mommy." Suddenly, she looked up at Yiqiu, whispering, "Then, master, when will you pass away?" Goodness, Yiqiu was taken aback by the unexpected remark, left momentarily speechless. Was this child a little cotton-padded jacket? Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan'er stifled their laughter, sharing a moment of amusement. "Only you, Xiao Linglong, would say something so shocking. You're still young, master. You have much to do. So you can't pass away yet," Yiqiu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he noticed Xiao Linglong's slight disappointment. "Goodness. This little cotton-padded jacket seems to be leaking air. Can I return her?" Who would constantly ponder when their master would pass away, eager to inherit a legacy? Lin Qizhu approached with a humorous demeanor and explained, "Little junior sister, you must not casually utter the phrase and amp Oppos, GA and amp. Amp. Oppos. In the future, it is not advisable. Do you understand? Oh. Little Linglong appeared contemplative, momentarily puzzled as to what exactly was inappropriate about it. At that moment, Yichio slowly retrieved a low-grade spiritual artifact, a hammer, and urged them to step back before striking it against the ground. The wind bell tree was uprooted in an instant, and Yichio deftly enveloped it with a stream of energy, preparing to transplant it to the new dojo. Upon witnessing the hammer in Yichio and Amp, Oppos' hand, Little Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quietly sidling up to Yichio, she whispered, "Master, if you ever GA, may I have that hammer you hold?" Yichio's lips twitched. The hammer was merely an ordinary tool, a low-grade spiritual artifact at best, and certainly not a treasure. Observing the infatuated gaze of his young disciple, Yichio felt a sense of embarrassment. This little cotton-padded jacket truly had a way of revealing her thoughts, leaving him exasperated. "Here, Master will give it to you. I will strive to GA by tomorrow." Yichio promptly handed the hammer to Little Linglong, who gleefully accepted it. The hammer weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds. And as she took hold of it, she was momentarily unprepared, resulting in her tumbling backward. Spitting out a mouthful of dirt, Little Linglong indignantly rose to her feet, wielding the hammer that towered over her, grumbling in annoyance. Witnessing her misfortune, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, could not help but chuckle at her plight. Chapter 133. A peach tree in front of the door. Observing the little creature struggling to rise from the ground, Lin Qizhu could not help but smile. It seemed that upon ascending the mountain, the atmosphere of Zixia Peak had gradually become more vibrant. This was indeed a promising beginning. As she stood up, grumbling, and briefly adapted to the weight of the hammer, she huffed defiantly, "I refuse to believe that this unyielding lady, unrivaled among her peers, cannot lift a mere hammer." With that, she summoned all her strength, gritting her teeth as she shouted. With a tremendous effort, she suddenly yanked the hammer from the ground and struck it forcefully against the stones ahead. To her astonishment, the massive boulders were shattered into dust upon impact. This unexpected display of power even startled Yichio. It was remarkable to note that she had yet to commence her training and had already demonstrated such astonishing combat prowess. At that moment, her strength had surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. If she were to truly begin her cultivation, would she not transcend the limits of strength? Intrigued, Yichio recognized this little one as a promising talent, one that required careful guidance. In the future, with her fiery temperament, she would undoubtedly make an excellent enforcer. With her by his side, there would be no need for him to intervene personally. For who would dare to provoke the formidable Linglong Empress? Indeed, this seemed quite entertaining. A smile crept across Yichio and Oppos' face as he began to formulate a plan for nurturing this little gem. Meanwhile, upon realizing her own power, Xiao Linglong was astonished. "Wow, am I really this powerful?" As she gazed at the pulverized boulders before her, joy surged within her. She had not anticipated that the hammer gifted by her master possessed such immense power. With this hammer in her possession, would she not be able to crush anyone who dared to confront her? Filled with delight, she dropped the hammer and rushed toward Yichio. "Thank you, master. I adore this hammer. You are just like a father to me, so kind and loving." With this newfound weapon, she thought wickedly, who would dare to challenge her now? As she wore an evil grin, Yichio felt a shiver of foreboding. This little girl, fearless and combative by nature, now wielded a hammer, which only augmented her already formidable spirit. Would she not inadvertently invite calamity in the future? Surely not, he reassured himself. After all, what kind of disaster could a child truly create? With his current strength, he could quell any mischief that arose. Suddenly, a notification from the system jolted Yichio from his thoughts. "Ding, you have gifted your disciple a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Spirit Wind Hammer, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it?" Taken aback, Yichio pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. This hammer was one he had previously seized from Gongsun Yang, initially intended as a playful gift for his 2 other disciples. However, they had deemed it too cumbersome for their use and declined it. He never imagined that what they rejected would now be cherished by Xiao Linglong. Amused, Yichio realized that his heavyweight weapons had finally found a suitable owner. "Let us activate it," he decided. "Ding, congratulations. You have triggered a 10-fold return, obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, the Haoyan hammer." Yichio was momentarily speechless, gazing at the hammer within the system and Oppos' inventory that crackled with lightning and exuded a dark hue. Did it truly have the essence of the legendary Day Sky Divine Hammer? Intriguing. Yet, why was it classified as an innate spiritual treasure? With a chuckle, Yichio contemplated whether this was indeed a boon or a curse. The weapon, imbued with lightning, promised formidable offensive capabilities and could summon divine thunder as an attack method. Its immense weight, a staggering £1,000,000, seemed almost absurd. Perhaps it was an enhanced version. Though Yi Qiu held little admiration for this weapon, he decided to keep it for the time being, intending to pass it to Xiao Linglong when she matured and her strength increased. With such a weapon to bolster her abilities, she would surely become a force to be reckoned with, an empress of Linglong, terrifying in her prowess. Valuing his little disciple, Yi Qiu noted that she was somewhat reckless. After some time spent familiarizing herself with the hammer and Appo's weight, Xiao Linglong gradually honed her strength. Yi Qiu, observing her progress, was inwardly astonished. He then declared, "All right. Let us return and prepare for our move." "Understood," Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Appo's replied. Xiao Linglong, having no belongings to pack, needed no preparation. Yi Qiu turned to gather his essentials and led them to the ancestral altar for a brief ceremony, marking their initiation. Once Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan completed their tasks, they joined Yi Qiu at the altar, standing quietly behind him. Satisfied with their presence, Yi Qiu began the ritual. He lit 3 incense sticks and proclaimed, "Ancestors of the past, I, Yi Qiu, the 18th master of Zixia Peak, alongside my disciples, Lin Qizhu, Zhao Wan, and Ling Long, come to pay our respects. Today, we seek to relocate our temple to the northern mountain and wish to inform you of this change. We hope you do not take offense at our disturbance." After completing his declaration, Yi Qiu gestured for his 3 disciples to step forward and light their own incense. Once the incense burned down, he looked up at the sky, ready to embark on their journey. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned all the ancestral tablets and soared toward the northern mountain, bringing along the beloved wind chime tree. Thus, the temple that had accompanied countless generations of ancestors at Zixia Peak bid farewell to history. The new temple, now situated at the northern mountain, symbolized the thriving future of Zixia Peak, a fresh beginning. Upon reaching the Qinqing Hall, Yi Qiu carefully arranged the ancestral tablets and offered 3 more incense sticks. After fulfilling all the necessary rituals, he finally exhaled in relief. Standing at the entrance to the Qinqing Hall, beside the garden, he planted the wind chime tree. Turning to his disciples, he announced, "This tree was planted by my master, embodying their hopes for me. Today, I shall plant one for you, symbolizing my hopes for each of you. May you grow as tall and strong as this tree." Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan nodded solemnly, while Xiao Linglong, not fully grasping the significance, followed suit, nodding along with her sisters. Clutching the oversized hammer, she embodied the spirit of a true warrior. With eager anticipation, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan speculated about the kind of tree their master would plant. "I believe it shall be a wind chime tree as well," Lin Qizhu suggested dismissively. "I disagree. Our master only produces the finest. Surely it will not be an ordinary tree," Zhao Wan and Appo's countered boldly. "Perhaps it could be a spiritual tree?" Unable to reach a consensus, Zhao Wan and Appo's finally inquired, "Master, what kind of tree do you intend to plant for us?" Yi Qiu, having chosen the perfect spot, turned back with a gentle smile. "Well, let us plant whatever comes to mind. The essence lies in the meaning of the tree, not its value." Both disciples nodded in agreement, resolved to nurture and protect whatever tree their master chose, as it symbolized his expectations for them. With a silent determination to honor this responsibility, Yi Qiu then revealed a peach tree from his storage jade. Gasping, both Lin Qizhu and Zhao Wan and Appo's inhaled sharply, taken aback by the overwhelming celestial aura that enveloped them, leaving their faces pale with astonishment. They had never before experienced such astonishing celestial power. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire Zixia Peak was suffused with a rich aura. Immersed in this extraordinary atmosphere, both felt an unmistakable sign of a breakthrough in their cultivation, leaving them astonished. "Senior sister, is this merely a casual planting?" Zhao Wan exclaimed, her small mouth agape in surprise, her expression delightfully charming. Lin Qingzhu, equally bewildered, wondered if the casual planting mentioned by their master referred to the planting of a celestial tree. They had both underestimated the significance of the moment. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from within Lin Qingzhu and Appo's body, snapping her back to reality. To her amazement, she discovered that she had made a breakthrough. Leaping from the 2nd rank to the 3rd, Zhao Wan experienced a similar phenomenon, sensing an opportunity for her own advancement. With a bit of time and seclusion, she was bound to succeed. "This is unbelievable. How could I have advanced a realm in merely a breath?" Lin Qingzhu and Appo's pale face was filled with astonishment. The overwhelming celestial energy gradually coalesced into mist, enveloping the garden in a dense shroud. Training within this environment was akin to experiencing 10 days of practice in the outside world, if not more. The Pantao tree, a celestial-grade tree, contained enough celestial energy to nourish the entirety of Zixia Peak, transforming it into an extraordinary cultivation array. Yuchio gazed in wonder at the changes unfolding before him, his heart swelling with joy at this unexpected turn of events. He promptly planted the Pantao seed, and in an instant, a surge of celestial energy erupted forth. A fierce wind rose, dark clouds gathered overhead, forming a massive vortex. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in, revitalizing Zixia Peak. The mountains, rivers, and lush forests suddenly radiated with vibrant life, imbued with a touch of spirit. The spiritual energy of Zixia Peak surged once more. This sudden change was felt throughout the entire Butian sect, leaving everyone astonished. What has happened at Zixia Peak? Why such a tremendous transformation? Everyone was astounded, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at the swirling layers of spiritual energy above. The disciples within the hall immediately rushed toward Zixia Peak. Ming Tianzheng, having just returned to the Taoist hall, had barely settled into his seat before he stood up again, staring in disbelief at the direction of Zixia Peak. This spiritual energy is astonishing. Could it be that someone at Zixia Peak has attained enlightenment again? This situation bore a resemblance to the earlier phenomenon triggered by a sudden realization. However, the magnitude of this event was hundreds of times more terrifying. At Tianshui Peak, Mingwei had just planted a ginseng fruit tree when her heart leapt with joy as the tree took root. In an instant, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly enriching the atmosphere of Tianshui Peak. Witnessing this phenomenon, Mingwei felt elated. It was finally her turn to shine. Just this spectacle alone would certainly leave all the other peaks in awe, and she imagined all would soon be vying for her favor. Lost in her dreams, Mingyue smiled brightly, nearly losing herself in the adoration of her fellow disciples. Suddenly, an even more astonishing phenomenon occurred, overshadowing the effects of her ginseng fruit tree. The smile on Mingyue's face faded. What is happening? She gazed in confusion toward the direction of Zixia Peak. Shouldn't I be the center of attention today? Lu Ruyan and the others also looked perplexedly toward the source of the phenomenon, their hearts racing. What is Master and Uncle Yu stirred up? Why such an incredible spectacle? Mingwei pouted slightly, feeling a bit aggrieved. How should I know? Let's go take a look. Casting a glance back at her ginseng fruit tree, she suddenly felt it lacked luster. While the ginseng fruit tree was also a spiritual root, it had yet to reach the level of celestial quality, thus failing to achieve the extraordinary effects of the Pantao. Had Mingyue known that Yi Qiu was planting the Pantao today, she would have never chosen to plant the ginseng fruit tree. After all, she had finally obtained a treasure to showcase, only for its glory to be overshadowed. At that moment, others from various peaks began to sense the astonishing phenomenon, all making their way to Zixia Peak to discover what had transpired. Before long, the new Taoist site at Zixia Peak was teeming with people, as they basked in the celestial energy emanating from the Pantao tree. The garden was enveloped in a hazy mist, evoking an otherworldly sensation. Everyone was astounded. This truly is a sacred ground of the immortals. Good heavens! I can hardly believe the spiritual energy of Zixia Peak has become this dense. Training here is akin to a month of practice outside. I suddenly regret not choosing the desolate Zixia Peak. Had I done so and persevered, perhaps I would have achieved greatness. As they beheld the transformation of Zixia Peak, feelings of regret filled their hearts. The once forlorn Zixia Peak had now become a veritable paradise of the immortals. At the moment the Pantao tree was planted, Zixia Peak seemed to come alive. Tears of envy streamed down the faces of all present. Wow, so many people. Little Linglong, still dazed, turned to see a throng of admirers behind her, startling her. Senior sister, why are they all looking at us like that? Observing the envious gazes, little Linglong shook her head, inquiring. Lin Qizhu glanced back and replied, they are looking at us with envy for having a Pantao tree at Zixia Peak. Oh, is this tree really that impressive? Little Linglong asked innocently, momentarily taken aback. Of course, this is the finest treasure in the world. When it bears fruit, just one bite of a Pantao will make you invincible among your peers. Little Linglong's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she lifted the hammer resting on her shoulder. Her heart filled with excitement. Really, nothing could be more enticing to her than being unrivaled among her peers, except perhaps 1,000 roasted sweet potatoes. Zhao chimed in. Indeed. So you must protect it well and ensure no ill-intentioned person steals it, or else you will lose your chance at invincibility. Hearing this, little Linglong's heart soared, and she whispered, Understood, senior sister. I will protect this tree. Anyone who dares to harm it will face my hammer. Seeing her eager expression, Zhao Wan and Oppos suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Deceiving a child. Lin Qingzhu was also embarrassed and chose not to interject. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed across the horizon as a few elders and the headmaster arrived at Zixia Peak. The first to arrive was Meng Tianzheng, who stepped forward and immediately spotted the Pantao tree at the center of the garden, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is the legendary celestial grade Pantao tree. Qi Wuhui also reached the summit and, upon seeing the Pantao, mirrored Ming Tianjing's expression of disbelief. Incredible! Junior brother, he possesses a Pantao tree? He muttered to himself, his face a mask of incredulity. However, upon recalling the celestial treasures in Yi Qiu's possession, he felt less surprised. This fellow never seemed to lack celestial artifacts. Relieved, Qi Wuhui thought to himself how fortunate he was to have redeemed himself early. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Haha, junior brother, you truly continue to surprise us with your remarkable achievements. Ming Tianzhong laughed heartily. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the Pantao tree. In that moment, as the Pantao tree was planted, Xixiao Peak revitalized, teeming with life and celestial energy, shedding its former desolate appearance. The present-day Xixiao Peak is truly a celestial sanctuary, an existence that other mountain ranges cannot possibly compare to. Qi Wuhui, equally astonished, remarked, "The legendary celestial grade peach tree, how astonishing! I cannot believe that my junior possesses such a treasure." From this moment onward, Xixiao Peak has undergone a profound transformation, and its disciples, blessed with the assistance of this tree, shall experience remarkable advancements in their cultivation. Congratulations, my junior. Yi Qiu gently caressed the branches and leaves of the peach tree, his heart brimming with excitement. Yet, he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness, humbly replying, "Senior brother, you jest. It hardly qualifies as a treasure. I merely seek to uphold the traditions of Xixiao Peak. I planted this tree casually, as a manifestation of my hopes, to awaken the disciples to diligent practice." Casually planted, indeed, such a notion seemed utterly insignificant. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tremor within. "Is this truly what you call casually planting?" Qi Wuhui exclaimed, recognizing the audacity. "What a remarkable display! This surpasses even my own efforts." As he contemplated, Qi Wuhui was suddenly struck with realization. This unique display of nonchalance was indeed exceptional. He mused to himself, "I must try this approach upon my return. It feels quite exhilarating." His words, though understated, left an indelible impression on all present. As he was on the verge of breaking through to supremacy, adapting in advance seemed prudent. The tradition of planting trees at Xixiao Peak as a means of expressing hopes was unfamiliar even to the esteemed leaders among them. However, upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, they found themselves intrigued. Perhaps they too should plant a tree to remind their disciples of their duties? Yet, upon glancing at the peach tree, they quickly dismissed the thought. After all, they were unworthy. Chapter 134, Stealing? No worries, my Xixiao Peak is most hospitable. Gazing at the slowly growing peach tree nestled in the garden, the onlookers were captivated and filled with envy. From this day forth, Xixiao Peak underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming an undeniable sacred realm of immortals. There exists no place that can rival it, as the enhancement of its celestial roots draws forth the essence of the surrounding heavens and earth. Cultivating here surpasses the effects experienced in any other cave or blessed land. Alas, how wonderful it would be to cultivate here. A sigh escaped someone's lips as they glanced at the vacant houses surrounding the garden, longing for a space to call their own. Regrettably, they were not disciples of Xixiao Peak and thus lacked the qualification to reside here. "Do you think it's too late for me to join Xixiao Peak now?" someone ventured, only to be met with disdainful glares from the crowd. "Foolish fantasy. Who do you think you are? Do you possess the demeanor of an emperor? Would Master Yi even consider you?" As the discussions continued, several beams of light shot by, and in an instant, a figure clad in azure robes, Mingwei, accompanied by a group of disciples from Tianshui Peak, arrived at the garden. Upon seeing the peach tree flourishing in the garden soil, Mingwei's mouth fell agape, her expression one of astonishment. "Celestial grade peach?" At that moment, Mingwei felt a bit bewildered. Turning to Yi Qiu, she inquired, "Junior brother, where did you acquire this tree?" Her curiosity was piqued. After all, hadn't Yi Qiu only obtained a ginseng fruit tree when he was at the imperial tomb, which he gifted to her? How did he suddenly possess a peach tree as well? Could it be that he had something even more splendid, hence his generosity in gifting her the peach? Yi Qiu smiled faintly and explained, "This tree is a sapling of the peach tree I acquired atop the Dragon Gate, born from the Void Realm." Now it made sense. Mingwei nodded. After Yi Qiu gifted her the ginseng fruit tree, he must have journeyed to the Dragon Gate, where he subsequently obtained this unparalleled treasure. Little did she know that Yi Qiu had merely spun a tale to deceive her. If she were to discover that his peach was obtained through a ruse involving her, she would likely be left utterly disheartened. Initially believing in love, she now found herself ensnared in a transaction, reduced to a mere tool. Heart-wrenching. But alas, she remained unaware. Deep down, she felt a profound sense of gratitude that Yi Qiu had selflessly bestowed the ginseng fruit tree upon her even before acquiring the peach tree. Reflecting on this, warmth spread through her heart, and her affection for him blossomed. Junior brother does indeed hold me in his thoughts. Well, that brings me comfort. Junior brother, congratulations. With this peach, once it blossoms and bears fruit, it shall herald your ascension, right? Mingwei gazed at Yuchio with tender eyes, a wave of sadness washing over her. Here she was, merely at the pinnacle of her own cultivation, while Yuchio had already achieved supremacy. If things continued to develop this way, she feared she would never catch up to his pace. Would there still be a chance for them? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mingyue felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, recalling her ginseng fruit tree, she mused that perhaps it wasn't yet time to despair. While she knew she couldn't truly keep pace with him, she could at least strive not to fall too far behind, and that, in itself, was enough for her satisfaction. It was still too early to speak of ascension. Yichio remarked lightly, although this peach is formidable, its growth cycle is rather lengthy. I fear I may ascend before it bears fruit. Thus, this tree was intended solely for his disciples, and whether he would utilize it himself remained uncertain. At present, he possessed numerous treasures, and that singular longevity herb alone would sustain him for a considerable time. Once he absorbed it, his cultivation would surely reach the kingly realm at the very least. Furthermore, all his attributes would be enhanced to their utmost limits, a level of power that could hardly be compared to ordinary kingly giants. According to his original plan, Yichio intended to retreat immediately upon his return to break through to the kingly realm. However, considering the impending discourse at Yunding Mountain, he decided to take a more measured approach. Before that, nurturing the foundational strength and potential of Xiaoling Long was his foremost priority. Turning back to the flourishing peach tree, Yichio felt an overwhelming joy. With this peach tree, Zixiao Peak would undoubtedly become a true sanctuary of immortals, facilitating the rapid advancement of its disciples. Gently caressing the leaves of the peach tree, he observed the branches sprouting forth. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power erupted. The energy stemming from the celestial roots surged forth, leaving everyone astounded. With a loud thud, someone's body emitted peculiar sounds, and unbeknownst to them, they had experienced a breakthrough. I've broken through. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Such miraculous effects from a mere surge of energy? They all settled down, sitting cross-legged on the ground, hoping to harness this wave of spiritual energy to overcome their cultivation limitations. Observing the crowd of seated individuals, Xiaoling Long murmured discontentedly, "Sister, won't our peach tree be drained by them?" Lin Qingzhu reassured her, "No, this is merely the initial surge as the peach tree takes root. There will be much more to come. They certainly won't deplete it." Oh, Xiaoling Long paused for a moment, not quite grasping the explanation, but trusting her sister's words that all was well. Regaining her focus, Lu Qingfeng swooped down from the heavens and whispered something in Meng Tianzheng's ear. After listening, Meng Tianzheng's expression hardened as he surveyed the scene, noticing everyone engrossed in their cultivation. He chose to leave quietly, not wishing to disturb them. Qi Wuhui, upon realizing this, was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by what had transpired, sensing a mysterious air about his master brother. Could something significant be unfolding? Meanwhile, Yichio continued to channel his power, nurturing the peach tree with his supreme strength, encouraging it to grow and flourish. Having recently been transplanted, it required time to adjust, and Yichio had to carefully oversee its well-being to prevent any adverse effects on its celestial roots. Once the tree had fully taken root, Yichio gradually withdrew his energy, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew. The celestial roots are born of chaos and demand a specific quality of soil. It appears I must procure some heavenly materials and earthly treasures as nourishment to supplement it. Yichio mused privately, recognizing that nurturing such a tree entailed considerable care. If he wished for the peach to flourish swiftly, adequate nourishment was essential. Turning around, he noticed Lu Qifeng standing behind him, causing Yichio to pause momentarily. Qifeng, is there something you need? Lu Qifeng, slightly dazed from his earlier fascination with the peach tree, snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as he replied, "Master Uncle, you surprised us yet again." Sensing the influx of spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens, Lu Qifeng was inwardly astonished and continued, "With this peach tree taking root, the entire Zixia Peak feels like a paradise, brimming with spiritual power. Such a rare sanctuary for cultivation, I am truly in awe. Master Uncle, I have a request, though I am uncertain if I should voice it." At this point, he hesitated, gauging Yichio's expression, ready to retreat if there was any hint of discontent. Yichio, having surmised Lu Qifeng's intent, nodded, "Go ahead." Hearing this, Lu Qifeng's heart soared with delight as he hurriedly said, "Master Uncle, with the discourse at Yunding Mountain approaching, I, as the chief disciple of the Butian sect, feel immense pressure. Should I falter during the discourse, I fear it would bring shame to our sect. Therefore, I wish to enter seclusion for a period before the discourse begins." I wonder if Master Uncle. Lu Qifeng looked at Yichio with hopeful eyes. He had been reluctant to make this request, but the significance of the discourse at Yunning Mountain was too critical to ignore. Almost every sacred ground in the eastern wilderness would be participating. He was the chief disciple of the Heaven-Mending sect, representing the dignity of the sect. If he were to lose, it would be a disgrace to the Heaven-Mending sect. The burden on his shoulders was too great. And he had been mentally and physically exhausted these past few days, feeling quite powerless. Yichio looked at him with amusement, of course understanding the pressure on the chief disciple. After a moment of thought, Yichio nodded and said, "Indeed, you may. Coincidentally, there are a few vacant guest rooms on the east side. You can stay there for now." "Thank you, Martial Uncle," Lu Qifeng said, feeling incredibly grateful. He had received favors from Yichio more than once, and naturally held this youngest martial uncle of the Heaven-Mending sect in high esteem. Back when Yichio was still down on his luck, even birds were unwilling to come to Purple Cloud Peak. Only he was willing to visit. For his sake, Yichio had to take care of him. After all, he was the future sect leader. Speaking of the Cloud Top Mountain Dao discussion, Yichio turned to look at his three disciples. He was very reassured about Lin Qizhu. His eldest disciple was his most considerate little cotton-padded jacket, always making him worry-free and rarely messing things up. As for his second disciple, he was not very combative, with a gentle personality, but his strength was also good. And his cultivation was about to reach the no-distance realm. Presumably, he would reach the no-distance realm before the Cloud Top Mountain Dao discussion. As for this little one, Yichio stroked his chin, lost in thought. Given her current age, there was almost no possibility of cultivation. Generally, the children of large clans would be given many resources by their families before they came of age to develop their potential and bring them to their most perfect state. When the body was developed to its most perfect state, the improvement in its strength was also very astonishing. However, ordinary families could not afford to spend too many resources to develop them to perfection. But Yichio was different. What he had the most of now was resources. Perhaps he could develop her a bit, and then let this little one beat up all the descendants of the other Holy Lands and great clans. Wuden and Appos, that be fun? Thinking of this, Yichio smiled wickedly, gradually becoming unrestrained. It and Appos, settled then. Anyway, this little one likes to fight. So I'll fulfill her wish and have her beat them to death. Looking at the thriving flat peach tree, Lu Qifeng pondered for a moment, then suddenly revealed a question. Looking at the pack of wolves around him, he asked, "Martial Uncle, I have a question." Yichio looked back and asked, "HM? What is it?" Lu Qifeng said softly, "You planted the flat peach here without setting up any defenses? RN and Appos, you afraid that someone will steal the tree?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. "Good heavens, you must think your life is too long and you want to die. Don and Amp, Appos, drag us down with you. We Don and Amp, Appos, want to die? Are you kidding? Daring to covet the treasure of a supreme, do you think we're all fools? We're just afraid that you'll have the life to steal it, but not the life to enjoy it." Everyone rolled their eyes, feeling contempt for Lu Qingfeng's words. A dignified chief disciple actually asked such a foolish question. Lu Qingfeng seemed to realize that there was a problem with his words and awkwardly scratched his nose, trying to hide his embarrassment. Oh right, how could he forget that Yichio was a supreme? Yichio looked at him with a smile and suddenly took out a sword that looked like a stone. In an instant, a terrifying murderous aura swept over, and everyone in Appos' faces turned pale. The terrifying blood energy covered the sky, turning it blood red. Under the pressure of the immortal slaughtering sword, everyone in Appos' breathing became tight. Too terrifying. Is this the power of an immortal sword? In just a moment, it makes one feel like they are facing death. Martial Uncle and Appos' strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. Everyone in Appos' faces were pale, and they sighed with emotion. Even Qi Wuwei and Mingyu were shocked, and even they did not dare to look directly at this oppressive force. Yichio gently inserted the immortal slaughtering sword into the soil and said softly, "Steal?" He turned to look at everyone. Yichio pretended to be surprised, smiled, and said, "It's okay. Come early to fertilize, come late to water. It just so happens that this flat peach tree needs a lot of fertilizer. As much as there is, so much the better. My Purple Cloud Peak is very hospitable and never refuses anyone. Come on, I and Appos am waiting." Yichio smiled meaningfully, and everyone was startled. Haha. Martial Uncle is so humorous. Really? How dare we covet Martial Uncle and Amp, Appos' immortal tree? We and Amp, Appos, just taking a look. We and Amp, Appos, leave after we and Amp, Appos, done looking. Martial Uncle. Don and Appos, misunderstand. Yichio said this, and everyone said repeatedly, acting as if Martial Uncle was really humorous. But in their hearts, they were terrified. Damn it, too scary. Come early to fertilize, come late to water? What great authority you have. using the immortal slaughtering sword to scare us. You and Amp, Oppos, ruthless. At this moment, no one dared to covet the flat peach tree. Not to mention thinking about it, they didn't even dare to have a single thought. Even thinking about it was a sin. After hearing Yuchio's words, Lu Qifeng was also ashamed. Thinking about it, it was true. With Yuchio's current strength, only a fool would dare to offend him. The smart ones knew how to curry favor with him and take the opportunity to leech off the flat peach tree and Amp, Oppos' powerful cultivation Wi-Fi. Mingyu stood behind Yuchio, looking at his back and covering her mouth to giggle. That guy is too funny. He can even think of such a method. It and Amp, Oppos' simply amazing. Those who originally had a trace of an idea had probably already suppressed it to death at this moment. Just that one sentence about fertilizing was enough to scare people. No one dared to question Yuchio and Oppos' ability, nor would they doubt whether he really wanted to use people as fertilizer. Anyone who dared to question it was probably already starting to fertilize. Looking back at everyone, seeing that they had all woken up from their cultivation state, Yuchio nodded with satisfaction. Most of them had benefited from this wave of feedback, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. This could be considered their good fortune, and Yuchio did not care about it. After a moment, Yuchio said, I won't say much more. My purple cloud peak is very hospitable. If you Dawn and Oppos, believe me, you can come and experience it. You agree, senior brother? He looked meaningfully at Chi Wu-wei. And Chi Wu-wei and Oppos' face trembled. Ah, yes. Chi Wu-wei was very nervous and sweating profusely. Damn it, why are you dragging me into this? I didn't and Oppos, covet your flat peach tree. I and Oppos, am just getting shot while standing here. Damn it, I shouldn't and Oppos, stay here for long. I and Oppos, better leave early. With a forced calm laugh, Chi Wu-wei said, Junior brother is too humorous. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he slipped away, disappearing in a flash. Haha, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home too, junior brother. Farewell. Yang Wudi also laughed and left in a flash. The other peak masters were the same, feeling a little frightened. Yuchio's reputation was not just blown up, but earned with sword strikes. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Undying Mountain. After they left, Yuchio looked at the other disciples again and said meaningfully, What about you? Want to try it? The disciples trembled in their hearts. Martial uncle, Don and Oppos, make fun of us. How dare we? I suddenly remembered that the unicorns I raised the day before yesterday had cubs today. I have to go back and take a look. Martial uncle, farewell. Farewell. After saying that, a group of people scrambled and fled Purple Cloud Peak, never daring to set foot on this land again. Unicorns? Seeming to hear something attractive. Little Ling Long, who was in a daze, suddenly lit up. Where are the unicorns? I want to ride. Seeing her gradually become excited, Lin Qingzhu was also ashamed. This little one was still thinking about those unicorns. It seems that once this little fellow ascends the mountain, the unicorns residing therein may face a rather challenging existence in the days to come. I hope they can muster the strength to survive. Very well. Little junior sister, I shall take you to catch some shortly. Lin Qingzhu hurriedly reassured her, yet she found it impossible to remain still for even a moment. No. I want to ride now. Reluctantly, Lin Qingzhu turned to Yuchio, who nodded and replied, Yes, go ahead. First, take her down to wash up and change into some clean clothes. And do stay within the confines of this mountain. Do not wander too far. All right, master. We shall go. Lin Qingzhu responded, grasping Xiao Linglong's hand as they ascended the mountain, intending to capture a few unicorn cubs for her amusement. Turning back, Yuchio addressed Mingyue, saying, Sister, why have you not taken your leave yet? Our Zixia Peak does not provide meals. Mingyue shot him a glance. Her expression tinged with melancholy. Is it truly your desire to hasten my departure? Yuchio smiled faintly and said, Not at all, dear sister. If you wish to remain here, you may do so for as long as you like. In fact, it would be quite acceptable for you to stay. After all, my newly established dojo has ample accommodations. Should you choose to reside here, we could engage in profound discussions during your leisure time, delving into our insights. Upon hearing this, Mingyue felt a flicker of intrigue, yet there was something in Yuchio's smile that seemed somewhat mischievous. Profound discussions? Could it truly be limited to mere conversation? Was it sincere? Mingyue bit her lip, her expression adorably innocent, while Yuchio found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the vastness of her perceived wickedness. Indeed, Mingyue is quite entertaining. Chapter 135. I, the Linglong Emperor, am illiterate. After a moment of contemplation, Mingyue spoke softly. Well, engaging in a deeper exchange ISN and Oppos, out of the question, but I and Oppos, been rather busy lately. Perhaps we could postpone it to another day? Her tentative suggestion brought a smile to Yuchio's face. All right then, let it be another day. With a nonchalant expression, he added, by the way, I have recently developed a particularly powerful secret technique that I would like to discuss with my senior sister. If you have time one day, feel free to come find me. Upon hearing about the formidable secret technique, Mingwei and Appo's eyes sparkled with interest. However, recalling how Yichio had playfully teased her during the Seven Veins martial arts meet, she felt a twinge of caution and decided to probe further into what this technique entailed. After a brief hesitation, she inquired curiously, what powerful secret technique has my junior brother been researching? Yichio smiled slightly, gazing at her enchanting face, and feigned calmness as he answered, it's nothing particularly extraordinary. Merely an offensive maneuver. What? Mingwei was momentarily taken aback. What kind of offensive maneuver? It sounds rather impressive. Do not be coy, junior brother, speak plainly. If it truly is as formidable as you claim, I would not mind engaging in a more in-depth discussion. Gradually, she began to fall into his trap. And Yichio couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, his little senior sister was quite entertaining. With a contemplative air, Yichio casually remarked, I and Appo's been idly researching a technique for consecutive attacks. This technique is called and Appo's deadly rhythm and Appo's. Once unleashed, it can astonish the heavens and weep before the spirits. At the mention of and Appo's deadly rhythm and Appo's, Mingwei and Appo's interest peaked. Deadly rhythm? It sounds remarkably powerful. What are its unique aspects? She asked, her curiosity ignited. Surely, there wouldn't Appo's be any tricks involved this time, as she had not brought her dragon along. Yichio smiled again and explained, this technique, when executed, significantly enhances the attack speed after dealing damage to the enemy, making it suitable for swift assaults, allowing one to inflict maximum damage in the shortest amount of time. Mingwei gasped, is there truly a skill that can stack attack speed? I can hardly believe it. Images began to materialize in her mind, and she pondered how she might counter it. Against such rapid attacks, it seemed nearly impossible to defend. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Mingwei bit her lip, thinking how wonderful it would be if she could master such a divine technique. Junior brother, what else? Please, tell me more. Her interest was thoroughly piqued as she grasped Yichio's arm, playfully coaxing him. Yichio felt dizzy from her enthusiastic shaking, his gaze fixed on her. Goodness, how could one be so wickedly charming? He thought, thoroughly entertained by his little senior sister. After regaining his composure, Yichio continued, in truth, this technique isn't overly powerful. It is merely suitable for rapid assaults. If one encounters an opponent with robust defenses, this technique loses its effectiveness. Mingwei considered this and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if faced with a highly defensive opponent, they may hardly feel the effects of a swift attack. Yichio was taken aback, impressed by her insight. Well done, little senior sister. You've captured the essence of it. However, I possess other techniques to counter such scenarios. What techniques? Mingwei eagerly pressed. She was astonished by the number of remarkable techniques Yichio had grasped and felt a deep admiration for him. I have another technique, forceful assault. Once unleashed, it can render the opponent vulnerable, allowing for a powerful strike that cannot be resisted. Even the mightiest of foes would find themselves defenseless against it, crying out for mercy. What? Mingwei's heart raced. This forceful assault is so domineering? It can break through defenses and leave the opponent exposed? She gasped, utterly astonished. If what Yichio said was true, this technique must be at least of heavenly grade, as it had to be impressive enough to catch his attention. Mingwei's heart raced as she envisioned herself facing such an attack. She sighed inwardly, marveling at the sheer number of secret techniques Yichio possessed. Noticing her astonished expression, Yichio smirked wickedly and continued, this technique is best suited for direct confrontation, overwhelming the opponent with sheer strength. Unlike the previous deadly rhythm, which is only effective for quick attacks. Of course, there are others, like Appo's phase charge and Appo's indestructible grip, and Appo's senior sister, when you have time. We can find a place to sit and study them thoroughly, and I assure you that you will gain much from it. Mingwei, enchanted by the names phase charge and indestructible grip, murmured to herself, her expression utterly captivating. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled, and her long lashes fluttered, stirring something within Yichio's heart. She tilted her head slightly, deep in thought, contemplating whether to arrange a time to discuss these powerful techniques with him. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's gentle voice broke through her reverie. Master, it is time for us to return. Startled, Mingwei realized, oh no, I nearly forgot. I still need to set up the formation for my ginseng fruit tree. With a swift farewell to Yichio, she exclaimed, Junior brother, let Appo's discuss our in-depth exchange another day. I have matters to attend to and must leave now. I will come to find you again when the opportunity arises. With that, she hurried away without a moment's pause. Watching her retreating figure, Ichio chuckled softly but made no attempt to stop her. He couldn't help but wonder what would transpire once his little senior sister realized the implications of their earlier conversation. As if reading his thoughts, Zhao Wan'er, beside him, asked curiously, "Master, why are you suddenly laughing?" Ichio playfully tapped her on the head and replied, "Matters of adults are not for children to question." Zhao Wan'er pouted, feeling a bit unjustly treated, and straightened her back defiantly. "I and Appos am not a child." Feeling a mix of vexation and embarrassment, she glanced down and recalled Mingwei, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. "All right, perhaps I am still a bit young." However, after a moment and Appos' reflection on her own senior sister, she reassured herself, "Well, at least I'm older than her. Now, let us return and rest. We've spent quite some time on this excursion. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must learn to balance work and rest, adjusting one and Appos' state before furthering their training. Tomorrow, I shall free up some time to guide your practice," Ichio instructed before turning to enter the Qianqing Palace. The Julian sword remained embedded beside the peach tree, emanating an overwhelming aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Having already refined the sword, Ichio felt assured that he would sense any disturbance around the peach tree immediately. Given that there was now a mischievous child in the household, he decided against setting up any formations to avoid any accidental injuries from the child and Appos' playful antics. The following morning, in front of the Qianqing Hall, 3 disciples stood on the martial arts arena, eagerly awaiting Ichio's arrival. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ichio slowly emerged from the hall, prompting the trio to bow and greet him. "Master, good morning." Ichio nodded and turned his gaze towards Xiaoling Long. The previous day, Lin Qizu had cleaned her thoroughly and dressed her in a pristine white outfit. At this moment, she exuded a certain ethereal charm that took Ichio by surprise. When she had been dirty, it was difficult to discern this celestial aura. Now, however, it was becoming increasingly apparent. The little one was undeniably adorable, perched atop a small unicorn foal, reluctant to dismount, beaming with pride. Ichio and Appos' lips twitched as he inquired, "Linglong, did you sleep well last night?" Xiao Linglong tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding earnestly, Master, I slept wonderfully. My dreams were filled with heaps of roasted sweet potatoes. I couldn't and Appos to eat them all." "Oh." Ichio covered his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this little one's mind solely preoccupied with roasted sweet potatoes? "Well, today marks your first day of apprenticeship. However, given your young age and undeveloped bones, it is not suitable for you to practice cultivation. Nevertheless, that does not preclude us from training your physical body. Today, I shall teach you the art of body refinement." With that, Ichio produced a book and handed it to Xiao Linglong, saying, "This is the supreme body refinement technique of Zixia Peak. Take a look for now. I will guide you on how to cultivate shortly." Curious, Xiao Linglong eagerly took the book and began flipping through its pages with remarkable speed. Flap, flap, flap. She had already turned several pages. Witnessing her rapid pace, Lin Qingzhu was utterly astonished. Could it be that our little junior sister possesses a photographic memory? Lin Qingzhu marveled, having thought her own memory was extraordinary. However, seeing Xiao Linglong and Appos' speed left her dumbfounded. At this rate, remembering even a single sentence would be a feat beyond belief. Can this little one truly retain all that information? Zhao Wan'er echoed her surprise. "I never imagined our little junior sister had such talent. It's unbelievable." Even Ichio cast an appreciative glance, only to find that Xiao Linglong had completed the entire book. Sitting on the unicorn foal with an expectant expression, she remained silent, her face aglow with a smile, patiently awaiting Ichio's instruction on the celestial arts. Ichio could not help but ask curiously, "Disciple, did you truly memorize the incantations and techniques after merely glancing at them? Wow, impressive. Our Linglong Emperor is truly remarkable," he thought. This speed of comprehension is akin to a machine. No wonder she is a reincarnation of a great being. Her extraordinary talent is indeed exceptional. Indeed, little junior sister. Did you really memorize it? Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er chimed in with curiosity. They reflected that even with Lin Qingzhu's remarkable memory, she would not dare to claim she could remember everything at such a pace. This phenomenon surpassed normal comprehension. As they inquired, Xiao Linglong paused for a moment and then replied earnestly, "Huh? Memorize what?" "I can and Appos read." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. It seemed as if a few crows flew by in the sky. Ichio felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Goodness. You could have just said you can't read, yet you flipped through those pages so seriously, leaving me to believe you had mastered it. What a waste of excitement. Xiao Linglong's candid revelation left Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan'er exchanging glances, both feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. In that brief moment, they had genuinely believed she possessed a photographic memory. However, after all was said and done, she confidently declared, "I can't read." Realizing the truth, they understood her age was just right for learning to read. Yet, due to family misfortunes, she had been deprived of such opportunities. Thus, her inability to read was entirely understandable. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Xiao Linglong tilted her head again and asked, "Sisters, what's wrong?" Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, laughed as she approached, lifting her down from the unicorn. "Little junior sister, in the future, if you don't understand something, just tell us directly instead of pretending." Xiao Linglong shrugged nonchalantly, stating that since her master had instructed her to look, she was merely following orders without the expectation of comprehension. After all, her master would teach her later. With a hint of pride, she insisted, "It was master who asked me to look. He never said I had to understand it." Zhao Wan'er couldn't help but chuckle at her unabashed reasoning. "Well, when you put it that way, it seems reasonable enough. After all, master did not require you to comprehend it. He merely asked you to take a look." Lin Qizhu intended to take on the responsibility of teaching Xiao Linglong to read, but was interrupted by Yi Qiu raising his hand. "You are currently at a crucial period for cultivation. Do not neglect your training over this matter. The task of teaching Linglong to read shall be entrusted to the elders of the academy." Yi Qiu pondered briefly before continuing. "The Patching Heaven sect has a dedicated academy for teaching reading and writing, located at the main peak. Generally, the elders and the offspring of the sect's leaders are sent to the academy at an appropriate age. There, she will find many children her age, which might be more beneficial for her playful disposition." After careful consideration, Yi Qiu had made his decision. "All right then." Lin Qingzhu nodded, lowering her head to remind Xiao Linglong, "Little junior sister, remember to study diligently when you arrive at the academy." Xiao Linglong, puzzled, asked, "Sister, what is an academy?" "The academy is a place where you learn to read and write. There are many children your age there, and you can learn together and play together," Lin Qizhu explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong's eyes brightened with joy, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on her spirit windhammer. Witnessing her enthusiastic reaction, Lin Qingzhu felt an unsettling premonition and quickly warned, "Little junior sister, once you are at the academy, listen to the teachers, do not cause trouble, and focus on your studies, understood?" Xiao Linglong's eyes darted around, as if concocting some mischief, but she answered obediently, "I understand, sister. I will behave." The more compliant she appeared, the stronger Lin Qingzhu's foreboding became. Would she truly be able to focus on her studies? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qizhu took the hammer from Xiao Linglong and Amp, Oppos, as hands, stating, "I will keep this hammer for you. When you return, I will give it back." A look of grievance crossed Xiao Linglong's face, but Lin Qingzhu did not allow her any chance to protest. If she took the hammer to the academy, she would likely be sent home within a day. Perhaps, without her weapon, she would be more inclined to behave. Although Xiao Linglong felt unhappy about having her hammer confiscated, she soon became excited again. Even without the hammer, I can still take them down," she thought, realizing that from the very beginning, the Linglong Emperor had never intended to study earnestly. Upon hearing that there would be many children her age at the academy, she recalled the words of the old beggar, invincible among peers. Having seen that their admonitions were nearly concluded, Yi Qiu calmly stated, "Perfect. I shall take her to the academy today. Starting tomorrow, Qizhu, you will be responsible for her pickup and drop-off." Lin Qizhu nodded in agreement. "Yes, master, I understand." With that, Yi Qiu gently took Xiao Linglong's small hand and leaped into the sky. At last, the moment had arrived for the much-anticipated study session. As they were about to depart, little Linglong exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm. In no time, the duo arrived at Shofeng, where Yi Qiu engaged in a brief discussion with Elder Su, the head of the academy. "Elder Su, this is my young disciple, Linglong. She is still quite young and at the perfect age for learning to read and write. Today, I am entrusting her to you to study alongside the other children. However, I must warn you that my disciple possesses a rather mischievous temperament, which may pose a challenge in terms of discipline." Upon uttering this, Yi Qiu fell silent. Elder Su glanced at the docile little Linglong beside Yi Qiu and chuckled warmly. "Oh, you shitty, you worry too much. I find your disciple to be charming and delightful. I am sure she will be easy to manage. Rest assured, I will take care of her education." "Charming?" Yi Qiu mused, casting a sidelong glance at the adorable little Linglong before him, stifling a laugh. "Indeed, if your words are to be believed, I shall be at ease. Just don't come crying to me later." If she were truly well-behaved and compliant, she would not be the renowned Linglong Emperor. With this thought, Yi Qiu couldn't help but smile faintly. "Then, I shall leave her in your capable hands, brother." Consider it a trivial matter, shitty. You can trust me. I will ensure she learns thoroughly, Elder Su assured him, recalling the numerous spirited children of his own in the academy, each more spirited than the last, all of whom he managed without difficulty. Yi Qiu and Amp, Apos, S. little disciple appeared so charming and adorable. What kind of significant trouble could she possibly cause? He was merely overthinking the situation. As a final note, Yi Qiu reminded little Ling Long, disciple, study diligently and refrain from causing any disturbances. He, master, rest assured. I will certainly study hard. Little Ling Long promised, joyfully watching Yi Qiu depart. Elder Su was equally pleased. A few minutes later, Chapter 136. The mischief of the exquisite great emperor. After settling little Ling Long, Yi Qiu suddenly recalled something. System. Ding. You gifted your disciple a body refinement technique, triggering a critical return. Activate now. Yi Qiu nonchalantly said, activate. Congratulations, you've triggered a 1,000-fold critical return, obtaining a celestial grade cultivation method. The divine demon body refinement technique, fragmented. Yi Qiu frowned slightly. Fragmented? Upon closer inspection, Yi Qiu was astounded. This ancient text was a legacy technique of an ancient supreme being, originally divine grade in its complete form. It was downgraded due to its fragmented state. But that wasn't a major issue. With enough comprehension, one could restore it to its original state through self-enlightenment. After a moment's consideration, Yi Qiu shook his head. He wasn't interested in body refinement, but it seemed perfect for little Ling Long. Reincarnation of a mighty figure? I wonder if you can bear this karma. A faint smile crept across Yi Qiu and Apos' face as he turned and left the classroom, seemingly contemplating something. Arriving at the Jade Pure Hall, he found the other chief disciples already assembled. Yi Qiu returned to his seat. Meng Tianzhong had summoned them for a meeting, the purpose of which remained shrouded in mystery. Seeing Yi Qiu seated, Meng Tianzhong began, fellow disciples, I and Amp, Apos, V, gathered you all today to announce something. Senior brother, what is it? So mysterious. The others were puzzled. Noticing the gravity in Meng Tianzhong and Amp, Apos' expression, as if a significant event had transpired, Meng Tianzhong slowly explained, I believe you are all aware of the events at Mount Immortal. Deep within that desolate zone lies a connection to the eerie world beyond. Gongsunli, in his pursuit of power, breached a gap in the desolate zone's barrier. Yesterday, I sent someone to investigate, and the gap is now the size of a bowl. If it continues to expand, the barrier will likely shatter soon. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted. If that were to happen, the world would face a calamity, an unprecedented disaster. The ominous aura of the eerie world held countless uncertainties, symbolizing both immense power and profound evil. Those tainted by it would lose their minds, their sense of self, and gradually descend into darkness. The beast tide of a few months prior was a direct result of Gongsun Li and Apos' madness, and everyone understood the terror of that ominous energy. Chiwu asked with a grave expression, Senior brother, is there no way to seal this breach? Meng Tianzhong shook his head and replied, the barrier is a product of the laws of heaven and earth. Destroying it is easy, but repairing it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless one reaches the legendary Great Emperor realm, our power is simply insufficient to mend it. At this point, everyone fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If the barrier Kuden and Amp, Apos, be repaired, the eastern wilderness might face a cataclysmic fate. Once the ominous energy of the eerie world fully entered the eastern wilderness, no one would be spared. It would be akin to a world cleansing, and unless one could transcend it, there would be no escape from the encroaching darkness. Even Yi Qiu wore a solemn expression. He currently lacked the strength to confront such a crisis, and his desire for power intensified. Seated in his chair, Yi Qiu pondered. Eerie cleansing, huh? It seems. I must elevate my cultivation to at least the peak of the King's Sealing realm before this calamity arrives. Once the eerie world invaded, no one could avoid it. To protect his disciples and the legacy of the heaven-mending sect, Yi Qiu had to grow stronger rapidly. Meng Tianjing's revelation cast a pall over everyone present, their faces etched with fear. Seeing their reaction, Meng Tianjing reassured them. However, the situation isn't as dire as you imagine. The breach is only the size of a bowl for now, and it will take time for it to completely collapse. I've summoned you today to serve as a warning. Once the chaos erupts, lives will be lost, and the world will become a living hell. Only the strong will have the right to survive. In the meantime, I hope you all cultivate diligently, and your disciples should also strive to improve their strength, so that you may preserve your lineage. As he spoke, Meng Tianjing and Apos' expression grew somber, tinged with uncertainty. He didn't and Apos' know if the heaven-mending sect could withstand the coming turmoil. Their knowledge of the darkness of the eerie world was limited, as if it were a breath that had fallen from the heavens, tainting that world into a black river. flowing with misfortune and strangeness on the other shore. His words sent a shiver down everyone's spines, and they made their resolutions. No one knew how the eerie world would invade, or what the future held. All they could do was to continuously grow stronger to face the impending darkness. Yichio, lost in thought, suddenly raised a question. Sect leader, I suddenly recalled that beyond the eastern wilderness, there are many other realms. Previously, in the Emperor and Apos' tomb, I encountered many powerhouses from other realms, including a sacred land of inheritance that shares our origins, the Heaven-Mending Sect. What? Meng Tianjing's face twitched, and he exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the other branch of the Heaven-Mending Sect, recorded in ancient texts, truly exists? He couldn't and Apos help but recall that during the ancient chaos calamity, when the heavens and earth were separated, the then sect leader of the Heaven-Mending Sect divided the sect into two to ensure its continued survival. The heaven-mending art was partially lost during that division. One branch continued to this day, rooted in the eastern wilderness. The other branch had vanished long ago, only existing in ancient texts, known to few. Now, hearing Yichio mention it, everyone felt a surge of joy. So, in the distant beyond, our heaven-mending sect still has a legacy? Chiwu exclaimed excitedly. Yichio nodded and said, indeed, this legacy is rooted in the heavenly domain, and it seems they are thriving far better than we are. Upon hearing this, the others were overjoyed. Sect leader, if we can contact the heaven-mending sect in the heavenly domain, and the two sects reunite, wouldn't all our inheritances return to their peak? Chiwu said excitedly. Due to the division, most of their secret techniques were incomplete, indirectly weakening the heaven-mending sect and Apos' strength. If the two sects could truly reunite, the heaven-mending sect would undoubtedly return to its peak from the ancient era, becoming one of the undisputed giants. Their strength would also increase significantly. Meng Tianjing also revealed a hint of surprise. The heaven-mending art was originally a divine technique, but its division had reduced it to the celestial grade. If it could truly be reunited, it would definitely return to its peak. With this in mind, Meng Tianjing eagerly asked, Junior brother, do you have a way to contact the heaven-mending sect in the heavenly domain? Yichio shook his head and replied, to cross the other shore and reach other realms. One must possess the strength of a great emperor. Otherwise, it and Apos' impossible to pass through the barriers of heaven and earth. However, if there were a mysterious domain, like the emperor's tomb, that spans across the 8 wastelands, it might be possible. Hearing his words, the others couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Such a thing was easier said than done. Well, let Apos' not discuss this for now. The situation hasn't Apos' changed yet, and no one knows what will happen in the future. Yesterday, I contemplated the passage of time and felt a peculiar premonition. The heavens and the earth, along with the 8 desolations, may soon transcend their boundaries and coalesce anew. The variables of existence are manifold, and our task is to elevate ourselves before these uncertainties manifest. After expressing this, Meng Tianjing waved his hand with a worried expression, appearing somewhat aged. Let us set aside this matter for now. The discourse at Yunding Mountain is approaching. Are you all prepared? Meng Tianjing pondered for a moment before continuing. The discourse at Yunding Mountain is the grandest event in Donghuang, unparalleled in its magnitude. It pertains to the reputation of the Butian sect. Achieving a commendable result will undoubtedly attract numerous talented individuals to next year and Apos' recruitment conference. Chiwu Hui smiled faintly, reassuringly stating, brother, rest assured, we are well prepared. This time at Yunding Mountain, we shall undoubtedly overshadow our competitors. While this discussion was fervent, Yichio remained contemplative, organizing the forthcoming itinerary. Due to the rift in the uninhabited zone, time had suddenly become quite constricted. At that moment, Elder Su rushed in, visibly flustered. Junior brother Yi. Upon entering, Elder Su, with a bruised visage and a voice tinged with desperation, exclaimed. This unforeseen turn of events sent a tremor through the hearts of all present. What had transpired? Had someone attacked the mountain? Elder Su, possessing merely average aptitude and a cultivation level of only the 3rd rank, typically occupied himself with teaching and was not one to engage in combat. Under ordinary circumstances, even if trouble were to arise on the mountain, he would be safe, as his role was solely to supervise the students. Yet, seeing his battered appearance left everyone bewildered. Yichio, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the situation, covering his head in exasperation and laughter. Noticing Elder Su and Apos' hurried entrance, Meng Tianjing frowned. All eyes turned to Yichio, for it seemed Elder Su had come seeking him. Su brother, speak plainly. What has happened? Did my disciple cause some trouble? Upon hearing this, the others paused, suddenly recalling that Yichio had recently taken on a young disciple, merely 5 or 6 years old, who was rather adorable and exceptionally clever. They dismissed the notion that such a well-behaved child could cause any trouble. Elder Su, in a dejected tone, urged, "Junior brother Yi, you must go see for yourself. Your disciple is not one that can be easily taught. Hurry and bring her back. I can no longer handle this." The little girl arrived at the academy barely 2 minutes ago and has already beaten up all the other students, with the most unfortunate being Yang Shiji from the Trial Sword Peak, who is now bruised beyond recognition. At this revelation, Yang Wudi sprang to his feet. "What? Yichio?" Yang Wudi glared fiercely at Yichio, whose heart sank, and a headache began to brew. The others erupted in laughter upon hearing this. "Haha, junior brother. Your disciple certainly exhibits a touch of the formidable style of Master Xiantian from years past," Chi Wuhui remarked, unabashedly amused. He felt fortunate that his son had matured early. Had luck not favored him, he would have faced a severe beating alongside her. It was astonishing how Yichio had found such a fierce child. At just 6 years old, her combat prowess was remarkable. Most of the students in that academy were the offspring of esteemed members and elders, endowed with both talent and ample resources to cultivate their potential. Yet, despite this, they had all succumbed to her singular might. Yichio rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile without responding. This incident would surely become a source of amusement for the Butian sect. The first day of the Linglong Empress and Amp, Appo's, schooling. And she has already failed at literacy. Meng Tianzhong chuckled heartily, the previously somber meeting now filled with laughter due to the antics of the Linglong Empress. "Junior brother Yi, you must go see. She may still be fighting. If you delay much longer, someone may get seriously hurt." Elder Su lamented, his face pained. "This child is far too reckless. I foolishly believed her innocent demeanor and thought she would be obedient. Let us go see." With a swift movement, Yichio appeared beside Elder Su, gesturing for him to follow as he turned towards the academy. Yang Wudi and the other esteemed members joined, curious to witness the unfolding events. Upon reaching the academy, they peered through the window to behold the scene within. There stood a diminutive girl, fiercely asserting her dominance with one foot atop a desk, brandishing a wooden stick. With a dismissive tone, she taunted the huddled children in the corner. "What is this? My senior sister claimed the kids on the mountain were strong, yet they cannot withstand a single slap from me." Among the crowd, a bruised boy stepped forward, his voice quavering with indignation. "You dare strike me? Do you know who my father is? He is the head of the Trial Sword Peak. You will pay for this, you wretched girl." Uffed. Little Linglong scoffed. "My master is the head of Zixia Peak. Who is your father to me? You." As these words left her lips, Yang Wudi and Appo's face darkened outside the door. Yichio, caught between laughter and despair, marveled at the audacity of this child. "Brother, do not be angered. She is merely a child, and such brashness is to be expected." Yang Wudi, with a frown, looked at his son's battered visage, his heart aching. "My dear son, I would never strike you, yet this little girl has reduced you to this state. If your mother finds out, how will I ever live it down?" Yang Wudi felt a sense of impending doom as he recalled the formidable presence of his wife at home. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, she was the cherished disciple of Zixia Peak. You cannot best her in youth, nor can you in age. Frustrated by Linglong and Appo's taunts, Yang Wudi and Appo's son, Yang Bubi, felt a wave of indignation. In his mind, his father was the strongest man in the universe, and he could not allow such slander. At a loss for words, he blurted out, "You boast too much. My father can wield a gun. What can your master do?" "Pfft, my master wields a sword. Your father is nothing." Yang Bubi, flustered, shot back. "My father dares to eat excrement. Can your master claim the same? By the heavens." The room fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief. Meng Tianzhong, Chi Wuhui, Mingyue, Lu Feng, and Yichio stared incredulously at Yang Wudi, whose face turned dark with embarrassment. Yichio, having just enjoyed a moment of levity, suddenly recognized a critical issue just as little Linglong was about to speak again. In a flash, he entered the academy and covered her mouth. Though muffled, her intentions were clear. Yichio felt a shiver of apprehension. Had he reacted any slower, he too would have faced the consequences. Little Linglong, unable to speak, pondered who dared to silence her. Upon turning to see Yichio and Appo's gaze upon her, her demeanor shifted from fierce to pitiful in mere seconds. "Woo-woo, master, he is bullying me." Yichio's lips twitched in response. At that moment, Yang Wudi entered the room and surveyed the sight of the bruised and battered children, while Meng Tianjing's countenance darkened. It was quite embarrassing that not a single one of them could best a mere girl. "Father." Upon seeing Yang Wudi, Yang Bubi rushed over in tears, feeling utterly wronged. Yang Wudi, too, felt his face flush with shame, pondering how such a foolish son could emerge from his illustrious lineage. "In my youth, I was not invincible, but I certainly was not so inept. How could a grown man be bested by a girl? Not only did he fail to defeat her, but he also had the audacity to claim that his father dared to eat feces. This is truly mortifying. Yang Wudi was tempted to draw his belt and enact a righteous punishment upon his son, yet he hesitated, recalling the formidable matriarch at home. Ling Long, did I not instruct you to focus on your studies? Why are you causing trouble again? Over here, Yi Qiu spoke with a grave expression. At the mention of this incident, little Ling Long became incensed and retorted, Master, I truly intended to study diligently, but he insisted on provoking me, wanting to recruit me as his underling. How could I possibly tolerate that? Thus, I turned him into a pig's head, and when they attempted to assist him, I simply took them on as well. Little Ling Long animatedly gestured, displaying her unquenched enthusiasm. Mingwei watched her with amusement, covering her mouth in laughter as she pinched the girl's cheek. Initially, she, like the others, believed this little one to be quite well behaved. However, she was taken aback by the child's fiery temperament, reminiscent of the legendary Xuantiando Rin in her prime, wielding her fists against anyone who dared to challenge her. Chapter 137. The first day of school. Expelled after understanding the entire situation, Yi Qiu chuckled softly. So it was like this, my apologies. Initially, he believed he would suffer significant losses to quell the matter. However, upon reflection, it became clear that the conflict was instigated by Yang Bazai, and he was merely reaping the consequences of his own actions. Moreover, having provoked others without the ability to contend with them, he had brought shame upon the trial sword peak. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi was also inquiring about the events with his son, who displayed a foolish honesty, revealing everything without reservation. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi and Appo's expression darkened further. Could this boy truly be his son? So foolish. If he had merely downplayed the incident and shifted the blame onto others, Yang Wudi would not have let him endure such a beating without consequence. Yi Qiu should at least bear some responsibility, right? Yet, here he was, the instigator, foolishly confessing his actions. I will deal with you later. Yang Wudi muttered under his breath, then turned to Yi Qiu and said, Junior brother, it seems this matter was caused by my son. He received this beating due to his own lack of skill. He deserves it. I will certainly teach him a lesson when we return, so he learns to respect others and avoid trouble. Yi Qiu secretly chuckled but maintained a calm demeanor, replying, Brother, you worry too much. It is normal for children to engage in roughhousing. My disciple, lacking control, unfortunately injured your nephew. I will take her to the trial sword peak to apologize on your behalf. Yang Wudi and Appo's face darkened further. What a nuisance. His son, older than the little Ling Long and having been trained since childhood, was now unable to defeat Yi Qiu and Appo's newly initiated disciple. This was a blatant declaration of his own inadequacy. No need, junior brother. Children will be children. Losing indicates his inferiority in skill. He can simply practice more upon returning. Feeling embarrassed, Yang Wudi chose to leave, grasping his son and Appo's collar as he bid farewell to his fellow brothers, making a swift exit. The remaining children were escorted away by their respective leaders. Still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, they gazed in astonishment at the little girl beside Yi Qiu, struggling to comprehend how she could be so formidable. After a moment, Ming Tian approached curiously, noticing a distinct aura surrounding Xiaoling Long, rendering her internal changes nearly invisible. Suspecting it was Yi Qiu and Appo's influence, he examined her closely and suddenly spotted a faint royal seal between her brows. Ming Tian gasped, realizing the significance of what he saw. Ah, junior brother, your disciple is truly remarkable. She possesses the potential of a celestial being, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, fully aware of what that seal represented. Yi Qiu modestly replied, Oh, brother, you jest. My disciple is unruly and tempestuous. She is unlikely to achieve great success. Ming Tian smirked slightly, sensing the irony in Yi Qiu and Appo's words. He was intrigued by how deeply Yi Qiu had concealed such a terrifying disciple. He found himself eagerly anticipating how far this little one might grow. As he stroked his beard thoughtfully, Elder Su approached. Junior brother Yi, please take this child back. I can no longer teach her. This frail old man cannot withstand her havoc. Do me a kindness and spare me from further torment. Elder Su was genuinely frightened. He had expected to gain an obedient and sensible student, only to discover it was all an act. He had underestimated her and nearly succumbed to her chaos. Yi Qiu found the situation absurd and felt helpless. This troublesome girl had been expelled on her very first day of school. This legendary tale would likely follow her throughout her life. Ling Long the Great, indeed fearsome. Very well, since my brother finds it troublesome, I shall not impose further. Yi Qiu mused, ultimately resigning to the circumstances. Thus, Ling Long the Great's first day of literacy concluded in failure. Yi Qiu was somewhat vexed, pondering whom to invite as her next instructor. Just then, Xiaoling Long tugged at his sleeve, eyes filled with curiosity. Master, I just defeated everyone. Does that mean I am now invincible among my peers? At her words, everyone present fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Haha. Mingwei chuckled softly, crouching before her and asking, Little one, who told you about the concept of being invincible among peers? Xiaolinglong tilted her head, fixating her gaze on Mingwei and Appo's chest. Her eyes wide with curiosity. Senior sister said that as long as you can defeat all the children on the mountain, you can claim to be invincible among your peers. I just defeated them all, so doesn't that make me invincible? Her retort left everyone momentarily speechless. It did seem to follow a certain logic. Haha. Qi Wuhui laughed heartily. This child is indeed amusing. So that was her motivation for starting a fight? Junior brother, your disciple embodies the spirit of an emperor. Qi Wuhui exclaimed with a grin before departing the academy. Ichio, feeling quite exasperated, did not linger any longer and took Xiaolinglong back to Zixia Peak. The incident had already turned into a source of amusement throughout the entire Tianshi sect, with everyone discussing how the newly arrived disciple from Zixia Peak had decisively defeated the children of the Seven Peaks leaders. Meanwhile, upon returning to Songjin Peak, Qi Wuhui was in high spirits, his smile unwavering. Seeing him so cheerful, the disciples were perplexed. What good fortune could have prompted such mirth from their master? Curious, Qi Hao approached and asked, Father, what has brought you such joy? With a slight smile, Qi Wuhui replied, Today, a new disciple from Zixia Peak, nearly 5 or 6 years old, on her very first day, managed to best all the students in the academy. Such a fiery temperament for one so young. Even your uncle Yang and Appo's son was left unrecognizable after the encounter. Haraha. At this, Qi Wuhui felt a wave of satisfaction, relishing the thought of Yang Wudi's dismayed expression as he departed, akin to someone who had just consumed something distasteful. The others chuckled in response. When had Zixia Peak acquired such a fierce disciple, one who dared to confront even Yang Wudi's own son? Yet, it was no surprise. Given that her master was Yi Qiu, laughter erupted among Qi Hao and the others, and the tale spread like wildfire among the disciples. Meanwhile, on Tianshui Peak, Guyun Peak, and elsewhere, the news traveled swiftly, leaving everyone astonished. After a brief pause, Qi Wuhui finally composed himself, recalling the matters discussed earlier with the sect leader. He addressed Qi Hao and the others, saying, All right, you all should return to your training. The debate at Yunning Mountain is approaching, and I hope you will bring back commendable results, establishing your names. Gradually, Qi Wuhui and Appo's gaze fell upon his quiet disciple, Li Keisai, who sat with his head bowed, lost in silence due to feelings of inferiority. A wave of regret washed over him as he realized that his fixation on the enmity with Yu Qiu had blinded him to the needs of his own disciple. This neglect had exacerbated Li Keisai and Appo's insecurities. In contrast, Lin Qizhu, who entered the sect alongside him, had garnered great renown and made remarkable progress. Now, Li Keisai had only reached the 9th rank of Xianji, and the ambition he once held had faded, leaving him feeling despondent and isolated. Observing him with his head downcast, Qi Wuhui felt a pang of remorse. Why had he allowed his grievances with Yi Qiu to ensnare them both? Determined to make amends, he called out, Keisai, come with me. The named Li Keisai looked up in surprise, astonished that his master had singled him out today. A mix of emotions flooded through him, unexpected and uncertain. Qi Hao smiled as he patted his junior brother and Appo's shoulder and said, Go on, little junior brother. Li Keisai gazed at his senior brother Qi Hao with a complex expression, nodding his head, unsure of what to say. Bowing his head, he followed Qi Wuhui into the dojo. Once filled with despair, he suddenly felt a flicker of hope. His master had not forgotten him, nor had he neglected him. Entering the dojo with a nervous heart, Qi Wuhui was already seated in the prominent position. Upon seeing him arrive, his eyes reflected a deep sense of regret as he said, Disciple, I know you must harbor resentment towards me. Throughout this time, I have also been reflecting on my past actions, knowing that I have owed you too much. Master, no, I do not harbor any resentment towards you. Upon hearing this, Li Keisai's eyes turned red, and he continued, I only resent my own mediocrity and inability to assist you, Master. From the beginning to the end, I have never held any hatred towards you. Sighing, Qi Wuhui felt a tremor in his heart as he looked at Li Keisai, who was weeping profusely. Poor child. It is my fault for neglecting you. From today onward, you shall cultivate alongside me. Though I may not be able to match your Uncle Yi from Zixia Peak, I will ensure that your innate talent does not go unnoticed. I do not seek to make amends for my past mistakes. I only hope that you can achieve immortality and not squander your divine potential. Hearing this, Li Keisai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had thought he was forsaken, but now Qi Wuhui was willing to guide him in his training. Grateful, he knelt heavily before Qi Wuhui, bowing his head in reverence. He also felt immense gratitude towards Uncle Yi from Zixia Peak. Qi Wuhui's sudden awakening was not without his prompting. Had it not been for him, his own situation might have persisted throughout his life. All right, rise. The discourse at Yunding Mountain is approaching, and I shall be entering seclusion for a while. Come with me. Qi Wuhui sighed, hoping that this period of seclusion would allow Li Keisai to make significant progress in his cultivation and achieve commendable results during the discourse. With that, Qi Wuhui took Li Keisai into seclusion, aiming to guide him in his training. Meanwhile, at Zixia Peak, a streak of light flashed across the sky as Yi Qiu returned with Xiao Linglong. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Oppos hurried out to greet them. Noticing Yi Qiu's pained expression, Lin Qingzhu curiously asked, Master, didn't you take the little junior sister to the academy? Why are you back so soon? Yi Qiu remained silent, casting a glance at Xiao Linglong's cheerful demeanor, feeling quite vexed. Learning? What a joke. On the very first day of school, she got expelled. That's quite a record. Shaking his head, Yi Qiu recounted, that little girl, on her first day of class, beat up your Uncle Yang and Oppos' son and didn't and Oppos' spare the teacher either. She was expelled on the very first day. What? Upon hearing the explanation, both women were left speechless. After countless reminders before leaving, it seemed to have been utterly in vain. Zhao Wanner, both amused and exasperated, approached Xiao Linglong and said, Little junior sister, weren't you told to study hard? How could you resort to violence? Xiao Linglong replied earnestly, Who told him to provoke me? He even wanted to take me as a little brother. I turned him into a pig and Oppos' head to teach him a lesson. At that moment, her sparkling eyes blinked as she added with a laugh, By the way, sister, does this mean I can now claim to be invincible among my peers? The two women held their heads in disbelief, realizing the folly of the old beggar's words, which had led her to think she could pick fights with anyone she met. Master, what shall we do now? Lin Qingzhu voiced her concern, as this was crucial to the little junior sister's cultivation. If she could not read, how could she practice? Without understanding the cultivation manuals, she would struggle to comprehend the higher-level techniques. Yi Qiu shrugged and replied dismissively, What can we do? Since she was sent back, we must teach her ourselves. But it's not a problem. She is still young and does not need to grasp any profound doctrines for now. You two should attempt to teach her to read over the next few days. If that fails, we can resort to physical training. The two women nodded in agreement. If she could not read, it would not mean she could not cultivate. Physical training was a straightforward method requiring no understanding of doctrines, only sheer effort. Yi Qiu originally intended for her to first solidify her foundation through physical training before pursuing the path of cultivation. However, given the current situation, it seemed unnecessary to contemplate cultivating. Physical training would suffice. This method of physical training was the most rudimentary yet effective means of cultivation, with remarkable potential for growth. Once perfected, her combat prowess would be astonishing. However, this path was not without its challenges. Achieving success in this realm required abundant rare materials and medicinal herbs to temper her bones, flesh, and strength, bringing her to an optimal state. Once succeeded, her potential would be unimaginable, far surpassing that of her peers. Yi Qiu had previously considered dual cultivation but had never found the opportunity. Now, seeing Xiao Linglong, it seemed an ideal time to experiment. All right, master. Let me and my junior sister take turns to guide her, Lin Qizhu suggested. Yi Qiu waved his hand. Go ahead. Do your best to teach her. I will enter seclusion for a few days. We shall discuss matters upon my return. The two women nodded and then took Xiao Linglong away. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, entered the Qianqing Hall and proceeded to a small secluded chamber. Thanks to the presence of the peach tree, the spiritual energy at Zixia Peak was astonishingly potent, allowing for rapid cultivation. From his storage jade, Yi Qiu slowly retrieved a piece of precious bone, the very one he had acquired from Lianfeng. Initially, Yi Qiu had only learned the techniques associated with the precious bone, but he had yet to absorb its power. Now was the perfect moment to harness the strength contained within. As for the longevity elixir, Yi Qiu intended to wait until he reached the pinnacle of his cultivation before considering its absorption, aiming to ascend to the realm of kings in one fell swoop. The remnants of the Kunping? Ah, a fragment of an ancient celestial giant? I wonder how far this power can elevate me? Yi Qiu mused, contemplating his situation. Presently, he was at the initial stage of the supreme realm, having fortified his mental state and foundational cultivation to perfection during this time. If not now, then when? Holding the bone fragment, Yi Qiu gradually activated the primal true resolution, channeling the runic power of the bone. Moments later, an overwhelming force surged into his body. Gasping in astonishment, Yi Qiu felt the power within the Kunping bone was even more formidable than that of the true dragon bone he had encountered previously. It was Nindapos, that the Kunpeng was inherently stronger than the true dragon, but rather that this fragment was preserved in a more complete state, thus containing greater power. As this incredible force flooded in, Yichio felt intense pain coursing through his limbs. He exerted all his strength to suppress this power. With a cold grunt, Yichio unleashed his full potential, and in an instant, a furious sword intent echoed within the chamber. Under the formidable suppression of the primal true resolution, the power gradually became subdued, allowing him to regain some semblance of control. Seeing this, Yichio wasted no time, unleashing his full capacity to absorb the power. As this astonishing energy flowed into his body, it resonated within his spiritual spring and dantian. Within his being, the two resplendent Tao flowers ceaselessly absorbed this potent force. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. Yichio and Apos' cultivation broke through, reaching the mid-stage of the supreme realm. Yet, it did not end there. In the instant of this breakthrough, an even greater power surged forth, relentlessly propelling him towards loftier heights. 1 day, then 2, and eventually 5 elapsed. As these days of absorption passed, beneath the layer of golden runes upon Yichio's body, another set of runes emerged, a set of cerulean runes, the very power of the Kunpeng treasure bone. The moment this runic power manifested, Yichio sensed his velocity amplify several-fold. He carefully examined the changes, and after a series of comparisons within his consciousness, Yichio was astonished. Unleashing the Kunpeng treasure technique at his current level would result in unimaginable speed. This is exceedingly rapid. Yichio was astounded. At his current pace, he could rightfully claim the title of the fastest man in history. Beyond the augmentation of the Kunpeng treasure technique, the subtleties of his swordsmanship and techniques also experienced substantial enhancement. This phenomenon persisted until the 10th day, when Yichio unleashed his full potential, catapulting his cultivation to the late stage of the supreme realm. With a thunderous roar emanating from the chamber, a golden radiance shimmered, swiftly followed by a cerulean glow. In a fleeting moment, a formidable power dispersed. Yichio's aura underwent a transformation, signifying his advancement to the late stage of the supreme realm. Chapter 138. The illiteracy of the exquisite empress, body refinement. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Yichio let out a long sigh. His body shook, and he entered a state of serenity. Blissful. Slowly opening his eyes, carefully feeling the terrifying power from within, Yichio smiled faintly. At this rate, he only needs to elevate his state of mind to break through the supreme peak in one fell swoop. At that time, it will be the moment he impacts the peerless king realm. A king ceiling overlord? Seems not too difficult after all. The breakthrough overnight made Yichio feel like he could conquer anything. Through this seclusion, his strength has been greatly enhanced. The grass character swordplay, Kunpeng treasure technique, and many other secret techniques have also been significantly improved. At this moment, the profound meaning of the sword is even more exquisite. Even the highest profound meaning of the third sword, Yichio can grasp a little. The improvement of his strength is unimaginable. After indulging for a while, the improvement of his state of mind still requires some time. During this period, he can consider dual cultivation. It is a pity that this divine demon body refinement technique is an incomplete version, currently only at the heaven rank. But it doesn't matter. With Yichio's current comprehension, and with the 2 flowers of the great Tao in full force, it should not be difficult to comprehend the mysteries within. Perhaps he can try to repair it. Moreover, with the blessing of the true dragon rune, once the body refinement is successful, Yichio's strength can definitely be elevated to a higher realm. Thinking of this, Yichio slowly stood up. With a bang, the door of the secret room was opened. At this time, in Purple Cloud Peak, in the Peach Blossom Forest. Giddy up. Charge. Kill them all. From the peach forest came a childish cry. As soon as Yichio walked out of the hall, he saw Xiao Long riding a unicorn in the mountain stream, holding a spirit windhammer, and driving away a group of psychic fairy cranes. Seeing this scene, Yichio felt a headache. This little fellow is having fun on her own since no one is playing with her. In recent days, all the spiritual beasts in the mountain have been ruined by her. It and Apos' a tragic sight. Since she came to the mountain, Purple Cloud Peak has been in chaos. With no peaceful day, those spiritual beasts are crying for help, and their lives are unbearable. Little sister, come back, it's time to study. Lin Xingzhu stood helplessly at the foot of the mountain, looking at Xiao Linglong driving the spiritual beasts above, her face very depressed. She has been worried these days, and finally understands why this dead girl was returned on the first day of school. Good heavens, she and Zhao Wan and Apos were taught her for 10 days, and only taught her 3 words in total: roasted sweet potato. It's simply miraculous. Her mind is not on studying at all. Whenever she is free, she wants to find someone to fight. Either she goes up the mountain to catch unicorns or fairy cranes. These days, Lin Qizhu has been exhausted, both mentally and physically. Here, Lin Qingzhu wanted to call Xiao Linglong down to study, when suddenly she felt movement in the Qinqing Hall. Looking back, she found that Yiqiu had come out of seclusion. In an instant, she teleported directly to Xiao Linglong, hugged her down, and the two came to Yiqiu. Disciple welcomes master and Apo's exit from seclusion. Lin Qizhu immediately saluted and greeted him, while Xiao Linglong ran over with a smile. Master, shall we go to school? I've recently learned a few hammer techniques. They're especially amazing. I'll beat them all into pig heads later. Yiqiu's mouth twitched and said, Linglong, has master asked you to study? Have you been studying diligently during this time? Xiao Linglong tilted her head. Her watery eyes blinked, and she said proudly, Master, I have been studying hard. I have already learned 3 words. Well, not bad. Yiqiu nodded, then came to his senses and realized the problem was not right. What? 3? The corner of his mouth twitched, and Yiqiu felt like he had been struck by lightning. Good heavens, he has been in seclusion until now. It has been at least 10 days, right? 10 days to learn 3 words? As expected of you, exquisite empress, terrifying indeed. Asking you to read and write is a bit of a stretch. 10 days to learn 3 words? Yiqiu still asked unwillingly. Xiao Linglong said boastfully, Yes, master. Am I amazing? 3 words. Yiqiu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. It seems that it is indeed a bit difficult to ask the exquisite empress to read and write. But it doesn't matter. If she can't read, then let her refine her body. Lin Qingzhu walked up with a depressed expression and said, Master, I have tried my best. Little sister has no intention of studying at all. Once I let go, she runs away. Looking at her haggard face, Yiqiu felt a pang of heartache. It was indeed difficult for her. Turning back, Yiqiu was stunned for a moment and said, Where is Wanner? Xiao Linglong said excitedly, Master. Seen your sister Wan and Apos. Or said she went into seclusion. I haven't and Apos. Seen her for days. Is she dead? Slap. Lin Qingzhu slapped her on the head without hesitation, making her dazed. Am I wrong? Why did senior sister hit me? Lin Qingzhu explained, Master, Wanner had some insights and went into seclusion to break through to no distance. Yiqiu nodded. Zhao Wanner's cultivation had already reached the 9th rank of celestial phase, and she could enter no distance with 1 kick. It is normal for her to go into seclusion at this moment. Looking back at his eldest disciple, Yiqiu slowly said, Qingzhu, you have suffered these days. You should also go back to seclusion. The cloud top mountain down discussion is imminent. Do not waste your cultivation because of these trivial matters. Leave this little fellow to master. You don't have to worry about her. Lin Qingzhu nodded solemnly, but she was a little worried about Xiao Linglong. Otherwise, she would have gone into seclusion long ago. Okay, I will listen to master. Qingzhu will definitely make up for the cultivation she has neglected these days. After speaking, Lin Qingzhu turned back and instructed Xiao Linglong, Little sister, you must not be greedy for fun and cause trouble again. Follow master and cultivate well, understand? Xiao Linglong was stunned, only nodding, not understanding what she meant. After Lin Qingzhu finished instructing her, she turned back and said to Yiqiu, By the way, master, a few days ago, Steward Situ of Xuanyang Tower sent someone to deliver the herbs that were purchased earlier. As she spoke, she handed Yiqiu a jade pendant and continued. Also, the money from the last auction, after deducting the remuneration for the herbs, is all inside. Hearing this, Yiqiu and Apos' eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, these things finally came back, silently taking the jade pendant. Yiqiu roughly checked the amount of gold inside. Since the previous auction was auctioned in silver, but the amount was too large, it was all exchanged for gold. Yiqiu roughly checked, and the amount was almost 100 million taels of gold, which is no small sum. When the time comes, Yiqiu will cash out another wave. If he is lucky, he will trigger a 100,000 times critical hit. Damn it, become the richest man in the great wilderness in one fell swoop? It's wonderful just thinking about it. After roughly counting the number of herbs, they were basically all correct. Yiqiu smiled slightly and said, Well, very good. With this batch of herbs, the next thing will be much easier. Looking at Xiao Linglong, Yiqiu was delighted. Let and Apos start with this little fellow. Originally, according to Yiqiu's idea, this batch of herbs was intended to be used for alchemy. However, because of Xiao Linglong's arrival on the mountain, this plan was temporarily cancelled. He needs to use most of the herbs to refine Xiao Linglong's body. When the time comes, he will get another wave of babies, and he will have almost enough spiritual herbs to support his cultivation of the divine demon body refinement technique. Slowly walking to the center of the garden, Yiqiu raised his hand and released the Qianquan cauldron. He picked out a few herbs from it and put them into the Qianquan cauldron. After pouring in water, he slowly pushed his palms, and the powerful force instantly lifted the entire Qianquan cauldron. The herbs within the cauldron were instantly stimulated by Yichio and Apos' power, their medicinal properties infusing the water, rendering it scalding hot. Witnessing this, Lin Qingzhu and Apos' expression reflected surprise, uncertain of Yichio and Apos' intentions. Glancing back at the cunning glint in Xiao Linglong's eyes as she attempted to stealthily slip away, Lin Qingzhu chuckled and apprehended her. As the Qiankuan cauldron descended slowly, the precious herbs within had been fully activated, the boiling medicinal liquid churning ominously. Xiao Linglong and Apos' face paled with fright. She overheard Yichio saying, "Linglong, step inside." What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong was utterly terrified. Was her master intending to cook her? Master, Linglong will never dare to do it again. Linglong will certainly study diligently and obey in the future. Please, master, don't cook me. Xiao Linglong collapsed to the ground, clutching Yichio's leg, remorsefully begging for mercy. Yichio and Apos' face darkened. This wretched girl, who knew there was something she feared. Word has it, the Linglong Emperor dreads being cooked. Yichio scoffed and said, "Don't you aspire to be unrivaled among your peers? As your teacher, I shall now grant you that. As long as you are willing to enter and absorb all the precious herbs within, you shall become invincible among your contemporaries." Upon hearing this, the Linglong Emperor and Apos' tears ceased instantly, gradually replaced by a manic grin. Really? Can I truly become unrivaled? Yichio smiled faintly and said, "Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? Today, I shall impart to you the most formidable body refinement technique in existence, the divine demon body refinement art. Once mastered, you shall be unmatched under heaven. Are you excited?" Before Yichio could finish speaking, plunk, a petite figure leaped into the water with a whoosh. Water splashed, revealing a small head from within the cauldron. It and Apos' so hot, so hot. Yichio turned back, astonished. This little rascal, upon hearing the promise of invincibility, jumped in without the slightest hesitation. He was speechless. "Master, quickly teach me how to absorb them all," Xiao Linglong said through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Yichio circled the Qiankuan cauldron, the precious herbs within fully activated, now ceaselessly tempering Linglong's body. "Open your heart, relax your entire body, resist nothing, and attempt to sense the existence of this power, absorbing it," Yichio said slowly, carefully observing Xiao Linglong and Apos' every move, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Because Xiao Linglong was just beginning her training, Yichio did not intensify the medicinal potency, fearing she would be unable to withstand it. Hearing Yichio and Apos' guidance, Xiao Linglong slowly extended her arms, closed her eyes, and, following Yichio and Apos' instructions, sensed the power flowing through her limbs and bones. The power of the precious herbs was exceedingly potent, constantly stinging her nerves, but, for the sake of being unrivaled, she actually endured it. Yichio couldn't help but admire her tenacity. After an unknown duration, Xiao Linglong suddenly opened her eyes, her power erupting fiercely. Yichio was startled, carefully examining the changes in her body. Hiss. Foundation establishment success? Yichio was inwardly astonished, but upon further reflection, it made sense. She was born with an immortal physique, possessing heaven-defying aptitude. The power of the precious herbs was completely absorbed by her in no time. Her cultivation had now entered the first grade of foundation establishment. The realm levels of body refinement were similar to those of chi refinement, except for the first. The initial realm of body refinement was foundation establishment, while the initial realm of chi refinement was the chi training stage. Unlike chi refinement, body refinement was extremely resource-intensive, requiring a vast amount of precious herbs to temper the body, bringing it to a flawless state. While absorbing the precious herbs, one and Apos' strength, speed, and other attributes would receive a substantial boost. Carefully sensing the changes in Xiao Linglong and Apos' body, Yichio was delighted. He then retrieved another herb from his jade pendant. This herb, named Spirit Creek Grass, was a top-grade precious herb. Although it had not reached the level of a spiritual herb, its effects were still astonishing. Placing the Spirit Creek Grass into the cauldron, Yichio infused a wisp of qi into Xiao Linglong and Apos' body, setting it in motion. He said slowly, "Disciple, memorize the route of my energy circulation. In a moment, you only need to circulate it according to this route." Xiao Linglong nodded, calmed her mind, and carefully sensed Yichio's wisp of qi. Yichio slowly guided the wisp of qi within her body, circulating it according to the divine demon body refinement art's method of circulation. After one cycle, Xiao Linglong's cultivation successfully advanced to the second grade of foundation establishment. This terrifying rate of improvement startled even Yichio himself. As expected of the Linglong Emperor, this talent is unparalleled. His suspicions grew stronger, And Yi Qiu even brought out the divine demon body refinement art. He would see if the Linglong Emperor could handle this karma. Yi Qiu and Appos, S principle was, if he didn't and amp, Appos, T give anything, he wouldn't and amp, Appos, T. But if he gave, he would give the best directly. He would wait and see what she would do when she regained her past life. After one cycle, Yi Qiu asked again, disciple, have you clearly remembered the route of my energy circulation just now? Xiao Linglong said earnestly, I have remembered it clearly. Good. To be safe, I will guide you through one more cycle. After this cycle, you will circulate it on your own, Yi Qiu instructed, continuing the cycle of circulation. After one cycle, he slowly ceased his work. Xiao Linglong possessed exceptional comprehension. Despite her constant thoughts of fighting, her talent was by no means lacking. It was simply that she didn't want to learn. If she wanted to learn, she would grasp the essence of even the most profound techniques in an instant. This ability to comprehend startled even Yi Qiu. It seemed that illiteracy was not an impediment to cultivation after all. As Yi Qiu ceased his work, Xiao Linglong immediately began to circulate the energy according to Yi Qiu and Appos' previous guidance. Her cultivation advanced rapidly, astonishing even Lin Qingzhu, who was watching from the side. Her mouth agape, her face filled with astonishment, she thought, this little sister and Appos' talent is far too abnormal, ISN and Appos, it and Appos, only been a few minutes. And she has already reached the 3rd grade of foundation establishment? This is far more abnormal than when I first entered the sect. Back then, she could only advance 1 grade at most in a day. Xiao Linglong had directly reached the 3rd grade in a day, and it wasn't Appos' over yet. The precious herbs in the Qianquan cauldron had not been completely absorbed by her, and were still being absorbed continuously. This terrifying rate of improvement caused Lin Qingzhu to feel a sense of crisis. As the eldest sister, she couldn't allow her junior sisters to surpass her, otherwise, how would she protect them in the future? Her expression grew serious, and she bid farewell to Yi Qiu, returning to her room to cultivate in seclusion. Because she had been delayed these past few days, her cultivation had fallen behind, and she needed to catch up as soon as possible. It hurts. Inside the Qianquan cauldron, after enduring for a full hour, Xiao Linglong finally couldn't and Appos' take it anymore. With a miserable scream, she leaped out of the cauldron with a plunk, running wildly through the garden. Yi Qiu watched her pathetic, frantic running with amusement, not stopping her. When she was tired from running, she simply collapsed to the ground, adopting a who cares attitude, caring about nothing. Yi Qiu walked over and carefully examined her. At this moment, her cultivation had already entered the 5th grade of foundation establishment. This astonishing speed was truly a bit frightening to Yi Qiu. He knew that this was only the beginning. If she absorbed even higher-level precious herbs in the future, it would probably be even more astonishing. Opening her eyes weakly, Xiao Linglong grinned and said, Master, can I be unrivaled among my peers now? Hearing her first words, Yi Qiu's mouth twitched. He didn't know why she cared so much about this title. Well, it's still too early. It's not that easy to be unrivaled among your peers. Linglong, you must understand that there is always someone better than you. If you want to be unrivaled under heaven, you still need to work hard. Xiao Linglong rested for a while, stood up again, patted the dirt off her body, and looked full of energy. Indeed, Master, I am aware, and I am capable. Having said this, I immersed myself once more in the precious elixir, continuing to absorb its extraordinary power. Yi Qiu smiled gently, recognizing the potential in this child. She will undoubtedly succeed. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple a spirit stream herb and several precious elixirs, triggering a critical return. Shall it be activated? Here it comes. Yi Qiu concealed a knowing smile, replying softly, activate. Congratulations, you have triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, acquiring an innate precious herb, 1 Huangsan root, and several spirit herbs. My goodness, an innate. It is merely a precious herb, then all is well. I misheard and thought it was an innate spirit herb. Regaining composure, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, overall, it seemed quite favorable. Although this Huangsan root did not reach the level of an innate spirit herb, its quality still bore the essence of the innate. Its caliber was certainly beyond that of ordinary spirit herbs. Utilizing it for foundation establishment would yield remarkable results. It appears that my aspirations for dual cultivation may finally come to fruition. Once the return concluded, Yi Qiu approached Xiao Linglong, carefully observing her transformation. The afternoon swiftly elapsed, and the dark potion within the Qianquan cauldron soon became crystal clear. Evidently, the medicinal properties had been entirely absorbed. At this moment, her cultivation had astonishingly reached the 9th grade of foundation establishment. My goodness, truly the Linglong Emperor, formidable indeed. Yi Qiu inhaled sharply, feeling her strength. which had astonishingly reached an incredible 100,000 pounds. Chapter 139. The true form of Linglong. Ah, splendid. Indeed. It is as I expected from my disciple. Impressive. 100,000 pounds. My goodness, at that age, I was still playing in the mud. Yichio felt a surge of secret delight, though he maintained an air of calm as he said, "All right, come out now." Upon hearing she could emerge, little Linglong promptly leaped out of the Qianquan cauldron, soaring over 10 meters high, which startled her. Wow, am I really this powerful now? She exerted herself and threw a punch. A gust of wind followed, instantly shattering a stone in the distance. Regaining her composure, little Linglong gaped in astonishment. She was quite clever and adept at controlling her newfound strength, able to wield it with ease. Feeling the change within her, little Linglong excitedly rushed to Yichio and exclaimed, "This is wonderful, master. I can finally be invincible among my peers. I can sense that if I meet that scoundrel young booby again, I could deliver a punch that would leave him unrecognizable. Master, take me to find him. I want to teach him a lesson." Seeing her eager disposition, Yichio felt a headache coming on in faint seriousness, saying, "Linglong, no nonsense. Young booby, by seniority, is also your senior brother. In our heavenly restoration sect, there are rules against harming fellow disciples. You must not speak of such things again, or else I shall have to punish you." Startled by his words, little Linglong and Appo's expression turned pitiful as she replied, "All right, master, I was wrong. But, well, a little sparring wound and Appo's hurt, as long as it doesn't lead to fatality." Yichio paused, his tone becoming significant as he responded, "Indeed, sparring is permissible." Little Linglong and Appo's excitement surged again. "Really? Can I truly fight?" Yichio flashed a mischievous smile and said, "Of course, but young booby is rather uninteresting to spar with. Linglong, we of Zixiao Peak should aim for the strongest. I think Shihao from Songjian Peak would be a fine target. He has already been bested by your senior sister once, so you should train well and strive to face him as well in the future. What say you?" Yichio had a hint of playful deceit in his tone, and upon hearing this, little Linglong's interest was piqued. She immediately promised, "I understand, master. I will train diligently to defeat Shihao. I will pummel him every time I see him." Waving her little fist, she displayed a gleam of excitement. Learning that her senior sister had already bested Shihao, she was resolute not to miss her chance. Witnessing her successfully fall into his trap, Yichio Kuden and Appo's helped but smirk inwardly. "Apologies, senior brother Chi, my disciple has a bit of a combative nature. I can't control her. I must borrow your face to let her blow off some steam." Meanwhile, at Songjin Peak, Shihao, who was in the midst of his training, suddenly sneezed. Awakening from his meditative state, he felt a chill run down his spine, accompanied by an ominous premonition. "How strange, why do I suddenly feel so unsettled? Is there an issue with my training?" Shihao murmured to himself, perplexed, as he sensed the chill on his back. Unable to comprehend the cause, he decided to disregard it, thinking, as the eldest disciple of Songjin Peak, he should be above such trivial concerns. Looking at the eager little Linglong, Yichio felt a twinge of wicked anticipation. He was curious about the future encounter between this little one and Shihao. "Oh, this isn't my instigation. She wishes to spar on her own accord. It's not my responsibility. You have already reached the 9th stage of foundation establishment. Just one more step, and you will enter the realm of mystical fingers. Go rest now, familiarize yourself with the techniques I have taught you to refine your body, and unleash your physical potential to its utmost. Only by solidifying your foundation can your latent abilities be fully realized. Do you understand?" Little Linglong blinked, shaking her head in confusion, though she knew one thing. Whatever her master instructed, she would follow. She nodded vigorously before vanishing in a flash to seek out her senior sister. Lin Qizhu, feeling like an unfortunate soul, had just entered a meditative state, preparing for seclusion, when she was abruptly summoned by little Linglong to venture into the mountains to capture spiritual beasts. With no other choice, she had to temporarily abandon her training, planning to steal some time to practice secretly later that night. After little Linglong departed, Yichio stored the Qianquan cauldron and slowly entered the Qianqing palace, preparing to embark on his own refining journey. For an ordinary person, mastering a single path is already a daunting challenge, as the resources required for either qi refining or body refining are immense, not to mention the considerable demands on talent, aptitude, and innate qualities. Typically, one can barely sustain a single discipline, but for those of ancient noble bloodlines or imperial descent, pursuing dual paths might be an option, pushing their strength to the utmost limits, thus achieving true invincibility among their peers. Yichio, however, was different. All his conditions were met. With an innate Dao body and peak aptitude, he lacked for nothing in terms of rare materials. Through little Linglong's training, he could continuously cycle through resources to support his endeavors. This was certainly not an issue. with a clear understanding of his goals. Yiqiu wasted no time and began concocting his elixir. Unlike little Linglong's formula, the ingredients he chose this time were of a far superior grade. Among them, a root of Huangxin emanated an overwhelming aura, fully activating the properties of the precious medicine. He added various other rare herbs and medicinal ingredients, crafting a grand concoction in one fell swoop. In no time, the potion was prepared, and Yiqiu began to channel his energy to activate its essence. Observing the bubbling elixir before him, he smiled slightly and leaped into the cauldron. In an instant, an incredible force surged into his body, causing his skin to burn with the elixir's potency. Yet, for Yiqiu, this discomfort felt no more severe than a mere mosquito bite. As he meticulously circulated the demonic body refining technique, he eagerly absorbed the overwhelming power. Within moments, he achieved success in foundation establishment, his cultivation rapidly ascending from the first to the 9th stage. With one decisive step, he entered the realm of mystical fingers. My word! Yiqiu marveled inwardly. Having witnessed little Linglong's astonishing breakthrough, he was taken aback by the terror of his own progress. In a mere flash, he had attained the realm of mystical fingers. This might be attributed to his advanced cultivation at the peak of the supreme level and the presence of true dragon runes within him, rendering his physical form nearly perfect, thus accelerating his training. Merely a transitional phase, entering this realm allowed him to directly open the blood vessels throughout his body. Under the immense efficacy of this innate elixir, Yiqiu's physical strength surged swiftly, and within less than an hour, he had already ascended to the celestial aspect realm. Of course, the celestial aspect was of no concern to Yiqiu. His ambition lay in elevating his body refining level to match that of his qi refining, striving for a balance between the two disciplines in the shortest possible time. Though it might sound like a fool's dream, it was not entirely impossible. By the next morning, Yiqiu had completely absorbed the elixir within the cauldron, elevating his realm to the boundless state. This progress was genuinely remarkable, even startling Yiqiu himself. As the essence of the elixir was fully absorbed, Yiqiu slowly emerged from the cauldron, shaking his body to dislodge the water droplets from his clothing. Upon reflecting on the changes within him, Yiqiu murmured, still insufficient. It seems I must intensify my efforts today and resort to more potent remedies. With this thought, Yiqiu grinned wickedly and stepped out of the Qianqing palace. At that moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and Lin Qingzhu sat alone beside a peach tree in the garden, silently meditating and cultivating. Yiqiu ambled over, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he beheld her ethereal beauty, clad in white, a vision that could make even the most stoic heart flutter. Qingzhu, he murmured. Lin Qingzhu stirred from her reverie, her eyes widening as she noticed Yiqiu and Appo's presence. She swiftly rose to offer her respects. Master, good morning. Yiqiu nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over her, assessing her progress. A smile of satisfaction played on his lips. 3rd grade of Wuju, a solid foundation. Excellent. His eldest disciple had always been diligent, a fact that filled Yiqiu with pride. After a moment, he spoke with earnestness. In a month's time, the Yunding Mountain Dao discourse will commence. Qingzhu, as the foremost disciple of my Zixia Peak, you must set an example for your junior sisters and not neglect your cultivation. Lin Qingzhu nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of his words. She knew what was expected of her. Her master had bestowed upon her a debt of gratitude that could never be repaid. She would not tarnish the reputation of Zixia Peak nor disappoint her master. She had observed the so-called paragons of their generation, the most formidable among them being He Wushuang and Fu Yao. She possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to vanquish them. Rest assured, Master, Lin Qingzhu avowed with unwavering resolve. I am well aware of my responsibilities and shall not fail you. Observing her unwavering gaze, Yiqiu tenderly smoothed a stray strand of hair from her face and gently wiped away the dew that clung to her forehead. I have always had faith in you, he said softly, but do not allow pride to take root. The world is vast and boundless, and what you have witnessed is but a fraction of its entirety. The eastern wilderness is far more intricate than you can imagine, teeming with ancient clans, renowned sacred grounds hidden deep within its untamed depths. Countless prodigies grace this land. The Yunding Mountain Dao Discourse is one of the grandest events in the eastern wilderness. There, you will truly encounter the paragons of this generation. Lin Qingzhu nodded, for she had never succumbed to arrogance. She was acutely aware that her innate talents paled in comparison to those of the so-called geniuses. However, she also recognized that her fortune surpassed theirs, for she had a master who cared deeply for her, and that was her greatest advantage. Now, go and awaken Linglong. Yiqiu instructed Lin Qingzhu as he turned towards the garden, where he intended to concoct a new medicinal prescription. He sought to accelerate his physical refinement realm to match his qi refinement realm, and he would achieve this by relentlessly extracting potential from Linglong. Lin Qingzhu was devoted to the art of the sword and had no interest in physical refinement. As for Zhaowaner, the red lotus karmic fire was her most potent weapon. If she could cultivate it to its zenith and unlock its profound mysteries, she might even have a chance to attain divine skills. She, too, was unlikely to pursue physical refinement. Therefore, Yechiel would have to focus his efforts on the illiterate Linglong. Dual cultivation was advantageous, but it was unattainable without the support of exceptional talent and aptitude. Thus, he would not consider it for the other two. As for Linglong, she was indeed capable, but alas, she was illiterate. Before long, Linglong emerged, yawning and bleary-eyed, reluctantly led by Lin Qizhu. "Senior sister, what is it?" She grumbled, still half asleep. "It and Appos, so early. I haven't and Appos, T had enough sleep yet." Linglong had overexerted herself the previous day, leaving her drained and sluggish. Lin Qizhu sighed, at a loss for words. Yesterday, she had been brimming with energy, keeping her up until the wee hours of the morning. Today, she was listless, refusing to rise from her slumber. Lin Qingzhu patiently explained, "Junior sister, the early bird catches the worm. The morning is when spiritual energy is at its peak, vibrant and full of life. As cultivators, we cannot indulge in laziness and neglect our progress. Don't you aspire to be invincible among your peers? Then, brace yourself." The mention of invincibility instantly sparked a glimmer in Linglong's eyes, revitalizing her. "All right, I want to be invincible," she chirped. She eagerly scampered to Yechiel's side, greeting him with a cheerful, "Master, what are we doing today?" "Soaking," Yechiel replied with a smile. "Today, I have prepared a potent elixir for you. If you can absorb it, I promise to let you play to your heart's content for 2 whole days." Yechiel's elixir was no ordinary concoction. If she could absorb it, she might even attain the heavenly phase realm in one fell swoop. 2 days to reach the heavenly phase realm might seem far-fetched, but it was not for her. She was a reincarnation of a powerful being, burdened with karma and blessed with a celestial physique, possessing boundless potential. Therefore, Yechiel's strategy was to unlock her full potential in the early stages. Only then would her path ahead be smoother. After all, physical refinement was unlike chi refinement. Its difficulty was far greater. Without a potent elixir, it was impossible to fully unlock her potential and establish a solid foundation. Subsequent cultivation might be excruciatingly slow. That was the difference between the two paths. One was rapid in the early stages but slow later on, while the other was slow in the early stages but could lead to a sudden enlightenment and rapid ascension. Her choice to embark on this path was born of necessity. If she could learn to read later on, she might consider dual cultivation. After all, with a powerful celestial physique as her foundation, it would pose no challenge for her. The promise of 2 days of unbridled play after absorbing the elixir sent a surge of excitement through Linglong. "Really, master? You won't trick me, will you?" she asked skeptically. Yechiel playfully tapped her forehead. "When have I ever deceived you? Hurry and get in. As long as you absorb it all, I guarantee I'll keep my word." "All right." Linglong rolled up her sleeves, preparing to give it her all. "It's just a cauldron of elixir. It's not like I haven't absorbed it before. Watch me devour it all." Yechiel smiled faintly at her confident demeanor. "Just you wait. You and Appos, LL be crying in no time." In that prescription, Yechiel had added a top-grade spiritual herb, along with numerous other precious and spiritual herbs. This key ingredient fused all the herbs together, making it intensely hot. With a light leap, she plunged into the Qinquan cauldron. A second later, she scrambled out with a splash. "Hot, hot, hot," she cried, darting into the garden's pond. Her face flushed and contorted in agony. Lin Qingzhu watched with a pang of sympathy. She had not realized that physical refinement could be so excruciating. Her heart filled with trepidation, grateful that she could read. Otherwise, she would have been like Linglong, her skin as red as a boiled shrimp. The thought sent shivers down her spine. It was too horrifying. Indeed, there were benefits to being literate. The ancients were not wrong. After a long while, Linglong finally recovered. Her eyes red and tearful as she gazed at Yechiel with a pitiful expression. "Master," she whimpered, "can I not refine any more?" Seeing her tear-filled eyes and pitiable demeanor, Yechiel feigned disappointment. "Well, if you don and amp, Appos, T want to refine, that and amp, Appos, S fine." He paused, then added, "It's just a shame that the title of peerless among your peers is destined to elude you." Uffed. Lin Qingzhu could not help but stifle a laugh. Quickly realizing her indiscretion, she could not help but think to herself, "Master is too cunning, using such a trick to deceive a child." As expected, Yechiel and Appos, S words had ensnared Linglong. A single sentence had completely captivated her. "No, the title of peerless among my peers is mine. No one can take it away," she exclaimed. With that, she stomped back to the Qinquan cauldron, gingerly touching it, feeling the scorching heat emanating from it. A wave of fear washed over her. But the thought of losing her title of peerless among her peers spurred her on. She gritted her teeth and plunged in. As she leaped into the depths, Lin Qingzhu shook her head, realizing once more that youth often lacks an understanding of the treachery that lurks within human hearts. How easily she was deceived. Upon returning to the Qian Kuanding, Xiao Long was instantly met with a scalding heat that reddened her face, her teeth clenched in agony, her expression contorted. Her small visage revealed two tiny canines as she ferociously bit down on the edge of the Qian Kuanding, valiantly enduring the pain while striving to persist. Yi Qiu, ever attentive to her condition, gently advised, do not resist, absorb with all your might. Heeding his counsel, Xiao Long hastily initiated the cultivation technique Yi Qiu had taught her the previous day, fervently drawing in the energy. Her diminutive form bore the brunt of an overwhelming force until, all at once, a lotus mark began to bloom within her being. Witnessing this, Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Qingzhu, too, felt a tremor in her heart, lowering her gaze in deep contemplation. At the moment the lotus mark manifested, her body commenced an insatiable absorption of the precious elixir's potency. In mere moments, she had absorbed a significant portion of its essence. At this juncture, a layer of frosty sheen enveloped her form. Yi Qiu's expression shifted as he gazed in astonishment at the unfolding transformation. Time became nebulous, and as the frost gradually dissipated, it revealed skin as flawless and luminous as jade. Her once unruly black hair transformed into silky strands, exuding an ethereal grace. In this instance, both Yi Qiu and Lin Qingzhu found themselves momentarily entranced, as if they beheld a transcendent beauty seated serenely amidst the chaos of the cosmos. Detached from the world. Master, what is happening? Lin Qingzhu inquired, startled, her voice laced with urgency. In the heart of chaos, the woman, detached from the world, opened her eyes. Lin Qingzhu felt a tremor in her heart, momentarily losing herself. Within that immaculate radiance, her form gradually faded, becoming indistinct. Only the white robe, long hair flowing, standing tall in the abyss, gazing at the firmament, could be faintly discerned. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu fully comprehended. That existence was beyond her direct gaze. Were it not for the ties of karma, she would have been injured in that instant. A sense of lingering fear and survival washed over her. Turning back, she gazed at Xiao Long, her heart filled with awe. She never imagined her junior sister possessed such an extraordinary origin. It was simply inconceivable. Gazing intently at the petite figure within the cauldron, Lin Qingzhu felt a sense of embarrassment. Who could have imagined that behind this obedient and adorable facade lay such a terrifying being? Yi Qiu turned to reassure her, channeling a stream of energy into her body to alleviate the effects of her shock. Then he said, Disciple, today's events must not be divulged. Do you understand? Lin Qingzhu nodded, solemnly replying, Disciple understands. Very well, you may return now. Finally, Yi Qiu turned his back to Lin Qingzhu, gazing at the void. Lin Qingzhu took a deep look at Yi Qiu before turning and leaving. At this moment, Yi Qiu was extremely excited. Yet his expression remained serene as he gazed at the figure in the chaos. Linglong and Apos, S true form? Just as I suspected. All his previous conjectures were almost entirely confirmed. And Yi Qiu and Apos, S heart grew increasingly fervent. He eagerly anticipated the changes that would occur when Linglong regained her true form. This is becoming more intriguing. As he murmured, Xiao Linglong's body suddenly trembled within the Qingkuan cauldron. Instantly, a formidable power erupted, threatening to break free from the cauldron's confinement. Yi Qiu raised his hand to suppress it, and in a short while, Xiao Linglong's face flushed red, her body emitting white mist. Under the intense absorption, her cultivation began to soar rapidly, surpassing the Xuanji realm in one fell swoop. Her cultivation continued to surge. The speed of this ascent astonished even Yi Qiu. Perhaps with the shackles on her body broken, her cultivation seemed to be rising uncontrollably, instantly reaching the 9th grade of the Xuanji realm. Just as she reached the 9th grade of the Xuanji realm, she smoothly entered the Tianxiang realm without encountering any bottlenecks. Her physical power instantly reached the limit of 1,000,000 pounds. Yi Qiu was utterly astonished and delighted. As expected of my disciple, she has the makings of an empress. Judging by her current combat power, ordinary Tianxiang realm experts were no longer her match. If she were to cultivate some powerful attack methods, she would definitely be able to fight beyond her realm. However, that might be a bit difficult, because the Linglong Empress was illiterate. She would definitely not be able to learn powerful secret techniques. After an unknown period, Xiao Linglong suddenly exhaled, and the liquid in the Qingkuan cauldron gradually became crystal clear. The power of the liquid had been completely absorbed, and her cultivation had reached the 1st grade of the Tianxiang realm. This terrifying rate of improvement was simply mind-numbing. Most terrifyingly, she was not a qi refiner and did not need to consider any mental state issues. She simply maximized her physical body, and that was that. Awakening. Xiao Linglong immediately revealed her 2 small tiger teeth, smiling at Yi Qiu as she leaped out of the cauldron. Hiki, master, am I invincible among my peers now? Yi Qiu smiled faintly and said, well, almost. If you learn some combat skills, being invincible among your peers should be no problem. But my disciple, being invincible among your peers is meaningless. There are only a few people in your generation. Only being universally invincible is true invincibility. Only by subduing everyone in the world will people fear you. Therefore, you still need to work hard. Xiao Linglong was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and began to ponder, sucking on her little finger, looking very serious. Her appearance was so adorable that it was hard to imagine that she was the same person as the one in the chaos just now. Universally invincible? Xiao Linglong murmured, her eyes suddenly becoming firm as if she had a new goal. Okay, universally invincible, subdue everyone. With a solemn decision made, the Linglong Empress was once again deceived. Yi Qiu chuckled to himself. It was fortunate that she was still young. If she were older and had a primary school education, it would be harder to fool her. All right, that and amp, oppos, that's all for today. Go back and rest early. We and amp, oppos, LL talk about everything else tomorrow. Yi Qiu said casually, realizing that another day had passed without him noticing. Overall, the day and oppos, S gains were quite good. Okay, master, then I and oppos, LL go back first. Xiao Linglong said obediently. As she turned around, she seemed to remember something and suddenly ran up the mountain with a whoosh. Yi Qiu's mouth twitched as he watched her run up the mountain to wreak havoc on the spiritual beast again. Well, the problem of this little one and amp, oppos, S cultivation is temporarily solved. Tomorrow, I can start considering alchemy. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qiu turned to look at the Qiankuan cauldron, waved his hand to put it away, and walked into the Qianqing palace. In the sunset, the purple glow illuminated the entire Zixia Peak. Such a beautiful scene, filled with spiritual energy, was unappreciated by anyone except for a little girl running around the mountain. Turning back, the system. Ding. You have given your disciple a top-grade elixir, a Zilua spiritual herb, and several other elixirs, triggering a critical return. Do you wish to activate the return? Activate. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5000-fold critical return, obtaining a congenital elixir, a rootless wind spiritual herb, and several top-grade elixirs. Hiss. Rootless wind spiritual herb, a congenital elixir? Yesterday, Yi Qiu was still regretting not receiving a congenital elixir, but today it arrived. This critical return was too powerful. Hee, not bad, too generous. Yi Qiu smiled wickedly. With this congenital elixir, his physical body realm could be greatly improved. Perhaps this time, he could directly reach the divine treasure realm. If he spent a little more time raising his body refinement realm to the late supreme stage. Then with both paths cultivated simultaneously, Yi Qiu could directly enter the ranks of the sealed king giants. Once he entered the ranks of the sealed king giants, Yi Qiu and amp, oppos, S strength would definitely increase dramatically. Ordinary sealed king giants would be no match for him. After all, he was a powerhouse who cultivated both paths simultaneously and possessed many immortal treasures. His combat power could definitely be called invincible within the same realm. System, detect. System is starting detection. Host, Yi Qiu. Qi refinement, late supreme stage. Body refinement, no distance realm. Mastered divine skills, grass character swordplay. Qiankuan Wuji hand, Kuanping treasure technique, true dragon golden body, all-around hexagon warrior. Immortal treasures, Zhuxian sword, Yinxiao sword. Congenital spiritual treasure, rainstorm pear blossom needle, 6 needles. Qiankuan cauldron, top-grade longevity medicine, chaos green lotus. Charm value, perfect score. Not bad. Host, you have finally grown up. Yi Qiu's face darkened. He had just praised it, and it was already acting up again. He really wanted to drag it out and beat it up. What kind of talk is that? I've always been handsome, okay? Looking at the overall picture, Yi Qiu had considered most of the things he needed to consider. Now, he only needed to raise his body refinement realm, and he could start considering breaking through to the sealed king giant realm. Time was of the essence. With the mountaintop summit imminent, the aspiration to ascend to the king realm had to be temporarily shelved. After all, elevating one's body refinement to the late supreme stage within a mere month seemed an insurmountable task. Despite the rapid initial progress, cultivation was far from simple. Each subsequent advancement proved exceedingly arduous. Regaining his composure, Yi Qiu commenced concocting a medicinal formula, incorporating the ethereal rootless wind spirit grass into the alchemic cauldron. Instantly, an astonishing spiritual force emanated, accompanied by a gust of wind. A fervent smile graced Yi Qiu and amp, oppos, S countenance as he plunged into the cauldron without hesitation, ravenously absorbing the surge of power. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening the following day, Yichio opened his eyes, unleashing an awe-inspiring aura. He had attained the divine treasure realm. Clenching his fist, he savored the newfound strength coursing through his body, his heart brimming with elation. As he had anticipated, his body refinement had indeed reached the divine treasure realm. Though only at the first level, the astonishing pace of his breakthrough filled Yichio with immense satisfaction. Future cultivation might prove increasingly challenging, and the attainment of the late supreme stage remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Yichio possessed an abundance of natural treasures, not to mention a supreme longevity elixir. Emerging from the Qiankuan cauldron, he shook his body, instantly dispelling the droplets of water. Adorned in a flawless, flowing celestial robe, he exuded an air of untrammeled grace, akin to a veritable immortal, radiating celestial charm. Yichio ambled out of the grand hall, approaching the tree. He pulverized some superfluous herbs acquired the previous day, dripping their essence into the tree. In response, the tree emitted a radiant spiritual light, causing an upsurge of spiritual energy throughout Violet Cloud Peak. Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Oppos, immersed in their cultivation within their chambers, sensed the sudden shift and were taken aback. Puzzled, they emerged from their rooms. Master, Zhao Waner greeted demurely, standing gracefully to the side, as Lin Qingzhu led the petite Linglong out. Good morning, Master, Lin Qingzhu offered, awaiting Yichio's instructions. Yichio turned his gaze towards Zhao Waner, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand. Startled, Zhao Waner blushed, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Yichio examined her closely, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing into a pleased smile. Proximity first grade. Commendable. Zhao Waner's rapid breakthrough came as a surprise to Yichio, though he quickly rationalized it. After all, the Five Realms treasure bone he had bestowed upon her was not merely a treasure of techniques, but rather a repository of the cultivation essence amassed by the purgatory demonic ape over millennia. Her absorption of it, leading to her current realm, was therefore understandable. Further progress, however, might prove more challenging. Wan and Oppos, Yichio murmured. Zhao Wan and Oppos, looked up inquisitively, her luminous eyes fixed upon Yichio. Master, what is it? Yichio produced a book from his robes, presenting it to her. I promise to instruct you in the secret arts of wielding the executioner's ruler. Today is the opportune moment. This book was acquired by your grandmaster in the ancient Forbidden Zone. It contains a heavenly grade secret technique known as ephemeral shadow strike, a technique that compresses space, allowing one to traverse distances instantaneously and vanquish foes in the blink of an eye. When combined with your Crimson Lotus karmic fire, its destructive power is immense, potentially surpassing even your senior sister's Azura Slash. However, this technique requires spatial comprehension at the proximity realm and is exceedingly profound. Hence, I have withheld it until now. Now that you have broken through, it is time to commence your training. Overjoyed, Zhao Waner eagerly accepted the book, her eyes widening in astonishment as she perused its contents. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly elevate her combat prowess significantly, perhaps even allowing her to rival her senior sister. She was overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Words seemed inadequate to express her appreciation. Her master had always been benevolent, never withholding knowledge, imparting wisdom tailored to their individual needs. Now, temper your enthusiasm. Mastering this technique will be no easy feat. You must dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Utilize the month leading up to the mountaintop summit to delve into this secret art. Yichio said with a smile. Yes, Master. I shall strive diligently, and I will not fail your expectations. Zhao Wan and Oppos, affirmed, her heart brimming with joy. Though not inherently combative, her desire for strength was undeniable. She yearned to be more than just the one shielded by her senior sister in times of peril. With the arrival of their junior sister, she aspired to become a protector as well. Master, I wish to learn too. Witnessing Zhao Waner's acquisition of a potent technique, Linglong perked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she approached Yichio. Faced with her earnest, pleading gaze, Yichio hesitated. Linglong, I would gladly teach you, but you are illiterate, rendering you unable to practice these techniques. If you desire to learn, prioritize your studies, and I shall instruct you then. How does that sound? Yichio inquired tentatively, unwilling to abandon his aspiration for her literacy. After all, Linglong and Oppos' talent was nothing short of extraordinary, and neglecting either path would be a grave disservice. He merely needed to navigate the challenge of her education. Really? If I study diligently, will Master teach me? Linglong tilted her head, gazing wistfully at Zhao Waner. She felt an abundance of power coursing through her veins. Yet she lacked the means to channel it, resorting to indiscriminate hammer strikes. Indeed, if you dedicate yourself to your studies and master the written word, I shall impart knowledge to you. I give you my word. Yichio assured her, already contemplating the prospect of enlisting Elder Su's aid in Linglong's education. Very well. Linglong shall study diligently. When I return, master must not deceive me. Linglong insisted, extending her pinky finger for Yichio to seal the promise. Yichio complied, relieved that she had finally embraced the prospect of learning. If you apply yourself to your studies, I shall teach you whatever you desire, without reservation. I shall study diligently, Linglong affirmed, already envisioning the earth-shattering spectacle of her wielding her hammer, eliciting cries of agony from all who dared oppose her. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. Her innocent demeanor sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. With her finally embracing education, Yichio breathed a sigh of relief. He then addressed his two disciples, await me here. I shall escort Linglong to the main peak for her studies. I shall return shortly. All right. The two assented, watching as Yichio led Xiao Linglong away. Lin Qizhu, slightly vexed, murmured, Junior sister, do you think this time our little junior sister will truly succeed in learning to read? Uncertain. Zhao Wan and Appo's lips twitched involuntarily as she recalled the previous attempts to teach her to read. Amused and exasperated, she said, I believe it would be a blessing if she didn't cause trouble. Reading? Unrealistic. This little one is interested in everything except reading. To make her read? That's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Qizhu, equally troubled, sighed, these past few days have been exhausting. Let's hope she can be a bit more well-behaved this time and study diligently. Otherwise, we truly don't know how to teach her to read successfully. At this moment, on the summit, Yichio returned to the school with Xiao Linglong. Senior brother, I promise, she will definitely study diligently this time and won't cause any more trouble. Really, trust me just this once. At the school entrance, Yichio was going all out to get the child into school. However, after the last lesson, Elder Su was determined not to accept Xiao Linglong again. Junior brother, please have mercy on your senior brother, spare my life. I am old and cannot withstand her antics. In my many years of teaching, I have never encountered such a formidable student. I still want to live a few more years. Elder Su said with lingering fear, determined not to agree no matter what Yichio said. His life was more important. Seeing his refusal, Yichio chuckled inwardly and said, really not possible, senior brother? No. Elder Su's expression was resolute. At that moment, Yichio slowly produced an exquisite treasure. The moment the treasure appeared, Elder Su's eyes lit up. Okay. Here's the refined version of the text you provided, crafted with more sophisticated English. Chapter 141. Double joy, commenced Yichio retrieved a ruler from his jade storage. Its resplendent glow immediately captivating Elder Su, whose eyes widened in avarice. A mere third-grade Xian cultivator. Elder Su and Appo's tenure at the peak stemmed more from his scholarly pursuits than martial prowess. Such a treasure held immense allure for one of his stature. Ahem. Yichio feigned a cough, the ruler conveniently tumbling to the ground. Senior brother, have you perhaps misplaced something? He inquired with feigned innocence, gesturing towards the fallen artifact. Elder Su swiftly grasped the charade. Heavens, this lad is remarkably astute, he mused. Engaging in such favors? Is he attempting to place me in an invidious position? Casting furtive glances about, he ensured they were unobserved. A sycophantic grin stretched across Elder Su's visage. Indeed, it is mine, he chuckled, retrieving the ruler as his gaze lingered on the diminutive Linglong, peering inquisitively from within the lecture hall. Junior brother, he continued, upon further reflection, the child, though somewhat impish, is not beyond redemption. As a gesture of goodwill towards you, I shall endeavor to instruct her once more. However, her ultimate success hinges upon her innate aptitude. Elder Su adopted an air of reluctant acquiescence. Yichio, amused, remained silent, producing yet another rare botanical treasure from his jade pendant. Elder Su and Appo's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, his eyes alight with covetousness. Junior brother, rest assured, I shall impart my knowledge with utmost diligence, ensuring her success. Even should she forsake the path of cultivation and enter the mundane world, she shall undoubtedly attain a position of distinction, Elder Su declared with unwavering conviction. Any semblance of reluctance now vanished. Yichio smiled contentedly. Verily, the immutable laws of exchange transcended realms. In this world, as in others, no endeavor remained unattainable with the appropriate inducement. These trinkets, mere trifles to Yichio, represented genuine treasures to Elder Su. Elated by the agreement, Yichio, feigning clumsiness, allowed the precious herb to slip from his grasp. Oh, senior brother, how careless of you to misplace another item, he exclaimed. Elder Su responded with hearty laughter. Junior brother, forgive my absent-mindedness. My years weigh heavily upon me. With nimble haste, he snatched the herb from the ground, his heart brimming with elation. Yichio's generosity far surpassed that of the other peak lords, especially the parsimonious young Wu Di of Sword Trial Peak. Zixia Peak, however, exuded affluence, bestowing supreme artifacts and precious herbs, it would be remiss not to reciprocate with exceptional care. Junior brother, be at ease. I shall nurture this child with unwavering dedication. Return with a tranquil heart. Elder Su reiterated his pledge. Yichio nodded in satisfaction. Then turned to Ling Long, imparting these words. Ling Long, heed your teacher's instructions with utmost diligence. Refrain from mischief, apply yourself to your studies, and upon your triumphant return, I shall impart formidable secret arts to you. Ling Long, feigning docility, responded with a radiant smile. Yes, yes, I comprehend. I shall devote myself to my studies. Teacher, let us hasten inside. She obediently grasped Elder Su's robe, urging him forward. Elder Su, astonished by her newfound compliance, pondered whether the girl had undergone a transformation. She is surprisingly enthusiastic about learning. Excellent, a promising pupil indeed, he mused. After a cursory observation, detecting no anomalies, Elder Su smiled with gratification. So long as Ling Long refrained from causing disruptions, he could rest easy. Elder Su bid farewell to Yichio, then ushered Ling Long towards the lecture hall. Ling Long, in a final gesture, turned and waved adieu to Yichio, filling him with paternal pride. The child has finally attained maturity. A momentous occasion indeed. With the matter resolved, Yichio observed from afar, intending to confirm Ling Long's adherence to decorum before returning to Zixia Peak. After a period of observation, confirming her lack of disruptive behavior, Yichio recalled the system. Ding! Your gift to your disciple, the celestial-ranked secret art, Shadow Strike, has triggered a critical return. Ding! Your gift to Elder Su, a supreme artifact, the ruler, has triggered a critical return. Ding! Your gift to Elder Su, a supreme botanical treasure, has triggered a critical return. Commence. Heavens, double joy. The successive critical returns elicited a surge of elation within Yichio. Elder Su believed himself to be the beneficiary of the exchange, oblivious to the true benefactor. He had procured the desired outcome through expenditure, yet simultaneously reaped a profit. In his vernacular, you may perceive a slight gain, but I shall forever remain in the black. Commence, he commanded. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5,000-fold return. Acquiring the divine skill, myriad miles, 1 kill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 1,000-fold critical, acquiring the supreme spiritual artifact, Crimson Flame Ruler. Congratulations. You have triggered a 100-fold critical, acquiring the mid-grade spirit herb, Celestial Plum. Heavens, triple joy. The successive criticals left Yichio utterly astounded. Most astonishing was the divine skill. Myriad miles, 1 kill? Heavens, the very name exudes awesomeness. Though the nomenclature may be somewhat whimsical, it was remarkably apparent. After careful contemplation, Yichio was left in awe. This divine skill was not solely conducive to ostentation. It was a killing technique capable of transcending temporal and spatial boundaries, bearing some resemblance to the third sword of the grass script swordplay. However, unlike that sword, which was a suicidal, mutually assured destruction technique, this technique, when employed against opponents with formidable control over space and time, could disregard their domains. Its efficacy was remarkable. With this technique, Yichio felt significantly more comfortable confronting such adversaries. Overall, quite satisfactory. Yichio smiled contentedly. The critical had bestowed upon him a magnificent surprise. Verily, the treasures bequeathed by the master were exceptionally efficacious. A celestial-ranked exchange for a divine skill. Of the successive criticals, only the first truly captivated Yichio. You have successfully acquired the divine skill, myriad miles, 1 kill. Commence learning? The system prompt resounded once more. Yichio smiled faintly. Learn, instantly. A crimson radiance permeated his mind, and crimson scriptures materialized before his eyes. Yichio scanned them, and 2 blossoms of the great path unfurled, maximizing his comprehension. In an instant, he had grasped the rudiments. His mastery of swordsmanship had already reached its zenith, simplifying the process of swordplay cultivation. As Yichio reveled in his good fortune, an elderly man approached, regarding him with bewilderment. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Meng Tianzheng inquired, perplexed. Has he lost his mind? Coming to my peak to grin like a simpleton? Yichio regained his composure, recognizing Meng Tianzheng. Ahem, nothing of consequence. I merely brought my young disciple to the lecture hall, and shall return shortly. What? Upon hearing that the diminutive troublemaker had returned to her studies, Meng Tianzheng recoiled in shock. He hastily glanced inside, his brow furrowing as he contemplated for a moment. Subsequently, he beckoned the children of the Head Peak's elders to come out, preparing to weather the storm. Books could be read any time, but not with that little one, lest they be pummeled. Senior brother, what are you doing? Yichio's face darkened. Is my precious disciple so terrifying? Meng Tianzheng chuckled. Junior brother, I suddenly recalled that our Head Peak is holding a discourse assembly today. I'll take these children away first. With that, Meng Tianjing swiftly departed with the children. As for whether the discourse assembly was real, one would have to ask him. Turning back, he saw the well-behaved Xiao Linglong sitting attentively on her small chair in the classroom. Yi Qiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This time should be stable. With that, he turned and left the head peak, returning to Zixia Peak. In the training field of Zixia Peak, Lin Qingzhu and Zhao Wan and Oppos waited in silence. A streak of light flashed across the horizon, and Yi Qiu's figure slowly appeared in the training field. Master, how did it go? Is the matter of little sister attending school resolved? Lin Qingzhu asked anxiously. Yi Qiu smiled slightly, a mere trifle, just a couple of treasures. What's so difficult about that? The two of them were instantly abashed. It seemed that was the case. Given Yi Qiu's personality, anything that could be solved with money was no problem at all. All right, you Don and Amp, Oppos, need to worry about Linglong and Amp, Oppos, matter. Qingzhu, go pick her up after school. Lin Qingzhu nodded, silently praying that Xiao Linglong Woon and Amp, Oppos, cause any more trouble. It was already difficult enough to return to school this time. If she caused trouble again and beat up the children of the other Peak's elders, it probably Wooden and Amp, Oppos, be up to elders soon next time. All right, today, I will begin teaching you alchemy. Since you are just beginning to learn, I will first teach you how to refine our Zixia Peak and Oppos' unique restorative elixir, the greater revitalizing pill. As he spoke, Yi Qiu released the Qian Kuan cauldron. From the storage jade, he took out several medicinal herbs and distributed them to the two of them. They each took out a cauldron, which Yi Qiu had given them in Guangling City. Although the grade was not high, it was sufficient for alchemy. Yi Qiu then compiled the method of refining the greater revitalizing pill into a book and handed it to them, saying, alchemy is different from ordinary cultivation. It is an extreme test of patience, meticulousness, control of fire, and the application of techniques. You must be fully focused, or the elixir you refine will either fail or be a defective product. The two of them nodded solemnly, saying, we understand. Lin Qingzhu was not very interested in alchemy. Perhaps because she cultivated ice attributes and did not like fire very much, nor was she proficient in controlling it. Therefore, she could only rely on her strength to forcibly push the herbs in the alchemy furnace to stimulate their medicinal properties and gradually take shape. This required a large amount of spiritual power to support. Otherwise, refining a single greater revitalizing pill would be exhausting. Unlike Zhao Wan, who was born with a strange fire and cultivated the red lotus karmic fire, she was very familiar with fire. Therefore, alchemy was more suitable for her. Not only could she refine powerful elixirs, but she could also improve her control over the red lotus karmic fire in the process of cultivating alchemy. It could be said that this was simply a cultivation plan tailored for her. After briefly studying it, Zhao Wan and Oppos took the lead in starting to refine. She carefully selected several medicinal herbs and placed them in the alchemy furnace. She slowly pushed out her palms, and in an instant, a red lotus karmic fire surrounded the alchemy furnace. The scorching heat constantly baked the furnace, causing it to continuously stimulate and gradually turn into liquid. Yi Qiu stood aside, observing and probing his divine sense to carefully watch the changes in the herbs inside the furnace, instructing Don and Oppos, be distracted, pay attention to the fire, concentrate, and condense into a pill. After Zhao Wan and Oppos heard this, her eyes became particularly focused, and she continued to push the furnace, rotating it in the air. Her control over the red lotus karmic fire was very skilled, constantly baking the herbs inside. After they were completely liquefied, she instantly exerted her strength, and the power of a first-grade force was emitted, slowly condensing them and gradually taking shape. This process took nearly an hour. The alchemy furnace suddenly opened, and several pills flew out. Yi Qiu took them and looked at them. The quality is a little lacking, but for the first time refining, this progress is already very good. It must be said that Zhao Waner was more like a natural alchemist. This talent was truly amazing. She successfully condensed into a pill on her first attempt, with a success rate of 80. Although the quality was a little lacking, as her skills became more and more proficient, she would definitely be able to refine more top-quality elixirs in the future. On the other hand, Lin Qingzhu seemed a little strained. On her first attempt at refining an elixir, she failed before it even liquefied. She was a little depressed. But she quickly cheered up and said, Master, it seems that I am not very suitable for alchemy. I still want to continue studying my swordsmanship. Although she was a little disappointed, she was originally a sword cultivator, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. Everyone has their own strengths. She is good at swordsmanship. Zhao Wan and Oppos is good at alchemy, and Xiao Linglong is good at, well, she is good at fighting, making trouble, and tormenting people. Yi Qiu did not force her to refine elixirs, but comforted her and said, well, go ahead. Your focus should be on the research of swordsmanship. I am confident that you can inherit my swordsmanship skills and become a well-deserved sword immortal one day. Lin Qingzhu was overjoyed when she heard this. There was nothing more gratifying than being recognized by Yi Qiu. As Yi Qiu's eldest disciple, she naturally had to inherit his most powerful skill. And what was Yi Qiu and Appo's famous stunt? That was swordsmanship. Therefore, she also wanted to become a sword master like Yi Qiu and inherit the master and Appo's inheritance. Yes, master, I will definitely not disgrace the sect and become a well-deserved sword master. Lin Qingzhu suddenly became full of confidence, holding the Zixia sword in her hand. Full of a sense of honor. Okay, I am waiting for this day to come. Go ahead. Yi Qiu cheered her on, and Lin Qingzhu was very touched. No matter what, the master had never abandoned her and had always believed in her, believing that she could do it. How could she let the master down? With Yi Qiu's encouragement, Lin Qingzhu left the training field alone and came to the back mountain, preparing to concentrate on cultivating her Shura slash. She would strive to thoroughly master the Shura slash within this month and learn it to the point of perfection. On the other side, Zhaowan and Appo's absorbed the experience from her first attempt and immediately began her second refinement. Yi Qiu watched from the side, watching. Ding. You taught your disciple the alchemy of the greater revitalizing pill, triggering a critical return. You gave your disciple some herbs, triggering a critical return. Do you want to open it? Here it comes. The corners of Yi Qiu's mouth rose slightly, finally revealing a smile. Let me see what will be returned. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a 2,000-fold critical hit, obtaining the method of refining the innate greater revitalizing pill. Do you want to start learning? Innate greater revitalizing pill? Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, and then checked to see what was so wonderful about the so-called innate greater revitalizing pill. After studying it, Yi Qiu was shocked. Damn, a mana recovery pill? Although this innate greater revitalizing pill has not reached the level of an immortal pill, with the powerful resurrection effect of the soul returning pill, yet it can instantly restore one's vitality. During combat, should the spiritual energy be excessively depleted, a single innate great restoration pill suffices to rejuvenate both health and mana. Truly, it is an indispensable artifact for slaying foes or embarking on journeys. With a chuckle of satisfaction, Yi Qiu thought, yes, this will do. Upon discerning the item, his heart soared with joy. Finally, something of genuine utility had arrived. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, acquiring exceptional spiritual herbs, along with several innate spiritual herbs, including one. As the system notification chimed once more, Yi Qiu was overwhelmed with elation, eagerly inspecting the returned items. Suddenly taken aback, he pondered the materials for crafting the innate great restoration pill. Was it truly so accommodating? Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. The Great Restoration Pill and the Innate Great Restoration Pill belonged to the same category of elixirs. Their ingredients were largely similar, differing primarily in grade. The Great Restoration Pill is classified as a spiritual elixir, whereas the Innate Great Restoration Pill is deemed an innate spiritual elixir. The addition of the term innate signifying a profound distinction. It could be said to elevate one's efficacy exponentially. While Yi Qiu was engrossed in contemplating the method for concocting the Innate Great Restoration Pill, Zhaowan suddenly dashed over, brimming with excitement. Clutching several Great Restoration Pills in her hands, she exclaimed, I think I've successfully crafted some. Yi Qiu was taken aback, hurriedly accepting the pills from her grasp for inspection. Astonished, he gasped inwardly. Were they truly this formidable? Amazed, he gazed at his second apprentice, astounded by her remarkable talent in alchemy. In merely half a day, she had mastered the crafting technique for the Great Restoration Pill, successfully producing high-quality spiritual elixirs. Chapter 142. The Innate Great Pill of Restoration. Who is Qiao? Indeed, remarkable. Yi Qiu generously praised, astonished by Zhao Wanner's exceptional talent. It appears that these three disciples each possess their own unique strengths, Lin Qingzhu with her swordsmanship, Zhao Wanner with her alchemical prowess, and Xiao Linglong with her innate divine strength. As he carefully examined the great pill of restoration in his hand, Yi Qiu could not help but express his admiration. On your very first day, you have successfully mastered the method of refining the great pill of restoration. My disciple, you are indeed a born alchemist. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. As the grade of the pills increases, so does the complexity of their refinement. The great pill of restoration is merely an entry-level achievement. Return now and practice diligently. After some time, I shall teach you how to refine a first transformation golden pill. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had previously heard Yi Qiu describe the terrifying potency of the 9 transformation golden pill. Even though the first transformation is inferior to the 9 transformation, its effects would still be formidable for them, if she could succeed in refining it. The resources required for their cultivation would no longer be a concern. Yes, master, I understand, Zhao Wan and Amp, Oppos, replied happily, putting away her cauldron and returning to her room to commence her alchemical practice. The moment she left, Yiqiu promptly stowed the Qiankuan cauldron and made his way back to the Qianqing palace. Closing the door, he began to study the method of refining the innate great pill of restoration. The innate great pill of restoration, here I come. With eager anticipation, Yiqiu intentionally sent Zhao Wan away to secretly practice alchemy. It was not out of a desire to conceal his knowledge, but rather because he simply did not know how. Indeed, he had never engaged in alchemy before. The previous great pills of restoration were all left behind by the Xintian Taoist, and he had no prior experience with the craft. Zhao Wan's immediate success placed immense pressure on him. If he were to fail, it would be quite embarrassing as her master. Yiqiu could not allow such a scenario to unfold, so he chose to hide and practice in secrecy, intending to astonish everyone later. Placing the Qiankuan cauldron in the Grand Hall, Yiqiu began his research on how to refine the innate great pill of restoration. First, categorize the various spiritual herbs. He murmured to himself as he meticulously organized the materials returned by the system, laying them out neatly beside him. He did not begin with the great pill of restoration because his mind had already recorded the entire refinement process in detail. With the assistance of the powerful comprehension granted by his innate Tao body, Yiqiu grasped these concepts swiftly. While he undoubtedly possessed greater talent than Zhao Wan and Oppos, the difference in their levels led him to exercise caution and practice in secret. Once all the spiritual herbs were prepared, Yiqiu gently pushed with his right hand, and the Qiankuan cauldron in the center of the hall flipped over, spinning around the hall before slowly hovering in front of him. Although he did not cultivate fire techniques and lacked a fire source, it was of little concern. With his formidable strength at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, he could support the refinement of any type of pill. Utilizing the Qiankuan Wujing hand, Yiqiu unleashed several powerful strikes, causing the Qiankuan cauldron to resonate with a thunderous sound. In no time, the cauldron became extremely hot, emitting a plume of white smoke. At that moment, a smile crept onto Yiqiu's lips as he waved his left hand, sending several spiritual herbs flying into the cauldron, followed by a swift clap of his right hand. Instantly, the Qiankuan cauldron began to spin vigorously. Under the intense power being released, akin to the flames of the 9 nether, the cauldron's contents began to evaporate. Soon, the spiritual herbs gradually melted, their medicinal properties fully released. Sensing the timing was right, Yiqiu added a piece of the innate spiritual herb into the cauldron. Instantly, a stream of white smoke wafted upwards from within. With a loud bang, Yiqiu was startled, fearing he had failed. However, to his surprise, the Qiankuan cauldron settled, and the innate spiritual herb merged with the previously added herbs. Yiqiu's eyes lit up as he once again employed the Qiankuan Wujing hand. Under its guidance, the cauldron began to rotate slowly. After completing 49 rotations, white smoke billowed from the top of the cauldron, and suddenly, more than 10 pills flew out. Have I succeeded? Yiqiu's heart raced as he reached out, catching the 10 or so pills in his hands. Upon inspecting the quality of the innate great pills of restoration, he was utterly astonished. Incredible! Yiqiu marveled, shocked that his first attempt at alchemy had yielded such high-quality results. The astonishing outcome left him in disbelief. He had produced over 10 pills of exceptional quality, with the remainder being slightly inferior. Nonetheless, he was already greatly impressed with this achievement. Splendid. The innate Tao body truly is remarkable, how exquisite. Yiqiu reveled in his delight, marveling at his own extraordinary comprehension abilities. Elated, he slowly tucked away the innate great pills of restoration. 17 pills of premium quality were secured, while the rest, though somewhat flawed, would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Having organized his findings, Yiqiu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Just as he was about to practice a bit longer, a commotion erupted outside. Yiqiu, get out here. The thunderous voice, brimming with rage, sent a shiver down Yiqiu and Oppos' spine. He hastily stored away the Qiankuan cauldron and opened the door to find Yang Wudi, seething with anger, standing beside a child whose face was swollen and bruised like a pig's head. This child was none other than his own son, Yang Bubi. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiqiu immediately understood what had transpired, his lips twitching in response. Brother Yang, what happened? Who has injured my nephew to such a state? This is outrageous. Look at how bruised the child is, his own father can barely recognize him. With a faint air of confusion, Yiqiu approached, gently patting Yang Bubi's little face and asking, tell your uncle, who did this to you? I shall avenge you. Wu Yang Bubi could only sob. rendered speechless by his tears. The once proud child now cried heart-wrenchingly, exhibiting none of his father and Amp Appo's composure. Young Woody's expression darkened, his frustration palpable as he said, "You shitty, there's no need to pretend ignorance here. Your disciple has done this to my son. If you don't provide me with an explanation today, how am I to face his mother when I return home?" His anger intensified as he spoke. Had he not been afraid of being outmatched, young Woody would have dragged Yichio out for a duel. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Yichio, upon hearing this, smiled lightly and feigned ignorance, saying, "Brother Yang, that is where you are mistaken. My disciple is merely 5 years old, while your nephew is already 10. After years of your careful instruction, his combat prowess is formidable. How could she possibly defeat your nephew?" Young Woody nearly spat blood in response. "Indeed, my son is 10 years old, generally. Few peers can surpass him. However, your disciple is no ordinary child. Just earlier, I witnessed firsthand. Can you imagine a 5 or 6-year-old child demolishing an entire building with a single strike? Having lived for hundreds of years, young Woody had never encountered such a prodigy. The schoolhouse at the first peak had been reduced to rubble by that little fiend's hammer. He was fortunate his child had survived it all, for had she not shown mercy, he might never have seen his son again." With a stern demeanor, young Woody lamented his plight. He felt utterly helpless against this formidable master-disciple duo. One can only swallow their grievances and endure. "I weep. Crying. All you do is cry, you spineless one. I warned you not to provoke that little rascal, yet you did not heed my advice." Young Woody scolded in exasperation, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. "Junior brother, you are well aware of my predicament. If I return now, how shall I explain to his mother? I don't care. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall refuse to leave this place." Young Woody, recognizing his inability to contend with Yichio, decided to resort to stubbornness. "After all, it was your disciple who caused this trouble. You ought to handle it." Yichio's lips twitched in a bemused grimace. Who would have imagined that the tempestuous young Woody, fierce as a raging fire outside, would be so submissive at home? He glanced at the battered young booby and paused momentarily. Suddenly recalling the innate great elixir he had just concocted, a subtle smile graced his lips, rich with implication. "Indeed, senior brother, you are correct." After much contemplation, Yichio retrieved an inferior version of the innate great elixir from his jade pendant, intending to test its effects. Affecting a tone of difficulty, he said, "Senior brother, I sincerely apologize. My disciple, with his unruly temperament, has caused great mischief and left my nephew in such a state. I too feel distressed by this. How about this? I have an innate great elixir here. Let my nephew consume it as my way of making amends." Yichio feigned a pained expression as he presented the elixir. Upon seeing it, young Woody's heart skipped a beat. He gazed in astonishment at the innate elixir in Yichio and Appo's hand. "What? An innate spirit elixir? I never imagined this lad would be so extravagant. To present an innate spirit elixir so readily?" Young Woody was incredulous, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the elixir. He suddenly felt that the beating his son had received might be worth the exchange for an innate spirit medicine. If only I could have him beaten a few more times. He chuckled. "Junior brother, what are you doing? Our brotherly bond spans many years. Your disciple is like my own. Isn't it quite normal for us to have our playful scuffles? There is no need for such extravagance over a minor dispute among the younger generation." With an air of righteousness, young Woody graciously declined. Silently, he tucked away the innate great elixir, his expression suggesting that he was oblivious to the true nature of their camaraderie. Anyone unaware would genuinely believe in their deep brotherly affection. "By heavens, you are the true master of theatrics," Yichio thought, amused. Although young Woody outwardly refused the elixir, his actions spoke of urgency, as if he feared Yichio might retract his offer. Yichio inwardly marveled at young Woody and Appo's audacity and resolve, wishing he could adopt such shamelessness himself. "Ding, you have gifted young Woody an innate great elixir, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate it?" Upon hearing this voice, Yichio and Appo's heart leapt, a satisfied smile emerging. Indeed, by utilizing the returned item, could he concoct a new elixir and bypass the bug, triggering a return? With this newfound knowledge, Yichio felt a sense of relief. He had initially considered this possibility and wished to test it on young Booby, not expecting it would truly succeed. The innate great elixir was crafted from a spirit medicine returned by the system. Logically, items returned by the system should not trigger another return. However, once transformed into an elixir, it became a fundamentally different entity. This was a loophole, and it seemed the system tacitly accepted it. "Ah, splendid. I have discovered yet another method of nested returns," Yichio mused inwardly, silently declaring, "Activate the return. Congratulations. You have triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit. acquiring a lower celestial item, one returning elixir. A celestial item? Yi Qiu gasped, astonished that such a transformation had occurred. Alas! He lamented that he had not triggered a 10,000-fold return, for then he could have received a resurrection elixir. That would be an elixir of life, incomparable to the lower celestial returning elixir, which, while less impressive, was still a source of great satisfaction. Its effects surpassed those of innate spirit medicines by 1,000-fold, instantly replenishing health and energy, rendering it an indispensable artifact for any endeavor. Maintaining an outward calm, Yi Qiu seemingly remained unaffected, quietly stowing the elixir within his jade pendant. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi, elated at receiving the innate great elixir, appeared utterly thrilled. His expression suggested he had no intention of offering it to young Bubi. Prompting Yi Qiu to jest, "Senior brother, why not let your nephew take the elixir?" Yang Wudi felt a pang of guilt. What nonsense! An innate great elixir? Given the minor injuries he sustained, a simple recovery elixir would suffice. Why waste such a precious item? The innate great elixir was hard-earned. How could it be hastily consumed? Yang Wudi harbored his own intentions. Even if he were to face his wife's wrath upon returning, it would be worth it. Now was the perfect time for him to break through in his cultivation, and he desperately needed this to enhance his strength. With this in mind, Yang Wudi adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "Young ones should endure some hardship. It is beneficial for their future. I want him to learn from today's lesson and remember this pain, lest he cause further trouble. A jade must be carved to become a gem. I appreciate your good intentions, junior brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take him home now." Yang Wudi presented himself with an air of nobility, not once mentioning how he had quietly pocketed the innate great elixir. Those unaware would truly believe he had declined it. Good heavens, Yi Qiu mused, suppressing a smile, allowing him to have his way. It was a pity he could not examine the inferior version of the innate great elixir for its peculiar qualities. Yet, he had plenty more to experiment with later. As Yang Wudi prepared to leave, he turned back and remarked, "By the way, junior brother, when you have time, do visit the first peak. If all goes as expected, your disciple should be nearing the Jade Clear Hall." What? Yi Qiu, who had just intended to send Lin Qizhu to fetch the child, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This girl was that fierce? She had nearly demolished the Jade Clear Hall? My goodness, I can't go back now, or I shall surely draw the ire of my senior brother. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu dashed towards the first peak. This troublesome girl truly provided no respite. He had hoped she would turn over a new leaf and focus on her studies. Yet she had managed to create an even greater upheaval than before, as he unleashed the Kunpeng's treasure technique. Yi Qiu arrived at the first peak academy in the blink of an eye. Surveying the devastation, reduced to ruins, he shielded his face, unable to bear the sight. It was catastrophic. The entire building had collapsed into chaos. If Meng Tianzheng were to find out, would he not seek vengeance? The very thought sent shivers down Yi Qiu and Appo's spine. Glancing around, he noticed commotion not far away and hurried to investigate. Among the crowd, a little girl, barely 5 or 6 years old, wielded a hammer larger than herself, grinning widely at the surrounding first peak disciples. "Come on, all of you. I will take on 10 at once." The commotion was so significant that disciples from other mountains hurried over to see the cause of the uproar. Upon witnessing a mere child demolishing a building, they were left utterly bewildered. Whose child is this, so ferocious? Oh my goodness, I can scarcely believe it. At such a tender age, her combat prowess is astonishingly fierce. Even with the combined efforts of 7 or 8 disciples from the peak, they were utterly unable to subdue her. How extraordinary is that? The hammer she wields seems to weigh 1,000,000 pounds. Pray tell, how does one even contend with such strength? The expressions of all present were a mixture of panic and disbelief as they gazed upon the unfolding scene. There stood the petite girl, advancing step by step towards the Jade Clear Palace, while they could only retreat slowly in response. Among the crowd, Qihao silently observed from the sidelines, taking in the spectacle with a sense of wonder. Ah, have the children of today become so formidable? In my younger days, I was once a renowned prodigy of the Patching Heaven sect, yet now, in comparison to this new generation of disciples, alas, words fail to express my feelings. With a resigned sigh, Qihao gradually began to deduce the identity of the little girl. Surely, she must be the newly initiated disciple from Zixia Peak that his father had mentioned. Had he not witnessed her prowess with his own eyes today, he would never have believed such a spirited child could exist. After a brief moment, the little girl suddenly halted, seemingly struck by a thought, and turned to address the crowd. "Who is Qihao?" As her words echoed, she forcefully slammed her hammer into the ground, creating a small crater. With an air of calm confidence, she shouted at the onlookers. Goodness! Upon hearing her call, Qihao felt a jolt of anxiety surge through him, a chill creeping down his spine. Why has she suddenly called my name? Is it directed at me? In a state of bewilderment, He pondered how he might have offended this little creature, and upon her calling him out, he was immediately consumed by a sense of urgency. As the name Chihao left her lips, the crowd, in perfect synchrony, turned to look back at him, forming a neat line as they all gazed in his direction. Chapter 143. That day when the heavens wept, Elder Su wept as Chihao felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. A tremor of anxiety coursed through his heart, prompting him to turn and look back. To his dismay, he found no one behind him, a wave of panic engulfing him. It was over. He was finished. Casting another glance behind, he realized everyone was still fixated on him, and with a surge of determination, he called out into the air, "Who is calling for Chihao?" After finishing his proclamation, he shrugged, declaring, "It seems there is no one here who calls for Chihao. Little sister, why do you seek Chihao?" Chihao, unflustered and maintaining a facade of seriousness, denied his own identity. At this moment, he could not afford to hold on to any semblance of pride. He had merely come to observe, not to become embroiled in this chaos. Moreover, he had no intention of confronting the spirited Xiaoling Long, especially since she was a disciple of Yiqiu. He dared not act. Not only did he refrain from action, but even his father would have hesitated. Resolutely, he pretended to forget his own name. Seeing that no one called for Chihao, Xiaoling Long's disappointment was palpable. She had not forgotten what her master had mentioned the day before about giving Chihao from Zhangjian Peak a thorough beating. Pouting, she declared, "I want to hit him." Upon hearing this, Chihao felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? I haven and Oppos. T wronged you. So why would you want to hit me? Trouble comes uninvited. Just then, Xiaoling Long's eyes sparkled with mischief as she inquired, "Do you know where Zhangjian Peak is? Can you take me there?" Chihao quickly shook his head, replying, I don't know either, little junior sister. It's best if you don't go there. I've heard there are man-eating monsters there, quite terrifying. You mustn't go." "Really?" Upon hearing about the man-eating monsters, Xiaoling Long and Oppos' excitement only intensified. The onlookers found Chihao's submissive demeanor amusing. When had the esteemed senior brother of Zhangjian Peak become so meek? Laughter erupted as someone suggested to Xiaoling Long, "Little junior sister, there is nothing worth dismantling in the Yuqing Hall. How about your senior brother takes you to Zhangjian Peak instead? There is a sword pavilion there, quite extraordinary, filled with countless swords. If you can dismantle it, we'll believe you truly possess skills." At these words, Chihao's expression darkened. Xiaoling Long, growing more enthusiastic, exclaimed, "Great, take me there." Alarmed, Chihao turned back to the speaker, his heart steeled. "Since you have forsaken righteousness, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Resolving himself, he countered, "Little junior sister, Zhangjian Peak is not a place to visit. How about I take you to Shijin Peak? It's far more entertaining, brimming with spirit beasts, particularly fun." This statement startled the disciples from Shijin Peak. What the hell? This kid is playing tricks? Shijin Peak was not enjoyable. They should go to Guilin Peak instead, which was far more entertaining. No way. It should be Qitian Peak, a mountain higher than the heavens. How majestic. I say we should head to Tianshui Peak, where all the beautiful senior sisters are. It must be extraordinarily fun. Fun. Are you serious about this? And amp, Oppos, fun and amp, Oppos. The atmosphere descended into chaos as everyone clamored to suggest other peaks for Xiaoling Long to visit, hoping she would refrain from coming to their mountain. Just then, a figure clad in gray hurriedly approached. When he beheld the devastation that had turned the once vibrant school into ruins, his expression darkened. Who did this? Elder Su bellowed in agony. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. How could the school be reduced to this state upon his return? Staring at the wreckage, Elder Su struggled to comprehend the scene before him. His blood pressure surged. At his age, such stress was unbearable. Hearing his anguished cries, the crowd fell silent, parting to reveal Xiaoling Long among them. Turning around, Elder Su spotted the little girl wielding a hammer and nearly spat blood in disbelief. The shock almost rendered him unconscious. He wondered when she had acquired that hammer. He hadn't noticed it upon her entry, despite his countless warnings. He never anticipated that mere minutes away would lead to such destruction. "Master Uncle, wake up." Seeing Elder Su collapse, everyone rushed to assist him, trying to rouse him. After a while, Elder Su finally came to, surveying the wrecked school with a heavy heart. It was all his fault for allowing her to return to the school for the sake of those trivial treasures. He felt utterly despondent. He should never have accepted those gifts, especially since Yiqiu had been so generous. Sighing deeply, Elder Su gradually regained his composure, opting not to unleash his wrath but instead approaching Xiaoling Long with a gentle demeanor. "Ling Long, what happened this time?" Xiaoling Long tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. "I told them I could smash this building to bits with one swing of my hammer. But that kid named Yang didn't believe me. He called me a braggart with no real ability. I couldn't stand for that, so I smashed the building." As she explained, Elder Su's expression twitched, a surge of anger bubbling within him. He wished he could pin that young kid down and give him a good thrashing. Why did you provoke this naive child? And then what happened? Elder Su continued, sensing that the situation was far from simple. I smashed the building. And that kid still wouldn't concede, so I ended up giving him a beating, turning him into a pig and Appo's head. Later, a few passing senior brothers also tried to pick a fight with me, so I dealt with them too. Hearing this, Elder Su felt a shiver of recognition. He had once experienced something similar. Glancing back, he saw the disciples from the first peak sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. They could hardly believe that after years of cultivation, they couldn't even best a little girl. As Xiaoling Long prepared to speak further, Yichio had already approached. Upon his arrival, the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They worried that if Yichio didn't come soon, Xiaoling Long might just demolish the Yuqing Hall as well. It was hard to fathom. It seemed there was nothing she wouldn't dare to do. Greetings, Master Yi. The crowd bowed in unison. Unlike Elder Su, Yichio, as the esteemed leader of their lineage, commanded respect and authority, compelling everyone to pay their respects. Yichio nodded, remaining silent as he turned to Xiaoling Long. He had already grasped the full context of the situation. It was entirely plausible that she could execute such feats. Ling Long. Yichio's expression turned serious, causing Xiaoling Long to shrink back, hiding behind him, too frightened to speak. Soon, Meng Tianzhong hurried onto the scene. Upon seeing the ruins, his face darkened. Good heavens. Just as I suspected, this little one is indeed capable. He strolled forward, and the crowd quickly bowed their heads in respect, though he was too preoccupied to respond. Approaching Yichio, he quipped, Junior brother, you really know how to keep your elder brother busy. Haha, brother, I sincerely apologize. The funds for rebuilding the school will be covered by me from Zixia Peak. Yichio couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, truly, my precious disciple is magnificent. Meng Tianzhong's face darkened, reflecting a profound sense of existential doubt. Yichio suddenly felt a wave of pleasant emotions wash over him. It was not that he harbored any particular desire to retaliate against Meng Tianzhong. Rather, it was simply the darker side of his personality surfacing. Witnessing Meng Tianzhong sporting such an expression was indeed a rare sight. Meng Tianzhong, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the innocent-looking Xiaoling Long before him, feeling a pang of embarrassment. She appeared genuinely innocent in her demeanor. At first glance, if he were to dwell on this matter, it would seem he was bullying a child. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, forget it. This trivial matter doesn't require my junior brother and Appo's concern. Such a small sum. I can certainly manage. He felt a shiver run down his spine, grateful for his foresight in having taken away the elder disciples from the main peak earlier. Otherwise, they would have suffered as well. Junior brother. Yichio was about to say something when Elder Su approached him, tears streaming down his face. Outside, rain began to pour heavily, and Elder Su wept with a heart-wrenching despair. This child, please take her back. I truly cannot teach her any longer. Have mercy on me. Spare my life. My fragile heart cannot endure this kind of stimulus. I wish to live a few more years. With tears streaming down his face, Elder Su, entirely frightened, took out the precious item Yichio had given him earlier and continued, Junior brother, this treasure of yours, I am not worthy to bear. Please take it back. Let us pretend nothing happened today, shall we? Yichio felt a twinge of embarrassment, glancing at the item he was being offered but refraining from accepting it. Turning to Xiaoling Long, who looked at him with her wide, innocent eyes, he felt both exasperated and amused. It seemed that once again, Ling Long the Great had failed at her studies. After a moment's pause, Yichio said, brother, consider this item a form of compensation. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. It weighs heavily on my conscience. As for my little Ling Long and Appo's studies, let us leave that aside. Upon hearing Yichio and Appo's words, Elder Su felt a modicum of comfort. In these times, working was no easy feat. He had never heard of a teacher nearly losing their life over it. He was thoroughly frightened. Master. Yichio intended to continue, but his clothing was tugged at by Xiaoling Long. Looking down, he saw her gazing up at him with innocent eyes and saying, but I have no books to study anymore. Yichio's mouth twitched, and he quickly reassured her, of course you do. I will personally arrange for a private tutor to come to the mountain and teach you reading and writing, all right? Xiaoling Long pondered this for a moment before asking, will there be other little friends to play with? Yichio felt another wave of embarrassment. Play? If she continued to play, would the next thing be the dismantling of Zixia Peak? He certainly did not wish for the newly established Zixia Peak to be torn down by this little rascal. However, upon spotting Chi Hao in the crowd, an idea suddenly struck him. Ah, yes, we can go to Cangjin Peak another day. Your Uncle Chi has many little friends there who can accompany you and play. How does that sound? As soon as these words left his mouth, Chi Hao felt a jolt of panic. What? This can and Appo's be happening, uncle. He was in disbelief. This was not how it was supposed to go. He had come today merely to observe, yet the role of the protagonist had unexpectedly shifted to him. All right, off to Songjian Peak we go, he thought to himself. Upon hearing the mention of Songjian Peak, Xiao Linglong's excitement surged, her tiny fists waving in delight. Chi Hao felt his heart sink further and quickly turned to Yi Qiu, pleading, "Uncle, you can end Oppos. Be serious." Yi Qiu turned around, feigning surprise as if he had just noticed Chi Hao. "Oh, it seems my nephew is here as well. My apologies for not noticing." Chi Hao and Oppos' expression darkened. "You knew I was here from the start, didn't and Oppos, to you? You deliberately said that for me to hear." This unexpected turn of events was rather daunting. It seems Songjian Peak is in for a rough time. If this little one were to ascend the peak, with her temperament, she would undoubtedly cause considerable chaos. Yi Qiu couldn't and Oppos help but chuckle lightly, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chi Hao, suddenly targeted by this little imp. The crowd began to murmur, their discussions growing increasingly animated. It was hard to say, although Chi Hao had already entered the Wujijing realm, this little one possessed astonishing potential. Given a bit more time, she could certainly surpass him. At that point, not even the eldest senior brother would stand a chance. As the crowd marveled at Xiao Linglong's remarkable potential, they were left in awe. Here was a child of merely 5 or 6 years. Yet she had already reached such heights without even beginning her training. What would happen when she eventually started cultivating? Would she not become an unparalleled force? All right, everyone disperse. Over there, Meng Tianzhong had wandered around the ruins of the academy, his mood far from pleasant. Turning back, he noticed that so many were still watching the spectacle and began to shoo them away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Meng Tianzhong approached, clearly vexed. Casting a glance at Xiao Linglong, feeling both amused and exasperated. Earlier, he had examined the remnants of the collapsed structure, and it was evident. The building had fallen quite decisively, struck down by her single blow. Upon realizing this, Meng Tianzhong was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that such a small girl possessed such strength. A closer inspection of her condition left him further astounded. He never expected Yu Qiu to have developed her potential to such an extent. Had she truly reached the Tianxiang level? Ordinarily, in the Great Wilderness, few would engage in physical training, as it was merely a foundation laid before reaching full bone maturity to facilitate future cultivation. The more stable the foundation, the faster one and Oppos' progress in Qi training would be. However, ordinary individuals could only lay a foundation to the foundation establishment stage, while those with better resources and talents might reach the Xuanji stage at most. Yet Yi Qiu had elevated her to the Tianxiang level. He couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary advancements she would achieve once she began her training. Could she become the next Yu Qiu? Meng Tianjing speculated that if she truly attained the heights that Yi Qiu had reached, it would be an immeasurable boon for the Bupingtian sect. With this thought, Meng Tianjing smiled with satisfaction, ruffling the little girl's hair, saying, "Not bad for one so young. Your strength is indeed formidable. You are destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future." Unable to restrain his praise, Meng Tianjing turned to Yi Qiu, saying, "Junior brother, you have once again given me a tremendous surprise. This little one has only visited the main peak twice, and each time has been more astonishing than the last. Please, let us hope she doesn't come again." At this point, Meng Tianjing felt a wave of embarrassment. He couldn't imagine what the scene would be like the next time she came. He was genuinely fearful. News of Xiao Linglong and Oppos' single-handed destruction of the academy had already spread among the 7 factions. Everyone was eager to witness the prowess of the child who had demolished the academy after just 2 days of attendance. Noticing Meng Tianjing's darkened expression, Yi Qiu couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Brother, I sincerely apologize. My mischievous disciple has caused you trouble. I shall take her back now." With a subtle smile and a heart full of hidden joy, Yi Qiu led Xiao Linglong away from the main peak, returning to Zixia Peak. After their departure, Meng Tianzhong could no longer maintain his composure. From now on, if this little one were to return, he would ensure she was kept under strict supervision, never allowing her to approach the Yuling Hall. With a serious admonition, Meng Tianzhong instructed his disciples behind him, and they quickly responded in unison, acknowledging their understanding to keep a close watch on her. Casting a glance back at Elder Su, Meng Tianzhong shook his head and said, "Junior brother, do not worry. I will have someone restore the academy for you. You may continue to teach your lessons." Elder Su, with tears streaming down his cheeks, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Having been thoroughly frightened, this time, regardless of what treasures Yu Qiu might offer, he would refuse. At this moment, Yi Qiu and the little Linglong had returned to Zixia Peak. 2 disciples approached, and Lin Qizhu, puzzled, inquired, "Master, wasn't I supposed to fetch junior sister today?" She had just finished her training and was about to head to the main peak to retrieve Linglong when she saw Yi Qiu returning with someone. prompting her curiosity. Yuchio shook his head and replied, "There is no need for that anymore." Ah. The two were perplexed, wondering what incident had transpired this time. Yuchio elucidated, "She has dismantled the academy, and your Uncle Su is in tears, begging me to take her away. He refuses to teach any longer." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizhu was left speechless, while Zhao Wanner could not suppress her laughter. This little rascal cannot remain quiet for even a few moments. She is at it again. Last time, it was merely a scuffle with a few children, but this time she has gone so far as to dismantle the academy. Gently approaching little Ling Long, Zhao Wan and Oppos, pinched her cheek playfully and remarked, "Junior sister, how could you destroy someone's academy? That is quite improper. You must not do such things in the future. Understand?" "Oh, I understand." Little Ling Long replied in a dismissive manner, and whether she would refrain from such actions in the future remained uncertain. "Very well. Let us return to our training in preparation for the discourse at Yunding Mountain a month from now." After a brief pause, Yuchio spoke, turning to enter the Qianqing Palace to continue his research on alchemy. Little Ling Long was then taken away by her two senior sisters. Following this incident, the subsequent month was remarkably tranquil with little turmoil to speak of. A month later, the grand doors of the Qianqing Palace slowly swung open, and Yi Qiu emerged from within. Today marked the day of the discourse at Yunding Mountain.